I travel to a game world called Global Elimination, where it's either you die or I live. Here, a wave of monsters will attack the city every 3 days, and the intensity will increase gradually with the increase of waves. The Lord who can survive 40 waves of monsters will complete the first round of Elimination game. Players started the game by drawing lots, but their races and talents didn't match, and they cried and screamed. I drew the legendary Eye of the God Stealer, which allowed me to see other people's talents, steal their talents, and sell them. Stealing talents required sacrificing a certain amount of resources, but I could use them first and pay later, so I could buy them on credit for free. So without further ado, I set my sights on a level trait, Undead Lord, copied it at the start, and immediately summoned a skeleton army of 1,000 men. Skeleton soldiers do not take up command or resources. Others raise 5 soldiers, but I raise 500. I can sweep the map even if I am idle. This is not the end. I stole the death promotion. Every 100,000 skeleton soldiers killed can bring 1 point of attribute improvement to the Undead Lord. In this way, I stole traits and sold them, used skeletons to get treasure chests and open up new land, and used skeletons to build houses. Don't want to fight? No. If the enemy dares to approach my base, I will let the undead army surround and beat you for 3 hours. On what was originally an open grassland, countless hills, caves, and even strange terrains and portals filled with dark energy suddenly appeared. All kinds of creatures, some I had seen before and some I had never seen before, appeared out of thin air almost at the same time. I was shocked and quickly checked the small map. This sight stunned me. A large number of marks had appeared on the small map without me noticing. They were all black dots representing wildlife and various strange icons. The nearest black dot was less than 100 meters away from me. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? I was furious. I waved my hand and gave an order to the skeleton army around me. Undead army, follow me to attack. After a few seconds of silence, the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. However, I didn't care about these. I grabbed 2 slightly smarter death believers, looked at the surprised expressions in their eyes, and led the skeleton army straight to the nearest black spot. At the same time, the chat channel became active instantly, and everyone shared monster information in the regional channel. Everyone realized that the initiator of this elimination game did not give us any choice at all. Ding! Found level 2 elite monster bandit village master 1 and level 1 common monster bandit minion 12. Although the opponent seems to be guarding some precious treasure, the enemy is powerful, so it is recommended to be cautious. As soon as the system's prompt sounded, I commanded the skeleton army to attack without hesitation and instantly submerged these bandit monsters in a tide of skeletons. A burst of dense digital health loss prompts floated up, and within 2 minutes, the system sent a new message. A crushing victory. Congratulations on defeating a group of wild monsters and occupying the monster nest. You gained 25 experience points, 20 gold coins, and 10 food. Your level was raised to level 2, and you gained 3 attribute bonuses. You got a bronze treasure chest. 2 death followers carefully directed several skeleton soldiers to carry a green box in front of me, with a flattering expression on their faces. Hee hee, the death believer gestured to me, signaling me to open the treasure chest. I looked at them suspiciously and asked, this thing shouldn't have any mechanism, right? Seeing the death believers trembling with fear, I couldn't help but laugh. Don't be nervous. I'm just joking. I didn't delay any longer, walked to the treasure chest, and flipped it open. Ding! You got the troop card, Blade Archer. You got 15 gold coins. You got the treasure, Bandit Chief's command knife. Soldier card, Blade Archer. Level, Tier 1 Elite. Command, 1. HP, 15 to 15. Defense, 2 to 2. Attack, 4 to 5. Speed, 4. Skill, continuous shooting, 30% chance to shoot 2 arrows at the same time, causing 2 damages. Effect, obtain 5 Blade Archers, available only to human/elf lords. Treasure, Bandit Chief Command Blade level. Normal attributes, plus 1 command effect. None fuck, these things are too rubbish. My face darkened. I couldn't use the troop card at all. However, I suddenly thought and realized that even though I couldn't use it, it didn't mean that others couldn't use it. So I quickly opened the trading market, and sure enough, I saw that there were already a lot of items in the market. The originally empty trading house was now filled with all kinds of goods. Although most of them are boring items like wolf canine teeth and rhino horns, you can also filter them by keyword search. I entered Undead Army card and quickly found the only item. Soldier card, self-destructing skeleton soldier. Level 0 elite. HP, 5 to 5. Defense, 0 to 1. Attack, 1 to 50. Movement speed, 5. Skills, low-level undead creature, self-destruction. Effect, obtain 10 self-destructing skeleton soldier, limited to use by undead lords. Price, 50 gold coins. A 0-level soldier card can also be sold for 50 gold coins. I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Just as I reacted, this self-destructing skeleton soldier card was bought by someone. It seems that I really underestimated the high-level players. For them, this one-time soldier that can cause 50 points of area damage is simply a magical weapon used to challenge higher-level opponents. 50 gold coins is not expensive, and 100 gold coins might even be enough for someone to buy. I patted my face and finally understood the value of the Blade Archer card in my hand. Although I can't use it now, it is a great weapon for other players in the early stages of development. Getting a few elite soldiers early will bring huge advantages in the later stages of the game. I threw the 2 items I got from the bronze treasure chest into the trading house. Army card, Sharp Archer, price, 300 wood. Bandit Chief's Command Knife, price, 100 gold coins. I didn't care if the price I set was too high, and continued to command the skeleton army to attack everywhere. Countless skeleton soldiers rushed towards the surrounding wild monsters with the wasteland as the center. No matter what traps they encounter, no matter how strong the enemy is, these skeleton soldiers are simple-minded. Like locusts passing through, they climb over hills, fill rivers when they encounter water, and attack any living creature crazily. Batch after batch of skeleton soldiers fell on the road of land reclamation. But every time my skeleton soldiers died or were injured, I would activate the characteristics of the undead lord and summon new skeleton soldiers continuously. I sat in front of the Great Tomb of Death, and when I noticed the population was decreasing, I immediately used my special ability to summon more skeletons. At the same time, 2 green lights would occasionally shine above the wasteland, and every 2 hours, 2 spiritual towers would be built. Then, a 1,000-strong army of skeletons rushed out of the graveyard and attacked all living things in the outside world like evil spirits. In such a natural disaster of the undead, I built 11 spiritual towers in just one afternoon. With the Great Tomb of Death as the center, the area within a radius of several miles is filled with my skeleton soldiers. The weak wild monsters have long been cleared out, and only some powerful boss-level creatures are left, still struggling. But as time went on, these bosses gradually fell, turned into insignificant prompt messages, and disappeared from my sight. It was not until late at night that I realized that the desolate land had been completely conquered. Within a radius of 500 meters from me, more than 20 black towers had been erected, and in front of the Great Tomb of the Dead, countless treasure chests were piled up. Despite this, the skeleton soldiers continued to bring back more treasure chests, piling them up like a small mountain. I began to feel tired, so I immediately issued a few orders. You two continue to build the Psychic Tower, leave 5,000 skeleton soldiers to guard the base, and the others continue to expand outward. I'm going to get some sleep first. I hadn't slept all day, so I hurriedly gave orders, found a Psychic Tower, and went in. When I woke up again, I was pushed awake by a death believer. Hey. The death followers gestured, and I finally understood what they meant. You said, my skeleton army encountered a barrier? Can't continue to expand outward. Can I see the bases of other lords at the edge of the barrier? I suddenly woke up and secretly broke out in a cold sweat. My last order before going to bed was to let the skeleton army continue to expand. According to the size of the skeleton army, even among the 5,000 skeleton soldiers who stay behind, there were more than 6,000 of them carrying out missions. An undead army of this size would be difficult to resist, even against top-level wild monsters. Even if it entered the territory of other players, it is estimated that no one would be able to stop it. Fortunately, the Elimination game obviously didn't want to start a war between players so soon, so it set up a barrier at the intersection of each player. If there was no barrier, the few players closest to me would definitely not survive. I breathed a sigh of relief. So each player's territory is 5 square kilometers? I took a look at the map opened up by the skeleton soldiers. Suddenly, I thought of something and quickly looked at my attribute panel. Lord, Trickster. Number, 9252. Level, 10. Need to change job to continue to gain experience. Experience, 0 out of 2,000. Initial race, undead. Health, 110/110. Magic, 100/100. Defense, 10 to 11. Physical strength, 11 to 11. Spell strength, 10 to 10. Leadership, 0/1000. Strength, 11, affects physical strength and speed. Magic, 10, affects spell strength and magic value. Constitution, 11, affects physical defense, spell defense and health. Command, 11, affects command skill effects and command value. Remaining attribute points, 30. Features, Eye of the God Stealer, Special, Lord of the Dead. A. Resources, 35,500 wood, 59,100 gold coins, 56,600 food, 35 rare. Treasures held, Ring of Kingship, high-level treasure, Crown of Kingship, high-level treasure, Armlet of Kingship, high-level treasure, World Tree Staff, rare treasure, Epic Job Transfer Certificate, epic treasure, Group Life Drain, rare skill book, arms card, Death Knight, Epic Hero Summoning Stone, Epic Building Blueprint, Death God Council. Population, 762/1650. Note, because you secretly learned the A-level characteristic of the Undead Monarch, you now owe the Thief God a total of 1 million basic resources and 1,000 rare resources. Please return them on time before the end of this elimination game. I was stunned to see myself leveled up to level 10 overnight, with hundreds of treasure slots in my backpack. Then I looked at the piles of monster treasure chests in front of me, and a rough count showed that there were at least 100 of them. I slapped my face hard and began to count these amazing gains. Chapter 6. Counting the Harvest. This shouldn't be a surprise. After all, I had already reached level 8 before I fell asleep. But I never expected that this shitty game would set up a job change trap after level 10, forcing me to go through some job change mission in order to continue to improve. It's really heartbreaking. My experience. Whenever I think of how many precious experiences have slipped away silently during the time when I was sleeping, my heart feels like being pricked by needles, and it hurts so much that I can't breathe. You know, those enemies who can hold out to the end in front of my Skeleton Legion are all top bosses in the wild. Every experience missed in a battle may allow me to leap forward to a higher level, but they disappear quietly. Wait, there seems to be something called Epic Job Change Certificate in my backpack. Suddenly, I remembered a certain detail and began to rummage through my backpack in a hurry, with a surge of anticipation in my heart. The elimination game has a thoughtful setting. Every time you kill a monster, all the dropped rewards will be automatically put into the backpack. And the initial backpack space is extremely spacious. I almost don't have to worry about the resources overflowing. Before I fell asleep, I put all the items I didn't need on the trading floor, so when I woke up, although my backpack was full of new loot, fortunately, there was no embarrassing situation of resource overflow. I rummaged through my backpack for more than 10 minutes before finally finding the item I was looking for. And there was more than one. Treasure. Epic Job Change Certificate *2 level. Epic effect. Used to trigger an epic job change mission. After completing the mission, you can freely choose one of the 3 epic job change routes. In addition to the 2 epic job transfer certificates, I also found 5 rare job transfer certificates and more than 10 common job transfer certificates. However, these were not attractive to me at all, so I put them on the trading platform without any attachment. Although these items are of little value to me, I know in my heart that they are worth it to ordinary players. I have always had a principle that if a resource can be sold for 10 points, I will never sell it for 9 points, even if I cannot use it myself. Although I have a dark heart, there is nothing I can do. After all, I still owe Master Daoshin more than 1 million resources, especially those 1,000 rare resources. My skeleton army has swept the wild area, but only got 35 rare resources. At this rate, I have to start thinking about how to die gracefully. But I did sell a lot of things yesterday. I pressed the one-click withdrawal button on the trading bank and watched as the timber suddenly increased to 150,000 and the gold coins also increased to 220,000. With deep respect for the thief god in my heart, I once again put the items in my backpack that I didn't need too much on the trading platform. In a moment, the entire regional channel was boiling. After all, it was only the second day of a land reclamation, and someone had already put high-level treasures, rare items, rare troop cards, and even 3rd and 4th tier troop cards and rare building blueprints on the trading floor. Anyone who sees it will be shocked. However, these items are not what I care about most. Next, I will deal with the few most important items left in the backpack. The 3-piece set of royal power, the equipment that fascinated me. although the royal power equipment alone is only advanced. After collecting all three pieces, they can be combined into an epic treasure, the royal relic. Treasure, royal relic type, equipment. Level, epic. Attributes, strength +5, magic +5, constitution +5, domination +50. Special effects. 1. Royal immunity. The wearer is immune to mental and curse attacks. 2. Royal military power. Increases the morale of the entire army by 3 points. 3. Royal conferment. Once a day, improve the quality of a soldier below the rare level by 1 level. Introduction. The supreme holy relic of the invisible empire 1,000 years ago. Wearing this relic, you will gain the power to command thousands of troops. Although these bonuses are not important to me as an undead lord, attributes such as strength, magic, and physique, I have never felt that I need to go into battle myself and swing my sword to kill the enemy. The strength of the royal army is even more unimportant to me. The undead are the least affected by morale among the 7 original races. This attribute is of no use to us at all. As for the conferment of royal power, improving the quality of 1 troop below rare level every day is just useless. Unless it is a high-level troop like the Bone Dragon, it can really play a role. But this treasure has a charm that I can't resist. It can be immune to all mental and curse attacks. For me, this is simply a miracle. What attribute is more tempting than this? I put this royal relic on my chest without hesitation, contentedly ignored the added attributes on the panel, and continued to examine the remaining treasures. Treasure, World Tree Staff. Type, equipment. Level rare. Attributes, +10 magic, +10 constitution. Effects, 1. Force shelter. Summon the power of nature to form a shield to protect itself, resisting damage equal to magic strength *2.25, lasting 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. 2. World Tree Sap. This staff contains a drop of World Tree Sap. When the holder dies, this drop of sap will be activated, reviving the holder and clearing all negative states of the holder. This effect can only be triggered once. Description. This staff is made from fresh branches of the elves' sacred tree, the World Tree, and contains infinite natural power. Treasure, Mass Life Drain. Type, Skill Book. Level rare. Effect, drain the health of up to 50 enemy and friendly targets within a 10-meter range to restore your own life every second, with an efficiency of spell strength *0.1%, consuming 30 mana points per second. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Description. This evil skill that harms others for personal gain has long been listed as a forbidden spell by the Light Magic Association. Type card, Death Knight. Level 5 common. Command, 10. Population, 5. HP, 300/300. Defense, 35 to 40. Attack, 80 to 85. Speed, 6. Skills, Death Power, restores 100 HP. Next attack carries 50 extra damage. Cooldown 60 seconds. Withered Skin, immunizes 45% of magic damage. Deep Cold Burst, freezes all targets within 5 by 5 meters, reducing their movement and attack speed by 20%. Features, Advanced Undead, not affected by morale, no maintenance costs, 8% reduction in damage received. Effect, obtain 3/5 level Undead Common Soldier Death Knights, restricted to use by Undead Lords. Introduction. The knight that the undead race is proud of, one of the most powerful 5th-tier common soldiers among all races. With super high movement speed and strong basic attributes, coupled with extremely powerful innate skills, it has become the well-deserved top combat force among the undead race. Treasure, Epic Hero Summoning Stone. Type, Consumable. Level, Epic. Effect, after use, you can summon a level 1 hero with an epic class whose race matches the Lord's base. Building Blueprint, Death God Council. Type, Unique/Special. Level, Epic. Effect, once a week, a crazy sacrifice ceremony will begin. Summon a 2nd to 7th level Death God based on the quantity and quality of the sacrifices. Death God. The highest level is level 7, a special unit of the Death God Council. Construction cost, 100,000 wood, 100,000 gold coins, 100,000 food, 10 rare resources. Introduction. The more deaths you offer to the great Death God, the more gifts the Death God will give you in return. Chapter 7. Melthuzid, the White-Haired Lich. Wearing a shining relic of the kingship on his chest, holding a green and vibrant world tree staff. If it weren't for my pale skin that is unique to the undead, I'm afraid no one would believe that this guy, wearing all the equipment of the light camp, is actually an undead lord. Okay, come out, Death Knight. Although I felt a little unhappy that each Death Knight occupied 5 population points, when 3 Death Knights appeared in front of me, riding on skeleton horses and emitting icy cold air, the powerful oppressive feeling from the 5th level advanced soldiers made me laugh. They're worthy of being the best among the 5th level soldiers. Even if we ignore their skills that are so powerful that they are almost irrelevant to ordinary soldiers, their 300 health points and 85 attack power alone are enough to make them war machines on the battlefield. To be honest, with just these 3 Death Knights, if the terrain is right and they cooperate properly, they can completely slaughter the tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers under my command. Alas, it is only an A-level talent after all. No matter how strong it is in the early stages, once high-level troops enter the battlefield, the dominance of the undead lord will naturally decline. However, it is only a decline in dominance. Compared with B-level, C-level, and even general A-level characteristics, it still has an unmatched advantage. Thinking of this, I no longer hesitated and directly used the Epic Job Transfer Certificate, Epic Hero Summoning Stone, and the Death God Council. Ignoring the 2 Death followers who were busy summoning the Death Council, I glanced at the Epic Job Transfer task that had just appeared, and then looked at the figure in front of me that appeared as the Epic Hero Summoning Stone was consumed. I quietly opened the shielded system information I set up last night. Ding! Successfully used the Epic Job Transfer Certificate, and you receive the Epic Job Transfer Task, Dedication. Job Transfer Task. Find a Frost Heart. Level, Epic. Task Description. Find a Frost Heart, Epic material, and dedicate it to the Great Being in the Dark. After sensing your sincerity, the Great Being in the Dark will grant you an extremely powerful Epic Job. Task Progress, 0/1. Ding! Successfully used the Epic Hero Summoning Stone. Somewhere in the dark, a great omniscient being responded to your call. You summoned the omniscient Lich Melthuzid. Hero, Melthuzid. Loyalty, 60. Occupation, all-knowing Lich. Level, 1. Experience, 0/10. Race, undead. Health, 10 tenths. Magic, 100/100. Defense, 0/1. Physical strength, 0/1. Spell strength, 10/10. Leadership, 0/100. Strength, 1. Magic, 10. Constitution, 1. Leadership, 1. Attribute points, 0. Talented skills, 1. Omniscient Treasure House. Passive can communicate with the Omniscient Treasure House that records all the secrets of the undead world and spy on most of the secrets of the undead world and even this world. 2. Ghost Form. Active, you can enter a ghost form for a short time, becoming immune to all physical attacks while increasing your spell power by 20%. Lasts for 10 seconds, cools down for 15 seconds, and consumes 10 mana. 3. Frost Nova. Active, channel the power of ice to freeze a single target, causing damage equal to spell power asterisk 1.75 and reducing the target's movement and attack speed by 30%. Cooldown 10 seconds, mana consumption 20. Occupational features. Epic Mage Occupation. Gain 10 times the magic attribute growth at each level. Description. The ancient, great, all-knowing Lich Melthuzid. It is said that he possesses the most extensive knowledge in the world, knowing everything. After looking at the data information displayed by the system again, I rubbed my eyes and finally confirmed that the little lowly in front of me could barely reach my chest, even if she stood on tiptoe. It was the epic hero I summoned, the ancient, great, all-knowing Lich Melthuzid. So, you are my master? She stood in front of me with her hands on her hips and her head held high. The white-haired Lolita, who was marked as an epic hero by the system, first looked at my appearance with interest. Then, with full of confidence, he said arrogantly, young man, you are so lucky to have recruited me as your first epic hero. Don't worry, I will definitely use my endless knowledge to help you become the most powerful undead lord. With your attributes and skill strength? Forget it. I snorted disdainfully, muttering, what a trouble. Are all weak heroes so confident? You bastard, do you dare to say who is a weakling? Come here, and let me punch you mouth teeth. Suddenly, the white-haired Lich was enraged by me, and anger flashed in his eyes. 2 minutes later, I'm sorry, master. I know I was wrong. Please stop me. The epic hero, who was pinned down by 3 Death Knights and unable to move, begged for mercy in a humiliating voice. Huh? What did you say? Your voice is too soft. I can't hear you clearly. I pretended that I didn't hear clearly, picked my ears, and continued to command the two newly recruited death followers to upgrade the Great Tomb of Death and the Spirit Tower. The white-haired lich gnashed his teeth in anger. His heart was already filled with anger that he wanted to cut me into pieces, but he could only close his eyes and shout loudly. I know I am wrong, master. Ding. All-knowing Lich Malthusud's loyalty +1. Huh, you're a masochist, aren't you? Being humiliated can increase your loyalty? Now, it was my turn to feel the chills. Fearing that this obviously stunted lich would do something weird again, I quickly coughed at the Death Knights who were holding down the white-haired lich and said, well, this is the attitude of admitting your mistakes. I will let you go for now. As I said that, I fiercely signaled to the Death Knights to let go of this pervert. The Death Knights slowly loosened their hands, but their ice-blue eyes still stared coldly at the white-haired lich. This audacious lich actually dared to challenge the Lord in person. As expected, the lich is no match for us noble knights. Chapter 8. The second characteristic, Death Promotion. Mayur's attributes are extremely poor, and the gap between her and the epic hero Sugad that I expected makes me temporarily put her aside. However, there's nothing I can do about it. I gained too much yesterday, not to mention the upgrade of levels, props, and buildings. More importantly, a new day has finally arrived, and my biggest cheat code, the Eye of the Thief, can be used again. I first browsed the regional channel to make sure that no other players had revealed more suitable characteristics. I summoned the Eye of the Thief box without hesitation and entered the ID that had been recorded in the notebook. Ding! The Eye of the Thief was activated successfully. Player, Deep Love is not as good as Shallow Love, possesses the trait. Death Promotion, C. Please choose. 1. Learn this trait secretly. Consumption, 10,000 basic resources, 10 rare resources. 2. Offer it to the God of Thieves. You can get 1 God of Thieves coin. I choose 1. By the way, remember to buy on credit. I reminded him. The system was silent for a while, and then the next second, ding, the effect One of the Eye of the Thief was activated successfully, and you gained a new feature, Death Promotion C. Death Promotion C. When your undead soldiers die, their immortal soul fire will condense into a powerful soul force and dedicate it to their great undead lord. Lyoga? Note, because you secretly learned the A-level characteristic of Undead Lord and the C-level characteristic of Death Promotion, you now owe the Thief God a total of 1.01 million basic resources and 1,010 rare resources. Please return them on time before the end of this elimination game. I simply ignored the bill reminder the system gave me, took a look at the remaining 871 population vacancies, and unceremoniously summoned 8,710 new skeleton soldiers from the Tomb of the Dead, making full use of the last bit of population space. The white-haired lich who was chased aside by the Death Knight immediately became alert when he saw the sudden surge of skeletons. He shouted in surprise, "Is this the Undead Lord with a higher attribute? It is worthy of being one of the strongest characteristics of the undead world. It can actually recruit a large army of skeletons without restrictions. It is really amazing." Huh, you can see through my characteristics? I couldn't help but look at Melthagad in surprise. No, she shook her head. However, only a natural-born undead lord can summon so many skeletons in an instant like you do. There was a hint of admiration in her tone. Of course, there are some powerful liches and necromancers who can summon tens of thousands of undead armies in an instant, but those summoned creatures need mana to maintain their existence, while your lord's power is a completely different talent. I see. I didn't expect you to be capable. Listening to Melthagad's explanation, I realized that my characteristics were much more prominent than I had expected. I secretly decided that I must keep a low profile when I acquire new characteristics in the future. He still looked confident. Yes, my innate characteristic is the Undead Lord. With these endless undead armies, no one in this world can be my opponent. Don't be careless, Lord. The white-haired lich hurriedly stopped me. The Undead Lord is indeed a very strong superior talent, but it is actually not difficult to deal with. As long as you master your characteristics and avoid direct contact with the skeleton army, the skeleton soldier's single means will not be able to stop any powerful strongman. She looked at me seriously. And strictly speaking, there is no truly invincible characteristic in this world. Even S-level characteristics often have fatal weaknesses and can even be restrained by some insignificant lower-level characteristics. Therefore, if you want to become a great lord, powerful characteristics are only one of the elements, not everything. What do you mean? I asked curiously after hearing that S-level characteristics also have weaknesses. For example, the S-level talent universal entry has the strange ability to see the answer to any question, the characteristics of a unit, the way to get promoted, and even the way, probability, and time a treasure drops. It is said that even the rewards in an unopened treasure chest can be seen through the entry that appears on the treasure chest. However, the activation condition of the universal item requires the user to see with their eyes. Among the C-level characteristics, there is a characteristic that can permanently blind a single target, and because it is the power of the characteristic, it cannot be purified by any tool or treasure. Once the owner of the universal item encounters this characteristic, all abilities that rely on the eyes will be abolished. Even if it is an S-level characteristic, I know of no less than 10 characteristics that can restrain the Undead Lord, and there are many ways to defeat the Undead Lord. The Undead Lord's advantage is that he can deal with those monsters that don't use their brains and only know how to charge, but he is not good at dealing with those intelligent beings that are good at thinking and finding flaws, especially other Lords of Destiny. I listened to Melthagad's explanation silently, nodded, and then asked, "So, is the highest level characteristic S-level?" "Of course not," she smiled. "Above S-level there are SR level characteristics. However, SR level characteristics have never been extracted so far. Even the Omniscient Library only records that the characteristics in the world are divided into 7 levels: E, D, C, B, A, S, and SR, but there is no name for any SR level characteristics. Since even the Library of Omniscience has no record of it, it means that the SR level characteristics can only be regarded as nominal existence." Melthagad pinched his waist and said, "Lord, don't worry. Although the A-level characteristics are not the top ones, there are also excellent characteristics that are rare in 10,000. With my help, even if we encounter someone with more advanced traits, we still have a great chance of winning. This is me, the all-knowing Lich Malthuzid, the power of an epic hero. Remember, the real strong ones are the cultured people with rich knowledge, not the reckless men with only muscles in their heads." Chapter 9. The Ultimate Arms Comparison, the Death God Council. What you said makes sense. I nodded in agreement. After all, I am a very knowledgeable person. Characteristics and the like for me are only used occasionally, no big deal. I'm very pleased that my master listened to my advice. Melthagad looked satisfied. Then she turned her head and suddenly saw the shadow of the Death Council, summoned by the Death Cult. The confident look on her face froze in an instant. "Wait!" She shouted to stop me as I was about to summon the skeleton soldiers, and asked angrily, "This is the Council of Death, right? This is the Council of Death, right?" "Yes, what's wrong?" I looked at her puzzled. After hearing my answer, Melthagad collapsed to the ground as if he had been defeated. His eyes were lifeless, and he kept muttering, "The characteristics of the undead monarch plus the Death Council. The characteristics of the undead monarch plus the Death Council. Those damned European dogs deserve to die." Soon, I understood the significance of the Death God Council. Among the 7 major original races in the world, humans, elves, abyss, orcs, crypts, swamps, and undead, each race has its own strong period and shortcomings. Melthagad didn't take those non-mainstream small tribes seriously at all, and directly complained, "Those weak races that haven't even established a complete technological system, unless they have a lord with strong characteristics, they can't withstand a few waves of strange disasters. Even if those non-mainstream races can barely survive a few rounds of monster invasions, without 7th-level troops and a promotion system, if they want to recruit top-level troops, they can only rely on expensive neutral creatures in the wild, which is costly and has extremely scarce resources. However, the reason why the 7 mainstream initial races can become the strongest races is because they have a complete promotion system. The main city of each race can be upgraded to the 7th level, and then recruit the 7th level epic soldiers. But epic level troops also have strong and weak points, and the most troublesome one is the undead bone dragon. Melthagad said indignantly, "The bone dragon's frost breath skill attribute is comparable to the 6th level king minotaur, and it can also fly, but it is a 7th level troop. It requires rare resources to recruit and maintain. The bone dragon's skills are not strong. When encountering angels and other powerful enemies, even a 3-headed bone dragon cannot defeat an angel. So weak. I couldn't believe it. That's how weak it is. Melthagad smiled bitterly and nodded. The high-end troops of the undead race are simply no match for the human angels. They can only rely on a large number of skeleton soldiers to make up for the lack of combat power. However, with the arrival of the Death God Council, this problem can be easily solved. The Death God Council is a unique/special epic building of the undead. Melthagad explained excitedly. Special means that it can only be obtained through drawings, and unique means that once a lord obtains the drawings, there will be no second one. The power of the Death God Council is very powerful. They can exchange the Death God, the only type of soldier, for death sacrifice. She grabbed my collar, her eyes full of endless excitement. Unlike the crappy bone dragons of the undead clan, the Death God is the face of the entire undead world. How are you so lucky to have obtained the Death God Council? You also have the Undead Monarch trait. Recruiting the Death God is almost zero cost for you. Although the value of the skeleton soldier's sacrifice is extremely low, it may take hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers to exchange for a first-level Death God. But in front of the characteristics of the Undead Lord, no matter how outrageous the number is, it is meaningless as long as it is converted into skeleton soldiers. Melthagad couldn't believe his good luck, but after a second thought, he became excited again. Death. Which undead hero doesn't want to have death in the ruling sequence? Why are the heroes of the undead race always chased like dogs by the heroes of other races, hiding in a pile of undead and not daring to show up? It's because the ultimate soldiers they can use are too lame, she said excitedly. But if the bone dragon is replaced by the god of death, I tell you, even if an epic human hero with an archangel comes, I dare to go up and bang. Quick, summon me a god of death. I want to be the first omniscient lich who controls the god of death, Wakaka. However, things were not as simple as she expected. Recruiting the god of death was not a task that could be completed immediately. As an epic special building, the construction of the God of Death Council was not only expensive, but also took a very long time to complete. Even with the 50 bonus to the construction time of the undead, it still takes a full 100 hours, or 5 days, to complete the construction. Although the power of the God of Death attracted my inner restlessness, I could only wait patiently for the completion of the Parliament. And most importantly, I must ensure that the summoning ceremony is not interrupted within these 5 days. Otherwise, if the construction resources are wasted and the blueprints are lost, that would be a real disaster. You are right. We must not allow anyone to interrupt the summoning of the Death Council. After hearing my explanation, Melthagad perked up and said nervously, I will lead the troops out right now and silence all the threats. Chapter 10. If you dare to raise the price, I will kill you. I have to say that the little girl has a strong execution ability. Watching Melthagad and a large number of skeleton soldiers rushing out, I couldn't help scratching my head. In the end, I didn't remind her that the monsters outside had already been cleared. After all, since she was so active, there was no need for me to attack her. I decided to continue to concentrate on the matter at hand. After deducting the 100,000 gold coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 food, and 10 rare resources for building the Council of Death, as well as the cost of upgrading the Great Tomb of the Death, building hero altars, cemeteries, and other infrastructure, there is still a considerable amount left in my resource library. 90,000 gold coins, 100,000 wood, and 25 rare resources. Originally, I should have 120,000 gold coins left, but because I needed to use 35,000 gold coins to exchange for food to meet the resource requirements for building the Council of Death, it's not a big loss after all. Even so, the resources in hand are already astronomical figures for other lords at this stage, especially the cost of upgrading the Great Tomb of Death, which is only 1,000 woods, and I am now hovering around 6 figures for resources. The problem is not the resources, but the construction time of the buildings. The 4 undead followers have never been idle since their birth. They are busy like spinning tops, summoning new buildings all the time. After all, as the followers of the dead, they don't need to rest. If they were to follow the intensity of the work I assigned to them, they would have died of exhaustion several times. But even so, for followers of the dead are not enough. I shook my head, so I summoned a few skeleton soldiers, moved the piles of wild treasure chests in front of me, and opened them crazily. Ding! Open 102 treasure chests. You got a total of 4,500 wood, 5,500 gold coins, and 5,220 food. You got treasure, standard long sword 21. You got treasure, standard leather armor 21. You got soldier necklace 9. You got the soldier card, Spearman 10. You got the soldier card. Archer 10. You got the soldier card. Flame Skeleton Archer 5. You got a rare mission ticket. You got a rare hero summoning stone. Among the densely packed item information, my eyes stopped at the last column. Treasure. Magical skeleton device. Short resurrection. Type. Construction equipment. Level rare. Effect. When installed on the Death Tomb, the skeleton soldiers produced by the Death Tomb can gain the passive skill. Short-term resurrection. Short resurrection. You will be resurrected immediately after death and gain a 50% movement speed and attack speed bonus, which lasts for 10 minutes. After the state ends, the health of the target of this effect will return to 0. Blueprint. Skeleton Research Institute Blueprint. Type. Special building. Level rare. Effect. You can research technology that makes your skeleton soldiers more powerful. Construction cost. 500 wood. 500 gold. Construction time. 12s. Although these treasures are not too advanced, they are as useful as artifacts to me who possess the characteristics of the undead lord. I quickly put the unused treasures on the trading platform and clicked one-click withdraw. I took another look at the account balance. My wood increased by 30,000, gold coins increased by 50,000, and even 10 rare resources were added. I was in a good mood, and I ignored the flashing private message bar in the trading room. I directly opened the regional chat channel and typed a line of text. Trick. Buy the Undead Engineer Unicard at a high price. Bring your price. Money is not a problem. The noisy chat area suddenly became quiet for a few seconds, and then someone sent a message soon. Boss, do you want a Senior Death Believer? Type card. Senior Death Believer. I glanced over and my eyes widened immediately. Type card. Senior Death Follower. Level. First Order Elite. HP. 10 tenths. Attack power. 1 to 3. Movement speed. 5. Population occupied. 1. Domination value occupied. 1. Buildings that can be communicated with. Spirit Tower, Cemetery, Undead Gold Mine, Hero Altar. Special skill. Speedy communication. Increases the speed of building and upgrading buildings by an additional 50%. Effect. Gain 5 Senior Death followers. Only available to Undead Lords. How much do you want to sell it for? I asked impatiently. 100 gold coins? The other party sent a tentative question. Deal. Go directly to the trading house. If you dare to raise the price, I will kill you in a minute based on your ID. I snorted coldly and added this player's friend request and attached an ID named Gua Show. Don't worry, I'm an honest businessman. The other party smiled and accepted my friend request and then sent a new message. The military card is already on the shelf. Big brother, the designated transaction password is KL0926. When I saw this, I closed the chat box directly, quickly searched for KL0926 in the trading line, took a picture of the Senior Death Follower unit card, turned around to close the flashing friend list, took out the unit card, and clicked to use it. The next second, a white light flashed, and 5 Senior Death Believers in white robes appeared in front of me. What are you still standing there for? Get to work. I couldn't help but frown as I looked at the 5 Senior Death Believers standing in front of me with dumbfounded faces and no movement. Without any hesitation, I threw the Skeleton Academy research drawings in the face of one of the Senior Death followers, then kicked the other 4 Senior Death followers hard and drove them all to build the Spirit Tower. Chapter 11. Rules of the Game. When the white-haired Lich Melthuzed, who had been busy all afternoon, returned with his army of undead, I stood on the barren land and looked at the land of only 2.5 square kilometers, which had turned into a scene of densely built buildings, especially the rows of black towers, which gave people a feeling of a modern magic city, which was simply incredible. Master, you are amazing. You are able to build such a dense metropolis in the Lord's game. You are a rare talent. Melthagad exclaimed. If you don't know how to praise others, shut up. I glanced at her with a somewhat impatient tone. I waved my hand, and several skeleton soldiers immediately lay down and formed the shape of a chair. Looking at the result of my hours of training, I sat on it without hesitation, crossed my legs, ignored Melthagad's eyes that were sparkling with curiosity, and asked calmly, So, what's the situation outside? What else? Hearing this, Melthagad immediately rolled his eyes and shouted at me excitedly. You have already cleared all the monsters in the wild. Why do you still need me? So, after we clear out the monsters in the wild, we have nothing to do. I frowned. If that's the case, other lords will follow sooner or later, and the resources I sell will be used to help the enemy, right? Of course not. Although the monsters in the wild will not spawn again after being cleared, The dungeon space, after being cleared, can be challenged repeatedly. Melthagad opened his arms and turned around proudly. Besides, didn't you notice any changes in me? What's changed? You've gotten shorter again. I couldn't help but tease. You fucking... Melthagad was instantly furious, but after taking a look at the three death knights staring at me, she took a deep breath and gritted her teeth and said, "Level. My level. I'm already level 5. Oh, sorry, I just realized it." Hearing her complaint, I immediately opened Melthagad's attribute panel and saw that her level had indeed reached level 5. I quickly apologized, although the attributes haven't changed much. Melthagad's heart seemed to be pierced by a sharp sword called words, but she didn't say much. But after a while, she still began to report to me dutifully. I've been out for such a long time, and my level was still able to reach level 5. The reason is that I just conquered a dungeon area. Dungeon area? What is that? I was a little confused. You don't even know the dungeon area? Melthagad couldn't help but complain. Have you never gone out after clearing the wild monsters? However, after seeing my affirmative look, she suddenly felt powerless. Well, with so many undead armies here, it seems that you don't need to go out in person. Forget it. Let me teach you some common sense. As she spoke, she sat in front of me and began to explain to me. It turned out that in the first round of the elimination game, the refreshed wild monsters and resources were only for players to accumulate combat experience and obtain some initial resources. After 3 days, regardless of whether the players are able to clear the wild monsters in the territory, these monsters will disappear with the arrival of the monster siege. After that, the lords will have 3 ways to obtain resources and props. The first is to enter the dungeon space. The dungeon space is an extremely vast space, divided into 8 areas, 7 of which are filled with dungeon monsters of varying levels, and a dungeon boss sits in the core area of each area. Whenever the dungeon boss is killed, a treasure chest of varying quality will be dropped, and every 12 hours, regardless of whether the dungeon boss is killed by the player, the monsters and boss in the dungeon area will be refreshed. It is worth noting that the dungeon space is a public space that any lord can reach, so the competition for the dungeon boss is very fierce. In order to obtain the boss's rewards, in addition to having enough troops to defeat the dungeon boss, you must also be able to defend the rewards to prevent other lords from taking them away. The most important reason why Melthurgard can conquer the dungeon space comfortably is that the dungeon space teleportation will only be enabled after the lord has completely cleared all wild monsters or the first wave of monsters attack the city. Without competition from other lords, Melthurgard can complete the feat of conquering a dungeon area boss in just half a day. The second method is the Monster Siege in Tide of Strange Evil. Monster Siege is not only a test for players, but also the best way for players to improve their strength. The core of the so-called elimination game is to eliminate players with insufficient strength through Monster Siege. After each monster attack, the strength of the players who survive will undergo a qualitative change. In addition to the experience gained from killing monsters, players can also gain a large number of activity points. The top 10 players in points will receive additional ranking rewards, which are almost as good as a large cleanup of wild resources for ordinary players. Items dropped in the wild are completely random, and the probability of getting the desired treasure is less than 1 in 10. However, siege points can be exchanged for the props, skills, arms you want, and even the epic props required for epic job transfers. The last way is to obtain resources. Obviously, resources are not obtained by killing monsters and getting unstable drops, but by relying on economic buildings such as the Undead Gold Mine to steadily mine veins, cut down trees, or build farms. There are 2 ways to obtain rare resources. One is to exchange rare resource building blueprints through the points store in Monster Siege, but the explosion rate of such blueprints is extremely low and can only be obtained through the points of Monster Siege. The other is to mine rare mineral veins in the dungeon space. There are 8 areas in the dungeon space, 7 of which are filled with dungeon monsters and bosses, and are the main ways for players to upgrade levels and obtain treasures. The remaining 8th area is located in the middle of the 7 areas. There is no dungeon boss here, but it is full of mineral veins, wood, food resources, and even rare resource veins. The only drawback is that there are only 3 rare mineral veins, but there are thousands of lords, so it is almost impossible to monopolize these mineral veins. Even if you want to occupy one of them, you need the consent of other lords. As for the barrier that once protected the player, it will disappear once the monsters start to attack the city. At this time, The powerful lord will be able to plunder the resources of the weak lord and even turn it into his vassal. Chapter 12. Hero Sylvanus. In other words, before the first round of Monster Siege is over, there is no way for me to continue to level up. I looked at the ice blue epic item, Frost Heart, on the task panel, and an indescribable depression rose in my heart, as if I was bound by invisible chains. I frowned slightly, feeling inexplicably depressed and frustrated. I was only one step away from making further progress, but was ruthlessly blocked from the threshold. This feeling of powerlessness of being stuck at a certain level made me very dissatisfied and a little unwilling. You're already level 10, and you're still thinking about leveling up? Melthagad rolled her eyes at me fiercely, her tone revealing of her side disdain. She waved her hands and shouted in dissatisfaction. You can't level up, but don't you still have me? Quickly give me tens of thousands more skeleton soldiers, so I can go to the dungeon. Her voice was sharp and anxious, and it was obvious that the pressure of the tide of strange disasters made her unable to sit still. I want to raise my level to level 10 before the tide of strange disasters arrives. I couldn't help but twitch my lips, with a hint of ridicule and helplessness in my tone. What's the point of a weakling like you reaching level 10? And didn't I just allocate 6,000 skeletons to you? You killed them all in just one dungeon. At this point, Melthagad suddenly made a bitter face and complained, Don't mention it. Our luck is so bad. The dungeon bosses are all mages. One skill will make the skeleton soldiers fall down in groups. You can't understand how difficult it is. I quickly drew a line between myself and her, not wanting to be labeled as unlucky. Don't confuse me with you. But thinking that she would have to continue to clear dungeons, I waved my hand and directly assigned the remaining tens of thousands of skeletons to her. These basic skeletons are all given to you. Don't feel bad if they die. Improving your level is the most important thing. Unexpectedly, Melthagad was so moved that he almost burst into tears. His white hair trembled a little. My lord, I didn't expect you to be the type who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. The system prompt sounded crisply, ding. Hero Melthagad's loyalty +1. My face froze immediately, and I pretended not to hear it. In fact, I felt helpless and a little amused. I didn't expect this guy to be so easily moved. In this way, I threw all the tasks of sweeping the dungeon to the excited Melthagad and stayed in the wasteland, concentrating on directing the Death Believers to work on various construction projects. The Great Tomb of Death was upgraded to level 2. The originally barren land of only 500 meters in radius soon turned into a vast land of 1,000 meters in diameter as the black fog spread, and it slowly stopped until it reached the distant horizon. On the surface, it appears that the diameter has only doubled, but in fact the land area has suddenly increased from 2.5 square kilometers to 10 square kilometers, a full 4 times increase. I stood on a high place, looking down at the wasteland surrounded by black fog, and countless plans emerged in my mind. The expansion of territory means more operating space, more resources and possibilities. However, what makes me look forward to it even more is that with the upgrade of the Great Tomb of Death, the original first-level buildings, such as the Spirit Tower and Cemetery, have all unlocked upgrade options, and even the Summoning Bar has many more second-level building options. The first thing I set my sights on was the Spirit Tower. Each tower only requires 200 wood and 100 gold coins to be upgraded to a Necromancer Energy Tower that can emit Necromancer rays, or a Spider Web Tower that can emit spider webs to capture flying creatures. Those additional skills are just icing on the cake for me. What really excites me is that each upgraded Psychic Tower can bring a full 100 points of population limit. Although the resource investment has increased, it can save the labor and time of the Death Believers, which is really worth it for me, who is currently short of manpower. There was no need to hesitate. I gave the order, and the 39 spiritual towers in the entire desolate land instantly lit up with upgraded dim lights. 20 of them evolved into dead energy towers, and 19 turned into spiderweb monster towers. With such strong defense, even without the tens of thousands of skeletons now, the protection of these towers alone is enough to keep me safe in the first wave of evil. Of course, being content with the status quo has never been my style. The path of a lord does not stop at self-preservation. With the completion of the Level 2 Cemetery and the Skeleton Technology Research Institute, the originally weak skeleton soldiers finally got a chance to turn things around. The cemetery can research bone strengthening technology, and each research will increase the attack and health of a series of soldiers, such as skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, archers, warriors, etc. by 1 point. Level 2 cemetery can be researched up to 2 times, which means that the attack and health of skeleton soldiers can be increased by 2 and 10 points respectively. Don't underestimate the mere 2 attack and 10 health. Of course, it is insignificant when it comes to high-level soldiers, but for skeleton soldiers with only 5 health and 1 attack, this is almost a qualitative change. The 3 primary technologies unlocked by the rare Building Skeleton Technology Research Institute have transformed the Level 0 skeleton soldiers into combat forces that do not belong to their level. Primary anti-magic plating allows skeleton soldiers to obtain a layer of plating that can resist 1 magic attack. Primary life resilience increases the skeleton soldier's maximum health by 20%. Primary death attack. Skeleton soldier's attack carries 20% of the skeleton soldier's maximum attack power and death damage, ignoring defense and damage immunity. And this is just the beginning. As the Skeleton Research Institute upgrades, 4 levels of technology, namely intermediate, advanced, epic, and legendary, will be gradually opened, which can increase the value bonus to an astonishing 60%. The legendary anti-magic plating can make the skeletons immune to 5 skill damages, which is simply outrageous. With these technological blessings, the skeleton's panels have also been completely renewed. Type: Skeleton Soldier Rank, 0 HP, 18/18 attack power, 3 to 4-1, movement speed, 3 population occupied, 0.1 domination value occupied, 0 features, low-level undead, logging, primary anti-magic plating, primary life resilience, primary death attack, short-term resurrection. Originally the lowest level of undead soldier, now actually possesses 4 major features. Even a 5th level Death Knight is inferior to it. The feedback from Melthuzid was also very positive. In the past, the dungeon boss could easily kill hundreds of skeletons with a single spell, but now with the magic resistance plating, this tragedy is gone forever. 18 health points are still secondary to her. The key is the appearance of the magic resistance plating, which directly reduces the efficiency of the mage-type boss in killing skeletons by half. Even if the skeleton soldiers are killed, there is nothing to worry about. They will become more crazy after a short resurrection. Combined with the true damage and attack speed bonus brought by the death attack, no matter how strong the opponent is, they will eventually fall under this endless tide of skeleton anger. As for the secondary buildings that are opened after the death tomb is upgraded, I am not very interested in them. For example, in the cemetery, you can recruit banshees and primary necromancers. Banshees can use confusion and howling to confuse the enemy and reduce morale. Primary necromancers are the signature of the undead race. They can not only release magic balls with decay attributes, but also summon a large number of skeleton soldiers from corpses. The traditional scourge of the undead relies on a large number of necromancers to take shape. But as someone who possesses the undead monarch trait, I think the necromancers are not very cost-effective and are far less direct than strengthening the skeleton legion. Compared to the cemetery, the other 2 functional secondary buildings are a bit useless, but at least they are still somewhat useful. One is called the skeleton wall, which can build a bone wall that is 10 meters high, 5 meters wide, 5 meters long, and has a health value of 1,000 points. As long as there are enough materials, it can also be spliced into a complete circle of defense. Even better, the bone wall can accept the healing skills of the necromancy system and can self-recover after damage, so it does not need to be constantly maintained and repaired like traditional city walls. But the high cost makes me reluctant to build it. One section of the city wall costs 100 gold coins and 100 wood. If I want to enclose the barren land now, I will need at least 2,000 bone walls, which is 200,000 gold coins and wood. This does not include the subsequent upgrade costs. Thinking of this, my calculations suddenly calmed down. Another one is called the Undead Magic College, which allows me to transfer to a common undead profession and learn common skills. But I have an epic transfer task, and these cheap professions are not attractive to me. The only thing that was somewhat useful was that I could learn some skills at a low price. However, ordinary skills had limited power. If you think about it carefully, even if you learned them, it would be difficult to really play a role in a big scene. In fact, I had already made up my mind that I would not PK with others offline without sufficient life-saving ability, and I was too lazy to move even if I left the desolate land. After all, there are 39 defense towers and tens of thousands of skeletons, as well as the endless blessing of the power of the dead, so it is safest not to go out. Compared with the functional buildings brought by these two second-level main cities, I am particularly interested in the hero altar in the first-level main city. After the altar was built, I immediately used it to recruit my first serious hero. But the result proved a truth. Free stuff is really not good. Hero, Sylvanas Loyalty, 60 Occupation, Ranger, Normal, Level, 1 Experience, 0 out of 10 Race. Undead Health, 10 out of 10 Mana, 10 out of 10 Defense, 0 to 1 Physical Strength, 2 to 2 Spell Strength, 1 to 1 Command, 0/100 Strength, 2 Magic, 1 Constitution, 1 Command, 1 Attribute Points, 0 Talented Skills, 1 Rapid Shot. There is an 18% chance of causing damage twice. 2. Energy Arrow. Ranger does not need real arrows. Only energy can be used to shoot energy arrows, causing physical and spell damage, consuming 1 mana. Occupational characteristics. Ordinary physical occupation. Gain 2 times the strength attribute growth at each level. Description. Undead heroes summoned by the altar can be resurrected with resources after death. There is no doubt that Sylvanas is a real noob hero. Even Melthuzad is far inferior. After all, Melthuzad is an epic hero with 10 times the main attribute growth, while Sylvanas is just an ordinary profession, with nothing good except good looks. Fortunately, I have 2 epic job transfer certificates, one for myself, and the other one is always on the trading platform. However, the high price of 1,000 rare resources and the fact that other items cannot be exchanged for it make countless players salivate, but stay away from it. You have to know that you can only collect 20 to 30 rare resources by spawning wild monsters all over the map. It is almost impossible for ordinary players to collect 1,000 points. This is an epic job transfer certificate worth 1,000 rare resources. I took the job transfer certificate from the trading house and solemnly handed it to Sylvanas, who had just been summoned and was as cold as moonlight. She looked at me blankly, but I pretended to be heartbroken. Sylvanas, I hope you can live up to its value. The system prompt sounded again. Ding. The loyalty of the hero Sylvanas increased by 40. You got the first bond hero, Sylvanas. Sylvanas' eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at me with a hint of disbelief. I could clearly feel that my tall figure had left an indelible mark in her heart. Chapter 13. Monsters are coming to attack the city. Unlike the unfortunate task of collecting epic materials to change jobs when I used the epic voucher, Sylvanas' job change condition is just to enter her exclusive dungeon and help the undead army win a war against the human army. In this so-called simple battle, the opposing human army even deployed champion knights, a 6th-ranked warrior second only to the ultimate troop. Their commander was none other than the famous level 30 epic hero, Charles the Lionheart, in human history. Unfortunately, they encountered me, who had just strengthened the skeleton army and was almost unreasonable. My skeleton army poured into the dungeon space in waves. The whole battle lasted for a day and a night, and the corpses piled up like a mountain. No matter how bravely the human legions of King Charles the Lionheart resisted, in the face of the nearly 1 million skeletons that poured in from front and back of me, they could only watch the glory of humanity being ruthlessly annihilated and ultimately succumb to the wave of the undead scourge. According to Melthagad's gossip, the commander of the undead army, who was supposed to be in charge of the country, was completely confused in the end. The main force was useless in my sea of skeletons, and he sat on the edge of the battlefield with Melthagad for a whole day, eating melon seeds and watching the outcome of the war. Until the end of the battle, the commander of the undead legion felt like he had just had a ridiculous dream. And I, after a day and a night of hard work, watched the dungeon being cleared and wondered if I'd worked too hard and done a lot of unnecessary things. Fortunately, Sylvanas lived up to my hard work. After changing her job, her panel and skills changed dramatically, and her attributes increased explosively, which surprised me. Hero, Sylvanas Loyalty, 100 class, Death Ranger, Epic, Level, 2 Experience, 0/50 Race. Undead Health, 20/20 its Mana, 20/20 its Defense, 2 to 2 Physical Power, 20 to 20 Spell Power, 2 to 2 Leadership, 0/200 Strength, 20 Magic, 2 Constitution, 2 Leadership, 2 Attribute Points, 0. Talent Skills, 1. Multiple Energy Arrows. 9 energy arrows can be shot out at once, causing 9 stages of normal attack damage. If the same target is hit more than 5 times, it will cause additional armor-piercing damage equal to Physical Strength *2. In addition, The souls of enemies killed by multiple energy arrows will be dominated and transformed into vengeful souls with 75% attributes. Cooldown 60 seconds. 2. Death precision. Increases range and hit rate by 50%. 3. Shadow sprint. Increases movement and attack speed by 60% in darkness, and movement speed bonus increases to 100% after leaving combat. Occupational features. Epic physical occupation. Gains 10 times strength growth at each level. Heroic medal. Obtained by completing an epic job transfer quest with the highest achievement. Sylvanas' reputation resounds throughout the undead world. At level 30, you can obtain a legendary job transfer certificate for free. Description: an undead hero summoned from the altar completes an almost impossible epic trial and transfers to a powerful Death Ranger. Honestly, when I saw Sylvanas' attribute panel, I even doubted whether I'd seen a fake epic hero before. In front of her, the combat power of a certain white-haired lich was completely insignificant, and calling her a useless person was an exaggeration. But the white-haired lich was completely unaware and still acted like a senior. She had already crowned herself as the strongest hero under my command and was always showing off beside me. Fortunately, Sylvanas was naturally cold and a queen and didn't take these children's tempers to heart. Otherwise, with her attributes, with just a normal attack, Melthuzad would probably not even leave a bone residue. Unlike Melthuzad, who mindlessly combined command and simply charged towards the ultimate death god, Sylvanas was thorough in her approach. Not only did she charge into the dungeon, she also meticulously counted the resources around my territory one by one, and even drew a distribution map for me. I was pleased with her efficiency, but when I looked at the resource distribution map carefully, my heart suddenly sank. According to Sylvanas' investigation, there is only 1 silver mine and 2 iron mines in my territory. Even if I use the highest level undead gold, or to convert them, the output of these 3 mines combined is only worth 100,000 gold coins. The forest resources are also poor. The landing place is a grassland terrain, and the trees are mainly low shrubs. No matter how the system recycles, the final comprehensive forest resources are only 20,000 points. As for rare resources, there is no question of it. Unless I can get a special building that can produce rare resources in the future, I can only focus on the rare mineral veins outside. My scalp tingled at the thought. Occupying a rare mineral vein would inevitably attract countless prying eyes and hatred. Even if I only used my toes to think about such risks, I knew it was not an easy task. So, can't we afford the god of death? Melthuzad, who had just finished a dungeon and rushed back, collapsed when he heard Sylvanas' resource report. Then what's the point of my hard work improving my command? She yelled, as if the sky had fallen. I rolled my eyes at her and said disdainfully, "Who told you that we can't afford the god of death?" Although I was deeply shocked by the reality of being in a resource-poor area, I still managed to keep my composure on the surface. At worst, we could just go and rob a rare mineral vein in the 8th area. Although this would cause great hatred from other lords, I had no choice. Not only were there no rare resources in the territory, ordinary resources were also extremely scarce. If I couldn't get any benefits in the dungeon space, what was waiting for me was not just that I couldn't afford the ultimate troops. Don't forget, I still owe the thief god over 1 million common resources and over 1,000 rare resources. If I can't pay it back before the end of this round of eliminations, I don't know what will happen to me. We're all from the same place. After all, I hope they can give me some face and give me a rare mineral vein. I prayed in my heart. Otherwise, if a fight really breaks out, don't blame me for not respecting the friendship of fellow countrymen. I sneered in my heart. Sometimes the world is still dominated by fists. At this moment, a harsh system prompt blasted in my ears. Ding! Attention, all lords! In 30 minutes, the first wave of monsters will attack the city. Please prepare in advance. Ding! Attention, all lords! There are 30 minutes left before the first wave of monsters attack the city. Ding! Attention, all lords! There are 29 minutes left before the first wave of monsters attack the city. The system would remind me every minute, as if it was using a countdown to wind up each lord. I immediately replenished the skeleton army's strength to 35,000. Melthuzad and Sylvanas, who stood beside me, one was already level 10, and the other was level 8, both became my true right-hand men. Just in case, I picked out 3 Death Knights as the vanguard and sent them to the front of the army. I also equipped them with all the equipment that could increase defense and life. I didn't dare to take any detail lightly. It was not until everything was ready that I finally felt more confident. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he turned and hid in the grave of death behind him. The rest is up to you, my right-hand man. Chapter 14, Wall of Bones. Trampling them. As if to match the tense atmosphere of the monsters attacking the city, the sky quickly became overcast as the countdown approached, and the clear sky before disappeared without a trace in an instant. There was no shelter on the grassland, and the wind was howling and rushing without restraint. The air was filled with a shrill, whimpering sound like a baby crying, which made people feel even heavier in their hearts. I curled up in the graveyard, calculating the countdown for the monster's siege while casually flipping through the regional chat channel. The number of messages in that channel was skyrocketing more wildly than ever before. Before the bell for the monsters to attack the city rang, the entire channel had already exploded into chaos. Countless anxious people sought a sense of security in the group, especially those lords who thought they were not strong enough, who repeatedly sent screenshots of their own lineups, trying to find some insignificant comfort in other people's lineups. It was not until this moment that I realized how hard life was for ordinary players. At least 90% of the players who exposed their lineups in the channel had not even upgraded their main city to level 2. Even if there are a few main cities that have been upgraded to level 2, they are unable to build decent city walls due to the depletion of resources. Every picture shared reveals the embarrassment and helplessness that makes people feel nervous. I looked at these comments, and suddenly a complex emotion arose in my heart. If I didn't have the eye of the thief and failed to steal the undead lord's talent, I'm afraid I would be no different from these anxious players now, right? I quietly opened the trading house and raised the prices of all the items that could form immediate combat power, such as troop cards, equipment, and treasures. Even so, the stock in the trading house was still being cleared out at a speed visible to the naked eye. After just a few minutes, the number of resources I had to withdraw from the trading house soared to an astonishing 430,000. There were even 20 rare resources mixed in, which are the 4th level Elf Pegasus Knight unit cards I used to sell. If the elves recruited them normally, a Pegasus Knight would cost no more than 200 gold coins, but I dared to offer 20 rare resources. According to the calculation that one true card can summon 5 low-level or 3 high-level troops, I can only recruit 3 Pegasus Knights. 20 rare resources means that each Pegasus Knight is worth nearly 7 rare resources. According to my previous exchange rate, 1 point of rare resource is worth 7,000 common resources, and 7 points is equivalent to 49,000 resources. That price is almost 250 times the normal price of Pegasus Knight. My evil heart and madness have probably surpassed the definition of a profiteer. Yesterday, before the monster siege began, this Pegasus Knight unit card was only priced at 10 rare resources, and no one was interested. As a result, when the crisis came, I not only doubled the price, but also sold it out instantly. Sure enough, crisis is the only driving force that forces humanity to evolve. Looking at the inventory being quickly cleared out on the trading floor, I frantically extracted resources while quietly spreading panic on the regional channel. I know that as long as this panic spreads widely enough, more players will stock up and buy regardless of the cost. As long as they haven't survived the monster siege, these items will appreciate wildly. Once the siege is over, they will get a lot of resources through monster points, and the value of the treasures in my hands will definitely drop sharply. It will be a real loss to hold low-level goods in my hands. Unfortunately, I didn't have much time to spread rumors and create a tense atmosphere. As the 30-minute countdown ended, those anxious players finally welcomed the first wave of monsters attacking the city. At the edge of the wasteland, the wind was howling. The white-haired Lich Melphized stood on top of the great tomb of death, holding a magic wand and looking unusually solemn. Around her were surging armies of skeletons, lined up in a strict formation, exuding cold air and aiming far into the distance. Whoosh! A strong wind swept across the wasteland. Suddenly, a blue-white thunder tore through the sky, followed by a deafening roar. The next second, thousands of goblins appeared out of thin air, densely packed outside the wasteland. Led by an exceptionally strong goblin hero, they howled and charged madly. Charge! Guys! The goblin hero roared at the top of his lungs. As long as we break through the territory of the Chosen One, we will be able to obtain the supreme gift and live in the kingdom of God for life. The goblin soldiers, led by him, shouted in unison. The morale of the entire goblin army was high, with the desire and madness of wild beasts. The goblin hero led the army to charge, and his poor eyesight vaguely caught a white wall that stretched for miles in front of him. The wall was as white as bone, stretching endlessly, but only as high as a person. It seemed that it was not difficult for the short goblins to climb over it. He did not understand the significance of such a wall, but became more and more excited. Thinking of the great mission he was shouldering, the goblin hero felt his blood boiling. He was about to lead the tribe to glory and become a legend of the tribe. But when he finally rushed to within 50 meters of the low wall, he finally saw the truth of this wall. It was not a wall at all. Instead, it was a dense army of skeletons that were waiting to attack. Rampage them. A sharp female voice sounded from the sky. The next moment, the low wall collapsed and turned into countless white skeletons rushing towards the goblins. The distance of 50 meters was reached in the blink of an eye, and many goblins were completely submerged in the sea of bones before they even had time to react. Not even a wave was stirred up. Even the arrogant goblin hero disappeared without a trace in the torrent of skeletons. Monster name: Goblin level. Level 1 HP. 10 out of 10 attack power. 2 to 2 other attributes. Brief introduction. Weak and brutal low-level soldier with poor eyesight, good at using numbers to bully the minority. Chapter 15. The siege is over. Ranking list. Fuck, I'm so scared. There are more than 1,000 goblins. Luckily, I built 2 defensive buildings in advance, otherwise I would have been dead by now. Is there really someone who can't even beat goblins? Screenshot. Screenshot. Goblins are just chickens and dogs in front of my rare heroes. You're lucky enough to be selected as an elf, and you want to show off? Don't you know how shameless the elves are? The first level basic buildings are comparable to second level troops, and the main city is comparable to second level rare troops. You can win the game without any soldiers. Don't be too happy too soon. This is only the first wave of monsters attacking the city. Based on the current strength, I estimate that most people can't withstand the second wave. I feel the same way. Although we barely made it through the first wave, it was very strenuous. I really don't have the confidence to make it through the next wave. Everyone, look at the list. Only 6 people wiped out all the monsters and got all the points. Alas, the list shows that we are only ranked 921st with 79 vacancies, which means that 79 players have been eliminated. This is only the first wave. There are still 39 waves to come. How can we survive? I quietly flipped through the noisy information in the regional channel, watching everyone's complaints and panic, and I didn't feel the oppression of the monster siege at all. I thought for a moment and called Sylvanas over to confirm the specific scene of the monster siege. Sylvanas had an indifferent expression and calmly replied, "Nothing happened. The evil tide was destroyed by the Legion before it could get close to the wasteland." I asked, "I want to know the exact number and level of the first wave of monsters." She said calmly, "There are about 1,000 of them. Except for one level 5 goblin hero, the rest are all ordinary first-level goblins. These despicable creatures are weak to begin with. Even if they gather in groups, they will only die in front of the Legion." I couldn't help but sigh. The monster siege force this time is just 1,000 weak first-level soldiers plus a level 5 hero. This difficulty is indeed suitable for current players. After all, not every player is as amazing as me. For most ordinary players, such monster sieges are just at the critical point where they can barely cope with them. Even if a lord does not have the best characteristics, as long as he chooses any of the 7 major races and does not have too many shortcomings, he can basically defend the main city. It may not be realistic to kill all the monsters, but it is not a big problem to hold on until the siege is over. After all, the elimination round will last 40 rounds of monster sieges. If the first round is close to the limit, then more than 90% of the players will be wiped out in the first wave. Now only 8% have been eliminated, which is considered merciful, but this number is still shocking. It seems that in the next wave of monster sieges, many players will be eliminated again. I glanced coldly at the regional channel and adjusted the price of the remaining items in the trading house again. Not long after, the settlement information of the elimination system popped up. "Congratulations, respected Lord number 9252. Master Guile, you have wiped out all monsters in the first round of Monster Siege. It took you 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 52.101 seconds, ranking second in comprehensive performance. You have obtained 1,100 basic siege points, and the ranking reward has increased by an additional 90% for a total of 2,090 points in this round. Ding! The first round of Monster Siege store is open for a limited time, and you can now use points to exchange resources in the Siege store. countdown icon 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds popped up in the store, but I didn't click it immediately. Instead, I was attracted by the first two lines of the settlement information. Are you kidding? I'm a second place. Who's the first place? Although I heard in the channel that there were 5 other people who wiped out the monsters besides me, I always believed that no one could be faster than me in annihilation time. After all, my skeleton army was densely packed in the territory, and almost all the monsters were killed as soon as they appeared. The final time of 52 seconds was enough to be proud of. However, the real data of the rankings hit me hard. First place, God's Messenger, annihilation time, 5.221 seconds. 5 seconds? 5 seconds to wipe out the monsters? This didn't even allow him to use a skill? Even for me, 5 seconds wouldn't be enough to lock onto the monster. What concerned me even more was that this God's Messenger had never appeared in the channel before, and I knew nothing about his race, characteristics, strength, and background. I instinctively wanted to use the Eye of the Thief to spy on the opponent's secrets, but when I thought that I only had one last chance to use it, I suppressed the impulse. I kept repeating to myself, this is only the first round, this is only the first round, the current lead doesn't mean anything, the current lead doesn't mean anything. After calming down, I continued to read on. Second place, Trick annihilation time, 52.101 seconds. This is me, exactly 10 times slower than the first place. What surprised me even more was that the annihilation time of the third and fourth place was also very close to mine. Third place, Dragon King, annihilation time, 58.929 seconds. Fourth place, Church, annihilation time, 1 minute 1.499 seconds. Only 7 seconds slower than me. Are there so many freaks among the new players in this area? I couldn't help but feel numb. Fortunately, the data of the 5th and 6th place were much more normal. The 5th place was Red Bean Biscuit. Annihilation time was 19 minutes and 55 seconds. The 6th place was Romeo. Annihilation time was 31 minutes and 7 seconds. After that, they were ranked by points, proving that although these lords survived the 1-hour monster siege, they failed to wipe out the enemy completely. Especially the 7th lord, with a score of 1099, he was only 1 goblin away from being completely wiped out, but it was this last omission that made him be evaluated completely differently. However, it is also possible that he deliberately let a monster go to avoid being too conspicuous. I subconsciously speculated about the other party with the darkest thoughts, and at the same time, my vigilance towards the mysterious 7th Lord's sword. Chapter 16, Difficulty in Obtaining Rare Resources. With the announcement of the rankings and the end of the siege, the topic of players' chat gradually shifted to the discussion of the rankings. Naturally, as the only 6 people among the 1,000 who accomplished the feat of annihilation, Lu Gu and the other 6 received the attention of almost all the players. However, among the 6 people who completed the annihilation, God's Messenger was the most transcendent. Not only Lu Gu, almost everyone was puzzled as to what method God's Messenger used to annihilate all the monsters in just 5 seconds. Under the Messenger of God, Lyoga's ID trick, the Dragon Emperor, and the 3 people of the church were the most eye-catching. The annihilation time of the 3 was all around 1 minute, although not as exaggerated as the Messenger of God, who completed the annihilation in 5 seconds, slaughtering 1,000 siege monsters plus a monster hero in just 1 minute was still far beyond the imagination of many players. Especially tricks. Many players who have collected their favorite treasures in the trading house, but can't afford them, have found that the sellers of these treasures seem to be tricks. What kind of world is this? Even unscrupulous businessmen can make the list. My family, who knows? They sold me a Tier 2 troop card for 500 gold coins. It wasn't until I built a Tier 2 troop building that I realized how much I was cheated. Boycott profiteers. Godfather, can you give me a cheaper price for the rare job transfer certificate? Bah. You are being humiliated by a mere rare job transfer certificate. My godfather, I am a human lord and would like to borrow the glowing sword. Looking at the chat channel that went off track in an instant. Lu Gu quickly closed the chat, then opened the trading line and withdrew the money with 1 click. Ding, you received the settlement resources from the trading house. Ding, you obtained 215,500 wood, 312,500 gold coins, 95010 food, and 60 rare resources. Your current total resources are 395,200 wood, 471,200 gold coins, 99,500 food, and 100 rare resources. Rich, really rich. Lugu grinned as he looked at the almost overflowing resource reserves, and his heart was as happy as a hamster with a full granary. However, when he thought about the 1 million ordinary resources and 1,000 rare resources that he still owed the thief god, the smile on Lu Ji's face disappeared without a trace in an instant. Because after simple addition and subtraction calculations, Lu Gu discovered that his seemingly huge resource reserves were actually not enough to pay off the debt he owed for stealing the characteristics of the Death Monarch. Especially for rare resources, the difference is huge. So, are rare resources so difficult to obtain? I couldn't help but murmur in my heart. Lu Gu remembered that in Melthagad, rare resources could only be obtained by occupying rare mineral veins, or by exchanging rare resource buildings and siege points. Forget about the rare resource buildings. This kind of golden hen that can lay eggs continuously will not be easily traded by even the dumbest person. As for rare mineral veins, Melthuzad and Sylvanas have confirmed that there are no such stocks within Lyoga's sphere of influence. Perhaps there are some in the territories of other players, but it is not something that can be solved now. Therefore, there is only one way to exchange siege points. Open the limited time points store. Among the dazzling array of goods, Lu Gu searched for keywords for rare resources. Rare resource building blueprint, fairy treasure mine. Exchange price, 10,000 siege points. Rare resource building blueprint, goblin refining factory. Exchange price. Rare resource building blueprint, geocentric cohesion device. Exchange price. I didn't expect that siege points can be exchanged for rare resources and building blueprints. Lu Gu was overjoyed when he saw this. However, when he noticed that the cheapest rare resource building blueprint required more than 10,000 siege points, Lu Ji's enthusiastic heart cooled down again. What? A fairy mine that can only produce 1 point of rare resources per week requires 10,000 siege points. Let's not talk about how touching this output ratio is. Just the output of 1 point of rare resources per week, is it worthy of being called a rare resource building? Lu Gu cursed angrily. Fortunately, there's an option to directly exchange siege points for rare resources, but the price is as high as 100 to 1. That is, 100 siege points can be exchanged for 1 rare resource. But for ordinary resources, 1 siege point can be exchanged for 100 points. That is to say, in the calculation of the elimination game, the value of common resources and rare resources is as high as 1 to 10,000. With this calculation, 10,000 siege points to exchange for a rare building that produces 1 point of rare resource per week does not seem to be unacceptable. What the hell? Furious, Lu Gu directly closed the keyword and looked at the list of other options available for redemption. High-level treasures are available to random undead and are sold for 100 siege points. A rare treasure available to random undead, priced at 1,000 siege points. Random undead can use epic treasures. The price is 10,000 siege points. First level random undead common soldier card, 1 card with 5 siege points. Elite unit card, 1 card with 10 siege points. Rare soldier card, 1 card with 50 siege points. Epic troop card, 200 siege points per card. Legendary troop card, 500 siege points per card. Level 2 common soldier card, 10 siege points per card. Level 3 common soldier card, 50 siege points per card. Level 4 common soldier card, 200 siege points per card. Level 5 common soldier card, 500 siege points per card. All the way to the 6th level legendary troop card, 10,000 siege points per card. But there is no exchange option for the 7th level troop. Construction is ridiculously expensive. Unlike arms, buildings have only 5 levels: common, rare, epic, legendary, and eternal. Among them, the 7th level and eternal level buildings are like 7th level troop cards, and they are not sold even in siege shops. The price of other quality building blueprints is 100 times that of the corresponding level of troop cards. That is, a 6th level legendary building requires 1 million siege points to redeem. 1 million siege points, what does this mean? According to the points reward from the first wave of monster sieges, it would take 1,000 rounds of monster sieges to accumulate this number. Of course, the effects of legendary buildings are also exaggerated to the point of being outrageous. For example, the Frozen Throne, a 6th level legendary building of the undead, can convert all the attributes of the undead into ice, expanding the range of the wasteland tenfold and transforming it into extremely cold weather. At the same time, the quality of all troops below the epic level recruited by the undead buildings is increased by 1 level. Even the Bone Dragon, known as the shame of the 7th level troops, can evolve into a Frost Dragon. It has the capital to compete with the ultimate troops of other races. Although the combat power of the same level is still not as good as the Death God born by the Death God Council. How much does it cost for the Death God Council to summon a Death God? How much is a Bone Dragon worth? This is the strength of the legendary building, a force that is almost as powerful as an A-level characteristic force. The only downside is it's expensive, and it's ridiculously expensive. And you can't specify the exchange, but you will randomly pick one from an epic building reward pool. Fortunately, if the Lord of the Undead race is selected, only the buildings of the Undead race will be drawn, and if the Lord of the Human race is selected, only the buildings of the Human race will be drawn. It will not be like the initial extraction of characteristics and races, where the embarrassing incident of the Undead Lord characteristic being randomly selected by the Orc race will not occur. Chapter 17, Epic Job Change. The Old One. In the end, the 2099 points that Lu Ge, the second-ranked lord on the list, earned were only enough to buy 1 or 2 first-level elite buildings, or a high-level treasure, or some skill books, and some inferior arms. Is this the reward you mentioned that is comparable to a wild purge? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Lu Ge called the white-haired lich and pointed at the treasures in the point store and asked, "Oh my god, this is only the first wave of siege." Melthagad said coquettishly, "When a number of waves of siege monsters increases, the points will also increase. Besides, you could buy legendary treasures here. The highest reward from wild monsters is only epic. The prerequisite is that I can afford it." He gave the white-haired lich a harsh look. Unlike ordinary players who will smile happily when they get 100 points. To Lu Ge, all the things that could be purchased with 2,099 points were useless. After a quick look, Lu Ge finally pinched his nose and spent 2,000 siege points to exchange for the necessary material for his epic job transfer task, the Heart of Frost. Treasure, Frost Heart Bound. Level, Epic. Type, Material. Effect, 1. Can be used for some special tasks. 2. It can be used to create epic equipment, props, or buildings. Description. The heart nurtured in the Ice Mountain range contains the power of extreme cold. Note. Points redeemed for items cannot be traded or transferred. Are you still shameless? Lu Ge was so angry when he saw the items marked that he shouted, "What do you mean by untradeable and transferable? Does this damn system think that I will exploit the loophole of siege points to cheat, steal, and coerce other players to use their points to buy what I need? Who are you protecting against?" Hearing this, Melthagad took a step back cautiously. She found that she was still too conservative in her understanding of the evil nature of her lord. After protesting to the air for a while, Lu Ge could only suppress the dark thoughts that had just arisen in his mind and handed over the Frost Heart as a task item with an unwilling look on his face. Ding! Congratulations on completing the epic job transfer quest, finding the Heart of Frost. The great existence in the dark senses your sincerity and gives you 3 kinds of power for you to choose from. 1. A mighty and powerful warrior class. You will have a strong physique and unparalleled close combat ability. 2. With the wise and elegant mage class, you will gain all-knowing wisdom and powerful magic. 3. A mysterious class that is strange and unspeakable. It will grant you unique talents and skills according to your inner desires. I choose 3. Lu Ge made his choice without hesitation. Warrior class, mage class. What a joke, in this day and age, are there still people who want to work in this kind of fighting and killing class? Compared to these, Lu Ge really wanted to know what he was longing for in his heart. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the epic class, the Great Old One. Accompanied by the emergence of system information, Lu Ge only felt a surge of vitality suddenly pouring into his body. At the same time, a brand new attribute panel appeared in Lu Ji's sight. Lord, Trick. No, 9,252. Level 10. Class, Great Old One Epic. Experience, 0 out of 2,000. Initial race, Undead. Health, 1400/1400. Mana, 300/300. Defense, 150 to 151. Physical strength, 16 to 16. Spell power, 30 to 35. Command value, 0/6100. Strength, 16. Affects physical strength and speed. Mana, 30. Affects spell power and mana. Constitution, 140. Affects physical defense, spell defense, and health. Leadership, 61. affects command skill effects, and leadership value. Remaining attribute points, 41, 11 points accumulated after death promotion. Features, Eye of the Godstealer, Special, Lord of the Dead, A, Death Ascension, C. Resources, 395,200 wood, 471,200 gold coins, 99,500 food, 100 rare resources. Possessing treasures, World Tree Staff, Rare, Relic of Kingship, Epic, Twilight Robe, Advanced, Wool Necklace, Advanced. Skill, Group Life Drain, drains the health of up to 50 targets within a 50-meter range. Professional skills, Reappearance of the Old One. Summon an Old One with 10 times your health and attack power equal to your magic power. All attacks you take will be taken by the Old One, including but not limited to negative states, skill effects, etc. Cooldown, 36 hours. Cost, 100 magic points. Source of Natural Disaster. Passive skill, reduces the duration of negative status by 80 and becomes immune to fatal attacks when attacked, and restores 50 of the maximum health. Cooldown, 24 hours. Scourge, command skill. All soldiers under your command share the Scourge skill. The effect is only 50 of yours. Class features. Epic Mysterious Profession. Gain 10 times the physical attribute growth at each level. Population, 3, 600/3, 700. Note, because you secretly learned the A-level characteristic Undead Lord and the C-level characteristic Death Promotion, you now owe the Thief God a total of 1.01 million basic resources and 1,001 rare resources. Please return them on time before the end of this elimination game. Silently looking at his newly acquired attribute interface, Lu Gu pointed his finger and a vortex of fire suddenly appeared. A huge figure over 5 meters tall, holding a flaming sword, with broken wings on its back and the head of an ox and the hooves of a horse, crawled out of it. Summon, Ancient Warcraft. Grade, HP, 1.4 W. Attack power, 30 to 30. Defense, 140 to 140. Speed, 5. Skills, Transfer Link, takes attack instead of Summoner. Curse Aura, attack with range curse. Target hit by attack will randomly get 2 of the 5 effects. Poisoning, Burning, Weakness, Disability, Slowness, Sacrifice, after activation, causes magic damage of 1 of the maximum health of the target within 3 meters of the body every second. Scourge. Chapter 18. Cooperation, Overturning the Table. In addition to its professional characteristics of 10 times the main attribute growth. The biggest difference between epic classes, rare classes, and even ordinary classes is the exclusive skills that are automatically acquired upon successful class change. Skills like Silnavas's multiple energy arrows, deadly precision, and shadow sprint. Each one is a powerful skill comparable to epic skills. Of course, we have to exclude the white-haired Lich who is the shame of epic. But Lu Gu is obviously not an epic hero, like the white-haired Lich who is too unconventional. In addition to the 2 passive skills of the somewhat outrageous Source of Power and the Scourge Legion based on the Source of Power. Among the epic professions that Lu Gu obtained, the Old Ones, the most powerful one is this Old Warcraft. Although the innate skill is just an epic troop template, the Transfer Link is the only characteristic skill that makes the reappearance of the past, which is actually not a very powerful skill, become a magical skill in Lu Ji's eyes. 10 times the health. Able to withstand all attacks and negative effects for Lu Gu. This not only means that Lu Gu has a mobile blood bank with 10 times the health of a beast, but also means that before the old beast dies, Lu Gu doesn't have to worry about being killed by any strange skills. Even if the Old Ones died, the Scourge's immunity to 1 instant lethal attack would give Lu Gu enough time to react. It could be said that the epic class of the Old Ones really perfectly matched what Lu Gu had in mind, and directly maximized Lu Ji's ability to save his life. Of course, there's no such thing as too much life-saving ability. He patted the World Tree Staff that could be used to resurrect once. A royal relic that is immune to mental and curse attacks. The Twilight Robe that can block 1 magical attack, and a Necklace of Will that can reflect 1 physical attack. The passive skill Source of Natural Disaster is activated all the time, and all free attribute points are added to physical fitness, coupled with the Old Warcraft. Perhaps Lu Ji's ability in one-on-one combat is not even as good as that of a high-level player of an ordinary profession. But if one wants to kill Lu Gu, even a legendary profession would be terrified. Wait, so in the eyes of the system, I am such a coward. Lu Gu was a little angry. but took a look at the attributes of the old ones. Lu Gu smiled again in an instant. The system master is really good at judging people. That's it. With Lu Ji's job change completed, the 920 surviving lords also completed their redemption from the point store. But just as they were carrying their new strength and preparing to clear out those previously unattainable wild monsters, they were shocked to find that the wild monster camps that should have been densely scattered in every corner of the wild had long disappeared, and even the monster nests were empty, as if no wild monsters had ever appeared. Only near the player's main city, a strange portal appeared at some point. No matter whether it was the player or the player's soldiers or heroes, as long as they passed through the portal, they could enter a vast and boundless dungeon space. This dungeon space is divided into dozens of areas, which are filled with dungeon monsters of varying levels. In the core of each area, there is a dungeon boss. Whenever a dungeon boss is killed, it will drop a treasure chest of varying qualities. And every 12 hours, regardless of whether the dungeon boss is killed by the player or not, all monsters and bosses in the dungeon area will be refreshed. But this is not the most shocking thing for the players. What shocked the players the most was that this dungeon space was connected to almost all the players' territories. This also meant that after just 3 days of single-player games, the elimination game had finally entered the realm of land. No one dared to act rashly. After discovering the copy space, the first choice of all players entering the copy space is to establish a new base at the foothold. Among the countless strange-looking soldiers and buildings, Malthusad and Sylvanus, who had been running wildly relying on the fact that there was no one in the dungeon, had to temporarily stop their steps to attack the dungeon, gather their troops, and wait for Lyoga's instructions. And Lu Gu does have his own concerns. Inside the dark and eerie tomb of death, Lu Gu looked at the virtual screen in front of him that was flashing fluorescent light, as well as the pop-up information on the screen with a gloomy face. The veins on his hands, which were so pale without a trace of blood due to his reincarnation as an undead, were already exposed. Just now, Lu Gu received a private message from an unexpected person. That was a private message from the messenger of God, the one who was ranked first on the siege points ranking list, far surpassing Lu Gu and a group of lords. Although Lu Gu never wanted to waste his time on other players, he still gave some face to the messenger of God, whose strength might be equal to or even stronger than his own. Then, he was pulled into the group chat of 4 people. The group leader is the messenger of God. The group members are Lu Gu, who is wearing a trickster vest, and the other 2 lords with outstanding performance on the leaderboard, the Dragon King and the Church. Even the 5th and 6th place winners who also completed the Annihilation achievement were not eligible to be invited. According to the words of God's messenger, those 2 guys had such a hard time destroying the first wave of monsters attacking the city that even if they were forced to merge with them, they would not be able to keep up with their pace. Looking at the entire 4297 novice area, only the 4 of them are qualified to sit at the negotiation table and divide the interests of the 8th area of the copy space. As for the other lords, to be frank, at this stage, even if all of them were added together, they might not be a match for the 4 people in the group. Just like the 5 major gangsters on the earth, as long as they can reach a consensus, there is no room for other countries to object. So you, the Dragon King, and the Church, each of you has a rare mineral vein as your bottom line. Lu Gu laughed and typed a sarcastic message without any hesitation. Pa pa pa. Let me give you a round of applause. There are 3 rare mineral veins in the 8th area. You each have 1. What about me? Are you going to leave me to starve? We can compensate you with ordinary resources. The Dragon Emperor sent a frowning emoticon. You can get 20 of the ordinary resources alone, and I, the messenger of God, and the Church will each take 10 of the ordinary resources, and the remaining 50 will be distributed to other lords. Trick, this is the most reasonable distribution plan. We can't swallow up all the benefits of the 8th area. We have to leave some for other players to gnaw on. The Church also spoke in the group. 10 of the common resources in exchange for the rare resources you have. I think this deal is fair. The messenger of God, who noticed that Lu Ji's tone was not right, said, At worst, I can compensate you with an epic item privately. I'm missing your epic item. Seeing this, Lu Gu could no longer endure it. He slammed the virtual screen with both hands and yelled at the chat group. You guys are exchanging 10 of the common resource share for a rare mineral vein. Even the people on Earth can hear your calculations. And you want epic props? Did you see my ID trickery? The biggest seller in the trading house. You treat other lords as dogs, and you treat me as a dog too. Do you think you 3 can control me by teaming up? See if I can tolerate your bad habits. Chapter 19, the final trump card. The Death Council. After saying these harsh words, Lugu immediately left the group chat. Then he hurriedly walked out of the great tomb of death and looked at the church-like building in the distance that was standing in the desolate land and was surrounded by countless spiritual towers and was almost solid. Death God Council. 0 hours, 35 minutes, 20 seconds left to completion. With the help of senior death believers, the Death God Council, which originally took 100 hours to complete, has been shortened to 50 hours. Now 2 days have passed, and only the last step is left, and this epic building can be completed. Looking at the Death Council that is about to take shape, Lu Ji's heart, which had been beating rapidly because of the conflict with the 3 top lords, finally calmed down a little. Although Lu Ji's undead army has begun to take shape, Lu Ge believes that he is invincible in attacking cities and strongholds. However, the 3 bastards, the Messenger of God, the Dragon Emperor, and the Church, are also unfathomable. They are capable of annihilating the first wave of siege monsters in almost the same time as Lu Ge, or even much faster than Lu Ge. This is enough to prove that the characteristics they possess are at least a level or above. As they all have a level characteristics, theoretically speaking, even if their overall strength is weaker than Lu Ji's, it will not be much weaker. Especially the Messenger of God. This Dogecoin might be even more powerful than Liu Ge. If the 3 of them had not made it clear that they wanted to exploit him, Lu Ge would have joined forces with them even if they had proposed to divide the rare mineral veins equally. Unfortunately, the old thief went too far. Then fight. Whoever is a coward is a grandson. When it comes to frontal deployment of troops, Lu Ge believes that he will not be afraid of anyone given the Undead Lord's endless army of skeletons. But the Undead Lord's weakness is also extremely obvious. That is, it has no effect on high-end combat power and the Lord itself, so it is extremely afraid of surprise attacks and decapitation tactics. Unfortunately, territory cannot be transferred, so once the 3 gods' messengers find the location of Lu Ji's territory, with the powerful A-level characteristics, Lu Ge has no doubt that the 36 spirit towers in his territory are just decorations and can't stop them at all. The same is true for hero duels. The white-haired lich is just a piece of useless iron. Almost all of Melthuzad's abilities are focused on the skill treasure house of omniscience. It is quite convenient for her to act as Baidu at ordinary times, but her actual combat power is a mess. It is very likely that even rare heroes are stronger than her. Not to mention Lu Ge. Although after completing his job change, he is also the owner of an epic profession. However, he has the same fatal flaw as Melthagad. However, unlike Melthagad, who was more focused on knowledge, Liu Ge had focused almost all of his potential on saving his life. In terms of frontal combat power, he also did not meet the standards of an epic profession. Only Sylvanas, as the only card of the undead army under Liu Ge, has the strength to compete with other top combat forces. However, it is obviously impossible for Sylvanas alone to stop 3 lords with A-level characteristics. It was too late to create another epic hero. Not to mention that Lu Ge no longer had epic hero summoning stones and epic job transfer certificates. Even if he did, a low-level epic hero would not be of much use. In other words, Lu Ji's strongest support now actually lies in the Death Council that is about to be built. As the only special building of epic level that can produce 7th Order ultimate troops that transcend ordinary troops. The power of the 7th level Death God had already been deeply engraved in Lu Ji's mind through Melthagad's exaggerated praise. In other words, any 7th tier troop possesses a terrifying power that is far superior to ordinary troop types, a qualitative difference. The Bone Dragon, the shame of the 7th level, is not included for the time being. According to Melthagad, even the 6th tier legendary soldiers only have some special features in their skill characteristics. Although theoretically, there is a possibility of killing the ultimate soldiers, the actual winning rate will not exceed 20. What we are talking about here are only the weak ultimate soldiers like Chimera and Hydra. There is no precedent of top ultimate soldiers like angels, demons, and death losing to ordinary soldiers in a single fight. In the setting of the ultimate military force in the omniscient treasury, the 7th level soldiers often serve as personal guards for high-level heroes. The high-level heroes here refer to those of legendary classes or epic heroes that are famous in the history of NPCs, rather than just any miners of level 10 or 20 who have a job but no combat power. No race can use the Seventh Order troops as regular combat power, because the word ultimate itself represents an extreme. Why are there only 7 major races in the world? It is because of the difference between having or not having the Seventh Order troops. If such a transcendent existence could be summoned at this moment, the combat power it would unleash would be unimaginable. Although it is impossible to confirm the power of the god of death, who is even more powerful than angels and demons, as described by Melthagad. But there is one thing Lu Gu can be sure of. That is, as long as he can recruit the god of death, he can speak loudly to anyone he wants, and divide 3 rare gold mines equally. I won't give you a single hair. Just as Lu Gu was waiting for the Death Council to be completed, in the group chat that Lu Gu had quit, God's messenger, Dragon Emperor, and the 3 people from the church did not take Lu Ji's harsh words too seriously. The messenger of God, in particular, laughed and said, I was thinking of giving him a chance to join us so that we would have an extra useful tool in the next round of elimination games. I didn't expect this trick to be so arrogant. Haha, that's what happens to civilians who have awakened advanced traits. They just awaken a slightly more advanced trait, and they become so self-righteous that they think they are the son of destiny. The church, however, was dismissive. Before we understand the other party's characteristics, we should not let down our guard. The Dragon King said calmly, since our negotiations with Guai have broken down, the division of interest in the 8th area must be redefined. Are you thinking that 20 of the common resources in the 8th area are not enough? Are you still trying to get your hands on rare mineral veins? Then don't want it all. Unlike the vast majority of lords who were forcibly selected in confusion, the messenger of God, the Dragon Emperor, and the church were the insiders who had known about the existence of the elimination game in the real world and had already made corresponding preparations. The words of experts can only deceive the ignorant masses at the lower level. As for those who hold power, they had already begun researching this sudden information on the first day the information appeared before their eyes, and discovered a special method that can improve the initial characteristic level. Through this method, almost everyone can get B-level or higher features as long as they're willing to spend resources. Even if ordinary players find it, it is useless because they can't afford so many resources. In other words, from the first day, they and ordinary players are actually in 2 different worlds. There has never been any fairness in this world. Chapter 20: Expensive Death. The negotiations between Lu Gu and the other 4 broke down. On the other side, the ordinary players also began to explore the copy space. However, compared to Lu Gu and others who are fully capable of conquering a dungeon area alone, ordinary players often need more than 10 or even 20 people to unite before they can barely explore the dungeon area. Moreover, one careless move can result in heavy casualties, and the gains are far from proportional to the efforts. Especially since Lu Gu, God's messenger, Dragon Emperor, and the church each occupied a dungeon area, leaving only 3 dungeon areas for ordinary players. A large number of players whose dungeon portals were close to the 4 areas had to take an extremely long detour to conquer dungeons that they were completely unfamiliar with. This made many ordinary players unable to hold back, and in the regional chat channel, condemnation of the 4 people's domineering behavior almost never stopped. There was no reaction from Lu Gu. With the completion of the Death Council, he has now fully devoted himself to the preparations for the dedication ceremony. All I can say is that this is a ceremony that even the deified ones would feel painful in their hearts, as described by Melthagad. According to the progress of the dedication of the Death Council, Lu Gu could see that the levels of the death were divided into 7 levels and 31 levels by the Death Council. From a 1st level Ordinary Grim Reaper to a 7th level Ultimate Grim Reaper, the required dedication value would increase nearly tenfold with each upgrade, especially with skeleton soldiers, the lowest level undead with weak existence power. After calculation, in order to summon a 7th level death god, Lu Gu needs to sacrifice 1 billion skeleton soldiers. When Lu Gu saw this number, he was completely stunned. Although he possesses the characteristics of the undead lord, he can recruit unlimited skeleton soldiers for free. But the entrance and exit of the Great Tomb of Death are so small. Even if Lu Gu recruits skeletons day and night, he can only summon 1 million skeletons in a day at most. In other words, if Lu Gu wanted to recruit a 7th level Grim Reaper, he would have to continue recruiting for nearly 3 years, even if he worked day and night. Although Melthagad was very good at comforting Lu Gu, saying things like it was already amazing to be able to summon a 7th level death god in 3 years. But how could Lu Gu have the time to waste here for so long? Not to mention 3 years. Even if it was 3 months, he would have a hard time resisting after offending the messenger of God so badly. Is it possible that I can only gamble on stealing the eye of God once more? This was Lu Ge's first thought. But even if he gets one more characteristic, it won't help. There are 3 of them. Not to mention anything else, their energy alone is 3 times more than Lu Ge's. Even if Lu Ge gets the same characteristics as them, it will be difficult for him to be a match for 3 people. Not to mention, one of Lu Ge's chances had already been used on the C-level feature of Death Ascension. Although in the long run, the effect of the C-level feature of Death Ascension when combined with the Undead Lord may be stronger than that of the A-level feature. But that is in the extremely distant future. In the current short term, the attribute improvement brought about by death promotion is completely negligible. Fortunately, the omniscient Lich Melthuzad provided a solution. The reason why the Skeleton Soldier's dedication value is low is simply because the Skeleton Soldier's soul origin value is not enough. As long as we can find a way to increase the soul essence value of the Skeleton Soldiers, the number of dedicated Skeleton Soldiers will be greatly reduced. In the Library of Omniscience, there are countless ways to increase the original value of Skeleton Soldiers. Among them, there are 3 that are more promising for Lu Ge today. The first is to obtain functional buildings similar to the Frozen Throne, which can directly improve the quality of troops in the territory. Skeleton Soldiers are the lowest level soldiers of ordinary quality at level 0. If their quality is upgraded to elite level 0, the value of their contribution will probably increase by at least 10 times. And unlike high-level troops, high-level legendary buildings are required to improve their quality. As the most initial level 0 troop type, it is basically available to the Undead clan. Functional buildings that can improve the quality of the troop type can be used on the Skeleton Soldiers. Among siege shops, this kind of low-level functional building is not uncommon. It does not even have to be legendary level. There is such a kind among the first-level epic functional buildings. Building, Fell Gate. Quality, first-class epic. Type, special building. Effect, it can endow all first-order epic and lower troops in the territory with the power of Fell energy, improving their quality by 1 level. Description, the legendary foreshadowing gate opened when the Burning Legion invaded a certain world. The evil energy that escaped from it would corrode some creatures with weak vitality, turning them into cannon fodder for the Legion to explore the world. The effect perfectly suits Lu Ge's needs. The disadvantage is that the Siege Point store cannot specify the exchange of a certain type of building blueprint, but instead requires random selection from the first-order epic special building category. There are more than 30 kinds of special buildings in this category. In other words, the probability of drawing the Fell Gate in one go is only 1 in 30. The price for one draw is 20,000 siege points. Although the hope is a little small, it is still a kind of hope. These were the original words that the white-haired Lich used to comfort Lu Ge. As for the other 2 methods, they're similar. Either increase the number of skeleton soldiers recruited or increase the level of skeleton soldiers. The most promising and reliable option is a building that can be dropped through the copy space. Blueprint, Sleeping Place. Quality, Tier 2 Rare. Type, Special Building. Effect, the skeleton soldiers that enter can be transformed into more powerful skeleton warriors, skeleton archers or skeleton warriors, and flame skeleton archers. Description, a great sleeping place, a magical force of evolution. Skeleton warriors and skeleton archers are both first-level basic troops of the Undead clan, and ordinary players can recruit them in the level 1 cemetery building. Skeleton warriors and flame skeleton archers are the advanced types of skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. When the cemetery is upgraded to level 2, you can recruit second-tier skeleton soldiers that are more powerful than skeleton warriors, and flame skeleton archers. Likewise, their prices are far from comparable to the most basic skeleton soldiers. For example, the recruitment fee for a skeleton warrior is 20 gold coins, and the recruitment fee for a skeleton warrior is as high as 80 gold coins. Based on this calculation, the value of the skeleton warrior's contribution should be more than 40 times that of the ordinary skeleton soldier. Even if they are unlucky enough to all advance into skeleton warriors, their contribution value is about 10 times higher than that of ordinary skeleton soldiers. In this way, with the help of the Land of Slumber, Lu Ge would only need at most 100 million skeleton soldiers, and in about 100 days, he would be able to meet the requirement of offering a 7th-level Grim Reaper. Although this number is still a bit too shocking. But it doesn't matter, Lu Ge is no longer obsessed with sacrificing the 7th-level God of Death. If time is insufficient, the Sixth Order legendary death god can still exert great power. Of course, the Land of Sleep is a rare second-level building after all, and it is not something that can be obtained just by getting it. On the one hand, Luga sent out the undead army to sweep the dungeon space, and, on the other hand, he followed the example of the Messenger of God and invited a few players he liked. Chapter 21 New Partners, the Power of the Four Lords. Unlike other players who know nothing about elimination games, although the first epic hero recruited by Lyoga, the omniscient Lich Melthagad, has defects in combat power, his cognition and understanding of this world is more profound than that of the group of insiders, including the Messenger of God. In comparison, those who are in the know only know the rules of the game and the general process. Melthagad not only knows the rules, but also knows the uses of countless treasures, the secrets of many characteristics, the drops of dungeon bosses, and even what items exist in the Siege Point store. But even a guy who is so omniscient and arrogant that he thinks he is the best in the world has never underestimated the power of low-level characteristics. From the very beginning, the first advice the white-haired Lich gave Lugu was that no characteristic in this world was invincible. Just like the universal entry is actually afraid of a sea-level blinding talent, the more someone relies on characteristics, the more miserably that person will fail when encountering the characteristics of his natural enemy. Lugu deeply believed this, so he never thought that he could be an enemy of all the lords. Therefore, when he received the invitation for cooperation from the Messenger of God, Lugu did not hesitate at all. Unfortunately, the other party's cooperation conditions were too outrageous. It could even be said that they were treating Lu Gu like a dog. Given Lu Ji's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to tolerate it. So Lu Gu overturned the table. Although Lu Gu was confident that he could deal with the three of them, he was not a fool. Since the other parties had teamed up to monopolize the interests of the copy area, there was no need for Lu Gu to be so stubborn as to fight alone. This is different from the contempt that the three gods' messengers have for ordinary players. Lyoga, who has the omniscience of Melthagad and knows the existence of many Buja-level low-level characteristics, is well aware of the power of ordinary lords. If we can cooperate with the three gods' messengers, with the strength of 4 people plus Lu Ji's caution, there is naturally nothing to worry about. However, since the breakdown of the cooperation is a fact, Lugu doesn't mind using another force to divide the pie of the 8th area. Within the system chat channel, in addition to the chat channel in Zone 4297 shared by all players in the Novice Zone 4297, there is an additional chat group called Balance Club under Lu Ji's chat channel. The founder is Lugu himself, and there are 6 other members. They are Red Bean Biscuit, who is ranked 5th on the Siege ranking, Romeo, who is ranked 6th on the ranking, Prophet, who is ranked 7th on the ranking, Blood Roar, who is ranked 8th on the ranking, Metrologist, who is ranked 9th, and a mysterious player whose ranking is unknown. Let's have a try. These 6 lords, like Lugu, who initially received the message from the Messenger of God, chose to accept the invitation from Lugu, the 2nd-ranked lord. The main thing is that they have absolutely no way to refuse. Because with the opening of the copy space, the strength displayed by Lugu and the other 3 top lords was really too outrageous. That is to say, occupying a copy area is occupying a copy area. All the lords who were unwilling to accept and wanted a challenge basically had a tragic end. Even these first-tier lords who were in the top 10 of the rankings were no different from ordinary lords in front of Lugu and his 4 companions. If they continue like this, they will only be able to compete with other lords for the scraps left by the 4, and in the end, they may not even have a chance of passing the elimination game. So when Lugu, one of the 4, invited them, the 6 of them chose to accept without any hesitation, especially the one that passes. He had no idea why he was valued by the big boss Lugu. Although his strength was not weak among the many lords, he was also ranked in the top 100 in the Siege Points ranking, ranking 96th. But look at who are these people in the group. As the founder, let's not talk about Enyan's scheme to be listed as one of the 4 great lords along with God's Messenger, Dragon Emperor, and the Church. Even the Red Bean Biscuits, Romeo, Prophet, Blood Roar, and Metrologist, who came later, were all big guys that many ordinary lords looked up to. When facing monster attacks, other lords could only defend themselves and struggle to survive an hour of siege. But the lords in the top 10 were just killing monsters fast enough. The 2 were not on the same level at all. Is it because I spent 20 rare resources to buy the Pegasus Knight Troop card from the Trickster? Or is it because the Senior Death Follower Troop card I sold to the Trickster didn't raise the price? just when I was daydreaming. A calm message suddenly appeared in the chat group. Don't worry too much. The reason I invited you to join the group is because I want to discuss a win-win situation with you. Immediately following, Lu Gu, who used the ID of Giji, unreservedly sent the news to the group that God's messenger, the Dragon Emperor, and the church had joined forces and were planning to monopolize the rare mineral veins. How dare they do this? Aren't they afraid that we lords will unite to deal with them? When they heard that the three messengers of God had only left less than 50 of the ordinary resources for them and more than 900 other lords, the fifth-ranked Red Bean Biscuit immediately started shouting loudly. He was able to become the lord who completed the Annihilation achievement, second only to Lyoga and the other four. The strength and characteristics of Red Bean Biscuit are naturally extraordinary, but compared with the first four perverts, the strength of Red Bean Biscuit has not reached that outrageous level. He thought that he was at least fifth in points, and even if the messengers of God divided the cake, he would definitely have a piece. He never expected that the messenger of God didn't take him seriously at all. He just threw him into the circle of ordinary lords to fend for himself. This made Red Bean Biscuit very angry, and he felt that he had been greatly humiliated. The other lords in the balanced society were also filled with indignation. The only difference from Red Bean Cookies is that they are indignant at the power of the four great lords. Let's not talk about whether we can unite or not. Even if we, the other lords, unite, will we be able to defeat the Lord of God and his men? Right at this moment, the prophet in the group, however, spoke with a hint of mockery. The Lord of Trickery is one of the four great lords. He must know better than anyone how big the gap is between us and you. From what you said, it seems that you know what our strength is. Lu Gu was attracted by the words of the prophet. You know, from the very beginning, Lu Gu paid great attention to this prophet who was ranked 7th and only one monster away from completing the Annihilation achievement. 1,099 points. Able to kill 999 goblin monsters and the leading goblin hero, but unable to kill the last goblin? Could this be a question of strength? Anyway, Lu Gu doesn't believe it. Chapter 22, The Power of the Dragon Emperor, the Prophet. Lu Gu had always doubted the prophet's ability. Now hearing what the prophet said, he was even more certain that the prophet's characteristics were definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. So don't wait for the prophet to answer. Lu Gu directly input the information and said, no matter what you know, you don't need to say it now. As for our strength, I don't know about the three of them, but as for me, I can only say that my strength may be more than 10,000 times that of yours. With the opening of the copy space, more and more lords enter the copy space. Lu Gu also understood the current strength level of the lords through observation. There are probably dozens of first-level soldiers, a dozen second-level soldiers, plus elite or a few rare soldiers summoned by troop cards, plus 2 altar heroes, which is basically the complete configuration of a normal lord. And what about Lu Gu? He has an army of 36,000 skeletons at his side. With a magical skeleton device, the Skeleton Technology Research Institute, and Lu Ji's source of disaster, it is no exaggeration to say that the skeleton soldiers, as a 0-level soldier, may be more difficult to deal with than the skeleton warriors, a 2nd-level soldier. Not to mention the infinite summoning technique of the Undead Lord. As I said before, when it comes to setting up the battle formation and facing off against each other, Lu Gu has no opponent he is afraid of. But strength on paper is only strength on paper after all. A real battle is not about placing the pieces on the board and following the rules of strength and weakness. This is why I invited you to join the Balanced Society. Boss, I am willing to join the Balanced Society. From now on, I will do whatever you say without even frowning. Almost at the moment when Lu Ji's information appeared, as the only person with connections in the group, he chose to surrender without hesitation after one move. He doesn't have the mindset of others to weigh and speculate. The moment he heard Lu Gu boast that his strength was nearly 10,000 times that of an ordinary lord, he was about to kneel down to Lu Gu. As for doubting Lu Ji's strength, which lord in the entire 4,297th district doesn't know that 80 of the high-level resources in the trading house come from the hands of this trickster in front of him? Such a powerful existence, even if it is not as exaggerated as 10,000 times, is far beyond the ordinary lords. What's more, he has no strength and no characteristics. The only reason he can appear in this group is thanks to Lu Ji's invitation. Faced with the appreciation of the boss, I kneel down without any psychological burden. This is a backer I got myself. It's the 21st century now, There must be someone who doesn't know the importance of having a backer, right? No future. The Lord with the ID Romeo said with disdain. Then he continued to send out messages. You said that your strength is 10,000 times greater than ours. How can you prove it? I can prove it. The prophet answered. My characteristic is an A-level characteristic, prophet, which can simulate the future that will happen in the next 3 days. The disadvantage is that the future I see is not under my control, but in today's footage, I saw a scene about the Dragon King and the second wave of monsters attacking the city. He is lying. The speaker was Melthagad, who was sitting next to Lyoga. It might be the power of the treasury of omniscience. Even Sylvanus couldn't see the system's chat box, but Melthuzad could sense the content on Lyoga's chat box through the treasury of omniscience. The prophet is indeed a feature that can simulate the future, but the simulation is not as simple as just 3 days, but 11 days. In addition, the prophet simulation is not completely uncontrollable. Generally speaking, the simulated future scene is usually affected by the prophet's main consciousness, and the future that appears is probably the future that the prophet wants to see. Then doesn't that mean he is invincible? Lugo was surprised. A-level features seem invincible. Melthagad nodded fiercely. But according to the records of the Library of Omniscience, the essence of prophet simulation is actually to predict relatively accurate results through a large number of calculations. If you are prepared for the prophet's skills, you can mislead the prophet by forging information. In fact, it is a very weak feature. I see. But even so, it is still a very practical feature. After all, not everyone has the omniscience to fully understand the true effects and shortcomings of each feature. Luga said. Then when he looked at the chat group, his eyes fixed. So, what is the picture that the prophet really sees? The prophet's lies were not exposed. Luga continued to look at the chat group. The second wave of siege monsters consists of 2,000 first-level skeleton warriors and 100 second-level skeleton mages, led by a level 5 undead hero. During this monster siege, more than 120 lords were defeated and eliminated. But the messenger of God, Trick, the Dragon King, and the church were still wiped out in less than a minute. Among them, the Dragon King seemed to have recruited 2 6th-level legendary soldiers, young golden dragons. When the Dragon King was fighting the second wave of monsters, there was also an epic hero to help him, a 2nd-level epic soldier dragon warrior with at least 200 people, 2 4th-level epic soldiers dragon blood mages, and the Dragon King himself, who also displayed powerful skills. That can't be as exaggerated as 10,000 times, right? Shueho couldn't help but say. Then do you know the power of epic troops? The prophet asked. Without waiting for Bloodhowl's answer, the prophet said, according to the exchange of siege points, the price of the 2nd-level epic troop card is equivalent to the price of the 5th-level ordinary troop card. If you can't understand 200 2nd-level epic troop cards, then do you understand how powerful 200 5th-level troop cards are? What's more, the Dragon Emperor also has 2 6th-level legendary young golden dragons. That is the Dragon Emperor's trump card that allows him to become one of the 4 great lords. 2 6th-order legendary golden dragons. It is no exaggeration to say that even if we exclude the Dragon Emperor's outrageously large number of epic troops, these 2 6th-level golden dragons alone are enough to sweep away an army composed of tens of thousands of low-level soldiers. Especially after Melthagad handed over the attribute data of the young golden dragon to Lugu, Lugu had a deeper understanding of the power of the 6th-level legendary troops. Army, young golden dragon. Level, 6th-level legend. Race, dragon. Health, 5,000/5,000. Mana, 1,000/1,000. Attack power, 300 to 380. Movement speed, 7. Population, 10. Domination value, 50. Recruitment fee. Cannot be recruited through conventional channels. Features, young dragon. Immune to magic effects below rare level. Dragon language magic. Skill power and damage range increased by 50. Giant creature. Body size over 15 meters. Huge increase in attack range. Skill, dragon breath. Breathes fire, causing damage of attack power 1.5 plus 3.5 of the target's maximum health/second to targets within a maximum range of 255. Consumption, 50 mana. Blessing, can be used 3 times a day, increases attack power and vitality of yourself, and up to 50 targets by 20, and increases morale by 2 points. Lasts 60 seconds. Cost none. Sunburst, can be used once a day, summons a large amount of sun power to burn all targets within a 100,100 range. causing attack power 1.2 range damage. Targets within a 55 range of the core area of the sunburst will receive double true damage that ignores magic defense. Cost: 100 mana. Chapter 23: The Characteristics of Everyone. As fellow lords, it was hard to imagine that the gap between them could be so huge. To be honest, if the prophet had not revealed the strength of the Dragon Emperor's army, with Lu Ji's current strength, he would probably lose more than he wins when facing the Dragon Emperor. The main reason was that Lu Ge lacked the means to restrain the two sixth-order golden dragons. If he did not take precautions in advance, the two golden dragons would directly rush over his face, and even Lu Ge would have to flee in embarrassment. Sure enough, no one in this world should be underestimated. Thinking this in his mind, Lu Ge looked at the chat group again and slowly typed in the text. The establishment of the balanced society was quickly agreed upon after the prophet revealed the Dragon Emperor's strength. Whether it's Red Bean Biscuits, Romeo, the Meter Master, Bloodroar, and the others. The doubts raised in the chat group before were just their way of gaining the right to speak. Regardless of whether the four lords have the power to crush other lords, judging from the ruling power of the four lords of the current stage, their only way out is to unite. Compared to joining forces with ordinary players, how could it be more reliable to form an alliance with Lu Ge, one of the four great lords? Especially after learning the details of the four lords from the prophet, everyone realized this even more clearly. Therefore, after a simple division of interest was agreed upon, the seven lords of the balanced society, including Lu Ge, spoke frankly to each other about their assets, taking the first step towards establishing an alliance. Lu Ge had nothing to say. The undead lord characteristic was too conspicuous. His skeleton army had long been exposed to the lord's sight, and his real trump card had never been the undead lord characteristic. So Lu Ji's instructions were very clear. An undead legion with a size of more than 36,000 that could be infinitely replenished, 3 5th-level death knights, and 2 epic heroes. Once this family background was exposed, the prophet's words were instantly confirmed again. The four lords are indeed monsters among monsters, and their strength advantage over ordinary players is truly a world of difference. Only the prophet knows that this is far from Lyoga's limit. In the future he foresaw, this lord who led the undead would be the first among all the lords to summon the ultimate army. Relying on that terrifyingly powerful ultimate soldier, even the 2 young golden dragons that the Dragon Emperor relied on were killed on the spot. A terrible undead plague swept across the entire copy space. Even the intervention of God's messenger and the church could not stop the massacre of the Dragon Emperor by guile. This is why the prophet would rather self-destruct than not stand up for Lu Ge. Only he who can see the future knows who the real big shot in this game is. With Lu Ge and the prophet's proof, the other lords no longer hesitated. Although there will definitely be some hidden things, most of the power is also placed on the table. First up is Red Bean Biscuit, which ranks 5th. Its characteristic is the B-level characteristic, War Brave. Different from the territory-related or auxiliary characteristics of most Awakened Lords, Red Bean Biscuit's War Brave is a thorough characteristic that strengthens itself. The Brave Warrior can grant the Lord with this feature an attack strength twice that of strength, and grant the owner a permanent Brave Warrior status, resisting 50 of the damage from range attacks and reducing 50 of the attack effects from non-hero units. Not only that, the Warrior of War also completed a rare job change, becoming a rare class Violent Swordsman, and found a rare level greatsword with an additional 18 blood-sucking attribute in the trading house. It could be said that in the first wave of monster sieges, Red Bean Biscuit almost relied on his own strength to kill all the siege monsters. Although my overall strength is not as good as the Dragon King, I should have no problem killing his legendary Golden Dragon, Red Bean Biscuit said proudly. Romeo later possesses a B-level trait, specializing in potions. The talent comes with basic potion skills, which can be used to refine those monster scraps that seem messy to ordinary lords into potions with magical effects. And as the level of the potion skill increases, the level of the potion that can be refined will also rise accordingly. Romeo is now able to refine 3 rare potions. One is a life blessing potion that can instantly restore 30 of the maximum health and mana after drinking it. One is a quick attack secret potion that can increase the attack and attack speed by 20 in a short period of time. And the other is a miracle potion that has a 30 chance of advancing the soldier who drinks the potion to a rare soldier. With these 3 potions, Romeo exchanged a large amount of resources at the trading house. He now has a 2nd-level legion of 500 2nd-level rare soldiers and a rare hero. In addition, there are many defensive buildings in the territory. Needless to say, the prophet, with his ability to see the future, has accurately selected the future that is most beneficial to him many times. Although his current strength is not very strong, a fifth-order legendary building is about to be built in the territory, the land of Gospel of Avimia. This legendary building can recruit the fifth-level legendary human soldier, the Gospel Inquisitor. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is probably not much weaker than the young Golden Dragon. The B-level characteristics of Bloodroar and Metrologer are relatively ordinary. Although the former's characteristics are also B-level, they do not fit the orcs he chose. The reason why he was able to rank among the top 10 is because Bloodroar's game awareness and operation are extremely strong. It is entirely due to his extreme operation that he was able to rank among the top 10. The latter's B-level feature is called Snooper, which can forcibly read the private messages of other players that it contacts. Even deleted private messages can be snooped out by the Peeper feature. In addition, the only effect of the Peeper feature is to read the language of wild monsters, and there is a certain probability of recruiting wild monsters to one's own command. The characteristic that passed through one hand was the C-level characteristic Woodcutter's Fountain. The effect is that when the main city is built, you will automatically obtain a unique epic building, the Woodcutter's Fountain. Throw unwanted items into the Woodcutter's Fountain and a spring elf will appear. It will hold the item thrown into the spring and ask whether it is the item he dropped. If the answer is yes, the Woodcutter's Fountain will return the item to him. If he says no, the Woodcutter's Fountain will randomly replace it with an item of equal value and return it to him. There seems to be no profit in equal value replacement. However, the Woodcutter's Fountain has no cooling CD, which means that as long as you can't find what you want randomly, you can throw it into the fountain infinitely and refresh it continuously until you get what you want. Although for the Woodcutter's Fountain, what was exchanged was an equivalent. But depending on the Lord's demands for the items, they could sometimes be sold at a high price of 5 times the profit. The 20 rare resources used to purchase Leoga's Pegasus Knight Troop card and the Senior Death Follower Troop card sold to Leoga all come from the continuous replacement of the Woodcutter's Fountain. Chapter 24, Guild Established. After a circle, Lugu suddenly realized with a guilty conscience that among the 7 people in the group, he seemed to be the only one who was a waste. Red Bean Biscuit follows the route of a personal hero, but his ability to stand in this position, in addition to the blessing of his own characteristics, is also inseparable from Red Bean Biscuit's own strong combat awareness. Romeo has potions, the Prophet has foresight, and even Bloodroar and Guaisho have outstanding personal talents. As for Lugu, he completely and purely relied on the strength of his subordinates. But as long as I don't say it, no one can expose me. I thought to myself. Lugu had a calm look on his face and made a final statement in the group. In this case, I declare that the Balanced Society is officially established. There are only 7 people in the Balanced Society now, but the Balanced Society is destined to continue to grow in the future according to our wishes. If one day the Balanced Society is lucky enough to make it to the end, you, as the elders of the Balanced Society, will definitely remember it in the history books. Before that, as the founder and first president of the Balanced Society, I solemnly invite you to join us in developing the dungeon space of the 2nd area, and based on this, take control of the 8th area, and thus dominate the entire area, along with the fall of the 4, dominate the district. The 7 people in the Balanced Society all felt their hair stand on end. The Balanced Society was established. However, the force that was established at this time was by no means just the Balanced Society. Those ordinary lords who were ignored by God's messenger and not invited by Lugu, faced with the involuted situation of the dungeon space, the dungeon boss, which is difficult to defeat alone, naturally began to unite. Just as Lugu established the Balanced Society and built a stronghold in the 2nd copy area he occupied as a meeting place for the 7 lords in reality. On the regional chat channel, a large number of messages about guilds recruiting members began to appear. Eliminate those small guilds that are short-lived and are just for fun. There are 3 guilds active in the chat channel with the largest number of members. One is the 10,000 Races Guild, whose founder is Yuan Mao, who is ranked 12th in the Siege Points ranking. The second one is called Huangtu Bei, whose founder is Ji Bai, who is ranked 19th on the Siege Points list. The last one is called Jingxin Pavilion, and its founder is Qingnin Miao Miao, who is ranked 55th in the Siege Points ranking. It is worth mentioning that among the top 10 lords, The only one who was not invited by Lu Gu, Yijin Tianxia, joined Jingxin Pavilion. The three major guilds were almost flooding the chat area channels with recruits, and more than 70 of the lords were recruited by the three major guilds. As Lu Gu and the members of the Balanced Society were at the top of the rankings, they naturally received numerous invitations from the three major guilds and even those small guilds with little fanfare. However, whether it was the people from the Balanced Society or the Messengers of God, they all looked down upon the so-called three major guilds. Not to mention how much water there is in the members who were recruited from the regional chat channel without any threshold. It is questionable whether these weak lords can withstand the next round of Monster Siege. This is why neither the Messenger of God nor Lu Gu has expanded their membership. If they can't even withstand a Monster Siege, it would be meaningless for players of this level to unite. Not only would they be unable to provide combat power, but when monsters attack, they might not even need help from others to defend the city. It is undeniable that among ordinary players, there are certainly some hidden gems who are not conspicuous in the early stage, but have huge potential. But the probability of this happening is too small. Before they stand out, no one will pay for their incubation period. Even Lu Gu is the same. However, it must be said that, at least on the surface, the momentum of the three major guilds is still extremely impressive. As soon as you arrive at the dungeon area, you will see the flags of the three major guilds almost everywhere. Even the two lords of Jilin Liuga have joined the Wanzhou Guild and Huangtu Bei respectively. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the three major guilds were, facing the Messenger of God, Lu Gu, Dragon Emperor, and the Church who firmly occupied the four copy areas, the leaders of the three major guilds did not dare to act rashly for a while. Because the strength of these four people is so strong, ordinary lords will never return if they try to approach the copy area they occupy. Even though the presidents of the three major guilds have gathered hundreds of members at this moment, they dare not launch a crusade against the four lords. It's not that they know the true strength of Lu Gu and the other three. Rather, they were worried that after they suffered heavy casualties in their campaign against the four overlords, other guilds would take advantage of the situation. Of course, the more important point is that a new round of Monster Siege is coming. All the lords are preparing for war against the upcoming Monster Siege. Who has the time to start a civil war with the four other lords? Even the Messengers of God did not start a war lightly. Although they don't have to worry about the second wave of monsters attacking the city, it doesn't mean they have no competitors. In other words, they themselves are each other's competitors. That is, competitors for rankings. Copy space, second copy area. Boss. A handsome young man with short hair and wearing a gray robe rushed to Lu Gu, who was guarded by countless undead creatures. Without waiting for Lu Gu to stand up, the short-haired boy excitedly raised the blueprint in his hand and said, Here it is. The architectural blueprint of the sleeping place you wanted. What did you say? He suddenly took the architectural drawings handed over by the short-haired boy, the seventh member of the Balanced Society. Lu Gu glanced at the information on the blueprint and laughed happily. Very good. With this building blueprint, at most after the third round of Monster Siege, we will have the power to fight against the Messenger of God and others. I have to say that the Woodcutter's Spring is really an extremely perverted feature. Although the level of this feature is only sea level, but as long as it is combined with a powerful lord like Lu Gu who can obtain a large number of treasures, its value is worth even an A-level feature. If Lu Gu hadn't wanted to reserve one chance to use the Eye of Stealing God, just in case, he would have already secretly learned the characteristics of the Woodcutter's Fountain. But it's good like this now. Guaisho has great confidence in himself, and his characteristics are not much different from Lu Ji's own. All right, Lu Gu suddenly remembered something and handed over all the remaining treasures he had in the trading house. With the latter's touched eyes, he instructed, You can use these props to deal with monsters attacking the city. After that, you can use the Woodcutter's Fountain to keep randomly selecting props that are suitable for you or other members of the Balanced Society. Put them in the Balanced Society warehouse, and then use them as rewards for other members to redeem. The prophet said that after the monsters attack the city this time, the guild system will be unlocked after the game is eliminated. At that time, it will be the peak period for the development of player power. Although our Balanced Society is not a formal player guild, it is at least a group. Of course, there must be a corresponding contribution system and rewards. Chapter 25, The second wave of monsters attacks the city. As usual, the sky was dark and the wind was howling. However, with the experience of the first Monster Siege, especially the advance notification of the location by the prophet, the people of the Balanced Society did not look nervous at all. Instead, they chatted and laughed in the group chat. This time, I will wipe them out completely within 10 minutes. Red bean biscuits. Forget it, Hondo. The era of personal force is long gone. You are lucky to be able to complete the annihilation mission of 2,000 siege monsters. Romeo said disdainfully. Compared to this, you owe me 3 bottles of Quick Attack's secret medicine. When will you pay me back? If you say so, didn't you also not pay me for the assist when I helped you kill the boss yesterday? Let's put things in perspective. Anyway, bloody roar, hand to hand. Are you too sure of annihilating them all? Now, there is. The blood roared, speaking sparingly. Me too. He passed his hand. Okay. Luga stood up and said, since everyone is confident that we can wipe out all the monsters after this round of monster siege, except for the necessary forces to stay behind and for daily development, everyone will gather in the second dungeon area. Is it time to take action? Red Bean Biscuit asked excitedly. It's not us who have to take action, but them. The prophet said meaningfully. Boom! Thunder rumbles. Thousands of siege monsters suddenly appeared outside the territory as before, and then formed a dense and terrible formation, rushing towards the desolate land where Luga was. Melthuzid, who had reached an astonishing level of 13, and Sylvanus, who had reached level 12, stared at the waves of monsters swooping down on them. After exchanging glances, Sylvanus raised her bow and aimed at the leading undead hero, instantly shooting out 9 jet black arrows. The arrows flew across a distance of 100 meters at an astonishing speed. The monster hero who was commanding the siege monsters had almost no time to react before he was pierced through the heart by 9 arrows. He died instantly as large scarlet words -200-200-200 appeared. Then, a dense army of skeletons, led by 3 death knights, swept past. In an instant, the originally mighty army of siege monsters disappeared without a trace. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the second round of Monster Siege. Time, 49.221 seconds. See your own annihilation time. Luga nodded slightly. Although the number of monsters had doubled, Lu Ji's troops were not just doubled compared to the last round of monsters attacking the city. For 3 days, except for the buildings that had to be upgraded and built by the Death Followers, all other Death Followers were working hard to build the Spirit Tower. 3 days, plus the upgrade of the Great Tomb of Death to level 2, recruit 3 Death Followers every day. The number of psychic towers in Leoga has now reached an astonishing 200. In the barren land of 1,000 meters in radius, there are towering black towers everywhere. From a distance, it almost gives the illusion of a dark super city. What's even more outrageous is that 180 of these towers have been upgraded to level 2 spiritual towers, which not only pushed the population limit of Leoga to an astonishing 19,000 points, but also brought unparalleled defensive capabilities to Leoga's barren land. Although the attack power of each tower is limited, with 180 towers stacked together, even if the Dragon King's entire army is dispatched, facing such a formation, I'm afraid they will be scalp numb. Not to mention, as the population grows, so too will the army of the undead. There are a total of 190,000 skeleton troops. In addition to 100,000 stationed in the copy space, there are still 90,000 troops distributed within the territory. The 90,000-man skeleton army was divided into 9 10,000-man legions that patrolled every corner of Leoga's territory day and night. Several times, they were encountered by the lords close to Leoga's territory, and they were almost scared to insanity. Fortunately, as long as they did not step into Leoga's territory, these skeleton armies consisting of at least 10,000 people would ignore them. Over time, they had already realized that these skeleton armies were a trick army of one of the 4 lords. The threat of these 90,000 troops alone made dozens of lords around Leoga regard the area where Leoga was located as a restricted area. The existence of 190,000 undead troops gathered together was already a powerful force that could not be tolerated by heaven. To deal with the monsters attacking the city, Luga could only say that it was because the monsters themselves did not have a main city. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would attack whom. Ding! The siege is over. Congratulations, respected Lord number 9252, Masterguile. You wiped out all the monsters in the first round of the Monster Siege. It took you 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 49.221 seconds, and your overall performance ranked second. You have obtained 2,100 basic siege points, and the ranking reward has increased by an additional 90. In this monster siege, you have obtained a total of 3,990 points. Ding! The point store is open for a limited time. You can now use siege points in the point store to redeem the resources you need. Sure enough, it's the second one again. Ignore the information that popped into my mind. Luga looked at the ranking list. The first place is still the Messenger of God, and this time, it only took 4.27 seconds. Second was the Dragon Emperor, with 55.72 seconds. Church, 59.95 seconds. Although the number of siege monsters doubled compared to the previous round, in the end, whether it was Lugu, the Messenger of God, the Dragon Emperor, or the Church, the time it took to complete the annihilation was shortened. However, this time it is not just a solo show for 4 people. Fifth place, Prophet, time to destroy, 1 minute 59 seconds. Sixth place, Red Bean Biscuit, time to destroy, 13 minutes and 48 seconds. Seventh place, Romeo, time taken to kill, 19 minutes and 36 seconds. Eighth place, One Sword to the World, time to annihilate, 33 minutes and 43 seconds. Ninth place, Bloody Roar, time to kill, 49 minutes and 10 seconds. 10th place, Metrology Division, time to destroy, 52 minutes and 18 seconds. 11th place, Pass One Hand, final score, 2012. The regional chat channel has already exploded. In addition to the almost incredible time it took to annihilate God's messenger as before, what is more important is the changes in the list this time. Are you kidding me? Half of my territory was destroyed by the monster siege, but the number of lords who completely wiped out the city has increased from 6 to 10. Brother Tianxia is mighty. Are we playing a game? This is so unfair. 120 people were eliminated this time. Can we survive the next round? It's all the fault of the 4 lords. They can easily defeat the monsters and attack the city, but they still want to monopolize the dungeon space, leaving us with no place to obtain resources. That's right. Let the 4 lords hand over the copy space they occupied. Amidst the noisy debate, under the guidance of some remarks that may be deliberate or accidental, the 4 lords were once again pushed to the forefront. Chapter 26: The Importance of Territory Upgrade. Justice is for the strong. The crowd is very excited. Watching the buzz in the regional chat channel, Lugu shrugged his shoulders, not panicking at all. Anyway, he is not the only one who is being criticized. Even if something really happens, there are God's messengers to take the lead. Compared to these, does it actually require rare resources to upgrade a level 2 Great Death Tomb to a level 3 Great Death Tomb? Looking at the conspicuous upgrade conditions on the 2nd level Death Tomb, in addition to the 3 2nd level buildings, you will also need 10,000 wood, 10,000 gold coins, and 10 rare resources. Not only have the basic resources required for upgrading increased tenfold compared to before, but the 10 rare resources are what really make Luga frown. There is no other reason. It is just that rare resources are too hard to obtain. Before occupying rare mineral veins, obtaining rare resources can be done by either exchanging siege points directly or relying on luck. But no matter how reluctant I am, upgrading the main city is still the top priority. Although the buildings unlocked by upgrading the main city are all ordinary level buildings. However, even so, the main city buildings are the main source of strength for every lord. Even Lu Ge cannot ignore the combat power improvement brought by the high-level main city. Ordinary troops of level 1 and level 2 are fine and are dispensable to Lu Ge. But the 3rd level troops unlocked by the 3rd level main city are different. Even if it is just an ordinary level basic troop, the powerful attributes of the 3rd level troop are enough to be taken seriously. In addition, as the levels of military buildings increase and become more diverse, the number of troops that ordinary players can recruit every day is also increasing rapidly. Take the Undead's 1st level troop building, the cemetery, for example. A 1st level cemetery can only recruit 2 skeleton soldiers and 2 skeleton archers every day. However, after the cemetery is upgraded to level 2, not only will the number of skeleton soldiers and ghosts recruited increase to 4, but an additional 2nd level skeleton warrior and flame skeleton archer can also be recruited every day. In addition, the newly added cemetery has more quotas for recruiting banshees and junior necromancers. If there are enough resources, even if only relying on basic buildings, an ordinary level 2 lord can recruit 8 1st level soldiers and 4 2nd level soldiers every day. If it is upgraded to level 3, you can recruit 16 first-order soldiers, 8 second-order soldiers, and an indefinite number of third-order soldiers. This is based on the premise that there is only one building. In fact, except for residential buildings, such as the Spirit Tower, which can be built without quantity restrictions, military buildings such as cemeteries and graveyards need to rely on the level of the Great Tomb of the Dead to unlock more buildings. In a level 1 graveyard, you can only build 2 graveyards at most. And for the second level graveyard, we can build 4 cemeteries and 2 cemeteries. A peak level 2 lord can recruit 16 skeleton warriors, 16 skeleton archers, 2 skeleton warriors, 2 flame skeleton archers, 2 banshees, and 2 undead mages in one day, for a total of 42 soldiers. By analogy, the number of soldiers that a third level lord can recruit every day is likely to double. You don't know until you calculate it. Once Lu Ge calculated it, he found that even ordinary players, as long as the level of the territory can be improved, the power they can exert cannot be underestimated. This is the case for low-level lords, not to mention high-level lords. If this number continues to double, the legendary 7th-level lord, as long as the resources are sufficient, can produce more than 30,000 first-level soldiers in a day, plus more than 30,000 second-level and above soldiers. No wonder Melthagad said that for high-level lords, they can establish a country by themselves. With more than 60,000 soldiers to recruit each day, it would take less than 100 days for a high-ranking lord to recruit and establish a small country. Naturally, it is reasonable that the cost of upgrading is higher. Depressed, I chose to upgrade the Tomb of Death. Looking at the panel, 10,000 points of wood and 10,000 points of gold coins were reduced again, and more importantly, 10 points of rare resources. Lu Ge felt as if something had stabbed his heart, and he felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't breathe. Especially when Lu Ge saw that there were only a few items left in his trading house, and it would be difficult to quickly obtain resources in the future by relying on the capital he had previously used to sweep wild monsters. Lu Ge couldn't sit still anymore. Why haven't the Messenger of God developed the 8th area yet? If they don't take action, how can I fish in troubled waters? Lu Ge gritted his teeth. However, he had no doubt about the possibility of the 3 gods' messengers developing the 8th area. Because compared to the undead, Liu Ge requires almost no maintenance costs. No matter whether it is the Messenger of God, the Church, or the Dragon King, the premise for them to maintain a strong military force must be extremely terrifying maintenance costs. Especially the Dragon Emperor. More than 200 epic-level troops, 2 4th-tier legendary-level troops, plus 2 young golden dragons. It is easy to tell that the cost of maintaining such a high-quality army is absolutely astronomical. It is impossible to produce so many maintenance resources with only the resources in the Dragon Emperor's own territory. Therefore, they're definitely more eager to enter the 8th area than Lu Ge. In fact, it was just as Lu Ge thought. Leaving aside God's messenger, both the Dragon Emperor and the Church were almost overwhelmed by the armies under their command. They were not like Lu Ge, who relied on his army of skeletons to sweep away monsters in the wild and obtain a large number of treasure chests, resources, and props without any concern for the death of any number of them. Although they relied on the power of the A-level characteristics and cleared out a lot of wild monsters, compared to Lu Ji's sweeping pattern, the wild monsters they killed were only 1/10 of the number cleared by Lu Ge. The resources obtained are not enough to even build and upgrade the territory, not to mention recruiting so many high-level soldiers and paying for maintenance. In fact, the Dragon Emperor's 2 6th-order legendary golden dragons were both recruited by the Dragon Emperor after the first round of monster sieges, by exchanging siege points for resources. But for the Lord, recruiting powerful soldiers does not mean that he can sit back and relax. In fact, the more powerful and rare the soldiers are, the more terrifying the daily maintenance costs will be. Even the Dragon Emperor could not withstand such terrible military expenditures. "We can't wait any longer," 3 people were chatting in a group. The Dragon Emperor looked at the shocking maintenance fee he would have to pay tomorrow, and the information he sent out became a little distorted and crazy. "My daily maintenance fee is nearly 30,000 ordinary resources. If this continues, I will kill myself before my trick is exposed. And I think you two are just worrying for nothing. With the strength of the 3 of us, even if Guile and all the other players join forces, what can we do? We will use our absolute strength to tell these rubbish that in this world, justice is only in the hands of strong." Chapter 27, Can you command an army of 200,000? So, Just as ordinary players were shouting slogans, even the three major guilds were preparing to put pressure on the four messengers of God. The message from a Dragon Emperor caused all the ordinary players to explode. What are you talking about? A bunch of rubbish. If you have the guts, take the dungeon area from me. If you don't, shut up. Fuck, is it awesome to randomly get a good trait? Is this the attitude of you, four lords? Haha, very good. You don't take us seriously at all, right? Brothers, this is intolerable. We lifted them up high, and they trampled us into the mud. The world has suffered from the four great lords for a long time. I will achieve my goal and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. I will kill the Dragon Emperor first. Kill the Dragon Emperor first. Kill the Dragon Emperor. The screen is filled with dense channel information. Both Lu Gu and the lords of the three major guilds were blinded by the Dragon Emperor's sudden and outrageous remarks. Then came the ecstasy. Melthuzad Sylvanus. In a wasteland. The moment he saw the Dragon Emperor's words, Lu Gu immediately summoned the two heroes under his command and shouted, "Quick, gather all the troops and push forward the second dungeon area with all our strength and enter the eighth area." What happened? Didn't we have to wait for the actions of the other lords of fate? Upon hearing the order, Melthuzad hurriedly assisted Sylvanus in gathering the undead army. At the same time, he asked, "Does this mean that the decisive battle between the lords is about to begin? This is only the second round of Monster Siege. It has nothing to do with us." Lu Gu laughed and was about to explain. A flashing message immediately appeared in front of Lu Gu. It was a group chat message from a balanced society. Like the ordinary players who were furious, the members of the balanced society were also shocked by the Dragon Emperor's act of cutting himself off from the world. The metrologist could not understand why the Dragon Emperor had such an arrogant mind. It would be fine if the four lords were in collusion with each other. But as members of the balanced society, they knew that Lu Gu, one of the four great lords, had long fallen out with them. Did the Dragon Emperor and his men think that the three of them could fight against all the ordinary players while also dealing with the tricks? I'm dying of laughter. Could this be the big move the prophet mentioned? Red Bean Biscuit laughed. I think it's too late for the Dragon King and his men to protect themselves now. Don't be careless. The prophet said solemnly, although I didn't expect that the Dragon King's big move in the prophet's picture would come from this. It is a huge problem for ordinary players who are scattered like a pile of sand to gather together. In addition, the conflicts between the army camps and the impact on morale before the guild leader accumulates enough leadership experience, the combat effectiveness of ordinary players is far less than we imagined. The prophet is right. If it were me, I wouldn't need to pay attention to the three major guilds that are already full of conflicts. Instead, I would concentrate my strength and resolve the biggest threat as quickly as possible. Blood Roar analyzed calmly. So, at this moment, Romeo and the others also came to their senses. It was the God's messenger's plan to make us lower our vigilance. The prophet said decisively, "No wonder the scene I saw was the future where the Dragon King and his men were fighting against us." The Dragon King's brainless remarks were completely a trick to paralyze us. Now the Dragon King, including the God's messenger and the church, should have begun to march towards the second copy area. Lu Ji's forward figure suddenly stopped. What the hell is going on? Why does he seem to have fallen into the trap completely? However, everyone in the group was completely unaware of the chaotic mood of the silent president at the moment. The prophet even mocked the tricks of the three messengers of God. They're indeed very smart, but no matter what conspiracy or trick they have, they will be exposed by my prophetic nature. No wonder before the siege, Boscail asked us to gather in the second area after the siege. Guaisho said in an admiring tone. It turns out that the boss had already anticipated the Dragon Emperor and his men's plan of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. He is worthy of being the Boscail. Dragon Emperor and his men are taking a risky move. If they can't quickly get rid of the trickster boss, once the three major guilds' forces are gathered together, they will be immediately caught in a situation where they will be attacked from all sides. Romeo snorted coldly. Are you sure you could defeat us in one wave? Red Bean Biscuit, who was as slow to react as Lu Gu, was very annoyed when he heard this. Damn it. Let them come. I want to see how strong they are. Brothers, this battle is crucial. As long as we can withstand the offensive of the three lords, the worst-case scenario is that our balanced guild, the three lords, and the three guilds will divide the world into three parts. The seven of us can monopolize 1/3 of the benefits of the entire dungeon space. The prophet encouraged, so I hope everyone will not hide their own strength, but use all their strength to deal with this battle, including me this time. I will also send out my strongest trump card, the Gospel Judge. Although I mainly rely on myself, I have gathered more than 100 second and third level soldiers to help defend the city. I will bring them all this time. Red bean biscuits. Haha, my army is quite large, with a total of 1,000 second-tier archers, 303-tier Deadwood Guards, and 6 second-tier epic-level nature druids. Even if I face the epic legion of the Dragon King, I can still fight. Romeo, I'm a little weaker. In addition to the 52 first-level castle spearmen, 6 second-level dwarf musketeers, and 6 second-level iron golems, there are only 2 second-level goblins, 1 third-level big goblin, and 1 rare goblin hero. The metrologist was a little embarrassed. My military strength is similar to that of the metrologist, but I have acquired an epic command skill. If you trust me, I can command the army. With the same type of troops, we can definitely exert more than double the combat effectiveness. Bloodroar said, "Haha, I have 3 4th-level Pegasus Knights, 6 4th-level Griffin Knights, a team of 12 3rd-level swordsmen, and a rare human mage hero. I'm capable of fighting." He passed his hand. "Okay, then give a command of all soldiers to Bloody Roar. As for Red Bean, he will form a warrior group with all rare-level heroes and fight against the high-end combat power of the Dragon King, the Messenger of God, and the Church." Lu Gu, who had reacted, gave the final order without changing his expression, as if the person who was deceived just now was not him at all. "But Bloody Roar, do you have experience in commanding an army of 200,000? Blood roared, full of confidence, but suddenly at a loss. Chapter 27. The Dragon King seems to be fighting with guile. Copy space, second copy area. Looking at the endless army of nearly 200,000 skeletons lined up in front of him, Shuho glanced at Lu Gu, who was sitting next to him with no expression on his face. In my heart, I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. "Master, can that guy do it?" The white-haired Lich Malthusad glanced at the silent Bloodhowl and whispered something bad in Lu Ji's ear. "Look at his inexperienced look. You make it sound as if your initial performance was much better than his." He rolled his eyes at Melthagad. Lu Gu ignored Red Bean Biscuit, Romeo, the meter technician, and others who had similarly dull eyes behind him. Instead, he walked straight to Bloody Howl and asked, "Are you sure?" Although the skeleton soldiers do not have command value, their IQ is much lower than that of normal soldiers. They only know simple orders to advance and retreat. For an army of this size, it is enough to understand the orders to advance and retreat. Being too smart is useless. Hearing Lu Ji's question, Bloodhowl quickly calmed down. "Are you sure you want to hand over these 200,000 troops to me? Although I am confident in my command ability, this is my first time commanding an army of this size." The reason why Bloodroar has powerful Legion command capabilities is that in reality, Bloodroar is a top player of an extremely well-known real-time strategy game. In the game, he became famous for commanding 12 armies to perform different operations at the same time, and was even given the title of God. But even in computer games, he had never tried to command more than 10,000 troops, let alone 200,000. Moreover, although computer mouse operation and real-life command are not two different things, there is a huge gap between them. First, there is a delay in the transmission of commands. Second, after the number of people is arranged, a mere 10,000 people can be regarded as a sea of people. Even if Lu Ji's 200,000 skeletons were arranged in 100 rows, they would still stretch over 1,000 meters. The human eye couldn't even see the end. It is conceivable that in order to control such a large army, more than just the commander's reaction speed is required. The transmission of orders alone is enough to stop more than 90 of the generals. "It's nothing, I believe you." He patted Shueho's shoulder. With the latter stunned, Lu Gu looked at the other members of the Balanced Society and said, "Just like I trust Bloody Roar, I hope that in the next war, we can also trust each other unconditionally." "Don't worry, boss. We absolutely trust each other." In a daze, Guoyisho was the first to react to Lu Ji's amazing force. He raised his hands and shouted loudly, "Then I wish you all good luck in martial arts." He smiled slightly. As Lu Ji's mind moved, along with the consumption of mana, the old monster burning with the blazing fire of disaster suddenly appeared. At the same time, the 6-copy area. The top leaders of the 3 major guilds, Huangtu Bei, Jingxin Pavilion, and Wanzhou, gathered together. With the end of the second wave of monster sieges, the elimination game system also officially opened the guild function. Players can choose to create or join a guild and become a guild member. They can also obtain many guild contents such as guild chat channels, guild legion mode. Guild members can form armies without worrying about the decline in morale caused by multiracial mixing. Guild exclusive stores, guild contribution system, guild decrees, guild logos, etc., which greatly enhance the cohesion and formality of the guild. The guild at this time was no longer just a verbal joining as before, but had completely transformed into a tightly structured whole. As the three guilds with the largest number of members in the entire 4297 area, they have become the biggest beneficiaries of the guild system after its opening. Although more than 120 people failed to successfully resist the siege monsters and were eliminated in the second wave of Monster Siege, the three major guilds still have more than 700 members in total. Even if each member only contributes 10 first-level arms, that is a huge army of up to 7,000 people. What's more, there are many strong players in the guild. It can be said that every guild can mobilize a huge army consisting of at least tens of thousands of arms. But even with such a huge military force, they still couldn't snatch even one copy area from the Four Lords. Just when the top leaders of the three major guilds were at a loss as to what to do, the public opinion caused by the Dragon Emperor's contempt for ordinary players finally gave the top leaders of the three major guilds hope of breaking the deadlock. We have almost figured out the combat power of the Dragon King. Yuan Mao, the president of the 10,000 Races Guild, who was originally ranked 12th and is now ranked 14th, said calmly, "There is a D-level attribute lord in our guild. His attribute, wide vision, can see everything within a maximum of 2,000 meters without being blocked by ordinary obstacles." He ventured close to the Dragon King's army station in the third instance area and roughly saw the Dragon King's military strength. Hearing Yuan Mao's words, all the guild leaders were cheered up. In fact, although they were severely punished by the four overlords, they had never been able to test out the true strength of the four overlords. Only by uniting can we fight against the four lords has become the consensus of all players and even guild leaders. But how large the military forces of the four lords remains a mystery. However, Yuan Mao's next words caused the entire high-level meeting to fall silent. According to preliminary estimates, the Dragon King currently has more than 100 sub-dragons, at least at the second-order epic level or above. In addition, there are 2 gold dragons of unknown level. You are not kidding, are you? Ji Bai, the president of Huangtu Hegemony, could not help but interrupt. More than 100 second-level epic soldiers? And 2 golden dragons? Let's not talk about how difficult it is for us to obtain an epic soldier. How to get more than 100 in one go? Just talking about the golden dragons? Isn't that a legendary soldier of at least level 5? Is this something that players can recruit at this stage? So, this is why the four lords are the four lords. Yuan Mao sighed. Although I don't want to admit it, we are just a bunch of trash in front of the Dragon King. I ask myself, even if I gather all the strength of the 200 members of the guild, I may not be able to defeat the Dragon King alone. The Dragon Emperor has already incurred public wrath. If it comes to a crusade against the Dragon Emperor, many lords are willing to do their best. Even if one guild is no match for him, our 3 guilds can unite. Even if the Dragon Emperor really has so many epic-level troops and 2 golden dragons, we still won't have to worry about him. The one who spoke was the vice president of Jingxin Pavilion, who is also recognized as the strongest man among the 3 major guilds, Yijian Tianxia. This stern-looking man, wearing ancient Chinese armor and a long ponytail, stood upright behind Qingyin Miao Miao, the only female senior executive among the 3 major guilds, the president of Jingxin Pavilion. Even though he was only a vice president, it did not affect his gaze on everyone present. The only thing we have to worry about now is the attitude of the other 3 top lords. If the 4 lords have reached a consensus, with our current strength, we can only report. The sudden report interrupted Yijian Tianxia's words, as Yijian Tianxia and a number of guild leaders turned their gazes in unison. A guild leader was sweating as he scanned the information in front of him. He said in shock, "A lord has reported that the Dragon Emperor has led his army to appear in the second dungeon area." "What? The second dungeon area?" Ji Bai was shocked. "Isn't that Giji's territory? Could it be that the Dragon King and Giji have joined forces?" No, the guild leader said incoherently. "It's not a union, but it seems like they are fighting." The guild leaders were shocked and stood up. Chapter 28. Battle against the Dragon King. The foul scorching sun erupts. The second copy area. No nonsense at all. The Dragon King, who came riding a golden dragon, didn't even think of saying a word to Lu Ge and directly commanded his army to attack. Two huge golden dragons that blocked out the sun and sky passed across the sky like dark clouds. The hot dragon breath sprayed down, and in almost the blink of an eye, thousands of skeleton soldiers were burned to ashes. At the same time, 200 dragon warriors with dragon heads and human bodies, 3 meters away, plunged into the boundless sea of skeletons like sharp knives. In an instant, countless skeleton soldiers flew up in groups, and each dragon warrior casually struck, and at least 5 or 6 skeleton soldiers were swept into pieces. However, even so, the expressions on the faces of the people from the Balanced Society, Lu Ge himself, and even the heroes under Lu Ji's command did not change in the slightest. Although the damage is very slight. But while the dragon warriors were invincible, the blades of the skeleton soldiers would inevitably fall on them. Even though each skeleton soldier could only cause a negligible 1 point of damage, under the cover of the nearly endless skeleton army, the damage value of the dragon warriors on the periphery of the army formation never stopped from the moment they crashed into the army formation. The Dragon King in the sky was obviously aware of this. On the one hand, he commanded the dragon warriors to rotate their formations and allow the injured dragon warriors to enter the inner part of the army formation. On the other hand, he tore open the expensive healing scroll without hesitation and quickly restored the vitality of the dragon warriors. At the same time, 2 dragon blood wizards in the distance began to chant loudly, and billowing burning meteorites rained down from the sky, slamming into the densely packed skeleton army formation. Boom! Terrifying explosions and flames spread out from the skeleton army one after another. However, what the Dragon Emperor did not expect was that at the moment these skeleton soldiers were attacked, an inexplicable ghostly green light flashed on their bodies. The next moment, the skeleton soldiers who were clearly hit head-on by the dragon blood mages' powerful magic seemed to be fine, and once again joined in the siege of the dragon warriors. That's not all. The skeleton soldiers that were beaten to pieces by the dragon warriors also recovered instantly in the boiling of a strange energy, and the dark blue soul fire in their eyes turned into red. Both their attack speed and movement speed seemed to be violent, several times faster than before. Every attack even began to leave 2 points of damage on the dragon warrior's body. Wow, is that the Chosen Lord second only to you, my master? He does seem to be very imposing. Looking at the flying army of skeletons, Melthagad shouted. However, no matter how powerful these dragon warriors are, how many undead armies can they resist? Following the voice of Melthagad, more skeleton armies gathered and surrounded the dragon warriors, while more skeleton soldiers rushed towards the dragon blood wizard. The Dragon Emperor, realizing something was wrong, wanted to control the dragon blood mage to dodge. However, under Bloodhowl's command, the entire mountain was covered with traces of the skeleton army. Endless skeleton soldiers rushed out from almost every corner. No matter how hard the Dragon Emperor searched, he could not find a route for the Dragon Blood Mage to evacuate. Just rush, realizing that if he continued to fight, he would sooner or later be overwhelmed by the endless army of skeletons. The Dragon King immediately controlled the Golden Dragon and roared towards Lu Ji's direction. Although the skeleton army underground was endless, facing the Golden Dragon flying in the sky, these skeleton soldiers who only had melee attack methods had no means of blocking it and could only watch the Golden Dragon slide over their heads. Sure enough, he still uses this trick. The Golden Dragon rides on my face. It's really unreasonable at this stage. He sighed. Lu Ge used his eyes to stop Red Bean Biscuit from attacking. With a thought, the old Warcraft, which was now a summoned creature with a health value of 17,000 points, suddenly flew up and chopped fiercely at the Golden Dragon, carrying the Dragon Emperor with a big knife burning with the flame of disaster in his hand. What kind of troops are these? The Dragon Emperor was stunned. Without time to think, he waved his hand, and a golden barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the old monster firmly. It was a loud bang. The Dragon Emperor looked in astonishment at the shield value, which had dropped by less than 1/10. He never expected that a monster that seemed so brave would have such little attack power. Without the slightest hesitation, the next second, the Dragon Emperor waved his hand, and a huge fireball flew out of his hand, hitting the old monster with a bang. -300. A huge number suddenly appeared above the head of the old monster. But then, when he saw the health bar of the old monster that had hardly moved at all, the Dragon Emperor felt his face turn green. However, before the Dragon Emperor could be shocked by the terrifying health value of the old monster. The Dragon Emperor, flying in the air, suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness coming from himself and the golden dragon under him. Then, three-digit damage inexplicably rose up from above his and the golden dragon's heads in an orderly manner. At the same time, a large number of debuff icons symbolizing negative states densely appeared in his and the golden dragon's status bars, directly cutting his and the golden dragon's attributes by more than 1/3. It's that alien soldier. His attacks carry at least 5 negative states. The Dragon Emperor, realizing this, felt like he had eaten a pile of shit. It has high health and defense. Although its attack power is not strong, it has many negative states. If it is not resolved, the inexplicable burning and poisoning damage alone will kill him and the golden dragon under him in less than a minute. But seeing the despairingly thin health bar of the old monster, the Dragon Emperor really had no desire to kill this monster. But I have another golden dragon. Resist the urge to use your skills. The Dragon Emperor looked at the other golden dragon that was charging forward, but before he could smile, he saw 9 tiny dark energy arrows suddenly shooting out from the group of skeletons. -10010010002601002000 -200 -100. One huge number after another burst out from the head of another golden dragon. The golden dragon's health bar, which had been as high as 5,000 points, was reduced to less than 2/3 in an instant. It's the hero of trickery. The Dragon Emperor reacted instantly, but there were too many skeleton soldiers underground. Even if he was high in the sky, he couldn't find Sylvanus, who was hiding among the skeleton army and had the ability of shadow speed. The blazing sun bursts. The Dragon King knew that his golden dragon would surely die if he allowed this unknown hero to continue attacking. So he immediately issued orders to the golden dragon under his mount. The golden dragon that received the order immediately uttered a difficult-to-pronounce spell, and the next moment, a ball of flame-light circle suddenly spread out, sweeping over a range of 150 meters in an instant. Amid the raging flames, red light beams gushed out from the center within a radius of 50 meters, and a large number of astonishing damage values of 8 to 900 or even more than 1,000 points emerged crazily. Ding! Please be careful. Your hero, Sylvanus, is seriously injured and dying. Lu Ji's mouth twitched when he saw the news. Although he is an epic hero, his level is too low. In addition, he is a fragile profession, so he is powerless to resist the ultimate moves of the 6th-level legendary soldiers. That being said, even for a legendary unit, this scale of killing skills is too unfair. Even Sylvanus couldn't dodge such a large AoE range. Not to mention the damage is so terrifying. This is the power after being weakened by the old beast. If it is not in the weakened state of the old beast, wouldn't this golden dragon be able to kill Sylvanus instantly? When he thought of this, Luga looked up and saw another golden dragon approaching. Although the golden dragon was hit by Sylvanus's multiple energy arrows, its health has been reduced to 2/3. However, this golden dragon has not used the fiery sun burst yet. If he gets close to it and fires a shot at it, Luga will certainly not be afraid, but the high-level soldiers and lords of the Balanced Society surrounding him will probably be killed. As expected, I still have to rely on you. He patted Red Bean Biscuit's shoulder. Luga gave the other party an encouraging look. You are immune to damage in the brave state. As long as you're not hit in the center, a fiery sun burst should not kill you. Thank you so much. Red Bean Biscuit cursed. He raised the huge sword without any fear and said with a fierce smile, Today I will show you what it means to be a dragon slayer. Chapter 29 Raid. The messenger of God takes action. The bright light, like a meteor, shot straight into the sky. The swooping golden dragon only felt a flash of white light in front of it, and a huge damage number rose from above its head. -600. Was accompanied by the painful cry of the young golden dragon. What? The Dragon Emperor, who was struggling with the old monster, looked up in horror. The next moment, he was horrified to see a swordsman wearing light armor, holding a huge sword in both hands, with a wing-shaped flying equipment on his back, and a showy face, looking at him with a playful expression. Another epic hero? No, not a hero, but a player. He looked at the ID that was revealed above Red Bean Biscuit's head in astonishment. The Dragon King was startled, and then he flew into a rage. You rubbish. How dare you stand on the side of trickery? It seems that you don't even give me the choice to stand on your side. The almighty Lord Dragon Emperor. Red Bean Biscuit laughed, and without even using his eyes to see, he easily dodged the dragon's breath spewed out by the golden dragon, and with his backhanded hand, he swung a sword at the golden dragon's body. Minus 480, accompanied by numbers appearing above the golden dragon's head. The Dragon Emperor's eyes instantly became bloodshot. He raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck the red bean biscuits. But the next moment, boom, lightning exploded. The old monster panted and swung away the left arm that was blocking in front of him, not caring about the 1,500 points of damage exploding above his head, and rushed towards the Dragon King with the sword in hand again. Golden Dragon, Yu's fiery sun burst quickly. The Dragon Emperor, unable to break free, quickly gave the order. Upon receiving the order, the young golden dragon immediately began to chant a difficult spell. At the same time, a ring of flames with astonishing temperature began to appear in the air. You want to use your skills in front of me? Take my silencing blow. Red Bean Biscuit laughed when he saw this. Then he grabbed the giant sword with one hand. A white light burst out from the giant sword, and then hit the young golden dragon's forehead hard. Minus 770. The blood-red numbers exploded. The golden dragon let out a miserable howl, and its huge body was unable to maintain flight and fell directly from the air. At the same time, seeing the golden dragon falling, the skeleton army rushed over like zombies smelling blood, holding tattered swords with terrifying undead power, and silently roared at the golden dragon in the sky. You bastard, you're looking for death. After seeing this scene, the Dragon Emperor no longer cared about fighting with the old monsters. He slapped the golden dragon under his crotch, which had lost a quarter of its health from the old monster, and flew towards the falling golden dragon at high speed, trying to save the other one. He knew too well the consequences of the golden dragon's fall. Although the golden dragons are giant creatures that give them unparalleled attack range, it also gives them huge targets to attack. Once the golden dragon is overwhelmed by the ant-like skeleton army below, its survival ability is even worse than that of a second-level dragon warrior. Dragon Emperor, your mouth is really stinky, but I just like the look of your impotent anger. He laughed. Red Bean Biscuit used some unknown prop to instantly move in front of the Dragon King and slashed at the Dragon King's frightened and angry face with a sword. It was a loud bang. A magic shield blocking the Dragon Emperor was shattered on the spot, but Red Bean Biscuit didn't care at all and used the recoil to turn the giant sword again, easily avoiding the Dragon Emperor's casual skills, and slashed the Dragon Emperor with another sword. Gotcha! The ring on the Dragon Emperor's middle finger shattered, once again blocking the fatal blow for the Dragon Emperor. As expected of one of the four great lords, you have a lot of life-saving treasures, but what good does it matter? A weakling like you has strength, but no strategy. Even my grandma can see the movement of you raising your hand clearly. How can you hit anyone? Let me tell you what real PvP is. Red Bean Biscuit laughed. Seeing the Dragon Emperor's furious and even slightly fearful look, Red Bean Biscuit grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, and a startling golden light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Rapid and violent. Silver light, falling blade slash. Boom! A dazzling white light suddenly flashed out from the Red Bean Biscuit giant sword. The next second, Red Bean Biscuit flew to the top of the Dragon King at an incredible speed, and the giant sword in his hand brought up a sword light like a waterfall, slashing down without hesitation. God's messenger. Church, what are you still looking at? Why don't you come and save me? Upon seeing this, the Dragon Emperor couldn't help but roar. The Red Bean Biscuit in midair hurriedly shifted its attack target and actually used the target switching mechanism to forcibly change its direction of movement. The next moment, a corrosion sound was heard. A dark green light passed by the side of Red Bean Biscuit, leaving behind a strong smell of decay. Seeing this scene, Red Bean Biscuit turned around and returned to Lu Gu without hesitation. At the same time, two white beams of light descended from the sky, and then two figures with the Messenger of God and the Church ID above their heads suddenly appeared on the battlefield. In an instant, a sense of extreme danger rose from Lu Ji's head. Just when Lu Gu wanted to escape, the prophet took the lead, his whole body covered in a red robe. The Gospel Inquisitor, holding a heavy oracle book, quickly opened the oracle and held up a colorful light curtain, covering all people and high-level soldiers. Next second, Shwa, a dazzling white light, illuminates the world. Lu Gu only saw the population on his panel dropping madly. Countless -1-1-1 numbers were floating in patches. In just 2 seconds, Lu Ji's population dropped from 19,000 to 3,000. Huff, huff, huff. The briefly revived red soul fire appeared densely on the earth. The messenger of God, who had just launched a mysterious attack, paused slightly when he saw this, and then several beams of light fell, instantly covering the Dragon Emperor and his 2 golden dragons. Oh no, he's going to use teleportation magic. Melthagad shouted loudly, and a frost nova exploded directly on the body of God's messenger. God's messenger groaned, but continued to perform the magic without saying a word. The next moment, a beam of light flashed, and the Dragon Emperor, God's messenger, the church, and the 2 golden dragons all disappeared from the battlefield in an instant. Fuck! Melthagad screamed angrily. Kill all the soldiers they left behind. They had long been accustomed to the white-haired lich's terrifying bloody roar, and quickly mobilized the briefly resurrected skeleton army and the advanced troops of the balanced society to rush forward. Without the restraint of the 2 golden dragons, with the addition of high-level troops, the 202nd-tier epic troops, and 2 4th-tier legendary Dragonblood liches left by the Dragon Emperor were almost instantly submerged in the tide of the undead. Chapter 30 Characteristics of God's Messenger. As the short recovery lasted, countless undead souls turned into nothingness and slowly dissipated. Luga glanced at the less than 30,000 skeleton soldiers left and recalled a shocking blow delivered by the messenger of God. Is this the power that can be controlled by the players at this stage? With one strike, more than 100,000 skeleton armies were turned into dust. It's outrageous, but this is the power of the forbidden spell. There's nothing strange about it. Melthagad added, I just didn't expect that a lord would actually obtain that characteristic and become our enemy. Can you guess the characteristics of God's messenger? Heard Melthagad's words. A group of balanced lords, including Lyoga, quickly turned their gazes towards Melthagad. As they spent more time together, they roughly came to know that Lugu had a special hero under his command who was knowledgeable and almost omniscient. The main reason was that a certain white-haired lich was always showing off his knowledge, and he was so familiar with even the hot memes and swear words on Earth that he would often say shocking things. And even if Lugu wanted to hide it, he couldn't. Lugu simply let him do what he wanted, and at the same time intimidate the prophet in the balanced society, who was the most difficult for Lugu to understand. S-level feature, Forbidden Spell Mage. The effect is that you will randomly gain the right to use a forbidden spell every day, and you can store up to 3 forbidden spells. The forbidden spell released by the Messenger of God just now should be the legendary Seraph's Light of Purification, which can cause 500 segments of true damage, ignoring defense, to all targets within a maximum range of 1000 meters in 2 seconds, equal to 1 plus magic power 0.01 points of the user. Even heroes of the same level are basically not immune to this forbidden spell. The white-haired lich said, Of course, if there is only one Seraph's Purifying Light, it is not enough for me to determine the characteristics of the Messenger of God, because in addition to the Forbidden Spell Mage, there are many other characteristics that can have the ability to release the Seraph's Purifying Light in the early stage. But the Messenger of God did not just release a forbidden spell, right? Luga asked. That's right. Melthagad nodded. He continued, the beam of light that the Messenger of God suddenly descended upon is also a forbidden spell. It is called Designated Group Teleportation Magic. After it is activated, during its duration, you only need to spend mana to teleport your designated target or yourself to any place you have ever been to. The reason why this skill is listed as a forbidden spell is that many mages who use this magic do not use it to teleport their own units, but to teleport the opponent to extremely dangerous places, or even places so far away that they will never be able to return in their lifetime. However, the power of casting forbidden spells obtained by the Messenger of God only through his characteristics is completely incomparable to the Divine Realm Mage who actually casts forbidden spells with his own power and travels through countless spaces and worlds. Therefore, he cannot exert the power of designated group teleportation magic. On the other hand, only an S-level characteristic forbidden spell mage can cast 2 forbidden spells in succession without incurring any cost. No wonder God's messenger can always defeat the monsters in such a short time. If the power of the forbidden spell is used, then no matter how many monsters come, the messenger of God can kill them instantly with one move, without the need to release a second skill. Wouldn't it be possible to achieve annihilation in just a few seconds? Compared to the time spent on annihilating monsters, confirming the landing location of siege monsters is the most time-consuming step for God's messenger. Isn't this too outrageous? Hearing this, Guaisho couldn't help but complain. What kind of damn game is this? There's no balance at all. Luck is also a kind of strength, young man. Melthagad patted his arm with a serious expression. There is nothing to say about this. After all, just as there is no comparison between them and the messengers of God, the vast majority of ordinary players are also far from them. But God's messenger has already used 2 forbidden spells. That is to say, God's messenger now only has the right to use 1 forbidden spell at most. Hearing Melthagad's words, Red Bean Biscuit immediately cheered up. In addition, the Dragon King has been crippled by us. Isn't it the weakest time now? In this case, we might as well destroy them all in one go. Otherwise, the messenger of God will get a new forbidden spell tomorrow. I don't want to be hit by another forbidden spell. It's a good idea, but unfortunately, we no longer have the power to pursue the messenger of God. The prophet, who had been silent all this time, spoke at this moment. The messenger of God has 1 remaining forbidden spell, which is a forbidden level summoning magic that can summon the 7th level ultimate soldier of the Abyss race. The demon, with the power of the demon, plus the Dragon Emperor and 2 legendary golden dragons, and a church that maintains its full strength. If we pursue, we will have no way back. This is the future scene I saw today. Lu Ge gritted his teeth. Are we just going to wait for the messenger of God to refresh the forbidden spell? Red Bean Biscuit was even more indignant. What 7th level ultimate soldier? How much stronger can it be than a 6th level legendary golden dragon? It's just a level difference. I can easily defeat a golden dragon. So can I defeat a blank ultimate soldier? Ultimate troops and ordinary troops are completely different things, young man. Melthagad quickly stopped Red Bean Biscuit's terrible idea. He warned sternly. The reason why the ultimate troops are the ultimate troops is that they are so powerful that they're almost completely out of the category of troops. What's more, the opponent summon is a demon. Demons are well-deserved first-class troops among the known 7th level troops. Even if there is only one, the strategic value it can bring is unimaginable. Since the 7th level troops are so powerful, why didn't you summon the messenger of God just now? Romeo asked. That's because he was deceived by the skeleton army that was resurrected by trickery. The prophets said he didn't expect that with a forbidden spell, the skeleton soldiers he destroyed could be resurrected again. With hundreds of thousands of skeletons, even if he summoned demons, it would be difficult to kill us. This is why the messenger of God did not use the forbidden spell of summoning. But if we pursue them further and reach the territory of the messenger of God, then things will be different. Didn't continue talking. Everyone understood that the second copy area was occupied and managed by Lu Ge from the very beginning. Lu Ge knew everything here very well, so he was able to take advantage of the situation and beat the Dragon Emperor so badly that he even sent God's messenger, Sha Yu, back in defeat. But if we arrive at an area that God's messenger is familiar with, plus a 7th level demon, I'm afraid that no matter how many people are put in, they won't be able to deal with the 7th level demon, nor will they be able to do anything to the messenger of God. Chapter 31, Can You Inherit After Advancing? S-level characteristics? Looking at the unwilling expressions of the crowd, Lu Ge's eyes flickered slightly, and he almost couldn't help but open his eye of thief. This was the first time he had heard of the existence of S-level characteristics. Moreover, the power of the Forbidden Spell Master was worthy of the level of S-level characteristics. He could actually obtain one of those outrageous skills every day and completely ignore the consumption when releasing them. It was because Lu Ge's undead army was strong enough, and there was also the gospel judge summoned by the prophet to protect him in advance. Otherwise, anyone except Lu Ge would not be able to survive a single move in the hands of the messenger of God. But we have to wait. This is only the second round. Who can guarantee that among these 1,000 players, there's only one S-level attribute lord, the messenger of God? If there are others who are more powerful or more suitable for my characteristics, what should I do if I lose the opportunity to use the Eye of Stealing God? The characteristics of the God's messenger have been exposed. No matter how strong the exposed characteristics are, they are no longer a concern. Compared to the characteristics visible to the naked eye, this last chance to use the Eye of Stealing God must be used with extreme caution. I thought so in my heart. Lu Ge's expression did not change. He just said to the people of the Balanced Society, in any case, we at least won the first round of the battle with the messenger of God. In addition, The characteristics of the messenger of God that we fear the most have been deciphered by us. From now on, we just need to proceed steadily. Sooner or later, we will have a chance to defeat them. For example, the third round of Monster Siege. When monsters attack the city, God's messenger must use forbidden spells to maintain his position at the top of the siege rankings. But the forbidden spell mage can only store 3 forbidden spells at most. That is to say, on the day when the monsters attack the city, the messenger of God will consume 1 forbidden spell, leaving only 2. When his own God of Death comes out and possesses high-end combat power that can compete with the messenger of God, what are just 2 forbidden spells? The prophet obviously had the same plan. Although the prophet's prophetic ability could only be used once in each round of siege, in the future after this round of Monster Siege ended, he did see the scene of Lugu leading the Grim Reaper to capture the base of God's messenger. There was one thing the prophet did not say, which was that when they were pursuing the victory, the messenger of God used forbidden spells to summon demons and cooperated with the church and the Dragon King to kill them back, but failed to kill Gigi. Gigi seemed to have some means of resurrection, and his ability to survive was outrageous. The Dragon King, the messenger of God, the church, and a 7th-level demon joined forces, but Gigi still escaped. In the eyes of the prophet, the president of the Balanced Society is simply unfathomable and much more terrifying than the messenger of God, who possesses S-level characteristics. Lugu, who didn't know that he was already a cunning old traitor in the eyes of the prophet, handed over the remaining skeleton army to Bloodhowl and let Bloodhowl replace the seriously injured Sylvanas to continue to attack the second dungeon area. Although he couldn't do anything to God's messenger and the others for the time being, God's messenger also no longer had the power to compete with him for the resource area. At least before the end of the next round of siege, the messengers of God and their ilk would not be able to gather enough forces to compete with the Society of Balance for the ownership of the resource area. As for the 3 major guilds, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to pass the dungeon area after 2 more rounds of monster sieges, let alone the qualifications to enter. Naturally, there are even less to be feared. Taking advantage of this precious time, Lugu would naturally move into the resource area as soon as possible and run it as his own home. In addition, after a day of preparation, the sleeping place that Lugu had been longing for was finally built. As a special building that can upgrade level 0 skeleton soldiers into level 1 skeleton warriors or skeleton archers, or even level 2 skeleton warriors and flame skeleton archers. The appearance of the Land of Slumber could greatly speed up Lu Ji's progress in summoning the God of Death. If Lugu worked harder and used his undead lore talent to recruit people without sleep, it would be very likely that he would be able to reach the amount of sacrifices required to recruit a 7th-level God of Death within 10 days. This is the top priority, especially after being hit in the face by the Dragon Emperor's 6th-order legendary Golden Dragon. Lugu realized the importance of the existence of high-level troops. The reason why they were able to defeat the Dragon King so easily this time, in addition to the fact that Lu Ji's skeleton army had indeed crushed the Dragon King's epic legion on the front battlefield, the most important reason was that the reckless Lord Hondo Biscuit chopped down a golden dragon of the Dragon King. If there were no red bean biscuits facing the Dragon King's decapitation tactics, Lugu might have really been in danger of failure if he relied on himself. When he thought of this, Lugu praised more than once how wise his decision to form the Balanced Society was. Apart from anything else, if lords like Red Bean Biscuit, Blood Roar, and Prophet became one's enemies, the mere thought of it would give one a headache. Of course, Romeo and E are not bad either, but Romeo's magic potion and Blood Roar's epic command skills are the trump cards that Balance will use when it is desperate, so they did not show up in this battle. The role of the first hand is to match daily resources. Only the role of the metrologist is a little worse, but it is also a considerable force. However, I cannot rely too much on others. No matter when or where, the most trustworthy thing is the power in my own hands. I thought so in my heart. After returning to the desolate land, Lugu went straight to the Tomb of Death and started clicking on the skeleton soldier portraits on the Tomb of Death. The next moment, the sound of bones colliding rang out one after another, and teams of skeleton soldiers of astonishing size swarmed out from the Tomb of Death. Some of them were thrown into the copy space to help Blood Roar speed up the capture of the second copy area, while some of them poured into the Land of Sleep, continuously transforming into batches of brand new skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and even skeleton warriors. To Lu Ji's surprise, These advanced soldiers transformed by the Sleeping Land actually inherited many characteristics of the skeleton soldiers, such as short-term resurrection, anti-magic plating, life resilience, and death attack. So, the Land of Slumber is an evolution, not a transformation. They are still the original skeleton soldiers, but have been given more undead auras, becoming more powerful undead soldiers. Naturally, since they are the same life, the technology that worked on them before will naturally still work on them. Melthuzid looked with burning eyes at the advanced skeletons that kept coming out of the place of slumber, screaming loudly with excitement. Chapter 32, Rebuilding the Legion. Can the skeleton warriors and skeleton warriors that advance through the Land of Slumber still retain the characteristics added to the skeleton soldiers by various technologies? After hearing this, Lu Ge could no longer sit still. He immediately realized that he might have dug up some treasure by accident. Although skeleton warriors are an entry-level type of soldier, they require 1 point of population and cannot bring out 10 times the value of skeleton soldiers. However, as a Tier 2 troop, skeleton warriors only require 2 population points, and the role they can play on the actual battlefield is far greater than that of 20 skeleton soldiers. In fact, once the number of troops exceeds tens of thousands, unless the opponent also has an extremely large legion, the number really does not bring much actual combat power. Just like the epic army besieging the Dragon Emperor, there are only a few thousand skeleton soldiers who could participate in the battle from beginning to end. The other 180,000 skeleton troops could only queue up in the back and wait until all the skeleton soldiers in front died before they could join the battle. This is also the reason why Blood Roar could afford to send tens of thousands of skeleton armies to hunt down the 2 Dragon Blood mages. And it is also the reason why the Dragon Emperor fears the fall of the Golden Dragon. Because there are too many idle troops, and they are of no use at all. And if a part of them were used to improve the quality, it would definitely greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the Undead Legion. The Undead Army consisting of only skeleton soldiers can only be called the Undead Army. Only when quantity and quality coexist can a true Undead Scourge be created. Realizing this, Lu Ge immediately began to adjust the composition of the Legion. He doesn't need first-level soldiers. Lu Ge doesn't even look down on this kind of limited basic soldiers that take up population and are stronger than level 0 skeleton soldiers. All the skeletons that entered the Land of Slumber and evolved into first-level soldiers were directly sacrificed by Lu Ge to the Council of Death. It is worth mentioning that, perhaps due to the added technological characteristics, the sacrificial value of a first-level skeleton slightly exceeded Lu Ge's imagination. A first-level skeleton is equivalent to the value of 12 to 13 level 0 skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers that evolved into second-level skeleton warriors and second-level flame skeleton archers were directly kept by Lu Ge to serve as members of his new Undead Legion. Although usually out of 10 skeleton soldiers that enter the Land of Slumber, only 2 can evolve into skeleton warriors or flame skeleton archers. However, no matter how low the probability is, it cannot withstand Liu Ge's endless supply of skeleton soldiers and the Death Council's seemingly insatiable appetite. In just 1 hour, Liu Ge's legion structure completed the transformation. This is the current structure of the army under Lu Ge. Among them, there are still 50,000 level 0 skeleton soldiers retained to support the legion's numbers and cannon fodder. Secondly, 3,000 skeleton warriors and 4,000 flame skeleton archers serve as the backbone of the legion. In addition, soldiers like the 3 Death Knights and several junior necromancers recruited by Lu Ge in his spare time, which do not even reach 3 digits, are not included in the legion's organization. But even so, if anyone were to tell others about a legion of 7,000 second-level soldiers, it would probably scare a lot of lords to death. Especially since these 7,000 second-order soldiers are not just ordinary soldiers. With the support of many technological features, just looking at the attribute panel, even if you say that these are second-order rare soldiers, I am afraid some people will believe it. Army name, Skeleton Warrior. Level 2. Quality, Ordinary. Health, 75/75. Attack, 9 to 12 2. Movement speed, 4. Population, 2. Domination value, 1. Features. Low-level undead, primary anti-magic plating, primary life resilience, primary death attack, short-term resurrection. Skills. Heavy attack, possibly causing double damage. Armor, reduces physical damage received by 18. Introduction. A powerful vanguard in the Undead Legion. Only the most outstanding skeleton warriors can be crowned as warriors. Unit name, Flame Skeleton Archer. Level 2. Quality, Ordinary. Health, 50/50ths. Attack power, 7 to 11 2. Movement speed, 3. Population, 2. Domination value, 1. Features: low-level undead, primary anti-magic plating, primary life resilience, primary death attack, short-term resurrection. Skills: flame burn, attack with a burning effect that lasts for 3 seconds, causing 5 points of burning damage per second. Elemental instability: after a certain number of flaming arrows are shot, there's a certain probability that the next attack will become an explosive arrow, causing 50 points of range magic damage. Introduction: a long-range magic shooter in the Undead Legion, who likes to release rockets to cause fire to kill the target. No, not only do their attribute panels reach the level of rare soldiers of the same level, but with bug features such as short-term resurrection and anti-magic plating, these soldiers can play a greater role than rare soldiers when fighting against lords of the level of God's Messenger. By the way, if I had these 4,000 flame skeleton archers earlier, would a mere golden dragon dare to charge at me? I'm afraid the Dragon King would be shot into a sieve in a matter of minutes. In ancient times, the way to deal with those powerful generals who could block the passage of 10,000 men was to shoot them with bows and arrows. With the addition of 4,000 flame skeleton archers, Lu Ji's strength has more than doubled. Of course, there are also disadvantages. Once there is a loss of personnel, it will be more troublesome to replenish the flame skeleton archers and skeleton warriors. After all, it depends on luck what kind of soldiers the skeleton soldiers can evolve into when they enter the sleeping land. They may not be able to randomly get the type of soldiers Lu Gu wants. In addition, the entry-level troops have begun to occupy the hero's command value. If the command value is not enough, they cannot be brought under their command. However, this does not seem to be a big problem. In order to be able to command the god of death, a certain white-haired lich upgraded all his attributes to command. The command value of the basic attribute alone has now reached a terrifying 4,300 points. If he wears some equipment that increases command, it is not uncommon to want to increase the command value to over 10,000. Apart from anything else, Lu Gu still has a royal relic that can increase his command by 50 points. Converted into command value, that is 5,000 points. This is because Lu Gu and the white-haired lich are not command-type heroes or professions. For example, Bloodroar's rare job transfer is to become an Orc Legion commander, which increases the main attribute of command by 5 times. With various equipment, the command value may reach 20,000 points. I can't even reach the upper limit of Bloodroar's command value. It seems that I still need to continue building the Spirit Tower and evolve more skeleton warriors and flame skeleton archers. Thoughts come to mind. Lu Gu continued to recruit skeleton soldiers, repeating the steps of entering the land of sleep and then sending them to the Council of Death. On the one hand, he gathered idle death believers and asked them to work hard to build his psychic tower. Chapter 33, the 3 major guilds were shocked. While Lu Gu was working tirelessly to develop his plan for the advancement of his legion and the recruitment of the Grim Reaper, the members of the Society of Balance were also racing against time to capture the second dungeon area. On the other side, the atmosphere in the 3 major guilds was extremely weird. In fact, as soon as they received the news that Dragon Emperor and Lu Gu had started fighting, the top leaders of the 3 major guilds had already watched remotely through various channels this battle that was enough to shock the entire 4297 novice zone. Although everyone already had some idea of the strength of the 4 lords. But when they really saw the 4 lords deploying their formations and showing their full strength, they had to admit that their imagination was still too lacking. Not to mention the boundless army of undead that was enough to make any person or even any guild feel despair. Even the defeated Dragon Emperor showed strength far beyond everyone's imagination. More than 200 second-tier epic dragon warriors, mage soldiers that can summon large-scale meteorite rains, and 2 soldiers that can kill thousands of skeleton soldiers in a matter of minutes, treating 100,000 troops as if they were in an empty space, and can even summon a terrifying firestorm, causing terrifying damage in a radius of up to 100 meters. Is this the strength of the 4 great lords? At that moment, almost all the presidents of the 3 major guilds couldn't help but ask themselves, if the Dragon Emperor led this army to raid their guild bases, would their so-called 3 major guilds be able to withstand the Dragon Emperor's offensive? The answer is obvious. Not to mention the 200 epic-level soldiers Just the two golden dragons that were definitely not just level 5 were enough to kill them all before anyone could react. They wouldn't even have time to gather the army. But even such a powerful Dragon King was still almost wiped out by the trick. Although the trick borrowed the power of other lords, it was also this that made all the presidents present feel cold in their hearts. The power of the four lords themselves is enough to make people despair. But even the four lords who made people so desperate were not fighting alone. The reason why they allowed the three major guilds to recruit troops on the regional channel was simply because they simply looked down on the power of these low-end lords. No wonder among the top 10 lords in the ranking, except Yijian Tianxia, no one was willing to join the three major guilds, and no matter how many invitation messages they sent out, they all fell into the sea. It turned out that in their eyes, they were not qualified to participate in the game at all. The three major guilds, which gathered more than 90 of the players in District 4297, were just like frogs in a well in front of the power displayed by the four lords. I think I recognized the figure who almost killed the Golden Dragon. A guild leader raised his right arm cautiously. His territory is near mine, and I even spoke to him a few words. Who is he? Yuan Mao asked in a deep voice. 5th place in the siege ranking, Red Bean Biscuit. The senior executive smiled bitterly and said, no wonder his territory looks ordinary and there are no powerful troops in the territory, but he was able to achieve annihilation. In the second round of siege, he even shortened the annihilation time by nearly half. I couldn't understand how he did it before, but now I understand. What does it rely on? Of course, it is the extremely powerful personal attribute and the fighting skills that make a fool of the Dragon King. No one would think that the Dragon Emperor, one of the four great lords, is a fool who can't even use his skills accurately. But his skills can't hit Red Bean Biscuit no matter what, which only means that all his operations were predicted by Red Bean Biscuit or simply suppressed, so the Dragon Emperor can only passively take the beating at the hands of Red Bean Biscuit. Such a terrible fighting skill, to be frank, except for Yijian Tianxia. Anyone else present here will be killed instantly if they fight against Red Bean Biscuits. No type of soldiers can protect them. Tianxia, if you were to go against Red Bean Biscuits, how confident are you of winning? Qingyi Miao Miao asked curiously. Because Yijian Tianxia is also an ultimate personal martial arts lord, and what no one knows is that Yijian Tianxia's strength is actually far beyond his performance in the ranking. The reason why he fell behind the list in both sieges was purely because Yijian Tianxia lent all his equipment to her. After she had almost eliminated all the monsters in her territory, Yijian Tianxia began to defend the city on his own. But even so, Yijian Tianxia still ranked in the top 10 of the list twice, and even achieved the achievement of annihilation in the second round of Monster Siege. It is simply unbelievably strong. I originally thought that a territory like Yijian Tianxia was the only one that only focused on its own attributes and did not develop the territory. I didn't expect that among the top 10 lords, there was another lord who also took the personal force route, and his performance was equally shocking. In fact, not only Qingyi Miao Miao was curious about which one was stronger, but even the guild leaders present were equally curious. As the only top 10 masters in the three major guilds, they have more or less seen Yijian Tianxia take action and even conquered dungeon bosses together with Yijian Tianxia and witnessed Yijian Tianxia's incredible fighting power. Seeing a lord of the same type as Yijian Tianxia and ranked higher than Yijian Tianxia, he was naturally very curious about the evaluation of Red Bean Biscuits in Yijian Tianxia's eyes. I don't know. Facing everyone's curiosity, Yijian Tianxia just shook his head. If we only talk about combat skills, Red Bean Biscuit's level is almost as good as mine. What really determines the strength between him and me is still the attributes and characteristics. Players who can go the route of individual heroes must have extracted characteristics that strengthen themselves. Before we actually fight, I can't guarantee how confident I am. Besides, even if I can beat Red Bean Biscuits, what does it matter? The protagonist of this battle has never been Red Bean Biscuits. Speaking of this, the guild leaders present suddenly fell silent. Yes, they pay attention to Red Bean Cookies just because the strength of Red Bean Cookies is still within a reasonable range. As for the real protagonists of the battlefield, the Dragon King, the Trick, and the Messenger of God, and the figure suspected to be the church that appeared later, are the peaks that they cannot surpass. Especially Messenger of God and Deception. The former killed hundreds of thousands of undead troops in one skill. It was a terrifying power that could clear a map. The latter was even more outrageous. The undead army that had been cleared revived in the blink of an eye, scaring the messenger of God into running away, and even killing the epic army of the Dragon King without leaving a single piece of armor behind. It's simply a monster. Chapter 34, Compromise. Death is inevitable. There was a long silence that seemed to last for a whole century. It was not until the clock on the wall rang the hour that Jibai, the president of one of the three major guilds, the Royal Hegemony Guild, finally broke the silence with a bitter face and said, "Let's go talk. Jibai, do you want to compromise with the four lords? Don't forget why our three guilds were established." An angry voice sounded. The reason why the three major guilds were originally established was that the players were dissatisfied with the overbearing behavior of the four lords. So they spontaneously organized themselves and established a coalition with the initial purpose of fighting against the four lords. With the end of the second round of monster sieges and the introduction of the guild system in the elimination game, this loose alliance developed into the current guild. But no matter how the form changes, the core significance of the existence of the three major guilds will not change in the slightest. In other words, the three major guilds and the four major lords themselves have to be in opposition. After all, the amount of resources is fixed, and the four major lords want to take away the vast majority of resources, so they will inevitably confront the more numerous ordinary lords. Under this position, there is no possibility of any negotiation between the three major guilds and the four major lords unless the core demands of the three major guilds are betrayed and compromises are made with the four major lords on the allocation of resources. I think President Jibai's idea is not a bad idea. However, just when most of the guild leaders were dissatisfied with Jibai and thought that Jibai was going to sell out their interests, Yijian Tianxia, who was standing behind Qingyi Miao Miao, suddenly said, "The biggest conflict between us and the four lords is the distribution of interests. But the premise of all this conflict is the existence of the four lords. What if the four great lords become three great lords, or even two great lords, or even one great lord? Even if the remaining lords still occupy a dungeon area individually, wouldn't the dungeon area occupied by the eliminated lords be free? Although the four lords are not fighting alone, the good news is that Guile and the other three lords seem to have become hostile. As long as we help one of them defeat the other, does it mean that we can receive the benefits of a loser?" The guild leaders suddenly realized. However, the four lords think highly of themselves and do not take us seriously at all. If we want to cooperate with them, or even negotiate for interests, we must demonstrate strength that is enough to influence the outcome between them. Yuan Mao, the president of the 10,000 Races Guild, reminded. Then the representative for the negotiation must be Yijian Tianxia. In addition, I propose to organize a parade of high-level troops, so that those lords can bring their hard-earned high-level troops to the battlefield to fight. Those lords will definitely not be willing to do so. But if they are just brought here for a formality to strengthen the momentum of our three major guilds, I believe everyone will still be happy to participate. This will also increase our bargaining chips with the four major lords. I agree. King. Amidst the voices of seconding, a decision was finally implemented at the high-level meeting of the three major guilds. At the same time, on the other side, in the main city of Dragon Emperor, a small meeting belonging only to the three messengers of God was also taking place. "You are too impulsive, Dragon Emperor." He stared coldly at the man in front of him with a ferocious look on his face. The church, who was dressed in a black robe and had an extremely cold aura, said in a cold voice, "First, you angered those ordinary players in the regional channel, and then you attacked the second dungeon area of Guile without consulting us. Who do you think you are? Or do you really think Guile is trash that you can do whatever you want? If Guile was really so easy to defeat, would the messenger of God and I have to wait until now?" "I was almost there." The Dragon Emperor angrily punched the table and said, "If it weren't for the red bean biscuit stopping me, I would have definitely killed Giji." Naive. With a cold snort, the church mercilessly tore apart the Dragon Emperor's fantasy. "Do you think that the only one standing on the side of the trick is Red Bean Biscuit? If it is only Red Bean Biscuit, do you think the messenger of God can't take down a trick? Who else? Tell me, and when my dragon nest is upgraded, I won't let any of them go." The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth. "There is also a prophet, the messenger of God, who had been silent all this time," said calmly. Under the Dragon Emperor's suddenly widened eyes, the voice of the messenger of God was extremely calm. His gospel judge blocked my seraph's purifying light. Although I don't think that I can get rid of Guile with just a forbidden spell, I won't let Guile resist so easily. The worst part is that the seer is on the side of trickery. Referring to the seer, The church was also troubled. Although the prophet himself is not very powerful, his prophetic characteristics are very difficult to deal with. This means that no matter what actions we take against him next, they will be predicted in advance by the prophet. I was wondering how the conspiracy could be so well prepared. It turns out it was the traitor, the prophet. The Dragon Emperor was furious. "Weren't you the one who eliminated the prophet from among us?" He glanced at the furious Dragon Emperor. The church said coldly, "I really don't understand why I was randomly assigned to the same novice area as an idiot like you. You are really incapable of achieving anything, but more of a hindrance than anything else." "What did you say?" "Okay, this is also an unexpected accident that no one expected." He interrupted the church, who was about to retort. The face of the God's messenger did not show that he had just experienced a failure. Even when he learned that the prophet had joined the trickery camp, his expression did not fluctuate much. If there is no trickery, the prophet's characteristics are indeed meaningless. Being able to see the future is one thing. Being able to change the future is another. Wasn't it the result of our tacit consent when the Dragon Emperor drove him away? It's good that he has chosen to rely on trickery now. Sometimes being able to predict the future is not necessarily a good thing. After all, the greatest fear in the world is not the unknown, but knowing what will happen next, but being unable to change anything. I will let the prophet and the trickster face their inevitable fate under the absolute power. Desolate land. Ichu wiped his nose. Lu Gu, who had just recruited the 1.5 million skeleton soldier, looked up in confusion at the white-haired lich who was lying on the ground with his butt sticking up, looking like a lazy fish. Lu Gu, who had already recruited mechanical numbskeleton soldiers, was immediately furious. "I was wondering why I sneezed. It turns out you are the one slacking off here. The second dungeon area has not been conquered yet. Who asked you to come back? Get back here quickly. You're not allowed to come back until you clear the second dungeon area." Amid Lu Ji's roar, Melthagad, who was caught for being lazy, hurriedly picked up the magic wand he had just obtained and quickly went into the copy space. Chapter 35, Don't You Plant Spies When You Play Games? For the next 2 days, everything was unexpectedly calm. Of course, this kind of calmness may only be felt by Lu Gu alone, because this guy has been hiding in the tomb of death day and night, almost nonstop, to recruit skeleton soldiers. The number of recruits he has recruited is so large that it has even met the 30 progress required to summon the 7th level death god. I was completely numb. I had no time to pay attention to any disturbances in the outside world. But for other people in the balanced society, the 2 days that Lu Gu was in seclusion were extremely exciting in the entire novice area. First, let's go to the 3 major guilds. Everyone thought that the top leaders of the 3 major guilds would take advantage of the conspiracy and the Dragon Emperor's mutual loss to take action. Even the prophet was not sure whether the 3 major guilds would sit back and watch such a good opportunity, because his last prophetic opportunity was used in the battle between Lu Gu and the Dragon Emperor, and then he had made a prediction based on the premise of pursuing the messenger of God. The result of the prediction was that those who were chasing the messenger of God were annihilated by the demons summoned by the messenger of God, and even he himself could not escape. As a predictor, he died in that future, and the subsequent future simulation naturally came to an abrupt end. Completely different from the heartless Lu Gu, without the prophet's knowledge of the future, the people of the balanced society have been highly alert in the past 2 days, especially their defense against the 3 major guilds, which is even higher than that of the messenger of God. After all, although the messenger of God is strong, the opponent's cards have almost been revealed, and it is clear that it will be difficult for him to fight in the short term. Although the 3 major guilds appear to be very weak, their advantage is their large number of members. In addition, the power of the characteristics is strange and bizarre. These unknown abilities are more intimidating than the S-level characteristics that are on the surface. After all, no one can guarantee that any strange characteristics will make them fall. But soon, with the invitation letters sent by the presidents of the 3 major guilds, the people in the balanced society soon discovered that their worries were really unnecessary. Invitation to the military parade? During Lu Ji's retreat, the prophet, who was in charge of the external activities of the Society of Balance, looked at the invitation letter in his hand with a strange expression, not understanding what was going on with the 3 major guilds. Generally speaking, a military parade is a means of demonstrating one's strength to the outside world, and thus intimidating others. But do the 3 major guilds think that they can intimidate the trickster or the messenger of God? Although he didn't understand what the 3 major guilds were up to, the prophet at least breathed a sigh of relief after discovering their actions during this period. This is the result of relying on characteristics. Once you lose the help of characteristics, you will doubt your own abilities and feel uneasy all the time. Now that I know the other party's whereabouts, the uneasiness coming from the unknown has naturally subsided. Well, let's go and take a look to see how the three major guilds got the courage to invite us to participate in the so-called military parade. Red Bean Biscuit looked indifferent. Compared to all this, tomorrow will be the third round of monster attacks on the city. Romeo shrugged his shoulders. Although there is nothing wrong with us, we still have to be careful and not waste too much time on boring things. How's the boss doing? There's been no movement for 2 days. Could something have happened? Guaisho asked with concern. Does the boss look like he's going to get into trouble? He pointed at the majestic skeleton warriors guarding the surroundings, as well as the flaming skeleton archers holding burning bows and arrows. The metrologist swallowed his saliva and scratched his head frantically. It's only been 2 days, and there are almost more than 10,000 second-level troops, right? To be exact, there are 8,000 skeleton warriors, 7,000 flame skeleton archers, and 50,000 skeleton soldiers. Shueho looked calm, having long been immune to Lu Ji's amazing military strength. If the president also holds a military parade, I'm sure all the players in District 4297 will wisely give up the idea of going against the president. Of course, the boss is undoubtedly the strongest. Speaking of which, the boss promised to lend each of us 1,000 skeleton warriors to defend the city. In this way, the defense of the city this time can be said to be foolproof. The only difference lies in the length of time for annihilation. Guaisho laughed. Ever since joining the Society of Balance, the monster sieges that had troubled countless players have never been a problem for Isho again. Whenever he thinks of this worry-free feeling, he feels extremely fortunate that he made the decision to join the Society of Balance. There are many people who have the same idea as Guaisho. Even someone as proud as Red Bean Biscuit is glad that he and Lugu are not enemies. Hasn't the final boss of the second dungeon area been taken down yet? The prophet suddenly asked at this moment. No matter what the purpose of the three guilds' military parade is, after the third round of monster sieges, the fight for the resource area will inevitably become the next focus. Conquering the dungeon area as soon as possible and entering the resource area first will give us a lot of advantages. I know this too, but the monster refresh in the dungeon area is too tricky. The boss guarding the second dungeon area is a level 8 blue-eyed dragon. Every time I'm about to kill it, I lose all my efforts because of the refresh mechanism. Bloodhowl frowned. Today I will launch the last attack. If I still can't take down the final boss within 24 hours, I will use my command skills. Do you want me to help? Red Bean Biscuit came over, licking his face. When facing a dungeon boss of that level, your role is no different from that of an ordinary skeleton soldier. You can't break the defense. Only the forbidden spell of the Messenger of God and the President's infinite army have the ability to pass the level. Blood Roar didn't give Red Bean Biscuit any face. What did you say? Wait until I change my job to an epic class, and you'll know if I'm useful or not. Red Bean Biscuit shouted loudly. Let's have a look. Haven't you given me a random epic job change certificate yet? Brother, a probability of 1 in 10,000 is not that easy to come up with. Guaisho complained speechlessly. That's enough. Seeing that everyone was talking about something else, the prophet quickly got back to the point. In short, the purpose of the three major guilds organizing the military parade this time is definitely not to try to intimidate us. I even suspect that the three major guilds not only invited us, but they may have also invited the messengers of God. They want to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Romeo narrowed his eyes. They are not that brave. The metrologist suddenly said, my undercover agents in the three major guilds told me that the purpose of their organizing the military parade seems to be to increase their bargaining chips. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at the metrologist as if they were seeing him for the first time. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you guys plant spies in the enemy guilds when you play games? The metrologist looked confused, but the metrologist only got an awkward silence in response. After a long while, the prophet patted the metrologist on the shoulder and said meaningfully, to be honest, the peeper feature is quite suitable for you. Work hard. The future of the balanced society needs you. Unknown Metrologist. Chapter 36 Main City Level 3. So, Lu Gu, who was trying hard to recruit skeleton soldiers, suddenly received a group chat message. I'm going to attend the military parade of the three major guilds. If something goes wrong, remember to save me, boss. Red bean biscuits. Oh, go ahead. He scratched his head. Lu Gu, who didn't quite understand what was happening outside, replied casually, and then immersed himself in the development of the territory again. In addition to continuing to mechanically recruit skeleton soldiers, Lu Gu also took the opportunity to browse the new information of the Tomb of Death after its level was upgraded to level 3. That's right. After 48 hours of upgrading, the Death Tomb was finally upgraded to a third-level main city, which not only doubled the diameter of the wasteland to an astonishing 2,000 meters, but also added an extremely practical item for sale: Desolate Breath. After use, the 100-meter area around you can be transformed into a desolate land suitable for the undead to live in and build undead buildings. Price: 10 gold coins. There are also tools that could transform the wasteland. This is an indispensable core item for any undead lord, because one of the biggest flaws of the undead is that their buildings can only be built on barren lands. If there are no barren lands, even if there are sufficient resources and death believers, they cannot build undead buildings. Why did Lyoga build the Psychic Tower so compactly? And was he mocked by the white-haired lich as a genius who could build a modern super city in the Lord game? It was because the wasteland area in the first and second level territories was too small, and in order to make the best use of the wasteland area, Luga had to reduce the distance between each spirit tower to a level that could only accommodate 2 or 3 people. But even so, the area of the wasteland is always in a state of tension. The expansion of the wasteland brought about by the upgrade of the main city alone will soon become saturated. And now, with the aura of desolation, not only will the desolate land itself no longer be a restriction for Luga, but more importantly, from now on, Luga will gain the ability to build undead buildings, such as the Psychic Tower outside the territory, especially the Ziggurat. The fundamental value of this basic building of the undead race lies only in its increased population limit. On the contrary, compared with its role in increasing the population, its role as a defense tower is the focus of its undead building. Before the desolate atmosphere, due to the restriction that the undead buildings can only be built in desolate places, Luga had to use the Psychic Towers, which were obviously defense towers, as population buildings, and built them in large quantities around the main city, wasting the huge value of the Psychic Towers as defense towers. Now, with the aura of desolation, Luga can build the Psychic Tower wherever he needs it. On the one hand, he can gain population, and, on the other hand, he can provide powerful defense capabilities. It is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Especially after the Great Tomb of Death was upgraded to the 3rd level. The 3rd level upgrade of the Spirit Tower was also opened. Spirit Tower Dead Energy Tower Dark Tower LV1. Spirit Tower Spiderweb Tower Devil Breaking Tower LV1. Building Dark Tower LV1. Level Undead Basic Level 3 Building. Type Housing/Defense Tower. Attack 14 to 18. Attack frequency 1 time per second. Basic effect: increase population limit by 150 points. Special effect: hitting the target will cause a dark curse, reducing the target's physical and magical defense capabilities by 30 and continuously deducting a certain percentage of health. Upgrade requirements: 200 gold coins, 500 wood. Building Demon Breaking Tower LV1. Level Undead Basic Level 3 Building. Type Housing/Defense Tower. Attack 8 to 8. Attack frequency 1 time per second. Basic effect: increase population limit by 150 points. Special effect: hitting the target will reduce the target's shield value by 100 points, and every 10 seconds, it will randomly clear a negative state of a single friendly unit in the attack range, or a gain state of a random single enemy unit. Upgrade required: 500 gold coins, 200 wood. Although the cost of upgrading a Psychic Tower is as high as 700 basic resources. However, compared with the special effects brought by the Dark Tower and the Demon Breaking Tower, as long as they're used properly, the value they bring is far more than just 700 points of ordinary resources. Then there are the upgraded effects of the unlocked 3rd level undead buildings and some 1st and 2nd level buildings after the 3rd level main city. There are only 2 new basic buildings unlocked for the level 3 undead. One is the ability to recruit the 3rd level undead troops, the Slaughterhouse of Abomination. The other is a flesh and blood machinery factory capable of building siege equipment. Apart from the fact that the abominations have thick skin and flesh and are the stronger meat shield type of the undead, the siege equipment produced by the primary flesh and blood machinery factory has no real significance. Compared with the 3rd level buildings, the effects of the upgraded first level and second level buildings are the most important. In the first level building, the cemetery has 2 third-level skeleton soldiers, skeleton general and skeleton sharpshooter, and the third-level skeleton enhancement technology is unlocked. After the research is completed, all skeleton soldiers under Lu Gu can increase their total health points and attack power by 15 points. Among the second-level buildings, the cemetery has the option of recruiting intermediate necromancers and vampires, both of which are also the well-known third-level troops of the undead. For ordinary undead lords, the practicality of intermediate necromancers and vampires is far superior to that of skeleton generals and skeleton archers. The School of Undead Magic has added the option of learning intermediate undead magic, including the famous magic skill of the undead corpse explosion. In addition, the most important thing is that the Skull Research Institute has also unlocked upgrade options. After the Skeleton Research Institute is upgraded, you can research and develop 3 major skeleton technologies: intermediate anti-magic plating, intermediate life resilience, and intermediate death attack. Among them, the function of the intermediate anti-magic plating is that after offsetting a magic damage, the power of the anti-magic plating will remain for a short moment, reducing the magic damage received by itself by 90 in the next 1.5 seconds. Intermediate life toughness increases the bonus to maximum health to 30, which is 10 more than primary life toughness. The same goes for death attacks, which have changed from a primary death attack that added 20 attack power and ignored defense to a mid-level death attack that added 30 attack power and ignored defense. The combination of the 3 technologies not only raised the strength of Lyoga's undead army to a higher level, but also increased the dedication value of the skeleton soldiers, reducing the amount of sacrifices required for Lyoga to recruit the 7th level death god by about 1/10. In this way, around the end of the 3rd round of Monster Siege and before the start of the 4th round of Monster Siege, Lu Gu will be able to gather all the materials to summon the 7th level death god. The thought of the upcoming 7th level death god, Lu Gu, who had been numb from the repeated recruitment, suddenly became energetic and motivated again. Chapter 37. After the 3rd round of Siege, equipment updated. The next day, prepare. Accompanied by Sylvanus's cold shout, thousands of flame skeleton archers pulled the flaming bone arrows in their hands and aimed them far ahead. Followed by a muffled thunder, Sylvanus shot out 9 small black arrows first, and then thousands of flame skeleton archers released their fully drawn bowstrings. In an instant, countless flaming arrows covered the entire night sky like a dense rain of fire. Then, accompanied by a violent explosion, the siege monsters that had just materialized were killed instantly, before the surviving siege monsters could recover from the sudden heavy casualties. Thousands of skeleton warriors wearing black armor and holding one-handed axes rushed over under the leadership of 3 Death Knights. In less than 10 seconds, the remaining siege monsters were completely wiped out under the rain of flaming arrows. Ding! The 3rd round of Monster Siege ends. The time taken to annihilate them is 42.12 seconds. An hour later, ding! The 2nd round of Siege ends. Congratulations, respected Lord number 9252, Master Guile. You wiped out all the monsters in the 1st round of the Monster Siege. It took you 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 42.12 seconds, and your overall performance rank 2nd. You have obtained 3,100 basic siege points, and the ranking reward has increased by an additional 90. In this Monster Siege, you have obtained a total of 5,890 points. Your current accumulated and used points are 9,880 points. Ding! The point store is open for a limited time. You can now use siege points in the point store to redeem the resources you need. Look at the system information that appears in the information box. Lugus silently opened his attribute panel, which had been turned upside down. Lord, Trick. No, 9,252. Level, 12. Class, Great Old One Epic. Experience, 1050/4000. Initial race, Undead. Health, 2590/2590. Mana, 820/820. Defense, 215-216. Physical strength, 18-18. Spell power, 82-87. Command value, 0/6300. Strength, 18. Affects physical strength and speed. Mana, 82. Affects spell power and mana. Constitution, 209. affects physical defense, spell defense, and health. Leadership, 63, affects command skill effects and leadership value. Remaining attribute points, 0, 13 points accumulated after death promotion. Features, Eye of the Godstealer, special, Lord of the Dead, A, Death Ascension, C. Resources, 175,200 wood, 251,200 gold coins, 77,500 food, 90 rare resources, 9,880 siege points. Possessing treasures, World Tree Staff, rare, Relic of Kingship, epic, Crown of Death, rare, Necklace of Will, high level, Great Magic Ring, epic. Skill, Group Life Drain, drains the health of up to 50 targets within a 50-meter range. Corpse Explosion, detonates a corpse, causing area magic damage. Intermediate Summoning Undead, can summon up to 3 second-level undead creatures, or 1 third-level undead creature to fight for you. Bone Spear, summon a Bone Spear, causing magic damage of 1.5 times the target's mana, and also causing plague. Mana Consumption, 80. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. Professional Skills. Reappearance of the Old One. Summon an Old One with 10 times your health and attack power equal to your magic power. All attacks you take will be taken by the Old One, including but not limited to negative states, skill effects, etc. Cooldown, 36 hours. Cost, 100 magic points. Source of Natural Disaster. Passive skill, reduces the duration of negative status by 80 and becomes immune to fatal attacks when attacked, and restores 50 of the maximum health. Cooldown, 24 hours. Scourge, command skill. All soldiers under your command share the Scourge skill. The effect is only 50 of yours. Class features. Epic Mysterious Profession. Gain 10 times the physical attribute growth at each level. Population, 39, 955/42, 850. Note, because you secretly learned the A-level characteristic Undead Lord and the C-level characteristic Death Promotion, you now owe the Thief God a total of 1.01 million basic resources and 1,010 rare resources. Please return them on time before the end of this elimination game. The level 2 is gained by gaining experience from 2 rounds of siege monsters. Corpse Explosion, Intermediate Summoning of Undead, and Bone Spear were all free skills that Lu Ge learned casually from the School of Undead Magic. Although they had no real meaning to Lu Ge, they did enrich his combat methods. Apart from that, the biggest changes are in equipment and population. The Twilight Robe was given to the Prophet by Lu Ge in exchange for a rare piece of equipment of the Prophet, the Crown of Death. Treasure, Crown of Death. Level rare. Type, equipment. Attribute, plus 500 HP. Effect, after entering combat mode, you can gain 1 defense, perfectly block 1 attack damage, for every 1,000 health points consumed, which lasts for 40 seconds. The Great Magic Ring was the loot dropped by the final boss in the second dungeon area of Bloodhowl. Along with the Great Magic Ring, there were also the Dragon Slayer Sword Engrins, the epic skill Scroll God's Blessing, and several rare props and items. Among them, the Dragon Slaying Sword was taken away by Red Bean Biscuit in exchange for 1,000 guild contribution points on credit, while the Divine Blessing was given to the Potion Master Romeo at the same price. As the president and the main investor who provided 100 of the military power, Lu Ge naturally enjoyed the priority distribution right, so he picked the Great Magic Ring that best suited him. As for Bloodroar, who commands the battle, the boss experience he gets as a commander is enough to reward him. What's more, as a commander, he also receives contribution rewards. If he encounters suitable items in the future, he can exchange them with guild contributions. The properties of the Great Magic Ring are worthy of its epic name. Treasure, Great Magic Ring. Level, epic. Type, equipment. Attributes, plus 50 magic plus 1 luck. Effect, 1. Blood Conversion. You can consume health points to replenish your mana points. 2. Mana Burst. Consume 50 of the maximum mana to refresh the cooldown time of your own skills. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. With these 2 pieces of equipment, it is no exaggeration to say that Lu Ge's individual combat power is no longer a shameful existence. At least for players like the White-Haired Lich, Lu Ge can knock down 10 of them with 1 hand. As for the explosive growth of population, this is thanks to the large-scale upgrade of the Psychic Tower and the almost non-stop construction of new towers. Lyoga now has a total of 225 third-level spiritual towers, 72 second-level spiritual towers, and 36 first-level spiritual towers that have just been built and are still being upgraded, totaling more than 300 spiritual towers, which has brought an astonishing population of 42,750. Adding on the 100 population points that come with the Great Tomb of Death, Lyoga's population number is as high as 42,850 points. Although the price is that Lyoga's resources are seriously insufficient, compared with the most prosperous time, the amount of ordinary resources has been reduced by nearly 2/3. However, with the clearance of the second copy area, the passage to the 8th area, which serves as a resource area, is opened. With the amazing resource reserves in the resource zone, soon everyone in the balanced society, including Lugo, will no longer have to worry about resource issues. Chapter 38, 2 Death Legion Commanders. Beat them hard. As for the siege points, Lugo has already thought about the rewards he wants to redeem. However, as a legendary reward, the required siege points were as high as 200,000 siege points. Lugo is still far from this number. However, as the number of siege rounds increases, the points obtained each time are also increasing dramatically, from less than 2,000 points in the first time to nearly 6,000 points recently. If it continues to increase at this rate, I am afraid that after 3 more rounds, plus the ranking rewards, the points obtained in each round of Monster Siege will exceed 10,000 points. If he could kill the Messenger of God, without this person who cheated with forbidden spells and was extremely difficult to surpass as number 1 on the ranking, Lu Ji's speed in accumulating siege points would be 10 faster. After all, the ranking reward is an additional 100 for the first place, an additional 90 for the second place, an additional 80 for the third place, and so on, until the 10th place gets an additional 10. But I didn't expect that I could barely keep the second place this time. He looked at the siege rankings with a serious look. It was seen that apart from the fact that the Messenger of God was still far ahead with an annihilation time of less than 10 seconds, the difference in annihilation time between Lu Gu and the Church was only 2 seconds. On the contrary, the Dragon King, because the Epic Legion and the Dragon Blood Mage were wiped out by the Balanced Society, it took a lot of effort for the Dragon King, who only had 2 golden dragons, to kill 3,000 siege monsters. It took him a full 3 minutes and 17 seconds to complete the annihilation. Not only did he fail to enter the 1-minute mark, but he even dropped to 5th place, ranked below Red Bean Biscuit, which took 3 minutes and 5 seconds. The reason why Red Bean Biscuit was able to complete the annihilation so quickly this time, in addition to the fact that he had an extra epic weapon, the dragon slaying sword angles. The most important thing was the 1,000 skeleton warriors that Lugo lent to everyone in the Balanced Society. With the help of 1,000 skeleton warriors, the speed of annihilating the miscellaneous soldiers can be greatly accelerated. Coupled with Red Bean Biscuit's overwhelming personal force, it is not surprising that the time can be shortened to 3 minutes and 5 seconds. In fact, it was not just Red Bean Biscuit. Romeo and Prophet also shortened the annihilation time to less than 5 minutes. The slightly weaker Metrologer, Guaisho and Blood Roar also squeezed the annihilation time into the top 15 minutes. Even One Sword World, who shortened the annihilation time to 30 minutes, was squeezed out of the top 10. At this time, the group chat channel of the Balanced Society was already full of gossip. The main reason was that Lyoga's skeleton warriors were too powerful. They were completely different from ordinary second-tier soldiers. Not only did they have high health and defense, but they could also chop down siege monsters like chopping melons and vegetables. Not only did they ignore magic attacks, but they could also be resurrected after death to speed up their attack and movement speed. They were just like mad dogs, and there was no way to stop them. It's more than just a resurrection. If I were to lead the army of undead, with the help of my passive skill, Source of Disaster, they would be truly mad dogs. Although the Source of Disaster shared with the soldiers is only 50 of Lyoga's original effect. But this can't stop the Source of Disaster from being too abnormal, right? A 50 effect means 40 immunity to negative status duration, plus instant resurrection after death to restore 25 of maximum health. Such abnormal abilities, once in large numbers, will definitely make any mage despair, especially after the anti-magic plating is upgraded to the intermediate level. Lugo said bluntly that unless the Messenger of God could randomly cast a multi-stage large-scale forbidden spell like the Seraph's Purifying Light, even a one-time damage map cannon-type forbidden spell would take 3 rounds to completely kill Lu Ji's undead army. By the way, The passage to the 8th area has been opened. In addition, my maximum military strength has more than doubled. I can completely maintain the passage to the 8th area while attacking the dungeon area of the God's Messenger and prevent them from passing through the dungeon area. As for the issue of leadership, think about it. Lu Ge went straight to the hero altar that had been upgraded to level 3 and used up all the remaining 2 hero recruitment quotas. The attributes of ordinary level heroes are naturally nothing special, but the balanced society is rich and powerful. With just a few words, Romeo and the Prophet each sent a rare career transfer book to Lu Ge. After using it, he easily helped the 2 heroes complete their job changes with his absolute strength and financial resources, and at Lu Ji's request, they all changed their jobs to become the rare occupation of the Undead Clan Commander, Death Legion Leader. Name, Bane Varen. Level 1. Experience, 0 out of 100. Occupation, Death Legion Leader, a rare occupation for the undead. Health, 10 out of 10. Mana, 10 out of 10. Defense, 0 to 1. Physical strength, 2 to 2. Spell power, 1 to 1. Leadership value, 0 to 600. Strength, 1. Mana, 1. Constitution, 1. Domination, 6. Attribute points, 0. Talents and skills. Scourge. After all the undead soldiers under his command kill a target, they will be transformed into undead soldiers of the corresponding level according to the level of the target. The undead soldiers will decay after a maximum of 30 minutes. Undead command. When commanding undead troops, reduce the command value of undead soldiers by 90. Death Coil. Deals 100 plus magicka, 1 evil damage to the target, or heals a friendly undead unit for the same amount. Class features. Rare level leadership profession. Increases leadership attribute growth by 5 times. Introduction. A well-known leader of the undead army. The culprit who commanded the undead army to start the undead scourge. Looking at the 2 brothers Bane and Belen who appeared in front of him and looked almost exactly the same. This is why Lu Ge chose to use the rare career transfer scroll instead of the rare hero summoning stone. Career transfer can determine the main attributes and skill preferences of a hero after the career transfer according to one's own choice, while the rare hero summoning stone can summon heroes of what profession, which is completely beyond the control of the user. For example, a white-haired lich. Here are some advanced equipment that increase your leadership value, plus some special effects that match your profession. Rare equipment is not something that can be found everywhere. Even if a balancer occupies an entire dungeon area and is constantly clearing out dungeon bosses, there will not be much reserve of rare equipment. Even Lu Ge is now wearing a high-level equipment. Equipment suitable for dominance had already been reserved or exchanged by Bloodroar. The reason why 2 sets of high-level equipment were put together was because some of them were old equipment that had been replaced by Bloodroar. However, for Bane Baron, who only needs command attributes to expand the size of his troops, high-level equipment is already an extremely luxurious existence. You know, more than 95 of the lords can't even put together a set of high-level equipment. As Bane and Varen took over the 2 sets of equipment traded by Lyoga, the 2 brothers looked touched and their loyalty increased. Lu Ge patted the 2 brothers on the shoulders and dropped a bombshell on the 2 newbies. I grant you the right to command my soldiers at will. As long as your command value is sufficient, you can choose any soldier in the entire territory, and I only have one task for you. That is to fight these 2 dungeon areas to death. Don't be afraid of death. I will revive you, and don't be afraid of the loss of the army. I lack everything here, but not the army. While speaking, Lu Ge marked the copy areas occupied by the Dragon Emperor and the Messenger of God with red circles and handed them over to the 2 brothers Bane and Belen respectively. Remember, hit me hard. Hit me with all your might. Chapter 39, I just want to get the Messenger of Death. The brothers Bane and Belen had their loyalty raised almost instantly by Lu Ji's rare job transfer, equipment gifts, and troop delegation. After receiving Lu Ji's orders, they immediately led their troops and rushed to the copy space with murderous intent. Although they were only level 1, with high-level equipment and the innate skill of the undead that reduced their control by 90, Bane and Belen's actual control power was as high as 30,000 points. It was more than enough to directly sweep away the 15,000 second-level soldiers left by Lyoga in the Wasteland and 30,000 low-level skeleton soldiers. 2 rare heroes led such a huge army of undead into the dungeon area, and without saying a word, they went straight to the dungeon area occupied by the other 2 lords. Naturally, this caused a huge shock among the lords. All the lords along the way were frightened to death when they saw such a huge army of skeletons sweeping over. The leaders of the three major guilds were even more shocked and sat up, personally leading the guild army to guard against the possible attack launched by trickery. It was not until the undead army, led by Bane and Varen, passed by them without even looking at them that the leaders of the three major guilds breathed a sigh of relief. Then they looked in the direction of the undead army in disbelief, and their hearts trembled. The conflict between Guiji and the other three of the four great lords is now known to the entire novice area. Not only the Dragon Emperor, the messenger of God in the church, but also a great battle broke out in the second dungeon area controlled by deception before the third round of monsters attacked the city. At the military parade organized by the three major guilds, Red Bean Biscuits, the representative sent by the Balance Society formed by Guile, had a fierce fight with the representative of the church sent by God's messenger and almost overturned the parade ground of the three major guilds, which once again deepened the irreconcilable tension between the Balance Society, led by Guile, and the three-person alliance of God's messenger. This is also the reason why the military parade of the three major guilds ended up in vain, because neither side took the three major guilds seriously. Although their military strength did look extremely powerful, who were Red Bean Biscuits and the church. Behind them, one has Lu Gu, who has unlimited military power, and the other has the Messenger of God, who can control the entire map with one move. For both of them, as long as they are not epic level or above troops with special abilities, or ultimate troops, doesn't matter how many small fish there are. No matter it was the Society of Balance or the Messenger of God, they were only afraid of the strange characteristics behind the large number of lords. The three major guilds wanted to use the army to intimidate them, which was simply laughable. Naturally, the two of them had no respect for the so-called military parade. Having lost so much face and ruined their venue, the top leaders of the three major guilds were naturally too embarrassed to make a big fuss about it. In addition, the third round of Monster Siege was about to come, and the negotiations between the two forces were put on hold. This was why the people from the Balance Society had not mentioned the three major guilds to Lu Gu, because they simply couldn't understand what the three major guilds were doing. They didn't think that a mere joke-like military parade was worth bothering the inscrutable guild leader. But now, no way. This is just the end of the third round of siege, and Gigi is about to go into full-scale war with the three overlords. A player leading more than 22nd level Abyss soldiers looked in disbelief at the huge army that had been running wildly in front of him for more than 10 minutes before slowly passing by. He was so shocked that his beard was about to be pulled off. Too horrifying is this Guile's army? There must be tens of thousands of second-level skeleton warriors and second-level flame skeleton archers, right? Where did he get so many second-level soldiers from? Once the four lords start a war, it will be difficult for ordinary players like us to avoid being affected. Brother, stop looking. Are we still going to play the dungeon? Fuck you. Go watch the battle between the four lords. Amidst a burst of noise, countless lords followed the Undead Legion from a distance and watched helplessly as the Undead Legion, led by Bane and Bellin, plunged into the 5th copy area of the Dragon Emperor and the 1st copy area of the God's Messenger. At the same time, Desolate Land. Master, the Prophet is here to see you. Do you want to let him in? Since the capture of the 2nd copy area, the voice of the white-haired Lich, who was sent by Lu Gu to guard the gate because his abilities were too useless and he was not an altar hero and could not be resurrected once he died, suddenly came from outside the door of the Tomb of Death. Prophet Lu Gu, who was completely immersed in the happiness of killing soldiers, felt a little strange when he heard this. Why did this guy who was talking nonsense because he had gained the power of prophecy come here? Could it be that he had seen some incredible future? Thinking of this, Lu Gu nodded and said, "Let him in." With a sound of crunch. Although magnificent, the door looked like the wooden door of a graveyard that had been in disrepair for a long time. The prophet, wearing a white robe and holding a staff, who looked like the white wizard Gandalf who had defeated him, rushed in anxiously. Before he even stood still, he couldn't wait to shout, "President, why didn't you inform us when you started a war with the Messenger of God?" Start a war? Lu Gu was a little surprised. Haven't we already started a war? As for you, weren't you responsible for developing the resource area? I heard Lu Gu say this. The prophet suddenly felt as if he was choked by something, but he had to admire Lu Ji's calmness. Yes, didn't they start a war with the Messenger of God a long time ago? Isn't it normal for Lu Gu to send a large army to attack the dungeon area of the two? As for the so-called decisive battle that the outside world is talking about with great relish, don't be kidding. Lyoga still has at least tens of thousands of second-level skeletons in the second dungeon area to protect the passage from the counterattack of the refreshed wild monsters. In addition, many combat forces of the Balanced Society have not been notified. If it is really a decisive battle, it will not be as simple as the current movement. Thinking of this, the prophet suddenly seemed to understand Lu Ji's plan. So he nodded and regained his usual calmness. I understand. Don't worry, we will do our best to speed up the development of the resource area. After saying that, the prophet picked up his staff and ran out again in a hurry. What the hell do you know? Lugo was confused. He just wants to get rid of the messenger of death and let this bastard who always steals the first place from him ascend to heaven earlier. It's that simple. Even if I can't kill him, it would be a huge profit to waste 1 or 2 forbidden spells on him. Chapter 40. Attack the Dragon King and the God's Messenger. Seize the resource area. So, Lu Ji's undead army naturally crashed into the 5th copy area where the Dragon Emperor was. The Dragon King, who was racing against time to clear the boss in the 5th dungeon area, quickly learned about the invasion of the undead army through reports from the scouts. Without time to think, the Dragon Emperor immediately led the 50 second-level epic dragon warriors he had just recruited, several new dragon soldiers, and 2 golden dragons to rush into battle. Even though the Dragon Emperor was mentally prepared for the military force sent by Lu Gu, when the Dragon Emperor really saw the undead army in front of him, he couldn't help but gasp. What's going on? Didn't the messenger of God say that the characteristic of trickery is the undead lord, and that he can only recruit the lowest level soldiers, the skeleton soldiers, without limit? But what's going on with these skeleton warriors and flame skeleton archers? The Dragon Emperor roared madly in his heart. But Bane, the commander of the Death Legion who leads this legion, would not pay attention to the storm in the Dragon Emperor's heart. This loyal hero followed Lu Ji's instructions and commanded his army to slaughter people in the 5th dungeon area from the moment they entered it, regardless of whether it was a dungeon monster or a lord who was unfortunately caught in it. Any living creature within the 5th dungeon area was slaughtered by Bane without distinction. And in Bane's eyes, the aggressive Dragon King was no different from any other targets that needed to be eliminated. His eyes swept coldly over the Dragon Emperor and the powerful dragon soldiers behind him. Bane, riding on a bone horse, slowly raised the ice blue sword in his hand that had a command skill and then pointed it in the direction of the Dragon King from distance. Roar, accompanied by the roars of the skeleton warriors using the fire of their souls. The next moment, countless flaming arrows poured down, and thousands of skeleton warriors clad in pitch-black armor ran wildly under the rain of flaming arrows, killing the Dragon Emperor at an incredible speed. The same scene also took place in the 1st copy area. Boom Tilda! A dazzling, blazing wave of fire, like a nuclear explosion, swept across the entire 1st copy area. Everything within a few miles was burned up in an instant by the terrifying heat. Within this range, no matter if it was the dungeon boss or anything else, they all disappeared without a trace, completely annihilated. However, even the messenger of God who launched such a horrific terrorist attack did not have the slightest look of relief on his face at this moment, because he knew that these undead soldiers under Lu Ji's command were the nemesis of almost all mages. As expected, in the face of God's messenger that suddenly turned gloomy, countless skeleton warriors wearing pitch-black armor and flashing faint green light ran out of the Forbidden Fire spell unharmed. The hundreds of second-level fortress soldiers deployed by God's messenger in the front rushed forward to resist, but facing a skeleton army that was nearly 100 times larger than their own, the skeleton warriors who had no power to resist were completely defeated in just one encounter, accompanied by the charge of skeleton warriors. The flaming skeleton archers behind the skeleton warriors drew their bows and drew their arrows. As the bone bows were fully drawn, the sound of thousands of arrows breaking through the air echoed throughout the battlefield in an instant. This is truly a volley of arrows. At that moment, the messenger of God could only see that the entire sky was completely covered by dense rockets. Those powerful troops that the messenger of God had accumulated with great difficulty were shot and killed on the spot. Even if they tried their best to resist, it was just a flash in the pan before death, and they couldn't even stir up a wave among the skeleton army. However, the messenger of God just watched all this indifferently, holding the last forbidden spell to summon the devil in his hand, and staring at the undead army rushing towards him without saying a word, as if he had no intention of using it. Just as the first skeleton warrior rushed to the front of the messenger of God, raised his battle axe high in the air, and was about to chop down the messenger of God. Buzz! There was a sound of air vibration. Suddenly, a huge portal appeared in the empty space. The next moment, countless human spearmen poured out and, under the leadership of a human hero, charged towards the oncoming undead army. Bang! 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 In an instant, countless blood and flesh flew everywhere, and an unprecedentedly brutal battle broke out. And it was in this chaos, located in the deepest part of the copy space, in a special area called the resource area. Mines of various shapes and dark towers filled with a desolate atmosphere have appeared in this uninhabited land at some point in time, with the mines operating at full capacity and a large number of ore veins being mined. The prophet, Romeo, Guaisho, the meteorist, and others gathered together. Even though they had already heard from Lu Gu about the richness of the resource zone, they were still shocked by the almost dreamlike resource reserves in front of them. At present, there are as many as 500 common mineral veins discovered in the entire resource area. They're all perfect mineral veins, the kind that can mine 1 million gold coins. And the forest resources have been discovered for a total of 2,000 hectares, and the total reserves of rich wood are estimated to exceed 200 million units. 10 fish springs have been discovered in the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north. Each fish spring can produce 1,000 kinds of food every day. We have found the 3 rare mineral veins that the boss mentioned. Each rare mineral vein can produce 20 points of rare resources every day. Excited messages were frequently heard in the group chat as the members of the Balanced Society entered the resource area. Because just as Lu Gu told them, the resource area contains more than 80 of the resource reserves of the entire elimination game. No matter who you are, as long as you occupy the resource area, you'll have the capital to dominate the entire novice area. In the coming period, the competition for ownership of resource areas will inevitably become the main theme of the entire region, and those who have seized the initiative must firmly grasp this opportunity and keep as many mineral veins and resources as possible in the hands of the Balanced Society. Time is running out. He looked at Red Bean Biscuit and others present. The prophet said seriously, "In order to buy us time to develop the resource area, the boss is sending troops to attack the dungeon areas of the Messenger of God and the Dragon King to delay their pace and prevent them from entering the resource area. But the boss can't delay for too long. So I hope that in the next period of time, everyone can cooperate sincerely and mobilize all forces to invest in the development and construction of the resource area. The first step is to mobilize all construction troops here, with the 3 rare mineral veins as the center. Before others enter the resource area, do your best to build mines and logging sites. Build as many as you can. Chapter 41, Don't You Know What Your Lord is Doing? The two-front battlefield and the development of the resource areas proceeded in parallel over the next 2 days. In the constant fighting, the characteristics of the last lord of the 3 alliances of God's messengers, the church, were finally exposed to the eyes of the omniscient lich, Melthagad. The church is undoubtedly a human lord who has captured the human main city. But the human race is not a race that excels at fighting in numbers. Among the many characteristics that are suitable for human lords, there is no characteristic like the undead lord that can support the church in recruiting troops in large numbers. However, on the battlefields between the Messenger of God and the Dragon Emperor, the church dispatched hundreds of thousands of troops to help the two fight against Lyoga's undead army. At this stage, there are only 3 characteristics that enable the church to recruit hundreds of thousands of human troops. It can't be an S-level talent. S-level talents like this one that can produce a large number of troops are often very powerful in the early stages. If the church had this kind of talent, the last time the Dragon Emperor and Lu Gu clashed, the church would have rushed into the battlefield and defeated Lu Gu in one fell swoop. After numerous eliminations, and considering that the main legionary force of the church was spearmen, Melthagad gave the final answer. That is, A-level feature, Team Fortress. This is a unique feature that allows unlimited recruitment of first-level soldiers as long as there are sufficient resources. Although it is not as professional as Lyoga's Undead Lord without any loss, the advantage of Legion Fortress is that it can directly act on first-level troops and is not limited to the race of the troops. Therefore, in theory, it has a higher upper limit than Undead Lord. especially in the later stages of the game. After acquiring a large number of buildings and treasures, such as the Magic Skeleton Device, the Skeleton Research Institute, and the Land of Sleeping, which can enhance or even evolve the First Order troops, the Legion Fortress becomes a nightmare. So we must not let them drag the time to the later stage. The white-haired Lich instantly got angry, thinking that he saw through the sinister intentions of the three people. No wonder the three of them looked so confident. With the forbidden spells of the Messenger of God that can control the battlefield, the high-end army of the Dragon Emperor, and the church filling in the lower-level army, the three of them are truly invincible. Lugo also sneered. Then, without hesitation, he increased the population, which had already reached 50,000, to the maximum, and also pulled back part of the troop station in the resource area. Now, under the command of Bane and Varen, each of them commands a second-level skeleton legion of up to 10,000 and an additional 20,000 skeleton soldiers. Unlike the Legion Fortress that needs to expend resources to recruit soldiers, both the first-level skeleton soldiers and the second-level skeleton legion under Lyoga's command are free. Free to fight against paid. Luga must of course increase the intensity. No matter how many resources the three of them have, with the current battlefield situation where tens of thousands of soldiers are killed every day, how long can they hold on? You know, they haven't been able to enter the resource area yet. It's different with Luga. Not only will the Balanced Society help him vigorously develop the resource area, but at the current stage alone, the resources that the Balanced Society can obtain from the resource area every day have reached an astonishing 100,000 basic resources plus 60 rare resources. Among them, in addition to the rare resources that only have 3 rare mineral veins that can no longer grow, the ordinary resource balance in the entire resource area has only developed less than 1/50th. What is the concept? With the current development progress of the Balanced Society, the income of its ordinary resources can increase by 50,000 points almost every day. In the long run, the resources that Luga can mobilize will reach an astronomical figure. When the resources reach a certain level, even if the Messenger of God has S-level characteristics, it will be useless. The more resources you have, the more you can build buildings without restraint. If you have a lot of resources, you can buy the props that suit you at any time in the trading house. As one gains while the other loses, even the S-level characteristics cannot withstand such a huge difference in resources. The most obvious thing is that with sufficient supply of resources, everyone in the Balanced Society has upgraded the main city to level 3, and while filling all the basic building quotas, they're working nonstop to upgrade to a level 4 main city. As for the 3 messengers of God, let alone plotting to take over the 4th level main city, I am afraid that even maintaining the daily war with Luga will require points to be exchanged. So, what are the messengers of God preparing for? Sitting in the base built by the Balanced Society in the resource area, Red Bean Biscuit looked around at the members of the Balanced Society with boredom, with a puzzled look on his face. If this continues, I'm afraid the Messenger of God won't be able to hold on for too long, right? The Messengers of God are not the type to sit and wait for death. They're only on the defensive now. There must be some conspiracy we don't know about. The prophet had a gloomy face. Unfortunately, my prophetic ability is extremely limited, especially after the Messengers of God were on guard. It is difficult for me to see the future related to them. What surprised the prophet most was Lu Ji's reaction. You should know that in the prophet's previous prediction, Lu Gu recruited a powerful army that could instantly kill the Golden Dragon and was suspected to be the ultimate army after the 3rd round of Monster Siege ended. Under the leadership of the Ultimate Soldier, the people of the Balanced Society defeated the combined forces of the 3 Gods' Messengers head-on, and even destroyed the Gods' Messengers' base in the copy space in one fell swoop. Until the end of the prophecy, the Gods' Messengers were unable to return to the copy space. But now, the 4th round of Monster Siege is about to begin, but there is still no movement from Lu Ji's side. How's the boss doing? I haven't seen him for 5 days, and he didn't even reply to my private messages. Guaisho asked a question that the prophet also wanted to know. But at this time, the hero stationed in the resource area by Lyoga was not the talkative Malthusad, but Sylvanas, who was so cold and frugal with words. So, they naturally gained 3 words. Have no idea. What do you mean you don't know? Guaisho said angrily. You are the top hero under the boss. Don't you even know what your own lord is doing? After hearing what Guaisho said, Sylvanas' face immediately revealed anger, as if a sore spot had been hit. Of course, she also wanted to know what Lu Gu was doing. But that bitch Melthagad was very wary of her and seemed determined not to allow her to get close to Lyoga. Even if he occasionally got a chance to meet Lyoga when summoned by Lyoga, that bitch Melthuzid would try her best to make jokes on the side, and Sylvanas had a cold personality and was not good at speaking. As a result, Sylvanas had no chance to communicate with Lyoga at all. After a while, this statement is really irrelevant. Chapter 42, Do you know the existence of the 8th dungeon area? It wasn't just the people in the Balanced Society who were curious about what Luga was doing. In fact, the people from the 3 major guilds were more anxious than Luga. Originally, they thought that the 3 lords of the Messenger of God would join forces to deal with Luga alone. Even though Luga later established a Balanced Society and attracted many top 10 masters, he should still be no match for the Messenger of God. No one could have imagined that in the end, the situation would develop to the point where the 3 gods' messengers were trapped in the dungeon by Luga alone and were beaten to a devastating state. It's really just one person. The top masters of the Balance Guild never showed up. Every day, the 3 guilds just watched as groups of undead armies continuously attacked the 2 dungeon areas. The 2 death army leaders named Bane and Belen died twice in 2 days. They almost didn't waste any time to resurrect. They beat the 3 lords for 24 hours without stopping. On the other hand, the 3 major guilds representing the majority of players have become outsiders in an extremely embarrassing way. Neither Lu Gu nor the Messenger of God had any intention of paying attention to them. Although they are very self-aware, they are no match for either the tricks or the messengers of God. But this does not mean that they are willing to become marginal figures. They really want to tell Lu Gu or the Messenger of God that the power of the 3 major guilds is far from being as insignificant as they imagined. As a result, the 3 major guilds decided to take action. What? Are you crazy? You dare to interrupt the marching corps of trickery? Following the words of Ji Bai, the president of Huangtu Bei, one of the 3 major guilds, the entire high-level meeting of the 3 major guilds exploded in an instant. Aren't you afraid that the trick will turn the guns around and those endless undead armies will attack us? Humph. I admit that Guile's undead lord characteristics are very difficult to deal with, but now Guile can only suppress the 3 lords, which is already the limit. Ji Bai snorted coldly, looking confident. We are just cutting off his troops, not openly making enemies with Guile. Even if Guile is angry, he will not start a war with US without asking the reason. In this way, we can show our strength to both Guile and the Messenger of God, and at the same time, we can talk to Guile and reveal our demands to both parties. Isn't this a strategy that has the best of both worlds? You can't have the best of both worlds. The speaker was a senior executive of Jingxin Pavilion. If Lu Gu was at the scene, he would most likely recognize that this guy was actually one of the 2 lords whose territory was closest to Lu Ji's. As soon as he heard Ji Bai's crazy idea, he immediately cursed this idiot's ancestors. As the neighbor of Guile, he can be said to be the lord who is most intimate to Guile. Others may not know how powerful the trick is, but doesn't he know it? When I think of the defense towers in the wasteland of trickery that are as densely built as those in the fucking Demon City and the endless undead army that stretches as far as the eye can see, he wanted to open Ji Bai's head and see what kind of shit was in his brain. He stared at the sanctimonious Ji Bai angrily and shouted, "Brothers, there's an old Chinese saying that goes, he who knows the current situation is a hero." Isn't the current situation clear enough? The other 6 members of the Balanced Society haven't even made a move yet, and Guile alone has already pinned down the 3 lords in the dungeon. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before Guile wins. Under this premise, it's a smart thing to maintain the relationship with Guile, stand firmly on Guile's side, and enjoy the fruits of victory. The premise of waiting for a price is a fight between 2 tigers, and now is the performance of the Messenger of God worthy of fighting with the Balanced Society. Red Paint Gate, watch your manners. A senior executive of Hongtu Bei who was standing next to Ji Bai stood up in dissatisfaction. Don't think I don't know that you are afraid of Giji. Yes, your territory is close to Giji. Once Giji goes to war with us, you will be the first to die. But I think you're too worried. Giji and us cannot fight. You're so easy to talk without any pain in your back. Why don't you come here and try it? The senior executives of Jingxin Pavilion, known as the Red Painted Gate, were furious. You have no idea how perverted the trick is. Besides, that guy is moody. Even the heroes under him are crazy. He still remembered that he just accidentally took a second look at the territory of Giji. There was a time when a certain white-haired hero almost stripped me of my underwear. Not only that, the white-haired hero also threatened him sinisterly that if he dared to do anything disrespectful, he would be beaten to a pulp. But such a terrible thing has obviously happened. When he met Gigi acted as if nothing had happened and warmly treated him as a brother and invited him to visit his territory. If it weren't for the sinister look of the white-haired hero behind Gigi, the red-painted gate would have really thought that Gigi was a good person. Anyway, I won't attend this meeting. Anyway, the biggest reason I joined the guild was to avoid tricks. The red-painted door said anxiously, and hurriedly began to walk out the door, ignoring Qingyin's embarrassed look. President Qingyin and Boss Jian, if you have the same idea, then I'm sorry, I can't stay in the guild any longer. After saying that, the red-painted door opened, and he went away. Bang! As the door was closed again, the top leaders of the three major guilds looked at each other, and finally it was Yuan Mao, the president of the 10,000 Races Guild, who coughed, breaking the awkward atmosphere in the meeting room. It's normal for the red-painted gate to be afraid of tricks due to geographical issues. As for Ji Bai's remarks, they were also based on the standpoints of our three major guilds, so there is no problem with them either. He said. Yuan Mao looked in the direction of Jingxin Pavilion, especially at Yijian Tianxia, who was standing behind Qingyi Miao Miao with no expression on his face. But I think that President Ji Bai's suggestion is more in line with our interests. Help the weak fight against the strong and maintain a fragile balance. Qingyin spoke in a faint and crisp voice. That's one reason. After all, whether the messenger of God wins or the trickster wins, it's not good news for us. It means that the voice of our three major guilds will be greatly weakened. From now on, we can only rely on them to survive. Yuan Mao spread his hands and pointed out a situation that most senior executives did not want to see. After successfully causing resistance from many guild leaders, Yuan Mao continued. Besides that, there's another reason why we must demonstrate our influence. Do you know that in the dungeon space, in addition to the 7 dungeon areas, there's also an 8th dungeon area surrounded by the 7 dungeon areas? Chapter 43. I will let Gigi protect your teeth. The 8th copy area? Hearing Yuan Mao's words, many guild leaders, including Yijian Tianxia, immediately looked at Yuan Mao. This is also the tragedy of the 3 major guilds. The messengers of God are internal players, so they know that the real benefit of the copy space lies in the 8th copy area. Liuga and Pingming will have Melthugad, so they knew about the existence of the 8th dungeon area early on. There are only 3 major guilds, and even the raid dungeon is a long way off, let alone thinking that there is a space after the dungeon. We are so far behind the 4 great lords. He sighed. Yuan Mao sorted out his thoughts and said solemnly, Next, I want to share information about the hidden 8th dungeon area. Following Yuan Mao's explanation. Soon, the top leaders of the 3 major guilds understood the importance of the 8th dungeon area. After all, that was where 80 of the resources in the entire elimination game were concentrated. As the level of the main city increased, facing the increase in cost for building construction, building upgrades, troop recruitment, troop maintenance, etc., most lords have begun to feel the embarrassment of resources. I thought that the acquisition of resources could only rely on the exchange of siege points and the clearing of copy monsters. In the future, I would even need to rob resources from other lords' territories. They never expected that the real resource concentration was somewhere else. It was just that their previous level was too low, and they didn't even have the qualifications to access such secrets. Of course, how Yuan Mao knew about the 8th copy area is also questionable. After all, at least before today, Yuan Mao was just like everyone else, completely unaware of the secrets of the copy space. However, in this case, it is necessary for the 3 major guilds to seize the right to speak. But do we really want to take action against the trick? Some people still have concerns. Does helping the winner cheer and cheer show our value? Ye Bai snorted coldly. President Ji Bai is right. Yuan Mao also said, although it is not appropriate to describe it as helping someone in need or adding icing on the cake, but standing on the side of the trick does not allow us to play a role. After all, even the other members of the balanced society can't do anything, let alone us. Even if we actively try to get closer, I'm afraid we will just be ignored and will not be taken seriously. Since everyone has decided, there is nothing much for us in Jingxin Pavilion to say. Qingyi Miao Miao also clapped her hands, and then said to Yijian Tianxia, who was frowning behind her, Tianxia, you go and deal with the matter of the red-painted gate. If he is unwilling to be of the same mind as us, then there is nothing we can do. Meow meow, I think we should still. Oh, just listen to me this time. He interrupted Yijian Xiangxia with a smile. Qini Meow Meow said in a delicate voice, "Everyone has decided this. Do you want us to be isolated?" Upon hearing this, Yijian Xiangxia finally swallowed the words in his throat. As a result, the decision of the three major guilds to intervene was approved. That afternoon, after the high-level meetings of the three major guilds ended, Yuan Mao, the president of the 10,000 Races Guild, and Ji Bai, the president of the Imperial Tubei Guild, appeared at the same time in an abandoned territory where the core of the main city had been breached by siege monsters. Although the main city of this abandoned territory was breached by siege monsters, most of the basic buildings built before were not destroyed in the siege monster tide. Instead, they continued to remain in the original place, but lost their mysterious function as territory buildings. But at this time in the abandoned territory, in addition to Yuan Mao and Ji Bai, there was another figure standing there, the messenger of God. He revealed the identity of the third figure. Ji Bai walked up to the messenger of God with a big smile. "We have already finished your business. Next, the three major guilds will soon participate in the sniping operation against Guile, and even the entire balanced society. Don't forget the conditions you promised us. Please rest assured, no one is more trustworthy than me." The messenger of God, who was covered in a robe, nodded. Then, with their expressions suddenly widened, he handed 2 scrolls to them respectively. "These are the forbidden spells I sealed in the past 2 days. They are the 7th level forbidden spell of water, Raging Wolf, and the 7th level forbidden spell of darkness, Shadow Hell. Each one is as powerful as the Seraph's purifying light and infernal fire that I cast before. After you help me hold on to the trick for 5 days, I will give you the remaining 2 forbidden spell scrolls." It's not just a forbidden spell. He looked at God's messenger with a cold face. Yuan Mao said coldly, "And you promised us that if you can defeat Gue Ji, you will share the resources of the 8th area with our 2 major guilds. The trick will definitely fail." The messenger of God said hoarsely, "And I said that no one is more trustworthy than me. After all, we signed an unbreakable oath, didn't we? Epic one-time item, unbreakable vow. After signing, the content of the contract will be notarized by the God of Contract. If either party violates the contract, they will be punished by the God of Contract. This is also the reason why Yuan Mao dared to trade with God's messenger. As one of the 3 epic items in the 10,000 Races Guild, the unbreakable oath is enough to ensure that God's messenger fulfills his promise without having to worry about being kicked when he is down after helping God's messenger win. As for Jingxin Pavilion, that stupid woman rashly agreed to help them persuade Yijian Tianxia to pass a resolution for the 3 major guilds to fight against the conspiracy just to help Yijian Tianxia obtain an epic weapon. I'm afraid that until now, Qini Meow Meow still thinks that they just want to show their strength to Giji and increase their bargaining chips. How could such a fool, who only relied on Yijian Tianxia to secure his position as the chairman of Jingxin Pavilion, be worthy of sharing the profits with them? After all, the resources of the 8th area cannot be divided into a 4th portion. Desolate Land, I've finished what I'm saying. Tell Brother Trickery that I have no intention of joining them in dealing with him." A former high-ranking member of Jingxin Pavilion, the coward lord who yelled at Ji Bai and retreated at the height of his career during the high-level meeting. The red-painted gate raised his arms high with an air of righteousness and assured the white-haired lich in front of him. The white-haired lich also stood on tiptoe and patted his shoulder out of loyalty. He assured generously, "Young man, you have a long way to go. Don't worry, I will definitely speak well of you in front of Master Guile and ask him to protect your teeth." Chapter 44, I don't kill others, but others want to kill me. 5 minutes later, in the Great Tomb of Death. Woo 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 woo. Master Trickery, those bastards actually dare to look down on you like that, saying that you definitely can't beat the messenger of God, so they plan to add insult to injury and help the messenger of God deal with you. The white-haired lich cried and said, "Luckily you have a loyal and clever little lich like me. Otherwise, with that stupid Sylvanus, you wouldn't even know who did it when someone attacked you." "I understand." Lu Gu, who was dispatching troops, heard the white-haired lich's exaggerated explanation. His expression at this moment was already terrifyingly gloomy. It must be said that if the 3 major guilds took advantage of the time he was dealing with the messenger of God to launch a surprise attack on his lair, there might really be a possibility that the 3 major guilds would succeed. Because at this time, 99 of Lyoga's army was used in the copy space. Whether it was Bane and Baron's punitive army or the Balanced Society's garrison army in the resource area, they all required extremely large legion sizes to maintain. With Lyoga's current population, there were not many troops left in the territory. At this time, the defense force of the wasteland mostly relies on the countless defense towers standing in the territory. Once attacked by the armies led by the three major guilds, the messengers of God and their followers would in turn delay the return of Bane and Belen's undead legion, and the consequences would be disastrous. I underestimated the three major guilds. I wanted them to be safe and sound bystanders, but I didn't expect them to take the initiative to stand against me. Lu Gu said calmly, "But you don't have to worry. The sacrifice of the Death God Council has come to the final moment. In 2 days at most, the 7th level Death God will become our sharp blade to defeat the Messenger of God. And tomorrow is the day when a new round of monsters will attack the city. The strength of the three major guilds lies in their large numbers, but their disadvantage is that once they encounter a monster attack, they will have no time to take care of other things. The reason why a conspiracy is called a conspiracy is because of its concealed nature. No matter what kind of conspiracy it is, as long as it surfaces and becomes known to the public, its threat will be greatly reduced." And to be honest, Lu Gu felt extremely speechless toward the top leaders of the three major guilds. "What do you mean you are no match for the Messenger of God? Are your eyes on your buttocks? Didn't you see that the three messengers of God were beaten by you at home? Even if you want to be fence-sitters and lean towards whichever direction the wind blows, you have to lean towards your side. Not to mention that the Dragon Emperor had humiliated you before. Instead of taking revenge on the Dragon Emperor, you joined hands with him to deal with him, an honest man who respects ordinary players? This is simply too much." Although he was angry, Lu Gu could not directly declare war on the three major guilds, as the white-haired lich said. First, Lu Gu was well aware of the evil nature of the white-haired lich, who was eager to create chaos in the world. Before he was sure that the three major guilds were really going to oppose him, he could not push the three major guilds as third-party forces into the enemy camp based solely on the one-sided words of the white-haired lich. The second reason is that even if he decides to take action, Lu Gu must occupy the position of justice. After all, the three major guilds represent the vast majority of players, and more than 70 of the players in the entire 4297 area are among the three major guilds. If they attacked the three major guilds without any actual evidence and based only on some verbal information, under the instigation of some conspirators, it would be very likely that Lu Gu had ill intentions towards the three major guilds, thus triggering all the players of the three major guilds to unite against the enemy. Therefore, even though he was very angry about the choice of the three major guilds, he only ordered Bane and Belen to lead the undead army to retreat. He planned to let the Prophet ask the three major guilds about their plans after this round of monsters attacked the city, and then make a decision after determining their positions. Melthagad was extremely dissatisfied with the failure of his plan and cursed Lyoga as a saintly dog. "Don't you understand? This is an elimination game. As long as you are unwilling to give up the benefits you deserve, they will definitely stand against you. Do you think that if you give 50 of the common resources to the three major guilds, they will be grateful to you? No, they will be jealous of you 7 people for occupying the other 50, and resentful of you monopolizing the rare mineral veins. Sooner or later, if you don't kill them, they will kill you." But Lu Gu remained unmoved. The white-haired lich is an undead. Given the cold-bloodedness of the undead, it is understandable that they nip all threats in the bud. But she couldn't understand how important it was to maintain a righteous position among the group of players. As long as the situation is under his control, Lu Gu will never be the first to pick up the knife, allowing the other party to stand on the moral high ground. Of course, another very important reason is that at such a critical moment in the battle with the Messenger of God, Lu Gu really did not want to cause trouble. If the problem can be solved through negotiation, it would naturally be best to solve it through negotiation. It's a pity that Lu Ji's persistence did not bring him the result he hoped for. The three major guilds that noticed the retreat of Lyoga's undead army were actually worried that once Lyoga's undead army returned to the barren land, they would lose the opportunity to demonstrate their strength. Under Ji Bai's strong push, the three major guilds actually led their troops to snipe the retreating armies of Bane and Belen. Bane and Belen were caught off guard and were forced to engage in a fierce battle with the armies of the three major guilds within the copy space. The result was that Bane and Belen were both killed, and the undead legions under their control were almost wiped out by the three major guilds. The three major guilds also realized the power of the undead legion that could beat the three major lords at home. The tens of thousands of troops they had put together were almost half destroyed by the dying counterattack of Bane Baron and his undead legion. This was the result of the joint efforts of a large number of lords with war characteristics. Although the three major guilds won in name, for the skeletons who had almost no recruitment costs, the troops of the three major guilds were the assets accumulated by hundreds of lords bit by bit and through frugality. After just one battle, Luga defeated him by half. If they fought a few more times, Jingxin Pavilion was the first to become restless. As the only naive player among the three major guilds, Qingyi Miao Miao still thought that he was just cooperating with the 10,000 Races Guild and the Royal Map to flex his muscles in order to attract the attention of both the Balance Guild and the God's Messenger, and thus obtain an admission ticket to the 8th area. But the price of flexing muscles is too high. The power of the trick completely exceeded people's imagination. Those skeletons were definitely not ordinary second-level skeletons. Whether it was their super high immunity to magic, their death attacks that ignored defense, or their extremely thick health bars and their ability to resurrect after death, as well as their strange characteristics of having extremely terrifying attack and movement speeds. All of these far exceeded the three major guilds' estimates of the undead legion strength. Even so, Yuan Mao and Ji Bai were still shouting that they had to hold off the Giji undead army for at least 2 rounds of siege. Only in this way could Giji realize the importance of the three major guilds. Are you kidding me? They almost defeated the three major guilds in one day. If they can hold out for another 6 days, will they still have any strength left? Especially Yijian Tianxia, who felt more and more that there was something wrong between Yuan Mao and Ji Bai. Although one of them plays the good guy and the other plays the bad guy, their cooperation is seamless. However, no matter how well they cooperated, Ji Bai would always raise a controversial opinion first, and then Yuan Mao would make the final decision immediately after a seemingly fair analysis, without giving them any extra time to think. This was too abnormal. However, reality did not give Yijian Xiangxia much time to react, because after the three major guilds wiped out one of Lu Ji's undead armies, Lu Ji's revenge, who had completely given up hope, came almost without any delay. The 8th copy area. This place is known to all lords, but until now, only the Balance has been able to access the resource areas. Everyone in the Balance Society looked at Lu Gu, who suddenly appeared in the resource area, in silence. Even the most unruly Red Bean Biscuit was as well-behaved as a primary school student and sat obediently in his seat. In fact, from the moment Lu Gu appeared here, everyone had already had a vague guess about Lu Ji's intentions. Do we really have to do this? The prophet hesitated. Although we can win this battle, there may be too many unknown inside stories. Besides, tomorrow will be the 4th round of Monster Siege. Once we start to kill the three major guilds, I am afraid that by then, I don't know how many people will lose the ability to resist the Monster Siege. However, Lu Ji's expression did not change at all. People always have to pay for what they do. I wanted to give them a chance to explain, but they turned their weapons against me. Melthagad is right. This is a cruel elimination game. If I don't kill others, others will kill me. Chapter 45, Lu Ji's Revenge. Boom. Perhaps it was because of the impending monster siege. The weather in the game became gloomy and dark again, and there was even a faint sound of thunder rolling in the dark clouds. Countless undead armies rushed out from the Tomb of Death in neat rows. Because their target was not opponents like God's Messenger, Dragon Emperor, and the Church who possessed advanced arms and terrifying lethal skills, Lu Gu did not need to borrow the Land of Slumber to improve the quality of the Legion. Facing the three large guilds, quantity was Lu Ji's winning factor. Likewise, quantity can bring more fear. Crack! A dazzling flash of lightning streaked across the sky. While briefly illuminating this dim world, it also briefly illuminated the dense, endless army of undead beneath the Tomb of Death. An army of 550,000 undead. Population figures appeared in my eyes. Lu Gu took a look at the two Death Legion commanders, Bane and Varen, who had just been resurrected through the altar, and felt it was ridiculous. You know, under the protection of countless undead armies, even the Messenger of God, the Dragon King, and the Church could not kill Bane and Belen once. But they died on the way back in an ambush by the three major guilds whose strength was far inferior to that of the Messenger of God. Although the resurrection cost of the two legions was only less than 10,000 gold coins, It was completely insignificant for Lu Ge now. But such an absurd feeling cannot be measured by the loss of resources and materials. Start the Scourge of the Undead, accompanied by Lu Ge's cold voice. In an instant, endless soul fire suddenly ignited. No one expected that the revenge of the conspiracy would come so quickly and so violently. A total of 550,000 undead troops, led by Bane, Belen, Sylvanas, Liag, and Melphizad, formed four armies. With Liag's territory as the center, they swept in all directions. Along the way, all the lords marked as the three major guilds had their cities breached by the undead army almost in minutes. In less than an hour, the territories of more than dozens of players were captured by Lu Ge's undead army. Not only that, under Lu Ge's order, the people of the Balance Association also formed an army to attack the bases of the three major guilds in the copy space. The base of the Huangtu Hegemony Guild, which was the first target, could not even hold out for 20 minutes before the core of the flag was cut off by Red Bean Biscuit. Suddenly, the internal chat channels of the three major guilds were filled with grief. Countless messages for help were refreshed in the chat channels of the major guilds. Some players who saw their main cities being breached even cursed in the guild channels, scolding the guild leaders for getting involved in the war between the Trick and the Messenger of God. Under this situation, Yuan Mao, Jibai, Qingyin Miao Miao, and the strongest men of the three major guilds, Yiji and Tian Xia, gathered together in a hurry. Without having time to figure out who was responsible, they immediately organized the forces of the major guilds to go to the rescue. For a while, whether it was the player's territory or the copy space, there was war everywhere. The guild coalition formed by the three major guilds and Lu Ge's undead army were facing each other. It was an incredibly large war that burned almost every corner of the 4,297 space. Even when the fourth round of Monster Siege broke out, Lu Ge had no intention of withdrawing his troops. Anyway, for him, just the hundreds of psychic towers in the territory are enough to resist the Monster Siege, but for the guild players, they need to withdraw most of their forces to defend the territory. With the outbreak of monsters attacking the city, the strength of the three major guilds' armies dropped at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The guild coalition that was able to fight back and forth with Lu Ge's undead army was almost defeated at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The defense line hastily built by the three major guilds was also crushed layer by layer under the iron hoofs of the undead army. In just less than a day, Lu Ge and the Balance Society had occupied nearly a quarter of the entire 4,297 space. Under Liu Ge's almost endless undead attack, the lords of the three major guilds could only rely on building walls and defense towers to form castles and the Great Wall to hold on, and they had no power to counterattack at all. Fortunately, they managed to stabilize their offensive. The main reason was that Liu Ge's legion lacked high-level soldiers and powerful forces that could make the final decision. With only ordinary skeleton soldiers, or even skeleton warriors, it would be difficult to break through the Great Wall built at all costs by the three major guilds, even if their numbers were 10 times that of the guild coalition forces. Especially after the Messenger of God began to counterattack, it greatly distracted the energy of Lu Ge and even the Balance Society. Although Lu Ge was very dissatisfied, he had no way to deal with the Messenger of God at the same time while mobilizing enough strength to destroy the three major guilds. But the inability to break through does not mean that it is impossible to cause casualties to the three major guilds. In fact, under the attack of Liu Ge's undead legion, the letters urging donations almost never stopped in the guild channels of the three major guilds. But even so, the defense of the three major guilds was getting weaker and weaker, and they were even attacked by the undead army several times. Under this situation, the three presidents of the three major guilds once again had differences. Chapter 46. The situation is at a stalemate. The intention of Yijian Tianxia. Desolate land. As the three major guilds stabilized their positions and the three gods' messengers counterattacked, a stalemate situation was formed. Realizing that victory could not be achieved in the short term, Lu Ge no longer went to the front line in person. But Lu Ge, who was in the wasteland, did not waste time. Whether it was the progress of the Council of Death that was about to be completed, or the spirit towers that were quickly erected in the areas captured by the Undead Legion, they were all Lu Ge's masterpieces during this period of time. Although there is no way to continue to conquer more territories in the short term, the three major guilds will never be able to take back the territories that have already been conquered by Lu Ge. What is gratifying is that in this quarter of Lu Ge's Hamlin, there is actually a rare mineral vein. Although the daily mining volume is only 10 points of rare resources, which cannot be compared with the 3 rare mineral veins in the 8th area, it still cannot conceal its huge potential value. In addition, Lu Gu and all the members of the Balanced Society have successfully upgraded their territory to level 4. This is why the God's Messenger and the 3 major guilds were still suppressed by the Balanced Society, even though they joined forces. Because even without relying on characteristics, the power that a level 4 lord can exert is extremely amazing. Apart from anything else, just the basic recruiting buildings brought by the 4th level main city, the troops that can be recruited every day are already an extremely powerful force. Taking Lyoga's undead tribe as an example, Lyoga now has a total of 8 cemeteries for graveyards, 2 slaughterhouses, and a level 4 building, the Blood Fortress. He can recruit 32 level 1 soldiers, 32 level 2 soldiers, 18 level 3 soldiers, and 4 level 4 soldiers in one day. Excluding Lu Gu, there are a total of 6 people in the Balanced Society. In other words, in one day, through ordinary channels alone, the Balanced Society can recruit nearly 500 ordinary soldiers, of which nearly a quarter are advanced soldiers above level 3, and their combat power is very strong. Not to mention, who among the members of the Balanced Society doesn't have a few rare or even epic or legendary troop camps? Especially the Prophet's Gospel Judge, it is said that they have recruited as many as 6 of them now. In addition, the Balanced Guild that occupies the resource area has the most resources. Now, if the 6 of them join forces, they may be stronger than the 3 major guilds at the moment, especially after the 4th round of Monster Siege ended. Under Lu Ji's attack, countless troops from the 3 major guilds were destroyed in Lu Ji's hands. This directly led to a large number of lords of the 3 major guilds either having their territories breached in the 4th round of Monster Sieges, or performing far worse than normal. Although on the surface the 3 major guilds were still the 3 major guilds and had incredibly withstood Lu Ji's offensive. But in fact, both the God's Messenger and the 3 major guilds themselves knew very well that everything was just a dying struggle. It's not just that a round of monsters attacks the city every 3 days. Moreover, it was because the 3 major guilds had lost the ability to enter the copy space. Without the resources and treasures of the copy space, the development of many lords of the 3 major guilds would be stagnant. The resources within their territories alone could not meet their needs for upgrading and recruiting soldiers. In addition, Lu Gu is constantly building psychic towers to expand the population, and the population growth rate is extremely alarming. With the upgrade of the 4th level main city, the psychic towers have also opened the upgrade channel again. In addition to the high damage increase brought by the 2nd level magic tower and the 2nd level dead tower, the population brought by each psychic tower has also increased by 50 points again, reaching 200. The total population of Lyoga has now reached 80,000. If Lyoga had not retained most of the troops to fill the sacrifice of the Death God Council, he would not have been able to fully replenish the lost troops. Even if a war breaks out on 2 fronts, Lu Gu can make the 3 major guilds and the Messengers of God experience what the Undead Scourge is at the same time. So, why should I make peace with you? Looking at Yijian Tianxia, who came before him in the name of visiting. Lu Gu, who was sitting on a rare item, the Guardian Throne, which could resist 1 attack, looked puzzled. You started the war. Do you expect you to end it? If you want to fight, you fight. If you don't want to fight, you don't fight. That's the truth. The white-haired lich also shouted at the side. Don't say it's just a misunderstanding. Before you decided to attack my lord, the red-painted gate had already clearly warned you of the consequences, right? Since you knew what you would face if you attacked us, but still chose to do it, you must bear the consequences of doing so. We just want to show our value. It's not our intention to be your enemy. Yijian Xiangxia sighed helplessly. This kind of negotiation where the initiative is completely held by the other party is really not in line with Yijian Xiangxia's usual style, but facing the cruel reality of almost 0 chance of winning and the pleas of the people he cherishes. Yijian Tianxia still tried to cheer himself up and said seriously, we can pay compensation for this. Do you really want to kill us all? Don't forget that everyone in the 3 major guilds is a living person. In this round of Monster Siege, 200 people have died because of you. Isn't the price we paid enough to calm your anger? This is moral kidnapping. He is morally kidnapping you. Melthagad jumped up immediately. My lord, don't listen to him. They didn't die because of you. They died because of their stupidity and blind obedience. The ones who really killed them were the sophistry guy and the high-level leaders who led them, not you as the victim. Hear the words of the white-haired lich. Even with a strong heart like Yijianxiangxia, he couldn't help but be glared at by the white-haired lich. Ever since he came to Guile's territory, this dwarf carrot has been against him at every turn, trying his best to sabotage him. If this guy hadn't messed things up, my negotiations would have gone much more smoothly. And it turned out to be true. With Melthagad's obstruction, Lu Ji's eyes immediately turned cold again, and his tone also became indifferent. It seems that you still haven't realized your mistake. If the purpose of coming here is just to say these boring words, then you'd better leave here as soon as possible. I don't want to waste my breath. Speaking of, Lu Gu waved his hand, and the white-haired lich, who had been eager to try, immediately jumped in front of Yijianxiangxia with his fangs and claws bared. He shouted, "Did you hear what my lord said? Go home and write your will." Chapter 47 Forbidden Spell Scroll, Conspiracy. Wait a minute. Just when the white-haired lich took advantage of the situation and started pushing Yijianxiangxia out. Knowing that Lu Gu, especially with the white-haired lich in the way, could not be convinced by simple words, Yijianxiangxia finally revealed his trump card. "I have something to tell you about the messenger of God." Melthagad paused slightly in his pushing motion. That afternoon, the members of the Balanced Society, who had just ended the monster siege and were confronting the three gods' messengers in the copy space, suddenly received an order from Lu Gu to withdraw. Later, in the 8th area, Lu Gu explained the reason for the emergency mobilization of everyone. The messenger of God has the ability to seal forbidden spells into forbidden spell scrolls. In other words, for the messenger of God, his forbidden spell storage is not just as simple as the 3 upper limits of his characteristics. Instead, as long as there is enough time, the messenger of God will be able to release a forbidden spell almost every day. As information about God's messenger fell, there was an uproar in the entire conference room. The prophet suddenly stood up and said in disbelief, "Impossible. In the future that I saw before, the messenger of God did not show the ability to create scrolls. That's because there's no need." Lu Gu said calmly, "Like you said, I will recruit the Grim Reaper after the 3rd round of monster sieges. But I can tell you that the Grim Reaper you saw is not the ultimate soldier, but just a semi-finished product. In the future you predicted, the only reason I would recruit the Grim Reaper at that time is that the situation has deteriorated to the point where I don't have time to recruit the ultimate Grim Reaper. The messenger of God, who has the upper hand, naturally won't think of creating a forbidden spell scroll." In the future picture seen by the prophet, Lu Gu only led the undead army and a god of death to defeat the coalition forces of God's messenger and dragon emperor in the copy space. Not to mention killing God's messenger on the spot. Even the church was not involved. This only means that Lu Gu just won a battle against the messenger of God. It does not mean that he has defeated the alliance of the messenger of God. It is even very likely that Lu Gu had always been at a disadvantage before this. Of course, the information about the God's messenger making the forbidden spell scroll came from someone else's verbal tip-off. Even that person only made guesses without any substantial evidence, and he didn't even put the forbidden spell scroll in front of me. Then why should we be afraid? Maybe this is just a delaying tactic of the 3 major guilds. Red Bean Biscuit shouted. The method to determine whether the messenger of God has the ability to make a forbidden spell scroll is very simple. Lu Ji's face showed no fluctuations. The information that person got was that the president of Huang to Hegemony, Ji Bai, had a forbidden spell scroll in his hand as a trade with the messenger of God. The prophet. I understand. The prophet nodded and immediately activated his prophetic ability. About an hour later, the prophet opened his eyes with a grim face and showed a certain look to Lu Gu again. It seems that our strategic plan needs to be adjusted. Seeing this, Lu Gu said in a flat tone, "It has been 16 days since the elimination game started. 16 days, that is to say, if the messenger of God had gained the ability to create forbidden spells on the first day, the number of forbidden spells in his hands should be an astonishing 16. But apart from the 4 forbidden spells used by God's messenger during the 4 rounds of monster sieges, the Balanced Society could only confirm that God's messenger had released 3 forbidden spells. The 2 times were when fighting with the Dragon King. The messenger of God used mass teleportation and Seraph's purifying light, respectively. One time was when Lu Gu raided the first copy space of God's messenger, and God's messenger, whose stronghold in the copy space was almost breached, released a large-scale forbidden spell of fire. plus a forbidden spell scroll that God's messenger decided to give to Ji-Bai. That is to say, in the worst-case scenario, the messenger of God still has 8 forbidden spells in his hand. And every day, the messenger of God will have an additional forbidden spell reserve. It's impossible to have so many. Romeo denied the number of forbidden spells that God's messenger knew. First of all, God's messenger must have used forbidden spells when he was pioneering. Secondly, it's impossible for God's messenger to get the method to make forbidden spell scrolls on the first day. We should prepare for the worst in everything. Let's assume that the messenger of God has 8 opportunities to cast forbidden spells. The prophet was extremely cautious. If we operate at the limit, each of my gospel inquisitors should be able to block a forbidden spell. However, the ability to open an invincible barrier can only be used once in each gospel inquisitor's lifetime, and the coverage range is extremely limited. It is impossible to use it on the army of trickery. Even so, with the number of gospel judges in your hand, you can only block 5 forbidden spells. The metrologist's face was a little ugly. I do have a prop. If it works well, it can theoretically offset a forbidden spell, but that's only theoretically. Hey, we can't just think about how to resist the forbidden spell of the messenger of God. Gua Isho reminded loudly. The Dragon King and the Church are also very difficult to deal with. They will not watch us fight with the messenger of God and remain indifferent. For a moment, the entire balanced society was filled with discussions. While everyone was arguing about how to fight against the forbidden spell, they could also resist the high-level army of the Dragon King and the low-level soldiers of the Church. Bloodhowl, who had been silent all this time, suddenly uttered 4 words. Defeat them one by one. ? The bloody roar immediately attracted everyone's attention. And Shueho did not hide anything and spoke out his thoughts directly. Everyone overlooked one point. That is, no matter whether it is the messenger of God, the Dragon Emperor, or the Church, they are not worth worrying about individually. The reason why they're difficult to deal with is that the 3 of them work together seamlessly, and their characteristics complement each other and make up for the shortcomings of the 3. In this case, we could just defeat them one by one. There is no need to deal with the 3 lords at the same time on the same battlefield. And the method of defeating them one by one is also very simple, because there is a fatal weakness among the 3 messengers of God. That is, each of them has a copy area exclusively. Why is the balanced society so united? That's because Lu Ge shared his interests with all members. Whether it was the 2nd copy area or the 8th resource area, everyone developed and enjoyed it together. Naturally, whoever attacks the 2nd dungeon area will become the enemy of all members of the balanced society. However, the messengers of God are different. Each of them has their own dungeon area. Normally, one person monopolizing a dungeon area might be a symbol of their power. But once their copy areas are attacked at the same time, can they abandon their own copy areas and help the other 2 when they are unable to take care of themselves? Chapter 48, 7th Order Troops. Death. Although it is very difficult to declare war on the 3 major lords at the same time and make them unable to take care of themselves. However, considering the foundation of the balanced society, it is not impossible to achieve this, especially now that Lu Ji's death is approaching. In addition, another factor that can affect the outcome of the battle is the 3 major guilds. Shueho's eyes were calm. Although the 3 major guilds suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, they still have the strength to fight us. If the 3 major guilds stab us in the back again at the critical moment when we are fighting the messenger of God, we will fall into an extremely passive situation. Don't worry about that. At least Jingxin Pavilion will stay out of this war. As for the other 2 major guilds, Lu Ge smiled and said, how much loyalty do you think an organization that was established only a few days ago can have? In that case, here is my battle plan. Shueho nodded. Then directly send a message to the chat channel of the Balanced Society. In Blood Roar's battle plan, in order to fight against the 3 lords at the same time, the power of the entire Balanced Society will be divided into 4 parts. First, the epic heroes under Red Bean Biscuit, Prophet, Romeo, and Lyoga, and the high-level soldiers of the Balanced Society formed a top legion, carrying treasures that can resist magic and restrain forbidden spells, and attacked the first copy area where the messenger of God was located. With the invincible shield of the Gospel Judge, this elite army can be largely immune to the forbidden spells of the messenger of God. Combined with the powerful personal strength of Red Bean Biscuit and Romeo's rare magic potion, this elite team can burst out with amazing strength in a short period of time. Even if the messenger of God has more forbidden spells, he can't escape their pursuit. The second part is the intermediate legion headed by Blood Roar, assisted by the metrologist and Guarisho. This legion will mainly consist of a 1,000-man orc legion sent by Blood Roar and 20,000 skeleton warriors and skeleton flame archers sent by Lyoga. With the help of Blood Roar's epic command skills, the intermediate troops can burst out with combat power comparable to that of advanced troops in a short period of time. The crushing numbers plus the quality that is enough to cause fatal damage to the Dragon Emperor's advanced troops are exactly the nemesis of elite lords like the Dragon Emperor. The third part is the undead army led by Lu Gu himself. Even if 20,000 second-level soldiers were lent to Blood Roar, they accounted for half of Lyoga's total population. But even so, Lu Gu still has a legion quota of 40,000 people. These 40,000 people are enough to recruit 400,000 skeleton soldiers or 20,000 second-level skeletons. After mixing, they're enough to surround the fourth copy area where the church is located. More importantly, the soldiers recruited by the church were only of the first order. Facing Lu Ge's skeleton army strengthened by various technologies, the church was completely crushed by Lu Gu in both quantity and quality. If the messenger of God and the Dragon Emperor at least had some ability to fight back, then the church could only be beaten in front of Lu Gu. The distribution of combat power among these three parts is at least enough to ensure the balance to the advantage of the three major lords. Apart from the unknown types and numbers of God's messengers' forbidden spells, which might lead to unexpected factors, both the Dragon Emperor and the Church would end up in a miserable defeat. As long as they could win 2 of the games, there would be nothing to worry about even if there was only one God's messenger left at the end. What's more, Blood Roar also deployed a 4th combat force, Jingxin Pavilion. Xueho said, "I need Jingxin Pavilion to not only stay out of this matter, but also compensate them for their previous offense against the president. When the other 2 guilds take action, Jingxin Pavilion must take the responsibility of fighting against the other 2 guilds." Do you think the other 2 guilds have the guts to do this? Romeo was surprised. The messenger of God even gave the precious scroll of forbidden spells to Ji Bai. The transaction between them is definitely beyond our imagination. It is impossible for them to just attack the president's army once. Xueho shook his head and said, "This is a desperate battle. We have to guard against any possible threats." I understand. Lugan knocked on the table and made the final decision. In this case, the battle time is set at 3 p.m. This operation is for all members of the Balanced Society. All participating members can receive 500 guild contribution points. Those who perform well and kill the 3 lords will be rewarded with an additional 1,000 guild contribution points. Members who are late or affect the battle plan will have their guild contribution deducted or even kicked out of the Balanced Society, depending on the situation. Disband. Yes, President Boss. As soon as I heard that the guild contribution was a full 500 points, the atmosphere in the entire conference room suddenly became heated. He ignored these members who had long coveted the epic items in the guild warehouse. When Lu Gu returned to the desolate land, the first thing he did was to call Melthagad and ask her to inform the One Sword World Balanced Society of its decision. Why me? Because you are the most useless right now. The white-haired lich was deeply shocked. After sending the white-haired lich away, Lu Gu went straight to the Council of Death. This is a dark and solemn, church-like building. Since the moment it was built, the light symbolizing the sacrifice of death has never stopped shining above the Parliament of Death. At every moment, every minute, and every second, countless skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and even skeleton warriors and skeleton fire archers outside the organization step in and become the nourishment of the god of death in the dark. Over and over again, to this day, this dark building has devoured countless skeleton souls. What's even more outrageous is that the skeleton soldiers consecrated by the Death God Council can't even trigger Lu Ji's death promotion, and they haven't even played the value of providing Lu Gu with attribute points. However, now, any horrible price will eventually pay off. The door of the Death Council was pushed open with a bang. Inside the Parliament, under the watchful eyes of the statues of the Grim Reaper, holding scythes, lining both sides of the Parliament, Lu Gu slowly came to the statue in the center, stretched out one hand, and pointed at the empty space of the statue. In an instant, a piece of information emerged. Ding! Great Lord of the Undead, your devotion to death is moving. Now, death will also be dedicated to you. Ding, congratulations on recruiting the 7th level soldier, Death. Huh. The wind of death suddenly blew open the doors and windows of the parliament. In the breath of infinite despair, decay, and doom, a terrifying black shadow emitting a suffocating aura of death suddenly fell from the sky. Chapter 49, The Attributes of the Ultimate Soldiers. Is this the ultimate soldier? Looking at the god of death in front of him, who is nearly 3 meters tall, holding a sickle with blue soul fire flashing in his eyes and rotten wings on his back. A detailed information about the god of death instantly appeared in Lu Ji's sight. Army Death. Level, 7th level. HP, 10,000/10,000. Mana, 5,000. Attack power, 1800 to 1999. Movement speed, 9. Population, 10. Domination value, 100. Maintenance cost, 10 rare resources/week. Characteristic, 1. Ultimate unit. This unit is immune to 80 damage from non-ultimate units and non-hero units. 2. Death. When attacking, there is a 12 chance of causing additional true damage equal to 100 of the target's health. This effect has a double probability for non-ultimate soldiers and non-hero units. 3. Immortality. The creature cannot be killed by magical or physical attacks. 4. Harvest. Killing a target restores health equal to the target's maximum health. 5. Flying. This unit is a flying unit. Skill. Flash. You can instantly appear anywhere within your sight. Cost. 100 mana. Cooldown. 0.8 seconds. Death attack. Send out a death attack, causing 999,999 damage. Cost. 1,000 mana. Cooldown. 60 seconds. Return to death. Instantly kills the player, resurrects the player in the original state after 3 seconds, and clears all negative and positive effects. Cost. 100 mana. Cooldown. 10 seconds. Following. Lock onto a target, then flash to within 10 meters of the target for the next 60 seconds, returning the flash cooldown and mana cost. Cost. 500 mana. Cooldown. 10 minutes. Death Dance. Swing the sickle quickly, causing 99 times the attack power 0.1 damage to surrounding targets and releasing a shockwave. Cost. 200 mana. Cooldown. 5 seconds. Death Realm. Swings out a huge sickle phantom, dealing true damage equal to the maximum attack power plus 33 of lost health to all targets within a fan-shaped range of 50 meters. This skill can be charged, and every 2 seconds of charging consumes an additional 1 times the mana, doubling the killing range. Basic mana consumption, 500. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Introduction. The god of death who comes from the underworld and controls the death of the world. The sickle in his hand is said to have the power to cut off the death line of all living beings. Legend has it that only the ultimate devotion to death can attract the arrival of the god of death. Unbelievable! This was the only thought that came to Lu Ji's mind when he saw the attributes and skill effects of the god of death. At the same time, I finally understood why Melthuzid kept saying that only the ultimate troops can defeat the ultimate troops. Excluding other things, just the damage immunity of the ultimate soldier characteristic is enough to make 99 of ordinary soldiers despair. Even those legendary soldiers with conceptual skills can only rely on their large numbers to defeat the ultimate soldiers. As for ordinary soldiers, facing the effects of such blood-sucking and recovery skills, no matter how many they are, it is meaningless unless there are corresponding restraining command skills or forbidden treatment spells. Of course, forbidden healing spells are also extremely unsafe. Ultimate soldiers generally have skills with self-purification effects, such as the return of the god of death. If the situation is not right, they will commit suicide directly. This can not only clear all negative skills, but also avoid some attacks that they cannot resist, and the cooling time is only an outrageous 10 seconds. No wonder Melthagad has been reminding Lyoga to form an advanced legion. If the messengers of God had such a god of death, would Lyoga's undead army be able to protect themselves? Unless Lu Gu shrank and didn't show his face. Otherwise, if the god of death stared at him, he would be followed by a shadow. What's the point of having millions of troops protecting him? With infinite flashes and instant death attacks, it would take less than 1 second to kill Lu Gu. That said, the level 9 movement speed is also mind-boggling. You know, a Death Knight with a movement speed of 5 can run a speed of no less than 100 kilometers per hour, and the level 9 movement speed is not just 40 faster, but a completely different level. It is no wonder that in the prophet's prediction, when the Balance army counterattacked the messenger of God, it was actually killed and annihilated by a demon summoned by the messenger of God using a forbidden spell. Putting aside other things, if the devil had half the attributes of the god of death, it would be no problem for him to kill the members of the Balance Society at that time. But I don't know who is stronger between the god of death and the devil. He glanced at the huge Grim Reaper in front of him. Lu Gu waved his hand, and the huge god of death immediately floated up, following behind Lu Gu and flying towards the outside of the Death Council. Not to mention the white-haired lich who, after seeing the god of death, prostrated herself before him and wailed at Lyoga for him to play with. Time soon came to the agreed time of 3 p.m. Before this, the white-haired lich had completed the task assigned to her by Lu Gu. Although Yijian Tianxia was very afraid of the forbidden spell scroll in Jibai's hand, between facing Lu Ji's undead plague and facing the forbidden spell, Yijian Tianxia decisively chose the latter. After all, no matter how terrible the forbidden spell is, it can only be used once, while the undead plague is truly endless, making it impossible for people to muster the courage to fight against it. What's more, fighting against the two major guilds was just a verbal promise of Yijian Tianxia. If the situation turned out not to be right at that time, Jingxin Pavilion could go back on its word at any time. Of course, the main reason is that Yijian Tianxia doesn't think that the two major guilds have the courage to stab the Balance Guild at this time. Once the two major guilds did so, they would really offend the Balance Guild. Regardless of the outcome of the battle between the Balance Guild and the three overlords, even if the Balance Guild was defeated, its remaining strength would be like a lean camel that is bigger than a horse, and it would not be difficult to crush the two major guilds. At this moment when the two tigers are fighting, standing aside and watching is the best choice. I think Yuan Mao and Ji Bai will understand this. Inside the headquarters of the 10,000 Races Guild, Ji Bai, the president of the Huang to Bei Guild mentioned by Yijian Tianxia, was sitting in front of Yuan Mao with a horrified look on his face, as if he wanted to cry but had no tears. As early as the moment when the Balance Society mobilized the Legion on a large scale. As the helmsman of the three major guilds, Yuan Mao and Ji Bai have already received reliable information that the Balance Guild is going to launch an all-out war against the three lords. Moreover, the forces mobilized are simply enough to make anyone despair. The scale of the military force is already beyond the imagination of the current players. Trying to stop a legion of this level, even if it is seeking death, there is no way to do it. Of course, I know that standing aside and watching is the best option now. The eyes of Yuan Mao, the president of the 10,000 Races Guild, were extremely cold. But, in front of the contract, we have no way out. Chapter 53 Parties. A war is about to begin. At this moment, Yuan Mao really regretted the deal with God's messenger. He thought that just by helping God's messenger to block the conspiracy for 5 days, he would be able to get 2 forbidden spell scrolls plus 1/3 of the resource area resources. Such a great value deal, there was no reason to refuse it. In order to prevent the messenger of God from playing tricks, Yuan Mao even used an epic contract, just to make it impossible for the messenger of God to regret. He never expected that he would be the one bound by this contract. As early as the first wave of Lu Ji's undead army's attack, Yuan Mao actually regretted making an enemy of Lu Gu. He underestimated Lu Ji's power, and even more so his tolerance for backstabbing. In the face of Lu Ji's undead army, the three major guilds lost a quarter of their area in just one day, and nearly 200 lords died directly or indirectly at the hands of Lu Gu. Even the defense line they jointly built could only barely defend against the onslaught of the endless undead army due to the astronomical consumption of resources. What was even more tragic was that while Lu Gu was suppressing them, the other members of the Balance Society were still able to gain an offensive advantage over the messenger of God. In fact, at this time, Yuan Mao and Ji Bai already understood that they were just pawns to help the messenger of God relieve pressure. It was simply impossible to complete the 5-day defense in the contract. Since they were unable to fulfill the contents of the contract, God's messenger could naturally promise them benefits at will. In the end, they would become the defaulting party of the contract and even have to pay God's messenger a large amount of resources for not fulfilling the agreement. But even so, they still had to help God's messenger fight against Lu Gu and even the Balance Society. There are also different levels of contract violations. It is one thing to abide by a contract but be unable to prevent a breach. and it is another thing to ignore the contents of the contract and breach it. The former is called breach of contract, and the latter can be said to be a breach of contract. Once the system determines it as a breach of contract, Yuan Mao and Ji Bai, as the signatories of the contract, will have no way out. So even though anyone can see now that the scale of the war between the Balance Guild and the Three Lords has far exceeded the upper limit of what the three guilds can participate in, Yuan Mao and Ji Bai still cannot stay out of it. Even they can't fish in troubled waters. This is the horror of epic contract items. That's true, but what reason should I use to convince the top leaders and members of our guild? Ji Bai had a bitter look on his face, and his former arrogance was no longer on his face. Now many people in our guild have already asked to quit. If I continue to be an enemy of guile, I'm afraid. Do you have any other ideas? Yuan Mao glanced at Ji Bai coldly. Don't forget the essence of this game. As long as we can survive, what happens to the guild has nothing to do with us. But there's nothing to worry about. He interrupted Ji Bai blatantly. Yuan Mao said coldly, in the last 3 days, even if we have to use the forbidden spell scroll, we have to defend these last 3 days. Copy space. Second copy area. Flags are flying everywhere. In the boundless vast army, Lu Ge looked at the 6 people standing in front of him, including Red Bean Biscuit, Romeo, Prophet, Metrologist, Bloodroar, and Gua Isho, and suddenly the corner of his mouth raised. I have asked Melthagad to prepare a dinner. No passionate words were spoken. Lu Ge just smiled as usual and said, after we are done, let's have a good drink in this world. Also, Red Bean Biscuits, I have prepared a helper for you. As soon as the words fell, the next moment, a figure with wings on its back suddenly emerged from the sky, and a pair of eyes burning with blazing soul fire quietly looked down at the people below. The people in the Balanced Society, who were speechless at the fact that Lu Ge had not shown any tension until now, were all trembling when they saw this figure, especially the prophets. Looking at the desperate and quiet dark figure of the god of death, the scene that he had seen through the prophet during the second round of Monster Siege, where the legendary golden dragon was killed with one sword, quickly overlapped with it. Then I thought back to what Lu Ge had just said this morning. Could it be? Could it be? The prophet looked at Lu Ge in disbelief, but did not see any emotion on Lu Ji's face. I'll leave the god of death to you. The Xian smile turned slightly cold. Lu Ge said in an unquestionable tone, I only have one request. That is, the messenger of God must be killed. The seemingly endless army began to move. The mighty army, led by Red Bean Biscuit, Bloodroar, and Lu Ge, was like 3 long dragons, heading straight for the copy area where the 3 lords were located with a clear goal. At the same time, some of the remaining individual lords along the way who were not targeted by the Balance Guild and were independent of the 3 major guilds were excitedly taking pictures of this shocking scene. The entire 4297 area was plunged into a murderous aura. On the other hand, the 3 messengers of God also set up layers of traps in the dungeon area and were ready for battle. There's nothing much to say. The intention of the Balanced Society was very clear. The 3 armies made targeted deployments based on the characteristics of the 3 of them. However, just as Bloodhowl said, even though the 3 lords knew the purpose of the Balanced Society, they could not react too much. They have invested a lot of effort in their respective areas. They never thought that they would fail, and built most of their territory buildings in their respective copy areas. Under normal circumstances, these territory buildings built within the dungeon area can naturally provide many conveniences, such as assisting in defense, and recruited soldiers can be immediately put into the development of the dungeon area, saving a lot of travel time. But now, these territory buildings have become the handle that binds their hands and feet. It is already the 12th day since the copy space was opened. Once the results of these 12 days of construction were destroyed by the Balance Club, it would mean that their 12 days of work would be wiped out in an instant. Not to mention whether they would be the opponent of the Balance Club in the future. The lag in construction time alone was enough to make them never catch up with players of the same level. This was an absolutely unacceptable consequence for the 3 gods' messengers. Just like Lu Ge could never accept the destruction of his territory and buildings. Not to mention, we won't necessarily lose. Looking at the 2 forbidden scrolls in his hands, and behind him, the magnificent camp that had already been built. The eyes of God's messenger were cold. Even if the 3 major guilds did not delay the Council of Balance for 5 days as he expected, resulting in only 3 6th-level legendary soldiers being recruited in this magnificent camp. The stock of forbidden spells together with its own storage added up to only 5, far less than what the Council of Balance had expected. But this still does not affect the confidence of God's messenger. After all, the advantage of fighting at home is too great. The numerous defensive buildings alone are enough to withstand tens of thousands of low-level troops. Chapter 52. Kill God with a body of B-level characteristics. However, confidence and reality are two different things. When Red Bean Biscuit led a small army of soldiers of at least legendary level and appeared outside the dungeon area of God's messenger, a bad premonition immediately emerged in the mind of God's messenger. In the eyes of the three messengers of God, their only imaginary enemy has always been trickery. The prophet can be considered half a prophet, but because once the prophet's characteristics are exposed, it is too easy for him to be targeted, so they don't actually take the prophet seriously. Therefore, they have never paid too much attention to other members of the balanced society. In their opinion, people who don't even have A-level characteristics can't pose any threat to them at all. And this arrogance will eventually bring them a painful price today. Haha, messenger of God, have you seen these legendary soldiers? These are the forbidden magic soldiers that we prepared especially for you by saving our points from the 4 rounds of monster sieges. Red Bean Biscuit laughed loudly, but did not give the disturbed messenger of God any time to think. Almost at the moment when the Red Bean Biscuits fell, the 2 magic lords, Prophet and Romeo, plus a dozen magic legendary soldiers released their skills at the same time. It's impossible to hit you from such a long distance. He glanced at the few people who were almost completely out of the attack range of his defense tower. The messenger of God frowned, feeling puzzled. A huge emerald green goblin suddenly flew up from the army formation. The next moment, accompanied by a bright light, a strengthening magic circle suddenly enveloped all the chanting soldiers. Enhanced range. Can triple the skill release distance for targets within a range of up to 20 meters. Lasts for 15 seconds. Consumption. 200 mana. Cooldown. 1 hour. Without waiting for God's messenger to react. Large-scale damage skills, such as earthquakes, fire, storms, hail, and lightning poured down like raindrops, and the defensive troops deployed by God's messenger on the periphery were almost wiped out in an instant. At the critical moment, it was the rare-level defense building near the messenger of God and the barrier guard that passively opened the magic shield. Otherwise, even the soldiers in the core area of the messenger of God, and even the messenger of God himself, would fall into this wave of ultimate attacks. Is it really not that easy to kill it directly? Red Bean Biscuit's smile disappeared when he saw this scene. Then he took out a bunch of potions from his arms and drank them one by one. Every time he drank a bottle of potion, a magical light suddenly lit up on Red Bean Biscuit's body, obviously adding some terrible benefit state. However, the messenger of God who saw this scene could only watch Red Bean Biscuit refresh its status without any way to do anything, until Red Bean Biscuit was surrounded by colorful light all over its body and countless magic spells surrounded it. Seeing the attributes that had almost tripled and had countless special states, Red Bean Biscuit shouted, raised the dragon-slaying sword, and rushed straight towards the messenger of God. Behind him, several soldiers who looked extremely similar to the human champion knights, but were covered in silver-white armor, raised their lances. The next moment, Red Bean Biscuit's speed suddenly increased by more than double. The whole person seemed to turn into a comet and crashed into the army of the messenger of God. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. Waves of terrifying fighting spirit burst out like mushroom clouds, and all the soldiers and buildings blocking Red Bean Biscuit collapsed in large numbers. The defenses arranged in advance by the God's messengers were like paper and could not play any blocking role at all. Concentrate your attack. The messenger of God quickly gave the order. In an instant, all the defensive buildings in the territory of God's messenger emitted energy light, which turned into countless missiles or rays and hit the army directly, like Red Bean Biscuits from the gods. However, before these dense long-range attacks could reach Red Bean Biscuit's head, lines of protective magic had already been superimposed around Red Bean Biscuit. Red Bean Biscuit didn't even need to dodge, and almost headed into the inner city where the messenger of God was located despite the countless attacks. It's just the courage of a common man. The messenger of God sneered when he saw this scene. He was in the inner city, with the city wall blocking him. No matter how powerful Red Bean Biscuits were, he could only sigh at the wall and was eventually trapped and killed by the intensive attacks of the army and defense towers. But the next second, it was a loud bang. As Red Bean Biscuit swung down, The level 3 city wall with a durability of 5,000 points was smashed by Red Bean Biscuit. At the same time, a huge minus 8,000 damage value also flew into the air above the city wall and the soldiers on the wall. The messenger of God who saw this scene didn't care about his face, which was almost swollen from being beaten and pointed with horror. In an instant, a deep red ray of lightning shot out from the finger of God's messenger, carrying a terrifying aura of destruction, and directly hit the Red Bean Biscuit that had already entered the inner city. But the same thing. Boom! There was a loud noise. A gospel inquisitor who was teleported in front of Red Bean Biscuit at some point was holding up an invincible shield, but was chopped to the ground expressionlessly by countless miscellaneous soldiers who gathered from the surroundings. God's messenger. The attack was blocked by the gospel judge, and Red Bean Biscuit, who was unharmed, shouted loudly. As soon as he stepped on the ground shattered and a shock wave was generated. The health bars of countless soldiers gathered around Red Bean Biscuit were instantly reduced to 0. Red Bean Biscuit, holding the dragon-slaying sword, charged all the way. A mountain giant with thousands of health points opened his palms to block it, but the next moment, it fell to the ground with a bang. In just a blink of an eye, the Red Bean Biscuits, as if they were in an empty space, had already arrived less than 50 meters in front of the messenger of God. The messenger of God hurriedly wanted to reach out and use the scroll. However, the prophet in the distance seemed to have anticipated this and shouted loudly. Bang! Under the dull gaze of God's messenger, the scroll in his hand was actually knocked down. Die! Also in this moment, Red Bean Biscuit has already rushed to the front of the God's messenger. He was surrounded by light, and his blood was rising. He was like a god of war. With his B-level characteristic body, he swung the dragon-slaying sword towards the unattainable S-level god. Boom! The dazzling light shot straight into the sky. The long-hidden Grim Reaper flashed behind the messenger of God at the same time, raising the sickle in his hand high. The messenger of God, who was attacked from both sides, could only watch this sudden scene. Before a demon shadow could even emerge from his side, it was pierced through the body by the dragon-slaying sword and the scythe of death at the same time. Minus 100,000. Minus 999,999. Two huge numbers rose above the head of God's messenger at the same time. All the soldiers belonging to the messenger of God screamed at the same time and turned into wild monsters that had lost their affiliation. Chapter 53: The Fall of Dragon City. The fifth copy area. Standing on the tall and magnificent city walls of the same construction. Whether it is the messenger of God, the Dragon Emperor, or the Church, they have figured out ways to fight against Lu Gu through many battles with him. Because the undead lord can recruit skeleton soldiers infinitely and at no cost. As long as there is no way to kill the Lord Lu Gu in one battle, no matter what the results are, it will be a huge loss for the opponent, and they will not gain any advantage at all. As a result, the Three Lords' method of fighting against Lu Gu gradually evolved from frontal combat in the beginning to the current defense-based method. Inspired by the fact that the three major guilds relied on building defenses to resist the army of tricks, they also built a large number of walls and defensive buildings in their own copy areas. With the help of these walls and defensive buildings, the Three Lords have basically achieved the level of only losing 1/3 of their usual troops every day to resist Lu Ji's undead army. And they already have the spare capacity to continue to develop the dungeon area. As long as a few more days pass, when they have accumulated enough troops and trump cards, they can complete a large-scale counterattack under the leadership of the Messenger of God. Even if we cannot eliminate the trick in one battle, we can block the trick outside the copy space and completely eliminate the threat of the trick. However, the Balanced Society, or rather the trick, did not give them these few days. Looking down, the army of the undead stretches to the end of the sight. Almost all of them were level 2 or higher skeleton warriors and flame skeleton archers. None of the annoying low-level skeleton soldiers appeared at this moment. Instead, there was a tall legion of orcs holding battle axes and with bare upper bodies. The Dragon King recognized the types of soldiers that made up this orc army. This is a rare third-tier soldier unique to the orcs, the Bloodclaw Warrior, which possesses extremely outstanding attack power and assault capabilities. Only a very small number of top-level orc players whose main city has been upgraded to level 3 can recruit 1 or 2 of them through the rare building, the Bloodclaw tribe, exchanged for siege points. Because their number is too small, they are usually used as surprise troops. On the battlefield against Guile, It was because of a group of 10 Blood Claw warriors leading the way that the three major guilds were able to break through the blockade of thousands of troops and kill two commanding heroes under Guile, completing a feat that even they had never done before. Although the victory in that battle was not only the credit of the Blood Claw warriors, it was more due to the surprise attack and the influence of many players using their special powers. But even so, the reputation of the Blood Claw warriors as the strongest third-order formation-breaking troop is resounding throughout the 4297 region and has lasted for a long time. But what did he see now? An orc army consisting of 1,000 Blood Claw warriors. In the entire 4297 region, apart from the three of them in Guile, is there anyone else who has the ability to form such a terrifying legion? The answer is, of course, yes. Although Bloodroar himself does not have any powerful characteristics, with his super command ability and steady work style, he is supported by huge resources such as siege points, dungeon strategies, resource sharing, and especially the guild contribution obtained from commanding the Balanced Legion. Bloodroar, this existence without any usable features, has actually grown to a level that is enough to look at top players on equal footing. It's just that the brilliance of Lugu, the Prophet, and even the Red Bean Biscuit is too dazzling. So dazzling that this marshal who has always been behind the scenes commanding the Legion has never entered people's sight. However, starting today, everything will be rewritten. Orcs will never be slaves. Epic Legion command skill. After activation, the entire army will increase its own command 1 attack power, 40 attack speed, movement speed, and life recovery speed. All members are not affected by movement control skills and gain the fighting spirit, life force to 1, state, which lasts for 60 seconds. No consumption, cooldown time, 24 hours. His eyes swept over this command skill that he had only used twice since he accidentally acquired it. Shueho knew that he would definitely win this battle. The reason why he exhausted all his resources to build such a huge army of Bloodclaw warriors was because the Bloodclaw warriors had the characteristic that the lower their vitality, the higher their attack power and movement speed. And the orcs would never be slaves, so they could keep all the Bloodclaw warriors at 1 point of vitality in 60 seconds, bringing the characteristics of the Bloodclaw warriors to the extreme. Combined with the attack power bonus of the command skill, a rare level 3 Bloodclaw warrior will gain a terrifying attack power and speed that rivals that of a level 5 epic soldier or above during the 60 seconds the skill lasts. At this stage, it is impossible for any player to resist such an orc army. Even the Dragon Emperor's dragon army is the same. He looked calmly at the tall city walls and defensive towers that the Dragon Emperor relied on so heavily. Even though the Dragon King had already deployed all his hidden military forces, including a terrifying 500-level epic dragon warriors. There were also 5 legendary level 6 golden dragons soaring in the sky, and dozens of legendary dragon blood mages guarding the fortress. But in the eyes of Bloodhowl, they were still vulnerable. All troops attacked the city, accompanied by a bloody roar. Countless siege vehicles began to frantically attack the city built by the Dragon Emperor. Dense skeleton warriors guarded the Bloodclaw orcs and rushed straight to the city under the artillery fire. The flame skeleton archers behind them pulled out a rain of arrows that covered the sky and frantically suppressed the ranged troops on the city wall. Under a rain of arrows of this magnitude, the Dragon Emperor's legendary Dragonblood mages were almost indistinguishable from ordinary soldiers. Anyone who dared to stick their heads out would be shot into a hedgehog. The protective barrier that the Dragon Emperor hastily raised was even more ridiculous. Even if each of the tens of thousands of flame skeleton archers had only 10 points of attack power, that would still be 100,000 damage. Moreover, there was also the added true damage of the flame burning and death attack. Even a magic shield with a durability of 1 million would be shot into a sieve in a matter of minutes, and there was no power to resist at all. This is the overwhelming advantage of the number of legions. It has already broken away from the low-level theories, such as the restraint of arms, the difference in rank, and the advantages of attack and defense. Boom, 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 accompanied by the sound of collapsing city walls. Countless skeleton warriors and Bloodclaw warriors rushed into the city. The Dragon Emperor's dragon warriors, who used to be able to defeat thousands of people, no longer had any advantage in front of the skeleton warriors and Bloodclaw warriors. They were completely overwhelmed by the skeleton warriors in just one encounter. The Dragon Emperor just stared at it all in a daze. His mind was completely blank, even though he still had 5 legendary golden dragons slaughtering crazily on the battlefield and even burning siege equipment, causing great trouble to Bloodroar. But it's meaningless now, as Bloodroar unleashed his final epic skill. Even the golden dragon's blazing sun could not break the fighting spirit state of the epic command skill. One after another, huge golden dragons were shot from the sky. The golden dragons that fell to the ground were pushed to the ground by the densely packed Blood Claw warriors. After a few brief whimpers, they completely turned into a pool of meat paste. Chapter 54, A Different Battlefield. The roars of undead skeletons and orc warriors resounded through the world. The magnificent Dragon King Castle was reduced to ruins under the iron hoofs of the army. It was not until countless armies came close that the Dragon King suddenly woke up from his dream. Ha ha ha! Looking at the huge army gathering below, there was almost no emotion at all. Standing on the castle, the troops under his command had been completely destroyed. The Dragon Emperor, who was left alone, laughed like a madman and allowed the army to surround him without any intention of escaping. The reason why he ran away last time was because he was unwilling to fail. He didn't think he would really lose to the Trick or the Balanced Society. His failure was just an accident. It was just that the Balanced Society outnumbered the minority and won by chance. But this time it's different. After seeing the terrifying power displayed by Bloodroar, the Dragon Emperor knew that even if he escaped again, he would never be a match for the Balanced Society. There was no intervention from anyone else. Not to the Trick, not to the Prophet, not even to that idiot Red Bean Biscuit who only knows how to charge in a battle. Instead, he lost to a nobody whom he never took seriously in a one-on-one, direct battle between armies. Without the help of others, there is no such thing as using numbers to bully the few. Even without the help of the skeleton army, the Dragon King does not think that he can definitely win. If that's the case, what's the point of him running away? Should he wait anxiously in his territory for Gigi's army to arrive? Or should he humbly beg for Gigi's forgiveness? Should he continue to live in disgrace? Impossible. I am the Dragon King. A bastard like you think you can defeat me? Trick, I'll be waiting for you down there. Accompanied by the Dragon Emperor's hysterical roar, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the Dragon Emperor's body, and the next moment, there was a deafening bang. An extremely strong shock wave rolled out, instantly engulfing everything within a radius of 1,000 meters. Unfortunately, the army in the fighting spirit state did not move at all. Only Bloodhowl in the distance was left watching all this with a complicated look, with indescribable waves rising in his heart. Does this count as murder? The 4th dungeon area, a fortress larger than those of God's Messenger and Dragon King, stands in the center of the dungeon area. On top of the fortress, countless city defense weapons, defensive buildings, and human spearmen were densely stationed in every corner, and below them, there was an endless army of hundreds of thousands of undead. These undead souls, who never knew fear and never understood what fatigue was, surged towards the iron fortress like a tide, wave after wave. Brutal fighting took place on almost every wall of the fortress. However, the leaders of the two sides, Church and Lugu, were hiding in a palace deep in the fortress, one hiding in the palace, and the other hiding outside the 3rd copy area, and they were cursing at each other through private messages. What a trick! I never thought you would come out in person to deal with me. What? Don't you dare to come and see how my lancers defeat your undead army. Haha! You're a loser who was beaten so hard that he has to hide in the city and dares not even show his head. You think you are worthy enough to fight with me? The heroes under my command are enough to deal with you. Ha 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 ha, this is ridiculous. You're just a bunch of random skeleton soldiers. Do you really think you can break through my fortress? Come up if you have guts. Let's fight one-on-one. Come down if you dare. Let's fight one-on-one. No, you come up. No, you come down. Coward. Waste. Pa. A battle of quality ended in a draw. Lugu coldly closed the private message and judged the situation on the battlefield by the green and red dots on the small map that represented his own units and enemy units. It's not that Lyoga is a coward, but the church got a lot of first-level swamp soldiers, the bull from somewhere. This first-level soldier, which is known as the most powerful in the elimination game, has only one ability, which is that the success rate of launching is only 1. The probability of launching against heroic targets is reduced by 10 times. But once it is successfully launched, it can directly kill the target with its death gaze. Causality skills, any defensive measures, no matter how high the health is, are useless. Lugo would be stupid to stand on the battlefield and be shot by this skill. After all, no matter how low the probability of 1 in 1,000 is, there are too many people in the church. In addition, the church's legion was suppressed in all aspects by Lyoga's undead army. After all, this was the legion commanded by Lyoga himself, with the dual blessings of the source of natural disasters and brief resurrection. Every skeleton soldier had to be killed 3 times before he could barely die. In terms of combat effectiveness, it was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary first-tier soldiers. The reason why the church has been able to hold on until now is simply that the church's fortress was built high enough, giving it an amazing advantage in defending the city. Moreover, the church, like Lyoga, has the characteristic of rapid military production, so the battle between the two sides was originally a tug-of-war. The most important thing is that the church has built no less than 100 holy light defense towers in its fortress. This kind of defense tower can not only restore the health of the races of the light and neutral camps, but also cause double damage to the creatures of the dark races, such as the undead and the abyss. It is simply a powerful weapon to restrain Lyoga's undead army. However, no matter how tough the bone is, it is meaningless in the face of absolute numbers. Once the corpses of the undead army fill the height of the city wall, the endless undead army will be able to rush into the fortress without any problems. Even if there are 100 holy light defense towers defending, it will be just a drop in the bucket in front of the hundreds of thousands of undead army. The church certainly understood this, so he tried his best to anger Lugo, because only by killing Lugo himself could there be a possibility of ending this horrific natural disaster. However, his mocking method was too clumsy. Not only did it not cause any ripples in Lu Ji's heart, but it made him very angry. Fear, tremble, humble and insignificant creature, the one before you is the great Lord of the Dead, the ruler of the undead. Lord Melthagad's lifelong belief is trickery. Amid the long poetry recitation by Mersuga Diang, Lu Gu grabbed the head of the white-haired lich and lifted it in front of him. He said with a fake smile, "Didn't I tell you to go to the front line of fight? When did you hide here?" The latter said with a wronged look on his face, "You are afraid of those Lingyo. I'm afraid of them too. But don't worry, I will escape back with you, Ugg." Before I retreated, I have already used up all my magic power. I killed a lot of people. Then just be quiet. What you are singing is so awful. Melthagad. Chapter 55. No one can check Lu Gu anymore. This is different from the relaxed and comfortable life of Lyoga and Melthagad. The church in the fortress was on the verge of collapse. This is the desperate pressure that anyone who fights against trickery will face. The endless number of undead will never decrease, no matter how hard you struggle. Even you know that all resistance is futile. It won't be long before the tidal army of undead will completely drown you. This despair is enough to make anyone collapse. The only way to escape from this horrible situation is to use powerful strength to break through the siege and kill Guile, the undead lord. However, to do this, looking at the entire region, it is inseparable from the messenger of God who holds the destructive power of the forbidden spell. Oh right, the messenger of God. When I think of the forbidden spell in the hands of God's messenger, although the church was well aware that God's messenger was probably unable to take care of himself at the moment, even if God's messenger could win, he might not have many forbidden spells left in his hands. But seeing that the corpses of the undead were really piling up higher and higher, just as Lu Gu had said, and had even piled up to half the height of the city wall, and some skeleton soldiers did not even need to use siege ladders and could climb over the city wall with a single leap, the church could only grasp this only hope. However, when the church hurriedly opened its friend list and prepared to send a private message to the messenger of God, an extremely terrifying thing happened, like a bolt from the blue, which directly froze the entire church in place. I saw it on the dark friend list of the church. The name of God's messenger, which was at the top and once shone with dazzling light, now seemed to be an offline state in an online game, completely dull. But there is obviously no such thing as going offline in an elimination game. So far, all those whose names have been extinguished can only represent one thing. That is fall. How is this possible? He is the messenger of God. He looked at the name of God's messenger, extinguished in disbelief. The church sent messages to God's messenger like crazy, but the final result was just a drop in the ocean. The terrified church looked at another name in panic. But the next moment, in the almost completely collapsed pupils of the church, the name of the Dragon Emperor was extinguished. Extreme fear instantly infected the entire church. However, the offensive of the outside undead army did not slow down at all. Instead, it became more and more crazy as the fortress was in danger. At the same time, outside the third copy area, the Red Bean Biscuit Group, who successfully captured the first copy area, and the Blood Roar Group, who successfully captured the fifth copy area, have led their armies to meet up in front of Lugu. There were hundreds of legendary soldiers, tens of thousands of skeleton warriors and flame skeleton archers still remaining, plus many members of the Balanced Society such as Red Bean Biscuit, Prophet, Romeo, and their heroes who were in high spirits and had almost no loss of combat power, gathered together and looked at the fortress that was already densely crawling with the undead army from afar. All of them are full of playful eyes. "Are you sure you have killed the messenger of God and the Dragon Emperor?" Lugu asked. The Dragon Emperor blew himself up. "He is definitely dead," Shueho said in a deep voice. "It seems that he is not only foul-mouthed, but also has a backbone." Red Bean Biscuit said this, and did not mock a dead man again. "The messenger of God is also determined to be killed. When I killed him, I was carrying the buff that broke the resurrection. Even if he has a resurrection skill, it is useless. It seems that the situation is not going well on my side." Upon hearing this, Lugu felt relieved immediately. Although it had long been determined that there would not be any major surprises in this battle, especially with the addition of the God of Death, even if the messenger of God could summon a 7th-level demon, he would definitely not escape death. But accidents are always like this. The more you are sure of something, the more likely it is to happen. Only after seeing the real result can Lugu put his heart at ease. And to be honest, as long as the strange and random forbidden spells of the messenger of God were gone, it would be useless even if the Dragon Emperor and the church survived. They had already been defeated, and there was no possibility of reversing the situation by conventional means alone. Do you know how to beg for mercy now? Compared to the Dragon King, you are really ugly. But put yourself in their shoes. If it were Red Bean Biscuit and Bloody Roar who failed, my performance now would probably not be much better than the church's, right? Fortunately, I won. His eyes scanned the private message from the church begging for mercy. The irony is that the news of the two people's quality confrontation was still on the list, but the reality was so dramatic that in just less than a few dozen minutes, one of the 3 lords who had vowed to fight Lugu in a duel and was determined to defeat Lugu had all his dignity shattered, leaving only the most primitive instinct for survival. Unfortunately, now it's a life-and-death situation. Even if you're no longer a threat, I can't let you go. Following Lu Ji's murmur, the metrologist hurriedly and cautiously moved to the side. He swore that he really did not deliberately peek at Lu Ji's private message, but characteristics were simply beyond his control. Fortunately, Lugu didn't seem to care. He just waved his hand, and the huge god of death floating behind the Red Bean Biscuit suddenly returned behind Lugu. "Grim Reaper, kill all the lives in the fortress ahead, leaving no one alive." Following Lu Ji's words, the figure of the god of death disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. After just a few seconds, a huge sickle, almost as big as half the size of the fortress, suddenly cut across the middle of the fortress. In an instant, all living things on the city wall died instantly. The Grim Reaper, who swung the sword, disappeared again on the city wall in a few flashes. Not long after, Lugu saw that the name of the church in the friend list, like the messenger of God and the Dragon Emperor, quickly lost its luster. Looking at the people in the Balanced Society, who suddenly fell silent, Lugu suddenly laughed and put his arms around the necks of the Prophet and Bloody Howl. He laughed and said, "Okay, let's go to the celebration party. It just so happens that I also want to introduce 2 new members to you. Maybe you have heard their names, haha." It was like the church understood that no one could defeat Lyoga without the help of God's messenger. Everyone in the Balanced Society is also very clear that from now on, with the death of the other 3 lords, no one in the entire 4297 Novice Zone can check and balance Lugu. Chapter 56, The End and the New Beginning. However, the worries of the people in the Balance Club soon disappeared as the dinner progressed. Having defeated the only strong enemy, Lugu did not mean to get rid of him. Instead, he took the initiative to fulfill his pre-war promise. That is, after defeating the 3 lords, each person who participated in the war would be able to share 500 points of guild contribution, as well as additional guild contribution for killing the 3 lords. As for the copy area that was annexed after killing the 3 overlords, it will naturally become the common asset of the Balance Guild, just like the second copy area. From now on, all resources produced in the copy area will be turned into the guild warehouse. If you encounter items you need, you'll need to purchase them by exchanging guild contributions. The way to obtain guild contributions has long been an extremely detailed system within the Balance Guild that is recognized by all members. These include, but are not limited to, assisting in conquering dungeon areas, completing guild missions, participating in foreign wars, manufacturing consumables, and many other ways to contribute to the Balance Society. Therefore, even members like Guaisho and Romeo who are not good at fighting but can still play a huge role can get their share of the benefits. Of course, the implementation of conventions not only represents the protection of everyone's interests, but more importantly, Luga has sent a clear signal to everyone in the Balance Society. That is, he has no intention of taking everything for himself, but will continue to treat them as partners who fight side by side and share happiness. This is why everyone can relax again. Then, at the climax of the banquet, Lugu introduced 2 new trainee members who had joined the Balance Society. The reason why they are intern members is that as latecomers, they have not made any contribution to the Balance Society, and therefore cannot enjoy the same treatment as the official members of the Balance Society. Even though they were not official members, the benefits they enjoyed were still much better than those of the 3 guilds that were struggling to survive at the moment. Apart from other things, just by having the official members of the Balance Guild here lend them some soldiers or equipment that they didn't need, it would be enough to bring about a drastic change for an ordinary player. Of course, anyone who is chosen by Lu Gu to be a member of the Balance Society cannot be just an ordinary player. The 2 of them, one was a former senior executive of Jingxin Pavilion, good at daily management, observing people's expressions and logistical operations, and was also the red-painted gate that was very aware of the current situation. As for the other person, although he is still unknown now, sooner or later, he will be able to grow into a powerful lord who is not inferior to Lu Gu at the moment. Because his name is... Hello, everyone. The shy orc player scratched his head. He bowed deeply to everyone present with a reserved look and said, "My name is Brother Jean Ho. I'm grateful to Boss Guile for taking a liking to me. I hope everyone can take good care of me." Brother Jean Ho? Everyone was a little confused when they heard this unfamiliar name. Although Brother Warcry had spoken in the regional chat channel, that was the beginning of the Elimination game. The regional chat channel had hundreds of messages per second, but the messages were refreshed extremely quickly. After all, only a few lords happened to see Brother Warcry's message. At least none of the members present had heard of Brother Warcry's name before. The carefree Red Bean Biscuit slapped Bloodhowl's shoulder hard and laughed. "Bloodhowl, is this your brother? Or are all of you orc lords the same? When you create an ID, you all like to call yourself something like Howl?" Ha ha. The result was just a sharp glare from Bloodroar. In the Balance Society, you'll just be called Warcry. Luga smiled, taking the initiative to take over the topic. Anyway, no matter what, our Balance Society has won the final victory, and a new member has joined. I hope that we can work together in the next 36 rounds of monster sieges, pass this elimination game together, and return to Blue Star alive together. Oh, with enthusiastic response. The extremely precious wine filled everyone's glasses at the table. Even the heroes under their command participated in this victory banquet. Even Sylvanas, who always showed a cold face, showed a rare smile at this moment. But beyond that, above the dark towers that stand like a forest in a modern city, circles of blue and white lights that look like ghosts of wronged people are swirling around. Countless undead armies stood motionless, and the winged Grim Reaper holding a huge scythe was suspended in the air, quietly observing the people reveling inside through the window of the Tomb of Death. Between movement and stillness, it's like heaven and hell. And just as the people of the Balance Society were holding a victory banquet, within the Lord's area, the green grass that was once full of vitality has turned into a barren land without knowing when. If the camera is zoomed out, you can even see that a huge area of thousands of meters has turned into darkness. It's not just a simple withering of trees and dying of flowers and plants, but it's a horrifying sight, as if some terrible curse has been endured and the vitality of all things has been plundered. And it was in such a horrific scene. 3 figures stood in pairs. 2 of them looked as pale as paper, as if they were looking at a ghost, looking at the figure across from them, covered in blood but still standing. "One sword rules the world. Are you crazy?" The president of the Huangtu Bay Guild, Ji Bai, cursed fiercely. "What good did the trick give you? This is a forbidden spell, and you would rather resist it than help him. Stop us." "Help the trick? Yijian Xiangxia, whose body was soaked in blood, just smiled faintly when he heard it. He looked at the name in the friend list that had been off for a long time and made sure that there was no possibility of it lighting up again. He didn't care about his already precarious health at all. Instead, he put his weapon directly into his backpack, turned his back to the two people who were fighting for life and death just a moment ago, and staggered away. He just left behind a sentence that made Ji Bai, who was about to yell, suddenly freeze in place. In this case, you should be able to make a new choice, right? From now on, don't let down those who trust you for your own selfish desires. Yuan Mao suddenly remembered something and looked at the backpack in disbelief. The contract that once bound them. At this moment, with the death of God's messenger, the contract has turned into an unusable gray-white color, and the feeling of being tightly bound by the god of contract has disappeared at some point in time. Why? Yuan Mao finally understood the whole story and looked at Yijian Xiangxia's departing back. But at this moment, Yijian Tianxia no longer had the heart to respond. He just wanted to return to Jingxin Pavilion as soon as possible and be with the girl who was like a clear spring. Chapter 57, After the Complete Victory. After a complete victory in the battle with God's messenger, the entire elimination game seemed to have ushered in peace all of a sudden. Whether it was the people in the balanced society or the other players who were still remaining in this world, they all felt a strange feeling that it turned out that the most dangerous thing was not the siege monsters, but players like them. However, this peace was not actually part of Lu Ji's plan. Although Yijian Xiangxia used the news of God's messenger to gain Lu Ji's tolerance, that tolerance was only limited to Yijian Xiangxia and Jingxin Pavilion behind it. Lu Ge had no intention of forgiving the 10,000 Races Guild and Huang Tehegi who had stabbed him in the back, especially after everything the white-haired lich predicted came true. Lu Ge felt that there was no room for coexistence between himself and ordinary players. The reason why there's no conflict now is simply because the main city levels of ordinary players are still too low and their demand for resources is not that strong. Once the players' main cities are upgraded in level, even if Lu Ge is willing to give up 50 of the resources, it will still be far from enough to satisfy the number of people in the three major guilds. At that time, a conflict between the two sides will almost be inevitable. Then we can just kill them when the time comes, said the white-haired lich. Do you think they will always be so weak? Lu Ge glanced at her sideways. Do you remember what the red bean biscuits were like in the beginning? They were said to be the top lords among the players, but in fact their strength was far inferior to any of the three of us, including me and the messenger of God. At that time, you never even had to look at them straight in the eye. However, in just 10 days, everything has completely turned around. The messenger of God with S-level characteristics died at the hands of Red Bean Biscuit and Romeo and others who only had B-level characteristics. The Dragon King with A-level characteristics cannot even defeat Blood Roar, who only relies on an epic command skill. Of course, a large part of the reason for this is Lu Ji's support. But this is enough to make everyone understand that the level of characteristics is not the key to determining the final victory or defeat. Even ordinary players with no special characteristics at all, as long as they have enough talent, enough planning, enough time and resources, they can also perform performances that will make top-level special players stare in awe, and even perform god-killing feats like Red Bean Biscuits. Just like the Messenger of God would never have thought until his death that the scroll of forbidden spells in his hand would be knocked down by an inferior disarming skill, he would never have thought that an epic professional lord of only level 20 could actually achieve the level of breaking through the city wall with one blow and even killing mountain giants in one move through status stacking. Lu Ge now cannot imagine the future situation, so in his opinion, it is better to strike first. However, before Lu Ge could formally implement these terrible ideas, Yijian Xiangxia arrived. Inside the Great Tomb of Death. With the disappearance of the threat from God's messenger, Lu Ji's life has become comfortable in recent days. He is no longer as tense as before, performing death sacrifices day and night. When Lu Ge received the news that Yijianshan was coming to visit, he specially asked the white-haired lich to make tea. How come you have time to come and see me? The 5th round of monsters attacking the city is about to begin. As the nanny of Jingxin Pavilion, shouldn't you be the busiest at this moment? When I saw Yijian Xiangxia coming, Lu Ge even had a rare desire to tease. But Yijian Xiangxia's expression did not ease up because of Lu Ji's attitude. He walked up to Lu Ge with a serious face. With Lu Ji's eyebrows slightly raised, he suddenly said something that made Lu Ge confused. Because if I hadn't come to you, my guild would have faced more than just a monster attack. What's the meaning? Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Trickery. Isn't defeating the messenger of God enough to satisfy you? Accompanied by the astonishing words of Yijianxiangxia. With a whoosh sound, the biting cold wind of death whistled past. Luga looked at Yijian Tianxia in front of him with an expressionless face. A huge figure with wings on its back appeared behind Yijian Tianxia at some point, with the sickle in its hand raised high. A strong breath of death locked Yijian Tianxia firmly. With just a glance from Luga, Yijian Tianxia's head would fall to the ground. But Yijian Xiangxia didn't look afraid at all. He just stared at Lu Ji's eyes, as if there was no threat behind him, and said loudly, "You promise me that as long as I can stop Ji Bai and Yuan Mao for you, you can put aside the past grudges." "I did promise." Lu Ge did not deny it. "But that was only my promise to you, and it has nothing to do with others. So you're going to start a war again and kill everyone?" Yijian Tianxia asked angrily. "This is just a game. When everything is over, we will return to the world we used to be. You've already shed so much blood on your hands. Do you want to get more?" It seemed that he didn't expect Yijian Tianxia to say these words. Lu Ge was stunned for several seconds before he came back to his senses as if waking from a dream. He looked at Yijian Tianxia in shock, as if he was looking at some rare animal. "You came to me in such a hurry. Aren't you here to seek justice from me? This has nothing to do with justice or not. It's just that you are too cold-blooded." Yijian Xiangxia said, "Maybe. After all, I am now a dead spirit. My blood is like a cold-blooded animal. It can only keep pace with the temperature." Lu Ge laughed at himself and pointed at his pale skin nonchalantly. "But it is precisely because of this that I can break free from the shackles of my own morality and make decisions with reason rather than emotion." Without waiting for Yijian Xiangxia to change his expression, he replied. Having his thoughts exposed, Lu Ge simply admitted it openly. "Yes, I have made some decisions, but I just advance the things that will definitely happen in the future. Even if I don't make this decision, someone else will make the same decision as me one day in the future. It's just that by that time, maybe I will no longer be a hunter. If you're not a hunter, is there anyone else who can make you a prey?" Yijian Xiangxia kept his tone unchanged. No one can guarantee that he will never become a prey. The last person who is so confident is probably on his way to reincarnation now. Lu Ge said lightly, "That's the grudge between God's messenger and you." Knowing that Lu Ge was referring to God's messenger Yijian Tianxia, he quickly interrupted Lu Ji's words. "And I promise not to let this happen again." "Again, what can you guarantee? Just your passion?" Lu Ge laughed. Knowing that such a person could not be persuaded with words, Lu Ge had already lost interest in continuing the conversation with Yijian Tianxia, and simply said, "Although I don't know where you got the information from, it's better not to meddle in some things. At least I can guarantee that as long as you, the elders of Jingxin Pavilion, stay honestly in your own territory, I promise not to harm you in the slightest. This is a promise I made to you because you did your best to stop the 10,000 races and the Emperor's hegemony for me. Don't force me to go back on my word." Seeing Yijian Tianxia, I wanted to say something. Lu Ji's eyes suddenly turned cold. Chapter 58. Trickery is also a person who seeks peace. With the heavy figure of Yijian Xiangxia, he completely disappeared in the desolate land. The forced smile on Lu Ji's face instantly turned into a gloomy look. "This is human nature, Lord." Melthagad's voice rang out. When a messenger of God was powerful, they were afraid of him. But after you defeat him, you will naturally become the new messenger of God. "But I am different from a messenger of God." Lu Ge finally couldn't control his anger. "I could have gotten more, but I only took my share, and I never promised them less. Whether it was the second instance area or the new ones, I share them equally." "That's true, but just like the strange story of there is always one sword in the world, not all human pursuits are for self-interest." Melthagad walked out from the shadows at the corner. On his young face, he looked inscrutable and profound, as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of life. "I've watched a lot of police dramas in the past few days. Do you know? No matter how painful the undercover policeman's heart is, when the moment of closing the net comes, he will definitely choose to complete his mission. Even if the bandit boss is sincere to him and gives him everything that he can't get in 10 lifetimes as a policeman, several years, even decades of daily companionship cannot become a hindrance to him. And what are you? Perhaps you think that is betrayal, but on the contrary, it is the most powerful loyalty in the world. It's just that his loyalty is no longer just a trivial matter like personal feelings, but faith, duty, mission, self-worth, and many other invisible and intangible beliefs that cannot be influenced by external things. At the same time, Lu Ji's psychological defenses were gradually broken down. The white-haired lich slowly walked to Lu Gu, took out a small notebook from his arms, and handed it to Lu Gu. There are a few humble opinions in this. I am not advising you to get rid of the donkey after it has done its work, but some guys are indeed not the same kind of people as us from the beginning. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. Master Trick should know this better than me. Boom boom, accompanied by low dark clouds and the sound of exploding thunder. The 5th round of Monster Siege has begun. A total of 5,000 first-level goblin warriors, led by a level 10 bear goblin hero, rushed towards the bear city in front of them. But before they could get excited, they felt like they had landed on the territory of a soft persimmon-like chosen lord, and were about to be able to easily complete their mission and enter the legendary kingdom of God, where only happiness existed. A man holding a spear, wearing Chinese armor, obviously a man, but with long hair tied in a ponytail, has appeared in their sight. A territory for only one person, the bear goblin hero tilted his head in confusion. As the leader hero of the 5th round of Siege Monsters, the level of the bear goblin hero has not only been upgraded from level 5 of the previous 4 rounds of monster heroes to level 10, but he has also gained more wisdom. His intuition told him that although the man in front of him was alone, he was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. But before the bear goblin hero could figure out why a mere human could bring such a dangerous feeling to him, who was leading an army of 5,000, the speed of the man with the gun suddenly increased. In just one breath, his speed was already so fast that the bugbear hero could see it with his naked eyes. It was like a gust of wind, suddenly rolling up a terrifying dragon-shaped shadow, rushing straight towards the bugbear hero. In an instant, the sky and the earth lost their color, and countless wild winds raged, accompanied by a large amount of wind, fire, and fighting spirit. Under the collapse of these energies, those fully armed and aggressive goblin warriors fell down in large numbers like wheat fields blown by the wind. In just a blink of an eye, the 5,000 goblin warriors brought by the bugbears were already dead all over the ground, and under the mysterious power, they gradually returned to nothingness. However, the bear goblin hero could no longer see this scene. At the moment the blue light bloomed, he, as a hero, had already become the first siege monster to die in the violent war wind. Ding! Dear Lore number 012, Ejian Tianxia, you annihilated all the monsters in the first round of Monster Siege in 0 hours, 7 minutes and 40 seconds, and your overall performance ranks 9th. You have obtained 5,200 basic siege points, and the ranking reward has increased by an additional 20. In this Monster Siege, you have obtained a total of 6,240 points. Your current accumulated and used points are 6,870 points. Ding! The 5th round of Monster Siege Store is open for a limited time. You can now use your points in the Siege Store to redeem the resources you need, accompanied by the prompt message that rises up in the system. Ejin Tianxia let out a long breath of hot air and turned to look at the chat channel. With the end of the war between the Balanced Society and the Messenger of God, after achieving the final victory, Gal never allowed his undead army to appear outside the territory of the Balanced Society again. After negotiating with Gal yesterday, the dungeon area that was originally blocked by Gal was open to ordinary players again. Coupled with the down-to-earth personalities of most members of the Balanced Society, the cold relationship between the 3 major guilds and the Balanced Society has shown signs of thawing. Due to all the reasons mentioned above, the regional channel, which had been silent for who knows how long, has become active again after a long time. Everyone was chattering about the thrilling moments encountered during the Monster Siege, explaining what they were going to do with the siege points after earning them, receiving flattery from others or praising others. Everything was just like the beginning of the game. Even though they were suddenly hit by a disaster, at least there was no hatred or resentment among the people. Instead, they encouraged and warmed each other. Yijian Xiangxia likes this feeling very much, because he once received encouragement from Qingyi Miao Miao in the regional channel, and since then he gained the most important shadow in his life. The so-called redemption is nothing more than this. But, after all, the number of people has decreased. I took a look at the city after 5 monster sieges, especially the attack of the cunning undead army. Compared to the initial ranking list with thousands of players, the number of players has dropped sharply to less than 400 now. Yijian Xiangxia couldn't help but feel heavy in his heart. Faced with this absurd game, what the players should have done was to redeem each other and fight the disaster together, rather than standing by and watching, or even attacking each other. From now on, past mistakes like the war between the Balanced Society and God's Messenger, and even the war between the three major guilds, must never happen again. Just as he promised Qingyi Miao Miao, he will help Qingyi Miao Miao and lead everyone in prison back alive. Fortunately, the biggest destabilizing factor in this world, GG, is also a peace-loving person. Chapter 59, Melthagad's Little Notebook. Desolate Land. Without the forbidden spell player, the messenger of God, Lu Gu, who had won the first place in the siege ranking with an absolute advantage, was flipping back and forth through the little notebook that the white-haired lich had handed to him before. Even though the notebook is small, the handwriting of the white-haired lich is also very small, perhaps because of his short stature. The palm-sized notebook was densely filled with at least tens of thousands of words. Since the day Lu Gu summoned the Balanced Society to meet in the second dungeon area, this dark-hearted lich had begun to secretly observe everyone in the Balanced Society. After such a long time, Melthagad already knew every character weakness of each member of the Balanced Society, their close friends, territory coordinates, territory construction progress, and even the distribution of defense towers. Especially due to Melthurg's characteristics as the omniscient lich. Anything that Melthurg has seen cannot escape her cognition. So most of the members of the Balanced Society have no secrets in front of Melthurg. First of all, the person with the biggest weakness and the easiest to attack is undoubtedly the one who has passed the first move. The characteristic of this purely lucky player, the Woodcutter's Fountain, is a 100 economic auxiliary ability. Apart from that, he has neither the Legion command ability like Bloodroar, nor the strong personal consciousness like Red Bean Biscuit, nor the vigilance and wisdom like the Prophet and Romeo. Although under the balanced development policy of the Balanced Society, Guaisho, who had obtained a large amount of resources, had also built a very powerful army, and the defensive buildings in the territory were also extremely complete, and it could even be said that they were not much inferior to those of the Messengers of God. But that also depends on who you are competing against. In front of the current undead army, any small detachment can easily break through from the front. Of course, a strong attack would inevitably alert the enemy, which is the so-called last resort. However, apart from strong attack, Guaisho's other hard weakness is his lack of vigilance. A guy like this, as long as you tell him to come to the Tomb of the Dead for a meal, he will surely come running over without any precautions. At that time, Sylvanas only needs to hide in the dark and shoot a few arrows to easily kill Guaisho here. The next easiest person to kill is Romeo. He is quick-witted and wealthy enough. With the secret medicine of evolution, he has built a super army of both quality and quantity, and a defensive fortress that can survive monster sieges even if the attacker is lying down. It's a pity that this clever man has a close relationship with a lord named Dreamy Beauty Girl, and he doesn't seem to want other people to know about his relationship with Dreamy Beauty Girl. So every time he goes to the Dreamy Beauty Girl's territory alone through a rare-level teleportation building for a tryst. Compared with the fortress run by Romeo himself, the defense of the territory of the Dreamy Beauty is no different from opening the door for anyone to come in and out in Melthagad's view. He only needs to make preparations to restrict the teleportation magic around it in advance, and a few hundred skeleton warriors will be enough to take Romeo's head. On the contrary, the more difficult ones are the metrologists. This guy who has never had a sense of existence has the characteristic of snooping into other people's private messages. Although he has outstanding talents in intercepting intelligence, his contribution to the Lord's strength is minimal. He should not have been able to break through the siege and become one of the top 10 lords on the list. But the metrologist has a very high talent for games. Although he is not as good as Red Bean Biscuit in single combat, nor as good as Bloodroar in Legion Command, he seems to be a weakened version of the two, and he has good talents in both aspects. In addition, the metrologist has an extremely wide range of friends. Many players in the three major guilds are willing to become his undercover. His spies and intelligence are also the best. If anyone wants to deal with him, any movement will be quickly detected by him. However, he also has a fatal flaw, which is that he likes to personally fight the dungeon boss. At that time, he will focus all his energy on the dungeon boss. In addition, his profession is a mage profession. Once he is targeted by a soldier like the Reaper who is good at assassination, it is easy for him to be killed without even being able to use life-saving skills. Bloodroar and Red Bean Biscuit were tied for second. The former's orc army lacked long-range attack capabilities, while the latter's individual military strength was strong, but he did not have enough troops to guard his main city. As long as no one made up for their weaknesses, they would not be a concern. Only the prophet. As the second most important person in the balanced society after Lu Gu, the prophet began to hide his true strength from the very beginning when he discovered this self-destructive feature. He was not like the others who were completely defenseless against Melthugad. Instead, after learning of Melthugad's talent, he chose to meet Melthugad in places where Melthugad could not get close to his main city. He never invited others to his main city, and all people knew about him came from his own oral descriptions and introductions. Even Melthugad only knew that the prophet seemed to have known God's messenger, the Dragon Emperor, and the church before entering the elimination game. It was just because the 3 rare mineral veins in the 8th area could not be reasonably distributed among the 4 of them, and his prophetic ability was too poor, so he was kicked out by God's messenger and the other 3. Maybe he was kicked out on purpose. Perhaps the white-haired lich knew too little about the prophet, so in the little notebook, the white-haired lich could only speculate wildly with the greatest malice. Finally, a conclusion is drawn. We can only take advantage of his weakness of believing in prophets and fabricate a false future for him. It's not that hard to kill. Chapter 60, weighing the pros and cons. The betrayer is, why are there 2 more pages torn here? When he was flipping through the white-haired lich's little notebook for the 20th time, Lu Gu, who was fiddling with the notebook, suddenly discovered that the very end of the notebook seemed to have been torn. Think of the names recorded in this little notebook. Lu Ji's face immediately turned dark, and he immediately called the white-haired lich who was dozing off at the door, grabbed her, and started beating her up. After the loyalty of the white-haired lich has reached the 70 mark, only then did Lu Gu let the crying white-haired lich go, and then sat back in the tomb of death and tore the white-haired lich's notebook into pieces. Although the white-haired lich's description in the little notebook was very convincing, many members of the Society of Balance did have the shortcomings as she described. But that is only a feasible plan in theory. The fact is that everything in reality changes rapidly, and the situation cannot always be as smooth as Melthugad expected, unless it is like the war against the messenger of God, where he has an absolute advantage in strength and can suppress it with his powerful strength even if an accident occurs. Otherwise, Lu Gu has no desire to implement any theoretical strategy. Why was Zhuge Liang so powerful in the 3 kingdoms? He himself has given the answer. That is, only by being cautious and putting oneself in an invincible position can one win. And why did he always fail afterwards? Because although he was very calculating, the Shu Kingdom no longer had enough strength to prevent any accidents from happening. So a heavy rain can wipe out the ultimate killing plan of the princes and marquises, and a mediocre person can ruin a strategy that is almost certain to win. Even a strong man like Zhuge Liang had to be cautious and could still be defeated by unexpected events. Lu Gu is an ordinary person who is always a step slow in reacting to everything. The only thing he can do is to be more cautious. Either don't attack, or if you do, it must be a fatal blow. Even if the sky falls down, the universe explodes. The final result can only be mutual destruction. There is absolutely no reason to let the other party survive or fail to achieve the strategic goal. And most importantly, that bastard white-haired lich was not giving Lu Gu advice out of his own interests. The reason why she was so diligent in analyzing the situation for Lu Gu and persuading Lu Gu to kill was just because she liked war and killing, not because doing so would be more beneficial to Lu Gu. After all, how loyal can you expect a hero whose loyalty was only 65 points before today to be? This girl was different from the traditional heroes from the beginning. You should know that she was the first hero recruited by Lu Gu. At the same time, she was the one who was closest to Lu Gu among all the heroes under Lu Gu. Theoretically, Melthuzad should have the highest loyalty among all heroes. But the fact is, whether it is Sylvanas or Belenbane, their loyalty was instantly maxed out when Lyoga bestowed the gift on them. Only the white-haired lich's loyalty increased at an incredibly slow rate. No, Bai Mao's loyalty can also grow very quickly. However, the way her loyalty increases is completely opposite to that of ordinary heroes. Her loyalty will only increase rapidly when she is abused or taken to do bad things. In the words of the white-haired lich, the real undead only worship the strong. They don't believe in all the beautiful feelings. Only those pseudo-undeads recruited by the Lord of Destiny will be grateful for a little favor. How did I end up with such a problematic hero? He pressed his forehead with a headache. Lu Gu had no doubt that if he lost his temper and really did what Melthugad said, The result would be that he would be deserted by his friends and relatives. Even if he could win miraculously in the end, it would definitely not be the victory that Lu Ge hoped for. What's more, the Balanced Society is an organization founded by Lu Ge, and Lu Ge is the leader of the Balanced Society. Even if there are a few traitors, they should be the ones hunted down by the Balanced Society. It doesn't make sense for me, the president, to be overthrown. Generally speaking, only leaders who are extremely harsh to their subordinates will be overthrown. Lu Ge considers himself to be very magnanimous and gets along very well with the members. What reasons do the members of the Balanced Society have to deal with him? After all, there are only a few people with abnormal brains. Moreover, among the 6 official members of the Balanced Society, except Lu Ge can only be sure that the prophet is not on the same page with him. This was because Yijian Tianxia came to him and pointed out with certainty that Lu Ge had just made the decision in his heart, but had not yet implemented it. Because only the prophet's ability to foresee the future can see Liu Ge's actions that have not yet been implemented. Only the prophet, who often contacts himself, can obtain information about the speed of military expansion in Liu Ge's territory, which is still in a state of war. This is why Lu Ge finds it so difficult to accept. He handed over the daily management of the entire Balanced Society to the prophet, and most of the time, the prophet was the actual decision-maker of the Balanced Society. He thought that his trust could win the prophet's sincerity, but the result was a big mistake. It was the failure of emotional investment in the prophet that made Lu Ge come up with the crazy idea of simply killing everyone. However, after calming down, this is not the case. Not to mention that speculation is just speculation. The person who leaked the information is not necessarily the prophet, and the personal behavior of the prophet cannot represent the entire Balanced Society. Just talking about Lu Ge, he doesn't have the strength to turn against the entire district. The reason why he dared to cleanse the entire area before was because he counted the fighting power of the Balanced Society on his side. But if even the Balanced Society has become his enemy, Lu Ge would be better off finding a feng shui treasure land to bury himself. Put yourself in their shoes. Even with Lu Ji's current strength, can he withstand the configuration of red bean biscuits and the others when they attack the messenger of God? The army of the God's messenger was no different from air in front of red bean biscuits. The 6th-level Blood Bowl soldier, Mountain Giant, was killed in one move. It was said that even the city wall owed red bean biscuits 3,000 drops of blood. The God's messenger was beaten so hard that he only had time to cast a forbidden spell from beginning to end. Even if Lu Ge has 1,000,000 troops, doesn't the Balanced Society still have a bloody roar that can lock blood? 60 seconds, thousands of blood claw orcs are enough to protect red bean biscuits and kill Lu Ge 10 times. As for the Reaper, this type of soldier's strength lies in killing rather than protecting. If it is a free battle, with the blessing of the 2 incredible skills of Flash and Return to Death, the God of Death can easily avoid red bean biscuit in all states. Then, as long as the duration of the state on red bean biscuit ends, or if red bean biscuit is a little careless, the God of Death can instantly flash in front of red bean biscuit and kill it. By that time, Lu Ge would have been dead. Even if the God of Death could finally kill red bean biscuit to avenge Lu Ge, what would be the use? Not to mention that once Lu Ge died, all of his troops would become wild monsters. But if he stood still and faced a head-on, even the Grim Reaper might not be able to withstand 3 hits from red bean biscuit in full condition. As for the high attack power of the Grim Reaper, it is useless. Red bean biscuit is mostly in an invincible state and immune to attacks, which are enhanced states prepared to withstand the 8 forbidden spells. It is impossible to be killed in a short period of time. Lu Ge must have been kicked in the head by a donkey, so he pushed such a strong fighting force to the opposite side. Chapter 61. Prepare on both sides and accumulate strength. A reckless man can never achieve victory. Knowing that he did not have the capital to ignore everything, Lu Ge ignored the provocation of the white-haired lich, but quickly restrained his intentions and began to reduce his presence as much as possible. The first is the copy space aspect. Lu Ge not only withdrew the undead army that gathered in front of the defense line built by the 3 major guilds, but also eased the tense situation between the Balance Guild and the 3 major guilds. All dungeon areas, except the 2nd dungeon area, are also open to ordinary players, allowing players to freely enter the dungeon areas to level up, develop, and acquire resources and treasures. Although as a price, Yijian Tianxia needs to represent the presidents of the 3 major guilds to make an agreement with Lu Ge that Lu Ge has the right to force any player in the 3 major guilds to purchase any epic equipment, props, or building blueprints that drop in the dungeon area. If any guild member refuses this proposal, the three major guilds will expel the guild player from the guild and leave it to Lu Gu to deal with. Although doing so would definitely intensify the conflict between himself and the three major guilds in the future. However, Lu Gu knew very well that even if he did not make this request, there would inevitably be conflicts of interest between him and the three major guilds in the future, so he did not take it too seriously. Since conflicts are inevitable on both sides, we might as well take advantage of this opportunity to reap more benefits. However, the top leaders of the three major guilds have not yet realized the horror of the compulsory purchase right. Instead, they were obsessed with the fact that the price offered by Lu Gu could not be lower than the market price and refused to give an inch to Lu Gu. Finally, after Lu Ji's deliberate concession, the three major guilds still felt that they were the beneficiaries, completely unaware that they and their guild members had actually become Lu Ji's employees. Fortunately, the drop rate of epic items is shockingly low. When ordinary players get epic items, they often choose to exchange them for a large number of rarer items that are more practical. Therefore, as long as Lu Gu give a fair enough price, there will not be any intense conflicts in a short period of time. Although when players' strength is improved and they need epic props to go further, they will find this out. But Lu Gu will get rid of them all as soon as possible before that. As for now, affected by the internal relations of the balanced society and its own lack of strength, Lu Ji's main focus is still on strengthening his own strength and screening out members of the balanced society who may stand on the opposite side of him like the Prophet. Both of these require a very long time to complete. Lu Gu has already made some progress on the former, because since the second round of Monster Siege, Lu Gu has already started to reserve his siege points for the legendary treasure. By the end of the fifth round of Monster Siege, Lu Ji's total points have reached more than 28,000 points. The 200,000 points required for the treasure are more than 1/10 of the way there. With the increase in the number of monsters and points in each round of Monster Siege, this seemingly unattainable number will surely be reached soon. In addition, there is Sylvanas' heroic job change. Although Sylvanas was originally just an alter hero of ordinary quality. However, since Lyoga used the epic job transfer certificate for her and helped Sylvanas complete the epic job transfer, Sylvanas has always been the #1 hero under Lyoga. Although Sylvanas did not have time to display her strength in the final war against God's messenger, this does not mean that Sylvanas is weak. On the contrary, under Lyoga's vigorous cultivation, Sylvanas' level is even one level higher than Red Bean Biscuit, and now has reached an astonishing level 23. Level is undoubtedly extremely important to Sylvanas. Because of her outstanding performance in the epic job transfer quest, Sylvanas has obtained additional badge features. When Sylvanas reaches level 30, she will automatically receive a legendary job transfer certificate. What is the concept of legendary job change? Lu Gu didn't know, because up to now, in the entire 4297 Novice Zone, even the number of players and heroes who could transfer to epic classes did not exceed 10. As for the legendary class, there was not even a single one. There are legendary job transfer certificates for sale in the Siege shop, but the price is as high as 200,000 Siege points, the same price as the treasure that Lu Gu has set his eyes on. Even if you want a legendary job, you can't even think of going crazy with red bean cookies in the short term. And even such an expensive job transfer certificate can be given to you for free as long as Sylvanas' level reaches 30. Although we still don't know how powerful the legendary hero is, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The price of just one voucher is as high as 200,000 points. If Sylvanas truly changes her job to a legendary job, the power she can exert will definitely shock the world. You know, even the ultimate soldiers are just the personal soldiers of legendary heroes. Therefore, raising Sylvanas' level to level 30 is one of Lyoga's main priorities now. In the end, although he didn't have much hope, Lu Gu still asked someone to help him pay attention to the drawings of two epic buildings when using the Woodcutter's Fountain. One is called the Sky Canopy of the Dead, and the other one is called the Temple of Bones. Architectural drawings, Undead Sky Canopy. Type, Tier 3 Undead Building. Level, Epic. Effect, transform your wasteland into the Undead Sky Canopy, which is all the characteristics of the wasteland, but people outside the sky cannot see the scene inside the Sky Canopy by any means. Construction cost, 100,000 wood, 10,000 gold coins. Introduction, unknown, dark. Only the undead who use the fire of soul to seek and pass through the sky unimpeded. Architectural drawings, Temple of Bones. Type, Unique/special. Level, epic. Effect, it can make your skeleton soldiers gain the ability skeleton upgrade. Whenever another unit dies near your skeleton soldiers, the skeleton soldiers can absorb the opponent's soul fire to advance and can be advanced to the 7th level soldiers, Bone Dragon. Bone Dragon, a 7th level undead soldier that can be obtained in a variety of ways. Construction cost, 200,000 wood, 200,000 gold coins, 20 rare resources. Introduction, any weak skeleton soldier can get a chance to change his fate here. Legend has it that the Skeleton King, one of the 7 kings of death in the undead world, changed his fate by upgrading his skeleton. Chapter 62. Malicious Murder? 3 Schools of Thought. The process of accumulating strength is undoubtedly boring, especially a certain white-haired lich who is as hopeless as an eggplant hit by frost every day. The first thing he said when he saw Lu Gu was the disgusting smell of peace. However, with the big heart that Lu Gu had trained himself to have, this little complaint was no longer taken seriously by Lu Gu. As time went by, Liuga's population had unknowingly broken through to an astonishing 150,000. In addition to the 20,000 second-level skeleton army and 100,000 skeleton soldiers that were displayed in the open in a remote territory that had been destroyed by Liuga before, Liuga also hid a full 30,000 flame skeleton archers and 20,000 skeleton warriors. This second-level legion with a number of 50,000 was unknown to the people of the Balanced Society. In the following period of time, in addition to improving Sylvana's strength as quickly as planned, the most important thing for Lu Gu was to observe the words of the members of the Balanced Society. Because as Lu Gu allowed players from the 3 major guilds to enter the dungeon area, not only were Lu Ji's interests affected, but the interests of the members of the Balance Guild, who were highly tied to Lu Gu himself, also suffered a certain degree of damage. The most obvious point is that when Lu Gu blocked the dungeon space, all the 7 dungeon spaces in the entire dungeon area belonged to the members of the Balanced Society. With the strength of the formal members of the Balanced Society, they have the strength to develop a dungeon area by themselves and do not need the help or intervention of others to reduce their income. However, with the entry of guild players, not only were the 3 dungeon areas originally belonging to the 3 major guilds occupied by them, but even the other 2 dungeon areas close to the 3 major guild dungeon areas began to see the presence of guild players. After all, there are hundreds of players. It is not enough for each member of the Balanced Society to occupy 1 dungeon area alone. How can hundreds of players be satisfied with just 3 dungeon areas? Restricted by Lu Ji's orders, the members of the Balanced Society are reluctant to stir up disputes with these players, but in the collective meetings of the Balanced Society, a few complaints are inevitable. Whenever this happened, Lu Gu would pretend to be deaf and dumb and remain silent. His strength mainly came from his characteristics, and his demand for resources was far less than that of other members. As long as he could share the resources of the 8th area, it would not hurt him even if he completely gave up the benefits of the copy space. Therefore, he could remain calmer than anyone else. On the contrary, the Prophet would always stand up and use his sophistry to excuse ordinary players whenever the content of the meeting tended to be offensive to ordinary players. Although for the sake of the Prophet, those members who were dissatisfied with ordinary players would often not say anything more, the dissatisfaction could be seen clearly by anyone. After several attempts, Lu Gu was basically certain that there were probably 3 mainstream thoughts within the Balanced Society. One is the right wing, represented by Romeo and Red Bean Biscuits, who were extremely dissatisfied with the players of the 3 major guilds for infringing on their interests. One is the neutral group, represented by those who have experienced it, metrologists and interns, who either remain silent or try to smooth things over. The last type is the friendly group, consisting of the Prophet and Bloodroar. They believe that their current strength is enough to get through the entire elimination game safely, and there is no need to compete with the other players for those small profits. So, the possible opponents are the Prophet and Bloody Howl. Lu Gu thought so in his heart, and continued to sit on the daitai. He finally understood that the Prophet's ideas were too contrary to human selfishness. Just like no one would think that having too much money was a problem, the Prophet actually advocated that since they had already earned enough money, they might as well give some of it to charity. It's okay once or twice, and everyone can give some face for the Prophet, but doing charity every other day has even seriously affected its own development. Except for people with the same noble character as the Prophet, I'm afraid few people are willing to continue to follow the Prophet and make trouble. Therefore, the prophet cannot take away the leadership of the balanced society from Lu Ge. As for Lu Ge, as long as not all members of the balanced society rebel, he will not panic at all. In fact, the longer the time drags on, the greater his chances of winning will be. This chance of winning will reach its peak when Sylvanus is promoted to a legendary hero and he redeems that legendary treasure. At that time, it will be time for a showdown. What Lu Ge didn't expect was, just when he was ready to line up against the 3 major guilds and all those who disagreed with his ideas after the 15th or even the 20th round of monsters attacking the city. Less than a week later, after the 8th monster siege, an incident that instantly ignited the explosive novice zone happened beyond everyone's expectations. He hurriedly passed through the teleportation array and arrived at the core of the second copy area, which had been built to look like a town. Lu Ge first glanced at the top leaders of the 3 major guilds and the members of the balanced society who were already standing on both sides of the long conference table, and then glanced at Red Bean Biscuit, who was standing at the end of the long table with a gloomy face. While a barely perceptible smile flashed across the corner of his eyes, his face was serious as he took the main seat at the top of the long table without hesitation. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Regarding the accident in which Red Bean Biscuit accidentally killed Jingxin Pavilion Lord Prairie Eagle, I think—" "Wait a minute, Guild Master Trick." The crisp voice interrupted Lu Ge's words directly. In the face of Lu Ge's suddenly cold eyes, Qing Yin Miao Miao looked back at Lu Ge without showing any weakness. "Please state the whole incident objectively, instead of using mistakes and accidents to excuse the malicious murder of your members without understanding the actual situation." Chapter 63, It's Not Your Turn to Speak. As the light and faint voice fell, everyone in the conference room looked at Qing Yin Miao Miao in disbelief, finding it hard to believe that this woman dared to speak to Gigi like that. Miao Miao. Yijian Tianxia even hurriedly tugged at the corner of Kinjimio Mayo's clothes, signaling this young lady to be careful with her words. The person sitting here now is not the top leaders of the 3 major guilds that he has already subdued. However, Qing Miao Miao had no intention of confronting Lu Ge, the only one at the moment. Perhaps in her heart, justice and fairness cannot be overwhelmed by power. Even if Lu Ge is stronger than her, she is the one who upholds justice now. What's more, the person who was killed was a member of her guild. As the guild leader, she had to seek justice for Prairie Eagle. He ignored Yijian Xiangxia's attempt to stop him. Qing Miao Miao stood up with a cold face and questioned righteously. Just because of the ownership of a dungeon boss, a few verbal disputes have hurt people's lives. I would like to ask President Guild Master and Red Bean Biscuits, in your eyes, is a human life so cheap? He was the one who crossed the line first. Without waiting for Lu Ge to speak, Red Bean Biscuit's eyes were red, and he said angrily, "I gave him chance. It was him who—" "What do you mean by crossing the line?" interrupted Red Bean Biscuit loudly. Qing Miao Miao asked in an even angrier tone, "Who set the boundaries for the copy space, and since when did the copy space become the private property of certain people or have 4 new lords emerge in the balanced society? I don't understand. It's obviously a shared copy space. Why do you always want to monopolize it?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the members of the Balance Guild present changed at the same time, while the guild leaders suddenly became silent. Because they were very dissatisfied with the 4 lords' monopoly of the copy space from the very beginning. But the 4 lords at that time were too overbearing, so they did not dare to say much. I thought that after the battle between the 4 lords was over, with the defeat of one side, a corresponding share of resources would be freed up and fall into their pockets. Even in the previous meeting, they took this as a basis and naturally conducted an analysis of the 4 major lords becoming 3 major lords, 2 major lords, and even 1 major lord, calculating the benefits they could gain after each super lord was eliminated. However, due to some unspeakable reasons, they stood on the wrong team in the final battle, and thus became enemies with the final winner. A war broke out between the 2 sides. As a result, the top leaders of the 3 major guilds gave up the idea of dividing up the benefits of the copy space, or it was useless to want to divide it up, as the hostile Lu Ge blocked them outside the copy space, and they could not get in, and there was no room for negotiation between the 2 sides. However, things are different now. Although their 3 major guilds did not make any contribution when fighting against the messenger of God and his men, they were even enemies with trickery for a time. But the past is the past, and now that the 2 sides have reconciled, the balanced society is still occupying the copy space that should have been vacated and not allowing others to enter, which is really not appropriate. It's not like when the game first started. The strength of the players lags far behind the monsters in the dungeon area, and it often takes several or even dozens of players working together to explore the dungeon area, which to a certain extent alleviates the players' demand for dungeon resources. Now the players have gone through 8 rounds of monster sieges. The weak lords have almost been eliminated by the undead army of Guile. Now the ones who survive are the best lords. They have the strength to independently explore the dungeon space without relying on others. However, the number of monsters in the copy space did not increase. This often results in more than a dozen lords scrambling for a dungeon monster when it is refreshed. A lord with bad luck may not even be able to grab a dungeon monster in a whole day. Regarding this situation, they had long wanted to ask the Balanced Society for more copy areas, but due to previous unpleasant experiences between the two parties, they had never found a suitable opportunity to bring it up. Now that Qingyi Miao Miao took the opportunity of red bean cookies to kill the members of Jingxin Pavilion Guild, it was undoubtedly exactly what they wanted. Moreover, the Balance Guild was in the wrong now, so it might be a perfect opportunity for them to take advantage of it and redistribute the interests. So they stopped talking and wanted to watch Qingyi Miao Miao continue to perform. Whether it was angering GG or GG gave up his interests, it was beneficial and harmless to them. It's just compared to the guild's top leader's attitude of watching the show. Only Yijian Tianxia, who truly cared about Qingyi Miao Miao, was anxious. He also didn't expect Qingyi Miao Miao to be so irrational that she actually talked about such a sensitive topic in front of so many people and didn't even leave room for any tricks. If it's just a trick, then just ignore it. But Yijian Tianxia knew very well that it was impossible for Trick to compromise on such matters. As expected, when Qingyi Miao Miao said this, an undisguised cold look almost immediately appeared on Lu Ji's face. Romeo, who had always had the best relationship with Red Bean Biscuits, slammed the table and looked at Qingyi Miao Miao with an idiotic look. President of Jingxin Pavilion, did you forget to bring your brain when you left the house in such a hurry? What did you say? Qingyi glared at Romeo. I said you don't have a brain, he shouted loudly. Romeo clapped his hands, stood up, and looked around at the guild members present. Why do we want to monopolize the dungeon space? Of course, it's because we snatched it from the god's messenger. It was originally our spoils of war. How come it's not our private property? When it was in the hands of the god's messenger, why didn't you ask for it from him? Also, when we were fighting the messenger of God and his men, what were you doing? Sitting on a mountain and watching the fight? Or were you stabbing our guild leader in the back? Haha, I think the leader is merciful. He actually allowed you to enter the dungeon space, and even allowed you to obtain resources in your previous dungeon area. If it were me, I would have scattered your ashes long ago. You, what do you mean? He glanced at Qingyi Miao Miao with disdain. Romeo sneered. The weak should have the consciousness of being weak. Giving it to you is a gift. What do you do if I don't give it to you? As for the prairie eagle in your guild, who dares to come to our territory and run wild? I'll kill him. What can you do? Romeo, watch your words. Yijian Xiangxia, who could no longer bear it, stood up and said, Romeo, what you said is a bit extreme. The prophet also spoke at this time. However, what the prophet did not expect was, as he finished speaking, Romeo turned his gun around and yelled at him, I'm being too aggressive, prophet. I'll give you a little respect, but you really think you're an onion the trickster is sitting here now. Even if he wants to scold me, he should scold me. It's not your turn to speak. Chapter 64. 1,000 resources and you will be free. What did you say? The prophet didn't expect Romeo to be so disrespectful to him, and his face turned dark instantly. But Romeo didn't show any fear. To be honest, although the prophet was an A-level ability in the rankings, except for the 3rd round of Monster Siege when the prophet briefly surpassed him, Romeo's ranking was always above the prophet. In the past, the prophet's second-in-command status was taken for granted because everyone was working toward a common goal, and the prophet did have leadership skills that others did not have. But now, the prophet's elbow has been turning outward, and Romeo has no intention of indulging him. Even Lu Ge didn't expect that Romeo had such a bad temper, which made him look at him with new eyes. As Romeo, the prophet, and the angry man's chests rose and fell, all that could be heard was the endless quarrel between the three of them. Many guild leaders also involuntarily joined the ranks of accusing Romeo, because Romeo's remarks became more and more outrageous, and he later adopted an attitude of, I am strong and I am right. What can you do to me? This made many guild players who needed to use means other than force to maintain their status and interests feel threatened. After all, a month ago, They were just a group of ordinary people with varying qualities. Looking at the messy conference room, Lu Gu immediately lost interest in continuing to sit here, but this farce was not without gain. At least it confirmed Lu Ji's guess. That is, not everyone in the balanced society liked the prophet's ideas. Become the new four great lords? Interesting, why didn't I think of that before? But just replacing the previous four lords is too outdated. After all, that is an obsolete version. If you want to start a new version of a game, you might as well do it quickly. That's it. The negotiations between the balanced society and the three major guilds ended in a bad mood. Afterwards, Yijin Tianxia found Lu Gu and apologized to him on behalf of Qingyi Miao Miao. After Lu Gu accepted it calmly, he suddenly asked a question that shocked Yijin Tianxia. Have you ever considered joining our balanced society? Without waiting for Yijin Tianxia to answer, Lu Gu continued. To be honest with your talent, it's really a disgrace for you to be under a woman who doesn't seem to listen to your advice. The contradiction between the three major guilds and the Balance Guild is becoming increasingly prominent. Even though I am the president of the Balance Guild, I cannot go against the will of the majority of members. Once the situation develops in a direction that neither you nor I want to see, I really don't want us to become enemies. Although I am touched by your appreciation, I will not abandon Miao Miao. He shook his head. Yijin Tianxia said solemnly, but I will also try my best to prevent the war from happening, just like I promised before. After saying that, Yijin Tianxia turned around and left without any reluctance. The remaining Lu Gu looked at Yijin Tianxia's receding figure, with a strange arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. He murmured, "So, what can you guarantee? One sword can rule the world." The next day, inside the Great Tomb of Death, Master Trickery, Romeo, and Red Bean Biscuits have been waiting for you outside for over an hour. Then let them wait a little longer. An hour later. 2 hours, Master Trickery. Let them wait. It was not until the night fell completely dark that Romeo and Red Bean Biscuits, which had been left hanging out all day, finally saw Lu Gu, before they could even open their mouths to say anything. Lu Gu interrupted them and said with a smile, "You guys are always impatient and have waited for me for a whole day to see me. It seems that you have made a very important decision. Boss Trick, we just want you to know that we have treated you as the real boss since we joined the guild." Red Bean Biscuit said in a deep voice, "Whether it is charging in a battle or beheading the messenger of God, in many life-threatening wars, I, Red Bean Biscuit, have never retreated or been afraid because I know that you, boss, will not treat me unfairly." Just say but. Lu Gu exposed the foreshadowing of Red Bean Biscuits. Red Bean Biscuit didn't seem embarrassed, because at the moment he really couldn't bring himself to joke, "I want to quit the balanced society." Because of the little matter of the prairie eagle, Lu Gu raised his eyebrows. "There are certain factors." "Is it because of the prophet?" interrupted Red Bean Biscuit. Lu Gu looked at Romeo and said, "Do you want to go with Red Bean Biscuits too?" "Red Bean Biscuits are my good brother." Romeo looked flattering. When dealing with the prophet, he dared to point at the prophet's nose and curse at him, not giving the other party any face at all. But when facing Lu Gu, he felt nothing but fear in his heart, because he knew very well that Lu Gu could really kill him. "But we don't just want to quit because of the prophet." Romeo swore to the sky. "It's mainly because we are worried that what we are going to do next will cause trouble for you." "What? Is the fight about to start?" The white-haired lich who was dozing off in the corner immediately jumped up excitedly upon hearing this. "Yes, I thought about it over and over, but I just couldn't swallow this bitter pill." Romeo said coldly, "I hate moral kidnapping the most. Those bastards said they would try it if they had the guts, so Red Bean Biscuits, and I want to make those people understand that even without your help, Boss Trickery, we are still people they can't afford to offend." "That's exactly what we want." The white-haired lich excitedly waved his fist and praised Romeo. "I didn't expect you to be so brave. Come here, I have a little notebook here. Get out of the way." He pushed the white-haired lich aside. He ignored the aggrieved expression on the white-haired lich's face, as if he had been abandoned. Lu Gu sneered and looked at Romeo in front of him. "So you think you are strong now? Even without me, you can deal with others." "We didn't mean that." "It doesn't matter, even if they have this intention. It's like when a child grows up, he always thinks that his success is due to his own hard work. He never thought that if he hadn't been raised by his parents, he would have starved to death in his baby basket. What kind of achievement would he have?" Interrupting the two of them as they were about to explain, Lu Gu said calmly, "The love between parents is like this, let alone my friendship which is less than a month old. Since you have made up your mind and would rather wait for me here for a day to make your own choice, then I will fulfill your wish. 1,000 rare resources, and you'll be free. Chapter 65. A thoughtful prophet would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. Master Trickery, is this really okay? After Red Bean Biscuit and Romeo left in despair, the white-haired lich got up from the ground with a grunt and asked curiously, the value of the two of them cannot be measured by just 1,000 rare resources. Especially Red Bean Biscuit. It's such a pity. He has the potential to become a god-level hero. Don't even mention that he has the potential to become a god-level hero. Even if he is truly a god-level hero, he is not worth keeping if he cannot be loyal to me. His eyes calmly swept over a white-haired lich whose loyalty was stuck at 70. Under the latter's evasive gaze, Lu Ji's face showed no expression. Is the metrologist here? I'm waiting for you in another room, the white-haired lich said quickly. Luga nodded and walked straight to the only other reception room in the Tomb of Death. Until Lu Gu appeared, the door of the room was closed again. Melthagad then patted his flat chest hard and exhaled a long breath. Talking to himself, the little lord has really grown a lot. Ding! The loyalty of your hero, the all-knowing lich, Melthuzid, has increased by 5 points. Lu Gu, who had just arrived at the second reception room, paused slightly when he was about to sit down. But this was only a slight pause. The white-haired lich had done so many strange things that Lu Gu was basically used to it. Compared to this, no need to stand up, just sit down. He glanced at the metrologist, who paused with his movements and stood up from his seat with a swoosh. Lu Gu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand, signaling the other party not to be so reserved. Yes, Boss Trickster. The metrologist, who was greeted, finally sat down on the chair. But his hands were still clenched into fists, and his face was full of visible tension. How's the investigation going on with the thing I asked you to investigate? Seeing this, Lu Gu didn't say anything more and went straight to the point. It's exactly as you guessed. The Prophet has frequent private contacts with the 3 major guilds. Although the Prophet is extremely cautious and I can't follow him, the 3 major guilds don't do a very good job of keeping secrets. By the way, this is the private message I read between the vice president of the Huangtu Bay Guild and the Prophet. As he spoke, the metrologist sent a screenshot of a private message to Lu Ji's private mailbox. Lu Gu opened the screenshot taken by the metrologist and took a quick look. His expression suddenly turned ugly. He originally thought that the Prophet's position was just not firm enough and that he did not share the same ideas as them. Unexpectedly, based on the chat messages between the Prophet and the vice president, the Prophet had always had close contacts with the 3 major guilds. As early as when the 3 major guilds were just established and the messenger of God had not yet been destroyed, the 2 sides had already colluded with each other. In other words, from the beginning to the end, the Prophet had been jumping back and forth between the Society of Balance and the 3 major guilds. When a messenger of God was strong, he used the Society of Balance to deal with the messenger of God. And now that the Society of Balance has become strong, he has begun to use the 3 major guilds to deal with the Society of Balance. In addition, there are also questions about the whole process of the Prophet being kicked out of the God's Messenger team. Recently, I found a player who had a deep relationship with the Dragon King in the past. Through the chat records between him and the Dragon King, when he was alive, I intercepted this information. The metrologist sent another chat screenshot. The above is the chat information between Long Huang and a player named Kai Yinjiyue. Long Huang told Kai Yinjiyue that the players with high characteristics, were going to form an alliance. But there was a guy with not so strong characteristics and not so good character who was looking for trouble with him because of a trivial matter which annoyed him very much. If that person is a prophet, then it is certain that the prophet was kicked out of the ranks of God's messengers on purpose, because with the prophet's cunning, he would never do anything to provoke others for no reason. Of course, the person the Dragon Emperor was talking about could also be the church. It is no secret that the relationship between the church and the Dragon Emperor is bad. The metrologist analyzed. I would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. And Lu Gu just replied with these 6 words calmly. As the latter broke out in cold sweat again, Lu Gu analyzed to himself. As expected of the chief steward I selected, the owner of the prophet's characteristics, the prophet has also used the prophet's characteristics to the fullest extent. He knows very well that in the team of God's messenger has the final say, and both the church and the Dragon King are stronger than him. Therefore, even if he can become one of the 4, he is the one with the lowest status and has no dignity or rights. As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. So the prophet deliberately offended the Dragon Emperor, causing the impulsive Dragon Emperor to drive him out. This cut off the black spot between him and the messenger of God, and successfully gained my trust. After we defeated the messenger of God, he found that although he could be respected in the balanced society, he could not cover the sky with one hand. Not only did I, one of the remaining 4 lords, suppress him, but there were also thorns like Red Bean Biscuit and Romeo who were not willing to give him face. What happened next was a matter of course. In front of the messenger of God, he is a younger brother. In front of Lu Gu, he is still his younger brother. All this was due to his lack of strength, but there was no room for reselection of characteristics, so there was only one thing he could do. That is kill all those who were stronger than him. Without the huge mountain of the balanced society, only he and Yijian Tianxia would be left in the top 10 lords. The latter had the weakness of Qingyi Miao Miao, which was very easy to grasp. The prophet had 100 ways to get rid of him. By then, he will be the only king of the entire 4,297. Chapter 66. Please enter the player ID you want to view. Before, Luga didn't quite understand. Even if the prophet had such ambition, what could he use to defeat the balanced society? In the face of absolute power, the effects of conspiracy and trickery are extremely limited. In the face of the absolute power of the balanced society, no matter how hard the 3 major guilds struggle, they will only end up in defeat. However, after Red Bean Biscuit and Romeo ran up to him and said they wanted to withdraw from the Balance Guild and go to war with the 3 major guilds, Luga vaguely understood something. Indeed, a united Balance Guild is naturally invincible. Their characteristics complement each other, and their strength is extremely strong. With sufficient resources and the huge mountain of Lugu standing in front of them, even if the power of the 3 major guilds doubles, they will definitely not be able to defeat the Balance Guild. But just like in a head-on battle, the Balanced Society may not be able to defeat the 3 messengers of God. The 3 separated lords can be easily eliminated by the targeted deployment of the Balanced Society, so the separated members of the Balanced Society also have nothing to be afraid of. The only difficult one is Lu Gu. As the only and strongest survivor among the 4 lords, Liuga not only has an endless army of undead in a territory with so strict defense that it makes people despair, but also has the only ultimate soldier in the entire region. He also has extremely strong strength. Although he has never taken action personally, in the future seen by the prophet, the 3 lords cannot kill him even if they join forces. Such a powerful, seemingly invulnerable existence may not be able to defeat the combined forces of the 3 lords, but it is not difficult to fight against the 3 guilds on his own. Lu Ji's previous revenge has also proved this to the world. But a prophet will not fight a battle he is not sure of success. Since he chose to abandon balance and go against Lu Gu, there is only one explanation. That is, among the 3 major guilds, there is some terrifying power that the prophet knows, but Lu Gu does not know yet. The power that the prophet is certain of defeating Lu Gu is also the reason why Lu Gu has not dared to act rashly until now, even though the prophet's predictions are extremely inaccurate under the premise of human interference. But when no one interferes, the prophet's characteristics are completely an incredible skill. Therefore, the reason why he started to make such arrangements must be that the prophet saw some terrible future in the future picture. Just like after he saw the scene from the future where Lu Gu led the god of death to instantly kill the Dragon Emperor's legendary golden dragon, he completely devoted himself to Lu Ji's army. This time, he must have seen some future of defeating Lu Gu, so he dared to join the camp of the 3 major guilds. This is important chat data of all the core members of the 3 major guilds. The metrologist was very understanding and sent out a whole folder of chat records. Lu Gu flipped through the chat records without saying a word, and finally saw a very strange chat content in the chat records between Qingyi Miao Miao and Yijian Tianxia. Qingyi Miao Miao. Tianxia, are you going to use that feature again? One sword for the world. Yes. Kinji and Mio Mayo. Didn't we agree that we wouldn't use it again? Yijian Xiangxia. I'm sorry, but for some reason, my intuition tells me that trickery will definitely win. Kinji and Mio Mayo. What does that have to do with us? I just want you to be well. Yijian Tianxia. Giji will not let us go so easily. If I don't use all my strength to stop Yuan Mao and Ji Bai, he will definitely settle accounts with us after Giji wins. Qingyi Miao Miao. How is that possible? We were just deceived, and the scheme didn't suffer any losses. Yijian Xiangxia. You don't understand, Miao Miao. This is not a matter of loss. Ijin Tianxia. Moreover, the person who informed me that I must stop Ji Bai and Yuan Mao was prophet. See the 3 words at the end of the chat history. Lu Ji's pupils shrank instantly, and then he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This bastard, it turns out that he had already started planning before the decisive battle between the Balanced Society and the 3 lords began. What's even more terrifying is that before this, Lu Ge had no idea about this. If Yijian Xiangxia had not directly found Lu Ge to confront him, Lu Ge would have become suspicious of him. If it weren't for the metrologist's strong intelligence-gathering capabilities. Until yesterday, Lu Ge still thought that the prophet just had different ideas from him. He never thought that the guy who always gave people the impression of being loyal to his duties could actually have such dark means. For a moment, Lu Ge really had the urge to stop playing. Compared to these geniuses who play tricks, sometimes I really feel that I am no different from an idiot. The gap between the 2 sides is too big, and they are not opponents of the same level at all. However, this is the biggest weakness of playing tricks, accidents. He suddenly grinned and revealed an exaggerated smile. Why did Lu Ge choose to endure until this time after his purpose was revealed? It was because Lu Ge had no confidence in preventing all accidents. Therefore, no matter how reasonable the strategy presented by the white-haired lich seemed, and no matter how close to 100 the chance of winning was, as long as there was a probability of an accident, even if it was only one, Lu Ge would never act rashly. And sure enough, God blesses those who are cautious, and punishes those who take risks. Boss trickery. I just received news that Romeo and Red Bean Biscuit mobilized the army and headed straight for the 3 major guilds. The metrologist's face suddenly changed. He was much smarter than Lu Ge, and of course he could see through the prophet's conspiracy when he got these chat records and intelligence. So he knew very well that he must not let the prophet's conspiracy succeed. Should we stop it? Stop? Why should we stop? Lu Ge laughed cruelly. Doesn't the prophet want to use the 3 major guilds to clip our wings and provoke a war between us and the 3 major guilds? Then let him do as he wishes. After all, with such painstaking and perfect planning, how could you let the planner not even have a sense of accomplishment? Now Lu Ge has completely awakened. You want to clip your wings, right? Coincidentally, I also dislike that some of my feathers are not so smooth. But cutting one's own feathers would cause fear and terror to other feathers. Lu Ge just wanted to pluck out those bad feathers, and didn't want those good feathers to leave him. Now someone is willing to help me cut my hair, and even give me an excuse to eat fish. Isn't that a great benefactor? As for all the intrigues, ding, please enter the player ID you want to view. Chapter 67 Red Bean Biscuit Romeo versus the 3 guilds. Master Trickery. Red Bean Biscuits have arrived at the wall of Jingxin Pavilion. Master Trickery. The other 2 guilds have also arrived at the battlefield. Master Trickery. The 3 major guilds sent troops to steal the red bean cookies in Romeo's home, but they were ambushed by Romeo's troops and were completely wiped out. It was so tragic. Oh my god, Romeo is really good at hiding. He has a 100-man rank, 3 epic Imperial Swordsmen. As an epic advanced form of swordsman, Imperial Swordsmen have high attributes that are unmatched by any rank 1 soldier, and can also emit sword energy to attack flying targets. The miscellaneous soldiers of the 3 major guilds were chopped into pieces by the Imperial Swordsmen. The 3 major guilds were defeated. Red Bean Biscuit is too powerful. Even 6 epic heroes can't beat him together. Oh my god, is this the Lord of Destiny? I told you long ago that it would be a big loss to let him go for 1,000 rare resources. Oh no, Master Trickery. The 3 major guilds still have a forbidden spell scroll. Romeo's army was caught off guard and was completely annihilated. Master Trickery, Master Trickery. Why don't you take action? If you don't, the 2 of them will really be doomed. A whole day, the sound of the white-haired lich shouting and yelling almost never stopped in the wasteland. Sometimes Lu Ge really doubted whether the white-haired lich was a real undead. Compared to Melthuzad, whether it is Sylvanas, Bane Baron, or the undead soldiers recruited by Lyoga, they will never make any sound unless Lyoga asks. The extreme silence, where the only sound is the wind in nature, is also one of the benefits of Lu Ge as the Lord of the Undead. But now, I already knew that. Shut up, it's so noisy. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Ge loudly scolded Melthuzad. Then he quickly looked at the metrologist's information, which was more professional and precise than the oral information that Melthuzad was just looking at for fun. The official battle began just 1 hour after Red Bean Biscuit and Romeo left the deserted land of Lyoga. This means that both Red Bean Biscuit and Romeo had already prepared for war before coming. Regardless of whether Lu Gu agreed with their withdrawal from the Balanced Society, they would choose to start a war with the three major guilds. At around 12 noon, Red Bean Biscuits appeared in the copy space, killing everyone they saw like crazy. At 12:15, Iji and Tianxiao arrived at the copy space with a group of high-level heroes. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides, and Red Bean Biscuit was repelled for the first time. However, in just these short 15 minutes, more than 40 lords died under the sword of Red Bean Biscuit. This number is undoubtedly astonishing. You have to know that there are only about 400 players in the entire novice area. That is to say, Red Bean Biscuits cleared 1/10 of the players in the entire area in just 15 minutes. This is certainly due to the fact that a large number of players gather in the dungeon space to level up, but it is also enough to prove that for Red Bean Biscuit, ordinary players have no ability to resist him. As for the fact that Red Bean Biscuit was defeated by Yiji and Xiangxia, Lu Gu was not surprised at all, because Red Bean Biscuit was far from serious at this time. At 12:40 p.m., Red Bean Biscuits arrived in the territory through teleportation magic and attacked the headquarters of Jingxin Pavilion Guild. What needs to be explained here is that because the guild headquarters previously established by the three major guilds in the copy area were destroyed by Lu Ji's undead army, the three major guilds realized that it would be difficult for them to stay in the copy space for a long time with their strength, so they directly established new guild headquarters in the territory area, and even the territories of many guild high-level officials were moved to the vicinity of the guild headquarters to show their determination to live and die with the guild. As for why they didn't use teleportation magic to directly descend into the Jingxin Pavilion's headquarters, it was mainly because the guild headquarters had defensive buildings that could block teleportation magic. Not only the guild headquarters, but also powerful lords would place defensive buildings in their own territories to guard against teleportation magic. Lu Gu doesn't need it, because Lu Gu doesn't even have a city wall. The defense towers are his city walls. There are hundreds of defense towers around the Tomb of Death. Anyone who dares to teleport over his head is simply seeking death. At 1:05 p.m., Red Bean Biscuits arrived at the wall of Jingxin Pavilion with an unstoppable force. Relying on countless magic enhancement spells and the powerful potions provided by Romeo, the military force of Jingxin Pavilion was no different from paper and could not stop Red Bean Biscuits at all. It was not until the arrival of reinforcements from the Wanzhou and Huangtubei guilds that they were able to delay Red Bean Biscuits under the city wall with the help of countless high-level heroes and defensive advantages. At the same time, because the characteristics of Red Bean Biscuits are too obvious, everyone knows that the weakness of Red Bean Biscuits is the lack of troops to defend the territory. The three major guilds send out legions to attack the territory of Red Bean Biscuit, but they fell into Romeo's ambush. Tens of thousands of troops were wiped out, and half of the manpower of the three major guilds was directly destroyed. At 1:20, the Red Bean Biscuits, whose status had disappeared, failed to break into the guild headquarters of Jingxin Pavilion. At 2:06, Romeo led the legion to meet up with Red Bean Biscuits. At 3 p.m., the Red Bean Biscuits' legendary troops arrived at the battlefield. The official war breaks out. Boom tilde tilde. The terrifying fighting spirit was flying wildly. With numerous buffs, Red Bean Biscuit, who had almost reached the level of killing the messenger of God, laughed and knocked over all the heroes who stood in front of him. He chopped the spear that was rushing towards him with one sword. Bang! The fighting spirits collided. The ground beneath their feet could not withstand the aftermath of their fierce battle and collapsed with a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, Red Bean Biscuit brazenly slashed out countless sword blades, symbolizing the holy light attached to the sacred attribute, the fire light attached to the fire attribute, the blue light attached to the freezing attribute, and countless other brilliant lights, which defeated Yijian Xiangxia step by step and left him with no power to fight back at all. To make matters worse, behind him, Romeo's hundreds of imperial swordsmen and nearly 10,000 rare legions, with Red Bean Biscuits as the vanguard, were charging into the legion formed by the three major guilds. It seemed as if Romeo wanted to kill the soldiers that the players had worked so hard to recruit. He was not in a hurry to capture the city walls. Instead, he set up layers of encirclements and strangled the soldiers of the three major guilds bit by bit, leaving no chance for escape. Even the defeated soldiers who fled due to morale collapse were not spared. What? Didn't you say you were the representative of justice? Didn't you say you wanted to uphold justice? This is the justice I give you. Pushing Yijianxiangxi's health to the limit. Red Bean Biscuit, who was less than 10 steps away from the city wall, laughed crazily and was about to kill the only opponent who could match him among the three major public households. Boom tilde tilde. It was a loud bang. The rolling waves rise from the ground. Countless water dragons were raging on the battlefield. In just a breath of time, an incomprehensible flood swept past, washing away everything in sight. No! Amid Romeo's heart-wrenching roar, all the soldiers under Romeo's command, whether they were rare, epic, or even legendary, were washed away in an instant like insignificant plankton in this terrifying flood, without a trace of remnant left. Chapter 68 I'm sorry, Romeo. Everything happened in a flash. No one could have imagined that a forbidden spell could appear today when the messenger of God had been killed. No, not everyone either. When he used the farsight magic to see that the figure on the city wall that he had been paying attention to finally tore open the forbidden spell scroll. The prophet who has been hiding behind the scenes has a calm face. Finally, he couldn't help but let out a crazy smile. Well done, Yuan Mao. If I hadn't seen that future, I really wouldn't have believed that someone as selfish as you would actually release a forbidden spell just to conquer the world with one sword. Really, thank you so much. The three major guilds were severely damaged. The last forbidden scroll, one of the ultimate resources, was also consumed on this battlefield. Next, apart from the characteristic of Yijiantianxia that can only be used once, the three major guilds are no longer a concern. And that characteristic will inevitably be used in the conspiracy under the manipulation of the prophet. The balanced society will be defeated, and the well-known names such as Guile, Yijiantianxia, Yuan Mao, and Ji Bai will completely withdraw from the stage of the leader. And the new leader, that is, him, the prophet, will step to the front. No one can fight him anymore, and even the means to threaten him will no longer exist. Trick? I admit that you are strong, but what's the point? Under this power that sees through the future, all the seemingly powerful powers you possess are just castles in the air and reflections in the water. Even if you didn't fall for it and didn't start a war directly under the instigation of that stupid woman Qingyi Miao Miao, what does it matter? Some wars cannot be avoided just because you want to. Such a pleasant thought arose in my mind. The prophet chuckled softly as he slowly stood up from his dark habitat. Next, go help Gigi get rid of the disobedient red bean cookies. Don't thank me, Trick, because next you will hate me immediately. Following the words of the prophet, several terrifying figures slowly walked out of the darkness. Territory, in a forest terrain. With the destruction of a legion, Romeo, who had lost almost all his strength, began to flee frantically under the pursuit of the three major guilds. Although the legion was destroyed, Romeo's territory was still there. In his territory, there were defensive buildings and countless resources that were enough to resist thousands of troops. As long as he could return to the territory, he would be able to raise a large army and make a comeback soon. Damn it, I should have prepared an extra teleportation spell. When I think about the long distance between myself and the territory, Romeo was filled with remorse, as he had never thought that he would lose to the three major guilds. Teleportation magic required drawing rare item packages, and if one was lucky enough, it would often take thousands of siege points to draw one. But I didn't expect that just such a negligence would make me so embarrassed. But it doesn't matter. Although I am not as strong as Red Bean Biscuit, I am still an official member of the Balanced Society. As for the strength of his own attributes, he was definitely better than 90% of the lords. Coupled with the magic potions he carried with him, it was not difficult for him to escape from the pursuit of the three major guilds. Just wait. I don't believe you can have a second forbidden spell. Red Bean Biscuit, I can't protect you anymore. You're on your own. But with your strength, I'm sure those rubbish won't be able to stop you. I thought so in my heart. With the help of wind magic, Romeo fled quickly in the forest. Although the pursuers from the three major guilds were madly wanting to kill this devil who had committed such a heinous crime, due to the absolute gap in strength, they could only watch Romeo running further and further away. You still want to chase me? Just when Romeo had completely shaken off his pursuers and was less than a few miles away from his territory, Romeo finally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. He was about to move on. A short, white-haired figure suddenly came into Romeo's sight. Melthagat. His pupils trembled as he looked at the white-haired lich in front of him. In other words, it was the huge figure behind the white-haired lich, quietly floating behind him, holding a huge sickle and carrying the wings of life and death. An inexplicable feeling of fear immediately spread throughout Romeo's body like a tide. From your expression, I think you know what I'm going to do. Sighed helplessly. Melthagad put his hands together, bowed to Romeo earnestly, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Romeo. Our relationship is the best. To be honest, I still admire you very much. But this is the order of Lord Trickery, and I have no choice. With a dry throat, he looked at Melthagad in front of him. Knowing that there was no chance of escape, Romeo finally just asked 3 dry words. Why? Why? Was it because he disregarded his face and had an internal conflict with the prophet in front of the top leaders of the 3 major guilds? Or was it because he had persuaded Red Bean Biscuits to withdraw from the Balanced Society? He wanted to establish his own faction? Or maybe, I don't know why. Melthagad scratched his head, decided to let his little brother die with a clear mind. Just looking at the look on Lord Trick's face, it seems that he wants to retain the fighting force of Red Bean Biscuit. Although Red Bean Biscuit acted on his own initiative and resigned with you, Master Trickery was very unhappy. However, Red Bean Biscuit is simple-minded, and there is still a possibility that he can continue to control it. But you and Red Bean Biscuit have a very good relationship, and you're not very honest. As long as you are around, Red Bean Biscuit will be easily bewitched by you and do something that Master Trickery doesn't like again. So in order to avoid that kind of thing from happening, it is normal for Master Trickery to want to kill you. So, do you understand? If you do, then let's get going. I will make the Grim Reaper move as fast as possible. Romeo said nothing. He just closed his eyes with a bitter look on his face. The next moment, the death scythe swung past. Chapter 69. Villains always die because they talk too much. The other side. Bang, 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 bang. The fierce sound of weapons clashing rang out as frequently as firecrackers. Under the blood-red light of sunset, the figures of Red Bean Biscuit and Yijian Tianxia quickly fought each other. Behind Yijian Tianxia, there were dozens of figures holding longbows or staffs who continuously released various attacks or negative skills towards Red Bean Biscuit. Whenever Red Bean Biscuit had the upper hand, they would always force it to fail. Dizziness, poisoning, weak, slow down, disable. Although these effects are greatly reduced or even unable to hit due to the powerful buff state and attributes of Red Bean Biscuit, it still makes Red Bean Biscuit unable to move forward or backward, and it can neither kill Yijian Tianxia nor get rid of Yijian Tianxia's entanglement. Damn it. Once again, he chopped off thousands of health points in the world with one sword. But almost in the next instant, several rays of healing light appeared on Yijian Xiangxia's body, and the next moment, Yijian Xiangxia's health bar, which had just dropped, was instantly restored. On the other hand, as long as he moved forward a little, countless attacks and negative states would follow, and he would not be able to win with one strike. The coordination of these high-level troops is so good that they are simply incomparable to the high-level troops put together by the 3 major guilds. Once again, he forced Yijian Tianxia back with one sword. Red Bean Biscuit dodged several spells that came one after another in an instant, and his heart was already tense to the extreme. Something is not right. If these advanced soldiers had not suddenly appeared, even if Yijian Tianxia had personally blocked them, Hondo Biscuit was confident that it would not be difficult for him to escape. But now, boom tilde. A terrifying energy wave swept over. A barely perceptible shield flashed by in an instant, and Red Bean Biscuit used up the last bit of mana to release a ranged skill, which was unsurprisingly blocked and had no effect. However, no further exploration is needed. The moment he saw the shield light, Red Bean Biscuit already understood who was helping Yijian Xiangxia to deal with him. Prophet. Roar. While fending off Yijian Tianxia's attack, Red Bean Biscuit shouted angrily at the figures huddled behind those high-level soldiers and even heroes, "You despicable villain! Stand up if you have the guts." As expected, as long as the Gospel Inquisitor makes a move, you will be able to detect it no matter what. A nonchalant voice sounded from behind the crowd. As Yijian Xiangxia stopped moving, the advanced soldiers that had been arranged in formation dispersed. The prophet in a white robe and holding a slender staff appeared in front of Red Bean Biscuit with a smile. "You are at the end of your rope too, Red Bean." "Asshole," Red Bean Biscuit cursed. "You helped the 3 major guilds to deal with me, and Guile will not let you go." "Haha, Red Bean Biscuit, have you forgotten that you are no longer a member of the Balanced Society? Why would Trickery want to deal with me for you?" The prophet laughed. Ignore red bean biscuit's sudden change of expression. The prophet waved his hand, and several beams of teleportation lights lit up. For mysterious figures who were extremely similar to the gospel judge, shrouded in red robes, but holding two-handed swords, with an even more powerful and intimidating aura, immediately appeared around the red bean biscuits. But after these figures appeared, they just quietly surrounded the red bean biscuits, without any intention of attacking them. Even Yijian Tianxia quietly retreated behind and looked at the red bean biscuits with a cold face. Only the prophet, who had always kept himself in an absolutely safe place, actually gave up the protection of many soldiers and walked straight towards the red bean biscuits. You're looking for death. Seeing this scene, red bean biscuits was overjoyed. Even though most of his buffs had already dissipated and even his mana had been completely drained, he could no longer use any consuming skills. But what does it matter? With his invincible fighting power, killing a magic lord who dares to come forward is... The ecstatic words came to an abrupt end. Red Bean Biscuit looked at the dragon slaying sword that flew out of his hand in shock. Before he could react, a humiliating, overwhelming magic hit Red Bean Biscuit's chest with a bang, knocking him to the ground. Before Red Bean Biscuit could get up from the ground in panic, another overwhelming magic hit Red Bean Biscuit, causing a negligible 10 points of damage and knocking Red Bean Biscuit down again. Red Bean Biscuit was furious. However, the prophet just released ordinary skills one after another on Red Bean Biscuit. Various knockback, flight, and repulse effects followed one after another, knocking Red Bean Biscuit to the ground again and again. Impulsive and reckless. Thinking that you are powerful, you look down on everyone. While whipping the Red Bean cookies to his heart's content, the prophet kept listing the shortcomings of Red Bean Biscuit, just like what Red Bean Biscuit said to Yijian Tianxia when he was full of pride. What's wrong? Don't you brag about being the strongest in the world all the time? How come you can't even stand up from the ground in front of me, a magician who you look down upon? Look at these skills. They are rare or even common skills that you don't even care about. However, when these skills are released at the right time through wisdom, they can often create effects that even forbidden spells cannot achieve. That's how the messenger of God failed, and so did you. Bang! A small fireball hit Red Bean Biscuit. The flames swept across Red Bean Biscuit's entire body. However, the magical damage of the fireball was nothing compared to the powerful attributes of Red Bean Biscuit. What really humiliated Red Bean Biscuit was the magic itself. If not, his buff duration would have ended. If his magic power had not been consumed in the previous siege and fight against Yijian Xiangxia. If it weren't for that sudden forbidden spell, how could these ridiculous skills knock down his weapon and even make him so embarrassed? But there is no if in this world. Just as if there weren't so many ifs, the prophet would never appear within the sight of Red Bean Biscuits. Kill me if you dare. Red Bean Biscuit yelled like crazy. But the prophet ignored him and just kept throwing various low-level skills at Red Bean Biscuit, torturing the self-esteem of this arrogant guy. Even Yijian Xiangxia, who was watching from the side, couldn't bear to watch and wanted to say something. However, when he thought of the players killed by Red Bean Biscuits, Yijian Xiangxia calmed down and turned his head away. The prophet noticed this and raised a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. This is Yijian Tianxia. Such a perfect character has an equally perfect moral outlook. If this is not the biggest regret in the world, what else could it be? This is what we call the weakness of human nature. A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The prophet raised his magic wand high in one hand and was about to launch another magic attack. Villains often die because they talk too much. Prophet, don't you watch TV dramas? A cold voice. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind the prophet. Chapter 70, it's so embarrassing. Get out of here. The pupil suddenly expanded to cover the entire eyeball. The prophet who was torturing the Red Bean Biscuits, the moment he heard this voice that was almost close at hand, his whole body seemed to fall into an ice cellar, and his whole body was icy cold. Trick! He looked at Lu Gu in surprise as he appeared behind the prophet almost instantly. Yijian Tianxia quickly picked up the spear and said in a serious tone, Red Bean Biscuit is no longer a member of your balanced society. He killed so many of us. Are you going to protect him? Upon hearing this, Red Bean Biscuit, who was lying on the ground, buried his head in shame and did not ask for help. Only the prophet took a few slow and stiff steps forward. When he found that Lu Gu did not make any further moves, he quickly flashed and hid under the protection of the soldiers. Even the four red-robed soldiers did not bother to block Red Bean Biscuit's retreat, but retreated directly to the side of the prophet, aiming at the trick from a distance, as if facing a formidable enemy. It is hard to imagine how intimidating the word trick is to a prophet. The main reason was that in the 8 rounds of prediction by the prophet, Lu Ge had the last laugh in 6 rounds. The only predicted scene that could confirm that Lu Ge was killed was the last round of prediction. Among these 8 rounds of precognition, except for the first 3 rounds of precognition, the prophet made the predictions from the perspective of the balanced society in order to find ways to defeat the messenger of God. In the next 5 rounds of prediction, the prophet used almost all of his time to defeat Guile. In the first round of prediction, he backstabbed Guile when Guile attacked the 3 major guilds, but Guile was unharmed and instead chopped off his head in anger. In the second and third rounds of predictions, no matter whether it was to instigate a rebellion against the balanced society or to launch a surprise attack on Ruse, the final result was always failure. This guy seemed to be immortal, with various skills and equipment effects that were immune to attacks and magic appearing one after another. It was not easy to break these incredible defensive skills, and Ruse also had a damage-transferring monster with a health value of tens of thousands points. After they finally killed the monster that transferred the damage, Guile was able to revive at full status. Even if the negative status that restrained the resurrection skill was attached to Guile, it was useless. Guile had extremely powerful skills of immunity to negative status or clearing negative status. Even the epic level of repeated resurrection magic was ineffective against him. In the fourth prediction, the prophet worked hard, combined with the experience of the previous 3 rounds, and almost avoided all mistakes. He used his absolute extreme attitude to set up a trap to kill the trick 3 times in a row, but still failed to defeat the trick. Until the 5th time, although the conspiracy was finally defeated through an extremely unbelievable method, this does not mean that Yijian Xiangxia alone can defeat the conspiracy. Defeating the trick requires many factors, including military strength, characteristics, skills, a dragnet-like arrangement, and countless backup plans. You must never fight the trick within the trick's territory. The undead's magic-breaking tower can break all gains or losses. Under the power of hundreds of magic-breaking towers, even Bloodroar's Fighting Soul Legion cannot withstand the Fighting Soul state for a few seconds and become pure idiots with only 1 drop of blood. Although Giji now appeared outside the territory, he looked at himself and Yijian Tianxia. The prophet nervously locked his mind on the extremely precious mass teleportation scroll on his backpack. He had originally intended to use it to launch a surprise attack on Guile, but if Guile was really against his opponent, he would have to use it in advance. No matter what, the battle with Giji must not break out here. Otherwise, once Yijian Xiangxia is forced to reveal that characteristic and no one stops Giji from escaping, then the entire 4297 area will really have no means to defeat Giji. When the prophet thought of this terrible consequence, a drop of cold sweat immediately rolled down his forehead. Yijian Tianxia straightened his body when he saw this scene. Although he was not ashamed of the prophet's betrayal of his friend, the prophet had reached an alliance agreement with Qingyi Miao Miao. As Qingyi Miao Miao's right-hand man, he had to protect the prophet as an important ally of Qingyi Miao Miao. And it is undeniable that the 3 major guilds do need the power of the prophet in order to have the capital to communicate with the balanced society. Without the help of the prophet, it would be difficult for them to defeat Red Bean Biscuit and Romeo, even if they had the forbidden spell scroll, let alone keep the 2 of them. Fortunately, Giji didn't seem to have any intention of taking action. He glanced at the prophet who had shrunk back into the group of soldiers. Lu Ge did not answer Yijian Xiangxia's question, but walked directly to Red Bean Biscuit. He said 4 words lightly. A shame. Red Bean Biscuit just felt like he wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. Get back now. You are not allowed to fight with anyone without my order. Hearing Lu Ji's words, Red Bean Biscuit quickly got up from the ground, picked up the dragon-slaying sword that had fallen on the ground, looked at the prophet and Yijian Tianxia hatefully, then, under Lu Ji's stern gaze again, he picked up the dragon-slaying sword and ran away. The prophet could only watch and did not dare to make any move to stop it. It was Yijian Xiangxia who wanted to take action. But the next moment, be careful! The prophet, who had been on guard for a long time, shouted loudly. After being reminded, Yijian Tianxia instinctively rolled over, and then a ray of light suddenly passed by the place where Yijian Tianxia was just now. The figure of the Grim Reaper slowly emerged, the soul fire in his eyes flickered, and he seemed a little surprised that such a weak lord could dodge his attack. Trick, what are you going to do? Yijian Tianxia, who was also shocked that he could react so extreme, looked at Lu Ge with a trembling heart and was very angry. Are you going to fight with our three major guilds just for someone who quit the balanced society? Stop talking. He suddenly interrupted Yijian Xiangxia's extremely childish words. The prophet had a ferocious look on his face. Don't you understand yet? Trickery never intended to let you three guilds go from the beginning. Since defeating the messenger of God, I have made 5 prophecies, and every time Trickery went to war with the 3 guilds, there has not been an exception. What did you say? Yijian Tianxiao looked at Lu Ge in disbelief and asked angrily, is what he said true? It's a trick. Chapter 71, Calling All Members. No choice. Is it true? Who knows what will happen in the future? At least Lu Ge was sure that before the 3 major guilds stabbed him in the back, he had never thought of dominating the entire novice area. But people's thoughts will change. Maybe it was one idea in the last second, but it may become another idea in the next second. This kind of bizarre change of thinking is also the biggest flaw in the prophet's prophetic nature. So he did not directly answer Yijian Xiangxia's questions. He just asked Yijian Tianxiao a question. Do you think there is still a possibility of avoiding war? Why not? Yijian Xiangxia's answer was decisive and hilarious. But the look in his eyes was particularly firm, just like the protagonist of an animation in the late 1920s. Everything can be stopped, and you shouldn't have saved red bean biscuits. But in my eyes, red bean biscuits are not at fault. He directly took over Yijian Xiangxia's words. Lu Ge said without hesitation, this world is not so idealistic, just like you hate war, but there are people who like war. As long as people who like war still exist, as long as war can still bring benefits to people, this world will never be peaceful. What does this have to do with your protection of red bean biscuits? Yijian Xiangxia asked loudly. Of course it is related. Peace, morality, concepts, these things in people's minds cannot be unified or defined. Only strength, strong is strong, weak is weak, is the most intuitive thing that can be expressed. Naturally, strength represents truth, and only those with strong strength are qualified to make rules. So red bean biscuits are not at fault. The one at fault is the weakling who overestimated his own capabilities and attempted to overthrow the powerful. Even more at fault are you dreamers who have not seen the truth. Let's stop talking here today. Yijian Tianxia, the war was doomed from the moment you stood with the prophet. 2 days, I'll give you 2 more days. On the 2nd day after the 9th round of Monster Siege ends, my army will launch an attack on you. Saying this in his mouth, the figure of the god of death instantly appeared in front of Lu Ge. He wrapped his skinny arms around Lu Ge and then fluttered his wings behind him, carrying Lu Ge into the air. Wait, Yijian Xiangxia wanted to say something else. But Lu Ge had no intention of talking to Yijian Xiangxia anymore. He just gave Yijian Xiangxia an indifferent look, and the next moment, the wings of the god of death suddenly exerted force, and in just a blink of an eye, he completely disappeared in the sky, until Lu Ji's figure could no longer be seen. The prophet then breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly raised his staff, saying to the stunned Yijian Tianxia, you also heard it. Giji has declared war on you. You need to go back to Jingxin Pavilion quickly and contact all the members of the 3 major guilds through Qingyi Miao Miao, and have them inform all the players in the entire area that this is a catastrophic and terrifying battle. Once Giji wins, he will kill everyone in the entire 4,297th area. Tell them not to have any fluke mentality. In this war, no one can stay out of it. Don't worry, Guile is not invincible. Although he is very powerful, as long as we work together, we can still defeat Guile. In addition, if the trick wants to cleanse the entire area, there will be righteous people in the balanced society who will stand up and help us fight against the trick. Yijian Xiangxia could no longer hear clearly what was said afterwards. He only knew that from this moment on, the thing he tried so hard to avoid finally happened. No matter who wins or loses this war in the end, there's only one thing that can be confirmed. That is the world this is, and rivers of blood will inevitably flow. On the other hand, Lyoga, who returned to the deserted land, also received the report on the completion of Melthagad's mission as soon as possible. After knowing that Romeo had been dealt with, Lu Ge immediately issued a call to all members of the Balanced Society. Of course, this does not include the prophet. Long before Lu Ge rescued Red Bean Biscuit, Lu Ge had already deprived the prophet of his identity as a member of the Balanced Society and kicked him out of the group chat in the guild. In fact, after such a long time, the other members of the Balanced Society must have guessed what happened. They must have been paying attention to the battle between Red Bean Biscuits, Romeo, and the three major guilds. But before the president Lu Ge spoke, no matter what they thought, they were unable to express it. But now, with the call order issued by Lu Ge, the members of the Balanced Society have already understood that it is time for them to take sides. At the same time, inside the guild headquarters of Jingxin Pavilion, there were only 5 figures sitting in the huge conference room. They are the presidents of the 3 major guilds, Qingyi Miao Miao, Yuan Mao, and Ji Bai. And although he is not the president, he has a decisive force and talent that can influence the outcome of the battle, Yijian Tianxia, and the former official member of the Balanced Society, the prophet. Everyone, the situation has reached a critical moment. Stand at the end of the table. However, this did not affect the prophet's rapid succession to the leadership of the 3 major guilds. He said in a deep voice, "Now Guile has begun to summon all members of the Balance Guild. In a maximum of 1 hour, under the pressure of Guile, all members of the Balance Guild except Bloody Howl will vote in favor of launching a war against the 3 major guilds. At that time, we will face the most terrifying armed group in the entire 4,297th district. Excuse me, with our current strength, the hope of winning this war is almost zero. If possible, I would also like to persuade Guile to avoid this war. Unfortunately, Guile has made up his mind and did not even give us the option of surrender. So, we have no other way out now. We can only gather all our strength and fight to the death." Chapter 72, Legendary Job Change. Boom! Under the dim sky, the sound of muffled thunder rumbled. Although the 9th round of Monster Siege had already begun in the outside world, the members of the Balanced Society, sitting in the copy space at this moment, had no intention of returning to the territory to personally command the defense. The same goes for the 2 new reserve members, Red Painted Gate and War Brother. If I have to explain why, I can only say that compared to the Monster Siege, this meeting of the Council of Balance will obviously have a greater impact on their future lives and property. There was only an empty and solemn meeting room. Everyone sat in their seats with bated breath, only to look up from time to time at the almost completely empty seats above the long table, revealing a somewhat puzzled look. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. It was not until the meeting was about to start that a figure walked in from the door without saying a word. With a face that seemed expressionless but was actually extremely flustered, he sat down in one of the empty seats. And this person was none other than the Red Bean Biscuit, who had previously claimed to have quit the Balanced Society with the arrival of Red Bean Cookies. The atmosphere in the Balance meeting became oppressive, especially when the bell rang to signal the start of the meeting. In addition to Lu Ji's seat, there were 3 empty seats on the conference table. Everyone felt that something was wrong, and it turned out to be true. When Lu Ji's figure also appeared in the meeting room of the Balanced Society, Lu Ge just glanced at the empty seat on the table, with no surprise in his eyes at all. Several skeleton warriors walked straight in from the door and carried away the empty chair. Next, it will be our new Balanced Society's internal meeting. There is no explanation as to where the 3 absent persons had gone. There is no need for explanation, because everyone knows very well that at this important juncture, there are only 2 possibilities for those who missed the meeting. One is dead. The other one, of course, is betrayal. This new meeting lasted less than 10 minutes. But compared to any of the previous long meetings, this one, which lasted only 10 minutes, caused a huge uproar in everyone's hearts. It also meant that the situation of the Balanced Society had been completely reversed. First of all, the nature of the establishment of the Balanced Society will change from mutual assistance at the beginning to a thorough association organization. From now on, all members of the Balanced Society must unconditionally obey the orders of Lu Ge, the president, and everyone must put the absolute interests of the Balanced Society as the first priority. Personal emotions and personal positions must give way to the position of the Balance Council. No one may question or disobey the decision made by the Balance Council for any reason. Second, the death of Romeo, the former official member of the Balanced Society, was announced, and all of Romeo's inheritance will be taken over by the Balanced Society. Third, declare that the Prophet and Bloodroar have betrayed the Balanced Society, and put the Prophet and Bloodroar on the Balanced Society's hostile list. Fourth, Red Bean Biscuit was downgraded to a provisional member and needed to accumulate at least 5,000 contribution points before he could regain his status as a formal member. Fifth, the balanced society will go to war against the three major guilds. The metrologist will be the head of the guild, Gua Isho will be the deputy, and the reserve members Red Paint Gate and War Roar will be the support troops, responsible for the combat work against the two major guilds, Wanzhou and Huang to Hegemony. As for Red Bean Biscuits, they will serve as the vanguard together with Lu Ge and go straight to the inevitable main battlefield of this guild war, Jingxin Pavilion. No one questioned or objected to anything. No matter whether it is the Master, the Metrologist, or the newly joined War Roar and Red Painted Gate, although their strength is not as good as Blood Roar and the Prophet, their obedience to Lu Ge is far above others. In such a situation, they who cannot see clearly into the fog of the future only need to obey orders. Congratulations, respected Lore number 9252, Master Guile. You have annihilated all the monsters in the 9th round of the Monster Siege. It took you 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 3.12 seconds, and your overall performance ranks first. You received 9,200 basic siege points and 9,200 additional ranking rewards. Your current remaining siege points total, 94,850 points. Please use them in time. With the end of the 9th round of siege, the siege points increased by 18,400 points. Although it's a pity, judging from the current situation, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until I accumulate 200,000 points to exchange for that legendary item. But it doesn't matter. Just now, Sylvanas, who Lyoga had high hopes for, finally completed the legendary job transfer task. She was successfully promoted to become the first legendary professional hero in the entire region. Hero, Sylvanas. Loyalty, 100. Occupation, Queen of Vengeance, Legend. Level, 30. Experience, January 3000. Race, Undead. Health, 730/730 after equipping. 2230/2230. Mana, 500/500 equipped. 1500/1500. Defense, 73-73 after equipping. 173-253. Physical strength, 620-620 after equipping. 1180-1350. Spell power, 50-50 equipped. 55-55. Command value, 0/3100 after equipping. 4100. Strength, 620. Mana, 50. Constitution, 73. Domination, 41. Attribute points, 0. Talents and skills. 1. Revenge Arrow Rain. Shoots an arrow of revenge, which then splits into tens of thousands of energy arrows with dark attributes, causing a 5-second arrow rain attack on all targets within a target range of 100,100 meters, causing physical strength 1.2 points of damage to the hit enemy for each arrow, and adding a 3-second immobilization. Immobilization, unable to move. Consumption, 100 mana, cooldown time, 60 seconds. 2. Vengeful Spirit. All targets killed by Sylvanas will be transformed into powerful vengeful spirits. The constant attribute is 30 of Sylvanas' total attribute, and the skill carried is a 30 effect of Vengeful Rain. 3. Shadow Master. Increases Sylvanas' movement speed and range by 50, and refreshes a layer of defense shield for Sylvanas every 3 seconds. Up to 2 layers can be accumulated. Defense. Immune to 1 attack damage. 4. Emergency Transfer. When the defense shield is broken, you can be randomly transferred to any shadow within a range of 1,000 yards. Cooling time, none. 5. Acheron's Underworld Arrow. Grants Sylvanas unlimited vision, then fires a death arrow that can penetrate all matter and shields. Causes strength 3 points of true damage to the target and all units within 500 yards, and adds permanent underworld status. All attributes reduced by 50, can only be cleared by legendary skills or items. Maximum range strength 1 km, cost, none. Cooldown time, 240 hours. Main common skills, skills learned using skill books or in territory buildings. Only rare level and above are counted. 1. Knockback Arrow, rare fires an arrow that can knock back the target. The knockback distance depends on the difference in strength between the enemy and the player. When the strength difference exceeds 1, an additional stun effect is caused. Cost, 50 mana, cooldown, 15 seconds. 2. Rapid Purification. Rare clears negative status and increases attack speed by 75 for 5 seconds. Cost, 50 mana, cooldown, 15 seconds. 3. Magic Breaking Arrow. Rare when attacking. Shoot an additional arrow that can cause an additional 500 attack damage to the magic shield. Cost: 80 mana. Cooldown: 30 seconds. 4. Wind Spell. Epic. After chanting for 3 seconds, you'll gain the ability to fly and increase your movement speed by 2 levels, and you'll be given 3 wind arrows. Wind Arrows. The arrows fly twice as fast as normal arrows. After hitting the target, they will release a ranged blade storm, causing wind damage of 150 of physical attack to targets within a maximum range of 50 meters, and clear all buffs of the central 55-meter target. Cost: 100 mana. Cooldown: 120 seconds. Class features: Legendary Physical Profession. Gain 20 times the strength attribute growth at each level, and increase the effects of all skills by 20. Description: A hero of the undead clan summoned by the altar. A miracle born after passing through epic and legendary hero trials. Not only does he have a unique skill of attacking targets from a very long distance, Acheron's Underworld Arrow, but he also has the possibility of forming a famous revenge army by himself. Chapter 73: The Beyond the Scope Skeleton Technology Research Institute. According to Melthagad's description, the gap between legendary heroes and epic heroes is even greater than the gap between epic heroes and rare heroes. With the release of Sylvanas Attribute Panel, this has basically been confirmed. Especially the special move, the Arrow of the Underworld, which is simply a powerful weapon for attacking cities and plundering lands. I just don't know if he has seen the scene of Sylvanas being promoted to a legendary hero in the future predicted by the prophet. But even if I knew it, it would be meaningless. Lu Gu returned to the deserted land and opened the information panel of the territory. With the end of the 9th round of Monster Siege, Lu Ji's territory level surprisingly reached the 5th level, which was far ahead. For the undead, level 5 is the level at which the undead undergoes a qualitative change. It is also the most dominant stage for the undead among the 7 primitive races. In terms of military branch, the 5th level undead territory, in addition to being able to recruit the undead's absolute A soldier, the Death Knight can also recruit the level 5 soldier, the Forbidden Magic Cross statue. This type of undead mechanical soldier, made of forbidden magic stone, has a certain probability of breaking the opponent's spells, and is an indispensable pillar in the Undead Legion. It is precisely because of the existence of the Forbidden Magic statue that the Undead Legion, which relies on numbers to win, is not so suppressed by group attack magic. It's a pity that there are only 4 quotas for recruiting Forbidden Magic statues in the 5th level territory every day, which is barely enough for ordinary lords. But for a legion of Lu Ji's size, the number of Forbidden Magic statues below 4 digits is not enough to improve the overall strength of the legion. But even if the number was not enough, Lu Gu would use up all the places for high-level soldiers every day, whether it was the 3rd or 4th level banshees, vampires, high-level necromancers, or the 5th level undead knights and the Magic Cross statues. For Lu Gu, who had no shortage of resources, they were almost cleared out every day. Up to now, they have managed to form a high-level undead army of 1,000 people. Among them, Lu Gu also promoted the original 3 Death Knights with the crown of kingship. Now they have become the 5th order rare-level soldiers, the Black Blade Knights. Arms: Black Blade Knight. Level: Tier 5 rare. Health: 1400/1400. Attack power: 102 to 120, 34. Movement speed: 6. Population: 5. Domination value: 5. Features: Advanced Undead, Ultimate Anti-Magic Plating, Ultimate Life Resilience, Ultimate Death Attack. Skills: Painful Torment. Releases a spell that makes the target suffer from unbearable pain and causes mental damage. Frost Power. Can summon ice armor or swing ice sword energy to resist attacks and cause long-range damage. Death Charge. Gather the power of all the Ebon Knights around to launch a terrifying charge. The power of the charge is related to the number of Ebon Knights. When the number of Ebon Knights exceeds 1,000, all members gain powerful long-range attack resistance and reduce 80 of the long-range attack damage. When the number of Ebon Knights exceeds 10,000, all members gain an invincible state, and all attributes are greatly improved. Immune to deceleration and control magic. Introduction. He was once a high-ranking undead under the command of the Lich King of the Undead Realm, but later broke free from the Lich King's bondage, hated all liches, and chose to fight against the scourge of the undead. Blood and terror are the only means for the Ebon Blade Knights, to deal with the fallen who are determined to surrender to the Lich King and the undead creatures of the Scourge. It doesn't sound like a real undead ghost. However, ever since the three of them were promoted to Ebon Knights, the white-haired Lich's talkative nature has obviously been restrained a lot. It seems that in the undead world, the Ebon Knights still have a strong deterrent effect on the Lich. Of course, this is not the point. The key point is that as the territory was upgraded to level 5, the Skeleton Technology Research Institute unlocked the ultimate technology, ultimate anti-magic plating. Gain 2 layers of anti-magic shields that are immune to magic attacks, and gain 65 magic damage immunity for 2 seconds after the shield is broken. After unlocking the ultimate anti-magic plating, this technology will work on all undead. Ultimate life resilience increases the maximum health of your undead by 40. After unlocking ultimate life resilience, this technology will apply to all undead. Ultimate death attack grants your undead 30 extra death attack power that ignores the target's defense. After unlocking the ultimate death attack, this technology will apply to all undead. That's right. The ultimate skeleton technology has no numerical improvement over the advanced skeleton technology, except for one more feature. It can affect all undead. As a result, the Death Knight, who is not a skeleton-type soldier, also obtained 3 extremely powerful technological characteristics, which made the Ebon Knight, who is obviously only a rare-level soldier, obtain amazing data that is difficult to achieve even for epic-level soldiers of the same level. To be honest, the bonuses brought by the Skeleton Technology Research Institute have far exceeded the scope of its rare-level building. However, the reason why the Skeleton Technology Research Institute is so beyond the scope is also due to the high cost of its technological research. Only the undead lord who has truly obtained the Skeleton Research Institute knows that obtaining the Skeleton Research Institute is just the beginning. The real invincible pit lies in the terrible resources consumed in researching technology. From elementary to ultimate, the resources required for each research increased tenfold. When it came to ultimate technology, the resources consumed reached an astronomical figure of 500,000 resources. Except for Lu Gu, who owned the resource area and had little consumption of resources, any other lord could only stare at the powerful technology in the Skeleton Research Institute. In fact, if you take into account the resources consumed by the Science and Technology Research Institute, the overall cost of the Skeleton Research Institute is no less than that of legendary buildings. However, unlike other legendary buildings that can only be obtained from siege points or encounters, the Skeleton Research Institute only needs to use resource piles. Chapter 74, Qualitative Change of Level 5 Main City, Plague of the Undead. Of course, the value of the Skeleton Technology Research Institute is far more than that. As the scope of the ultimate technology expands, Lyoga in the future can form his own legion more widely, rather than being limited to the skeleton type of soldiers with limited potential. However, the limit of the first round of elimination games is probably only the 6th level territory. After taking a look at the territory upgrade resources, which had skyrocketed to 10 million ordinary resources plus 10,000 rare resources, Lu Gu unceremoniously gave up the idea of upgrading the territory directly to level 7. The resources required for the 6th level territory have already reached such a terrifying level. God knows how many resources are needed for the 7th level territory. I am afraid that even if the entire 4,297 area is exhausted, it will be difficult to gather so many resources. Ordinary resources are fine, but the main thing is rare resources. Currently, there are only 4 rare resource veins in the entire area that have stable output. 3 of them are in the hands of Lu Gu. Even a little rare resource is not distributed to others, and the daily output of rare resources is only 60 points. As for the rare mineral vein in the territory, its daily output value is only a pitiful 10 points. In other words, the daily output of rare resources in the entire 4297 area is only 70 points. Even if all 4 rare mineral veins were in Lu Ji's hands, and all the output for a full 120 days belonged to Lu Gu, it would not be enough to meet the rare resource needs for upgrading the 6th level territory, unless you use siege points to redeem directly. However, once it comes to the use of siege points, we have to weigh their value. After all, siege points can be exchanged for legendary props and buildings, and the value of such things is not necessarily worse than raising the level of the main city by 1 level. The only difference is that legendary buildings specialize in one direction, while the upgrade of the main city level is an all-round blessing. Just like the current level 5 Undead Clan main city of Lyoga, the strong death force that erupted directly expanded the scope of the wasteland to hundreds of kilometers in radius. The territories of more than 40 lords near Lyoga were all included in the wasteland. Fortunately, in the previous wave of undead, the lords closest to Lyoga were either killed by Lyoga or moved away. Otherwise, the tyranny of the wasteland would be enough to make any lord of other races in it complain bitterly. For example, the red-painted door. However, he did not dare to complain at all. For a wasteland of this scale, even a fool would know that the level of Lyoga's main city had reached a level that ordinary players could not even dream of. The stronger Lyoga was, the less temper the red-painted gate had. After all, he is a man who has taken a very wide path. Isn't it just a mere 100,000 points of resources for relocation? Just move away. There is no need to narrow your path for such a small amount of resources. Although after the city was moved, the original territory buildings could not be moved with the main city. It was a painful thing for any lord. But he is a man who has taken a very wide path. As for Lu Gu, even though he knew that the wasteland would have an impact on other lords, he had no way to deal with it. This is how the level of the Undead Clan's main city is upgraded. You can't just not upgrade it because you're afraid of affecting your neighbors, right? Just remember to give the red-painted gate some compensation for moving the city. As for the other fish that have escaped the net, it doesn't matter whether they die now or not. They will die anyway when the war comes. Therefore, Lu Gu did not care much about the impact of the wasteland, but continued to take stock of the biggest qualitative change point after the Undead Clan's level 5 territory, the Undead Plague. This is the main city technology unlocked after the Tomb of the Dead is upgraded to level 5. After spending 100,000 gold coins and 100,000 wood resources, you can unlock the most perverted characteristic of the undead. The effect is that all undead troops, buildings, and even wastelands will be endowed with the horrific undead virus. Life units that are killed by undead troops, die near undead buildings, or die in wastelands will be transformed into undead after death. If you think it's too troublesome, you can directly collect water contaminated by the undead plague and put it into the well, or directly cast rain magic to artificially create the undead plague. Although it is of little use to the ranked soldiers, those non-ranked peasants, or the bodies that have died and lost their resistance, will basically turn into zombies if they're soaked in it. The advantage is that these undead transformed by the plague of undead will not occupy the population of the territory, but will still obey the orders of the Lord, just like summoned creatures. The disadvantage is that these undead who are not recruited cannot enjoy the bonus of undead and skeleton technology. At the same time, if there are no corpses or death cannot be caused, the undead plague cannot be launched. At first glance, it seems like a pretty useless talent. But who made such a weird thing as siege monsters exist in this world? Under normal circumstances, after these siege monsters are killed by players, their bodies will be quickly updated by the system to avoid affecting the player's senses. But if you're infected with the plague of the undead, it will be different. The system will also spit out the corpses, become cannon fodder obediently. The 9,000 siege monsters killed by Lu Gu in the last round of Monster Siege have all been transformed into undead creatures, and they are all first-level strength. Although it does not seem like a big deal at the moment, don't forget that the Monster Siege lasted for a full 40 rounds. In the 9th round, there are already 9,000 levels. What about the 10th round, the 20th round, or even the 30th and 40th rounds? Or maybe it's that the undead lords are good at overpowering others with numbers. With the 5th level undead lords after the undead plague, it is really a stage of qualitative change. Although in the entire 4297 area, apart from me, I'm afraid there is no other undead lord who can upgrade to a level 5 main city. After all, upgrading the main city to level 5 requires millions of basic resources plus 1,000 rare resources. Except for Lu Gu, no one else can afford so many rare resources. Even ordinary resources are enough to make people despair. People who have not occupied the resource area cannot understand the concept of calculating resources in tens of thousands. Just like in the trading house right now, a third-tier troop card priced at 500 gold coins is still a major investment that many players need to consider carefully. It's a pity that it's only at the level 5 main city stage. When it reaches level 6, especially when the ultimate troops begin to appear at level 7, the advantage of the undead race will take a sharp turn for the worse. When I think of the poor attributes of the ultimate army of the undead, Luga couldn't help but let out a sigh. Fortunately, he has the god of death. Chapter 75. The army has been assembled. Grim Reaper. The only epic building, a unique unit of the Death Council. It has powerful attributes that are completely superior to the undead's ultimate soldier, the Bone Dragon, and almost incomparable attribute skills. Its only drawback is that it is too expensive. Even though Lu Gu has the ability to summon skeletons infinitely, he has only summoned the second Grim Reaper so far. That's right, Lu Gu now has 2 Grim Reapers. One of them was the one summoned at the beginning. Lu Gu named it Yim. It always followed Lu Gu and protected Lu Ji's safety. As for the other one, naturally, it could not escape the clutches of the white-haired lich. But no matter who controls the god of death, the 2 gods of death are undoubtedly one of Lyoga's strongest trump cards. With the 2 gods of death working together, even Red Bean Biscuit in full state has absolutely no chance of winning. However, I'm afraid it won't be of any use in front of Ijin Tianxia. God knows why such a small area, 4,297, can give birth to so many great players with extraordinary abilities. The Undead Lord's characteristics that were almost buried are fine, but the Prophet Forbidden Spellcaster, Dragon God's Heart, and Legion Fortress. These endless characteristics, any one of which has the potential to dominate the entire region. But they just happen to be put together, and in the end they could only clash and bleed. And now an even more outrageous heroic wish has emerged. If he had not retained the opportunity to use the Eye of Stealing God, thereby being able to detect the characteristics of One Sword World, who had never revealed the details of his own characteristics, when the time came for the decisive battle, no matter how powerful Ren Lyoga was, he would probably only be a background board for One Sword World. Features: Heroic Prayer. Grade S. Effect: unleashing incredible heroic power in desperate situations, with the original intention of saving the world, gathering the wishes of all beings for the advent of heroes to form the strongest characteristic. After this characteristic is activated, the characteristic owner can use any skill he wants at will according to his own needs, and theoretically, there is no possibility of defeat. Only those with a noble character and the characteristics of a hero can exert the power of prayer. Introduction. Those who carry the wishes of all living beings will also bear the evil of all living beings. The so-called hero can only appear 3 times at most. Required for stealing: 28 million common resources, 20,000 rare resources. Proceeds from a sale: 2,000 god-stealing coins. His eyes passed over this overly unreasonable character more than once. Although, according to Malthusad, even if ordinary people obtain the characteristic of hero's wish, it is difficult for them to meet the standards of a hero, so they cannot use it. Unfortunately, Ijin Tianxia, this young man, is one of the very few people who could be recognized by the characteristics. Lord Trickery. The army is already assembled and ready to go. Just when Lu Gu was silent, the white-haired lich pushed open the door of the Great Tomb of Death and shouted to Lu Gu, who was sitting on the chair, a total of 100,000 second-level troops, 10,000 mixed troops, and 900,000 skeleton troops. 1,000 siege weapons, commanded by the 2 Death Legion captains Bane and Bellin respectively. They are now fully equipped. They can launch an attack on the enemy at any time. The temporary commander of the Undead Legion, Melthagad, reports to you. Very good. He quickly stopped cursing the unsolvable ability of Hero's Wish. Lu Gu stood up from the throne of the dead, his face calm. Then start the attack. Yes, Master Trickery. Following a shout from Melthagad. In the silent and desolate land, 1,000,000 undead armies, like a tide, spread silently towards the entire territory. At this time, within the territory, as the metrologist leading the member legion of the Balanced Society, he looked at the terrain distribution map in his hand, while quickly replying to the friend messages that kept popping up in the friend list. Yes, that's right. The attack has begun, and war is inevitable. Don't worry, you are all intelligence officers loyal to the Balanced Society. The trickster boss will certainly not kill people who have done him a great service. Hang the death flag over your main city, and the treacherous undead army will not attack you. What? Inconvenient? Then just wait for death. With the coming of the war, countless huge armies were mobilized, faced with a terrifying force that could almost destroy the entire world. Even the undercover agents planted by the metrology division in the 3 major guilds began to tremble, because the trick was completely ready to flatten the entire region. Coupled with the prophet's alarmist words, These undercover agents were afraid that they would be swept away by the way. Fortunately, metrologists have not forgotten them. But what the metrologist didn't tell them was that the number of places given to him by trickery was actually very small, and only those who were truly loyal to the balanced society could survive this natural disaster. However, those fence-sitters who are still unwilling to separate from the three major guilds will undoubtedly die. As for now, metrologist, it's Bloody Roar's legion, followed by a panicked shout. The metrologist had to stop responding to the undercover message and instead looked at the majestic orc army in the distance, holding high the beast claw flag. I couldn't help but gasp. It's really the Bloody Roar. What should we do now? Guaisho was a little flustered. Before Blood Roar, he was the Balanced Society's foremost general. Whether it was his leadership or his own legion skills, he was a well-deserved leader. Facing such an existence, even if the Balanced Society's legion has far more troops than the enemy at the moment, it is actually difficult to say that they have a chance of winning. The metrologist, the new legion commander, certainly understood this. But now that he has become the commander of the Balanced Society, how can he be afraid of his predecessor, Bloody Roar? What are you afraid of? He glared at the incompetent guy. The metrologist gritted his teeth viciously. Since he chooses to stand on the opposite side of us, then let's fight. Bloody Roar is strong, but I am no pushover. Today I want to experience the methods of this former Grand Marshal. Saying this in his mouth, the metrologist gave the order without hesitation. Pass my order. Everyone dispel the magic and prepare. Red Paint Gate leads the low-level soldiers to flank the enemy army from the left wing, and War Cry leads the headquarters soldiers to flank from the right wing. Make sure to reduce the enemy's movement space. I will lead the advanced troops as the vanguard of the central army, and Guaisho will lead the core troops to follow closely behind, cooperating with me to take the Bloody Roar Central Army flag. Comrades, it's time to contribute to the Balanced Society. Follow me, charge. Chapter 76. Means to deal with tricks. Bolm tilde tilde. Accompanied by the order of the metrologist. Orc roars. Human armored soldiers, elven archers, flying griffins, and the cult shining with holy light. Countless and huge armies clearly stepped over countless obstacles and rushed towards the orc army, blocking the way ahead. As a ruler of the orc army, Bloodroar just watched the scene quietly. But when he saw the metrologist holding his staff and leading the troops at the front, a hint of surprise flashed in his determined eyes. In his impression, the metrologist and Guaisho are both unknown figures in the Balanced Society. Compared with the bravery of Red Bean Biscuit, the wisdom of the prophet, and the absolute strength of the trickery, the metrologist and Guaisho don't seem to have any strengths worth mentioning. However, this person with no special talents, at this moment, led a large army to attack his orc army with the body of a magician. It's great, but it's not enough. He gave his comment with a blank expression. Blood Roar waved his hand, and dense drum beats immediately rang out in the orc army. With the beating of drums, the orc army, which had always been known for its lax discipline, now seemed to be a whole. They shouted the slogan, "Hey ha," and began to move in neat and orderly steps. Bloodclaw orcs, wolf riders, orc shamans, dragon riders, and many other types of soldiers, although not subordinate to each other, still find their positions in an orderly manner. A large number of weapons stood up, and a huge orc army formed in neat battle array, with spears and axes standing in the air, aiming steadily at the huge army sweeping across the sky and the plain in front of them. 100 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. The light of magic began to shine. Despite the magic shield raised by the shamans, a lot of magic still fell into the orcs' army, causing countless casualties. However, the orc army remained motionless, and even their morale did not fluctuate at all. Finally, Bolm tilde tilde, accompanied by a loud crashing sound. The metrologist led several powerful heroes and charged fiercely into the orc army. Behind him, countless extremely powerful high-level troops quickly poured into the orc legion's formation along the gap torn open by the metrologist. A large number of mid-level troops followed closely under the leadership of Guaisho, and like a wave, they pressed towards the orc legion wave after wave. A brutal hand-to-hand fight begins. On the other side, the three major guilds are located. Following the massacre of Romeo and Red Bean Biscuits, the battle at Jingxin Pavilion, and the subsequent 9th round of Monster Siege. Although Yijian Tianxia, Yuan Mao, and Ji Bai have tried their best to save more people, In the end, a large number of players still lost the qualification to continue the game. Taking a look at the field, there were less than 200 scattered lords. Thinking back to when the three major guilds were first formed, the number of members in any single guild was far more than this. But in just less than a month, they ended up like this. This is certainly due to the rapid increase in the difficulty of monster sieges, but more importantly, it is due to the persecution from the four lords and members of the Balanced Society who are also players. That's right, Chingy Meow Meow thought so, and the vast majority of guild members thought so too. People always ignore their own mistakes. In their minds, there's only the scene of Lu Ge leading the undead army to attack them, and a scene of Red Bean Biscuit and Romeo killing people in the copy space. However, they have never faced the fact that it was they who took the lead in attacking Lu Ji's opponents, and thus attracted the revenge of Lu Ji's undead army. It was also their greed and attempt to get involved in Red Bean Biscuit's copy area that brought down the wrath of Red Bean Biscuit. Until today, everything they have sown has finally received the final judgment. They watched in complete silence as the prophet used photographic props to capture the scene of the endless march of the undead army. Watching the horrifying skeletons on the screen surging like a tide, silently stepping over every inch of land. All the players finally realized at this moment that from the very beginning, they had no capital to talk to Lu Ge. The first line of defense has fallen. The prophet, who was sitting solemnly at the top of the guild, said, "The number of Guile's undead army is just too large. His special undead monarch has the ability to recruit undead armies almost infinitely. As long as the population continues to increase, the size of Guile's undead army will continue to grow. According to estimates, the maximum size of Guile's undead army has increased by more than 4 times compared to the past. And this is just the maximum size. In fact, as long as Guile cannot be killed, under the characteristics of the undead lord, all the killed skeleton soldiers will be recruited continuously. In terms of frontal combat, no one can be Guile's opponent. Everyone understands this, which is why everyone is so desperate. Without the forbidden spell of the messenger of God, no one in this world would be able to break through such a large army of undead and kill the trick protected by countless undead. Of course, according to the current situation, even if the messenger of God is resurrected, it will be of no avail. Compared with the undead army that could only withstand one magic attack at the beginning, the undead army under Lu Ge can now not only withstand 2 magic damages, but also gain high magic resistance that lasts for several seconds. Under the effect of the ultimate anti-magic plating, the power of the forbidden spell is actually far less fatal to Lu Ge than people imagine. And even without the anti-magic plating, facing the current size of Liu Ge's army, the opportunity to use a small number of forbidden spells is completely meaningless. The power of the forbidden spell is huge, and it can easily destroy an area of several thousand meters in radius. But the number of Liu Ge's undead army has now spread over dozens of kilometers. A forbidden spell hitting Liu Ge's undead army at this moment can only create a big wave, which is not painful at all. But for the 3 major guilds that now live under Lu Ji's shadow, God's messenger is the only way they can imagine a deal with Lu Ge. As for the others, they simply couldn't think of any other force that could fight against such a huge army. Of course, there is a force to resist trickery. Just when the atmosphere in the entire room fell silent, and everyone had completely lost hope. Knowing that the time had come, the prophet suppressed the corners of his mouth that were about to rise uncontrollably and slowly placed a crystal-shaped diamond gem in his palm. The only epic item, Tears of Time and Space. It has only one function, and that is to open a space barrier with a maximum range of 5.5 kilometers that is absolutely unbreakable. The space covered by the barrier will be completely solidified. People inside it cannot escape from it, no matter what means they use. People outside cannot enter it either. They can only wait for the duration of the Tears of Time and Space to end, and then the barrier will disappear. And the duration of this barrier is 6 hours. As long as we can get within 5.5 kilometers of Guile, we can capture Guile within the space barrier. By then, no matter how many troops Guile has around him, as long as Guile can no longer continue to replenish his troops, he will no longer be invincible. After that, what we have to do is very simple. That is, try every possible means to kill him within 6 hours. Chapter 77. Heroes give everything. Scheming gains everything. Compared to the intensive high-level meetings of the 3 major guilds, Lu Ji's situation can only be described as leisurely. In sheer numbers, The defense lines that the three guilds had set up in front of Lyoga were like mud and collapsed at the first touch. Even the fourth-level city wall that was tens of meters high could be flattened by the undead army that was like a wave. Even if they fought desperately, it would be meaningless. Faced with the endless and overwhelming undead army, any defense and struggle are so pale and powerless at this moment. Even if more undead are killed, more will come one after another, until the last bit of mana is drained and the undead army collapses completely exhausted. As the defense lines built by the three major guilds fell, those territories protected by the defense lines were officially exposed to the undead legion. Millions of undead souls turned into rolling waves, like a flood that would destroy the world, rushing into every inch of territory that had not been invaded by the wasteland. No matter how deep the hiding place was or how remote the location was, it was impossible to escape the clutches of the undead army. And facing the territories of these chosen lords, the two legion commanders, Bane and Bellin, faithfully carried out Lu Ji's order to clean up everything. No matter how many defensive buildings there were in front of them, or how many powerful troops and traps were left behind, countless undead would only rush forward in waves, wantonly killing all creatures they saw. They would knock down any building within their sight, until everything was destroyed. In Lu Ji's small map, the foggy area was turning bright at an alarming speed. The undead army was advancing like a broken bamboo, and there was no sign of stopping. However, the strange thing is that even with such frequent territories being lost, the number of players on the leaderboard has not decreased much. According to Melthagad's feedback, although everything seems normal in most territories, there is no trace of the main city. This only means one thing, that these players gave up the territories they had worked so hard to build and chose to move their main city away. Melthagad didn't quite understand why these players chose to do this. Even if they kept the main city, without the territory buildings and military camps on the territory, what would they use to fight against the frequent monster sieges in the future? It seems that they are planning to gather all their strength and fight to the death. Only Lu Gu understood what the players were thinking. Although abandoning the base building would make all their previous efforts fall through, as long as they could defeat Lu Gu and obtain the legacy of Lu Gu and even the entire balanced society, they still have the possibility of growing rapidly. By then, as long as the main city is still there, players with sufficient resources will be able to quickly rebuild all the lost buildings. After doing everything they can to delay the next round of monster siege, the situation will be reversed. This is the truth that if you keep the Green Mountains, you will never worry about lack of firewood. But the premise of all this is to defeat Lu Gu. Come on, let me see what you have prepared. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lu Gu nonchalantly commanded the army to continue advancing. Even though these players' territories had long lost their main cities, Lu Gu still chose not to let go of these territory buildings. The dead were howling, and buildings of all kinds collapsed in batches. The whole world seems to be approaching the end of the world. The other side, the three major guilds are at the forefront. Magnificent city walls were quickly built, and huge cities stood up, firmly protecting countless players' main cities. A large number of strange defensive buildings are either established next to these main cities or are under rapid construction. This was an unprecedented moment of arrogance for the three major guilds. All players' resources were pooled together without regard for return. Even if one player could only build a defense tower or a city wall, when more than 200 players united, that was a pretty terrifying number. What's more, now they have the help of the Prophet. Don't try to counter subterfuge with defensive buildings. He glanced at the players who were clearly feeling a sense of security under the countless defensive buildings. The Prophet said, "These defensive buildings are only to protect our main city while we fight against the tricks wholeheartedly. It is nothing but a foolish dream to hope to win by relying on the defense towers that remain stationary." Prophet, have you seen the outcome of this battle? Yuan Mao, one of the presidents of the three major guilds, asked. Of course. The Prophet nodded slightly and said meaningfully, "Although there will be sacrifices, as long as we work together, victory will eventually belong to us." Yijian Tianxia on the side paused slightly when he heard the words, but did not say anything. He just picked up his spear and walked up to the top of the city wall silently. Behind him, 216 players, more than 400 heroes of different qualities and levels gathered in one place. These are the last forces of the three major guilds. They are also the main force to kill Guile in the time and space barrier in the upcoming war. Most of them will die, including Yijian Tianxia and will give his life to defeat evil. The survivors will always remember their heroic deeds and appreciate their bravery and fearlessness. And the Prophet will take over their identities and status and hold the entire District 4297 firmly in his hands. This is how the world is. Heroes give everything, while scheming men gain everything. This has been an eternal truth since the birth of mankind. The heavy atmosphere before the war covered the entire camp. Finally, accompanied by the chilling wind of death, an endless line of white bones suddenly appeared from the distance where the sky and earth met. Then, countless armies of the undead pressed towards everyone. Chapter 78, All Races and Worlds, the Strongest 7th Level. It's just like the heroic team that saves the world in a vernacular novel. The Prophet holding a staff stood beside Ijin Tianxia, with countless lords and heroes crowding behind him, staring directly at the surging undead army that seemed to have no end in sight. Everyone silently took out their weapons. Kill, accompanied by a loud shout from Yijian Xiangxia. This team, which included many well-known strong men including the Prophet, Yuan Mao, Ji Bai, and even Xingyin Miao Miao, actually gave up the advantage of the city wall and took the initiative to launch an attack on the Legion where Lu Ge was. Bane and Varen, who saw this scene, immediately let out silent roars. In an instant, a rain of flaming arrows poured down from the sky, densely covering the small team of less than 1,000 people. Shield, accompanied by a loud shout from Yijian Xiangxia. Countless powerful magic and chi shields rose up, but they only lasted for less than a few seconds before being shattered by the death power attached to the rain of arrows. The weaker lords were shot to death on the spot, and countless heroes died without even having the chance to display their abilities. But perhaps times of life and death can be the reason for giving birth to infinite courage. These players did not show any fear at all. Instead, they charged forward even faster, with a ferocious look on their faces that showed they had no fear of death. Unfortunately, the undead have no respect for heroes. Kill them all. At the command of Melthagad, countless skeleton warriors ran with sharp axes in hand. High-level necromancers condensed bone spears, and death knights rode on skeleton horses, wielding swords flashing with icy blue light, and fiercely charged at the reckless people who attempted to challenge the scourge. Slowed down method. Prevent resurrection. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. When Yijian Tianxia, who was at the forefront, came into close combat with a death knight, the Prophet waved his magic wand and released his specially prepared big move without hesitation. The next moment, the countless undead armies that were rushing forward seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and their movements suddenly became extremely slow. Yijian Xiangxia casually fired his gun and sent the Death Knight rushing in front of him flying. He also knocked down countless skeleton warriors who were following closely behind him. Then a dragon-shaped gust of wind swept out, instantly killing all the undead within dozens of meters in front of him. Many players and heroes took advantage of this opportunity and charged forward madly, with Ijin Tianxia as a sword. In a moment, countless broken limbs and debris were flying all over the sky, and a large number of high-level spells and skills poured out as if they were free of charge, and they managed to carve out a path of skeletons in the endless waves of undead. But it's pointless. Let me see how much mana you rats have. Melthagad, the nominal captain of the Legion, smiled cruelly. The next moment, more undead hordes surged up in black mass. No matter how the heroic team hacked and killed, all they could see were layers of undead walls. The speed of breaking through began to slow down at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they themselves were trapped in heavy encirclement, with people screaming as they were strangled. No, there are too many casualties. Ji Bai swung his sword madly. The rare-level battle energy skill transformed into a huge moonblade that rushed straight into the tide of undead, carrying countless killings. However, the small gap that had just been torn was filled with more undead in an instant. There were still a lot of undead creatures in front of him, and there was no possibility of moving forward. In contrast, the heroes and players around him kept falling down, and the fallen heroes and players would actually turn into undead and get up again to become their enemies. Ji Bai was caught off guard and took several attacks, and even his own health became precarious. However, the Prophet did not show any sign of panic. He seemed to have experienced this kind of predicament countless times. He took out a scroll from his backpack calmly and tore it open. The next moment, a beam of pure white light suddenly spread out from the Prophet as the center. All the players and lords illuminated by the light had holy light marks appearing above their heads, and even the weapons in their hands shone with dazzling light. In contrast, the undead illuminated by the white light seemed to have encountered some natural enemy. The weak ones were directly scattered into a pile of skeletons, and even the strong ones like the skeleton warriors had their blood volume dropped sharply. Under the holy light badge, the health of all players began to recover rapidly, and their attacks became extremely sharp. Almost every attack could kill a large number of undead. The buff effect of Heaven's Blessing only lasts for 2 minutes. Don't save your skills, rush over quickly. The prophet shouted hurriedly. But before they could quickly regroup, 2 huge figures with wings on their backs suddenly appeared in the crowd. With a light wave of their sickles, several players and heroes were killed on the spot. It's the god of death, followed by the prophet's shout. A player quickly released his own characteristics, and the next moment, chains flashing with golden light emerged from the void and locked onto the body of the god of death. The Grim Reaper bound by chains can neither move nor use the blink skill, so he has no choice but to use Return to Death. As the god of death returned to death, the chain also collapsed into the air because it lost its target. Hurry, only 3 seconds. Some people shouted like this. The 2 high-level heroes fiercely cast 2 sealing magics towards the place where the Grim Reaper returned. The next moment, the Grim Reaper who had just returned from death was directly sealed into the void. However, for the first time, something beyond the predictions of the prophet happened. With a bang, the god of death who was supposed to be sealed in the void actually broke out from the void and swung the scythe in his hand, killing a large number of players on the spot. It was not until then that the prophet saw the faint flickering of dark green light on the body of the Grim Reaper, the same light as that on the other low-level undead spirits of trickery. It's the anti-magic plating. The prophet almost vomited blood. He couldn't understand why the ultimate soldier, the Grim Reaper, had such a thing on him. However, it was too late for the prophet to react. The Grim Reaper started to kill people in the crowd. No matter if they were players or lords, they were basically killed by the Grim Reaper's amazing damage. There was no other way. In order to prevent everyone from being annihilated by the hands of the god of death, the prophet could only give the order with hatred. The 4 mysterious soldiers who had previously surrounded Red Bean Biscuits and were holding 2-handed giant swords suddenly uttered loud chants. Immediately afterwards, raging flames began to burn on the bodies of the 4 mysterious soldiers. As the fire burned, rays of holy light pierced through the dark clouds and illuminated the 4 red-clad soldiers, as well as all the players and heroes around them. The next moment, dang, it was a loud bang. The soul fire of the 2 death gods surged violently. As if surprised, he looked at the sacred figure in front of him who was holding a crossed sword, with white wings on his back, and blocking his sickle with a look of compassion. Shockingly, it was one of the most powerful 7th-tier troops in all races and worlds. The Angel. Chapter 79 Death. Kill them for me. Army name, Angel. Level, 7th level. HP, 12,000/12,000. Mana, 8,000/8,000. Attack power, 1,500 to 1,500. Movement speed, 9. Characteristic, 1. Ultimate unit. This unit is immune to 80 damage from non-ultimate units and non-hero units. 2. Holy Flame. Adds sacred burning damage to the target when attacking. Inflicts an additional 8 of the target's maximum health and sacred damage for 3 seconds and causes double damage to dark camp targets. 3. Clean Body. Immune to negative effects. 4. Divine Creatures. Immune to instant death skills, and the damage received each time will not exceed 30 of the maximum health. 5. Flying. This unit is a flying unit. Skill. Flash. You can instantly appear anywhere within your sight. Cost. 100 mana. Cooldown. 0.8 seconds. Judgment. The next attack will have a judgment effect, causing 1 to 7 times the attack's true damage depending on the target's level difference. If the target is a dark faction life, it will cause double damage. Cost. 1,000 mana. Cooldown. 60 seconds. Mass Resurrection. Resurrects all nearby friendly units that have been dead for no more than 12 seconds. Heroic targets cannot be resurrected. Cost. 1,000 mana. Cooldown. 12 hours. Divine Healing. Restores target's attack power 2 health points and increases target's health limit and attack power by 30, lasting 12 seconds. Cost. 500 mana. Cooldown. 12 seconds. Mass Blessing. increases the target's attack power by 30 points and armor by 30 points, and reduces skill cooldown by 20 for 60 seconds. Cost, 10 mana points. Cooldown, none. Heavenly Blessing. Heavenly Holy Light descends upon all friendly targets within the range. Within 3 seconds, it restores health equal to the player's own attack power and mana equal to 50 of health per second to friendly targets, clearing negative effects of darkness. Basic mana cost, 2,000. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Introduction. The heroic spirits of the human race have passed through the reincarnation pool of Cloud City, cleansed of all sins and evil thoughts, and promoted to heroic spirits. They walk in the world to maintain order and peace and implement the faith of light. No matter what kind of evil it is, it will be cleansed by the holy flame of the angel, the strongest in the human camp. It is also the most powerful branch of the army in the light camp. All the players and heroes trapped in the siege stared in horror at the holy figure in the sky that was firmly fighting against the god of death. As the white wings spread out, countless holy lights of heaven containing rich divine power descended from the sky, shining on almost every player and hero of the decapitation team. Under the illumination of the holy light of heaven, the vitality and mana of the people, which were almost exhausted a moment ago, were almost instantly replenished. Even a few negative states on their bodies disappeared without a trace. This is the angel, the ultimate human soldier, a force that can change the course of a war. Although in the previous prophet picture, the prophet has seen the coming of this holy figure more than once. But until the angel actually appeared before him, and he could use it for his own purposes, the incomparable pleasure of controlling the ultimate type of troops still struck the prophet's brain like an electric current. Unfortunately, of the 4 holy gospel blessed ones, only 2 angels were offered, and they can only last for 1 day. But even 1 day is enough. After all, this is a 7th level soldier. I thought so happily in my heart. The prophet loudly awakened the players and heroes who were still immersed in the holy light of heaven. What are you still standing there for? Keep attacking. Oh, cheers resounded throughout the team. The angel also cast a blessing at this time. Although 30 points of attack power are insignificant to the heroes, when this number is added with 30 points of armor, it is far more than just 1+1. What's more, there's a 20 skill cooldown reduction, which is the power of Angel's blessing. In an instant, the people who had gradually fallen into despair once again burst out with infinite morale and rushed towards the undead army in front of them. Melthagad's face turned pale when he saw this scene. Looking at the disgusting holy figure in the sky, the humiliating history of countless heroes of the undead race being oppressed by angels for many years immediately came to the mind of the white-haired lich. Do you really think that I use a bone dragon like other undead heroes? So what if they are angels? They're just a bunch of useless assistants. Death killed them for me, accompanied by Melthagad's arrogant shout. The god of death swung his scythe without hesitation and slashed fiercely at the ultimate life in front of him. As for the angels, there's no need to say much. During the long time of their existence, the ultimate dark creature in the dark camp, the death god, has always been the mortal enemy of the angels. The deathly aura of the Grim Reaper's scythe collided with the Holy Cross, sword burning with pure white holy flames. The shock waves created by the 2 terrifying attacks severely shook the soldiers of both sides fighting below. Even if it was just the aftermath, it caused massive damage. However, the god of death did not care about the casualties caused to his own side. He did not hesitate at all with the scythe in his hand. If one blow failed, he would strike again and again, continuously chopping at the angel's holy sword. Although angels are one of the most powerful types of soldiers in this world that can restrain the undead, when it comes to the ultimate soldiers, especially the ultimate soldiers at the level of the Grim Reaper, a mere doubling of the damage restraint is just an additional characteristic and is not enough to reverse the power gap between the 2 sides. Strong is strong, weak is weak. For the top ultimate soldiers, the real contest is neither damage nor defense, but who can hit the other, like a shadow, with a hit of death's ultimate skill. In the elusive flash of the Grim Reaper, the 2 angels clearly began to fall into a disadvantage. Although the angels themselves also have the same flashing skills as the Grim Reaper, the 0.8 second cooldown time still became an important weight that overwhelmed the balance of victory between the 2 sides. When the white-haired lich saw this scene, he felt as if he had plunged into ice water and his whole body was shaking with pleasure. What about attribute restraint? The so-called angels are just those who have more tolerance for mistakes by relying on their characteristics as divine creatures. They may be able to persist for a long time in front of the god of death, but they can never defeat the god of death's following. Ha 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 ha. Is this what it feels like to not have to flee like a puppy being chased by angels on a frontal battlefield? I, the omniscient Lich Malthusad, am not only the first Lich in the history of the undead realm to command the god of death, but also the first Lich in the undead realm to command the god of death to defeat the angels. My name will go down in history forever, Wakakaka. Chapter 80 Legion of Revenge. Of course, although it's great to be able to defeat the angels in the ultimate arms battle, this is a battlefield, although it is only a matter of time before death triumphs. But Melthagad had no intention of getting carried away. Or rather, as a hero of the undead, Melthagad had been practicing the traditional skills of the undead from beginning to end. That is, if we can fight unfairly, we will never fight unfairly. The whole army, accompanied by a shout from Melthagad. Countless flame skeleton archers raised the flaming arrows in their hands. Emission is tilde. The rain of arrows that covered the sky was like a rainstorm, instantly covering a huge area of nearly 1,000 meters in radius. The angels who had just finished flashing under the attack of the god of death were shot by countless flaming arrows as soon as they appeared. Even if the damage of each arrow was negligible, when dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of arrows hit at the same time, just the 3 or 4 points of real damage added by the death attack was already a very scary value. Almost in an instant, the health bars of the two angels suddenly dropped sharply. The heroes and players protected by the angels also suffered heavy casualties under this wave of arrow rain. This is the most terrifying thing about the Undead Legion. Although they always win ugly, no one can deny that. Looking at the entire world, only the undead can overwhelm the ultimate arms with the number of their legions. Immune control? If you don't accept it, you will die. Able to flash and have recovery skills? It doesn't matter at all. With such an absolute number, even if 1,000,000 soldiers stood here and let you slaughter them, how many could you kill? What does it matter if you restore more health? No matter how often you restore your health bar, how much mana do you have and how many times can you perform divine healing? As long as the war rages, the Undead Legion stands. Even if you're a true god, you can never defeat a Scourge-level undead army head-on. Keep preparing. In the shouting of the white-haired Lich, tens of thousands of flame skeleton archers once again pulled their bowstrings to full strength, and a new wave of rain of arrows was brewing again. Just as Malthusad was leading the army of death and the undead to encircle and destroy the angels and the decapitation army of the players. On the other side, Sylvanas, also leading a huge army of the dead, was attacking the gathering place of all the players' main cities. Although at this moment, most of the players and heroes from the 3 major guilds have already joined the beheading army. However, as the main city where players gather, the defense forces reserved by the 3 major guilds here are not weak at all. Not only are there 5 players who are extremely skilled in Legion command, they're also stationed in the 4 directions and center of the entire city. In this city, apart from a very small number of advanced soldiers with special effects that were incorporated into the beheading legion, all the players from the 3 major guilds, and even all the soldiers and legions of the Prophet himself, were gathered. Right now, this war fortress, which was temporarily renovated from the residents of the 3 major guilds, is stronger than any castle or fortress in the past. Not only does it have more than 700 defensive buildings of various types, but also has nearly 100,000 troops recruited by all players who have spent all their resources to fight for their lives. If anyone wants to capture this terrifying war fortress, it will be a terrifying and long tug of war. However, the person leading the siege at this moment was Sylvanas, who had just been promoted to the Queen of Vengeance. The sick white hands covered by the black robe pulled the bowstring tightly. As wave after wave of undead attacks failed, Sylvanas suddenly shot a huge black-purple arrow of revenge at the city wall, where the people were most densely populated. The next moment, the arrows of revenge began to split rapidly in flight. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a rain of tens of thousands of arrows that were like an army of one man, and fiercely flung towards the city wall. Tens of thousands of black and purple energy arrows struck down densely. Ordinary soldiers couldn't even withstand a single energy arrow and fell to the ground instantly as the huge value rose above their heads. Even a being with a strong life force, after being hit by an arrow, would be shocked to find that it could no longer move and could only watch the rain of arrows that followed, shooting at it one after another, until its life was reduced to zero. The dense rain of arrows lasted for 3 seconds before it ended. As the rain of arrows dispersed, the walls covered by the rain of arrows were already littered with corpses. Thousands of soldiers of various races lay on the ground like hedgehogs covered with black and purple spikes, completely lifeless. The player guarding the city wall had no idea that he had made a fatal mistake. He did not mobilize the defense shield to resist these ordinary soldiers who were insignificant in his eyes. He also did not immediately notice the dark aura rising from the dead soldiers. To him, the death of thousands of soldiers was just a tiny part of this huge battlefield. His attention was always on the main gate, which was attacked most fiercely by the Undead Legion. He watched with fear the gate was in danger every time by the Undead Legion. So, when no one is noticing, groups of figures completely black and holding sharp blades slowly woke up from the corpses of the killed soldiers. Although they were born from insignificant ordinary soldiers, under the powerful blessing of Sylvanus, the attributes of each vengeful spirit are comparable to a 4th-level soldier with outstanding attack. Countless arrows of revenge suddenly erupted from the city walls that should have been silent. Sylvanus looked coldly at the vengeful spirits who were constantly slaughtering on the city walls, and then looked at the new figures who were killed by the vengeful spirits, and then were influenced by her power to become vengeful spirits again and join the Legion of Vengeance. She knew that the outcome of this war was already decided, and that is indeed the case. Under the rapidly growing army of vengeful spirits, but in just a dozen minutes, the entire city wall had fallen into the hands of the Revenge Army. The players, who had just reacted at this moment, hurriedly tried to mobilize the Legion to contain the sudden outbreak of revenge. But by now, it was already too late. In the end, to the astonishment that the player could not understand until his death, one side of the wall of this super fortress only held out for less than a few dozen minutes before it completely fell to countless vengeful spirits. What the reinforcements who received the message saw were just ruins and a legion of vengeance who were killing everywhere and fearlessly following the Undead Legion. Chapter 81, There is Danger in the Rear. Return quickly. The army of revenge is advancing. Under the leadership of Sylvanus, countless vengeful spirits and skeleton legions rushed in along the collapsed city walls. Although the other players who came to support fought desperately, they were still defeated under the impact of the astonishing number of undead armies and vengeful spirits. Especially the Soul of Vengeance and the Plague of the Undead. The characteristics of the two are really too shameless. The number of the Undead Legion far exceeds the number of the Guild, and the soldiers killed by their own side will continue to be transformed into Souls of Vengeance or Undead and thrown into the opponent's camp. Especially those vengeful spirits. Although with their mana, they can only release 2 rains of vengeance arrows, and their overall power and range are only 1/3 of Sylvanus' original body. But they still couldn't withstand their huge numbers. The first thing each vengeful soul did when it was born was to release 2 rains of vengeful arrows. Thousands, or even tens of thousands of vengeful souls bombarded the sky and ground with falling vengeful arrows. Even a magic shield supported by the top defensive buildings were meaningless. Large numbers of guild soldiers were killed under the rain of revenge arrows. After being killed, the guild soldiers will be transformed into new souls of vengeance, and the cycle will repeat over and over again, without any compromise. What's even more outrageous is that these vengeful spirits can not only release a rain of vengeful arrows, but their close combat capabilities are also equally strong. Even the 4th-tier soldiers have no advantage in front of the vengeful spirits. The defense line was about to retreat to the inner city, and the defensive buildings were about to be directly exposed to the attack range of the undead army. Realizing that once the defensive buildings were damaged, it would be more difficult for them to fight against the remaining players of the Undead Legion. They could no longer bear the pressure of defeat and quickly sent a message for help to the Decapitation Legion on the front line. So, the leaders of the Beheading Corps, who were shouting and fighting fiercely, suddenly received news that the rear had fallen. This is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Once the rear falls, all of their main cities will be destroyed by the undead army. Without the main city, all their system functions will be unusable. Even if they can win this war, they will surely die if they lose their territory. The sudden situation was far beyond everyone's expectations. Even the prophet never expected that the rear would fall at this time. But how is this possible? Clearly, according to previous predictions, although the rear suffered heavy losses, they still managed to hold out until the time when they killed Guejua, thanks to their strong fortifications. This is what happened when the rear fell, and it was also what happened when the Grim Reaper resisted the seal. One after another, unexpected events beyond the predicted picture occurred one after another, which made the prophet, who had never doubted his own characteristics since awakening them, waver in his predictions for the first time. However, the real battlefield does not give people more time to reflect. As the army rushed in, they were already trapped in the heart of the undead army. From all directions, countless undead armies had surrounded them. Even if they wanted to retreat, it was too late. Moreover, even if you can retreat, you absolutely cannot retreat. Once they retreated, all the efforts he had made would be wasted. Without the Holy Spirit of the Gospel and the light items, they would never have the chance to kill Gigi again. Even if they managed to escape, they would still be doomed in front of Gigi's undead legion. Fortunately, at this moment, only he, Yijian Xiangxia, and the presidents of the three major guilds knew the news of the fall of the rear, so there is still a possibility of fighting to the death. I have notified Bloodroar to come back for help immediately. Even if one side of the fortress wall has collapsed, the defensive buildings inside the fortress are still there. As long as Bloodroar comes back to help, no matter how bad the situation in the rear gets, Bloodroar will definitely be able to buy us some time. So we absolutely cannot retreat at this moment, and we absolutely cannot let others know about the danger in the rear. While casting spells to kill all the undead in front of him, the prophet quickly called the president's minds back to their senses in the temporary management channel. Once the news of the fall of the rear is spread, the morale of the entire team will collapse. In a war of this magnitude, morale not only determines victory or defeat, but also affects our life and death. Now, we can only go all out. We understand this. Don't underestimate us, prophet. Qingyi Miao Miao released a healing magic while panting. While restoring the life of a player who was about to die under the skeleton warrior's axe, he quickly said in the management channel, "We believe in Bloodroar, and we believe that we will never lose." Yijian Xiangxia said nothing. Suddenly, a blood-red energy aura emerged from his whole body, which was completely different from the previous green wind-based fighting spirit. In an instant, Yijian Xiangxia's attack speed and attack power suddenly increased by more than double. Countless undead spirits blocking the crowd were blown away, creating a large space for advancement. Beheading continued, but for the players in danger at the rear, and even for Bloodhowl, the decision of the prophet and others was not good news. Roar, roar, roar. The Bloodclaw Legion, whose entire bodies were enveloped in the spirit of war, swung the giant axes in their hands wantonly. Although in the previous war, the people of the Balanced Society relied on their advantage in military strength and the extraordinary bravery of the metrologist himself, and barely fought on equal terms with Bloodroar. However, as the battle progressed, the insurmountable command gap between the metrologist and Bloody Howl soon became apparent. Compared to Bloodroar's near-perfect battlefield command, he can seize any fleeting opportunity and turn it into his advantage. The metrologist who led the Balance Army could only control the battle situation by assigning tasks. Even if he found the weakness of the Orc Legion, he couldn't react quickly and let this newly formed legion expand its advantage. However, his own fighting ability was not as strong as Red Bean Biscuit to change the situation of the battle. With the two combined, the balance of victory gradually began to shift towards Bloody Roar, and Bloodhowl was slowly accumulating advantages. As the Orc Legion finally began to gain the upper hand in the overall situation, Bloodhowl launched his epic command skills without hesitation. The Bloodclaw Orcs, covered with the fighting spirit, can almost be said to be killing anyone who stands in their way, and even gods who stand in their way. Even if there is dispel magic to dispel the fighting spirit state, Bloodroar can quickly command the shaman to restore the health of those Bloodclaw Orcs who have exited the fighting spirit state, greatly reducing the damage to the Bloodclaw Orcs. Bloodroar saw it very clearly. No matter how much the Lords of the Balanced Society lead the way, under the absolutely disadvantageous situation, in half an hour at most, this huge army, which although huge in number, but has its morale reduced due to the mixture of various races, will completely collapse without a fight due to its low morale. Although the unexpected effort took some time, the final situation was not beyond Bloodroar's control. However, just as Bloodhowl began to command the Kodo beasts to beat the drums of war, preparing to launch the final general attack and completely establish the victory. The rear has been occupied. Return quickly. The 6 short and quick words immediately made Shuaho's pupils shrink. This so-called rear is not just the rear of the 3 major guilds and the prophets. As he decided to stand in the prophets' camp, in order to prevent his main city from being massacred by the undead scourge, Bloodhowl also moved his main city to the rear fortress. Once the rear fortress is breached, thinking of this, Bloodhowl no longer cared about the victory that was within his grasp. He quickly rode on a 2-legged flying dragon and began to mobilize the army to come to the rescue. Chapter 82 is over trick, as Blood Roar issued the evacuation order. As the orc army approached step by step, the members of the Balanced Society, who clearly felt that they were almost doomed to fail, suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a lot fewer orcs in front of them. Guaisho was even more overjoyed and shouted to the metrologist, "Blood Roar doesn't have many troops left. We are going to win." Idiot. It's obviously Blood Roar retreating. He cursed loudly, feeling very disappointed with his friend. Under the latter's confused gaze, the metrologist didn't care about the blood on his body and madly hit the 2 orcs in front of him to death with his magic wand, and quickly rushed towards the distance where Blood Roar had disappeared long ago and the orc army that was evacuating in an orderly manner. He shouted angrily, "Hold bloody roar! Don't let them escape. Although if we continue to fight, we will definitely lose the war. But it doesn't matter. No matter what Bloodhowl's purpose is in wanting to leave the battle, my goal is to prevent the enemy from achieving his goal," so the metrologist gave the order to obstruct him without hesitation. In an instant, under the metrologist's command, the Balanced Society's army only raised its arms slightly, and then, under the leadership of each of them, they once again attacked the orc army in front of them. But what greeted them was not the easy and carefree pursuit of deserters as they had imagined. Although most of the orc legions had begun to evacuate, even the very few orcs who remained in place did not realize that they had been abandoned. They allowed the Balanced Society's tens of thousands of troops to attack them in turn, but they still fought to the death. Final. No one expected that such a small team, relying on the terrain, could resist the Balanced Society army, which was more than 10 times its number, for more than 20 minutes. They failed to allow the metrologist to advance even a single step, until the last orc fell to the ground. The metrologist then looked at the orc corpses all over the ground in disbelief, and finally realized the biggest gap between himself and Bloodhowl. However, despite his admiration, the metrologist will not show any mercy to Bloody Roar. On the contrary, looking at the direction where Bloodhowl and the Orc Legion had left, having already disappeared without a trace, the metrologist punched the stone wall next to him fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "Keep chasing." Frontal battlefield, leaning on the throne, surrounded by countless undead armies. Through the farsightedness skill, I watched the proud performance of the decapitation squad as they fought bloody battles among the undead army. Lu Gu, indeed, had a new respect for them. After all, in Lu Ji's impression, these players from the real world often become very ugly when facing their own interests or life and death. Cowardice, selfishness, fear escape. They only want others to take on the most dangerous things. Even though they know that the lips and teeth are interdependent, they're still unwilling to be the one to stand up. However, the reality is so reversed. It is even completely different from the bad nature of human beings that Lu Gu imagined. Whether it's physical courage or any other kind of courage, being able to come here and fight to this extent has made me live up to my reputation. It's a pity that you are just pawns of the prophet. Looking at the crowd, there was a prophet who followed closely behind Yijin Tianxia, as if he had already merged with the 3 major guilds. Lu Gu suddenly remembered the appearance of the prophet who had first joined the Balanced Society. Actively proved to Lu Gu that Lu Gu was qualified to lead the Balanced Society, actively popularized the strength of the 4 lords to the people of the Balanced Society, actively made plans and suggestions. It is exactly the same as the role he is currently playing in the 3 major guilds. It really is a strange feeling, as if you were watching your own story replaying itself. But is this the best the white-haired lich can do? He took a look at the battlefield and saw the white-haired lich who was commanding the army arrogantly and shouting loudly. Although from the battle up to now, the white-haired lich seems to have caused huge casualties to these warriors who attempted to carry out the decapitation plan. But the fact is no matter how tragic and shocking these casualties seem. But there's only one thing that has not changed. That is, the distance between them and Lu Gu is getting closer and closer, even though they looked more miserable than each other. Although the team had nearly 1,000 people at the beginning, less than a third of them are now left. However, Trick, accompanied by the prophet's loud shouting at the top of his lungs. The white-haired lich, who was feeling smug, suddenly turned his head away in disbelief, as if he was a rooster whose throat was strangled. The prophet and others, who were originally surrounded by countless undead spirits, had unexpectedly approached within 2 kilometers of Lu Gu without him knowing it. Even without the help of skills, Lu Gu seemed to be able to vaguely hear the prophets shouting with just his ears. Melphagad's mind went blank. Mass teleportation magic? Or mass jump magic? Or other space transfer skills? Melphagad's mind was blank, and he quickly wanted to look through the treasury of all knowledge that could explain this strange phenomenon. However, before she could find the answer, she saw in disbelief that a diamond-shaped gem that was emitting brilliant light had already appeared in the prophet's hand. In an instant, the nearly omniscient Melphagad recognized the identity and function of the gem at a glance. Not good, master trickery. However, before Melphagad's voice could be heard, "It's over, the trick," followed by the prophet's hearty laughter. An invisible space barrier suddenly appeared with the prophet as the center, covering everything within a radius of 5.5 kilometers in an instant. Chapter 83, Give You Some Motivation. Spacebound. Boundary? Or is it some weird magic? Looking up, the light waves were flowing, but they seemed to be frozen by something, and there was no trace of moving dark clouds. Lu Gu quickly glanced at his skill bar and the items in his backpack, and as expected, he discovered that almost all space-related skills and items had turned into unusable gray and white. This means that under this mysterious barrier, all space teleportation skills and even props cannot be used, thus directly eliminating the possibility of escape. This was expected. After all, no matter how powerful a feature was, it would be meaningless if it couldn't hit anyone. Honestly, facing the upcoming heroes as the big villain, I was a little nervous. Master Trickery. In stark contrast to Lyoga's leisurely state was Melphagad's fear. Although she was commanding the Legion on the front line, the coverage of the tiers of time and space was so large that even she was trapped inside. However, at this moment, Melphagad had no intention of joking around. The moment she saw the tiers of time and space, she already understood what tricks the prophet and his men were playing. In the past, Melphagad didn't care about Lyoga's life or death because she knew very well that her lord had many incredible ways to save his life. No matter how recklessly she acts and how she repeatedly incites others, even when facing an unbeatable opponent, her lord can at least save his life. However, the tears of the goddess of time and space are different, although it is just an epic prop. However, as a space-oriented prop, the space-time barrier formed by the tears of the goddess of space and time is absolutely solid and indestructible. Because the space is directly locked, people inside and outside the barrier cannot pass through the barrier, use space-related skills in it, or use space-related skills to enter it. Even some special resurrections that allow people to be resurrected in the main city or other places after death cannot be used. Those who died within the space barrier, even their souls would be bound within the space barrier, and there would be absolutely no possibility of escape. What's even more terrifying is that the duration of the strong barrier is as long as 6 hours. This means that during these 6 hours, the people within the barrier will be completely isolated from the rest of the world, and no matter what happens, there will be no second choice. Do you want to kill Master Trickery in this way? Don't even think about it. Although the loyalty is only 70 points, which is worrying. However, Melphagad is the type of lord who is completely devoted to you, for whom 70 loyalty is enough. If it were any other lord, their loyalty would drop to negative numbers in a matter of minutes. It's so hard to meet such an interesting lord. Melphagad will never let him be killed. With this thought in mind, Melphagad quickly commanded the army and rushed towards Lyoga's location regardless of everything. The same was true for Bane Bellin. After noticing that the space was locked, he immediately realized that this was a huge conspiracy against Lu Gu. Compared to Melphagad, Bane and Varen were 100 loyal heroes who regarded Lyoga as more loyal than themselves. When they realized that Lyoga might be in danger, they immediately issued orders to the undead regardless of anything, trying to ensure Lyoga's safety. However, Lu Gu, who was the target of all means, was the calmest person at this moment. When Lu Gu had seen through the characteristics of Yijian Tianxia, he had almost guessed what the prophet wanted to do with him. After all, no matter how strong the characteristics were, they were only the power of the characteristics, not the power of Yijian Tianxia itself. If Lu Gu cannot be completely killed within the duration of the characteristic, all the arrangements made by the prophet will be in vain. Therefore, in addition to having the power to kill himself, he must also have the power to restrict his escape. Therefore, for Lu Gu, who had been prepared for a long time, there was nothing surprising whether it was a simple ban on teleportation or the tears of the goddess of time and space that even blocked the space. On the contrary, he was surprised that the prophet would use such means to limit himself. He originally thought that he would be pulled directly into a small space where only their own people were present, where he would face the cheating Yijian Tianxia and countless mad dog-like players and heroes alone, performing a tragic song of the devil. But he didn't expect that the prophet left so many subordinates behind. Taking a look at the nearly 200,000 troops that were enveloped by the time and space barrier, there was also the god of death, Melthagad, Varen, Bane, and others. Lu Gu began to worry about them. Even if no more troops can come in, with just these few of you, can you be a match for an army of 200,000? Forget it. I'll give you some motivation. I thought so in my heart. Although he could no longer teleport, Lu Gu was still able to fly. He directly summoned the old monsters to carry himself above the prophet and his companions. Ignore the prophet's surprised and stunned expressions. Lu Gu stretched out his hand slowly, aimed at a beautiful figure in the crowd, and tapped lightly. Kacha! A flash of blood red lightning flashed and disappeared. People who didn't understand why Lu Gu took the initiative to run in front of them were just about to launch a verbal attack on Lu Gu, who had fallen into their trap. Ah! A scream. In the look of Yijian Xiangxia, who suddenly became stunned. The figure who had always been protected by Yijian Tianxia, with a tough look and a noble soul, as if he would never yield to any evil and injustice, fell to the ground like an ordinary mortal without any drama or reversal. It's worthy of being a god-level skill produced by the god of thieves. Lu Gu said with emotion, break resurrection, break resistance, break all characteristics and effects that block attacks. Once hit, it will definitely kill the target. The only disadvantage is the extremely long cooldown time and the need to hit the target, so it is difficult to easily kill someone as powerful as you. One sword conquers the world. Even though I can't survive, your mistress has to be buried with me. A sword conquers the world without a word. It was just an extremely heavy feeling of pain and anger, which enveloped the entire world amid Lu Ji's resounding laughter. Chapter 84. The Final Battle. 1. Not good. One sword will conquer the world. The prophet who saw this scene looked at Yijian Tianxia, the source of the aura, in horror and shouted loudly. Don't fall for the trick. Yijian Tianxia, you. The words haven't finished yet. Yijian Xiangxia had already flown up and stabbed Lu Gu in the air. There was a sound of bang. Lu Gu was pierced through the chest without any resistance. But because it was a game, this terrible injury was more likely to cause a critical hit, but had no effect on winning the game with one blow. On the contrary, under the damage transfer, Lu Ji's health bar could be said to have not moved at all. But when Melthagad saw this scene, it was completely different. Master trickery! Melthagad shouted, and the two Grim Reapers immediately left the angel behind and appeared behind Yijian Xiangxia in an instant. He raised the sickle in his hand high and launched a fatal attack, slashing at Yijian Xiangxia's back. Many undead also became violent and madly attacked the decapitation team's defense line. Seeing this, the prophet didn't bother to say anything more. The situation has completely gone beyond his control, especially the fact that Jie is no longer hiding behind the army and waiting for their attack as predicted before, but is taking the initiative to attack and even killing Qing in Miao Miao. These are all terrible events that were beyond the prophet's prediction. But no matter what, Yijian Tianxia is the absolute key to killing the conspiracy. We must not let Yijian Tianxia die here before he can use that characteristic. Think of this. The prophet shouted, and the angel, whose health was already in danger, had a flash in front of the god of death again to help Yijian Xiangxia block the attack of the god of death. At the same time, even the gospel inquisitors, who had not taken any action at the most critical moment, opened their invincible shields at this moment, firmly blocking out the surging undead around them. One sword for the world. Wake up! The prophet shouted, "This is all a conspiracy of deception. Don't let anger control you." The characteristics of Yijianxiangxia make the usage conditions extremely harsh. It requires the noble character, the will to be a hero, the feeling of being trapped in a desperate situation and the hope to save the world, and countless other factors to truly unleash the full potential of your personality. It is precisely because of the extremely harsh conditions of use that Yijianxiangxia was able to retain the last chance to use his characteristics. Otherwise, with Yijianxiangxia's unsparing temperament, he would have used up all the characteristics in the previous war. However, this also became Yijianxiangxia's fatal weakness. Those who are enveloped by anger and revenge are not worthy of carrying people's prayers for heroes. Even if it is forcibly launched, it will never be able to kill the trick. The prophet is afraid of this, so he keeps trying to awaken Yijianxiangxia's reason. Unfortunately, he underestimated Qing Yi Miao Miao's significance to Yijianxiangxia. It is no exaggeration to say that for Yijian Tianxia, Qing Yi Miao Miao is everything to him. Whether it is to save the hearts of the people in the world, or is it the responsibility to not fear the powerful and always protect the weak? Everything, in fact, comes more from Qing Yi Miao Miao's indoctrination. It is also because Qing Yi Miao Miao wants to become such a person that Yijian Tianxia will become a hero in people's eyes. But now, the reason why Yijianxiangxia was the source of all this is gone. Facing the happy, smiling Lu Ge, Yijian Tianxia's heart was filled with grief at this moment. It was extreme pain and anger. In Yijian Tianxia's eyes at this moment, there was only Lu Ge in his world. Trick, accompanied by Yijianxiangxia's hysterical roar. The blood-red fighting spirit rose into the sky, and the epic spear was pulled out from Lu Ji's body in one fell swoop. Then, Lu Ji's head was grabbed with one hand, and Lu Ge was smashed into the ground from the air. It was a loud bang. Countless undead skeletons were killed by the aftermath. Yijian Tianxia raised the spear high, and the spear wrapped in countless blood-red sharp points pierced straight down. It nailed Lu Ge to the ground with a bang. Boom! The ground cracked. A shocking minus 15,000 damage rose from Lu Ji's head. This was the highest damage value ever dealt by a player, but was meaningless. One sword conquers the world, followed by a roar. A figure wearing armor and holding a heavy, dragon-slaying sword slammed into Yijianxiangxia like a meteor. Yijianxiangxia, who was fully focused on Lu Ge, had no time to react before he was knocked away by the figure. His full health bar was emptied in an instant, leaving only the last drop of life value that seemed to be maintained by some life-saving item, which barely saved Yijianxiangxia's life. The prophet who saw this scene was furious. Regardless of the angel's precarious situation, he immediately ordered the angel to release the divine healing technique that had just cooled down on Yijian Tianxia. However, this also completely destroyed the life of an angel. The Grim Reaper seized the opportunity and swung his sword. The angel, who only had less than 20 of his health left, turned into a ball of holy light and exploded in the air. Faced with two death gods, the remaining angel was suddenly unable to withstand the attack and could only flee in the air in a panic. "What are you doing, idiot? Go protect Master Trickery first." Melthagad saw this and started cursing in anger. "It's already this time, and you're still thinking about dealing with the angels?" But the Grim Reaper in the sky turned a deaf ear to this and just continued to chase the fleeing angel, because they have received a higher level instruction from Lu Ge to clear the angels. This also gave the prophet a great relief. Although the fall of the ultimate soldier made the prophet heartbroken, these two angels were only limited time items. As long as they could delay the cunning god of death, it would not be a disgrace to summon them at a heavy price. But the current crisis has not yet been resolved. Seeing that he was alone and trapped in the army of undead, he still chose to attack Lu Ji's sword again. And the Red Bean Biscuit, who stood in front of Lu Ge and guarded him, regained his former arrogant attitude and defeated Yijianxiangxia again and again. The prophet felt his mind was in chaos, and within a short period of time, he could not think of any way to awaken Yijian Tianxia. But the surrounding undead army will not give them a chance. The angels can't hold out for too long under the attack of two death gods. He has almost used up all his trump cards, and the situation is far worse than he had predicted. If Yijianxiangxia cannot activate its characteristics, They can only hold on for less than 3 minutes before being completely destroyed in the endless sea of undead. Just when the prophet was at a loss, Yuan Mao and the crowd sighed secretly. Yi Jianxiangxia stopped him and Ji Bai from going to their deaths, and after the victory, he did not kill him and Ji Bai as the losers. Although Yuan Mao is selfish, he also repays a favor. Otherwise, he would not lead the 3 major guilds to stand on the opposite side of the conspiracy again. Nor would he allow Ji Bai to use the last forbidden spell scroll to assist Jingxin Pavilion in the battlefield against Romeo and Red Bean Biscuits. If possible, he really didn't want Yi Jianxiangxia to use that feature. It is said that a hero can only appear 3 times. That is, after 3 times, this feature will completely disappear along with the user. However, the current situation no longer allowed him to hesitate any longer. Looking at the video Qingyin Miao Miao recorded before the war, it seemed as if she had already prepared for her own death. The prophet directly forwarded it to Yi Jianxiangxia. Chapter 85, Decisive Battle, Part 2. Yi Jianxiangxia, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly became stunned. It was a beautiful, sunny figure of a girl. She seemed to have anticipated her own ending long ago. So before the war started, she asked Yuan Mao to record what she wanted to say in a video. The video of the girl is very long. In the video, which is more than 20 seconds long, the girl looks playful yet serious. I'm sorry, Tianxia. I may not be able to go back with you. It's a pity, but you are truly the best person in the world. You should have brought everyone back to Blue Star by now, right? Don't forget our agreement. I am here. Why are you daydreaming on the battlefield, you bastard? Red Bean Biscuits' shouting boomed into Yi Jianxiangxia's ears. With an infinitely magnified, dragon-slaying heavy sword, filled with anger for the murder of his best friend Romeo and his own humiliation, Red Bean Biscuit launched an unreserved attack on Yi Jianxiangxia. Then, bang! The shining angel breathlessly blocked the Red Bean Biscuit attack. The next moment, 2 Grim Reapers followed closely and fiercely stabbed their scythes into the angel's scapula. The familiar light of the angel's fall suddenly exploded. Thus, the last angel of the prophet also fell into the hands of the god of death. The god of death who killed the angel, his eyes immediately ignited with blue soul fire, including Red Bean Biscuit, who had taken back the dragon-slaying sword. The 3 of them showed almost no mercy and launched an attack on Yi Jianxiangxia. One sword conquers the world. The prophet, whose attention had been on Yi Jianxiangxia, opened his eyes wide. But now he has no way to block any attacks for Yi Jianxiangxia. The angel is dead, and all means of transport have been exhausted in the previous charge. However, Yi Jianxiangxia is deeply involved in it. Under the obstruction of countless undead spirits, the prophet has no way to protect Yi Jianxiangxia at all. Just when the prophet was in despair, it was a loud bang. Red Bean Biscuit looked at the shield in front of him in surprise, which blocked the attacks of himself and the 2 death gods. For some reason, an inexplicable feeling of fear immediately rose in Red Bean Biscuit's heart. Oh, are you finally here? Lu Gu, who had already climbed up from the ground, also had a look of surprise on his face. I didn't expect that Yi Jianxiangxia could defeat his inner demons so quickly. It turns out that taking shortcuts is too unreliable. In the end, he has to fight head-on. In comparison, Lu Gu was already expected to be surprised. The white-haired lich, who was running wildly from a distance, wanting to demonstrate his loyalty to his master, turned around and ran without hesitation the moment he saw the aura emanating from Yi Jianxiangxia. What a joke, you bastard! Being born in an area with S-class forbidden spell mages is bad enough. But why, at the moment of the final battle, there are still such unreasonable mages? I'm sorry, Master Giji, this is not a question of loyalty or not. It's just that even if I did it, it would be meaningless. We had a great time together. When you were killed, and I become a wild monster and return to the realm of the dead, I will miss this short time with you. Amen. The devout lich made the sign of a cross on his chest. And then the next second, boom, a golden column of light shoots up into the sky. The terrifying divine energy swept in all directions with Yi Jianxiangxia as the center. The thick dark clouds were directly broken by the light column, creating a huge hole. The dazzling golden light illuminated from the sky. The 2 angels who had just been killed, as well as all the heroes and soldiers who had been killed by the undead before, were all resurrected at this moment. Afterwards, Yi Jianxiangxia stretched out his hand, and the epic spear turned directly into golden thunder and was held in Yi Jianxiangxia's hand. Playing tricks. Seeing this, Red Bean Biscuit gritted his teeth and attacked. But the next moment, it was a loud bang. Red Bean Biscuit flew backwards and crashed into a space barrier nearly 2 kilometers away with a loud bang, then slowly slid down along the barrier. With just one strike, all the defense and protection on Red Bean Biscuit were completely shattered. His health dropped to the bottom. The two Grim Reapers looked at each other and were about to attack. Back off! Lu Ji's voice appeared directly in the minds of the two Grim Reapers. The Grim Reaper, who didn't want to fight such a terrifying opponent, immediately flew into the air. But Yi Jianxiangxia seemed to have no intention of letting them go. His pair of pitch-black eyes focused, and 2 pitch-black rays shot out from his eyes and hit the Grim Reaper who had already leaped into the air. Sensing the danger, the Grim Reaper immediately wanted to use Flash. The space that was as warm as water seemed to be filled with cement and unbreakable at this moment. The Flash skill was released, but they did not move at all in reality. There was no time to cast Return to Death. 2 rays directly passed through the bodies of the 2 Grim Reapers. The next moment, 2 black holes rose from the places where the 2 Grim Reapers were hit, directly sucking the Grim Reapers into the pitch black holes. Everything happened in a flash. Lu Gu only had time to give the order to retreat to the God of Death. But even so, the God of Death still could not escape the clutches of Yi Jianxiangxia. The prophet who saw this scene felt relieved in an instant. No matter how many twists and turns there are, no matter how dangerous the situation is, as long as Yi Jianxiangxia can successfully exert its characteristics, then the final outcome will not change at all. And in fact, it is true. At this moment, Yi Jianxiangxia is like a god descending to the earth, completely unreasonable. One move to revive angels and heroes, one move to defeat Red Bean Biscuits, and one move to seal the Queen of Death. Yi Jianxiangxia grasped the spear that turned into thunder with both hands and fiercely stabbed it into the ground beneath his feet. The next moment, countless golden thunders roared and rippled densely with Yi Jianxiangxia as the center. All the undeads touched by the golden thunders along the way were instantly turned into powder and shattered. The hundreds of thousands of troops in the entire space barrier disappeared in an instant. Only a few hundred flying soldiers and heroes were left, barely avoiding this shocking blow. Incredibly empty. All the surviving players and heroes looked at the man standing on the earth in shock. And Lu Gu, who was standing opposite Yi Jianxiangxia, with 2 old monsters appearing behind him. Finally, the moment that will decide victory has finally arrived. Chapter 86, Decisive Battle, Part 3, Trick. The roar shook the entire barrier. Yi Jianxiangxia drew out his spear, and many natural elements surrounded him, such as fire, lightning, strong wind, light, and water. Each element emitted a terrifying wave that made people's hearts palpitate. The next moment, Yi Jianxiangxia took a step forward, and the many elements surrounding him suddenly transformed into countless flying dragons. As Yi Jianxiangxia charged forward, they roared and bit towards Lu Gu, who was standing in place. The remaining undead souls stepped forward to resist. But it was meaningless. Under the impact of these terrifying elemental dragons, all the undead that stood in their way were instantly defeated. The sword surrounded by dragons rushed to Lu Gu with unstoppable force. Under some powerful shock, Lu Gu clearly felt that his body was completely out of his control. Not to mention using magic like teleportation, even moving a finger was a luxury. He could only watch Yi Jianxiangxia approach him and then stab him in the chest. Wow! A mouthful of dirty blood spurted out. Lu Gu was easily pierced by Yi Jianxiangxia's spear, and then, under Yi Jianxiangxia's terrifying power, he was lifted up by Yi Jianxiangxia and flew backwards for several miles before crashing into the boundary barrier with a bang. Minus 99,999. The terrifying damage value rose above Lu Ji's head. An old monster that had suffered too much damage let out a wail and instantly turned into ashes and disappeared. However, this is still far from Lu Ji's limit. Please use some strength. The world can be conquered with one sword, he said sarcastically. Lu Gu raised his hand, and an extremely ironic bone spear emerged from the void. With a bang, it was bounced away by the natural elements surrounding Yi Jianxiangxia. Yi Jianxiangxia, who was attacked, raised his head, grasped the spear, and stabbed it into Lu Ji's body again. But this time, a barrier of light appeared, causing Yijian spear to suddenly deflect. Yijian didn't show any sign of hesitation and thrust his spear forward again. The same huge number appeared above Lu Ji's head again, but even with nearly 100,000 points of damage, it still failed to kill Lu Ji's other old monster. Unfortunately, it is just a lingering breath. There was a loud bang. Countless elemental dragons roared ferociously and pierced through Lu Ji's body madly. Huge damage values kept appearing, and more attacks kept piling up. With the annihilation of the last old monster, a white light flashed on Lu Ji's body. Although he was resurrected again, he still couldn't escape the situation of death. Crackle. In just less than 2 seconds, Lu Ji's health bar was emptied again. The World Tree Sap and the World Tree Staff was activated, and Lu Gu appeared in front of Yijian Tianxiao intact again. Sometimes too many resurrections aren't a good thing. I thought so in my heart. Lu Gu just watched as Yijian Tianxiao's spear suddenly pierced his throat. And this time, Lu Gu finally exhausted all his means. As the undead army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, still remained outside the barrier, they lost control. Lu Ji's body just hung motionless on the spear of Yijian Tianxia, and it seemed that there was no possibility of resurrection. How is it possible? It's just a trick. Red Bean Biscuit, lying on the ground, looked at the scene in disbelief. Equally unbelievable are the Prophet and the players and heroes of the Decapitation Legion. Although the Prophet swore, the trick was not invincible. But as Guile arrived with 1,000,000 troops, the undead army that could devour the sky and destroy the sun swept across the world, and even the angels were no match for the god of death. In fact, the players have already realized that they have completely failed, especially after Qingyi Miao Miao was killed. Yijian Tianxia was surrounded, and angels fell one after another. The players were almost in despair. But just when the players were in despair, the situation suddenly took such an amazing turn. That trick, one of the 4 great lords, defeated the messenger of God, the Dragon King, and the Church. He even single-handedly defeated the 3 major guilds. How could he be defeated so easily and unexpectedly? The Prophet watched all this with a grin. My body couldn't stop shaking because of the uncontrollable excitement. Finally succeeded, didn't you? A familiar and calm voice suddenly sounded beside the Prophet. The Prophet, who was immersed in incomparable joy, suddenly froze. Then everyone, including everyone around, looked at the Prophet in shock, or rather, the figure beside the Prophet wearing a twilight robe and holding an emerald staff. The next moment, boom, there was a loud noise like some gears being twisted, resounding throughout the barrier. The next moment, the god of death broke the seal and came out. The hundreds of thousands of undead souls that were originally destroyed by Yijian Tianxia all crawled up from the ground and resurrected again. One sword conquers the world. The Prophet exclaimed the name of Yijian Tianxia. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yijian Tianxia could no longer hear his call. He reversed the last miracle, completed his heroic mission, and in fact truly defeated Lu Ji's Sword of the World. At this moment, his whole body was like burnt charcoal, with no life left. This is the price of using Hero's Wish. Whoosh! The shadow of death whizzed past. The Prophet, who had lost all his means and trump cards and had no time to react, was stabbed by the sudden arrival of the god of death. The 2 angels who were resurrected by Yijian Tianxia also had no choice but to return to Yunzhong City following the death of the Prophet. Next, it's my turn. Lick the corner of his mouth. Following Lu Ji's order, the resurrected undead army attacked the remaining players and heroes. Before the war, Hero's Wish, S-level feature. His mouth twitched as he looked at the astonishing feature that appeared on the panel. Lu Gu wanted to pull the white-haired lich over and strangle him to death 100 times. Isn't it said that the probability of an S-level trait being born is less than 1 in a million? How could the tiny 4,297th district, with only 1,000 people, produce 2 heroes that are rare among 1,000,000 people? And he was extremely honored to become their enemy, who was fighting for life and death. What's even more tragic is that even if I have the eye of the god of stealing, I can't seem to use the power of this trait because of my low moral character. So I choose to. Ding, you got 2,000 god-stealing coins. Congratulations, you can now open the Thief God's treasury and use the Thief God's coins to exchange for the Thief God treasures collected over the years. The Thief God's Treasure House contains all of the Thief God's treasures. By spending the God-stealing coins, you can not only redeem a number of God-level and Eternal-level building blueprints, skills, props, but also the ultimate soldiers themselves. You can even directly redeem the characteristics you want, although the price is 5 times that of the same level characteristics sold to the God of Thieves. That is, 10,000 God of Thieves coins can be exchanged for 1 Hero Wish characteristic. But even so, when faced with suitable features, the price is extremely worthwhile. It's just that Luga doesn't have that many God-stealing coins on him, and he's about to face the top threat of Yijianxiangxia. Therefore, after careful selection, Lu Gu exchanged a total of 3 treasures from the Thief God's treasure house. Finger of Death, legendary, releases a red lightning bolt, which ignores the target's resurrection, defense, shield, and many immune attack effects after hitting, causing an instant death attack. Cost, 1,000 mana. Cooldown time, 240 hours. Price, 200 Thief God coins. Advanced Characteristic Fusion Capsule, legendary/one-time item. After taking it, there's a chance to fuse your own characteristics below S level, thereby creating a new characteristic. The level of this characteristic may be the highest level of the characteristics involved in the fusion +1, or it may remain unchanged. The specific probability depends on the affinity, quantity, and overall level of the fused characteristics. Price, 800 Thief God coins. Law of Causality, God level/one-time prop. Enter the result you want, and then this result will definitely happen. Note, do not enter a result that is too distorted, otherwise fate will charge you more. Price, 1,000 God-stealing coins. Chapter 87. After the war, the essence of the elimination game. With the destruction of the player's most powerful decapitation core, the undead army commanded by Lu Gu himself arrived at the rear fortress. Bloody Roar, who had finally managed to gain a foothold under the attack of the Legion of Revenge, immediately realized that the game was over. You really amaze me, Bloody Howl. Lu Gu really couldn't bear to kill such an outstanding general. It is hard to imagine that Blood Howl could, by his own strength, drag a group of trash and resist the attack of the Balance Army, and at the same time, reverse the situation and resist Sylvanas' Legion of Vengeance. For a powerful individual force like Red Bean Biscuit, Leoga can replace it with an ultimate soldier or a legendary or even more powerful hero. But a marshal like Bloodhowl, who can lead a large army, I don't know when I will meet him again after killing him. I'll give you another chance. Looking at the calm-faced Bloodhowl on the city wall, Lu Gu said, "Surrender, I promise not to kill you, and you will still have a place in the Balanced Society." "Forget it, it's just a trick." Xueho shook his head. As the saying goes, people with different beliefs cannot work together. You and I are not the same kind of people. You are a hegemonic figure, and I am just an ordinary person. If you really agree with me, please fight with all your strength. He took a serious look at Bloodroar. Lu Gu, who did not see any panic or fear in Xueho's eyes, finally nodded. "Do you have any last words?" "I have another younger brother." Xueho was silent for a moment and finally said, "He lives at number 012, Nanhai East Road, S City. If you can return a blue star, please help me take care of him." "Okay, I promise you." He nodded. Lu Gu simply closed his eyes and waved his hand. All troops, attack! Accompanied by Melthagad's hoarse shout, the endless army of undead, under the leadership of Red Bean Biscuit and the God of Death, launched a general attack on the final base that had already been crumbling. The next day, the wind is howling. The dark clouds roar. Amidst the flashes of thunder, with the end of the 10th round of Monster Siege, only 15 names remained on the Siege leaderboard. First place, Trickery. Second place, Red Bean Cookies. Third place, Metrologist. Fourth place, Pass. Fifth place, Red Painted Gate. Sixth place, Battle Roar Brother. Seventh place, Nangong 1. Eighth place, Too Dark. Ninth place, The Village Man of Wulong. 10th place, Yunyan. 11th place, Mu E. Number 12, Genius. 13th, Desire. 14th place, Duan Mu Guanyu. 15th place, Dreamy Beautiful Girl. Except for the 6 members of the Balanced Society. The remaining 9 were either good friends of the Balanced Society members or core intelligence personnel of the Metrologists. That was why they were able to survive the purge and obtain resource quotas that they had never dared to imagine before. After all, there are only 15 people left in the entire world. Even if Lu Gu alone occupied more than 50 of the common resources in the entire resource area, plus 2 rare mineral veins, the remaining 50 of the resources one rare mineral vein, and another low-level rare mineral vein, and a large amount of scattered resources in the Lord area were enough for the remaining 14 people to fill their pots. There was no need to worry about the problem of resources. I don't know why. Even though he had won a great victory and obtained absolute power that he had never dared to think about at the beginning, Lu Ge felt an unprecedented emptiness in his heart. This is why there is a lack of opponents. Because he ran away on the spot when Yijian showed his power. Melthagad, whose loyalty was reduced to 75 points by Lyoga, gave a philosophical analysis. It's all your fault that you acted too quickly. You eliminated all the opponents in just 10 rounds. The remaining 30 rounds of monster sieges are destined to be boring and tasteless. When I think of having no fights to fight, I have the urge to die in that war. So, Lord Trickery, do you understand? I really don't want to escape. Yet too fast. Ignore the white-haired Lich's endless self-defense. Lu Ge glanced at the names in his friend list that were mostly grayed out. It was really ironic that most of the guys who were qualified to be in his friend list ended up dying at his hands. The remaining names were only a few, such as the Measurement Technician, Gua Isho, Red Bean Biscuits, Red Painted Gate, and Brother Roar. Even the others were not qualified to be his friends. And Lu Ge had no intention of deleting these gray and black names. After all, these were the first batch of opponents who could threaten his life. They were also the most important enlightenment mentors on his growth path and were worthy of his deep remembrance. As for later, what do you think the next round of elimination games will be like? Lu Ge suddenly asked. The next round of elimination game? Melthagad, who was defending himself, suddenly paused. Then, a solemn look suddenly appeared on the unreliable face. Knockout game, or it could be called the game of gods, chosen ones. Its ultimate source was a feast among the gods to select the rulers of the 9 realms in accordance with the will of the great universe. In this feast, even the gods who initiated the game will eventually submit to the ruler of the 9 realms. This is the will of the highest universe in the heavens and all realms, and it is the ultimate fate that any god must accept. The only difference is that the gods have supreme power in the early stages and can choose targets worthy of their investment during the elimination game. Characteristics are the first investment distributed by the gods. The more powerful the gods are, the more advanced characteristics they can distribute. This is also the reason why some people are able to trade for activation codes, because in the eyes of the gods, people who hold enormous power in reality undoubtedly have more potential than those at the bottom. However, there's no need to worry that the gods will bear a grudge against them, because the seedlings they bet heavily on were killed. In the early stages, the power of the gods can only be transmitted through the rules of the elimination game. Only when the player conquers the 7 realms and begins to advance towards the realm of the gods, or even a higher level source realm, will the gods truly appear. At that time, even gods will hardly be a match for players, so there's no need to worry about being liquidated by gods. Instead, those gods will worry about being liquidated by players. Here, Lu Ge couldn't help but think of the god of thieves. Could it be that I am a genius in the eyes of the god of thieves? Chapter 88, Second Round Elimination Game Preview. Although I really want to ask for information about the thief god. However, Melthagad was too smart. Even if he asked indirectly, as long as he asked about the god of thieves, it would be easy for Melthagad to guess the connection between him and the god of thieves. So Yoga said nothing and just listened to Melthagad continue his narration. The first elimination game can also be called the Pioneer game. A total of approximately 200 million people were screened on the entire blue planet, accounting for 1/40th of the total population of the blue planet. But this does not mean that the remaining 7.8 billion people can escape the elimination game. After the first round of elimination games, the remaining 7.8 billion people will open their own main cities one after another and compete directly with the pioneers who have accumulated terrifying resources in the first round of elimination games. And there will be no so-called characteristics to awaken. The so-called characteristics are just the power bestowed by the gods. This power has been divided into 200 million shares, of which only about 150 people have obtained S-level characteristics. About 15,000 people have obtained A-level characteristics, and the rest have characteristics below A-level. These 200 million shares of characteristic power have been evenly distributed to the first batch of chosen lords. In other words, the first batch of chosen lords are the ones who have received investment from the gods. This investment has been fully used. No more special features will be gained by future lords. As for why you awaken a characteristic that doesn't match your race, it can only be said to be a matter of luck. The gods only bestowed your power, and as for what this power will evolve into, it is completely random. Even if someone gets an S-level characteristic that cannot be used, there is nothing strange about it. Isn't that unfair? There is no fairness at all, and the so-called characteristics only play a vital role in the early stage. The power of low-level characteristics is only equivalent to that of an epic building. Even S-level characteristics are difficult to distinguish in front of God-level treasures. Those who have the qualifications to become the ruler of the 9 realms, even if they don't have special characteristics, will definitely be able to rise from obscurity in the end. The gap in a single characteristic cannot make up for it. As for other people, they're not considered by the gods or the will of the universe. It seems we are still lucky. Lu Ji's mouth twitched. You can say that, since he is a pioneer after all. Melphegad said. So, what is the content of the second round of elimination games? Lu Gu asked, interrupting Melphegad's chatter. Do you really want to know? This may not be good news for you. Melphegad said with a sneer. What's the meaning? That's what I mean. The second round of elimination games will be extremely open-ended. I call it Blue Planet Doomsday. As Melphegad described, a picture of extreme cruelty began to slowly unfold in front of Lu Gu. When the second round of elimination games begins, players will no longer be directly teleported to the so-called novice space, as in the first round of elimination games, where they will easily obtain resources and a large amount of treasures through game-like methods such as defeating wild monsters, refreshing dungeons, and resisting siege monsters. It's another, completely different gaming experience. That is, the entire Blue Star will be transformed into a game hunting ground. First of all, based on the level of development of Blue Star cities, all Blue Star cities will be transformed into level 10 cities from low to high. First-level cities are mostly nameless rural towns. By occupying a first-level city, you can obtain 10 rare resources, 100,000 gold coins, 100,000 wood, and 100,000 food every day, totaling 300,000 common resources. The second-level cities are mostly county cities. By occupying the first-level cities, you can obtain 20 rare resources, 200,000 gold coins, 200,000 wood, and 200,000 food every day, a total of 600,000 common resources. The third level is mostly the main urban areas of the original fourth-tier cities. By occupying a third-tier city, you can obtain 30 points of rare resources, 300,000 gold coins, 300,000 wood, and 300,000 food every day, totaling 900,000 points of ordinary resources. Levels 4 to 6 are the original third-tier to second-tier cities. By occupying level 4 to 6 cities, you can obtain 80 to 120 rare resources every day and 800,000 to 1.2 million gold coins, wood, and food, totaling 2.4 million to 3.6 million ordinary resources. Level 7 to 9 are first-tier or former super cities. By occupying cities of level 7 to 9, you can obtain 210 to 270 points of rare resources and 2.1 million to 2.7 million gold coins, wood, and food every day, totaling 6.3 million to 8.1 million ordinary resources. As for the final 10-level cities, there are only 12 super cities in the world that are qualified to be included in them. All of them are the capitals of the former Blue Star countries or important economic cities in the world. They can produce 500 points of rare resources and 15 million points of ordinary resources every day. In addition, all transactions conducted by the players living in it will generate 10 tax, which will be paid to the controllers of the major cities. However, there will be a large number of neutral monsters stationed in the city. The higher the level of the city, the higher the number and level of neutral monsters stationed. Even the lowest level city is difficult to capture with the power of just one player. However, once the city is captured, these neutral monster defenders will become a military force that can be directly commanded by the player and can be directly recruited and filled through the city control system. Secondly, uninhabited suburbs, villages, and mountains will be transformed into monster spawning areas. The farther away from the city, the higher the level of the monsters. These monsters will be like the copy space. No matter how many times they are killed, they will be refreshed at noon every day. Killing monsters can gain experience, resources, and item drops. The higher the level of the monster, the higher the value of the drops. After that, every month, a terrifying beast tide would erupt around major cities. The beast tide would not last only an hour like the first round of monster sieges, but would not stop until death, killing all players and monsters that appeared outside the city. If the Beast Tide monsters cannot be eliminated before the next round of Beast Tide arrives, these Beast Tide monsters will evolve and become the level of the next round of Beast Tide monsters. When all level 10 cities are occupied by players, or after 24 rounds of Beast Tides, the second round of elimination games will be declared over, and the third round of elimination games, the battle for the 7 realms, will continue after a short break. I only know that the third round of elimination games will be a battle for the 7 realms, and the specific rules of the game have not yet been determined. Melthagad raised his hand and said, "It is not certain yet. Even the treasury of all-knowing cannot record it." Chapter 89, Sixth Order Legendary Building. A battle for the 7 realms? I murmured the theme of the game, whose general meaning I could guess. Luga did not think about it any further, because at present, the second round of elimination games alone was shocking enough. Transform the entire blue planet into a playground? Will major cities become resource areas, while villages and suburbs will become gathering places for wild monsters? In this case, it is hard to imagine what kind of horrible changes will occur in the order of the entire blue planet, and who knows how many people will not be able to adapt to the great changes in the blue planet and die tragically at the hands of monsters. There is no doubt that the next blue planet will be a true doomsday scene. The original order will be overturned, and the entire world will undergo earth-shaking changes due to the elimination game. And these pioneers will undoubtedly become the leaders of the new era. But Lyoga does not think that the original power structure will undergo a radical change. The main reason is that among the Forerunners, there are a large number of backdoor players like God's messengers and prophets. These people originally held power on Blue Star, and because of the traded characteristics, they are rarely rivaled in the game. When they return to Blue Star, they will most likely continue to hold power on Blue Star. For grassroots players like Lu Ge who luckily overthrow the backdoor players, there are basically only 2 options. One is to be recruited. After all, they're very powerful, and even backdoor players probably don't want to conflict with them. The other way is to rebel on the spot. The specific choice would depend on the number of grassroots winners and the power of backdoor players. Oh, Lord Trickery, don't forget to use up all the resources before the end of the first round of elimination games. Melthagad reminded, you can only keep a maximum of 1 million of each common resource, but there's no upper limit for rare resources. I understand. Luga nodded and asked, what will happen to my territory after the first round of elimination games? After all, the territory is located within the game space. If the next elimination game will not allow one to travel to another space, then what will happen to these territory buildings? Players who successfully complete an elimination game will obtain a temporary small kingdom of God. The chosen lord can store the territory buildings and the main city in the small kingdom of God. After returning to Blue Star, he can find a suitable place to release the territory before the small kingdom of God disappears. Melthagad's answer dispelled Lu Ji's worries. After all, when it comes to the number of buildings, there are probably few people who can compare with Lu Ge. Up to now, the number of psychic towers in Lyoga alone has reached an astonishing 1,000. Among them, there are 800 level 5 psychic towers alone. Add to that all the various territory buildings, and I'm afraid that even 5 or 6 square kilometers of land would not be enough to accommodate so many buildings. But can we only keep a maximum of 1 million of each resource? Tapped his fingers. Lu Ge gradually came up with a plan in his mind. In the following days, the entire 4,297 area began to enter a long jungle period. Without disputes and with sufficient resources, everyone is focusing on development, including Lu Ge. The monster sieges in the 11th to 20th rounds consist of 1,000 to 10,000 second-level monsters respectively, and the basic score for each monster is 2 points. From the 21st to the 30th round of Monster Siege, the decibel is from 1,000 third-level monsters to 10,000 third-level monsters, and the basic score of each monster is 3 points. Similarly, by the last 10 rounds of Monster Sieges, there are only 1,000 to 10,000 level 4 monsters. Without the players fighting each other, and with sufficient resource supply, by the 20th round, even the weakest player had the power to wipe out all the siege monsters. And this is of great significance. You have to know that annihilating all monsters means a lot of points income. Even if there are no extra points for the top 10, the basic points for annihilating all monsters are already an extremely huge number. If you save enough, you can even exchange for low-level legendary buildings with A-level characteristics, or epic buildings, props, and even equipment. especially Lu Gu, who has been at the top of the list for many years. After the 10th round of Monster Siege, Lu Ji's points had reached nearly 140,000 points. In the following 30 rounds of Monster Sieges, Lu Gu even got a total of 967,000 points. This made Lu Gu directly abandon the item that he had been coveting for 200,000 points and directly locked his eyes on the top existence in the entire siege store. 6th level legendary building of the Undead Clan. Price: 1 million siege points, although it is a random drawing. However, for the 6th order legendary buildings, each one has an incredible function, and there is no difference between useful and useless. In the end, this 6th level legendary architectural blueprint did not go to waste Lu Ji's hard work. Props: Dragon Tomb, architectural drawings. Type: special building. Quality: 6th level legendary. Effect: give your bone dragon the power of evolution. From now on, your bone dragon will gain attribute upgrades when it kills a target, and after the attribute reaches the peak, it will gain the following characteristics in sequence. 1. Dragon's Might. 100-year bone dragon suppresses the armor and magic resistance of surrounding hostile targets by 50 and reduces the morale of surrounding enemy units by 1 point multiplied by the difference between their own level and the target's level. 2. Ancient Creature. Millennium Bone Dragon basic health plus 5,000 points and gain an additional 50 damage reduction. 3. Ancient Creature. 10,000-year bone dragon. Ignore the target's attached attack effects. Introduction. The resting place of all dragon souls. It has been nourished by countless dragon souls and has given birth to incredible dragon power. Construction requirements: 500,000 wood, 500,000 gold coins, 500,000 food, 100 rare resources. Lu Gu did not waste the remaining 100,000 siege points. Exchange for a 5th level epic building. Props: Black Blade Knight's headquarters. Type: special building. Quality: epic level 5. Effect: can transform the Death Knight into a powerful Ebon Knight. Introduction. The mutinous knights who broke free from the shackles of the Lich King hated all liches and chose to fight against the Scourge. Blood and terror are the only means for the Ebon Blade Knights to deal with the fallen who are determined to surrender to the Lich King and the undead creatures of the Scourge. Arms: Black Blade Knight. Level: Tier 5 Rare. Health: 1400/1400. Attack power: 102 to 120, 34. Movement speed: 6. Population: 5. Domination value: 5. Features: high-level undead, ultimate anti-magic plating, ultimate life resilience, ultimate death attack. Skills: painful torture releases a spell that makes the target suffer excruciating pain and causes mental damage. Frost power can summon ice armor or swing ice sword energy to resist attacks and cause long-range damage. Death Charge gathers the power of all the Ebon Knights around to launch a terrifying charge. The power of the charge is related to the number of Ebon Knights. When a number of Ebon Knights exceeds 1,000, all members gain powerful resistance to long-range attacks, reducing 80 of the damage received from long-range attacks. When a number of Ebon Knights exceeds 10,000, all members gain an invincible state, and all attributes are greatly improved. Immune to deceleration and control magic. Chapter 90, The Ultimate Weapon of War. As for the sources of Death Knights and Bone Dragons, there is no need to worry at all, because before the war with the 3 major guilds, Lu Gu began to let one of the 2 random blueprints, the Skeleton Temple, pass by, and it was already randomly obtained at the end of the 22nd round of Monster Siege. Architectural drawings: Temple of Bones. Type: unique/special. Level: epic. Effect: it can make your skeleton soldiers gain the ability Skeleton Upgrade. Whenever another unit dies near your skeleton soldiers, the skeleton soldiers can absorb the opponent's soul fire to advance and can be advanced to the 7th level soldiers, Bone Dragon. Bone Dragon, a 7th level undead soldier that can be obtained in a variety of ways. Construction cost: 200,000 wood, 200,000 gold coins, 20 rare resources. Introduction. Any weak skeleton soldier can get a chance to change his fate here. Legend has it that the Skeleton King, one of the 7 kings of death in the undead world, changed his fate by upgrading his skeleton. Just like the Grim Reaper, the advancement of Death Knights and Bone Dragons also requires a large number of souls to evolve. Among them, each Death Knight requires the soul fire of approximately 20,000 skeleton warriors, while each bone dragon requires the soul fire of nearly 1 million skeleton warriors. However, in front of the characteristics of the undead lord, the so-called number is basically meaningless, especially when there is another owner of the undead lord's characteristics who is brushing against each other. That's right, another owner of the undead lord trait is Brother Warcry. In other words, Lyoga's undead lord characteristics were originally stolen from Brother Warcry. It's just that the previous Battlecry brother was not the main city of the undead clan, so he was unable to display the characteristics of the undead lord. But things like the main city are not destined to be unchangeable. At least in the siege shop, there are props for changing races. Although the price is as high as 300,000 siege points, and the main city after the conversion will return to the level 1 state, and other racial buildings previously built will lose their effects, it can be said to be a return to the pre-liberation era overnight. However, in the face of the characteristics of the undead lord, these costs are still bearable. At least Lu Gu has proved this. After transforming into the undead, Warcry also obtained 2 relatively easy-to-obtain buildings and items, the Land of Sleeping and the Magic Skeleton Device. He might also have a chance to obtain the Magic Skeleton Research Device in the future. However, the only buildings, the Temple of Bones and the Council of Death, can no longer be obtained. Without these 2 unique buildings, the strength of Warcry's undead legion was destined to not reach the level of Lyoga. But even so, when the densely packed undead army appeared under Warcry's command in an orderly manner, the people of the Balanced Society still looked at Warcry with admiration. After all, this is the characteristic that Lyoga possesses. Even if Zhanho is a pig, in the face of this brainless characteristic, he still has a strong strength that is superior to most people. In the future, he will become an important arm to fill the low-end combat power. But for Lu Gu, the role of the battle cry is really just to brush each other. Because they are also undead, they are not affected by the wasteland. Lu Gu directly ordered Zhanho to move the main city to the vicinity of his own territory. Then this shameless man sent out a large army to slaughter Zhanho's skeletons day and night to collect soul fire for evolution, while he continued to sacrifice skeletons to recruit the god of death. It's a pity that both the Bone Dragon and the Grim Reaper require rare resources to maintain, so even though it's fun to brush them, Lu Gu still has to control the number of the Grim Reaper and the Bone Dragon. Among them, only 5 death gods were retained. This type of assassin-type soldiers does not require too many, and Legion combat is not the death god's forte. The number of Bone Dragons remained at 10, although Bone Dragons were a disgrace among the 7th-tier troops with the Dragon Tomb, especially with the cash machine of Warcry. It only took 5 days for each Bone Dragon to fully stack its attributes and advance to the ultimate Ancient Bone Dragon, directly transforming into the most powerful war-type ultimate troop among the 7th-tier troops. Army name, 10,000 Year Bone Dragon. Level, 7th level. HP, 42,000/42,000. Attack, 1,500 to 1,800, 720. Movement speed, 8. Population, 5. Domination value, 10. Maintenance cost, 5 rare resources/weak. Features, ultimate creature, ultimate anti-magic plating, ultimate life toughness, ultimate death attack, dragon might, ancient creature, archaic creature, supergiant creature. Skill, frost breath, sprays out a wide range of frost breath, causing continuous frost damage per second of a wide range of attack power 1.5, greatly reducing the target's movement and attack speed. If it continuously hits the enemy for more than 2 seconds, it will freeze the enemy, making it unable to move or making the defensive building lose its function. Duration, 5 seconds. Introduction. The corpse of an ancient giant dragon that has been sleeping for thousands of years has incredible vitality and attack power. The powerful dragon power is enough to make low-level soldiers lose their will to fight in front of it. Its huge figure alone on the battlefield is enough to create a terrifying advantage that can overwhelm the outcome. This is what an ordinary bone dragon looks like. Army, Bone Dragon. Level, 7th level. HP, 10,000/10,000. Attack power, 900-1200. Movement speed, 7. Population, 5. Domination value, 10. Maintenance cost, 5 rare resources/weak. Features, ultimate creature, large creature. Skill, frost breath. It's simply horrible. Without the technology of the Skeleton Research Institute and the most important Dragon Tomb advancement, Ordinary bone dragons and 10,000-year bone dragons are completely two different species. They are definitely a shame to the 7th level and are really no match for some powerful 6th level troops. But with the bonus of the two buildings, the bone dragon transformed into a 10,000-year bone dragon can already become the nightmare of the ultimate army. Although it does not have those fancy characteristics and combat skills, it has a health value of up to 42,000 points, is immune to 50 damage, and is not affected by attack effects. This means that in front of the 10,000-year bone dragon, everyone will be forced to return to the simple and unpretentious attribute competition. With such a behemoth rushing across the battlefield, no matter how many tricks you have, you can only look at the thick blood bar of the bone dragon and slowly attack. The drop in morale caused by Long Wei was even more outrageous. Generally speaking, except for the undead, the initial morale of most races is only 1 point. When morale drops to 0, the army's combat effectiveness will be severely affected, and when morale drops to a negative value, a rout will occur. Therefore, players who are good at commanding will use a large number of equipment and props that increase morale to maintain the combat effectiveness of their own troops. However, even epic equipment that can increase morale by 3 points is already an extremely rare treasure. The dragon power of the bone dragon can reduce the morale of the 1st level soldiers by up to 6 points. Even the morale of the 3rd level soldiers can be reduced by 3 points. If we really go to the battlefield, if the opponent does not have the corresponding means, I am afraid that a single encounter will scare the entire opponent into collapse, and we can win without even fighting. Chapter 91. Still a million-strong army. In addition, when a bone dragon advances to its final form, its size and killing range are also incredibly large. The young golden dragon, who was once the dragon emperor, was a large creature and was like a war machine on the battlefield. With his dragon breath, he could cause thousands of casualties in just a few minutes. But the 10,000-year bone dragon is a super giant creature. Its body is as long as 120 meters. The killing range of a random attack is no less than that of a high-level magic. This is why Lu Gu called the bone dragon a battlefield killer. Although he still cannot be a match for angels and death gods who are proficient in using ultimate weapons, such as flash in a single fight, his lethality on the battlefield is far greater than that of 3 death gods or angels tied together. It's a pity that as the ultimate military force, even the ultimate military force of the undead clan requires scarce resources to maintain. Otherwise, Lu Gu could directly recruit 1,000 Dragon Legion and sweep the world with his eyes closed. However, although bone dragons are limited by the maintenance costs of rare resources, they cannot be expanded mindlessly. But as a 5th-tier soldier, the Death Knight does not require any resources to maintain. After nearly 2 months of careful training, with the resentment of Brother Zhanho almost drained away, Lu Gu successfully trained a legion of Ebony Knights with 10,000 men. Although a single Ebon Knight is only a rare Tier 5 soldier. But when the number of 5th-tier rare soldiers reaches the organizational level of 10,000, everything becomes different. In particular, the Ebon Blade Knight's signature move, the Death Charge. Death Charge. Gather the power of all the Black Blade Knights around you to launch a terrifying charge. The power of the charge is related to the number of Black Blade Knights. When the number of Black Blade Knights exceeds 1,000, all members gain powerful ranged attack resistance, reducing 80 of ranged attack damage. When the number of Black Blade Knights exceeds 10,000, all members gain an invincible state, and all attributes are greatly improved. Immune to deceleration and control magic. Lu Gu tried it. Perhaps it was due to the blessing of the ultimate death attack. Facing the full charge of the Ebon Blade Knights, even if a 10,000-year-old bone dragon stood in their way, it would be crushed in minutes. This kind of power is no longer something that any individual can stop. Unless there is a high-level legion of the same level to counterattack, there is almost no possibility of being blocked head-on. There is no doubt that the Black Blade Knights have become Lu Ge's strongest trump card that surpasses the Death God and the Bone Dragon. In the future, when this Black Blade Knights appear on the battlefield, it will definitely surprise all opponents. Compared with the Bone Dragon and the Ebon Blade Knights, the main city that was finally upgraded to level 6 seems mediocre. Although various technologies have been unlocked, which has raised the combat effectiveness of the grassroots legions to a higher level, it is not so exciting compared to the earth-shaking strength leap brought about by the 6th-level legendary buildings. In general, the level 6 undead main city lives up to its traditional label of getting worse in the later stages. The unlocked level 6 soldiers are the only tank-type soldiers of the undead, the Stitch monsters, but their health and defense are not as good as the mountain giants of the elves, and their attack power is far inferior to that of ordinary level 4 soldiers. The only advantage is that it can release plague to cause continuous damage, but it is ineffective against non-flesh life, such as mechanical and elemental life. If it weren't for the fact that building a level 6 legendary building, Dragon Tomb, requires a level 6 undead main city, Lu Gu would have no desire to upgrade the level of the main city. Time just passes by little. It was the day after the 40th round of Monster Siege ended. All the surviving players in Area 4297 finally received the system information they had been longing for. Congratulations to all respected lords for successfully passing the first round of elimination games. It is expected that the elimination space will be completely closed in 24 hours. Before that, you can keep up to 1 million units of wood, gold coins, and food resources and carry them into the next elimination game. Rare resources are not limited. The main city and territory buildings that have been built can be placed in the temporary Kingdom of God. The temporary Kingdom of God can last for up to 72 hours. Please choose the location to place the main city and territory buildings within 72 hours of returning to the real world. Otherwise, the buildings placed in the temporary Kingdom of God will disappear along with the collapse of the temporary Kingdom of God. The content of the second round of elimination games will be announced after the lords return to the real world. Please be sure to read the content of the second round of elimination games carefully and prepare in advance. May your military fortune flourish. We're finally coming back. See you offline, everyone. The chat group of the Balanced Society suddenly became lively. They don't know that when they return to the real world, they will face a more cruel elimination mechanism and more severe choices. But at least at this moment, they are excited about completing the game and even being able to return to the real world. Compared to others, Lu Gu, who had already learned everything in advance from Melthagad, was just doing his finishing work in an orderly manner. The first thing was to pay off the 1.1 million resources and 1,010 rare resources owed to the thief god. Although the amount of rare resources was not enough, Lu Gu still had more than 40,000 siege points left. After exchanging them for rare resources, he not only paid off the thief god's debt, but also had 120 rare resources left for himself as maintenance consumption for the ultimate troops. In terms of architecture, there were a total of 1,156 level psychic towers. Apart from these, no new low-level psychic towers were built. The undead gold mine cannot be recovered, and similarly, the rare mineral veins in the resource area cannot be taken away. He can only reluctantly abandon them. After he returns to the real world, he must capture the city as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will not be able to maintain the consumption of so many ultimate troops. As for capturing the city, Lu Gu was still quite confident. The 6th level psychic tower can provide 300 population points each. 1,150 level 6 psychic towers, that is, 345,000 people. Among them, the Black Blade Knights accounted for 50,000 people, the Ultimate Arms accounted for less than 100 people, the mixed high-level undead accounted for nearly 50,000 people, and there were more than 245,000 people, which were divided into the following categories: 35,000 skeleton warriors, 50,000 skeleton archers, 700,000 skeleton soldiers, 200 dead followers. In addition, the undead army transformed from the plague of undead that does not occupy the population is. There are 55,000 third-level undead. There are 55,000 fourth-level undead. A total of 110,000 undead. As for the lower-level second-order and first-order undead, they were all sacrificed by Lu Gu because they were useless. Finally, there is Sylvanus' Legion of Vengeance, which is limited by Sylvanus' leadership value and maintained in a number of 10,000. In total, there are still millions of troops, but more than 200,000 of them have a strength of level 2 or above. Even more than half of them have a combat power of level 4 or above. Chapter 92, 6 Heroes, Their Plans After Returning. With such a powerful force, it should be no problem to capture a city with medium output, not to mention a city with high output. Finally, there are Lu Ge's own attributes. Speaking of attributes, we have to mention another little-known feature of Lyoga, Death Promotion. This feature allows Lyoga to absorb part of the soul of his undead soldiers when they die and feed it back into his own body, thereby gaining free attribute points. Therefore, one of the key points of Death Ascension is to absorb souls. Therefore, when the undead are sacrificed to the Council of Death, or the souls are absorbed by the effect of the Bone Temple, Lyoga's Death Ascension feature cannot be activated. However, since he first acquired this feature, Luga had never expected that death promotion could bring him such a huge improvement in the short term. In addition, the exchange rate of death promotion was too outrageous. It took about 100,000 skeleton soldiers to exchange for 1 point of attribute. In the top battlefield, where the damage was tens of thousands of points, it could not bring any practical effect. If he were obsessed with triggering the Death Ascension, it would undoubtedly greatly slow down the birth of the God of Death, as well as the formation of the Bone Dragon and the Ebon Blade Knights, so Lugu never deliberately triggered the Death Ascension. But even before the construction of the Temple of Bones, the number of undead who died in the war was already a staggering number. Whether it was Bane and Varen harassing God's messenger, or the fierce battle between the Dragon Emperor and the Church. Later, they faced off against the 3 major guilds and besieged the rear fortress guarded by the Prophet and Bloody Howl. The number of undead killed in every war is no less than hundreds of thousands. Especially among the undead soldiers who died in the later period, there are also a large number of second-level soldiers, such as skeleton warriors and flame skeleton archers. Adding them all together, as of now, Luga has actually been promoted through death and accumulated 81 points of attributes. Don't underestimate the mere 81 attributes. It is calculated based on the fact that each time a player levels up, he can only obtain 5 free attribute points. 81 attribute points are already the sum of the free attributes obtained by other players at level 13. You have to know that until Lugu defeated the Prophet and Aegean Tianxia, the highest level person in the entire 4297 area was only level 35 of Red Bean Biscuit. The reason why the effect was not seen on Lugu was purely because Lugu did not put his energy into improving his own strength, nor did he learn skills such as Red Bean Biscuits and one sword of the world that could increase the percentage of his own attributes. Otherwise, with the peak state of Red Bean Biscuit, which can increase its attributes by more than 3 times, 81 points of attributes can bring hundreds of attacks or thousands of life points. Well, that sounds like it might be less useful than recruiting a Skull Dragon. Once again, I despise the combat players who are missing the point. Luga didn't even bother to look at his attribute panel, which had nothing to show for it except his life value of 15,000 points, and went straight to the outside of the Tomb of Death. Master Trickery. Following a greeting from Melthagad, 6 heroes, including Sylvanas, saluted Lyoga. As the level of the main city is upgraded to level 6, the level of the hero altar will also be upgraded to level 6. The number of heroes that Luga can recruit through the hero altar also reaches 6. In addition to Sylvanas, Bane, and Belen, who were recruited previously, Lyoga now has 3 more heroes under his command. They are Tichondrius and Mal'Ganis, both commander-type heroes, and Olma, a warrior-type hero. All of them have obtained the Epic Hero Job Transfer Certificate and have been transferred to Epic Heroes. Among them, Bane and Belen were transformed into the epic profession, Death Knight Lord. The characteristic of the profession is that when leading Death Knights and Advanced Death Knights, the entire army will have an additional 35 increase in all attributes and gain 20 points of health recovery per second. The special move Hell Raging can summon dead bodies or undead to transform into skeleton cavalry to continue fighting. The attributes of these skeleton cavalry are comparable to those of second-level skeleton warriors, but their movement speed is as high as level 5. The combat capability is not the point. The point is that even the dead undead can be used as material for summoning skeleton cavalry, instead of being like the skeleton summoning of the necromancer, which is only effective for flesh and blood corpses of non-undead. Tichondrius and Mal'Ganis were transformed into Dreadlords, which have 2 professional features. First, all soldiers under his command gain a passive blood-sucking ability, which can restore 28 of their own health points due to damage, and the excess can be converted into a shield that lasts for 60 seconds. The second is the Fear Aura, which can reduce the morale of nearby hostile targets by 2 points. The only drawback is that the Fear Auras of 2 Fear Lords cannot be stacked. Otherwise, with the help of the Bone Dragon, it would really be a kill-all under the ultimate arms. The profession's ultimate skill is to summon a Hellfire, which can summon a Hell Meteorite to bombard the target, causing huge damage to the building. At the same time, it summons a Hellfire Colossus with health and attack power equivalent to 80 of the attributes of the Fear Lord. The Hellfire Colossus carries a Fear Aura and burning effects, is immune to 75 magic damage and is not affected by control skills. As for Olma, he changed his job to become a skeleton dragon knight. The characteristic of his job is that when riding a bone dragon, his own attributes and the bone dragon's attributes are superimposed on each other, and all skills and states are shared. The special move is to transform his weapon into a 100-meter-long sword burning with a fire of death and slash wildly, causing huge necromancy damage and adding corpse poison and death burning effects to the skeleton dragon knight sword, plus the legendary hero Sylvanas. It is no exaggeration to say that every hero under Lu Ji's command is qualified to rule a region. This, of course, does not include the mascot Melthagad. Although this guy took a long time to train his level after many heroes were promoted to epic heroes, he was full of crises. Unfortunately, a weakling is a weakling. Even if the level is raised to 40, it cannot change its weak nature. But the white-haired lich has no awareness of being the last one. She always felt good about herself and regarded herself as Lu Ji's right-hand man and took the position of the first hero without any hesitation. Fortunately, neither Lyoga nor the other heroes had any interest in arguing with Melthagad. "How is the preparation going?" Lugo asked. "Report to Lord Trickery. Everything is ready, and we can bring everything into the kingdom of God at any time." Melthagad reported loudly. "Very good. Give generous praise." Lugo glanced at the group chat channel of the Balance Society and saw the chat messages of everyone who was excited about returning to Earth soon, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The real world is not just a small area 4297. The entire world, 200 million forerunners plus the 7.8 billion lords who will erupt in the future, exist together in one world. How many geniuses will be born? Or how many adventures will occur? Or how terrifying monsters or organizations will appear? No one can imagine. To be honest, after returning to the real world, Lugo did not intend to put the Balance Society out in the open again. In the novice area, everyone sees each other everywhere. There are only a few famous characters on the leaderboard, so you can't hide even if you want to. But when we return to the real world, there are billions of people in the world and countless various organizations and forces. It is not easy to hide. The most important thing is that Lugo wiped out the 4297 novice area, and the remaining people, except for the internal members of the Balance Society, were the diehards who were closely related to the Balance Society. As long as the Balance Society wants to hide itself, no so-called insider can reveal Lu Ji's true colors. Chapter 93, Return Day 1. United Radio reported that the consciousness of the first batch of chosen lords has gradually returned. According to official statistics, only less than 42 million people survived this emergency, and the remaining nearly 158 million people permanently lost their vital signs. Senior official of the United Government, former Minister of Yinxia, Su Jinmao, resigned. When he was in office, he spread rumors that the elimination of games was just a so-called internet addiction syndrome, which led to the death of a large number of chosen lords who were unaware of the truth due to lack of preparation. Local radio. We regret to inform the general public that the so-called elimination game is real. In 7 days, all cities, suburbs, wilderness, and even the deep sea in the world will be transformed into monster cities and monster areas. Citizens are requested to seek refuge in temporary shelters as soon as possible with the assistance of community workers. Lianhe Zhaobao. Doomsday? No need to worry too much. The 7 nations jointly established a coalition government and signed an order agreement, with many returning lords in the peace building. Even if monsters attack, the returning lords will do their best to protect the lives and property of the people. Today's headlines: the anti-United organization Devil's Code has captured United Asia, and millions of innocent people have died tragically. Jointly with the Ministry of Education, now opening a new professional course, lore to schools and educational institutions around the world. Power supply reminder: due to social unrest, the northern, northwestern, and western regions of our state may experience long-term power outages. The specific restoration time is to be determined. World geography. Due to the expansion of the global land area and the huge impact of the elimination game, the world is now divided into 7 autonomous states according to the relevant documents of the United Government. The 7 states are the Free State, the European State, the Arctic State, the Western Sand State, the Central State, the Antarctic State, and the New State. From now on, the Blue Planet ushers in a new era of great unity. Emergency news. S province in the eastern part of our state was suddenly attacked by a large number of undead. At present, Heiha City, Wumu City, and Changdong City have been completely occupied. Please evacuate the citizens of these 3 cities and nearby areas as soon as possible. A dizzying array of news kept scrolling on an old computer monitor in a dilapidated low-rent apartment. A boy about 11 or 12 years old, with short black hair and delicate features that are even more exquisite than those of a girl, but with a calm expression that does not match his age, sat in front of the computer desk. While scrolling the mouse, he said to his brother who was lying on the sofa behind him without turning his head, "I never thought that someone like you could be one of the only 1/5 of the survivors. It's really a waste of the urn I saved for you after a week of hard work." "Really? I think it can be used on you right away, so it can't be considered a waste." "Haha, you're still as sharp-tongued as ever," the young man sneered. Then he turned around and asked calmly, "Then tell me, why did you refuse to join the Joint Army? Wasn't it your goal to be admitted into the Army before you participated in the elimination game? What happened in the elimination game? Why didn't you want to tell the enumerator your zone and your characteristics?" Following the boy's question, the atmosphere in the already narrow and dim low-rent apartment suddenly became extremely depressing. That's right. The boy's brother, who had a salty face and sharp tongue, was Lu Gu, who had returned from the elimination game. Although it has never been mentioned, Lu Gu, like Xiueho, also has a younger brother in this world, which is why Lu Gu agreed to Xiueho's last request. Although Lu Ji's younger brother never needed Lu Gu to take care of him. After all, he is a famous super genius, Lu Yi. To be honest, Lu Gu had guessed more than once whether his brother was a reincarnated person or a time traveler who had been possessed by another body. Because from the moment he could speak, he had a steadiness and self-discipline that most adults could never achieve. He had very few, if any, children's innocence and childishness. Recalling carefully the times he spent with Lu Yi, apart from working to earn some money to cover his daily expenses, it seemed that Lu Yi was solely responsible for all other trivial matters. Matters such as school disputes, illness, meals, and going to and from school never needed Lu Gu to solve. On the contrary, most of the time when Lu Gu was sick or busy, it was Lu Yi who took care of him. However, in order to save his worry, Lu Gu never asked any questions and was just happy to see the result. Until now, Lu Gu finally felt that having a child who was too smart around was not a good thing. The vast majority of returning players didn't expect this. Early in the elimination game, the United Government had already begun to compile the identity information of all players selected for the first round of elimination, as players fight desperately to survive the elimination game. The United Government not only had an accurate grasp of the list of players eliminated in the first round of the game, but also immediately dispatched corresponding census takers to register information on every player after they returned to the real world. Almost every bit of information, including territory level, personal characteristics, area code, etc., will be checked. As long as you are willing to answer and verify with other players in the same area, you will be able to join the joint army of the new joint government and enjoy a variety of privileges and high salary benefits that seem extremely generous to ordinary people. If they are unwilling to answer, they will be listed as a special guardian, and their travel and activities will be greatly restricted. In particular, the release of territory buildings and the main city must be approved by the United Government, and they can only be released in the designated areas of the United Government. According to Lu Ji's previous personality, if he had not done anything wrong or had any huge secret, he would definitely be the type of citizen who cooperates with the government very well. But if it is said that Lu Gu is uncooperative, apart from not answering any questions about his own information, he also has no intention of opposing other regulations implemented by the coalition government for returnees. He does not go out if he is not allowed to, and just lies at home all day long. This is too weird. It's totally unlike Lu Ji's usual personality. Therefore, Lu Yi concluded that what Lu Gu showed now was definitely just a misleading appearance. The reason why he was so calm and collected must be that there must be some action going on that he was not aware of. And in fact, it is true. Chapter 94, you talk too much. Although the coalition government's precautions were quite thorough. However, the coalition government, which did not understand how powerful the lords were, especially high-ranking lords like Lu Gu, still underestimated Lu Ji's power. His eyes swept over the lord map, which, although in the real world, still existed. Since the night he was sent home, Lu Gu had actually released a Grim Reaper. Then, using the Grim Reaper's extremely long-range flashing and movement speed, in just a blink of an eye, the Grim Reaper had left Qingshan City where Lu Gu was. Then, in just a few flashes of time, the figure of the Grim Reaper appeared in Province S, hundreds of kilometers away. After knowing the coordinates of the God of Death, Lu Gu appeared directly in Province S through teleportation magic. From placing the territory to releasing the army, it only took Lu Gu a few dozen seconds. Then, there was the news report. S province in the eastern part of our state was suddenly attacked by a large number of undead. At present, Heihe City, Wumu City, and Changdong City have been completely occupied. Please evacuate the citizens of these 3 cities and nearby areas as soon as possible. That's right, it was Lu Gu who did it. In other words, it was Liu Ge who instructed Sylvanus and other heroes to do it. The reason why these 3 cities were chosen as targets of attack was that they were not only located in the easternmost part of Zhongzhou, but also backed by the endless East China Sea, which was conducive to establishing one's own regime. More importantly, these 3 cities are resource-depleted cities that are about to be abandoned. The average population in them is less than 100,000, and most of them are elderly people and children, and there are not many young people living there. Without young people, it means that there will be no lords selected for the first round of elimination games. Without lords, there will not be much power that can threaten Lu Gu, making it easier for him to be conquered by Lu Gu. Although according to Melthagad's judgment, these 3 cities are at most 3 second-level cities after being gamified. Even the provincial capital of Province S can only be comparable to a 5th-level city, which is completely inadequate to their strength. However, for Lu Gu, occupying high-level cities before the advent of gamification does not make any sense, but it is more likely to attract unnecessary attention. In addition, Lu Gu had no exact understanding of the strength of the defenders in cities at all levels. If he made a miscalculation and the strength of the defenders exceeded Lu Ge's expectations or his limit, the consequences would be devastating. Therefore, before everything becomes clear, the first thing Lu Gu needs to ensure is safety. When the second round of elimination games officially begins and all the forces from all sides have almost appeared, it will not be too late to determine the next course of action based on the level of their own strength. As for the rash occupation of the 3 cities, would it attract the coalition government's troops? Lu Gu said there was no need to worry, not only because the current coalition government was already organizing people to evacuate the urban area that was about to become a monster city. Moreover, the coalition government at that time had no time to pay attention to such a small marginal town. Not everyone is willing to continue to be ruled by a coalition government, especially those lords who rose from the grassroots after being deceived by the experts, finally defeated the backdoor players and returned to the real world. They were already resentful. As a result, as soon as they came back, they were blocked at the door by census takers. They were asked to either provide their personal information or be subject to various restrictions of the coalition government. How many people can tolerate this? Forces like the Demon Code that openly raised the banner of rebellion were not an exception. At this time, there were at least a dozen anti-union forces like the Demon Code that swept across an entire province around the world. There were countless other lord forces that openly or secretly opposed the coalition government. In addition, some lords who did not explicitly join a force were also a bunch of hidden dangers that could explode at any time. The current coalition government focuses its main energy on eradicating forces that are openly against the coalition, such as the Demon Code. Forces like Liu Ge's Undead Legion, which occupy 2 or 3 small towns on the outskirts and have not taken any further action, belong to the 3rd-level threat and are not yet due to be dealt with. As for the 2nd-level threat, it is those lords who have defected to the coalition government. Although the coalition government had already deployed a large number of backdoor players before the first round of elimination games began. However, compared with the total number of players in the first round of elimination games, the number of these backdoor players accounts for less than 1,000th of the total number of players in the first round of elimination games, and is simply unable to support the entire structure of the coalition government. Therefore, it is necessary and inevitable to recruit grassroots players who have passed the first round of elimination games. But recruiting these returning lords is only the first step. Next, how to integrate these returning lords who have surrendered to the united government, and how to divide the territories of these lords are the most important tasks for the leaders of the united government besides eliminating anti-united forces. In their eyes, cholera at the level of Liu Ge was nothing more than scabies and could be tolerated for the time being. Based on the above, when Lu Yi asked Lu Gu why he was unwilling to join the joint army, and why he was unwilling to disclose his information, Lu Gu really didn't know how to answer. He couldn't tell his brother that he had killed hundreds of players in the first round of elimination games, and he was already heavily in debt, and there was no turning back. It cannot be said that the undead army under his command has been formed. He needs absolute voice and the rare resources produced by occupying the city in order to maintain his ultimate military force. You must not tell him that you don't have any thoughts of being inferior to others now. Forget it. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. After a long silence, Lu Yi, who did not receive a response, suddenly waved her hand. There's nothing I can't say. Lu Gu pondered and said, if you want to explain the reason, it's probably the psychology of self-preservation. Self-preservation mentality? Lu Yi frowned. You don't believe in the coalition government? No, Lu Gu said seriously. I don't trust anyone, including you, my stupid brother. You talk too much. Willow Leaf. Chapter 95, What is the Death Zone? After rebuking his troublesome younger brother with just 3 sentences, during the next 2 days, Lu Ji's ears became unusually quiet. The boy no longer cared about Lu Ji's life or death. Instead, he sat in front of the computer and began to carefully browse the strategy information about Lord on the internet, including the key points that need to be paid attention to when opening a territory, the advantages and specialties of each race, etc. This is also what the vast majority of people on the entire Blue Star care about most at this moment, because with the second round of elimination games about to start, all humans with normal intelligence on the entire Blue Star will be qualified to activate the power of the Lord and become a second-generation Lord who is almost the same as the returning Lords and can summon those fantastic creatures as their subordinates. According to the current news reports on the confrontation between the Lords and the Allied forces, the Allied forces' firearms are no longer able to provide a decent counterattack against some advanced arms. In the future world, the Lord's power will undoubtedly replace the traditional human force and become the mainstream of the world. As a former super genius, Lu Yi certainly wanted to seize this opportunity, which could even change his destiny more than studying. In response, Lu Gu just lay on the sofa and played with his phone out of boredom. Although he is a high-level undead lord with a level 6 main city, he also has a huge undead army that can rival several cities. But in terms of experience as a lord, Lu Gu really has nothing to praise. After all, he had never properly developed his territory from the beginning. For ordinary lords, the resources and building sequence that needed to be carefully considered were purely superfluous. But for him, who occupied an entire dungeon area at the beginning and even the entire resource area in the later stage, it was purely superfluous. Often, Lu Gu is not worried about whether there are enough resources, but how to squander the resources in his hands. For example, the post that Lu Gu saw now, on the cost-effectiveness of recruiting soldiers from main city buildings and field nests, as well as military unit cards. Judging from the poster, he should be a returning lord with considerable strength. In the post, he described in detail the various channels for obtaining arms, as well as the cost-effectiveness of obtaining arms through various channels. There is no doubt that recruiting soldiers from the main city buildings is the most cost-effective way. The selling price of a first-level soldier in the main city is only 10 to 20 gold coins, and even a second-level soldier will not exceed 40 gold coins. But if recruited in the wild, the price will increase by about 50. The price of troop-type cards is even more outrageous, and it completely depends on the mood of the seller. For example, Lu Gu once did something incredible, such as selling a level 3 troop-type card for 500 gold coins. Of course, that was the price that Lyoga paid when he took advantage of the situation. Generally speaking, the average recruitment cost of soldiers recruited through troop cards is about 3 to 4 times more expensive than the main city buildings. During wars or monster sieges, the price will increase by another 20 to 30. But the advantage of the troop-type card is that it can ignore the number of recruitments. You can directly obtain as many troops as the troop-type cards you buy. I don't know about other regions, but at least in Region 4297, the 3 major guilds rely on a large number of troop-type cards in the later stages to quickly replenish the army and confront Lyoga head-on. It is worth mentioning that with a piece of the entire area in the later period of Area 4297, the Balanced Society has accumulated tens of thousands of troop cards of different levels, among which there are more than 200 epic troop cards alone. The strongest troop card has reached the epic level of level 6, and it is also the advanced troop of the Castle Clan Minotaur, the Labyrinth Lord. Well, maybe after the second round of elimination games begins, these useless military-type cards can be exchanged for unexpected goodies from the second batch of players. He thought to himself, Lu Ge continued to scroll down and browse through several popular posts of returning lords, especially the discussion posts about the strong people in each district and server. The result was disappointing to Lu Ge. In comparison, Area 4297 can be called a deathmatch zone. The vast majority of the so-called top powerhouses in ordinary areas are nothing more than a group of owners of A-level or even B-level characteristics. If they can recruit a few legendary soldiers and have one or two epic heroes in charge, they can almost become a figure who can call the wind and rain in a novice area. And what about Area 4297, where Lu Ge is? With 2 S-class, 4 or 5 A-class, plus his own special talent, in less than 10 rounds, he was able to easily start a Legion War of 100,000 or even 1 million levels. Ever since the end of the first round of Monster Siege, the war between players has almost never stopped. Compared to this, these normal beginner areas are like heaven. No wonder the final survival rate of the first round of elimination games could reach 20. After all, the power of a level characteristics is not enough to fight against most players in the entire novice area. For a normal novice area, the power of the guild is far superior to that of an individual. The war between guilds is the mainstream melody of the regional hegemony. A guild is made up of a majority of players. Once you need to rely on other players to help fight for hegemony, you must divide enough profits to support more players. In this way, although the survival rate of ordinary players is guaranteed, it also makes it impossible for top players to monopolize the resources of the entire resource area and develop unscrupulously like the Balance Association does. In addition, there is also internal consumption of resources. The reason why every person who survived in Area 4297 was able to achieve annihilation in the end was, on the one hand, because their number was too small and the proportion of resources held by each person was too large. On the other hand, the war ended too quickly. In just 10 rounds of monster sieges, Lu Ge had eliminated all hostile forces. As a result, in the next 30 rounds of monster sieges, the resources obtained by the remaining players could be used to develop themselves instead of being consumed in endless player civil wars. For a novice area, nothing consumes more resources than civil wars between players. Just like the Prophet and the 3 major guilds, in order to deal with Lu Ge, they used almost all of their points to purchase props and troop cards. Naturally, there will be no extra resources to develop territory or improve one's own quality. In ordinary areas, due to the lack of the final say, there are often constant frictions and conflicts between several guilds. In most novice areas, the winner is not determined even after 40 rounds of monster sieges. As such, it is conceivable that the resources lost in the civil war would be a huge number, which is also one of the important reasons why the top players in these regions are so weak that people are surprised. So, according to the current information, let alone the official members of the Balance Society, even the surviving players in Area 4297 who have not been absorbed by the Balance Society are estimated to be stronger than the top players in the general novice area. Of course, a death zone like Zone 4297 is definitely not an isolated case. It is just extremely rare compared to the huge number of players and zones. While constantly browsing the hot news and sharing posts on the internet, Lu Ge silently judged his own strength and position in his mind. Finally got the answer. From a probabilistic point of view, there must be someone more powerful than him. However, from the known scope, Lu Ge has not yet found anyone who can pose a threat to him. Chapter 96, Main City and Territory Settlement. The third day of return, the United Government began to organize people to evacuate from the urban area that was about to become a neutral city and rush to the temporary refuge area built by the United Government. As a child of only 11 years old, Lu Yi was given priority in resettlement by the staff. However, judging from the density of the refuge area, the United Government obviously had no intention of allowing ordinary people to become lords directly. Lord, the prerequisite for being a lord is that you must own your own territory. And if you don't even have a territory to support the main city, how can you become a lord? This is also the dangerous part of the second round of elimination games. Although it seemed fair that all remaining humans were given the qualifications to awaken as lords, the area of Blue Star did not expand accordingly. Only the land area doubled, which was far from enough to allow all 8 billion Blue Star people to establish main cities. Not to mention, a large number of cities will become neutral cities garrisoned by NPC monsters, and the wilderness and suburbs will become places where high-level monsters refresh. As a result, areas suitable for expanding the main city will become even scarcer. Even if every corner of the world is occupied, I am afraid that not much territory can be divided. Faced with this difficult reality, the coalition government clearly intends to take the right of who can become the lord into its own hands. Of course, this does not include Lu Gu, the returning lord. In theory, it was the last day before the temporary kingdom of God collapsed. Lu Gu, who had just seen off Lu Yi, finally welcomed the official personnel of the united government. There were two young men, one tall and one short, wearing suits and exuding an aura of lords that was completely different from that of ordinary people. Among them, a young man who was shorter in height and had obvious elven features on his ears opened the folder in his hand with a rather cold look. He asked Lu Gu, right? After getting Lu Ji's nod of confirmation, he continued calmly. The area where your territory is allowed to be released is in the back mountain of number 027, with a total area of 1.85 square kilometers. Don't cross the border. 1.85 square kilometers. Lu Ji's mouth twitched. I'm afraid this can't accommodate my territory, right? 1.85 square kilometers isn't enough to settle your territory? Hearing Lu Gu say this, the cold expression on the short staff member's face suddenly froze. Then he asked tentatively, has your main city reached level 5? Generally speaking, an area of 1.85 square kilometers, as long as it is reasonably laid out, can accommodate a 4th level main city and its supporting basic buildings. Even if there are a few buildings other than the basic buildings, as long as the distance between them is not a concern, the territory of 1.85 kilometers is more than enough to accommodate them. As for future developments, that naturally requires the approval of the coalition government. However, this kind of arrogance from the coalition government is only aimed at the returning lords of level 4 main cities and below. If the main city level can be upgraded to level 5, the treatment will naturally be completely different. It is not only because the 5th level main city will unlock more supporting buildings, but it is also far beyond the capacity of a mere land of less than 1 square kilometer. More importantly, compared to the level 4 lord that most players can reach, the level 5 lord is the most obvious watershed between the strong and ordinary people. Although rare resources need to be consumed as early as when the 3rd level main city is upgraded to the 4th level main city. However, the rare resources needed to upgrade a level 3 main city to a level 4 main city only cost 10 points. Any player who has passed the level can still get 1,000 points to purchase these rare resources for upgrading the main city as long as he grits his teeth. However, the situation is different when it comes to the 5th level main city. A full 100 rare resources plus 1,000,000 basic resources for the upgrade cost is simply not a huge number that ordinary players can accumulate. Regardless of which novice zone it is, a player who can upgrade his main city to level 5 must at least be a high-level guild member who is eligible to share the resource zone quota. Players of this level are generally very powerful, and there's a high probability that there is an entire guild behind them. Even the coalition government is unwilling to provoke lords of this level in the short term. As for the 6th level lord, he is basically a legendary existence. Often, hundreds of novice areas may not be able to produce a 6th level lord. The main reason is that the resources required for a level 6 main city are simply too huge. Upgrading the main city is not as simple as just consuming the resources needed to upgrade the main city. If you want to upgrade the main city to a higher level, you must complete all the buildings of the current main city level to meet the prerequisites for upgrading the main city. So, to upgrade a level 5 city to a level 6 city, you must build all the level 5 buildings unlocked in the level 5 city, regardless of whether the building is useful to you. The level 5 main city buildings also require rare resources. With this accumulation, the resources needed to move from a level 5 main city to a level 6 main city are like a chasm in the sky, blocking countless powerful level 5 lords. Even in the balanced society, besides Lu Gu, the only 2 people who were able to build a level 6 main city were Red Bean Biscuit and the Meter Master Meow Meow. Level 5 main city. Hearing the short lord's tentative question, Lu Gu, who had already understood the importance of lords at different levels through the forum, smiled and shook his head. How can I become a level 5 lord? It's just because I am the lord of the undead race, and the wasteland, which is a side feature of my territory, will affect the surrounding areas. Are you the leader of the undead? Why didn't you report it in advance? Hearing Lu Ji's words, the tall young man who had been silent all this time suddenly revealed his dissatisfaction. Do you know how much trouble your concealment will cause us? Lu Gu didn't say anything. He just looked at the two people in front of him with a smile. The short young man sensed something strange coming from Lu Gu and quickly interrupted the tall young man's accusatory voice. If it's the undead, arrange for them to go to Hill 402. There are all the lords of the undead and abyss tribes nearby, so you shouldn't be affected. It doesn't sound like there's any better choice. He shrugged. Lu Gu nodded and said, Okay, then I'll go to Hill 402. It doesn't really matter where you go. Anyway, his main city had already been located in Province S, hundreds of kilometers away, and the entire 3 eastern cities were his territory. Now that the United Government has allocated the territory to him, Lu Gu only plans to build a few spirit towers to hide his tracks. Chapter 97 Decision, New Power. That's it. Lu Gu obtained the territory assigned to him by the United Government without any setbacks, and casually built a few low-level buildings. He dispatched a team of about 100 skeleton warriors, plus 50 flame skeleton archers and a 10-man Black Blade Knight squad to support the basic structure of the territory. Of course, there is also Liu Gu's right-hand man, the omniscient Lich Melthagad. What kind of coffin is this? You actually let the great Lord Melthagad come to such a place, pointing to the narrow space around him. Melthagad was unhappy that he was summoned to guard such a small place. Unfortunately, under Lu Ji's cold eyes, Melthagad still decisively chose to surrender. Remember, no matter who comes, they are not allowed to enter the territory. What if someone wants a break-in? Then kill him. No one can discover the fact that there is no main city in the territory. After giving Melthagad an authority that made his eyes light up, Lu Gu paused, seeming to feel something was wrong, and quickly added, But that is a measure that can only be used as a last resort. Even if it is to kill someone, it must be done silently, understand? Don't worry, I'm the best at destroying corpses and covering up all traces. The white-haired Lich raised his hand. Seeing this, Lu Gu nodded. Although the white-haired Lich is different from ordinary people in terms of nerves. However, it must be said that the white-haired Lich is always able to complete the tasks assigned to her by Lu Gu excellently. In this regard, the white-haired Lich is extremely reassuring. As for Lu Gu himself, I took a look at the balanced group chat interface, which was already filled with information. After making sure that all members had settled down in the real world, Lu Gu directly opened the video group chat. It is gratifying that, in just a few seconds after Lu Ji's group chat was launched, all members of the Balanced Society accepted the group chat invitation without exception. Looking at the familiar faces appearing in the group chat interface, Lu Gu smiled faintly and said, It seems that everyone has successfully established themselves in the real world, but don't forget your identity as a member of the Balanced Society. Boss Giji, please just tell me if you have anything to say. Guaisho was the first to speak out. Upon seeing this, the other members of the Balanced Society also expressed their loyalty. Although in theory, after returning to the real world, they no longer have any connection with Lu Gu. Blue Star is so big, and there is a behemoth like the United Government to maintain the superficial order. Even if they break away from the Balanced Society, they don't have to worry too much about Lu Ji's revenge. But the Balanced Society is not an organization that will bring negative impacts to its members. On the contrary, becoming a member of the Balanced Society itself represents a lot of benefits. Whether it is the resources or the power contained in the Balanced Society itself, it is a high-level organization that is enough to make people from outsiders scramble to join. Except for people like Bloodroar who have different ideas, any person with normal intelligence would not think of leaving or betraying the Balanced Society. Instead, they would spontaneously protect the Balanced Society. This is what is called a binding of interests and is one of the most solid partnerships in the world. Lu Gu, who had expected this, did not show any fluctuation on his face. He just continued, Now, I want to announce the next direction of the Balanced Society. In fact, before returning, Lu Gu once thought about whether he should cut off all ties with the Novice Zone, including giving up the Balanced Society that he founded, so as to hide himself deeper. But this idea was extinguished by Lu Gu the moment it emerged. Not to mention how much resources Lu Gu gave up in order to build the Balanced Society. Just saying that the balance will bring extra help to Lu Gu is not something that Lu Gu can give up just because he wants to. Whether it is the personal force of Red Bean Biscuit, the intelligence-gathering ability of the metrologist, or even the red-painted door and the assistance of a hand, they can share a lot of trouble for Lu Gu. In summary, the Balanced Society plays an indispensable and important role for Lu Gu. Not only can it not be abandoned, but it must continue to absorb powerful members in the future to expand the scale and strength of the balanced society. It's just different from when there was no one available in the novice zone and the top players had to be hastily incorporated into balance. At this moment on the Blue Star, there are more than 40 million players who have returned in the first batch. In the near future, after the second round of elimination games begins, there will be billions of Lord seedlings for Lu Gu to choose from. Moreover, having experienced the lessons of being used by the Prophet, backstabbed by Bloodroar, and provoked by troublemakers like Romeo, Lu Gu will surely be able to learn a lot from experience and ensure the loyalty and reliability of the members he recruits to the greatest extent possible. This is also the main content of the video conference started by Lu Gu and all members this time. First, the balanced society will move from being in the open to being in the dark. From now on, except for participating in the collective missions assigned by me, no one will act in the name of the balanced society, nor will they reveal their identity as a member of the balanced society, and they're not allowed to mention the existence of the balanced society to irrelevant people. The second point is to fully infiltrate the United Army and the Major Lord forces, obtain intelligence, and maximize the use of the power of their own forces to serve the balanced society. The third point, and the most important one, is to find a reliable lord who is strong and willing to join the balanced society to increase the overall strength of the balanced society. Finally, the red-painted gate will step in, with the assistance of the metrologist, to form a large guild organization that is completely different from the balanced society and is open to all returning lords and the second batch of lords. This organization mainly exists as the public face of the balanced society. It can conduct some large-scale wars for the balanced society, thus ensuring that the balanced society is not exposed to the public. Therefore, all members of the balanced society are obliged to do their best to help the Red Paint Gate complete the task of establishing a guild. The above is our main goal of action in the next step. As Lu Ji's voice fell, a loud response sounded throughout the entire video group chat interface. At the same time, in Qingshan City Shelter, just when Lu Gu was determined to strengthen the balanced society and build an open force. In the shelter in Qingshan City, Lu Yi, who was brought to the shelter by the staff, looked at the man who appeared in front of her. He was wearing a tight suit, but his ears were as pointed as the legendary elves. Some people didn't understand what the other person meant. You said my brother is a very powerful lord? Have you seen my brother's territory? Of course not. Upon hearing this, the other party quickly waved his hand. He then said in a serious tone, "But my hunch tells me that your brother must be an unexpectedly powerful lord. Believe me, my trait is the C-level trait of acute perception. Someone who can make me feel a sense of crisis with just a glance can't be an ordinary lord. So, if you want to obtain the territory planning of the coalition government and become a lord, there's no need to wait for the approval of the coalition government like ordinary people. As long as your brother is a lord above level 5, or has the strength comparable to that of a level 5 lord, he will have the right to designate close relatives to give priority to choosing the territory and become a lord." Chapter 98 Red Bean is the chief judge. Of course, Lu Yi would not ask Lu Gu for help. In fact, the relationship between the two brothers is far from being as friendly as people outside believe. Maybe it was because Lu Yi was too precocious, or maybe it was because Lu Ji's thinking process was slightly different from that of ordinary people. Anyway, although the two brothers had always lived under the same roof, the communication between them was very rare. Rather than brothers, they're more like roommates. Especially what Lu Gu said to him the day before yesterday. "You talk too much." It also deeply hurt Lu Ye's proud heart. "Are you kidding me? Do I need to rely on that useless guy? No need for that. I will rely on my own abilities to get the permission of the lords of the coalition government." Such a cold answer was given to the elf lord. Lu Yi asked directly, "Tell me, how can I get a territory approved by the united government and become a lord? Why do I suddenly feel a deep malice?" Lu Gu, who had just finished a video conference, touched his nose. Then he shook his head decisively and opened a private chat message with the metrologist. "Has Bloody Howl's brother been found?" That's right. As a man who keeps his promises, how could Lu Gu forget his promise to his former trusted General Xueho? Although I only just remembered this, now that I have remembered it, I naturally have to do it. The metrologist happened to be in City S, so the task of finding Bloody Roar's brother naturally fell on the metrologist. "It has been found," the metrologist said, "but the condition of Bloodhowl's brother may not be very optimistic." "What do you mean?" Lu Gu asked. According to my investigation, Bloodhowl's real name is Qin He, and his brother's name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng had experienced extremely severe school bullying and had already suffered from severe depression. After Bloodhowl was eliminated from the game, Qin Feng's mental state deteriorated severely without Bloodhowl's care. After the news of Bloodhowl's death spread, Qin Feng attempted suicide several times. He is now being placed in the S City Central Hospital for recuperation. That is to say, Lu Ge hesitated. Yes, according to the rules of the elimination game, the mentally ill Qin Feng is not qualified to become a lord. The metrologist gave the answer. He is not worth using, and it is impossible for him to become a genius commander like Bloodroar. That's a pity indeed. Lu Ji's face showed no expression, but depression is a disease that can be cured as long as the root cause is found. You mean? The metrologist's expression fluctuated. Find those who bullied Qin Feng. Lu Ge smiled slightly. I promised Bloodhowl to take good care of his brother. How can I give up his brother so easily? The metrologist was silent for a moment. But in the end, he nodded and said, Okay, I will find all those who participated in the bullying. Well, there's also the Red Paint Gate. Lu Ge reminded again. The Red Paint Gate has considerable management capabilities, but does not have any outstanding talents in combat, and Red Bean Biscuit has his own tasks and cannot provide you with help openly, so the new guild still needs your support. Of course, you don't need to worry too much. I have prepared a legion for you in Ebony City. When necessary, you can use that legion to determine the outcome. Here, keep the following sentence. The metrologist's heart, which had risen to his throat, suddenly dropped. Although I don't know what kind of legion Lu Ge has prepared for him. However, considering their trickery, they can be called a legion that can determine victory or defeat, so they must be very powerful. That's it. As the second round of elimination games approaches, the chaos on the entire blue planet intensifies. Even in the relatively stable Central Province, which was once governed by the Inxia Kingdom, among the 7 provinces, various forces emerged one after another. The various measures initially formulated by the coalition government did not achieve the absolute results expected by the top leaders of the coalition government. At present, in Zhongzhou alone, there are nearly 100 lords who have blatantly stated that they will not obey the orders of the coalition government. Among them, the 7 major guilds, namely Qinshi, Holy Union, Fanyanfu, Ziki Pavilion, Northwest Alliance, and Hunter District Alliance, are the most powerful. According to the metrologist, each of these 7 guilds has gathered at least tens of thousands of returning lords. The worst of them have occupied half a province and can compete with the coalition government. The rest of the guilds are equally strong. The ones that can still form a guild in reality and disobey the coalition government are at least the king guilds in a large novice area, with as few as 100 to 200 people and as many as thousands of people, making the entire coalition government overwhelmed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the red-painted gate that was pushed out by Lu Ge also took the opportunity to form its own guild, named Tarot Gate. However, the development of the guild was not as smooth as expected due to its lack of reputation and strict screening. Up to now, Taromin only has 12 guild members, 2 of whom are the red-painted gate and the measurement master himself. However, Lu Ge told him not to be anxious. The current powerful guilds were only powerful because they were good at publicity and were more flamboyant. When the second round of elimination games officially began, whoever captured the neutral city first would be the real winner. Of course, those super large guilds that gather tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of lords are definitely not comparable to a small tarot gate. But the larger the guild, the more pressure and interest it faces. All Lu Ge needs is a channel that can help him collect resources and speak to the world in the open. It only takes a certain status, but he does not need too powerful a force. On the contrary, if the guild's power is too great, it might even drag the entire balanced society into it, creating a result that runs counter to Lu Ji's purpose. In the final analysis, Liu Ge's own strength comes first, followed by the balanced society, and Tarot Gate is just a tool. Tarot is the society of balance, but the society of balance does not necessarily exist only in tarot. For example, Red Bean Cookies. Red Bean Judge, accompanied by a burst of uniform shouting, wearing epic armor, holding an epic dragon-slaying sword, and even having switched to a legendary profession, Red Bean Biscuit, the dragon-slaying swordsman. He forced himself to control his facial expression, which was about to twist. He was frantically posting pictures in the group chat. Haha, I'm now the 3rd in command of the Holy Union. Chapter 99 is about to begin. More than just red bean cookies. Lian Guai also infiltrated the coalition government and served as a high-ranking official at the municipal bureau level. All I can say is that the number of people in the balanced society at this time is still too small. Apart from the red-painted gate and the measurement engineer who were sent by Lu Gu to form a new guild, and the War Roar who was arranged to go to Ebony City to become Lu Ji's stand-in, only Red Bean Biscuit and Gua Isho had the time to join other forces. Compared with the size of Zhongzhou as a whole, they were just a drop in the bucket. But Lu Gu was not in a hurry. On the eve of the second round of elimination games, the city of S, which has been evacuated, is now empty and desolate. Lu Gu, carrying the god of death, glanced at the skinny boy in front of him. He was obviously over 18 years old, but his cheeks were sunken like a primary school student. He took another look at the 6 young men who had just entered college and were trembling in the hands of the metrologist's big goblin. The corner of his mouth raised a smile. "Look, are they the people who bullied you before?" No words. The boy just raised his head timidly, and then quickly looked away. Not answering means you agree. Lu Gu nodded to himself. "Don't be afraid. Your brother entrusted you to me before he died. In other words, I am your new brother now. As a brother, I will definitely help you vent your anger. What are you going to do?" The young people who sensed danger widened their eyes in fear and shouted, "Do you know that attacking civilians is against the Lord's law? The Security Bureau will not let you go." Does the Security Bureau have such regulations? Lu Gu, who was about to take action, looked at the metrologist in surprise. "It seems so." The metrologist standing at the side pushed his glasses and said, "But we, Taro men, are a neutral organization and are not under the jurisdiction of the United Government. So that's how it is. Then there's no problem." Lu Gu snapped his fingers as if he had suddenly realized something. The next moment, the god of death standing behind Lu Gu raised his scythe fiercely. The shrill shouting instantly resounded throughout the silent city. The young man who had spoken earlier had now been cut in half by the Grim Reaper. But because he had not yet been digitized, he should have been killed instantly by the Grim Reaper's horrific attack. But now he followed the rules of the real world and did not die immediately before losing too much blood. This would also allow him to see his body being separated from top to bottom. And in an unparalleled fear, he would let out a scream that would scare others even more. How about it? He ignored the young man whose upper body was left struggling desperately. Not paying any attention to the other bullies who had fainted, Lu Gu glanced at Qin Feng, who was still cowering in front of him, but a look of fear other than numbness suddenly flashed in his eyes. Without waiting for Qin Feng to answer, he said to himself, "Not enough? It's okay, there's still 5 people." Speaking of, Lu Gu raised his hand and shook it. There was a sharp cracking sound, accompanied by another shrill scream. The arm of one of the 5 people was crushed into pieces by Lu Gu, and he was woken up from his fainting in pain. But before he could continue shouting, Lu Gu loosened his grip several times in succession, crushing the man's other arm and both legs. For a moment, only a torso was left, rolling on the ground in pain and fear. "Let me show you something fun." Lu Gu chuckled. He signaled to the metrologist, who immediately cast a purification magic, forcibly waking up the other 4. Before the 4 of them could come to their senses from the hellish scene before them, Lu Gu snapped his fingers, and 2 bone spears appeared out of thin air, suddenly piercing through the brains of the people with limbs on the ground, completely ending their lives. Then there was a sound of bones breaking, which made one's teeth ache. A skeleton that had lost its limbs and one that had lost its lower body suddenly broke free from the flesh and blood and crawled quickly towards the remaining 4 people. Then it opened its jaws and began to bite the 4 people madly. Pieces of flesh and blood were bitten off by the skeletons. The 4 people who were bitten cried out in pain, but their feet were fixed in place and they could not move at all. They could only watch their bodies being torn into pieces by the skeletons inch by inch. First the legs, then the abdomen, then the internal organs. In the end, a person is completely torn into pieces. And until now, Qin Feng's eyes were already filled with fear, and he tried his best to close his eyes or say something. But Qin Feng was shocked to find that his body was completely out of his control. He could neither close his eyes nor speak, and he could not even move his pupils. At this moment, he felt like he was sleep paralyzed. Even though he could clearly feel the existence of his body, he could not control his body to make any movement. You have to appreciate it slowly. Lu Gu, aware of the boy's struggle, put his hands on his shoulders. The smile on his face gradually turned cold. After you have finished admiring, You have 1 hour to escape from S City, because in 1 hour and 1 minute, the second round of elimination games will begin, and the entire S City will become a paradise for monsters. Don't think about dying. I spent a lot of effort to find you and carefully prepared this depression treatment operation for you, just to fulfill my promise to your brother Chin-hee. If you dare to live up to the love your brother Chin-hee and I have for you, or if you are unable to awaken your territory. There was a slight pause. Lu Gu smiled again. It shouldn't be the case. You definitely don't want to disappoint me, right? Right? Just 2 simple words. But it was like a pitch-black sharp sword, piercing fiercely into Qin Feng's mind, which was already shrouded in gloom. Qingshan City, 3rd Shelter. Under the light, the director of Qingshan City's 3rd Shelter Security Bureau and a group of returning lords who joined the Security Bureau lined up and stood solemnly on a temporary platform built in the center of the shelter. In the expectation of everyone, the director held a megaphone and said loudly, I declare that the first batch of people who have successfully passed the Lord test and obtained the qualifications to establish a territory in Qingshan City's 3rd Shelter are Zhao Lei, Ding Changkong, Ruan Yi, Su Sheng, Lu Cixi, Willow Leaf, as names were read out one after another. A black-haired boy in the crowd, under the confused, shocked, and unbelievable gazes of countless people. He strode onto the high platform in the center. Chapter 100, First Round of War. World number 7. Ding, dear players, the second round of Global Elimination game officially begins. Listening to the familiar and pleasant prompt tone in my mind. At this moment, Lu Gu, who had already appeared in Ebony City, was looking at the beams of light that were falling from the sky and shooting densely towards the earth, as well as the red dots of monsters that were quickly spreading across the system map. Lu Gu took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Finally, it started. Following Lu Ji's voice, a gigantic bone dragon that blocked out the sky, and the sun roared and fell from above Lu Ji's head. The next moment, countless undead armies slowly revived from the darkness on all sides, silently looking at the city guards who slowly materialized from the light column. Type of troops, dwarf infantry, level, 1st order common troops. Quantity, large numbers. Type of soldier, dwarf rifleman, level, 1st order common soldier. Quantity, large number. Type of soldier, mudstone puppet, level, 2nd order ordinary soldier. Quantity, average. Type of soldier, blood elf mage, level, 3rd order common soldier. Quantity, a small amount. There are 4 different levels of Castle Clan soldiers, with a total number estimated to be hundreds of thousands. Even though they are all low-level soldiers, their terrifying number alone is enough to block 99 of the players in this world. Even a small guild consisting of less than 100 returning players would probably not be able to fight against such a large army. And this is just the number of guards in a mere 2nd-level city. Yes, as the soldiers defending the city arrived, they were shocked to see the words Ebony City, Level 2 Neutral City appear on the empty system map. Similarly, around Ebony City, a large number of monster distribution maps have emerged one after another. There are 1st-order monster areas, 2nd-order monster areas, and even 3rd-order monster areas and 4th-order monster areas in the distance. Looking at the entire world map, everything is filled with color blocks that symbolize monster areas and cities of different levels. Countless monsters are born from these blocks, and the whole world is surrounded by monsters. There is no doubt that this will be a huge stage that is millions of times larger than the novice area. It is also a super apocalypse that is destined to be a battle among heroes. Under such a situation, all the means previously deployed by the coalition government will become meaningless. Just the numerous barriers in the monster area and the city defenders after occupying the city will be enough to make the coalition government's rule collapse. And now, accompanied by the roar of the 10,000-year-old bone dragon, countless undead armies rushed towards the city defending army, which should have been challenged by an entire guild. The skeleton warrior is running wildly. A rain of flaming arrows poured down like a torrential rain. With the bone dragon's wanton spewing of frost dragon breath, even an army of hundreds of thousands collapsed in an instant and had no strength to resist the undead legion at all. In less than 20 minutes, Lu Gu was already standing in front of the city core of Ebony City. Ding! Congratulations on occupying the 2nd-level city of Wumu City. Please enter your legion name. If you do not enter it, your ID will be used as the occupying force by default. The Scourge. As Lu Ji's voice fell, On the Lord's map, the words Ebony City, secondary neutral city, twisted and quickly changed into a new name. Ebony City Scourge. At the same time, a new piece of information emerged in Lu Ji's perspective. Legion name, Scourge. Legion commander, Trick. Number of Legion, 2. Global Legion Hunking, 502. Legion occupation value, 2. Legion city, Ebony City. Legion basic income, daily 200,000 gold coins, 200,000 wood, 200,000 food, 20 rare resources. Legion tax, none. Resource allocation method, controlled by the Legion leader. But before Lu Ge could take a closer look, the Legion information was immediately distorted, and a brand new Legion panel appeared in Lu Ji's sight. Legion name, Scourge. Legion commander, Trick. Number of Legion, 2. Global Legion Hunking, 7. Legion occupation value, 6. Legion cities, Wumu City, 2. Heihe City, 2. Changdong City, 2. Legion basic income, daily 600,000 gold coins, 600,000 wood, 600,000 food, 60 rare resources. Legion tax, none. 7th in the world. He raised his eyebrows slightly. But before Lu Ge opened the new Legion ranking list, he saw the same thing. The Scourge's ranking dropped rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, it fell outside the top 100. This means that during this period, a new Legion surpassed Lyoga's Scourge in terms of occupation value. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lu Ge looked at the ever-changing Legion rankings and did not compete for the rankings, but instead commanded the Undead Legion to continue attacking other cities. After all, in front of the legions of tens of thousands in the top 100 of the rankings, the Scourge Legion, which only has 2 members, is too conspicuous. And the other side, Qingshan City, where Lyoga Camouflage Base is located. Don't be afraid. Take back our Qingshan City. Follow Commander Xinlin's army. Charge. Amid the passionate shouts of the commanders. In the entire Qingshan City, there were more than 2,000 returning lords and nearly 100,000 second-round lords, all leading their chaotic and ragtag armies, and arduously attacking a level 4 city with nearly 2 million troops in front of them, including a large army of level 5 soldiers stationed there. For ordinary players, capturing a level 4 city at the current stage would undoubtedly be a difficult and clumsy war. Fortunately, the addition of 100,000 new lords has greatly supplemented the army size of the Qingshan Legion, although these newcomers who have just become lords only have 2 newly recruited level 0 soldiers and 2 level 0 farmers under their command. But once the number of level 0 troops increases, they can still form a considerable force. Of course, the main attack is still the returning players. There was a loud bang. With an expressionless sword, the Ebon Knight chopped a ferocious 5th-level wind elemental into ashes, saving a returning lord who was almost killed by the wind elemental. Although both are 5th-tier troops, the Ebon Blade Knight can kill 5th-tier monsters almost instantly. Not only is the Black Blade Knight a rare 5th-tier soldier, but the technological enhancement of the 6th-tier city and the additional true damage of the ultimate death attack feature are the sources of the Black Blade Knight's unrivaled military power. Even though this group of Ebon Knights only consisted of 10 people. But even if the combined number of people on this huge battlefield is close to 5 million, it is still impossible to ignore, including the short white-haired lich behind them, and the equally ferocious skeleton warriors who pinned the 3rd and even 4th-tier soldiers to the ground. They were so strong that they didn't look like 2nd-tier soldiers at all. Chapter 101, the Ebon Blade Knights. Whose undead army is that? Why isn't this person's name listed in the Security Bureau? Watching the undead team slaughtering the monsters. The commander of the joint forces commanding the battlefield asked with a little surprise. Let's talk about those skeleton warriors for now. Those 10 Black Blade Knights were indeed high-level soldiers, and they were obviously not high-level soldiers of ordinary quality. It is impossible for a lord who can possess such a high level of troops to be unknown. But the fact is, in the list of all returning lords in the entire Qingshan City, there is no information about any powerful undead lords. It's normal that there is no information because he seems to be a non-cooperative person. A tall lord answered. If Lu Ge were here, he would be able to recognize that this tall lord was one of the staff members who had previously allocated the territory to Lu Ge. Non-cooperator. That's a shame. Although it is a pity that such an outstanding undead lord did not join the coalition government. However, a mere 10 Black Blade Knights plus 1 or 200 elite skeleton warriors are not a formidable force in the entire Qingshan city. If there were 1,000 of these Ebon Blade Knights, no, even if there were only 100, the commander would not allow such a powerful force to get out of his control. But if there are only 10 riders, then just let it be. It won't cause any trouble. At the same time, Nanshan City, thousands of miles away from Qingshan City, was still unknown at this time. As one of the numerous small guilds, all the members of Taro Men looked at the Nanshan City in front of them, where even the Nanshan Legion of the United Government did not dare to rashly start a siege war, but chose other low-level cities. They all looked at the red-painted door in front of them, with a calm face of the president. Are we really going to attack Nanshan City? President, this is a level 7 city. It is said that there are even ultimate soldiers stationed in it. Goodbye, President. Even the coalition government's army doesn't dare to attack a level 7 city. If we rely on just a few of us, wouldn't that be suicide? It's not just suicide, it's simply insane. You know, the garrison troops stationed in the 7th level main city alone are as high as 5 million. Among them, there are at least 3 to 5 ultimate soldiers. Looking at the entire Zhongzhou, the only one who dares to attack the 7th level city is the Central Army of the United Army. That is a huge army composed of more than 80,000 returning lords and hundreds of thousands of second-turn lords. It is the ace army of the entire United Government in Zhongzhou. Even so, the Zhongzhou army has suffered heavy losses and has not yet been able to capture the core of the city. With only a few of us, even if all the monsters guarding the city lined up for us to kill, we may not be able to kill all of them in less than 10 days or half a month. So why did you come along? That's because I've been with you guys for so long that even I've become abnormal. Amidst the noisy debate, no one knew that the red-painted gate, as the president of Taro Gate, was actually more afraid than anyone else at this moment. Although in the novice area, the red-painted gate is unwavering in its belief in Lu Ji's strength. But this is a level 7 city. The entire city has a total of 5 million soldiers defending the city, and Lu Ge did not appear in person, but only sent out a legion under his command. What kind of army would be able to capture a level 7 city? Although I wasn't sure at all. However, the red-painted door in front of him looked confident and said, "Don't worry, don't forget, I said I would lead you to build a world-class guild. Since it is a world-class guild, of course we have to take over cities with high production. And the most important thing about capturing a city is to find the city core. As long as we can get the city core, we can complete the strategy for a level 7 city. It doesn't mean we have to kill all the monsters guarding the city." He said this reluctantly. The red-painted gate itself knew that what it said was untenable, although the rule of the elimination game was that as long as you got the city core, you could get control of the city and it was not necessary to kill all the monsters. But the city core usually only exists in places where monsters are most densely populated and where defenses are most stringent. Once someone tries to occupy the core, all the monsters guarding the city will attack them desperately. To break through so many monsters and get the city core is basically no different from killing all the monsters. What's more, the higher the level of the city core, the longer it takes to occupy it. For a second-tier city like Wumu City, Lu Ge only needs to occupy the city core for 20 minutes. However, the time required to occupy subsequent city levels is becoming more and more terrifying. For example, a level 7 city must be occupied for about 6 hours to truly become the controller of the level 7 city. During this period, the city guarding monsters will attack the player crazily, trying their best to prevent the core from being occupied by the player. It is impossible to capture the city without the power to contend with the monster garrison of the entire city. Is there any shortcut? Everyone knows this, but at this point, everyone can only hold on to a glimmer of hope, until a lord sitting on the ground suddenly felt the earth shaking. Then, under everyone's incredulous gaze, a huge army of death knights, numbering tens of thousands, from people to horses, all clad in pitch-black armor, with only their eyes shining through their helmets with ghostly fire, slowly emerged from the distant horizon. Boom! The neat and heavy sound of horse hooves stamped on the ground, making a loud noise like thunder. As the knights approached, the entire earth began to shake at a visible level. At first, the ground was just shaking slightly, but now even the stones on the ground were shaken off the ground. All members of the Taro Gate held their breath, almost suffocating as they stared at the terrifying army approaching in the distance, until the figure of the metrologist appeared from the front of the legion. This extremely terrifying army of Death Knights finally revealed its full appearance. A total of 10,000 Ebon Knights, plus 5 Grim Reapers who came out in full force. This is the absolute ace army in Lu Ji's hands. This is the trick Lu Gu prepared for Tarot Gate and the Metrologist. The Vice President is here with reinforcements. There is no need for a red-painted door to serve as a reminder. All Taromon members have already been completely impressed by this organized Knight Corps. Chapter 102 Rewards for Legion Ranking. Legend has it that in the world of the dead ruled by 7 Death Monarchs, there was a Lich King who was promoted from a Lich to one of the 7 Lords of Death. He once used evil and dark secrets to control a large number of powerful knights to fall into the underworld, thus creating the world of the dead, and even the most powerful 5th-level soldier among the 7 races, the Death Knight. They ride on tireless skeleton warhorses, inherit powerful combat experience from their previous lives, wear solid knight armor, have no mercy, and know no fear. As long as the Lich King gives an order, they can charge without hesitation, even when facing the almighty gods. These Death Knights fought for the Lich King and conquered the underworld, creating an unprecedentedly large kingdom. They even caused countless natural disasters for him, sweeping across countless living worlds. One day, a group of extremely powerful knights, fed up with the endless enslavement of the Lich King, actually broke free from the control of the Lich King with their own strong will. They turned their weapons and aimed at the famous Lord of Death. The names of the knights who regained their freedom in the hands of the Lich King and who fought against him for a long time afterwards and released the Death Knights from the Lich King and spread throughout the undead realm are the Knights of the Ebon Blade, one of the 3 great knight orders in the world of the dead. With his absolute strength and ruthlessness, he enjoys a great reputation in the entire undead world. Countless liches were killed by them. Even the undead army of the Death Lord was powerless under the iron hoofs of these Ebon Knights. An Ebon Knight was just an ordinary 5th-level rare soldier. However, when 10,000 Ebon Knights formed the Ebon Knights, boom tilde, the dark torrent swept past the Tarot Gate players with a loud bang, accompanied by the shaking of the earth and the roar of galloping horses. All the city-guarding monsters that stood in the way of the Ebon Blade Knights were sent flying backwards in large numbers under the powerful impact. No matter if they were level 2, level 3, level 5, or level 6, their health bars were reduced to 0 while they were flying. Large numbers of monsters were smashed to pieces. Tens of thousands of Ebon Blade Knights crushed them all the way and carved out a bloody path through the dense monster army. The players of Taromon just stared at all this, until the figure of the God of Death arrived and fought with the ultimate troops stationed in the level 7 city. Everyone suddenly woke up and looked at the red-painted door in shock. Their hearts were already in turmoil, but they were trying to maintain a calm appearance. I still can't believe that my marginal guild with less than 20 members can actually have such a powerful group of knights. What are you still standing there for? Go and occupy the core of the city. The red-painted door, with surging emotions, came to his senses, picked up his weapon, and followed without saying a word. I will follow the president till death. The Taromon members were so excited. Only the Metrologist shook his head and smiled bitterly. Only he, who controls the Ebon Blade Knights, can see the outrageous and unbelievable numbers of the Ebon Blade Knights who have launched a death charge. To put it bluntly, in front of the Ebon Blade Knights at this moment, even the behemoths of the orcs can only flee. There is nothing known that can stop the Ebon Blade Knights in their desperate charge. The Metrologist even doubts that even the legendary god cannot stop them. The properties have almost tripled. Ultimate anti-magic plating, ultimate death attack, ultimate life resilience, and in the state of death charge, the bug feature of being immune to all control skills. This is equivalent to 10,000 Ultimate Army Corps with Berserker skills activated. Looking at the whole world, who can be the opponent of such an ultimate army? Even the 5 million defenders of a level 7 city will have no choice but to bow down under the iron hoof of this army. Although the status will disappear once the death charge stops. But as the Ebon Knights are essentially undead, they do not have fatigue, a numerical value that only exists for flesh and blood life. As long as the soul fire is not extinguished and the health value does not drop to the bottom, theoretically, these knights can continue to charge and kill on the entire battlefield until all enemies are slaughtered. No wonder Gigi said that this could be used as a trump card when he handed this legion over to him. Honestly speaking, Even the metrologist who was in charge of this legion at the moment could not accept that there was such an outrageous legion in this world. He also said that he wanted to make Taro famous. When the news of the existence of this legion is exposed to the world, the whole world will have trouble sleeping because of the existence of this legion. At that time, what Taromon will gain is not just fame, but also fear from the whole world. Fighting and killing, with the official start of the second round of elimination games and the advent of the game world, lasted for a whole day. When the hour hand on the clock returned to 12 o'clock again, the fluctuations in the Legion rankings finally stabilized, which meant that the legions in the world had either conquered their target cities or failed in their attempts. In the short term, there would be no new fluctuations. After all, how difficult is it to attack a city? Regardless of victory or defeat, the number of soldiers killed in battle will be a terrible number. Even if they return to the Lord, they will need time to replenish their own army. Not to mention the second-round lords. Compared with the first batch of lords in the first round of elimination games who have relatively abundant resources on average, the second-round lords not only have to compete with a large number of lords in the same round, but also have to snatch resources from those returning players who have already upgraded their main cities to level 3 or above. Their development speed is destined to be much lower than that of the first-round lords. It is even possible that most of them may not be able to upgrade their main cities to level 3 until the end of the second round of elimination games. However, these have nothing to do with Lu Gu for the time being. The issue that Lu Gu is most concerned about right now is the Legion ranking list after it is finally finalized. Legion ranking. This ranking is calculated once a month. Based on the Legion ranking, the Legion will be rewarded with 1 to 3 Thunder Titans. Army name, Thunder Titan. Level, 7th level. HP, 20,000/20,000. Mana, 10,000 o 10,000. Attack power, 1500 to 1500. Features, ultimate creature, thunder power. Lightning chain is attached when attacking, causing additional thunder damage of 30 of the attack power to up to 10 targets around the target. Titan body, not affected by magic attacks below epic level and immune to 50 of magic damage above epic level. Divinity, immune to instant death attacks. Skill, Thunder, summons a large range of lightning to cause damage equal to attack power 1.5 and paralyze the target. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Cost, 1,000 magic points. Thunder Strike, while causing shock to a single target, making it unable to act for 1 second. The next attack will inflict 5 times the true damage. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Cost, 800 mana. Creation Power, Lightning Element. Summon 5 6th-level lightning elements that last for 90 seconds to assist in combat. Cooldown, 240 seconds. Cost, 1,000 mana. Thunder Aura. After it is activated, the friendly forces under the same command as the player gain the power of thunder, and the attack will cause paralysis and 20 additional thunder damage. 4 long-range attacks. It will cause 30, and the effect will become a 55-meter range attack. The duration is 70 seconds. Cooldown time, 240 seconds. Cost, 500 mana. Introduction. In the second round of elimination games, the Great will grants exclusive Legion arms to the 10 strongest legions, which do not occupy command value and do not consume maintenance costs. Restriction. This type of soldier cannot leave the city where the Legion is stationed for more than 50 kilometers. Chapter 103. Otherwise we are the strongest Legion. The reward is the ultimate troop type that does not require rare resources to maintain. To be honest, for most legions, the practicality of the reward of the Thunder Titan, the ultimate soldier, is definitely far more practical than simple resource rewards. It's not just because the ultimate troops are extremely difficult to obtain. Even the top players can only rely on luck to obtain the ultimate troops. More importantly, as the ultimate soldier, Thunder Titan does not require maintenance costs. This is a bit outrageous. You know, the biggest factor limiting the number of Lyoga's ultimate soldiers is the expensive maintenance costs of the soldiers. Even though the daily maintenance cost of one ultimate troop is less than 1.4 points of rare resources on average, the cost of 10 ultimate troop types will exceed 14 points of rare resources. For 100 ultimate troop types, that would be 140 points. What does it mean to have 140 points of rare resources every day? It only takes 100 rare resources for Lu Gu to steal a B-level ability. In the first round of elimination games, 14,000 siege points can be exchanged for 140 rare resources. The output of all rare resources in the entire 4297 area combined is only 80 rare resources per day. And how many uses can scarce resources have? Upgrading buildings, upgrading the main city, which one doesn't require rare resources? Even Lu Gu, who monopolized the resource output of most of the novice area, had almost insufficient rare resources in the end. He still spent more than 40,000 siege points to exchange for more than 400 rare resources and barely made up the debt owed by the thief god. The average player couldn't even gather the rare resources to upgrade the 5th level main city. Even if he was given an ultimate soldier for free, he might not be able to afford it. Especially for large guilds. Resources are shared by so many people that even the top players in the guild can only get very few rare resources. Most of them still rely on two sources: copy output and siege points. As for the output of the dungeon, even with the size of Lu Ji's army, he couldn't produce more than 20 or 30 rare resources a day. As for ordinary players, even those as strong as Red Bean Biscuit, they can only get 3 or 4 rare resources a day at most. Compared with the expensive cost of upgrading buildings in main cities, it can only be said that it is better than nothing. Where are the extra resources to maintain the ultimate military force? Even if there are ultimate troops, the entire guild has to share the cost of maintenance. Maintaining a few cards with the guild as the basic base is also a huge pressure on the guild's finances. This shows how valuable an ultimate soldier that does not require maintenance is. Even though the attributes of this ultimate soldier are not very powerful, it can only be said to be average. But even so, the combat power of an ultimate soldier is completely comparable to that of a small legion, especially on the battlefield. The Thunder Titan, which can frequently release large power range attacks, plus its extremely high blood volume and the characteristics of an ultimate creature, can often play a powerful role in determining the direction of the war. According to the ranking rules, the rankings are settled once a month. If there is a legion that could dominate the rankings for a long time and steadily accumulate 3 Thunder Titans every month, then after 10 months, that will be 30 Thunder Titans. After 20 months, that would be 60. What does it mean to have 60 ultimate arms? They can destroy cities and capture strongholds. By that time, as long as we build our tactics around these Thunder Titans, who in the world will be able to compete with so many ultimate arms? Especially since these ultimate arms do not require maintenance costs. It is estimated that only the Ebon Blade Knights can fight against so many Titans, and both sides suffer heavy losses. This is because the Thunder Titan is a land creature and cannot fly. The biggest weakness of the Ebon Blade Knights is that they are afraid of flying units. Because the Ebon Blade Knights lack long-range attack power, their death charge can only run on the ground and cannot hit flying targets. But Lyoga doesn't only have the Ebon Knight, he also has the Bone Dragon and the Grim Reaper to fill the gaps in the sky. With the ultimate soldier as a reward, I'm sure the competition for the next Legion ranking will be extremely fierce. Lu Gu is filled with emotion. No one can resist the temptation of the ultimate troop. Not even Lu Gu, who can obtain the ultimate troop stably. It's a pity that with his own strength, he can't compete with those large armies with tens of thousands of people. Ranked first, Free State and Free Corps. Legion Commander, Ovhill. Legion Number, 1.25 million. Global Legion Hunking. Legion Occupation Value, 24. Legion City, Boston. Legion Basic Income, daily 2.4 million gold coins, 2.4 million wood, 2.4 million food, 240 rare resources. Resource Allocation Method, Average Allocation. Second place, Zhongzhou, Shangjing Legion. Legion Commander, Arrogance. Number of troops, 1.75 million. Global Legion Hunking, Dois. Legion Occupation Value, 24. Legion City, Shangjing City. Third place, Shinzhou Kyoto Army. Legion Commander, Shimu. Number of troops, 1.3 million. Global Legion Hunking, 3. Legion Occupation Value, 24. Legion City, Sakaki City. Fourth place, Zhongzhou Bianjing Legion. Legion Commander, Qingwei Taoist. Number of troops, 885,000. Global Legion Hunking, 4. Legion Occupation Value, 24. Legion City, Nandu City. Fifth place, European Catholic Legion. Legion Commander, Farengar. Legion Size, 1.4 million. Global Legion Hunking, 5. Legion Occupation Value, 24. Legion City, Milan City. Sixth place, Zishazu, Posha Army. Army Commander, Chopra. Number of troops, 2.2 million. Global Legion Hunking, 6. Legion Occupation Value, 24. Legion City, Munga City. 7th place, Free State Dark Sequence Army. Legion Commander, Kane. Number of troops, 80,000. Global Legion Hunking, 6. Legion Occupation Value, 21. 8th place, Zhongzhou Taro Men Legion. Legion Commander, Red Painted Gate. Number of members, 16. Global Legion Ranking, 7. Legion Occupation Value, 21. Legion City, Nanshan City. Seeing this, Lu Gu covered his face fiercely. Sure enough, 16 people or something is too outrageous. Even if it is not compared with the coalition government's legions that have reached a million-level scale because they have absorbed a large number of second-round players. The 7th one is obviously not the United Government Legion. It is the Dark Sequence Legion composed purely of returning players, but it has as many as 80,000 people to squeeze into the top 10 in the world. The Taro Gate. Damn it, the attack time is only 25 seconds off. Otherwise, we will be the strongest army outside of the official army. The red-painted door said this angrily to the other 14 members except him and the metrologist. Chapter 104, Arousing Fear. Following the Taromon are the official legions of the Arctic and Antarctic. Among them, the official Legion of the Arctic was named the Arctic Alliance Legion, with a total of 1.05 million people, and occupied the 7th-level city of Luxembourg. The official army of Antarctica has only 600,000 people, and they also occupy a level 7 city. In fact, the ranking after Taro Gate doesn't have much meaning. As an official army of the coalition government, with the help of hundreds of thousands or even millions of second-round lords, it can only capture a level 7 city, and its attack time is still behind that of unofficial armies. Its actual strength has directly fallen to the second-rate level and cannot be considered first-rate. On the contrary, both the Dark Order Legion and the Taromen Legion were able to capture a level 7 city with their own strength, and were ranked above many official legions, which in itself proved their extremely terrifying strength. No one would doubt that if the Dark Order Legion and the Taromen Legion could also have the help of hundreds of thousands or even millions of second-wheel lords, they would be able to capture a level 8 city. The only difference between a level 7 city and a level 8 city is the number of monsters. Apart from that, the strongest monster is still the ultimate level 7 troop. Theoretically, as long as the troops are sufficient, a legion capable of taking down a level 7 city is also capable of taking down a level 8 city. What also did not surprise Lu Gu was that Taromen, as one of the only 2 unofficial legions in the entire Blue Star that made it into the top 10, naturally caused a sensation in the entire world. Especially the striking number of troops on the Taromon Legion, 16 people. Zhongzhou, in the newly occupied city of Shangjing. As the fierce siege came to an end, the senior officials of Shangjing, who had finally captured the 8th-level city of Shangjing at an extremely tragic price, did not show any joy at this moment. It's not just because they are firmly suppressed by the Free State's Free Corps, but also because in Zhongzhou, there appeared the only 2 non-united government corps in the entire Blue Star, Taromen, and it is different from the Dark Order Legion's understandable top 10. How did the Taromen, with only 16 people, capture the next level 7 city? Even the commander of the Shangjing Legion at the moment, Arrogant, looked puzzled. As the Lord of the Abyss clan, he has awakened the S-level characteristic, the arrogance of the 7th Demon Lord. He was absolutely invincible in the novice area, and even among the many backdoor players, he was one of the most powerful lords. So much so that after returning to reality, he took over the position of the leader of the Shangjing Legion, one of the 2 most powerful legions in the entire Zhongzhou. This position is almost equivalent to the Grand Marshal of the army of Yinxia Kingdom before the reform, and is undoubtedly the highest level of the joint army in Zhongzhou. In front of the Shangjing Legion, those player guilds that have been making a lot of noise recently are nothing more than grasshoppers in the eyes of Arrogance. As long as he can free up his hands, he can get rid of them at any time. At least that's what Arrogance thought before the Taro appeared. But now, are you thinking about Taromon? Deputy Commander of the Shangjing Legion, Sidu Kong, who is also an absolutely powerful person with S-level characteristics, saw what was on AO's mind. I don't think you need to worry. The Taro Gate is in Nanshan City in the south of Zhongzhou. If there is a headache, it will be the Nandu Legion. It will not have any intersection with our Shangjing Legion in the short term. That's true. Pride frowned, but there was no sign of relaxation on his face. But I'm worried about more than just one Taro Gate. The reason why the coalition government was able to quickly form a joint army and regain control of the basic situation after the first round of elimination games. One of the important reasons is that local governments had already started planning before the first round of elimination games began. These high-level officials who knew the truth had made sufficient preparations in advance for their chosen relatives and descendants, so that after these backdoor players entered the elimination game, they were often able to obtain higher quality features compared to ordinary players. Among them, B-level characteristics accounted for the vast majority. A small number awakened A-level characteristics, and an extremely small number awakened S-level characteristics. For a normal novice area, the owner of the B-level feature already has the ability to influence the situation in the novice area. As for the A-level characteristics, as long as you are not so unlucky as Warcry and awaken a characteristic that is completely unrelated to your own race, you can basically dominate the entire novice area. You are trustworthy, and there is very little possibility of failure. Not to mention the lords like Pride, who have awakened the S-level characteristics. The entire novice area is basically dominated by Pride. Therefore, when these backdoor players return to the real world, they're still leaders, and each of them has gathered considerable power under their command. If these people unite, and with the help of the joint government, it will be easy for them to establish large-scale official legions in major cities in Zhongzhou. Although there are some minor surprises like Master Qin and the Bright Federation. However, in the eyes of the top leaders of the coalition government, these are just minor setbacks that are within their tolerable range. Not to mention anything else, just within the former Yinxia Kingdom, there are nearly 700 cities of all sizes, more than 40 provinces, and tens of millions of returning players. Problems in just 6 or 7 provinces and a few 100,000 dissatisfied administrators were not a big deal even for the former Yinxia Kingdom, let alone the Zhongzhou that now includes the Korean Kingdom, the southern part of the Russian Bear, the 6 countries in the South China Sea, and most of Central Asia. The reason why those guilds were so rampant was simply because before the second round of elimination, the coalition government faced too many challenges and problems and had no time to deal with them. The coalition government only attaches strategic importance to the power of these guilds, but actually does not take them seriously at all. But now, a Taro Gate with only 16 people actually surpassed most of the official legions and was only ranked below the 2 strongest legions in Zhongzhou, the Shangjing Legion and the Nandu Legion. What does that mean? This means that these guild players are far from being as weak as the coalition government imagined. Among them, there are extremely terrifying and powerful lords. So terrifying that even if there are only a dozen people, they can capture a city. This kind of super strong personal force would be a terrible disaster for any ruler. Chapter 105 Taraman's Information Announcement. However, arrogance still underestimated the occurrence of this disaster. On the night after the siege ended, Taroman contacted one of the most influential online media on Blue Star and released a piece of information that made lords all over the world excited before the entire coalition government could react. Are you tired of the weak pointing fingers at you? Are you tired of this world? Do you want to gain status and power that matches your own strength? Then come to Nanshan City. Become a member of the world's strongest Taro Gate and subvert this decadent and boring world. Make those insects bow down to you. Kneel down and surrender. Damn it. What the hell is Zhongzhou doing? World Conference of United Governments. The president of the coalition government shouted angrily, subverting this decadent and boring world? How can such blatant rebellion be tolerated? Before that, although the major guilds were clearly unwilling to obey the leadership of the coalition government, they would never dare to say anything like, I want to subvert the world. Even the most rampant guilds would insist in public that they were neutral organizations and had no intention of becoming enemies of the coalition government. But what about the information released by the Tarot Club? What's the difference between this and pointing at the coalition government and saying I want a rebel? When saying this, did the Tarot Gate take the United Government seriously? This world is the world of the United Government. Where does your paradise exist? It is indeed a heinous crime. Another senior official of the coalition government also had a face full of anger. But he couldn't help but raise a realistic problem. But now all the major legions are busy consolidating their own territories, and although the Taro men are few in number, they have already conquered the 7th level city of Nandu. What do you want to say? The president looked gloomy. According to the rules of the elimination game, when a neutral city is occupied by a legion, the monsters originally guarding the neutral city will become the legion's guard troops. That is to say, if we want to attack Taroman, we will not only face Taramon, but also the 5 million defenders of the 7th level city. This difficulty is probably greater than directly conquering an 8th level city. With the losses suffered by the various armies who have just completed the siege, I'm afraid that they won't be able to gather enough armies to fight this war in the short term. The top government officials looked embarrassed. A speechless president, compared to the well-informed coalition government. Lu Gu, on the other hand, had no idea about the rebellion information posted on the internet by Taramon. Although he did instruct the metrologists and the red-painted gate to use the fame gained from sieges and legion rankings to strengthen the Taros. But he never thought of going against the coalition government. He just wanted to create an organization with considerable weight so that he could have a say in this world. Even if he wanted to challenge the coalition government, he would never dare to challenge it openly like this, especially after the local legions of the coalition government began to exert their strength. Seeing those armies with hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people, Lu Gu completely put away his little thoughts. What a joke. No matter how powerful Lu Gu is, how could he be a match for so many lords? A local army may have hundreds of thousands of troops. In local legions of this size, just in Zhongzhou alone, there are at least thousands of them. If the other 6 states are added together, there may be tens of thousands of legions that cannot be defeated. With so many lords, even if 99 of them were second-round lords without special features, a mouthful of spit from each of them would be enough to drown Lu Gu 10 times. Even if Lu Gu was crazy, he would never openly challenge such a terrifying behemoth. Lu Gu, who still felt that everything was going well, was planning to capture Bingsheng, the capital of S province, so as to form a pincer attack with Wumu, Heihe, and Changdong, and bring all the strategic roads of S province under his control. But the city level of I-City is as high as level 8. If I don't use the Black Blade Knights, it will not be an easy task for me to conquer I-City with my strength. It would be dangerous if I were attacked by other legions while I was attacking I-City. The cautious Lu Gu was obviously unwilling to take such a huge risk. Fortunately, the level 8 I-City is obviously beyond the endurance limit of the local I-City Legion. In the short term, there is no need to worry about the I-City being captured by other legions. Of course, the time left for Lu Gu is not that much. As the second-round players begin to develop their territories, the strength of the second-round players will be greatly improved in a short period of time. The strength of the local government legion that controls a large number of second-round players will inevitably increase rapidly, and thus grow at an unimaginable speed to the point where it can capture a level 8 city. Once I-City falls into the hands of other legions, the situation Lu Gu faces will be the same embarrassing situation the United Government faces with Nanshan City. He'll have to deal with both the legion that occupies I-City and the guarding army of I-City, which will double the difficulty. As the only level 8 city in Province S, I-City is too important in terms of both its geographical location and resource output. We cannot let I-City fall into the hands of others at any cost. If time is insufficient, I will capture I-City, even if it means brute force. I thought so in my heart. Lu Gu was completely unaware that the outside world was already in an uproar because of Taramon's remarks. He was thinking seriously about how to capture the I-City while guarding against sneak attacks from others. Nanshan City, in the former Swan building that was requisitioned by Taramon. In the empty yet luxurious conference room, the red-painted door and the metrologists sat opposite each other, and the atmosphere was silent and somewhat eerie. What to do now? After a long time, it was the red-painted door that spoke up again. The message has been sent out, and nothing can be undone. Even if we force a clarification now, I'm afraid no one will believe that the announcement we issued was just because one of our members overindulged and used inappropriate words. Shut up now. The metrologist had a look of despair on his face, and he wanted to die. You should first think about how we should explain to Gigi. If Gigi knew that we had caused such a big mess. The thought of Gu Ag slaughtering the bully in front of his brother Qin Feng, who was bloody. The meter technician's body began to tremble involuntarily. On the contrary, the red-painted gate, who didn't know much about Lu Gu, still had a glimmer of hope. Well, anyway, the effect of recruiting people is still very good. Even the returning lords outside Zhongzhou have sent messages wanting to join us. Yes, 9 out of 10 people who sent the message are wanted lords at the first level worldwide. The metrologist said with a wry smile. Chapter 106. What version is this? Are you still concerned about features? The other side. Holy Union. That's awesome, Judge Hongdo. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, he fought 1 against 3, angrily killed 3 ultimate soldiers, Hydra, and led the Holy Union to resist the last wave of counterattacks from the monsters defending the city. He successfully helped the Holy Union occupy the Level 7 city and enjoyed the cheers from his lords. At this moment, there is only one word in Red Bean Biscuit's mind. That's it cool. So cool. In the novice area, apart from the highlight moment of killing the messenger of God, the rest of the time I was either suppressed by tricks, humiliated by the prophet, or almost killed by the sword and gun that opened the hero's wish. To be honest, Red Bean Biscuit actually had some psychological trauma and even doubted his own abilities at one point. Even though he successfully changed his job to become a legendary Dragon Slayer swordsman in the later period, even though he was the only level 6 lord in the entire 4297 area besides the trickster and the metrologist. Red Bean Biscuit, who has been abused countless times, is still unable to erase his doubts about his own strength. But now, as the second round of elimination games began, after seeing the vast world outside of Area 4297, Red Bean Biscuit said, "My confidence is back. Is a mere Hydra worthy of being called the ultimate military force?" He carried a dragon-slaying sword on his shoulder. Facing the crazy flattery of his subordinates, Red Bean Biscuit had a cold look on his face that only belonged to a master. "You are really like a moth flying into a flame, overestimating your own abilities." When the president of the Holy Union heard the words of Red Bean Biscuit, Guang Insi Shui rolled his eyes suddenly, knowing that this guy was starting to show off again. But apart from the fact that Red Bean Biscuit loves to show off, even if time flies, one thing we have to admit is that Red Bean Biscuit's strength is indeed unbelievable. If it weren't for the Red Bean Biscuits, she would have never been able to withstand the counterattack of the double-digit ultimate Hydra with the little preparation she had made. She underestimated the difficulty of the 7th level city, and even more so the overall strength of the monsters defending the city, so that she almost destroyed the entire Holy Union in this siege battle. But she also underestimated the Red Bean Biscuits. This was during the Novice Zone period, when Lu Gu identified him as a man who even the God of Death could not confront head-on during the 4th round of Monster Siege. At that time, Red Bean Biscuit had just been transferred to an epic class. Whether it was equipment, props, or combat awareness, it was far from being comparable to Red Bean Biscuit after it had experienced 40 rounds of Monster Sieges. Honestly speaking, even Lu Gu couldn't quite figure out the upper limit of Red Bean Biscuit's current strength. He just knew that as early as the 30th round of Monster Siege, Red Bean Biscuit already had the strength to fight against the final boss of the dungeon area alone. As for how strong the final boss in the dungeon area is, anyway, the 3 of God's Messenger, Dragon Emperor, and the Church were unable to defeat the final boss of the dungeon area and enter the resource area until their death. Even Lu Gu only managed to defeat the final boss with the strength of all members of the Balanced Society under the command of Bloodroar. Even the critical eyes of the white-haired Lich Melthusa believe that Red Bean Cookies have the potential to enter the God level. It is conceivable how powerful Red Bean Biscuits are. Even though he was having a bad time in Area 4297, that was because there were too many perverts in Area 4297. No matter it is the messenger of God, or the prophet, or Ejian Tianxia and Lu Gu himself, each of them is a rare old freak or an old insidious person. Coupled with their super strength, it is normal for Red Bean Biscuit to be fooled with his intelligence. However, in the real world, everything is different. Knowing that his brain was flawed, Red Bean Biscuit's first thing to do when he returned to the real world was to continue hugging Lu Ji's thighs. Lu Gu asked him to find a non-official guild with more potential and better character to join, so he honestly posted his information on the recruitment software. His resume was simple and only had 6 words. "I have a level 6 main city." With this plain resume, Red Bean Biscuit successfully received an interview notice from the Holy Union, and during the interview, he defeated a certain annoying ill-level attribute lord with one blow, and directly won the favor of the president, Guanyin Sisui. In the following few days, in the several conflicts between the Union of Light and the government army, Red Bean Biscuits always killed people in all directions. He often broke into the battle alone and killed thousands of people, forcing them to flee. He became famous and took the position of the chief judge of the Union of Light. But that is far from the full potential of Red Bean Biscuits. What really made Red Bean Biscuit serious was the siege on the level 7 city. In this siege battle, faced with an army of 5 million defending the city, Red Bean Biscuit finally felt the long-lost passion, just like the legendary Zhao Zilong of Changshan, weaving back and forth among the monster army. No matter what level of monsters in front of him, he would kill them all with one sword. At the end, he even killed 3 ultimate hydras by himself, and he himself was almost unscathed. This incredible fighting power has completely exceeded the current player's understanding of individual strength. Even the legendary heroes that Guanyin Sisui has seen are far from having such exaggerated personal strength as Red Bean Biscuit. The characteristics of Red Bean Biscuits are only B grade, although the B-level characteristics are better than 99 of the players. However, after looking at his S-level characteristics, he still couldn't help but doubt his life. If Melthagad were here, he would probably give time passes by a good lesson. What version is this? Are we still measuring strength by features? The so-called characteristic is nothing more than a passive skill bestowed by the gods. Even if it is an S-level characteristic, its effect is equivalent to that of a legendary skill. But Red Bean Cookies have the potential to become gods. Through the perfect combination of a large number of epic combat skills, plus the implementation of the personal heroic route from beginning to end without wasting any resources, and most importantly, Red Bean Biscuit's natural fighting talent. The combination of these 3 is the main reason why Red Bean Biscuit can kill so many enemies with ease and far surpass other players. A mere S-level ability, user has long been out of date. Chapter 107 Tarot Gate, 16 people why. This time it was my mistake. The defense force of the level 7 city far exceeded my expectations. If it weren't for the Red Bean Biscuits, we would not only suffer heavy losses this time, but also our reputation as one of the 7 great guilds would suffer a fatal blow, and we would lose the opportunity to develop our power. Time passes like water. A man who was as gentle as jade, with his eyes almost narrowed when he smiled, had a look of relief on his face. His game ID is called Saint. Since the beginning of the first round of elimination games, he has been following Guang Yin Si Shui, assisting Guang Yin Si Shui in forming a guild. This is different from Lu Ji's evil act of almost annihilating his own novice zone. With the help of the Saints, the Holy Union has integrated almost all the players in the entire area. And under the management of the Saints, the survival rate of the entire novice area has reached an astonishing 95. After returning to the real world, the Saints continue to visit and unite with guild presidents from other regions, thus establishing the Holy Union, one of the 7 most famous unofficial guilds in Zhongzhou today. It can be said that this is a very capable person, a modern version of Su Qin. However, in this case, other guilds that aim to take over level 7 cities will surely fail, and our Sacred Union will become the only unofficial force in the entire central province that can take over a level 7 city. When it comes to this result, whether it was a saint or time flies, there was an unspoken smile on their faces. Long before the siege began, the Saints have already collected some intelligence on the main combat forces of the other 6 guilds that are as famous as the Holy Union. Eventually, the Saints concluded that the strength of the 6 major guilds was roughly the same as that of the Holy Union. They were all able to capture a level 6 city, but not necessarily a level 7 city. Therefore, the Saints took the risk of setting their siege target on the 7th level city in order to overwhelm the other 6 major guilds and become the most powerful force in Zhongzhou besides the official legion. The result was exactly as the Saint wished. Under the super combat power of Red Bean Biscuits, the Alliance of Light actually broke through the defense of 5 million troops and successfully occupied the core of the city under the almost crazy offensive of the monsters defending the city. This is a level 7 city. Looking at the entire Zhongzhou, even if the official legions are included, the number of legions that are confident of taking down a level 7 city will never exceed 2 hands. As for the civilian legions, there is no need to say more. The Saints have sent people to investigate all the legions with a little strength. Although the Saints do not know their strength completely, they have a rough estimate. If the Saints had not actually witnessed the strength of the monsters in the level 7 city before the siege began, they would still think that other guilds also have the possibility of taking over the level 7 city. But after the siege, the Saints who had truly witnessed the strength of the siege monsters were confident that apart from the Holy Alliance, which owned the Red Bean Biscuits, no other unofficial force would have the strength to capture a level 7 city in the short term. In other words, after this siege is over, the Holy Union will become the strongest among the unofficial forces. By then, the Saints can use this wave of the title of the strongest to quickly snowball the strength of the Holy Union. thereby completely consolidating the dominant position of the Holy Union and further launching a counterattack against the official legion of the United Government. Everything is under control of the Saints. They have even thought about what they will say at tomorrow's press conference. But this time, something unexpected happened. Just as the confident Saint opened the ranking list of Legion forces with confidence, looking through the official Legion lists of tens or even millions of people at the front, when the Saint saw the name of the Dark Order Legion, he sighed in his heart. As expected, the Blue Planet is so big that there must be an unofficial army that can capture a level 7 city. But if this is the case, we can no longer say that we are the strongest unofficial guild in the world at tomorrow's press conference, but should instead say that we are the strongest in Zhongzhou. But it's not a big deal. Anyway, the Holy Union does not have the ability to expand beyond Zhongzhou now. As long as it can hold on to the title of the strongest in Zhongzhou and absorb a large number of Zhongzhou lords to join, it can still become a world-class powerful legion. I thought so with some regret in my heart. The Saint calmed down and continued to look down. Then in the next second, an eye-catching name suddenly appeared in the Saint's squinting eyes. Taromon. He stared blankly at the unofficial force ranked 8th on the list. After confirming again and again, the prefix of Tarogate is after Zhongzhou. The Saint's face, which was warm as spring a moment ago, suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. What's wrong? Red Bean Biscuit, who had just felt the pleasure of pretending to be as cool as the wind, keenly noticed the Saint's ugly expression. He immediately asked curiously, "Am I not strong enough?" Ha ha ha. Open the Legion ranking. He ignored the Red Bean Biscuit's madness. The Saint hurriedly spoke to Time Passes By and Red Bean Biscuits. Upon hearing this, the two quickly opened the Legion rankings. Then he quickly showed two completely different expressions. The former looked shocked, incredulous, and devastated. The latter, on the other hand, looked like, wow, it was indeed like this. What's going on? The Saint keenly noticed the abnormal look on Red Bean Biscuit's face and asked quickly, "Do you know tarot?" "What tarot? I've never heard of it." He evaded the Saint's question with obvious guilt. Red Bean Biscuit shook his head vigorously. But there are nearly 2 billion people in Zhongzhou. Isn't it normal for another guild to be able to take over a level 7 city? But that guild only has 16 people. The Saint could no longer control himself and burst into swearing. 16 people. How did they take over a level 7 city with only 16 people? This is more than just against the will of heaven. It's simply unbelievable. The Holy Union is a large guild with 70,000 members. The lords in the guild have various characteristics, and they have summoned tens of millions of soldiers. Only in this way can they break through the defense of the 7th level city, use the absolute human wave tactics, fill in and kill most of the ultimate soldiers and 6th level soldiers, and then attack the hinterland of the city and occupy the core of the city. Even so, in the end, they relied on the explosion of Red Bean Biscuits to barely withstand the counterattack of the ultimate army. In the end, at the cost of almost wiping out the tens of millions of troops brought by the entire Holy Union, they successfully captured this level 7 city. Tarot Gate? 16 people? No, why should they? Could it be that all these 16 people possess S-level characteristics? Chapter 108, the ability to go back in time. This is also the biggest puzzlement of everyone outside about tarot. What seemed natural to the members of the Balanced Society was too shocking in the eyes of others. If the elimination game was just a game, someone would have loudly accused cheating long ago. Even the members of Tarot Gate themselves had some suspicions that their boss was abnormal, no matter how amazing the Ebon Knight's performance is. However, it cannot hide the fact that the Ebon Knight is only a rare 5th-tier soldier. Although the 5th-tier rare soldiers are undoubtedly high-level soldiers among the player community, they're powerful soldiers that only a very small number of players are qualified to possess. But even the most ordinary returning players can, as long as they sacrifice resources and grit their teeth, get more than a dozen 5th-tier rare soldiers. It's just a matter of whether the cost-effectiveness is high. If every 5th-tier rare soldier could be as strong as the Ebon Knight, they would have invested all their fortunes into them long ago. Why would they need to work so hard to manage their territory? But that's the fact. Especially when time flies by, he uses his S-level characteristic, time travel, to reproduce the whole process of Tarot Gate conquering the 7th level city and post it online. All over the world, whether they were returning players or second-round players, or even those eliminated players who were not assigned territories, They were all suffocated by the power of this terrifying Ebony Knights, especially when the Ebon Knights collided with the boundless army of monsters. Looking at those monsters defending the city that seemed like a solid wall in front of him, they were easily knocked out of the way by the charge of the Ebon Blade Knights, as if they were made of paper. Even the ultimate soldiers were easily killed without any resistance. All of a sudden, all trading websites and even new media software were flooded with requests to purchase Ebon Knight unit cards. There were also some lords who were lucky enough to have obtained the Ebon Blade Knight through other means, and they took this opportunity to make full use of the Ebon Blade Knight to gain popularity for themselves. Suddenly, the entire blue planet was in turmoil. In less than 2 days, the price of a Black Blade Knight troop card increased from the initial 600,000 ordinary resources to 2 million, almost approaching the price of a 5th-tier legendary troop. Even so, there is no demand for it. Almost any Ebon Knight card that is put on the shelf will be swept away by the mysterious forces. Not for anything else, but mainly because of the last characteristic of the Ebon Blade Knights: Death Charge. Only when there are 10,000 Black Blade Knights can the super strong characteristics be brought into full play. This is also the only explanation for why the Black Blade Knights are so powerful. However, as the price of the Ebon Knights troop cards continues to rise, it is undoubtedly a pipe dream to want to form an Ebon Knights troop of 10,000 people, even if the price of the Ebon Knight class card no longer rises in the future. According to the price of each high-level troop card that can only summon one Ebon Knight, if you want to form 10,000 Ebon Knights, you will need 20 billion ordinary resources. This price is not expensive, it is outrageous. Even for the coalition government, it is not so easy to come up with this amount of resources. So, who put the video of the Ebon Knight online? Lu Gu had just made a strategic plan and returned to Qingshan City in a happy mood. The next second, I received a hello from the Qingshan army. Although Lu Gu was very careful, he only left 10 Black Blade Knights for the white-haired Lich. But the 10 Ebon Knights are already able to unleash the minimum power of a death charge, and with the support of numerous technologies, the Ebon Knights naturally attract a lot of attention on the battlefield. It's just that before the information about the Black Blade Knights was exposed, the local army of Qingshan City didn't take the 10 Black Blade Knights seriously. But now, as the price of a Black Blade Knight was driven up to 2 million resources, and the information and skills of the Black Blade Knight were exposed, the local army of Qingshan City could no longer sit still. After a brief discussion, many high-ranking officials unanimously decided that they must have friendly exchanges and win over this powerful lord who can command 10 Black Blade Knights in their territory. Therefore, Lu Gu, who had just returned to his territory, was blocked by the officials of Qingshan Legion. Lu Gu, who had been disconnected from the internet for a long time, watched in detail the shocking scene of the Black Blade Knights charging into the level 7 city. In an instant, Lu Ji's face was almost gloomy. He almost instinctively thought that the leak of the Ebon Blade Knights was due to the Red Paint Gate's failure to manage their members properly, allowing the secret, which could not be easily revealed to others, to be leaked. Although it started from the moment the Ebon Blade Knights were handed over to the metrologist. Lu Gu was already prepared to put the Ebon Blade Knights out in the open to create a deterrent effect. But that was before Lu Ji's permission. Instead of them being able to act on their own and expose Lu Ji's trump card, no matter whether it was the metrologist or the red-painted door who exposed a secret without authorization, it would definitely not be forgiven. The good thing is, just when Lu Gu was about to get angry, the metrologist's voice call came in time. He ignored the 2 Qingshan core officers who were fidgeting. Lu Gu answered the voice call directly in front of the 2 officials and listened to the metrologist's hurried explanation on the other end of the voice call. Go back in time. Upon hearing this ability, Lu Gu immediately turned his gaze towards the white-haired Lich Malthuzid. S-level feature. There are 2 ways to use this ability. Melthagad quickly explained. One is to be able to replay past events, but you can only replay the video. It has no great significance other than obtaining intelligence. The only advantage is that you can ignore the distance and see what has happened in any place. This ability has a cooling time of up to 15 days, so it cannot be used at will. What about the second one? Lu Gu asked coldly. The second method is really powerful. Melthagad became excited. At the cost of doubling the ability's cooldown time, you could directly reverse the timeline of the entire world and get a chance to start over. It's worth mentioning that the cooldown time for both methods of use is universal. No matter which ability is used, This feature will enter an extremely long cooldown time. If someone has this feature, I'd be curious about how many times she used the second ability. After all, changing the past can be addictive, and the more you change it, the more the outcome will go against your expectations. Chapter 109: The idea of having the whole world as an enemy. These damn gods. Why would they bestow so many troublesome traits for no reason? Here, Melthagad's introduction. Lugu suddenly felt as confused as an ox, and the officer of the Qingshan Corps who was sitting next to him also widened his eyes in shock after hearing about the feature of time travel. A feature that can trace back the timeline of an entire world? Is there really such an outrageous characteristic in this world? Doesn't this mean that as long as the other party activates this characteristic, they can immediately turn the world around, go back to the past, and change the future? Lugu, however, had no doubt about this. After all, it was an S-level characteristic after all, and it must have something extraordinary and amazing. But it doesn't matter, this ability is good, I want it. Thinking this in his mind, Lugu directly activated his own characteristics and entered the target ID. Time flies. Ability, go back in time. Stealing price, 20 million common resources, 10,000 rare resources. Its value is not as high as that of the hero's wish of one sword. Mainly because the hero's wish is truly invincible once it is activated, just like the law of cause and effect of a god-level item, a super bug-level feature that can ensure victory. However, going back in time only gives you a chance to start over. If the gap in strength between the two sides is too great, or the situation is far beyond human control, there is no point in starting over. But the good thing is that time travel does not have any mandatory requirements on Lu Ji's character. I took a look at the new time travel feature on the feature bar. Lugu raised his lips slightly and felt that all the shackles on his body were gone in an instant. With this ability, Lugu has the opportunity to start over. Next, I feel like I could be a little more rampant and wanton. If the subsequent development of events is indeed beyond control, the worst that can happen is that I can go back in time and start over again. As for now, you want me to join the Qingshan Legion? Lugu looked up at the two officials who had been ignored for quite a long time, and then, before they could even respond awkwardly, he just rolled his eyes and said, "Sorry, I have no plans to join the Legion for the time being." But the official wanted to say something. Lugu had already stood up and made a gesture to see the guest off. The official who saw this scene could only sigh helplessly. After paying his respects to Lugu, he did not argue too much and turned around and left. In fact, Lugu was not the only person they wanted to recruit. In the previous siege, there were several unofficial lords who had performed well and were also targets they needed to win over. Lugu was just one of the more important ones, until the two figures completely disappeared from the system's small map. Melthagad, who had been trying hard not to speak, asked quickly, "Why don't you agree to them first? Aren't you staying in Qingshan City just to wait for an opportunity to infiltrate the Qingshan Legion and obtain a disguised identity?" That was the original plan. Lugu nodded and acknowledged what Melthagad said. "Then why did you reject them? Are you still waiting for a better price?" Melthagad was shocked. Hey, no way. Don't you understand that if you ask for a position that is too high, it will be difficult to fish, and it will also increase the risk of being exposed? Of course, I'm not so irrational. Lugu smiled faintly, and then, under Melthagad's look, as if he had seen a ghost, he said something that made Melthagad's body tremble. So, an hour later, Tehran's headquarters, Nanshan City. What the hell? He looked in shock at the white-haired lich that suddenly appeared in front of him. The red-painted door was shocked. Did the trick boss really say that? It's absolutely true. Melthagad also had a look of doubt on his face. I just can't understand why my master, who has always been a coward, is so brave this time. The Lord told me personally that he plans to turn the entire S province into a barren restricted area. This is impossible. Without even a second thought, the red-painted door denied Melthagad's words. Let's not talk about whether the trickster boss would do such a risky thing with his personality. Just say that S province is a huge province with more than 20 cities and nearly 70 million permanent residents. Once the trickster boss turns the entire S province into a wasteland, nearly 70 million people in S province will have nowhere to settle. That would be a disaster. The coalition government will never allow Province S to become a barren restricted area. Not to occupy Province S. Instead, they turned S province into a barren restricted area. What is the desolate forbidden zone? Simply put, it means turning the entire S province into a desolate land. Lu Ge is the lord of the 6th-level undead main city. The characteristic of its territory is that the wasteland is inevitably filled with a strong plague of undead. Not to mention mortals. Even low-level soldiers who have been upgraded will be tortured to death by the plague and become low-level undead if they stay in the wasteland for a long time. Once Lu Ge covers the entire S province in a wasteland, all the people and lords in the entire S province will only face two choices. One is being poisoned to death by the plague of undead. The second is to escape from Province S. Let's not talk about the returning lords and second-round lords who have rooted their territories in Province S. Are they still able to relocate the city? Just the relocation and escape of a total of 70 million people was itself a catastrophe for the coalition government. Once this happens, it will not only be S province that will suffer, but also nearby L province, J province, Q province, and even the state capital will all be hit extremely horribly and violently. During this special period when people are in panic, once such a disaster breaks out, countless evil spirits will take the opportunity to cause chaos, and the entire eastern part of Zhongzhou is very likely to be engulfed in corruption. So no matter what, the coalition government, or the Zhongzhou coalition government, would never allow Lu Ge to do this, even if it means being forced to start a war. It's not just the coalition government. Melthagad said excitedly. The players' guilds in the provinces around S and the territories there will also stand up to stop the Lord. By then, the whole world will be our enemy. So Boss Guile will never do this. The red-painted door said with great certainty. You must have heard it wrong. Yes, it is definitely right. I will go to meet Boss Guile in person with the metrologist and listen to his ideas for the future. You don't need to come to see me. Melthagad has already told you my future plans. However, before the red-painted gate could take action, a cold yet familiar voice. But as Melthagad knelt on half his knee with great respect, a sound suddenly rang behind the red-painted door. Greetings, Lord. Melthagad. Chapter 1:10 Why are the undead notorious? Scheming boss. After reacting quickly, he immediately saluted at the red-painted door. However, Lu Ge stopped the movement of the red-painted door. Instead, he sat directly on the sofa in the conference room, pointed at the sofas on both sides, and motioned for the red-painted door to sit down. Get Lu Ge's instructions. The red-painted door immediately sat down on the sofa nervously, thinking about the meaning of Lu Ge's words in his mind. What does it mean that Melthagad has told him his future plans? Could it be that the conspiracy boss really wants to turn Province S into a deserted, restricted area? When he thought of this possibility, the red-painted door felt his whole body go numb. He wanted to ask something, but facing Lu Ge's silence, he didn't dare to speak. Fortunately, this silence did not last long. As the door of the conference room was knocked open, the metrologist finally appeared in the conference room. And with the arrival of the metrologist, Lu Ge also sat up straight and said, Now I have a new task for you. For Lu Ge, the Ice City in Province S must be captured. It's not just because Ice City is the only level 8 city in Province S. More importantly, the geographical location of Ice City is too important for Province S. If it is not controlled, most of the cities in Province S will be divided by this advanced city. Even if Lu Ge can occupy all the cities in Province S except Ice City, Ice City will be like a nail stuck in the middle of Province S, hindering Lu Ge everywhere. But there are two difficulties in attacking the Ice City. First, Ice City is a level 8 city, with more than 10 million garrisons stationed there, and the number of ultimate soldiers is as many as 30 to 50, and there are legendary high-level heroes guarding it. With Lu Ge's strength, there are only two ways to take over Ice City. One is to rely on the characteristics of the Undead Lord to continuously recruit a large number of new troops and engage in a tug-of-war with the Ice City defenders, gradually wearing down the Ice City defenders. The advantage is that it is safe, but the disadvantage is equally obvious. That is, the war will be dragged out infinitely long. During this period, the Joint Army or other player forces will certainly not sit idly by and watch Ice City being taken by Lu Ge, and there will be many unexpected factors that Lu Ge does not like. Another method is to mobilize the Ebon Blade Knights. With the Ebon Blade's powerful offensive capability, even the defenders of a level 8 city will not be able to resist the Ebon Blade's charge. Relying on the powerful offensive capability of the Ebon Blade Knights, Liu Ge can easily break into the Ice City. All he needs to do next is find the core of the city and resist the counterattack of the monsters guarding the city. But this will lead to the second difficulty in attacking the Ice City. That is, the Ebon Knights are already a well-known ace legion of the Tarot Gate. If Lu Gu uses the Ebon Knights to attack the Ice City, it will undoubtedly show the outside world that he has an inseparable relationship with the Tarot Gate. You know, Lu Ji's original intention of establishing Tarot Gate was to sever the relationship between himself, the Balanced Society, and Tarot Gate. Once the Ebony Knights were mobilized, all the strategies he had previously arranged would become a pile of waste paper, and he would also become the most ostentatious existence in all of Zhongzhou. Although Lu Gu now has the new S-level feature of time travel, he has the opportunity to start over. But this does not mean that you can waste the opportunity to use time travel wantonly. After all, time travel is a first-level trump card method, and it is better to save it if you can. For Lu Gu, going back in time only increases his tolerance for error, allowing him to be more bold and radical, but it still cannot reach the point where he can indulge in wildness. Therefore, slight adjustments can be made in the strategy, but the previous strategy cannot be completely overturned. The independence of itself, the Balanced Society, and Tarot Gate is Lu Ji's most important strategy. In Lu Ji's plan, in the eyes of the outside world, the Balanced Society and the Tarot Society have become three completely independent forces, even with completely different natures. These three forces will implement three forms of existence, thereby absorbing the power of global players in all aspects and to the greatest extent for their own use. Among these three forms, one is to yearn for the ultimate personal military power and create the undead scourge by one's own strength, a scourge army that is independent of all forces and structures, and even independent of the living system. One is hidden in the darkness. Anyone may be one of them. Their power and tentacles may exist anywhere. It is an absolutely secretive, absolutely powerful, and absolutely unpredictable balance. The last type is the extremely powerful player guild, a giant legion guild, Taromen. The three have reached the extreme in three concepts respectively. In this way, no matter is a desperate criminal who is not tolerated by the world, or a powerful person who is in a high position and knows how to protect himself, but needs a secret power to rely on. Or maybe they're just ordinary strong people who don't like the coalition government and want to join a powerful unofficial government guild. They can all become forces controlled by Lu Gu, and when necessary, the three can interact with each other, thus guiding the entire world pattern without leaving any trace. And among the three types of forces that Lu Gu wants to build, the Balanced Society had already taken shape in a novice zone. All that was left was to find outstanding characters in the world and invite them. Taromen also became famous in the previous siege, although it exposed the trump card strength of the Knights of the Ebon Blade. The strength of the Knights of the Ebon Blade made Taromen the world's leading legion. In the coming period of time, Taromen will inevitably grow rapidly and attract countless powerful people to join. It is only a matter of time before it grows to the level that Lu Gu expects. Only Liu Gu himself. At the beginning, Lu Gu wanted to hide in the city and remotely command the development of the Undead Legion in Province S. However, with the premature exposure of the Ebon Blade Knights, the increased difficulty of the Ice City strategy, and the acquisition of the time rewinding feature, Lu Gu came up with a plan that, although a bit bold, could effectively solve the problem of attacking the Ice City and completing the task of strengthening his own power at the same time. That is, releasing the plague of the undead. Why are the undead so notorious, even more hated than demons, and everyone wants to kill them? It's because the undead plague of the undead race is so harmful. Once the undead plague is released, if there is no powerful force to intervene in time, let alone a small province, even a huge world of living things can be turned into a dead land in minutes. Province S is indeed huge, with a large population and vast territory. The number of second-level lords, low-level troops, and low-level wild areas that have spawned from it is also countless. So, as long as we release the undead plague and slaughter low-level wild monsters, we can gather an incredibly large undead army in a very short time. Then we can surround the city with the countryside and use hundreds of millions of undead to sweep the higher-level wild areas. It will only take 7 days at most. Melthagad said passionately, "The entire S province will become a paradise for the dead. We will have an army of more than billions of undead, let alone the local legions of a few provinces. Even if the entire Zhongzhou comes together, it is still uncertain who will win or lose." Chapter 111. Natural Disaster Plan, Undead Deterrence. Among the lords of the 7 major races at this stage, it is highly likely that the undead lord is the weakest. It's not just because the attributes of the undead's troops are often at the bottom of the same level. Not to mention their weak inherent skills and abilities, they are also restrained by multiple attributes such as light and holiness. What's more, the undead players have not yet fully utilized the true uses of the undead. Why are the undead race the same as the living race, squatting in the military buildings and recruiting 2 or 3 skeleton soldiers a day? Who could believe that the Undead Legion, famous for its numbers, was composed of only a few dozen or even a few hundred soldiers? And what era is this? The necromancer skeleton summoning is actually the main means of survival for most undead leaders. However, such ridiculous things actually happen in this world. The undead lord would literally squat in front of the troop building every day, recruiting all the troop quotas that were generated every day. He also had a few extremely valuable undead mages with him at all times, and whenever he killed a wild monster, he would quickly release a summoned skeleton before the corpse was refreshed by the system. Then he was very proud of these free skeleton soldiers and fantasized about forming an undead army with them. The result was a war. The undead legion that had been gathering for dozens of days was wiped out by a single area magic. The undead lord was so beaten that he doubted his life. Melthagad was deeply saddened by this and described to Lyoga in detail how the real undead world invaded other worlds. That's right, it's the plague of the undead. It would be so slow to expect to kill others and then use necromancy to summon skeletons from their corpses. Even if there were an army of several million people, killing people nonstop, how many people could they kill in a day? But the plague of undead is different. It spreads through water sources, air, and even various animals. 1 person spreads to 10, 10 spread to 100, 100 spread to 1,000. Often, there's no need to move much, and the entire world can be turned into a dead zone in the blink of an eye. A world that has experience in dealing with the undead plague will often quickly detect the emergence of the undead plague and then eliminate the source as quickly as possible. Only in this way can the spread of the undead plague be stopped and a catastrophe be prevented. But even so, news of certain necromancers causing undead disasters keeps coming out, making it difficult to guard against. If the reaction is not timely, it will be a catastrophe for the entire continent. The elves, humans, castle tribes, and beastmen must all unite to have a chance to fight against the undead scourge. Instead of being like this now, the dignified undead lord would actually become the weakest of the 7 original races. This shows that even the undead players themselves have not yet understood the true use of the undead. Not to mention other non-undead players. They definitely have no experience in dealing with the undead plague. No experience dealing with the undead plague. This means that the spread stage of the undead plague, when it is most easily strangled, will be overlooked. As long as the undead plague completes its primary spread, even the lowest level soldiers will be directly poisoned to death by the undead plague and transformed into the undead, and everything will become unstoppable. Although low-level troops are weak, they are also the most numerous. Just as Melthas had said, first turn the largest number of low-level soldiers into undead, and then use these large numbers of undead to besiege slightly higher-level monsters, lords or lord legions, and soldiers. Level 1 beats level 2, level 2 beats level 3, level 3 beats level 4. The transformation is carried out level by level, and with the presence of Lyoga's senior army. It only takes a few minutes for a snowball to turn into an avalanche. By the time you react, it will be too late. The entire S province covers an area of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. There are tens of thousands of wild monster areas alone, and the number of wild monsters refreshed every day exceeds hundreds of millions. These refreshed wild monsters will be constantly killed by the undead legion that occupies the entire S province, and then transformed into new undead. The wild monster refresh mechanism of the system will become the most powerful charger for the scourge. Even if Lyoga only defends Province S, he can still get hundreds of millions of troops for free every day. Who would dare to attack Lu Gu at that time? Lu Gu was able to stay in S province honestly and not move, which was a great honor for him. But is it really okay to take advantage of the system like this? When I heard Lu Ji's plan through the red-painted door, I felt my scalp tingling. Can this game really be played like this? Indeed, if Lu Ji's plan goes according to plan, then Lu Ji's capture of S province is almost certain. It can even be said that if Zhongzhou's reaction is a little slower, Luge can capture more than just S province. The entire 6 eastern provinces are probably Lu Ji's meal. As for the Zhongzhou United Government, organizing a legion to attack Province S? Stop dreaming. If we only rely on the strength of Liuge's own army and the power of the coalition government, it is still possible to gather an army of tens of millions and destroy Liuge. But if Luge turns the entire S province into an undead plague, what do you expect the United Government to use to fight a terrorist army with hundreds of millions of undead, with hundreds of millions of new undead joining every day? You can't just abandon your home and gather all the strength of the state to attack Luge, right? No one has the courage, and no one can have the appeal. The final result can only be that the United Government abandons Province S, and the United Army and Player Guild around Province S set up a defense line, always on guard against Liuge's Scourge army moving south. At this point, the undead deterrence will be completely formed, and when necessary, the Tarot Gate, which will become an important force in Zhongzhou in the future, and the Balance, which holds huge power in secret, will work together inside and outside, and the entire Zhongzhou will be taken over in an instant. Thinking of this, both the red-painted gate and the measurement engineer had to admire Lu Ji's amazing strategy. In other words, Luge is the only one in the world who has the ability to create a natural disaster of undead. If it were someone else, even if they had the idea, they would not have the capital to implement it. The only problem is that it is so unscrupulous to take advantage of the system. The Wild Monster Refresh mechanism is provided by the system for players to upgrade and collect resources. But Luge turned it into a freeloader. If the system had its own will, it would definitely not allow Luge to exploit loopholes like this. Unfortunately, the will of the universe is absolutely indifferent. In order to ensure that everything goes well, I need you to think of ways to attract the attention of the coalition government and major forces as much as possible in the next period of time, so that everyone will ignore or have no time to pay attention to the abnormalities that are about to occur in Province S. He snapped his fingers expressionlessly. Luge said, "This is also the reason why I came here to find you. 3 days. I only need 3 days. No matter what means you use, it doesn't matter." Chapter 112, guaranteeing the completion of the mission. That was the moment when Luge said the 8 words, "Any means will do." The metrologist immediately stood up from the sofa and said sincerely, "Please feel free to entrust this difficult task to us." "That's right. We guarantee to complete the task excellently." The red-painted door also reacted quickly and made the assurance. Seeing this, Luge nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that the two had no other questions, he casually reminded them to act quickly and then cast the teleportation magic again. The white-haired lich stared at the metrologist and the red-painted gate suspiciously for a few seconds and was about to say something when he saw the fine beads of cold sweat oozing out of the latter's forehead. "Melthagad, hurry up. The transmission has begun." Liuge's reminder interrupted Melthagad's exploration. "Okay, Lord," he shouted excitedly. Melthagard quickly ran to Liuge's side, and then a blue teleportation light flashed by, and Liuge and Melthagard disappeared in the conference room in an instant. Only the metrologist and the red-painted door were left standing stiffly in the conference room. Only after making sure that Luge would not return did the red-painted door collapse on the sofa, his face full of fear. Fortunately, the exposure of the Black Blade Knight covered the previous news, so the trick boss did not discover the rumors we spread before otherwise. When I think of a scene when Luge was angry, the red-painted door gave me a chill. Even the metrologist had a look of relief on his face. Luckily, Gigi gave us a new task. Next, we will make the best of our mistake. As long as we make enough noise, Gigi won't be able to discover our mistake. "What are you going to do?" asked the red-painted door. "Aren't there many wanted lords from all over the world who want to join us recently?" The metrologist said, "We previously considered that accepting them would touch the nerves of the coalition government too much, so we have been slow to respond to their messages. However, since Guiji has already planned to turn Province S into a desolate restricted area, we don't have to worry too much." "What you mean is the red-painted door swallowed." Trick gritted his teeth. The metrologist said viciously, "Any lord who has Bill level or higher characteristics and a main city level of 5 or above, no matter who he is or what evil deeds he has committed, as long as they can abide by the rules of Tarot Gate, can join us Tarot Gate. If opening the door to recruiting people still doesn't attract the world attention, then we will just surround Guangdu." Guangdu. the capital of Province G, and one of only 3 level 9 cities in the entire southern part of Zhongzhou. Although the Tarot Gates are not yet capable of capturing Guangdu, they do not need to actually attack a level 9 city. As long as they show an intention to surround Guangdu and occupy it, it will be enough to set off the sensitive nerves of the coalition government. After all, it was a level 9 city. There are only a handful of level 9 cities in all of Zhongzhou. Any one of them is enough to affect the strategic layout of several provinces, even the strategic situation of the whole country. The meteorologists and the red-painted gate on this side were even bold enough to turn their attention to Guangdu. On the other side, Lu Gu, who passed through the teleportation array, did not return to Qingshan City, but came directly to Wumu City. Before the action begins, Lu Gu has one small matter to deal with. That's right, this little thing was none other than Xueho's younger brother, Qin Feng. I heard from Tichondrius that you have already opened your territory, sitting on the throne of bones. Lu Gu looked at Qin Feng below, whose skin was pale and no longer looked like a human. He smiled and said, "Interesting, it seems that you, like me, chose the undead tribe instead of the beast tribe that your brother Bloodhowl is good at using." To be honest, it was not beyond Lu Ji's expectations that Qin Feng could become a lord. It was not only because Lu Gu had already helped him with mental healing once before, but more importantly, after Lu Gu left, he ordered one of his heroes, the Lord of Fear Tichondrius, to assist Qin Feng in becoming a lord. What humans call depression is actually a kind of negative spirit from the perspective of the elimination game. This negative spirit may not be eliminated by ordinary purification skills due to the unique way it is formed, but it is not difficult to recover. The method Lu Gu chose was the most direct one, which was to use a larger but purified negative spirit to cover up Qin Feng's original mental trauma, thus making Qin Feng become relatively normal. Judging from Qin Feng's successful performance in opening the Lord, Lu Ji's treatment effect should be quite good. Of course, if Qin Feng had just opened up the territory and became an ordinary lord, with Lu Ji's character, he would at most regard it as fulfilling his promise to Bloodroar and would never give him a chance to meet him a second time. The reason why Lu Gu came here specifically before a large-scale operation was because Qin Feng also showed amazing talent similar to his brother Bloodroar. Although he is still a little immature compared to Bloodroar, judging from this battlefield video, there is no doubt that Qin Feng's talent is not inferior to Bloodroar. All he needs is some space to grow. This is what Lu Gu said after seeing the video footage sent by Tichondrius of Qin Feng's first battle with wild monsters after opening the territory. Then Lu Gu arranged this meeting. He and I were never the same. And facing Lu Gu, the devil, who killed all the bullies in front of him while laughing and treated human life as worthless. In the past 2 days, Qin Feng, whose confidence had slightly recovered after becoming a lord, forcibly suppressed the fear that arose in his heart when facing Lu Gu. He said dryly, "Before I came here, I heard from Elthagad. You want me to command the legion for you like my brother, right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Gu looked at the white-haired lich beside him. The latter, on the other hand, looks like he is looking at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, as if he has heard nothing and knows nothing. "You think too much." Lu Gu shook his head after questioning in vain. "I only help you because it is my promise to Bloodroar. Later, if you really have a talent that is not inferior to Bloodroar, a new connection will be established between us. By then, everything will have nothing to do with Bloodroar, but a cooperation between you and me. But do you think I have Qin's talent?" Facing Lu Ji's indifferent gaze. For some reason, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and said something that even surprised himself. The moment the words came out of his mouth, Qin Feng wanted to slap himself. This time he came to meet Lu Gu, but he had already made up his mind to cut off all ties with Lu Gu. Although he is not as pedantic as his brother Xueho, Lu Ji's indifference to life and the cold cruelty he showed when torturing others are all sending a signal to Qin Feng. That is, Lu Gu is extremely dangerous. You must not get too close to such a dangerous person. But no matter what, Lu Gu was entrusted by Xueho to take care of his elders. He was also the benefactor who helped him get out of the shadow of bullying and even gave him the opportunity to awaken the power of the Lord. If it weren't for Lu Gu, he would probably still be trapped in fear and anxiety. Not only would he suffer mental torture, but more importantly, he would completely miss the opportunity to become a lord and change his fate. So no matter how evil Lu Gu behaves, at least from Qin Feng's perspective, Lu Gu is like a rebirth for him. However, in the face of such extreme danger, There is an existence that is kind to him. After thinking for a long time, Qin Feng finally made a decision in his heart. That is, he planned to do his best to repay Lu Ji's kindness to him, and then keep his distance from Lu Ge. This is a normal person's idea, or rather, an overly normal idea. He even asked many netizens and classmates, and everyone thought this was the most appropriate way to deal with it. And he originally wanted to take this opportunity today to express his thoughts. But when I really saw Lu Ge, when he saw Lu Ji's face, which was deeply eroded by the power of the undead, with sunken eye sockets and a cold and grim expression, Qin Feng's mind went blank. Even now, he said something he had never intended to say. Do I have Qin He's talent? He actually asked Lu Ge this question. Isn't this the same as recommending himself? Qin Feng realized that his words were inappropriate and subconsciously wanted to explain the meaning of his words. But under Lu Ji's gaze, he found that he didn't know how to explain it. What's even more outrageous is that Lu Ge seemed to be completely unaware of his embarrassment, and his facial expression did not change at all. Instead, she followed his question and gave a direct answer. You are still a long way from it, but you have great potential. Qin Feng remained silent. It was Melthagad who saw through Qin Feng's true thoughts at a glance. But this bad-tempered, white-haired lich would not be so kind as to give others a way out, nor would he risk being beaten to correct Lu Ji's mistake. Instead, it was like a magic trick, and a contract suddenly appeared in his hand. He said earnestly, Since you think so highly of this boy, sign him as your employee as soon as possible. As he spoke, he stuffed the contract in front of Qin Feng and urged Qin Feng to sign it. Qin Feng took a look at the contents of the contract. His face suddenly turned darker than the bottom of a pot. I voluntarily offer my infinite loyalty and soul to the great master trickster. Under the witness of the gods, I will unconditionally obey any order of master trickster for the rest of my life. I shall never betray you, otherwise I will be annihilated by the gods, reduced to ashes, and never be reborn. Sign quickly, Melthagad urged. That's it. Qin Feng didn't know how he got back to his territory. He just felt like he sold himself out for no apparent reason. Let alone Qin Feng. Even Lu Ge was a little stunned. After all, he just has high hopes for Qin Feng, but it does not mean that Qin Feng must become his subordinate. Moreover, Lu Ge has always disdained to use contracts. There are too many loopholes in such things. Not to mention that it is just a witness of the gods. Even if the real god comes, when it comes to the time to breach the contract, Lu Ge will still ignore him. He summoned Qin Feng this time, mainly to listen to Tichondrius' evaluation of Qin Feng, and wanted to confirm Qin Feng's talent. If Qin Feng really has a talent that is not inferior to Blood Roar, then Lu Ge can increase his training of Qin Feng. As for whether Qin Feng will be loyal to him, Lu Ge has never considered it all. In Lu Ji's dictionary, people who accept his investment have only two choices. One is to work for him obediently, and they will share the joys and sorrows in the future. Lu Ge will never treat his own people unfairly. The other is death on the spot. Therefore, contracts are useless. Firstly, signing a contract shows that you do not trust the other party. Secondly, his execution ability is no worse than that of gods. If you dare to betray him, the prophet and his friends will suffer the same fate. You're not allowed to act on your own in the future. Liu Ge warned Melthagad. Yes, my lord. I promise there won't be a next time. Melthagad saluted solemnly. What I'm thinking is that I'll dare to. And Liu Ge also knew Melthagad's temper. He simply didn't say anything more, but took a deep breath and said, Okay, now that the little episode has been resolved, let's get to the point. As Lu Ji's voice fell, several beams of teleportation light lit up simultaneously from within the conference room. 6 figures emitting a terrifying aura of death slowly emerged in the conference room. They are the Agile Queen of Vengeance, Sylvanas; the Winged Dread, Lords Tichondrius and Mal'Ganis; Death Knight, Lords Bane and Bellin, holding the Frost Sword. And there is the tall skeleton dragon knight, Olma, who is covered in hideous armor. In the next action, the 6 heroes will lead 6 legions to spread the undead plague to the 6 cities in Province S at the same time, and when necessary, they will personally lead the legions to join the war to speed up the spread of the undead plague and destroy the enemy's resistance. Under the premise of this action goal, the tasks and difficulties undertaken by the 6 heroes will be extremely formidable. Although Liu Ge's undead legion is powerful, once it is divided into 6 parts, the strength of each part will become quite weak. In this case, a thorough and quick plan and close cooperation among the heroes become particularly important. This was when Lu Gu and his heroes were formulating a war plan to attack Province S. The Tarot Gate on the other side also began to act. The red-painted gate summoned all the news media in Nanshan City, and under the attention of the public, began a global live broadcast that attracted hundreds of millions of people to watch simultaneously, facing the overwhelming flashlights around. Even though he was already a company executive before the elimination game began and was used to seeing grand red-painted doors, he couldn't help but feel scared at this moment, especially when thinking about the news I'm about to announce. The red-painted door even felt that the hand holding the speech began to tremble uncontrollably. Let the storm come even harder. I thought so silently in my heart. The red-painted door took a deep breath and grabbed the microphone. Loudly said, Chapter 113, Taromon Declaration. I declare, from now on, Tarot Gate will officially recruit all provinces and cities on Blue Star with a main city level of 5 or above, or with characteristics of B or above to join. The number of recruits does not take into account identity or whether they are internationally wanted criminals. Anyone from the entire Blue Star who is willing to abide by our Tarotmen guild system can join the Tarotmen and receive their protection. In addition, Tarot Gate will divide the 6 cities of G Province, including Nanshan City, into cities directly under Tarot Gate, with Nanshan City as the center. The 6 cities are initially planned to be Meicheng, Dongguan City, Yuannai City, Qingshui City, and Shaoqing. All local legions in the above 6 cities are hereby notified to move out within 3 days of receiving the information of this press conference. Otherwise, Tarot Gate will regard it as a hostile act and will treat it as a declaration of war regardless of what force it is. Finally, I want to inform the world. Tarotmen is undoubtedly the strongest guild in the world. All returning lords, new lords, or the old coalition regimes should recognize this fact and pay tribute to the supreme and strongest guild. That's all. Deathly silence enveloped the entire place. The flashlights in the entire venue stopped abruptly. All the media reporters and intelligence personnel that the major forces on Blue Star had tried every means to dispatch were all staring in amazement at the man on the podium, who was calmly welcoming the gaze of the world without the slightest change in expression on his face. Long silence, until he saw the red-painted door and turned away. The press conference stage was already empty. All the people who were immersed in the shocking remarks made by the red-painted door suddenly burst into an uproar. Wait, what did he just say? He wants to occupy 6 cities in G Province? What a joke. How many cities are there in G Province? Including Nanshan City. Does Tarotmen mean to bring the entire G Province under his rule? It's crazy. He's threatening the local army. Although the power of the government is no longer as authoritative as before after the reform, it seems that the only player guild that has been provoking the coalition government one after another is Taromon. Provocation? Hey, this is not just a provocation, is it? Didn't you hear what the Red Painted Gate said? They don't even take the coalition government seriously. The most powerful guild is so arrogant. Is it finally coming? The war between the lords and the coalition? It was only a matter of time, but no one expected that the conflict between the lords and the government would come so quickly. As expected of the Tarot Gate and the Red Paint Gate, their courage is truly terrifying. Courage. Yes, all player guilds know that with the development of the second-round lords, the official legions with a large number of second-round lords as their army will quickly surpass the player guilds in strength and quickly widen the gap with the player guilds. In other words, rationally speaking, now is the time when the gap between the player guilds and the official legions is the smallest, and it is also the time when they have the best chance of winning. Everyone understands this, but no one dares to be the first to speak out, because even at this stage, the official army is far more powerful than the player guild. Everyone is watching, afraid, and waiting for an opportunity that will never come. But Tarot Gate did it, and it was so high profile and so open. Chapter 114 Uproar. Some were shocked. There are those who are disdainful. There are those who fear it, and there are those who admire it. But no matter what you think about the remarks about the red-painted door, at this moment, all the people present and all the people watching this live broadcast were aware of a terrible reality. That is the question that everyone has been subconsciously avoiding since the return of the Lord of Return, and it is finally being laid bare in front of everyone. The world changes because of the power of the Lord. Strictly speaking, Those returning lords who survived the elimination game and possessed enormous lord power should be the rulers of the new world. The regimes of the old world are trying to continue their previous rule. So how can the leaders of the new world be willing to surrender? A horrific conflict that would sweep the world would inevitably break out between the two sides. Everyone understood this, and everyone was waiting for this, just like the nobles of the Six Kingdoms waiting for the uprising of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang at the end of the Qin dynasty. And the Chun Sheng and Wu Guang of the new era were finally born at this moment. In just a few hours. Taromin Declaration. Taromin declares war on the world. Taromin provokes the first war in the new world, etc. A large number of front-page headlines quickly occupied all social media, newspapers, and even all pages of TV stations in the entire Blue Star. This caused an uproar in the world. Even the coalition government is unable to block such explosive news. Or it can be said that there are people behind the news who hold power but are dissatisfied with the current situation in the world. Countless current affairs experts, high-ranking officials of the United Government, and high-level officials of the Players Guild have been involved, representing the interests behind them and criticizing Taro. For a moment, Taro Gate seemed to have become a terrorist organization that everyone wanted to kill. The commander of the Nandu Legion, the second largest official legion in Zhongzhou, denounced the red-painted gate as traitors and wanted to lead the Nandu Legion to declare war on Taro Gate. But in contrast, Taromin's terrifying reputation has spread throughout the world. This is the only unofficial force in the world that openly defies the United Government. Moreover, it ranks 8th in the world and is the only super legion among the 10 major legions that can capture a level 7 city with only 16 people. The arrogant words of a weak person will only make people laugh. But when a world-class strong man makes such a declaration, no matter how low his chances of winning are on the surface, he will attract the support of countless people who are eager to change the world. Countless lords around the world who were frustrated or simply opposed the existence of the coalition government applied to join Taromin. People could only watch helplessly as the number of Taromin Legion members grew rapidly from the initial 16 people. In just a few hours after the Taromin Declaration, the number of Legion members had grown to as many as 3,000. Nanshan City is the only city currently truly occupied by Taromin. The colorful light symbolizing the city relocation has not stopped since the end of the press conference. Towering 5th level and even 6th level main cities have emerged from Nanshan City like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Lords one after another, with different shapes but all with terrifying auras, have appeared in Nanshan City. Chapter 115 Supreme Joint Meeting, Songadam. Free State. Supreme Privy Council of the Coalition Government. A group of majestic figures who hold the power of life and death, and at the very least are governors of the state, all projected onto the screen in the highest conference hall via video. What we have been worried about has finally happened. The person who spoke was an old man with sagging skin, wearing a bathrobe and looking haggard. His name is Marnilla, the current governor of Paracel Islands. He was hailed as a saint by the people of the country long before the establishment of the coalition government. Delaying the war will not fundamentally solve the conflict of interest between the coalition government and the young people who have gained extraordinary abilities. This war will come sooner or later. It's just that according to our original plan, we are preparing to postpone the arrival of this war as much as possible. The president frowned. Once we have enough power, we can minimize the damage of this conflict to the world. But they obviously don't mean what you want. Marnilla chuckled. They know very well that the sooner the war starts, the better it will be for them. Now that the situation has developed to this point, we don't need to retreat any further. New state governor, Nobuo Kanhara, said coldly. Including our new state's Demon Code and the Free State's Dark Order, they have seriously challenged the authority of our coalition government, and they are rapidly strengthening their own power by challenging the government's authority. If this continues, I don't think the price we need to pay to wipe them out will be lower than taking action now. That's because you New Jersey guys are incompetent. The one who spoke was a blonde, blue-eyed man with an arrogant face. The governor of the European state, Hilda, said, as an official government, you were actually overtaken by a private guild in terms of the progress of absorbing the second-round lords. To be honest, it's only because your army commander in Kyoto is quite capable. Otherwise, I don't think you have the ability to occupy Kyoto. It's natural for you to be afraid of private guilds when you are so incompetent. What did you say? Nobuo Kanhara's eyes were cold. Enough. We are a coalition government. not a coalition. It seemed that a quarrel was about to break out between the two sides. The United President suddenly interrupted the gradually heated atmosphere between the two sides and said angrily, "What we are discussing now is Taro men. As for the conflict between the returning lords and our coalition government, or any other future threats, they are not within the scope of our discussion at this meeting. What we have to decide now is only the Taro Men Guild. This arrogant guild that dared to openly challenge the coalition government and now openly declared war on the coalition government is the one we must deal with now. There is no other choice." Speaking of this, the United President looked at the governor of Central Province who had remained silent, a short-haired man who looked surprisingly young, only in his early 30s. "Li Xianlong, Taro Men is the guild that your Zhongzhou belongs to. In addition, in this round of rankings, there's another guild that occupies a level 7 city in Zhongzhou, the Holy Union. Now, of the 5 major player guilds in the world that have conquered level 7 cities, 2 belong to your Zhongzhou. Do you have anything to say about this?" "I obey the decision of the coalition government." After a moment of silence, Li Xianlong, the governor of Zhongzhou, said, "But it is difficult for us to organize enough legions to attack the 2 level 7 legions in a short period of time with only the territory of Zhongzhou. Therefore, my suggestion is to put aside the relatively stable Holy Union for the time being and focus on dealing with the overly restless Taramon." "Very good." The president nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned his gaze towards Nobuo, Kanhura, and Marnilla. Shinzhou and Zishazu are adjacent to Zhongzhou. This action is related to the reputation of the coalition government, not just Zhongzhou. Therefore, I need you two to send a legion to assist Zhongzhou in eliminating the rebellious guild Taro men. But the new state's demonic code. Nobuo Kamiara instinctively wanted to object. In fact, among the 7 states formed by the coalition government, the challenges faced by New South Wales are definitely ranked first. No matter how rampant Taramon is, he is just talking big and wants to establish his own kingdom. The Demon Code Guild in New South Wales is truly an anti-government organization, and they are openly fighting for control with the New South Wales government. So far, 11 out of the 42 provinces in New South Wales have actually fallen under the control of the Devil's Code. Although the Devil's Code has not taken down any level 8 cities, it has a large number of level 6 cities in its hands. More importantly, the Demon Code has attracted a large number of second-round lords to join and has formed a situation of confrontation with the official legion. Now in Shinzhou, it is all thanks to the Kyoto Legion, led by Shinmu, that it can suppress the Demon Code. How can there be any extra strength to help Zhongzhou deal with the Taro Gate? But under the threatening gaze of the president, Nobuo Kanhura finally swallowed the bitterness in his heart. There was no other way. He had been a running dog of the president before the establishment of the coalition government, and now he did not have the confidence to resist the president's orders. As a result, the decision to attack Taromon was quickly implemented. The Zhongzhou United Government was responsible for the main force of this expedition, while Shinzhou and Zishazu each sent 2 elite legions to Zhongzhou to assist in the battle. The mission goal is to completely wipe out Taromon. Use Taramon's blood to deter all other restless people who are ready to make a move and extinguish the idea of resistance in people's hearts. No one thought that this crusade would fail. No matter how powerful Taromen is, in the face of the sheer size of the United Government, how much of a wave can a mere 16-member player guild, even if it has expanded to several thousand people, make? In the eyes of everyone, to wipe out the Taro Gate is just a matter of how much loss will be incurred and how much price will be paid. While everyone's eyes were on Taromon, waiting for the coalition government's response. On the other hand, S Province is located at the 2 extremes of central China, north and south, as is G Province. The winged dread Lord Tichondrius stood on the Song River Dam, the largest reservoir and dam in Province S. Slowly pour 2 bottles of emerald green liquid containing a strong plague of undead into the reservoir. Watch as the emerald green liquid merges into the deep reservoir and quickly disappears. Tichondrius slowly turned around and snapped his fingers suddenly. The next moment, the bodies of the 2 lords guarding the reservoir shook strangely and slowly climbed up from the ground. Chapter 116, The Current Situation of the New Lord. Huajiang City, S Province. In the suburbs of Huajiang City, in a level 1 monster area. Strangeness. A new lord commanded his Murloc warriors and smashed the skeleton warrior in front of him into pieces with a harpoon. There was no trace of happiness on his face, How many skeleton warriors are there? If I remember correctly, shouldn't the monsters that spawn in this monster area be goblins? That's right. We didn't see many goblins, but these skeleton warriors are everywhere. Upon hearing this, another lord complained, "What's even more outrageous is that after all the effort to kill these skeleton monsters, they don't even drop any experience or resources. It's a pure loss-making business." Complaints are complaints. But no matter how low the resource yield of the level 1 monster area is, these new lords can only grit their teeth and swallow it. Not to mention the high-level monster areas, which have all been occupied by returning players. Just talking about the strength of the new lords themselves, unless they get support from returning players, they can only honestly kill monsters in the level 1 monster area. After all, new players have no characteristics and cannot gain the strength to challenge advanced arms or even wild bosses in just a few days like those first-round players who have activated characteristics suitable for them in the first round of elimination games. Of course, being weak also has its advantages. That is, the CD time of the Monster Tide in the second round of elimination game is as long as once a month, and the Monster Tide does not target the players themselves, but only the cities where players gather, thus spreading the individual risk. Under this mechanism, the situation of the second-round players is much safer than that of the first-round players. Theoretically, as long as they find a suitable force to join under its protection, even ordinary people who have not opened the main city to become lords can ensure their basic safety. They don't have to be like the first-round lords, accumulating strength in fear all day long, racking their brains to improve their strength to fight against monsters attacking the city. This is also the current situation of the vast majority of people on Blue Star who have not obtained territory. No matter how the United Government treats the returning lords, at least in terms of treating civilians, the United Government still tries its best to protect their lives and safety. Of course, it's just about life safety. The coalition government is now completely unable to meet other needs except life safety. This is why many people are desperately trying to obtain territory and become lords, because under the current situation, ordinary people have no channels to obtain income at all. Especially under the current situation, affected by gamification, various industries on the Blue Planet, including breeding and crop planting, have been greatly impacted. While prices are soaring around the world, many people have lost their jobs. So far, the price of rice alone has risen 10 times its previous price. Even if the coalition government continues to use strategic grain reserves, it is completely unable to curb the rise in prices. The reason is not only because more than 90 of the world's farms have been occupied by monsters and cannot be used for planting, but also because Lord players have discovered that food in the real world can be exchanged for food units in the system through the collection of soldiers. As a result, many wealthy lords are collecting food, wood, and other resources on a large scale to achieve an effect similar to recharging Krypton gold. This is the real reason why prices remain high. Under this situation, the only way to ensure a relatively stable supply of food and clothing is to become a lord, hunt monsters, and obtain food resources. Therefore, compared to those people who cannot even obtain a territory and cannot expand their own main city to become a lord, these new lords can only make a small profit in the level 1 monster area, and they have to hand over 30 of the profit to the legion of their city. But at least it can satisfy one's own survival needs. If one is lucky enough to get a high-level treasure, one won't have to worry about a year's living expenses. What the new lords who were comforting themselves in their hearts did not know was that, in the setting of the elimination game, if they really kill wild monsters, let alone the undead, even elemental creatures may drop resources and loot. The fact that they killed so many skeleton warriors but didn't get any resources or treasures can only mean one thing. That is, these skeleton warriors are not wild monsters at all. Unfortunately, the new lords who lack combat experience did not quickly notice the abnormality. They just feel that there are more and more undead monsters that don't drop resources, and it's getting harder and harder for them to obtain resources. That's all. By the time the returning lords discovered the abnormality, it was already too late. On the other side, in Ebony City, one of the 3 cities occupied by the Scourge, the plague of undeath has spread completely. Sylvanas reported in a deep voice, "At present, the water sources in all cities, towns, and even wild areas of the entire S province have been contaminated by the plague of undeath. In addition, high concentrations of plague fog have been released in densely populated areas. It won't be long before the plague of undeath will spread rapidly along the water sources and the flow of people." How long is the plague outbreak estimated to take? He raised his hand to interrupt Sylvanas' report. Lyoga asked, "Currently, the undead plague has begun to break out in the low-level monster areas. In 6 hours at most, the outbreak will sweep across the entire S province." Sylvanas replied, "What about the local army? Currently, we have discovered 4 legions that are capable of stopping the outbreak of the undead plague. They are the Ice City Legion that currently occupies Gaoqing City, the Spring City Legion that occupies Spring City, and the Anshan Legion that occupies Anshan City. There's also a player guild that occupies the 5th-level city of Blackstone City." Sylvanas spoke out the information she had gathered without hesitation, as if she knew it by heart. Lugo looked through the legion rankings and found that none of the 4 legions were among the top 100 in the world. Even on the top 100 list in Zhongzhou, there was only one legion, the Ice City Legion. Legion name, Ice City Legion. Legion size, 75,000. Occupied cities, Gaoqing City, Manhwa City. Occupation value, 10. Legion Hanking, Zongonzono, 98. Lugo was silent for a while. He turned to look at Sylvanas again and said, "Then you will destroy the Ice City Legion. The other 3 legions will be handed over to Bane Baron, Tichondrius, and Mal'Ganis, Melthuzad, and Olma. All bone dragons will participate in this war. We must destroy all the entities in S province that can hinder the natural disaster plan as soon as possible." Chapter 117. The Outrageous Strength of Taro Gate. As Lu Ji's order was issued, Wumu City, Heihe City, and Changdong City, 3 cities shrouded in desolate darkness, suddenly began to operate, accompanied by the roars of giant dragons that resounded through the heavens and earth. The 1,000-year-old bone dragon that blocked out the sun and covered the sky flashed its tattered wings as it streaked across the sky. Countless armies of the undead were awakened from their long slumber, and led by 7 heroes, they rushed in 4 different directions. Several scouts who were monitoring the 3 cities were about to flee when they saw this horrifying scene. But the next second, whoosh! As the Grim Reaper raised his scythe, all the spies stationed near the 3 cities disappeared without a trace. Lu Ji's strategy of showing weakness received a perfect response at this moment. Although the people of Province S were on guard against the Scourge that occupied 3 cities, because the Scourge only occupied 3 second-tier cities and the Scourge did not take any other actions, the major forces in Province S soon relaxed their vigilance against the Scourge. Even the personnel monitoring the movements of the Scourge were so carelessly arranged that after all the red-named units were wiped out so easily, Lu Gu still didn't dare to believe it and checked it several times before finally confirming it. These scouts killed by the Grim Reaper are truly the spies of those external forces. This is really underestimated. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lu Gu turned on the computer and looked at the global live broadcast that was currently going on. Defeat Teromon. In comparison, Lu Gu was greatly underestimated. It has to be said that the red-painted gate and a measurement engineer completed the task assigned to them by Lu Gu perfectly, even exceeding the task. Under the arrogant declaration of the red-painted door. On the same night that Taromon issued its declaration, the United Government announced sanctions against Taromon to the world. That is the title of the video at this moment. Conquer Taro. Just a Nandu Corps, a few local corps from Province G, and 248 corps from Shinzhou and Zishazu. And you want to take down Taromon? It's just, I'm scared to death. The red-painted gate shouted nervously. Do you know how powerful the Nandu army is? This is the top 20 army in the whole Zhongzhou. Even the previously arrogant and domineering Hunter District Alliance was beaten to a pulp by the Nandu army. Not to mention the foreign aid armies from Shinzhou and Zishazu, plus the Guangdu army from Province G. Although the Guangdu Legion has only occupied a level 6 city now. But this does not mean that the Guangdu Legion is just a level 6 legion. On the contrary, the Guangdu Legion is composed of many returning lords and new lords from Guangdu City, with a total number of more than 100,000 people. It is definitely one of the top legions in Zhongzhou. If you really think about it, the strength of the Guangdu Legion may even be above that of the Nandu Legion. The reason why it was unknown before was because Guangdu was a level 9 city and the Guangdu Legion could not capture it, so it could only temporarily occupy a level 6 city as a second choice. When the other legions in Province G have some spare strength, the Guangdu Legion will unite with other legions in Province G to capture Guangdu in one fell swoop and become one of the strongest legions in Zhongzhou. Now, the Guangdu Legion did not receive enough troops to attack Guangdu, but instead received the Taro men who occupied Nanshan City and spoke rudely to the united government. The Guangdu Legion, which had long been dissatisfied with the 6th-level city it was in, immediately took the brunt of the call. They wanted to eliminate the Taromon, the cancer lying in Ji province. With the full response of the Nandu Legion, the pressure on Zhongzhou was greatly relieved. Instead of forcibly withdrawing the Shangjing Legion and the Bianjing Legion, which were too far away, they directly dispatched the relatively close Nandu Legion as the main legion to cooperate with the local Legion of Province Ji to participate in the attack on Taromen. In the eyes of Zhongzhou's top leaders, this kind of power is more than enough. No matter how powerful Taromon is, it is ultimately just a level 7 guild. In contrast, the forces mobilized by the coalition government this time, the Nandu Corps alone has the strength of a level 7 corps, and the foreign aid corps sent by Shisha State and Xinzhou are also around level 7. The 3 level 7 legions, together with the Guangdu Legion, a local legion with absolute level 8 legion strength, plus a number of level 5 and level 6 local legions of Province G. Getting a Taro Gate, although not a sure thing, is almost certain. Even the red-painted gate itself felt that it was doomed and had no chance of winning. After all, no matter how powerful the Ebon Blade Knights are, they only have a mere 10,000 knights. No matter how high the attribute added by Death Charge is, it does not make it immune to all attack damage. Given the huge number of legions and countless characteristics, it is probably difficult to reverse the situation of the battle. Apart from this, the power of Taromon itself is almost negligible. In a legion war of this scale, how can it? President Red Paint, followed by an excited shout. A burly orc lord over 2 meters tall, like a tank, pushed open the red-painted door of the conference room with great momentum. Then, without waiting for the red-painted door and the metrologist in the conference room to react, the Taromon member with the ID name Grom shouted excitedly, "The brothers' armies have been assembled. Now they are ready to fight the enemy to the death. This is the list of the brothers' troops. Please ask President Hongqi to dispatch them." Speaking of, Grom strode forward and solemnly placed several pages of reports on the table in front of Red Painted Door. Red Painted Door, who was in deep despair, picked up the report and glanced at it casually. The next second, his eyes bulged out in shock. He looked at Grom in front of him in disbelief and asked in astonishment, This, is everything on this list true?" "Of course it's true, President Red Lacquer," Grom said in a muffled voice. "This time, the brothers have used all their family resources to fight against the United Bastards. I can guarantee that no brother will hide his weakness." "What shocks you so much? Let me see it." Seeing this, the metrologist snatched the list from Hongqi Damon's hand in surprise. And then the next second, he staggered in shock, his face full of disbelief. "Just see this short list." The following line of data was written in horror. S-level specialties, 12 people. People with A-level characteristics, 655 people. People with B-level characteristics, 2,490 people. Those with the above characteristics are all compatible with the characteristics. That is, there are no incompatible ones whose characteristics are incompatible with the arms. Legendary Heroes, 4. Epic Heroes, 2072. Rare Heroes, 15,510. Level 7 Troops, 132. Level 6 Legendary Arms, about 21,000. Level 6 Epic Troops, about 80,000. Level 5 Legendary Arms, approximately 55,000. Level 5 Epic Troops, about 170,000. The remaining 5th level rare level and above combat power, a total of about 300,000. Until this moment, the red-painted gate and the meter engineer were just remembered. These lords they recruited later were definitely not useless people. As a group of crazy people who can move cities across states, even be listed on the international wanted list, and even directly join Taromen to confront the united government. Most of these lords did not follow the normal guild route, and all of them had blood on their bodies to a greater or lesser extent. Otherwise, after returning to the real world, they would not be wanted by the local people, let alone spend such a heavy price to move across states and join the Tarot Club. And they are so strong. On average, each person has more than 10 or 20 legendary soldiers. That's normal, right? It's normal to have an epic hero, right? S-level characteristics mean you can dominate the area. What's so difficult about recruiting a few ultimate soldiers? Chapter 1, 18 Self-Deterrence. More. Under the blue, cloudless autumn sky, At this moment, the suburbs of Nanshan have become the center of the world. The much-anticipated red-painted gate of Taromin Guild President and Taromin Vice President Metrologist stood expressionlessly on the makeshift city wall. Behind them, 12 people wearing sleeved robes in 12 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, purple, black, white, gold, silver, and bronze, whose faces could not be seen, stood quietly. In my heart, tears are streaming down my face. Who dares to believe it? These 12 people in sleeve robes are all S-level characteristics? In Area 4297, each of them can be on par with a messenger of God. In theory, they can rival 1,000 people with their own strength. However, there is such a group of terrifying existences. But now he stood quietly behind them, obeying their orders. Not only that, he lowered his head and glanced behind him cautiously. Although the expressions of the Taromin members were different, none of them showed fear. The red-painted door only felt like my bladder was about to burst. More than 600 A-level features. More than 2,000 B-level characteristics. Even though these people were recruited by themselves, the Red Paint Gate never thought that when they gathered together, they would form such a terrifying force. What the Red Painted Gate and the Meter Man didn't know was, at this moment, the Tarot Gate members who seemed relaxed were actually frightened by the current situation of Tarot Gate. Although their original intention of joining Taromon was because Taromon was powerful enough. But in their imagination, no matter how powerful the Tarot Gate is, it should always be within a reasonable range. Especially those lords with S-level characteristics. When they joined Tarot Gate, their hearts were actually filled with arrogance. In their view, with their own strength, it would be an honor for any force to join. Their own strength would inevitably become the absolute backbone of the entire organization, and it could even be said that the great prosperity of the entire organization depended on themselves. However, it was not until today that they realized how ridiculous their arrogance was. It turns out that I am just one of the crowd. It turns out that so-called S-level ability users are everywhere among the Taromon. Even the S-class ability users were like this, and the rest of the A-class lords simply tucked their tails between their legs. There are more than 600 A-level ones. You really don't know how big the world is until you get out of the well. The strength that I am proud of is really just mainland stuff in the hands of Taromin, a mysterious force with many masters. Facing the red-painted gate and the metrologist who had created such a great force, everyone now had only deep respect and fear in their hearts, even fear. As expected, he was able to form the Ebon Blade Knights. I was so naive before that I even dreamed of becoming the host. However, it is precisely such a powerful organization that is worthy of the loyalty of true, strong men like them. Countless thoughts collide. Even the Red Flag Gate and the metrologist didn't know that these extremely terrifying guys had silently carried out a wave of mutual deterrence. At this moment, the two of them, under the gaze of countless powerful people, felt as if their whole bodies were crawling with ants. Even move a finger, they had to consider whether this action would expose the fact that they were actually weaklings. Not to mention giving them orders. If possible, the two of them would even want to put the power of command on each other's heads. What a joke. Let alone the 12 rainbow kids behind them. Which one of them doesn't have the ability to kill them instantly? If you command such a strong person, and if you make him angry, wouldn't he be crushed to ashes in a matter of minutes? And not even a trace of him would be left. Not to mention, these guys themselves are not good men and women. According to the membership information of Tarot Gate, more than 70 of Tarot Gate members have blood debts and have no psychological burden at all about killing people. They didn't care before because they had the Ebon Blade Knights in their hands, and they felt that even if someone was an S-level ability user, they would have to behave themselves once they entered the Tarot Gate. They never expected that one S-class ability user was indeed not a concern, but when 12 S-class ability users stood together, the Red Painted Gate and the meteorologist could no longer laugh. President Red Lacquer, Vice President Metrology, why are you not happy? Is it impossible to be happy? Grom, noticing the Red Painted Gate and the Meter Master's serious expression, looked puzzled. Although he is only a B-level ability user, he is one of the 16 people who originally founded Taromin. Even the recruitment information posted by Taromin on the internet was posted by him personally. Therefore, Grom is considered a human resources management role of Taromin. His status within Taromin is even higher than those S-level specialties who have just joined Taromin. He is also one of the Taro Men members who communicates most closely with the metrologist and the Red Paint Gate. When the Red Painted Gate and the measurement engineer heard Grom's question, they wanted to hack the idiot to death on the spot. Because as Grom asked the question, almost all the Taro Men members around the two of them turned their attention. Especially the 12 S-level lords. They listened attentively, as if they really wanted to know what happened that could make the two powerful presidents so unhappy and serious. Could it be because of the incoming allied forces? But that shouldn't be the case. Just a few united legions are like an egg hitting a rock in front of such a powerful Taro Men guild. The strength of both sides is not at the same level at all. There is no need for the president to dispatch the Knights of the Ebon Blade. These dozen or so S-level lords can let the United Legion know what the wrath of Taromon is. Think of this. One of the S-level characteristics, the world's top wanted criminal Andre from Europe State, who was wearing a red shirt, grinned and made a cold joke that he thought was very funny in his hoarse voice that seemed to be corroded by sulfuric acid. Maybe it's because the president feels pity for the lives of the United Army that are about to be destroyed. He is really a kind president. There was an eerie silence. After Andre laughed dryly a few times to himself, he quickly buried his head in his chest. The good thing is, this awkward atmosphere did not last long. As a brilliant warning magic rose into the sky, all the members of Taromon looked out into the distance beyond the city walls. Here it comes, the metrologist said in a deep voice. The next moment, an endless, dense, terrifying army that stretches as far as the eye can see slowly emerges from the distant intersection of heaven and earth. 100,000. Million. 10 million. According to the crazy statistics of the metrologists, the size of the army, which is almost visible to the naked eye, has exceeded tens of millions. However, this is far from over, as one portal after another was set up. The two armies from Zishazu and Shinjo outside Zhongzhou also continuously appeared on the battlefield through the portal. Chapter 119, Great Defeat. Legion-level war. What does it mean to have an army of tens of millions? Before the Elimination game began, the largest war recorded in human history probably involved only a few million people. But now that the Elimination game is going on, when any human can become a lord by expanding the main city, the number of people is no longer a problem that limits the scale of the war. The dazzling blue light, symbolizing the teleportation array, connects the entire world from heaven to earth. The ground and the sky were filled with densely packed soldiers of all kinds. Countless high-level heroes looked at the city in front of them. The countless armies even spread out for hundreds of miles, and they couldn't even reach the end of another city. This is the war between the Guild and the Legion. This is also the first large-scale battle between player forces since the start of the second round of Elimination games. In comparison, the big battles in the Novice Zone involving hundreds of thousands of troops can only be regarded as minor fights. Among the countless people in front of them, there are countless people who were overlords in the Novice Zone, but now they can only become one of the countless people with no sense of existence at all. Countless returning lords who watched this scene through the live broadcast, no matter how confident and superior they were before, could only remain silent in the face of such a spectacular scene at this moment. When the scale of war reaches such a level, the power of an individual is really too insignificant. The might of the Legion is like an endless ocean, roaring and shouting madly at everyone in the world, declaring the absolute truth of the second round of Elimination games to the world in a domineering and unquestionable manner. That is Guild hegemony. All troops attack, accompanied by a roar from Jianshan, the commander of the Guangdu Legion. The overwhelming terrorist army, like a landslide, swept towards Nanshan City. The red-painted gate and the meter master standing on the Nanshan City wall no longer showed any fear at this moment. Although the enemy is numerous, Taro Gate has also been transformed and is ready to make a new voice to the world. As for the fact that Taromon has grown so strong, has it already far exceeded their control? It doesn't matter. There will naturally be a trick to take over after the war. Now, what they have to do is to go all out and win this world-renowned war completely and thoroughly, so as to let the arrogant United Government know that this world does not belong to them as a matter of course. We are truly the strongest in the world. With a shout from the metrologist, the Taromon Legion actually gave up its advantage in defending the city and launched a counterattack against the United Legion outside the city. Among countless people, countless forces, and countless shocking gazes in the world, Two completely different torrents collided with each other with a loud bang. In an instant, countless dazzling magic lights flashed, and priceless high-level soldiers and epic heroes were smashed to pieces. Skills comparable to forbidden spells were almost wielded one after another. But under the countless epic and even legendary group enhancement skills, they could only deal pitiful single-digit damage. Thus, a new concept was overturned again. Legion wars will be completely different from previous small-scale guild wars. With the support of powerful buffs and command skills, pure large-scale attack skills no longer have the power to influence the situation. Forbidden spells that are powerful enough to destroy the world, or even decide the outcome of a small war, will be greatly weakened in the face of Legion-level power and become no different from normal skills. When the skill bonuses of the two legions reach a peak, what will ultimately determine the outcome of the war is still the strength of the two sides' arms and the bloody battle. In this regard, Taromon is undoubtedly far superior to the United Legion. Under the incredulous gaze of Guangdu Army Commander Jinshan, the Taromin Legion, whose numbers were obviously far less than those of the United Legion, unexpectedly gained an overwhelming advantage on the battlefield. The massive coalition army was beaten back by the Taromin Legion. The entire battlefield looked like a sand table pushed by a giant hand. The sand dunes symbolizing the coalition army were being swept away without a doubt. How is this possible? We have an army of 50 million, and the enemy, even including the city garrison, only has 7 million men. How could we be defeated? Jinshan roared angrily. He couldn't imagine what kind of reckoning he would face if he failed in this war that was broadcast live around the world. I also couldn't imagine what a terrible blow it would cause to the prestige of the coalition government if the Taromin Legion won. He only knew that he must not let this happen. However, the disparity in power will not be shifted by personal anger or fear. When more than 140 ultimate soldiers were involved in the battlefield, the Ebon Blade Knights began a charge, and the 12 S-level lords exerted their unique powers at will, under the silent, horrified, and disbelieving gaze of everyone in the world. Boom tilde tilde. A sound. The United Legion's military strength was completely overwhelmed by the Taromon Legion. The entire battlefield was covered in blood and flesh. The endless army of the United Legion began to collapse on a large scale, and the situation spread rapidly backwards like dominoes. The high morale of the United Legion plummeted to negative in almost an instant, and no matter how powerful the lords of the United Legion used their skills, it was useless. This moment, with the defeat of the United Army, countless people around the world who were witnessing this scene, the shackles in their hearts seemed to be shattered with the defeat of the United Army. The name of this shackle is the coalition government, also called the official or a form of government that has been ruling people since ancient times and that ordinary people are powerless to resist and can only accept. The world is not invincible. The coalition government does not necessarily hold power over the world as if it were a matter of course. In this new era, anyone has the possibility to gain the power to change the world, and anyone can use their own strength to accomplish the feat of defeating the world's power like the Taromon Legion did. The myth of the coalition government's invincibility has been shattered. The world's pattern will undergo a complete reshuffle. And then there is princes and generals. Are you a species? Chapter 1, 20 Waves of the Undead. The Battle of Nanshan, known as the Gulf War of the Lords, had a profound, or even subversive, impact on the entire world. Some people saw a new mode of warfare in this war. Some witnessed the rise of unofficial guilds in this war. And some realized from it that the old coalition government could no longer continue to rule. No matter what people saw, what cannot be changed is that the world's pattern will eventually undergo unprecedented changes. Even the top leaders of the coalition government began to realize that this was a cruel reality that they had to accept, even though it was a disaster. However, realizing it is one thing, but asking them to give up all their efforts is absolutely impossible. Just when everyone's attention was focused on the epic war between the Taromin Guild and the United Legion, on the other side, Province S had already become a hell. Although the major forces in Province S had already noticed something unusual shortly after the scouts lost contact. But this was the moment when Taromin and the United Legion went to war in an all-out manner. With a scale of nearly 60 million people, a horrific battlefield that almost swept across the entire G province. In addition, in this war, both sides exposed a war model that completely exceeded people's current cognition, which attracted too much attention. Even if the scouts lost contact, even if someone reported that almost all the low-level training areas outside the city had been occupied by the undead, and even traces of the undead appeared in the city. Many high-ranking officials who were immersed in the shock of the war simply ordered their subordinates to go and investigate, not taking some low-level undead seriously at all. After all, the battle between Taromon and the United Legion has already explained everything. On the front battlefield, it is the strong and organized high-level legions that are the final weight to determine the direction of the war. Low-level soldiers are more for containment and tactical encirclement. If they are too low in morale and directly stand in front of the high-level legion, it will only cause a large-scale rout and implicate their own legion. But they overlooked the only surprise among the many races. That is the undead race. But there is no such thing as morale. 11:35 p.m. Gaoqing City, S Province. Just when the battle between Taromon and the United Legion was in full swing. Countless low-level undead have tightly surrounded this level 4 city, under the influence of a large number of low-level undead creatures that were derived from the undead plague. At this moment, there was no sign of the new lords in the suburbs. Although these new lords would add a protein meal, even if there were bugs in their steamed buns, they're even more greedy than the ghouls of the undead race. But when the entire monster area was completely devoid of normal monsters, and more people were killed by the sudden undead attacks, the instinct to seek good and avoid danger awakened the sense of crisis in these new lords, causing them to retreat to the city protected by the city defenders at the fastest speed in their lives. Awakened by the successive warnings, the commander of the Gaoqing Legion finally hurried to the city wall and took a look at the densely packed undead that had gathered outside the city at some point in time. Just when I was wondering if the monster tide had started early. The appearance of several huge figures immediately dispelled the delusions of Gaoqing Legion commander. It's a bone dragon. There are still heroes. How was it possible? When did such a high-level undead lord appear in Province S? A series of thoughts arose in the mind of Gaoqing Corps commander. But before he could think of the 3 cities in Wumu City that were occupied by the undead, I saw the bone dragon hovering in the air, and suddenly it flew towards the city. And following the movement of the bone dragon, the densely packed undead army that gathered outside the city seemed to have received some response, and with stiff but extremely fast steps, they all charged towards the tall walls of Gaoqing City. A group of low-level undead also. This thought just popped into the commander's mind. But then I saw a huge bone dragon falling from the sky. The silhouette that blocked out the sky and the sun far exceeded the commander's understanding of the ultimate creature, the bone dragon. Even if it was a real dragon, it would not be as huge as these bone dragons that were only left with skeletons and wings. Then the next moment, whoosh, a frosty breath spurted out. Everything the commander saw turned into a pile of ice and snow crystals in an instant. All the defensive buildings hit by the frost breath seemed to have lost their effect and were all sealed in huge blocks of ice. And there is no defensive building to resist. The undead monsters under the city wall have been densely stacked together. A large number of undead creatures are quickly climbing up the city wall along their stacked bodies. Thousands of flesh catapults are simultaneously throwing flesh bombs containing the undead plague at the city wall. After only 2 rounds of throwing, a huge gap was smashed in the wall of Gaoqing City. Then, a large number of undead warriors, flame skeleton archers, gargoyles, and banshees came roaring in. The commander didn't even have time to mobilize other lords in the city, and Gaoqing City's defenses had already fallen. The commander, unwilling to accept defeat, roared and mobilized the army to counterattack. But the next second, as 2 meteorites burning with huge green flames fell, 2 hell golems slowly climbed up from the center of the city. Countless new lords who had not even received any evacuation notices were wiped out in an instant. Then, under the influence of the undead plague, they transformed into a large number of low-level undead and began to indiscriminately attack the people around them. At the same time, under the control of Tichondrius, the plague of undead broke out in the bodies of the people who had already drunk the polluted water. In an instant, more than 90 of the nearly 10 million people gathered in Gaoqing City turned into mad undead. When the lords of Gaoqing's army had assembled, they were shocked to find out, whether inside or outside Gaoqing, there were countless undead lives everywhere. Endless undead were like waves sweeping towards the Gaoqing army. No matter how many they killed, the number of undead not only showed no signs of decreasing, but it kept increasing. Lords and legions were constantly being overwhelmed by the undead and completely lost their voices. In the process of fleeing or fighting, the leaders of Gao Qing's army quickly chose to make a desperate move and gathered all the high-level troops, hoping to reverse the situation in one fell swoop, just like Taromon broke through the sheer number of the united army. But soon, they discovered in despair that reality was completely different from their ideal. Not only are these undead souls filled with extremely powerful skeleton warriors and high-level undead, their charge is simply unable to achieve the effect of a crushing defeat. Moreover, no matter how cruelly they killed the undead, these undead who had no fear at all did not show any sign of wavering. It was not until this time that people suddenly realized the racial characteristics of the undead that had almost never been taken seriously, but it was already too late. This army, which brought together all the elite forces of Gao Qing's army, was like a lone boat stranded on the sea. In almost just a blink of an eye, it was completely overturned by the waves called the Undead Army. Chapter 121, Ice City Forever. It's not just Gao Qing City. The entire S province seemed to have turned into a kingdom of the dead in the blink of an eye. Countless undead emerged from every corner of Province S, and then crazily attacked the surrounding living things like zombies. What's more terrifying is that all the lives killed by these undead will be transformed into new undead creatures, just like the spread of the zombie virus. Often when people discover that the first undead has appeared in the city, the entire city has actually been occupied by the undead. It was barely a matter of hours. Under the horrific spread of the undead plague, the entire S province has almost completely turned into a dead zone. For a large number of cities, Liuge didn't even need to send out special legions. The spontaneous attacks of the wildly spreading undead creatures alone were enough to help Liuge conquer one city after another. And those legions that relied on their military strength and did not take the low-level undead seriously at all finally experienced what the undead siege and escape meant. It was a harmonious city just a second ago. The next second, he was surrounded by countless undead spirits. Although the local legions relied on fortifications to fight desperately, under the endless army of undead, everyone understood that the fall of the city was only a matter of time. The lords who had the ability to move the city chose to move without hesitation after feeling the unstoppable and terrifying offensive of the undead legion. The lords who were unable to relocate, especially those new lords who could not even afford to feed themselves, could only be hopelessly overwhelmed by the undead army. Then, under the influence of the undead plague, they were transformed into a brand new undead who only knew how to obey. The size of the undead army is getting bigger and bigger. The number of undead under the control of the undead army is increasing exponentially, from millions to tens of millions, and even directly exceeding 100 million. The growth rate of the undead army has not slowed down at all. More and more undead are no longer just attacking human cities, but are beginning to spread to more advanced monster areas. Large numbers of high-level monsters fell under the butcher knife of the undead army, thus replenishing the undead army with a large number of high-level undead. This continued to repeat, and eventually, even the level 6 monster area was occupied by the undead. Every time a monster is refreshed, it will be killed by the undead legion lurking at the original place. The monster killed by the undead legion will become a new undead and join the undead legion's array. This will be repeated infinitely. This is exactly the legion-making machine that Lu Gu expected. Of course, in times of crisis, there is always no shortage of heroes among humanity who shine with moral brilliance. Some lords who had the ability to escape but could not sit idly by and watch their people being slaughtered by the undead chose the most heroic way to fight back. They caused extremely serious damage to the undead army and greatly delayed the undead army's pace of sweeping across the entire S province. But the battle in which they risked their lives was destined not to have the happy ending in a heroic story. The United Government was in shock at the fact that the Taromin Legion was about to defeat the United Army and had no time to respond to the request for help from Province S, which was under attack by a large number of undead. The top leaders of the United Government, who had witnessed the terror of the Taromin Legion, now only had their eyes on the Taromin, which had brought together thousands of famous top lords from around the world and was so powerful that it was beyond their control. They had clearly announced to the world that they would subvert the entire world. In their eyes, the Tarot Gate, at this moment, is the most terrifying disaster in the world. Even if the undead disaster that broke out in Province S is 10 or 100 times more terrifying, it is absolutely impossible to be more harmful than the Taro Gate that is fundamentally overturning the world situation at this moment. What's more, Province S is a province. Even if Province S does not have any world-class legions, it is still a huge province with a population of nearly 70 million, hundreds of thousands of returning lords, and nearly 10 million new lords. Such a vast and powerful province. With its huge strategic depth, what kind of disaster can it withstand for more than a month? It has only been a short time since they started asking for help, but they're so anxious. Do they think the coalition government is a fool? The top priority of the coalition government now is to curb the arrogance of Taromon. Although the defeat of the coalition army is certain, we must not let Taromon's forces break out of the southern part of G province. Otherwise, with Tarotman's current reputation in the world, it would be as unstoppable as a dragon entering the sea. They will grow as fast as the ancient rebels. People who are dissatisfied with the coalition government and ambitious people from all over the country will flock to Taromon and become the resources for Taromon's growth. In a short period of time, a real behemoth with the power to overthrow the entire Zhongzhou will emerge. Is there anything more terrible that could happen in this world? No. The coalition government unceremoniously hung up all calls for help from Province S. At the same time, all the official armies above level 7 in Zhongzhou received orders from the united government to rush to the aid of Guangdu army at all costs and defeat Taromon's strategic intentions, to restore the honor of the world, and this completely destroyed S province's last chance of survival. An ancient bone dragon flies across the sky. The army of revenge and the army of the undead, wave after wave, surge towards the last stronghold in the entire S province, the Ice City Legion. Facing the endless undead and vengeful spirits, the Ice City Legion was now like an isolated island in the ocean. Looking around, every direction and even the sky was covered with dark masses of undead. Every minute and every second, a large number of soldiers were trapped in the battle with the undead army. Even though the durability of the defensive buildings in the fortress had been exhausted, the number of undead army could not be reduced at all. In contrast, the undead heroes and ultimate soldiers who controlled this huge army just stood on the distant hilltops, watching them struggle among the endless undead in a teasing manner. They don't even bother to put themselves in danger, and only need a low-level legion to completely kill them. Captain, let's retreat. We can't hold on any longer. As his subordinates shouted at the top of their lungs. The Ice City Legion leader, Polar Storm, took a deep breath and slowly drew out the epic sword from his waist, Frost Whale. He said calmly, "You guys retreat, I'll cover you." "Legion Commander." The subordinates roared. But Polar Storm had made up his mind. His gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield, through the obstruction of the flying undead that covered the sky, and stared intently at the white-haired girl who was faintly leading the group of undead heroes. He let out a final roar before charging. Ice City forever. Chapter 122, a mixed class of Taro Gate. The entire S province has fallen. When Governor Li Xin long mobilized a large army and made great efforts to finally contain the Taromon Legion's offensive south of Province G. The tragic news of the fall of Province S reached Li Xin Long's ears one after another, causing this young New Era United Party leader to feel dizzy and almost faint on the spot. Fortunately, thanks to his strong physique after becoming a lord, Li Xin Long was able to barely withstand such bad news. He hastily pushed away his secretary's support, grabbed the report detailing the fall of Province S, and quickly read through it. Finally, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and he lost consciousness immediately. August 21st, the third day after the conflict between Taromon and the United Legion broke out. The Taro Gate Crusade, which attracted the attention of the entire world and even profoundly influenced the direction of the entire world, has finally come to an end. For unknown reasons, the Zhongzhou United Army, which had mobilized almost all the senior legions in Zhongzhou and was about to defeat Taromon completely, received an order from its superiors to return to defend when it was about to defeat the Taromon Legion. Especially Zhongzhou's first army, the Shangjing Army, withdrew to Shangjing at the first opportunity and built a large number of defensive fortifications towards the north, as if some terrible enemy had appeared in the north. In Province G, the coalition government's attitude towards the Taromon Legion changed from strong suppression at the beginning to defense-oriented. In order to fight against the Taromon Legion, the united government even built several new cities 120 kilometers north of Nanshan City. The 7 major legions in the southern part of Zhongzhou took turns to garrison there, forming a confrontation with the Taro men. This kind of treatment greatly boosted the reputation of the Taro men legion in the eyes of many people who did not know the truth. In the eyes of the people at this moment, Taro men, which had successively defeated the combined forces composed of the Guangdong Legion, the Nando Legion, the Zishazu Aid Legion, and the Xinzhou Aid Legion, and then remained undefeated under the siege of countless top legions in Zhongzhou, and even withstood the final attack of the coalition government, forcing the coalition government to give up half of Ji province, has become the world's strongest player guild. No one or any player force can compete with Taro Gate at this moment. Not even the Dark Order Legion, which is ranked higher than Taro Gate, and those top official legions ranked at the top of the world. Only the Red Painted Gate and the Metrologist, who were high-ranking members of the Taro Men Legion, knew the reasons behind the United Legion's switch from offense to defense, or even its hasty withdrawal. It's hard to believe, though. However, the Metrologist learned through the private messages of the top leaders of the United Corps that he had intercepted that Province S had completely fallen to the mysterious force, the Scourge. That's the entire S province. The Taro Men Legion launched such a massive war, gathering the power of more than 3,000 top players to seize Province G, but was almost suppressed by the United government. Until the end, they were still confined to the southern part of Province G. They only conquered half of Province G and were no longer able to move northward. But Lu Gu, or rather the president's trick. However, he single-handedly took over the entire S province in just 3 days without anyone noticing. What's even more terrifying is that the trick of taking over Province S can force the coalition government to give up the victory that is within reach and quickly return to the north at the critical moment when Taro Men is about to be defeated. I dare not imagine how huge the power controlled by Giji is at this moment. As a result, the coalition government can only take a defensive stance, not daring to deal with Taro Men with all its strength, nor daring to recapture Province S. It can only build 2 lines of defense in the north and south and hold on. Fortunately, this terrifying existence that is beyond human comprehension is his superior, and he does not need to worry about becoming his enemy one day. Fortunately, they had completed the task, but did not receive any further instructions. This made the Metrologist and the Red Painted Gate, who had once let themselves go and thought that Lu Gu had a backup plan and they didn't have to worry about anything, start to feel uneasy. As the reputation of Taro Gate grew, more and more powerful people from all over the world applied to join the Taro Gate like snowflakes. The Red Painted Gate, which had just experienced suppression by the Zhongzhou United Army with all its strength and was extremely eager for more strength to protect itself, recruited more than 12,000 Taro Gate members who met the requirements without refusing anyone. That is to say, at this moment, even if the more than 500 members who were killed by the United Legion on the battlefield were excluded, the Taro Gates still have a total of nearly 15,000 members. Although the overall strength of the Taro Gate has increased 4 or 5 times, the hidden dangers that come with it are more than 10 times more than before. Perhaps for ordinary guilds, such an increase in the guild's strength is something to be happy about. But Taro Gate is not just any ordinary guild, because there are no decent good people among those who join Taro Gate. After all, only a minority of people join Taro Men simply out of their desire for freedom. The vast majority of lords who join Taro Men are either vicious criminals seeking asylum after committing serious crimes, or psychopaths with antisocial personalities. In addition, they are ambitious people who dream of ruling the world all day long. In the early days, these people could be suppressed by the Red Painted Gate and the measurement engineer with their status as the president. But as the scale of Taro Men grew larger and Taro Men occupied more and more cities, the distribution of positions, rights, and interests naturally began to produce contradictions and even conflicts. Faced with a group of A-level and even S-level characteristic bosses who were angry and asked him to seek justice, the Red Painted Gate and the meter technician's face were turning green. No matter how they judge, the party whose interests are damaged and who requested them to make a ruling will definitely bear a grudge against them. What if someone suddenly becomes dissatisfied with the ruling and takes action? With the small stature of the Metrologist and the Red Painted Door, there is really no sense of security. For this reason, the Red Painted Gate and the Metrologist are now hiding as much as possible and dare not come out to give orders. This is also the important reason why, although the Taro Men Legion has grown so much in strength, it still cannot break through the blockade of the United Legion. Compared to the Tarot Gate that was initially commanded by the Metrologist and the Red Painted Gate, there are now numerous factions within the Tarot Gate, and it is a mixed bag of good and bad people. They were relying on the power of others to bully others. Their strength was almost entirely dependent on the Black Blade Knight's Metrologist and Red Painted Gate given to them by Lu Ge. They had no strength to overpower these maniacs, and naturally could not bring out the might of the Taro Men Guild. Chapter 123 World Situation. However, Tarot Gate in this state is exactly what Lu Ge needs most. The wantonly expanding Tarot Gate has undoubtedly become an extremely powerful force, but this power is too chaotic and too dangerous. Even Lu Ge is at risk of being injured if he wants to master this power. For Lu Ge, Taro Men at this time has completely become a double-edged sword. He can't just ignore the absolutely obedient Undead Legion and focus his energy on a tool force that is not so useful. Therefore, the Taro Men should just stay in Province G for now, exert their deterrent power, and prevent the coalition government from concentrating its forces to deal with Province S, which they occupy. This is the greatest value of the establishment of Taro Men. As for new instructions for the Red Painted Gate and the Metrologist, Lu Ge said that he had no use for them right now. So why should he give them any instructions? When he needs them, Lu Ge will naturally contact him again. Compared with Tarot Gate, the development of Lu Ji's own strength is the top priority at the moment. With Liu Ge occupying Province S, the endless army of undead soon captured all the cities in Province S, including the level 8 city that Lu Ge had never dared to challenge before, Ice City. The Scourge now occupied a total of 15 cities, including 1 level 8 city, 2 level 5 cities, 2 level 4 cities for level 3 cities, and 6 level 2 cities. The total occupation value was as high as 84 points, which was 40 points higher than the Freedom Legion, the strongest legion in the world. However, in order to avoid being on the list, Lu Ge also has his own methods. That is, he attached 15 cities to the Vest Legions created by 9 lords. In this way, the occupation value of the 15 cities was evenly distributed among the 9 Vest Legions. Even as an 8th level Ice City, the city has an occupation value of up to 24 points. But now that powerful legions can often occupy several cities, a legion with only 24 points of occupation value can only be ranked at the back of the legion rankings, far from being as exaggerated as entering the top 10. Of course, if someone clicks on the legion's information and sees that the number of people in the legion is 1 and there is only 1 city behind the occupied city, they will probably soon realize the terrifying power hidden behind this legion. After all, everything is just a fig leaf that Liu Ge gives to the coalition government. Even though everyone knows that there is an extremely terrifying existence in Province S, as long as Lu Ge is not on the list and does not leave Province S, the United Government and many forces in the world can play blind and silently exclude Lu Ge from the game content. As for what will happen in the future, no one can take care of it now. Taraman's rebellion was eventually suppressed. However, the fact that Taro still holds a dominant position is undoubtedly a powerful shot in the arm for all the ambitious people in the world who want to achieve success. As the Taroman Legion and Zhongzhou's United Legion formed a standoff, in just a few days, for super guilds in Zhongzhou announced that they would follow Taraman's footsteps and establish a united nation that was not subject to the jurisdiction of others. The coalition government was naturally extremely angry about this and sent local legions from the surrounding areas to attack. However, they did not expect that the resistance of the 4 super guilds would be extremely fierce. The war did not end as quickly as the United Government had expected, but instead fell into a quagmire of stalemate. As for the 2 strongest legions in Zhongzhou, the Shangjing Legion needed to guard against the mysterious undead in Province S in the northeast, and the Bianjing Legion needed to suppress the Tarot Gate. These 2, the only 8-level legions in Zhongzhou, were unable to escape, which gave the super guilds room to develop and stir up trouble. Lu Ge also intended to support guilds that were fighting against the United Government like him to share the pressure with him. Whenever the United Government wanted to withdraw forces to complete the suppression, Lu Ge would even send his own undead army of nearly 1 billion, which had already been gathered, to the border to wander around for a few rounds, forcing the United Government not to act rashly. Under this situation, the only way for Zhongzhou to break the deadlock now is to expect assistance from the legions of other large states. But at this time, the states of the coalition government were already unable to take care of themselves. New South Wales, Free State, Western Sand State, Antarctica, European continental state. Almost all official legions in major states are facing challenges from private guilds, especially New State. The largest player guild in the state, Demon Code, has even shown a tendency to compete with the strongest legion in New State, the Kyoto Legion. Compared with other large states, although the official army of Zhongzhou also looks to be in imminent danger, the overall situation is still under the control of the official authorities. The most eye-catching thing in Zhongzhou is the existence of Taro Men, the guild that fired the first shot of the uprising. Apart from that, the sense of crisis in Zhongzhou is only shrouded in the provinces and cities near the major war zones. In the more core central area of Zhongzhou, people still live a life that is no different from when the elimination game just started. Attend the Lord School, pass the official Lord test, obtain officially approved territory, and then build your own main city. After going through this process, when you become a new Lord, you can recruit soldiers and go to the low-level monster areas in the suburbs of the city to hunt wild monsters and obtain resources. After paying high Lord taxes, you can use the remaining resources to support yourself and your family, or to make yourself stronger. Even with such limited resources, it would probably take several months to become a second-level Lord, and it would be a long time before one could return to being a Lord. But perhaps because there was hope, no one complained about it. There's a thriving atmosphere everywhere. Only when the difficult situation faced by the coalition government is mentioned after dinner, these people who never have to worry about being restricted by the coalition government because of their own strength will show worries on their faces. Yes, for the vast majority of weak people in this world, they undoubtedly stand firmly on the side of the old order. The reason why the strong resist fiercely is that the coalition government will limit their strength, making it impossible for them to become stronger and even enslave and strangle them. But it is different for the weak. Their little strength is not taken seriously no matter where they are, and they are enslaved wherever they go. They cannot resist the rules, but they need the existence of rules to survive better. The constraints brought to them by the rules are far less than the protection they bring to them. So, they uphold the rules. Chapter 124 Return to Qingshan City. Qingshan City. Return to the Lord's gathering place. Territory number 402. In a dark territory filled with a strong smell of death. Two new female lords who looked to be in their early 20s looked nervously at the knights who were riding black war horses and patrolling back and forth in front of them, as if they were never tired. To be honest, facing such high-level soldiers at such a close distance was the first experience for these two new lords who had just passed the Lord course. As for the numerous types of soldiers in the elimination game, few people can know all the information about them. However, no matter how bad a person is in theory, or even a returning lord, he or she will recognize these famous ebony knights in front of him or her. It is no exaggeration to say that each of these Black Blade Knights has the strength to crush them easily. After all, they are the existence that has defeated the united army on the battlefield, and they are already known as the strongest knights in the world. The price of each Black Blade Knight on the black market is as high as an astronomical figure of 2 million resources. But who could have thought that such a powerful lord not only did not belong to the system of the United Legion, but was ridiculously involved with a civilian lord? Why think about the purpose of my coming here today? The scalps of the two new lords were tingling, but they could not refuse the tasks assigned by their superiors. They could only bite the bullet and pray that the other party was much gentler than the legend said. Otherwise, they simply couldn't imagine what happened to them. When I think of this, the two new lords looked at each other, took a deep breath, and cautiously shouted like a mosquito. Lord number 402. Lord number 402? Excuse me, is Lord number 402 here? Followed by a slight shout. There was still silence in the dark territory. The Black Blade Knights were still patrolling the territory mechanically. Large numbers of skeleton warriors stood like sculptures in every corner of the dark territory, and they remained motionless even though their bodies were covered in dust. After calling out twice again, the two new lords immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and one of them even said, "Great, Lord number 402 hasn't come back yet." In fact, they're not the first group of staff to come here. Before them, two groups of seniors have been turned away because the Lord was away. According to the regulations, they only need to confirm the other party's status of leaving the territory and record it to complete today's Legion mission. Therefore, they don't need to face the legendary terrible undead Lord in person, and they don't need to tell him the news that is likely to make him furious. However, there's an old saying that goes, excessive joy leads to sorrow. Just when they thought they had escaped and were secretly rejoicing. The Black Blade Knight, who was on patrol, suddenly stopped. The next moment, under the dull gazes of the two new lords, 10 ebon blade knights lined up in 2 rows and made way for passage. Afterwards, a short, white-haired lich trotted out of the territory and stood in front of the 2 men in an instant. Then he asked bluntly, with his hands on his hips, "Are you a staff member? Are you from the Qingshan army or the United Government?" Although they belong to the same coalition government camp. However, the Legion and the government belong to military and civil affairs respectively, and there is still a big gap in their powers. The purpose of their visits is naturally different. If it is the staff of the Legion who visit, it is usually for military matters, while if it is the staff of the joint government who visit, it is more troublesome, mostly for troublesome matters such as registration, investigation, and visits. The new lord, who had never experienced such a scene, froze in place, especially when he saw the halfling lich who was said to love playing tricks on others and whose attitude was just as bad as the rumors said. The 2 new lords who had just graduated from Lord University fell at a loss for a moment. It turns out they are 2 idiots. The white-haired lich who saw this scene nodded in understanding. Then he waved his hand, and 2 skeleton warriors appeared directly behind them and pushed them in, without waiting for the 2 to cry for help and panic. The white-haired lich pointed his finger, and 2 silencing spells immediately sealed the 2 people's speech functions. Then he said to himself, "The Lord has something to ask you. You must answer it seriously. If you dare to lie or answer in a way that the Lord is not satisfied with, there is no need for you to live. Oh, and the most important thing is, no matter what rumors you have heard about me before, when you face the Lord, you must say that I'm a very loyal, hard-working, kind, friendly, and good lich. Understand? Well, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your approval. Come, carry these 2 silly, cute girls in." The words fell. The diligent and responsible skeleton warriors followed Melthagad's orders and actually lifted the 2 men up. When Lugu saw the 2 new lords, their hands were shaking as they sat on the sofa. However, Lugu was not surprised by this. The creatures of the undead were ugly and scary in themselves. It was normal for some timid girls to be scared when facing the undead with scary appearance. So Lugu clapped his hands in understanding and asked considerately, "Would you like some water? Don't worry, it's the kind without additives." After receiving polite refusal from both of them, Lugu quickly got to the point. "So, during the time I was away, did anything major happen in Qingshan City?" Of course, even if something major happened in a 4th-tier city, it would not be public. "So, what exactly do you want to ask, Lord?" Melthagad reminded Lugu to get back to the point. "I'm sorry, I haven't had a normal communication with anyone in a long time." Lugu was slightly stunned when he realized that he was speaking incoherently. Under the increasingly frightened looks of the 2 little girls, Lugu hesitated for a moment, but the next moment, he still spoke in a mysterious tone. "In the past few days, due to some unavoidable matters, I had to temporarily leave Qingshan City for a period of time. You have to know that lords of our level are generally very busy, so much so that we often lack the company of our families and don't even have time to check the Feishuan and messages on our phones. It's really too late. That was a grand strategy to take over the entire S province. For 3 whole days, millions of wars broke out almost every minute and every second. He had to control the entire Scourge Legion to strangle dozens of local legions and player guilds in Province S, fearing that any link would go wrong or a copy of One Sword World would appear. Therefore, his nerves were tense, and he dared not relax at all. So, when I finished work and finally had time to check Feishan messages, guess what I saw? Open your old Android phone. Luga flipped through the countless unread messages and found the only one he had read. He opened it and placed it in front of the 2 young lords. My beloved brother actually sent me a message asking me to help him. He was framed. Perhaps you don't know the relationship between my brother and I. In the more than 10 years since we became brothers, this is the first time that my brother has asked me for help so directly. Tell me, what happened to my brother, Lu Yi, during the time I was away? Chapter 125-1 and the Red Eagle Society. This is why Lugu took time out of his busy schedule to return to Qingshan City. After all, he is his only blood brother in this world. Although the relationship between him and Lu Yi is not as deep as that between normal brothers, no matter what, the same blood flows between them. If something unexpected happened to Lu Yi in this world, then Lu Gu would be left with no relatives. Although he couldn't think of any harm that losing his relatives would bring to him, The last bit of humanity Lu Ge had left made him instinctively rush back. Coincidentally, these two staff members from Qingshan City seem to have come for this matter. After all, it was clearly written in his information that Lu Yi was his younger brother, and Lu Ye's information must also contain his own information. If this matter was the work of Qingshan City officials, then it would be natural to find his relationship through Lu Ye's identity. I just don't know how much weight my disguised identity holds in the eyes of Qingshan City officials. A level 4 main city with an undead lord who possesses exceptionally powerful military forces? Or some other messed up setting. However, seeing that the other party has not released Lu Yi until now, and instead only sent 2 newcomers to inform him of his attitude, it seems that his weight is not enough. Hey, the Lord is asking you a question. A dangerous aura began to emanate from Lu Ge. Melthagad quickly reminded the girl who was trembling with fear due to Lu Ji's low-pressure aura. This was certainly not because Melthagad was kind-hearted, but because she was worried that once Lyoga killed the two girls would have no chance to say anything that would anger Lyoga even more. Melthagad, who is afraid of chaos in the world, is not satisfied with just S province. She wishes the whole world would be flooded with blood at Lyoga's hands. The girls, who were completely unaware of Melthagad's sinister intentions, were extremely grateful to him for reminding them. Seeing that Lu Ji's gloomy face began to flicker, the girl realized that she might arouse Lu Ji's impatience, and hurriedly explained the cause and effect of the matter, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, not daring to hide anything. The cause of the incident was simple and funny. It turns out that during the time when Lu Yi became a lord, as a weak new lord, Lu Yi and a group of like-minded boys and girls formed a small force called One to keep each other warm. This small group claims to only recruit the elite among the new lords. Since its establishment, there have been only 9 people, including Lu Yi. Because they're all elites, the small group One is inevitably a little arrogant. They are quite disdainful of some new lords who rely on the help of returning lords or relatives to gain strong strength. This is especially true for the Red Eagle Society, another small group in Qingshan City, whose members are almost all relatives of returning lords or sons of high-ranking officials. They are particularly disgusted with each other. The elites of One believe that the Red Eagle Society is just a group of playboys who rely on resources given by others or high-level soldiers to do evil, and they themselves have almost no strength. The people of the Red Eagle Society think that One is a bunch of poor and stinky people, fake high definition, and they're sour grapes because they can't eat them. Originally, there were only occasional frictions between the two, but there was no deep hatred between them. Until recently, 2 small groups discovered a wild boss in the monster area. In order to compete for the ownership of this wild boss, the 2 sides even engaged in a fierce battle. The final result was naturally a crushing defeat for One. The so-called technical advantage can only be exerted in competitions of the same level. Just like Bloodroar can crush the Dragon King through command, it is because Bloodroar also has an orc army that is not inferior to the Dragon King, but does not mean that the Dragon King can be defeated by Bloodroar's command ability alone. If the Legion is not strong enough, even if Bloodroar is very good at commanding the battlefield, it will still be destroyed by the Dragon Emperor's young golden dragon. Unfortunately, in front of the Red Eagle Society, One is just a bloody roar without hardware strength. Although the members of One are quick-thinking and sharp-minded, he is well-versed in the restraint between arms, the command of skills, and the grasp of attacking timing, and his technical level far exceeds that of the second-generation rich men of the Red Eagle Society. But no matter how powerful One is, it cannot change the fact that they are just a group of first-level lords. Although they are quite proficient in sharpening the knife before chopping wood, they have put together a team of first-level elite and even rare-level soldiers through wild drops and resource exchanges, making them one of the strongest among the new lords. But in front of the 3rd level and even 4th level troops that the Red Eagle Society brought out, One's 1st level troops were not as good as expected. As a result, all the members of One were defeated by the Red Eagle Society. That was not all. After winning, the second-generation rich members of the Red Eagle Society kept provoking and insulting the members of One and even slaughtered their soldiers in front of One. This is simply torture for a lord. You know, the soldiers in the elimination game are not the mindless puppets as people imagine. On the contrary, every soldier recruited by the elimination game is a real living being with flesh and blood and his own thinking. Except for freaks like Lu Ge who don't treat NPCs as human beings. The vast majority of players will develop extremely deep feelings in the process of interacting with these life forms. Especially in the early stage of territory construction, players are often very familiar with every type of soldier in the territory and even communicate with them frequently. In ordinary online game novels, even if these low-level soldiers have gradually fallen behind in the game as the game progresses, the protagonist will try his best to promote them. So for the new lords, the Red Eagle Society's actions are undoubtedly killing their friends or relatives in front of them, or killing their pets in front of pet lovers. When Lu Ye's reverse scale was touched, she didn't bother to hide her trump card and used a magic scroll that she got from nowhere to release a rare range magic, directly wiping out all the troops of the Red Eagle Society. After all, he was a normal person. He killed all the soldiers of the Red Eagle Society, Lu Yi. After all, he still had a bit of luck in his heart and did not dare to kill people casually. After threatening the second-generation ancestors of the Red Eagle Society, he actually let them go. Stupid, so stupid. How could the Lord's brother be so stupid? When facing the enemy, we must cut the grass at its roots. The white-haired Lich heard this and looked very disappointed. Luga nodded in agreement, feeling that his younger brother was nothing like him and didn't even understand the principle of cutting the weeds at their roots. Only the two girls were trembling, thinking that the man in front of them was simply a psycho. Do you understand the concept of cutting the weeds at their roots? Do you think everyone is a tarot gate? Do you think everyone has the power to ignore all the powers? Not killing them. The bigwigs who are not completely enraged might, for various reasons, just give them a serious lesson without taking their lives. But if we really kill those second-generation rich kids, the power behind them will go completely crazy. How could a group of new first-level lords, whose territories were still rooted in the control of Qingshan City, escape the revenge of those big shots? The final result can only be death. It is not as simple as being framed as a crime of collaborating with Taromon and imprisoned in prison like now. Chapter 126, He Went Astray. So, the crime you charged Lu Yi with is collaborating with Taromon. Hearing about the crime that Lu Yi was framed for, not only was Lu Gun not angry at all, he seemed quite happy instead. You deserve it. No one knew the moral character of his younger brother better than Lu Gu. As a child of other people's family, who has been praised by everyone for his excellent character and academic performance since childhood. Unlike Lu Gu, a dropout who often fights with others and was even expelled from school, Lu Ye's life experience is full of light and brightness. Not even a trace of shadow can be seen in the perfect Lu Yi. Almost everyone who knows Lu Yi well believes that he is a child prodigy who has been lying on the bright road since childhood. In the future, Lu Yi will surely grow and thrive along the broad road that everyone envies and eventually become the winner in life that Lu Gu can only dream of. And Lu Yi, who carries such a dazzling halo, is naturally also a stinky follower of the right path. For example, in one news report, a man killed his enemy's entire family in revenge for his mother's death. Lu Ji's first reaction was, what had he done before? If it were him, he would have sent the other person away before he revealed his intention to persecute him. And the second reaction is, how can one family be enough? With such a deep blood feud, do you deserve to be called a man if you don't play a game of elimination among the three clans? But Lu Ye's idea is completely different. First of all, he thought that the revengeful man's behavior was just a show of bravery. This kind of reckless behavior of mutual destruction, not to mention the possibility of failure. Even if it succeeds like the man in the news, his surviving father will also be harmed. He did not fulfill his responsibility of reproducing offspring, nor did he fulfill his mission as a man. He paid everything that he should not have paid, but only got the consequences that others should have borne. It was really a loss. A real man should work hard to gain greater power, and then complete his revenge without losing any part of himself. This is a typical case of talking without any back pain. But judging from the talents that Lu Yi has shown since childhood, such an outrageous idea is very likely to be realized in Lu Yi. So much so that Lu Gu has no way to refute it. The argument is that you are too weak. If I can do it, why can't you? And this guy who is such an extreme believer in the kingly way is now being convicted of the crime of treason. It's really karma. No one can escape from it. That kid has come to this day. When I think of the situation Lu Yi is facing at this moment, Lu Gu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He felt even better than if he had taken over the entire S province. Do you understand how dark this world is now? So what if you do have extraordinary talent? In the face of power, even extraordinary talent is of no avail. If it weren't for the advent of the elimination game, low-level characters like the two brothers, even if they tried their best, could only lay a ticket for the next generation to leap up the social ladder. During this period, they will experience many accidents and risks. If they are not careful, a huge crisis like Liu Yi being framed today will occur, and all their efforts and hard work will be in vain. Looking at the thousands of years of history of human civilization, from ancient times to the present, there have only been two types of people who can achieve a comeback and become the world's top powerful people. One is the accumulation of family heritage over countless generations, which eventually leads to a reversal with a certain amount of luck. The other type is one that has super strong personal abilities coupled with incredible luck. But even so, the upward channel needs to be completely opened before there is a possibility of success. Therefore, such people are generally born in troubled times. It cannot be said that it is impossible for such a person to emerge in a peaceful and prosperous era, but it can only be said that the probability is lower than that of a miracle happening. The first way is not possible for the Liu brothers. Their family tree can only be traced back to their grandfather, who was also a poor peasant, and they have no connection at all. But the second way, with the start of the elimination game, is open to all those who are unwilling to be ordinary, including the Liu brothers. No matter if he is someone with incredible luck like Liu Gu, or a gifted person with strong personal strength like Liu Yi. Only when the door to this troubled times is completely opened will they have the possibility of changing their own destiny. Otherwise, if the world was in good order, even Liu Gu would have to lower his head and allow himself to be dominated by someone who was weaker than himself but had more power than himself, in order to avoid this terrible thing from happening. For Liu Gu, anyone who wants to close this door before he reaches the top will be Liu Ji's enemy. And Liu Gu also hopes that Liu Yi can understand this point. The so-called smooth road is just a rule of the game set by the rulers in order to rule others. However, for those in power, they have the privilege to change the rules of the game at any time, or even ignore the rules of the game. Even if you can walk to the other side on thin ice, your ultimate achievement is just to become a handy dog under the top powerful people, and you will never be able to turn over and become the master in your life. Only when the old order completely collapses, the door to chaos is completely opened, and everyone loses control of the rules of the game, can they get true fairness. This incident may not be a bad thing for Liu Yi. At least it can make him realize some cruel realities. Think of this. Liu Gu quickly gave up the idea of rescuing Liu Yi immediately, because compared to rescuing Liu Yi, Liu Gu thought of a more interesting way to play. Under the trembling gaze of the two girls, Liu Gu, who was laughing so hard, suddenly turned serious. But what I want to say is that you guys really succeeded by accident. Yes, Liu Yi is indeed a secret member of the Tarot Club. Looking at the two girls' suddenly confused expressions, Liu Gu suppressed his smile and pretended to be sad. Although it is hard to believe, in my heart, my brother has always been an outstanding young man with a promising future. He could have obtained unlimited honors that ordinary people could not imagine step by step. But who would have thought that he went astray? Wait a minute. The girl finally reacted and quickly interrupted Liu Ji's fake grief expression. She waved her hands in shock and said, "Do you know what you're talking about? If your brother really collaborated with Taromon instead of being framed, then what your brother has experienced is not just imprisonment." Chapter 127. Killing one's relatives for the sake of justice? Yes, I'm quite sure of it. Liu Gu looked sad. Although I really want to protect my brother, I understand the right and wrong in the world better. Taromon's evil is known to everyone, and his cruelty is condemned by both humans and gods. If I continue to protect my brother, I am not helping him, but harming him. But, there's nothing to worry about. I have evidence that my brother is collaborating with Taromon. Without saying a word, he took out a paper document from his pocket that the metrologist had reported to him. Although the contents of the document are all printed as something that has been handled by the metrologist personally, there will definitely be fingerprints of the metrologist left on it. As one of the biggest hostile forces of the coalition government, the metrologist's identity information must have been listed as an important secret in the coalition government system. The fingerprints of the metrologist are absolutely indispensable. By then, as long as the metrologist's fingerprint entered into the system is compared with the metrologist's fingerprint remaining on the paper document, coupled with the identification of his own brother and the deliberate frame-up by some high-level officials in Qingshan City, Liu Yi will not be able to explain himself even if he has 800 mouths. Of course, Liu Ji's purpose in framing Liu Yi was to cut off his way of continuing to be a good citizen, not to really let Liu Yi spend the rest of his life in jail. In order to completely block Liu Ye's retreat and make Liu Yi unacceptable to the coalition government. After the coalition government issued a verdict on Liu Yi, Liu Ge did not mind staging a jailbreak. The jailbreaker would definitely be a well-known figure in Tarot Gate. While completely convicting Liu Yi of the crime, he would also rescue Liu Yi from the clutches of the Qingshan coalition government. In this way, although the process was a bit tortuous, he had fulfilled his responsibilities as a brother and successfully responded to Liu Ye's request for help. What? You said Liu Yi might prefer to live in prison? That's none of Liu Ji's business. Anyway, he has saved the person, so it's not up to Liu Yi to decide what to do next. That's it. When the two girls were respectfully escorted out of the territory by the white-haired lich, these two young new lords held in their hands letters that were said to be sent personally by the metrologist, one of the big bosses of Taromen. I just feel that the autumn sunshine has lost its temperature as if it were midwinter. They had just graduated from the Lord School and had just started to build their main city, but they would never have dreamed that they would become lords. They were lucky enough to be associated with a legendary figure like a metrologist in their lifetime. As if they were in a dream, they could only return to the united government of Qingshan City in a daze. As his boss asked him questions, he placed the letter, which was dated 10 days ago, the day before the second round of elimination games officially started, on his boss' desk with a numb look on his face. The boss picked up the letter and looked at it in confusion. Then his eyes bulged out. On a small piece of letter paper, there were written all the marching plans of the metrologist before attacking Nanshan City, and even the next course of action of Taromen after conquering Nanshan City, etc. And in the words, it seemed that he subtly defined himself as a reporter who solicited opinions. What is this? A military simulation prop? Look at the contents of the letter. The boss looked strange. No. One of the girls hesitated for a moment and said with some difficulty, "This is the evidence given to us by Lord Number 402 that his brother Liu Yi is actually collaborating with Taromen." Huh? The boss was confused. What kind of evidence can a printed letter serve as? And isn't Lord 402 Liu Ye's brother? Why would he give us this kind of evidence? Does he have a grudge against his brother? From visits to their neighbors and relatives, it can be seen that the relationship between 402 and the Liu Ye brothers is very harmonious. They have never had any quarrels, and there should be no hatred between them. Another staff member shook his head and denied his boss's speculation. Then he continued cautiously. According to 402, he just didn't want his brother to go further down the wrong path. So even though he was very sad, he still chose to sacrifice his own brother for the greater good. Speaking of this, perhaps I remembered Liu Ji's fake expression. The girl immediately buried her head in her chest, her voice as low as a mosquito's buzz. What kind of logic is this? The boss, who hadn't noticed this, was shocked. And just based on a letter? What kind of evidence can it be? What few people know is that he admired Willow Leaves very much. Although he and Liu Yi had no intersection, Liu Ye's talent and ability, her ability to handle any situation calmly, and her steady personality far beyond her age made him feel good about Liu Yi. So after Liu Yi was framed and imprisoned, the boss immediately thought of Liu Ge, Liu Ye's brother. It was different from what Liu Ge thought, that Qingshan City did not take him seriously. In fact, Lord Number 402 is a well-known figure in the entire Qingshan City. Especially after the powerful combat capability of the Ebon Knights was made public, Territory Number 402, which had 10 Ebon Knights, was once regarded as one of the strongest undead territories in Qingshan City. In addition, the elusive daily movements of the Lord Lyoga and the cruelty and viciousness displayed by the white-haired Lich Malthuzid. All of these have made Territory Number 402 shrouded in an unpredictable mystery. When people talk about Territory Number 402, the generally accepted attitude is that although it is called a Level 4 territory, its actual military strength exceeds that of most Level 5 territories. But what really made Territory Number 402, or Liu Ge, famous among the high-level officials in Qingshan City was a visit from the third-in-command of the Qingshan Legion 5 days ago. It is said that the Qingshan Legion favors the strength of Territory Number 402 and wants to formally invite the Lord of Territory Number 402 to join the Qingshan Legion. For this purpose, the third-in-command of the Qingshan Legion paid a personal visit and had an in-depth interview with Lord Number 402. No one knows what Number 3 talked about with 402. All we know is that after Number 3 came back, he was very secretive about his conversation with 402 and didn't want to mention it at all. He just strictly ordered the Qingshan Legion and the Qingshan United Government not to disturb Lord Number 402. Since then, Territory 402 has completely become one of the most special territories in Qingshan City, and few people dare to provoke it. Honestly speaking, if Lu Yi hadn't deliberately concealed the relationship between himself and Lu Gu, those second-generation rich guys in the Red Eagle Society would never have dared to deal with one so harshly. In fact, even the boss himself and the power behind the second-generation rich people in the Red Eagle Society only discovered that Lu Yi had such an identity background when the jailer retrieved the prisoner's information after Lu Yi was framed and imprisoned. It is said that the bigwigs behind the second generation of the Red Eagle Society could not hold back on the spot. But because the thing had already been done, if they let him go directly, it would seem that they were afraid of Lu Gu, so they were stuck in a dilemma. But secretly, he acquiesced to Lu Yi sending a message to Lu Gu for help. After Lu Gu did not reply for a long time, he even instructed his superior to send someone to inform Lu Gu. Next, as soon as Lu Gu got angry, they would release Lu Yi as quickly as possible and send her back safely. If this gentleman still has something to be dissatisfied with, the bosses are even ready to ask the juniors to come and apologize. But now you tell me, Lu Ye's brother wants to kill his own relatives for the sake of justice? Chapter 128 Investigation Team. Impossible. You must have misunderstood. The boss shook his head and laughed, and was about to put the letter aside, deciding to go and talk to number 402 in person. 402 said that the letter was handed to Lu Yi by the metrologist himself, so there must be the metrologist's fingerprints on it. The hand that placed the letter trembled slightly. The next moment, the boss quickly pulled back the hand holding the letter and yelled, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Although he admired Lu Yi very much, he wanted to help him to the best of his ability. But if Lu Yi is really a secret member of the evil organization Taro Men, what does mere appreciation mean in the face of such great achievements that are within her grasp? Send it for identification quickly, the boss urged. Needless to say, the results of the appraisal are obvious. As a letter that has indeed been handled by a metrologist, no matter how it is checked, traces of the metrologist himself can be found on the letter. The fingerprint detection by technology and the breath detection by elimination game all confirmed that the source of this letter was none other than the unfathomable second in command of Taro Gate, the metrologist. The moment the information is confirmed, the entire Zhongzhou was shocked. The agency responsible for the detection did not dare to conceal such a major event and quickly reported it to the higher authorities. However, the superiors of the superiors were unable to make a decision on such a serious incident involving the metrologist. In the end, the inspection information was submitted all the way and finally landed on the desk of Central Province Governor Li Xinlong. Then, all the official personnel of Qingshan City simply stood aside. Under Li Xinlong's orders, the Zhongzhou Supreme Security Bureau directly dispatched an investigation team and immediately issued a gag order to all Qingshan City senior officials who knew about the incident. Then, they went straight to Qingshan City's number 1 prison. Under the warden's cold sweat, this investigation team, led by an S-level combat attribute lord and composed of at least epic-level heroes, interrogated Lu Yi, who was suspected to be a core senior member of Taro Gate, on the spot. As for the Willow Leaves, one moment he was being provided with good food and drink in the prison, and the next moment he was tied up like a dumpling by a group of burly senior prison guards. Until he saw the leader of the investigation team, an S-class attribute lord with only one left eye left and 2 ultimate soldiers standing behind him and a solemn face. Lu Yi hasn't reacted yet. What on earth is happening? 402 territory. Lu Gu, who had badly cheated Lu Yi, couldn't be happy for long. He underestimated Taraman's sensitivity to the Central Plains United Government at this moment, and he even more underestimated the importance of metrologists in the eyes of the people of the world at this moment. As the second in command of Taro Men, the world's largest anti-union organization, the actual commander of the Ebon Blade Legion, the right-hand man of the Red Painted Gate, and the strategist of the Taro Men Legion. In the eyes of the coalition government, the danger of the metrologist is to a certain extent greater than that of the founder of the Red Paint Gate. After all, up to now, the Red Paint Gate is only responsible for the daily management and logistics planning of Taro Men. As for commanding troops, external operations, and strategic policy formulation, almost all of them are completed by the metrologist. Such a terrifying person, but in a tone that was almost asking for advice, handed a letter to someone. After much deliberation, the coalition government can only make 2 judgments. One is that there is a senior person in Tarot Gate who has a higher status than the metrologist and is hiding in Qingshan City unknown to the public. The other thing is terrifying, that is, the red-painted gate is hiding under their noses, and the red-painted gate, far away in Nanshan City, is just a substitute. Regardless of which judgment it is undoubtedly a disaster for the Central Plains United Government. It means that they have been fooled by the Taromon from the beginning to the end, and all the strategies they have formulated for this purpose are fundamentally wrong. It wasn't just Zhongzhou that was alarmed. Even the Supreme Joint Conference was alarmed by the news. Lu Gu is the informant and Liu Ye's brother, and there happen to be 10 of the Tarot Club's signature soldiers, the Black Blade Knights, in his territory. No matter what, the investigators of the United Government could not ignore Lu Ji's existence. In the eyes of some people, Lu Gu might even be more terrifying than Liu Yi. After all, Liu Ye's activities were too easy to track. He was not a returning lord, but had been seriously studying the knowledge to become a lord since the second round of elimination games. He became a new lord only after passing the lord test. For several days afterwards, Liu Yi and the members of One went to the low-level monster areas to farm, leaving early and returning late, living in the lord's area where the official site was intensive. Theoretically, there was no time or opportunity to carry out evil acts. Of course, there is also a more terrifying possibility. That is, Liu Yi used incredible means to disguise himself as a new lord, and it is even possible that he changed the memory and cognition of the people around him on a large scale, thus forming a perfect disguise. This is naturally an incredible operation for ordinary people, but if the other party is a top executive of Tarot Gate, then any incredible thing would not be surprising to him. But no matter what, Lu Gu, as Liu Ye's brother, must be the breakthrough point for uncovering all the truth. Therefore, Liu Gu shot himself in the foot and was suspected and questioned by the investigation team. What the investigation team didn't expect was, they naturally have the right to investigate all citizens of the coalition government, and they should naturally receive unconditional cooperation from all citizens. But they were turned away in front of the 402 territory. You mean our lord? The white-haired lich stood in front of the investigation team with an indifferent look on his face and said casually, "Our lord is currently grieving because his brother has gone astray, and he is not in the mood to see you right now. Are you the hero of 402? Hongmei, the deputy leader of the investigation team, frowned slightly, as her rank of authority was even higher than that of the commander of the Qingshan City Legion. You are so rude. The lord has a name." Melthagad said dissatisfiedly, "Why are you so arrogant?" Upon hearing this, a member of the investigation team that came with Hongmei shouted, "Do you know who we are? I advise you to cooperate honestly with your lord. Playing tricks will only embarrass yourselves." "How is he arrogant?" Melthagad looked incredulous. She always liked to put labels on others, but she never expected that today she would be put on the spot by others. He was immediately furious. "Fuck you. This is the first time I've ever been so humiliated since I was a child. Come here if you have the guts. Let me punch you in the teeth." Chapter 129 Interrogation. You dare to insult the investigation team. How arrogant. Red team, I apply for the arrest of this dwarf. The member of the investigation team was also furious. Ever since he became a member of the General Administration's investigation team, haven't they been praised highly wherever they go? No matter whether you are the commander of a legion or a provincial governor, as long as any force under the name of Zhongzhou United meets me, who wouldn't be respectful? But the dwarf lich in front of him did not show such respect, and even dare to talk back to him. "What's wrong with scolding you? Look at how ugly you are, and you dare to say that I'm short? Where do you get your confidence from, you second-level scum?" Speaking of this, Melchagard became angrier as he spoke. He walked straight past the indifferent deputy team leader Hongmei and ran to the particularly jumpy member of the investigation team. "What are you up to?" The members of the investigation team looked at the white-haired lich in front of them, whose height was not even as high as their chest, with vigilance. "What? Of course I'll give you a beating." As soon as the words fell, Melthagad raised his hand and punched. 5 minutes later, "Lord, save me." The white-haired lich who was pinned to the ground by the investigation team said to Lu Gu, who walked out of the territory with a gloomy face. He ignored the embarrassing white-haired lich's call for help. Lu Ji's gaze passed over the white-haired lich and looked at the red-haired woman who had pinned the white-haired lich to the ground with just one hand, making it unable to move. Under the latter's gaze that glared back at him unwillingly, he snapped his fingers gently. The next moment, whoosh, accompanied by a sound of burning flames. The huge figure of the old monster suddenly emerged from behind the red-haired woman, and then he grasped the broad blade burning with sacrificial fire in both hands and slashed fiercely at the red-haired woman's neck. Following the actions of the old Warcraft, a hint of astonishment finally appeared on the red-haired woman's face, which seemed to be filled with indifference. It seemed that she had not expected that facing her, the deputy leader of the investigation team, Lu Gu, would be so bold as to take action without even asking a single question. Is it just a bluff, or? The brain no longer has time to think too much. It was really because Lu Ji's move was too decisive and too swift. She did not expect Lu Gu to attack directly at all, and did not even have time to summon her own heroes or soldiers. She could only watch the mighty sword in the hand of the old monster rapidly expand in her sight. Then, with a bang, sparks flew. -12. A huge force damage value, plus a feeling of weakness, floated into Hongmei's mind. There was a silent pause. The white-haired lich had an ashamed expression on his face and buried his head deeply in the ground. The members of the investigation team, who had just recovered from the sudden situation, were all extremely shocked and angry, and they all took up fighting stances and surrounded Lu Gu tightly. Even Hongmei, who always showed a cold face, couldn't help but twitch her face after a short silence. But she was not shocked or angry at Lu Ji's disregard for the law. It was another kind of anger, called being fooled. He took a look at the huge blade stuck on his neck. Although it was burning with flames, it was as soft and harmless as plasticine. He looked at Lu Gu again, who still had a stern face. Hongmei certainly wouldn't think that the other party was an idiot for using such a useless army to attack her, although the damage is only 12 points. However, the negative state that followed the attack caused the attributes of this lord, who had already switched to an epic class, to plummet by nearly 40. Such a terrible negative state was enough to prove the extraordinariness of the super soldier in front of her, but in the end it only caused such a slight damage to her. Hongmei can only confirm one fact. That means the other party is using this method to humiliate her like never before. Only the white-haired lich saw it clearly. As a lord who had almost no experience in direct combat with others, he had absolutely no intention of humiliating the investigation team. He definitely forgot to activate the sacrifice skill of the old beast. He also forgot that the old beast had only the same pitiful attack power as Lu Ji's magic power. Such a socially deadly scene was actually witnessed by myself. No, I have to keep my head down so as to avoid being held accountable by the petty-minded lord later. Thinking of this, the white-haired lich dug his head into the soil hard, burying half of his head in the soil. Then he grunted twice to indicate that he saw nothing. On the contrary, Lu Ji's expression remained unchanged after delivering such a shocking blow, even though I have cursed the old Warcraft 100 times in my heart. But at least on the surface, Lu Gu still looked calm and composed even though he was facing a huge crisis, making it hard to tell his true colors. Just as Lu Ji's brain was working quickly, thinking about how to solve the embarrassing situation in front of him. That's enough, Lord number 402 of Qingshan City, Lu Gu. The angry voice interrupted Lu Ji's thoughts. Hongmei, deputy head of the investigation team, took out her work ID from her bosom and said loudly to Lu Gu, "In the name of the United Government, deputy head of the investigation team of the Central State Security Bureau, I initiate an interrogation against you." According to Article 16 of the first page of the Coalition Government Act, any legal citizen of the coalition government is obliged to unconditionally cooperate with all the work of the Security Bureau. Lu Gu, I advise you to cooperate honestly. Otherwise, we will use coercive measures. At the same time, on the other side, Qingshan City Prison. This is impossible. Looking at the one-eyed man in front of him excitedly, Lu Yi couldn't believe her ears. You said that Lu Gu identified me. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? The evidence is right here. Turn on your phone. He showed Lu Yi the photo of the letter content and the test report on his mobile phone. The one-eyed man quickly put his phone away and said calmly, "We did find the metrologist's fingerprints on the letter. After using detection skills, we did find a scent similar to the metrologist's. Although for ordinary crimes, this little evidence is not enough to convict, but if this matter involves Tarot Gate and the metrologist, it doesn't matter even if there is no evidence. It is enough for us to suspect you. Not to mention, based on the evidence we have so far, the probability that you are a member of Taromon is as high as 97.5. I am wronged. I don't even know what tarot is." Lu Yi shouted excitedly. I hope so. Otherwise, if the senior member of Taro Men is a child of 11 or 12 years old, then it would be too ironic for me to lose my eye on the battlefield. He touched his empty right eye. The head of the investigation team seemed to recall the nightmare-like battlefield of the past few days. Chapter 130, Why Did They Save You? That night, Qingshan City No. 1 prison. He glanced at the inspection team around him who were facing a serious enemy, as well as the assistant corps sent by the Qingshan Corps. Liuga held Melthagad's hand and ignored the high-level soldiers and powerful heroes who were as numerous as an ant colony. Instead, he looked directly at the black-haired boy in the prison who was looking at him with resentment. I couldn't help but grin. 402, don't do unnecessary things. Upon seeing this, Hong Mei, deputy leader of the inspection team, reprimanded sternly. Although after she showed her ID and asked Lu Gu to conduct an interrogation, Lu Gu did not put up any resistance. But for some reason, the more cooperative the other party was, the more Hong Mei felt a lingering sense of terror in her heart. This sense of terror reached its peak the moment Lu Gu arrived in the prison. No, it's more than just horror. That feeling of heaviness in the chest, panic, and the desire to stay away from predators, when applied to wild animals, should be called the instinct for survival. This unprecedented feeling of fear made Hong Mei, who was always known for her cold face, become like a frightened pet. Any movement of Lu Gu would cause Hong Mei to react violently. But at this moment, the people around did not show any strange expressions, because they had the same feeling as Hong Mei, especially the member of the investigation team who had previously clashed with Melthagad, who was sweating profusely but could not find out why he was so afraid. Didn't you bring me here just to let me confront my good-for-nothing brother? So this is nothing extra, especially since this might be the last time I see him in the near future. Lu Gu, who didn't think he was scary at all, glanced at Hong Mei. I wonder if this woman is having her period. Why is she so irritable for no apparent reason? But never mind, there's no point in fussing over a dead person. Thinking this in his heart, Lu Gu ignored Hong Mei's instantly pale face and walked straight towards Lu Yi. But he hasn't taken 2 steps yet. A one-eyed man suddenly stood in front of Lu Gu. What do you want? Lu Gu narrowed his eyes. In an instant, the one-eyed man only felt as if he was in an infinitely deep sea, and a terrifying monster so huge that it was almost impossible to see the end opened its bloody mouth towards him in horror. The wording that was originally prepared disappeared without a trace. The one-eyed man's Adam's apple kept moving up and down, but he could only make hoarse sounds and couldn't utter a word. If you have nothing else, please get out of the way. Time is very urgent. Said this, Lu Gu continued to move forward. Until Lu Gu arrived at the cell, the distance between him and Lu Yi was less than 10 meters. Etc. The one-eyed man suddenly reacted and stopped Lu Gu. Who are you? After hearing this, Melthagad was speechless at the one-eyed man's honesty. How do you want others to answer this kind of question? Do I really want the Overlord to tell you that I am the president of the secret society of the balance, the founder of the Scourge, the big boss behind Taro Men, a man with blood on his hands, and a complete life taboo? How is that possible? As expected, Lu Gu had no interest in answering the one-eyed man's question. He simply ignored the one-eyed man's question and walked straight to Lu Yi. I'll give you 5 seconds to ask me a question. Lu Gu said, Why are you doing this? Lu Yi was furious. You are a member of Taro Men, right? No wonder you don't want to join the United Army, and no wonder you often disappear without a trace. Do you think you can clear yourself of suspicion by framing me? You think the United Government is a fool. I only asked you to ask 1 question, but you asked 3. Lu Gu sighed. But you're my brother after all, so 3 is enough. What kind of situation is this? Why do you still care about this kind of thing? Lu Yi was almost mad with anger. He now really regretted sending a message for help to Lu Gu. If he had known that things would turn out like this, he might as well have asked his teacher for help. At most, I would just have to endure some humiliation, but now, he himself didn't know what to do now. Even the investigation team of the Supreme Security Bureau was involved. Even if it turned out to be just a joke by Lu Gu, the 2 brothers would definitely be skinned alive. What's more, Lu Gu is very likely a member of Taromon. First of all, the reason I did this is because I wanted to save you. Lu Gu was very serious. Can you please not lie when answering questions? Lu Yi roared. I didn't lie. Lu Gu shook his head. Although there are many reasons, the ultimate goal is to rescue you from prison, so it doesn't count as a lie. What do you mean it's not? Then the second question. He interrupted Lu Ye's complaints. Lu Gu continued. I am not a member of Taro Men, but you must be. Do you want to listen to what nonsense you're talking about? Liu Yiren was numb and could not understand the meaning of Lu Ji's words at all. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now, because you will understand soon. He said this meaningfully. Lu Ge continued. The last question, I framed you not to clear my suspicion, because I have nothing to clear. So you are framing me. Lu Yi, who caught the key point at once, was overjoyed and shouted to the one-eyed man behind Lu Ge. Did you hear me? He framed me. You two are too friendly to each other. Melthagad couldn't help but complain when he saw this. Stop talking nonsense. He was the first to be unkind. Lu Yi said angrily. No, what I meant by frame up is that the letter was indeed framed, but your identity as a tarot gate is a fact. Lu Ge laughed. What a joke. Tarot Man and I have absolutely no connection. Lu Yi sneered and watched her brother's performance. But there was no change in the expression on Lu Ji's face. Instead, he said something that shocked Lu Yi. Really? Then why did they come to save you? Following Lu Ji's words. A piercing whistling sound swept towards Qingshan prison rapidly, before the people in Qingshan prison could react. There was a loud bang. The barrier covering Qingshan prison collapsed into countless pieces in an instant. The next moment, 6 figures wearing robes with the tarot logo suddenly appeared on the prison wall. Chapter 131 Tarot Gates, New 24 Pillars of Demons. No wonder it's an S-level mission. It turns out there's a big fish here. The sound of laughter came out of the mouth of one of the burqa figures without any concealment. Hongmei looked at the figure who spoke in horror and almost lost her voice. Perseus, the most wanted lord in Europe, one of the new 24 demons of Taromon. There's one more thing left to say. That was the culprit who personally destroyed one of the team leader's eyes on the battlefield. When the leader of the investigation team saw Perseus appear, he quickly blessed himself with countless protective skills almost instinctively. Perseus, the owner of the S-level characteristic Space Liberation. Perseus with this feature can unconditionally learn and use space skills, and all space skills gain an additional 90 cooldown reduction. In front of him, no matter how powerful a person is, he will be toyed to death by his endless space skills if he is not careful, especially his legendary profession of space magician, which gives him the ability to release space forbidden spells and ignore most space forbidden skills. In front of him, all the barriers and distances were false. Now they seem to be hundreds of meters apart, but to Perseus, it was no different from being stuck in their faces. But soon, the one-eyed team leader found that his actions were just superfluous. Because next to Perseus, there were 5 people who were almost as famous as him, and even more intimidating. Andre is also a wanted lord in Europe and a user of S-Class Holy Word ability. This feature can achieve the ability similar to Words Come True, and can use words to negate the opponent's skill effects and the attacks on oneself, or even directly add negative or positive status to the opponent and oneself. Directly sentence the opponent to death. The Free State's most wanted lord, S-Class Universal Characteristic Ability User. More. This ability allows one to see detailed information about everything, discover weaknesses and flaws that anyone wants to hide, and find ways to crack them effortlessly. Antarctica's most wanted lord, a user of S-Class Earth God ability, Gaia Power, the quality of all his Earth-related skills has been automatically upgraded to the 1st level. He is the only lord known to have mastered God-level skills. A few days ago, on the battlefield between the Taroman Legion and the United Legion, Gaia's power activated the God-level skill Heaven Collapse and Earth Shattering, which swallowed up millions of troops of the United Legion in one fell swoop. Even the commander of the Guangdu Legion, Jian Shan, was buried under the cracked earth. In addition, there is the Zishazu Special Wanted Lord, Zasha, an S-level characteristic Sun Disc ability user, and the Zhongzhou Top Lord, an S-level characteristic evolution ability user professional. The former can make an additional ascension when the level of oneself and the heroes under one's command is upgraded, thereby obtaining double attributes, and even having the possibility of additional growth of one's own talents. The latter can take away the characteristics and innate skills of the troops from the non-hero and lore targets he kills. He can be called a walking humanoid boss and is known as a man without weaknesses. These 6 people now have a common identity. That is one of the new 24 demon gods of tarot. The reason why they are called the new 24 demons is because there was a title of 12 demons before them, namely the 12 S-level attribute lords who first joined Tarot Gate. However, as Tarot Gate grew wildly, more and more new S-Class ability users joined Tarot Gate. Now Tarot Gate has as many as 19 S-class ability users, including some particularly powerful A-class ability users who have strength that is not inferior to S-class ability lords. To this end, the Red Lacquer Gate, the president of Taromin, drafted 24 lords with the highest merits and the strongest power in Taromin, and appointed them as the top military and political leaders of the 6 cities under Taromin's control. Because of their powerful strength, these 24 people were given the title of the new 24 Pillars of Taromin, completely abolishing the previous 12 demons of Taromin. And among the 24 new demon gods, only Perseus, Andre, Mor, Gaia, Zasha, and Professional have characteristics that can bring them strong combat power. Therefore, these 6 people were assigned to the 6 major cities controlled by Taromon, and each of them made a great name in the world. However, now, they appeared in the same place at the same time. They appeared in the heart of the Zhongzhou United Army, Qingshan City. When I think about the purpose of these 6 famous lords, a layer of cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the one-eyed team leader. What are the identities of those 2 brothers? It was so powerful that the Tarot Gate sent out 6 demon gods to rescue. To be frank, this force could have been used to assassinate the governor with some success. But they only came to rescue a new lord who was unknown before. Something is wrong. Something is terribly wrong. He had talked to Lu Yi, and based on his experience of observing people over the years, Lu Yi did not seem like a vicious person. On the contrary, Lu Ye's brother Lu Gu was extremely scary, but Lu Gu had completely walked into the trap himself. According to Hong Mei, as long as he wanted to leave, no one present had the ability to stop him. If he wanted to leave, there was no need for others to rescue him. What is the reason? Why on earth? The one-eyed team leader was in a mess, but knowing that he had no chance of survival today, he wrote his last words in a private message without any delay and directly passed on what was happening in Qingshan City to Governor Li Shenlong. He ignored the governor's message asking him to delay, and he would send reinforcements immediately. Because the one-eyed team leader knew very well that in front of these 6 people, even if he was also an S-level special user, it would be impossible for him to delay until that time. It can only be said that they underestimated the importance that Taromin attached to Lu Yi and underestimated the arrogance of Taromin even more. The 6 demon gods appeared wantonly in Qingshan City, which is the heart of the area controlled by the coalition government. In other words, they don't care whether this move will cause a new round of war between Taromin and the coalition government. Let's solve it as soon as possible. Perseus smiled and stretched himself. Although the coalition government is full of rubbish, this is the coalition government's territory. If we are surrounded by a large army, it will be very bad. This is an S-level mission personally assigned by the president, so we must not fail. As soon as the words fell, the 6 figures on the city wall moved almost simultaneously. The entire Qingshan City First Prison was instantly enveloped in a bloody storm. Chapter 132 Resource Gift Pack. The blood almost covered the entire prison in blood red. Under the slaughter of the 6 demon gods of Taromon, the forces of Qingshan City had no power to resist at all. Even the elite members of the investigation team only resisted for a moment, and were slaughtered in an instant when Andre gave the order of stop resisting. Everything happened in a flash. From the time Perseus took the lead to the entire Qingshan prison being littered with corpses, it took less than 30 seconds. What shocked Lu Yi even more was that as soon as the strong beams of light were lit, they were extinguished by an invisible force. This method of interrupting even teleportation is rarely recorded even in the Lord's course, let alone interrupting all teleportation so frequently and perfectly. Even for professional heroes who have learned legendary space magic, it is theoretically impossible to do it. However, what shocked Lu Yi was far more than that. He easily wiped out all the defenders, even the 6-pillar Taromon demon, including the one-eyed leader who was supreme as eyes, and came straight to Lu Yi and Lu Gu. They even ignored the General Administration's investigation team. But at this moment, their faces were full of forced kindness. Faced with the barrier of solid iron bars, Mor just lightly tapped with one hand, and an ordinary skill magic hand pointed at the iron bars that trapped Lu Yi. The so-called impeccable lock formed by dozens of skill restrictions collapsed almost instantly, shattering more thoroughly than popcorn. My dear guest, you are not frightened, are you? Under Perseus' gentle smile, Lu Yi, whose heart was already in turmoil, forced herself to control her facial expression and quickly looked in the direction where Lu Gu had been. But what made Lu Yi unbelievable was that Lu Gu, who had been standing there just now, had disappeared. Moore was keenly aware of the fluctuations in Liu Ye's eyes and quickly looked in the direction Liu Ye was looking. As soon as the universal term in his eyes was activated, only 3 words that made him feel cold all over appeared. Don't look around. What's wrong? Moore. Perseus frowned. Nothing. He shook his head in panic. Moore instantly realized that he had seen something he shouldn't have seen, and he forced himself to control his emotions and said calmly, "Let's go quickly, otherwise something bad will happen." "Well, my mana is running low." Perseus nodded, then bowed slightly to Liu Ye. "Then, dear guest, I will start teleporting." Speaking of, a gray-white light array, completely different from ordinary teleportation arrays, immediately lit up under the feet of everyone, including Liu Ye. Then the space began to twist and stretch, and a strong spatial fluctuation that even willow leaves could feel quickly spread to the surroundings. The transmission is about to begin. Liu Ye didn't care to hide anything and asked quickly, "Wait, where's my brother?" "Your brother?" Perseus was startled and began to delay the transmission. "Do you have a brother? Where's your brother? We can take him with us." "He was standing there just now." Liu Ye excitedly pointed to the place where Lu Ge was before. This action made Moore's pupil shrink, because the direction the willow leaf pointed to was the place where he saw the 3 words, "Don't look around," appear just now. Perseus, who had not noticed this, looked at him in a strange way. "You must have seen it wrongly. You are the only one here since we arrived here." What did you say? Am I the only one here?" Liu Ye was stunned. Qingshan City. On Qingfeng Mountain outside, the first prison. Looking at the actions of the Taromon people and Liu Ye below, and watched them teleport away from Qingshan City with their own eyes. Liu Ge then retracted his gaze and glanced at the white-haired lich beside him. "You are doing unnecessary things again. This is also to prevent the little lord from being bullied in Taro Gate." Melthagad smiled shyly. "You think too much. As long as Liu Ye abandons those unrealistic and childish ideas, with his ability, he can quickly stand out among the tarot gates, even without the help of the special features. What's more, besides, you have already prepared a great gift for him, right?" Melthagad shook his head and said, "You are really willing to spend 1 billion resources. It doesn't matter. A mere 1 billion resources is just a drop in the bucket for me, who has occupied the entire S province. It's really a drop in the bucket. Liu Ge, who has occupied 14 cities in Province S, now has a daily basic resource output of 840 points of rare resources, plus 8.4 million gold coins and other ordinary resources just from the occupied cities, totaling 25.2 million per day. But the basic output of city occupation is just a small part. The real big deal is the Scourge's constant slaughter of wild monsters. According to the calculation that there are 450 million wild monsters of all levels refreshed every day in the entire S province. Even if each monster can only provide Liu Ge with 2 ordinary resources on average, Liu Ge can obtain an astonishing 900 million resources every day. What's even more outrageous is that these resources belong entirely to Liu Ge personally. Unlike ordinary Legion cities, not only is it impossible to clear out all the monsters in the wild, but the bulk of the resource income must be handed over to the Lord who killed the monsters. The entire Legion can only take 30 of it as tax. And this 30 is needed to maintain the operation of the huge Legion, carry out Legion construction, and distribute Legion dividends. In the end, the resources that can actually reach the hands of the Legion commander personally are probably less than a few percent. Of course, compared to the output of the entire city, even if it is only a few hundredths of the resources, it is far more than what the novice area can gain. It's just that compared with the ordinary Legion commander who is content with what he has, Liu Ji's eating alone is too thorough. This is equivalent to him monopolizing the resources of 70 million people in the entire S province. To Liu Ge, resources are really just numbers. Especially, Liu Ji's Legion does not need ordinary resources for maintenance at all, which leads to Liu Ji's extremely low demand for ordinary resources. After occupying S province for a few days, Liu Ji's ordinary resource reserves have already exceeded the limit. Now he can be said to be truly rich enough to rival a country, let alone 10 billion. Even 10 billion resources may be something he can come up with. Of course, this is only relative to Liu Ge. For a new lord, getting 1 billion resources at the very beginning is definitely a terrifying thing. 1 billion resources can solve all the troubles of any new lord. He can scrupulously upgrade the level of his territory, build new territory buildings, and purchase all the equipment, arms, building blueprints and skills he wants. What A-level characteristics and S-level characteristics? Under the absolute resource crushing, at least in the initial development stage. Even if the legendary SR-level characteristics come, they will have to admit defeat. Chapter 133, Welcoming the New President. I hope this kid can become my assistant. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lu Ge turned his head and looked towards the territory he had settled in Qingshan City. He couldn't help but sigh. In the end, I still couldn't enjoy the life of an ordinary person for a few days. Of course, a great being like you will never be ordinary wherever you go. The white-haired lich offered a timely compliment. If that's the case, there's no need for Qingshan City to exist. Lu Ge said to himself, I will take care of everything for you and make sure no trace is left. The white-haired lich did it with ease. Don't use the methods of the undead to put the blame on Taro Min and my brother. Lu Ge gave a final reminder. Then he opened the teleportation scroll and instantly disappeared on the top of the mountain. The white-haired lich who remained in place half-bent his body and spoke to the empty front. As you command, Lord. So, 5 minutes later, finally breaking through Perseus's space blockade, the lords who descended from various regions of Zhongzhou suddenly felt the earth tremble. The next moment, all the lords who had just walked out of the teleportation were so frightened by the scene before them that they teleported back as quickly as possible. And that was the moment they were teleported back. Boom! Countless Black Blade Knights turned into a rolling torrent, sweeping over with a loud bang. These ebony knights seemed to be marching under the order to destroy everything. Along the way, all the houses, walls, and even buildings that stood in the way of the Ebon Blade Knights collapsed under their iron hooves. In just a few minutes, the core area of Qingshan City, which was previously full of tall buildings, had been trampled into a pile of ruins. Although the local army in Qingshan City reacted quickly and mobilized a large army to resist. But soon, the strength of the Ebon Knights made them realize the gap between local legions and world-class legions. It was almost just a face-to-face encounter. The army organized by the Qingshan Legion was smashed to pieces by the Black Blade Knights like tofu. The Legion commander Wu Feng was smashed into a pulp before he could even hold out for a breath of resistance. The rest of the core members of the Qingshan Legion, who formed the central army, were all crushed into pieces of meat, leaving no intact corpses. The bloody road was torn open by the Ebon Blade Knights with overwhelming force. For a moment, the entire Qingshan City was overwhelmed by the howling of fear. It was not until the reinforcements sent by the United Government arrived that Melthagad issued the order to retreat. Tens of thousands of Black Blade Knights retreated quickly like a tide, but Qingshan City, which survived the disaster, had been destroyed by 7/10. It's a pity that I can't use the methods of the undead. Otherwise, it would be possible to take advantage of this opportunity to launch a small-scale undead disaster. Not to mention occupying half of Province C. It would at least wreak havoc in several surrounding cities and cause serious damage to Province C. Pity. But it won't be long before the whole world will experience the true undead plague, so there's no need to rush. Melthagad knew all too well what kind of person his lord was. With Lu Ge's personality, all his steadiness and compromise come from the fear of insufficient military strength. However, as Liuge occupied Province S for longer and longer periods of time, nearly 450 million spawn monsters every day were continuously transformed into the undead of the Scourge. One day, or it won't be long at all, an army of undead large enough to destroy the entire world will be born in the entire S province. And by that time, will the lord of our country, who holds such power, be willing to be confined to a small province like S? The other side, Nanshan City, Taro Mon Guild. The magnificent conference hall is covered with deep red carpet. Above the white relief carved with many ultimate military forces, the ace flag of the tarot cards is hung high. Under the flag, there were 12 cloaked figures with unclear faces standing on the left and right. Although their faces could not be seen clearly, the collision created by the powerful aura around them made the air in the entire space chaotic. This is the first full-scale high-level meeting of Taromon since the full expansion. All 24 tarot demons, no matter how important the tasks they were performing, gathered here without exception. Finally, I'm going to meet the legendary Taromon twins. The one who spoke was a demon who had just joined Taromon. His name is Gerda, a free lord from Zishazu. He is also one of the very few A-level lords among the 24 demon gods. His words also resonated with many new pillars. Except for the initial 12 S-level ability, users who can often see the red painted gate and the meter master. Although the other 12 demons who had newly joined Tarot Gate were nominally one of the absolute core members of Tarot Gate, most of them had never actually seen the red painted gate and the meter master face to face in reality. There are many unknown factors, but no one could have imagined that the biggest factor was that the two giants were afraid that their true strength would be exposed. But today, things are obviously different. Right now, in the side hall of the Grand Conference Hall, the two Taromon giants, who were highly expected and even worshipped by countless new pillar demons, were respectfully carrying the bewildered black-haired boy to the throne. Then, in the boy's confused, puzzled, and even shocked eyes, the red lacquer gate and the metrologist carefully placed their right hands on their left shoulders, and in a manner that only members of the Balanced Society would perform, they said in a loud voice, "Eternal King of Dark Night, Eternal Balance, the core members of the Balanced Society, the red lacquer gate / metrologer, respectfully accept the appointment of the new president of Tarot Gate." Intelligence description. 1. Melthagad is familiar with the weaknesses and activation principles of all characteristics, so he can target the opponent's weaknesses and perform some operations that will shock the opponent. Although these operations have no real meaning, they can easily scare people and make them feel that they have no secrets. 2. In Qingshan Prison, everyone's fear has another source, which will be spoiled later. 3. Lyoga and Melthagad were just teleported away before the 6 demons took action. The reason why the 6 demons said that there was no one else except Lyoga before was because they saw other things, so their memories were modified. It is inconvenient to reveal the plot involved later. For the newly appeared Ebon Blade Knights in this chapter are not the ones from Taromon, but a newly built one under the Scourge. Chapter 134 Press Release. August 24th, the 7th day of the Blue Star Elimination Game. The United Government publicly issued a statement to the world accusing the Taromen Guild of its evil act of attacking Qingshan City, claiming that the number of people killed in the Taromen attack was as high as 210,000, including more than 10,000 returning lords, more than 60,000 new lords, and 140,000 innocent people. The resettlement area for the returning lords of Qingshan City was attacked intensively by the Knights of the Black Blade. Except for a very small number of lords, all the returning lords of Qingshan City were wiped out. After this battle, the Qingshan City local army was in name only, and the superior army of Province C, the Quanqing Army, took over Qingshan City. The president of the United Government expressed that he would never tolerate the brutal atrocities committed by Taromon again and again. The governor of Zhongzhou, Li Xinlong, convened the 7 major player guilds in Zhongzhou and held a meeting in Andu, stating that what Taromon did was not just a threat to the United Government, but a complete terrorist organization. Under this premise, both the official legion and the player guild should work together to fight against these public enemies of peace. Qiyu Wui, the joint spokesperson of the 7 major player guilds in Zhongzhou and vice president of the Northwest Federation, stated after the meeting that the 7 major player guilds absolutely support the leadership of the Zhongzhou United Government and strongly condemned the brutal behavior of Taromon that affected innocent people. That's it. With the news coming one after another, a new wave of signals quickly spread throughout Zhongzhou. In order to eliminate the increasingly rampant Tarot Gate, the Central Plains United Government and the 7 major player guilds reached some kind of peace agreement. Although according to the attitude of the spokespersons of the 7 major guilds, in the conflict between the Central Plains United Government and Taromon, the 7 major guilds will not resort to force, but will only condemn Taromon from their stance. But for the Zhongzhou United Government, it is enough as long as the 7 major guilds do not cause trouble in the rear while they are dealing with the Taromen. What they feared most was that when they were fighting against the Tarot Gate, the 7 major guilds would take advantage of the opportunity to cause chaos in the rear, and they did not really need the military strength of the 7 major guilds to fight against the Tarot Gate. Although they also promised various benefits for this, such as the 7 major guilds will be able to legally establish their own guild halls, legally occupy guild cities, and have independent officials' appointment and military establishment rights within their own cities, etc., which are similar to the rights of a country within a country. However, the coalition government believes that as long as they can eliminate Taromon, all the costs they pay will be worth it. It's not just because Tarot is too rampant. Moreover, the strength shown by Taromon has seriously threatened the rule of the entire coalition government. With just one action, The other party was able to dispatch 6 S-level lords to sneak into the heart of the coalition government without anyone noticing and even destroy a city and then leave. This terrifying threat is like a sword of Damocles hanging over the head of the coalition government, making the top leaders of the coalition government panic-stricken and unable to sleep or eat. Therefore, after a heated discussion, the coalition government unanimously agreed that even if it meant paying a huge price, even if it meant making concessions to other player guilds, they could no longer sit idly by and watch Taromon continue to exist. Otherwise, today's Taromen will be able to destroy Qingshan City. Tomorrow's Taromen will be able to break into the Zhongzhou governor's mansion. And the day after tomorrow, it is very likely that even the president's life will be in danger. The whole world will be in panic because of this, and the turmoil it brings to the world will be countless times greater than its actual destructive power, which is something the coalition government cannot bear in any way. But just when the Zhongzhou United Government and the 7 major guilds reached an agreement and announced this good news to the world to stabilize people's hearts. On the other side, Tarot almost at the same time announced a piece of information that caused an earthquake in the whole world. That is, the former president of the Tarot Guild, Red Painted Gate, announced his abdication and handed over the position of president to an unknown young man. Zhongzhou's intelligence department had read through all the information, and they only knew that the boy's real name was Lu Yi, and that he had been reported by local officials in Qingshan City as a secret member of the Taromen. For this reason, the second investigation team of the Security Bureau went to Qingshan City to verify it, and then the entire second investigation team, along with the entire Qingshan City, was destroyed by the Taromen. But apart from this, neither the Central Plains United Government nor the major forces and busybodies in the world can understand why Lu Yi was able to sit on the position of president of Taromen. Whether in terms of strength or other aspects, Lu Yi himself does not have the ability to convince others. Even with the full support of the Red Painted Gate, given the current situation of Tarot Gate, the position of president is not something that anyone can sit on. The unruly strong ones will not allow a weak person to dominate them. They obey the Red Paint Gate, because the Red Paint Gate controls a legion of Black Blade Knights, which has overwhelming military power. But Lu Yi, what does he have? By doing this, isn't the Red Painted Gate afraid of destroying the Tarot Gate built? What people don't know is, if the current Tarot Gate can be destroyed safely, the Red Painted Gate will definitely support it. As Tarot Gate grew in size, the power of its lords grew stronger and stronger. No matter whether it was the Red Paint Gate or the Measurement Master, they were already terrified by the enormous power they held. They knew very well that this power did not belong to them, and they also knew very well that they were now like children holding big knives. If they were not careful, not only would they fail to kill the enemy, but the enemy would take away their big knives and kill them instead. Besides, the power of Taromon is too strong, to the extent that any order they give out could potentially have a catastrophic impact on the entire world. They have no control over the impact, and are even unable to bear the consequences. The fear that a big mistake could happen at any time makes them feel in dire straits all the time. Under this premise, both the Red Painted Gate and the Measurement Engineer want to escape from the explosive pile of Tarot Gate more than anyone else. No matter whether it means burial or destruction, as long as they can get themselves out, they will be excited and ecstatic. It's a pity that they are not the real masters of Taromon. Before Lu Gu spoke, they didn't dare to implement any ideas even if they had them. After all, in a sense, Taromen is Lu Ji's tool. Damaging Taromen is damaging Lu Ji's interests. Looking back at the past, all those who damaged Lu Ji's interests, without exception, had no good end. Therefore, no matter how nervous the Red Painted Gate and the Measurement Engineer were, they had to bite the bullet and maintain the Tarot Gate. They walked on thin ice all day long and dare not make any rash moves. Until now, the order from Lu Gu was finally issued. As expected of Boscail's younger brother, if nothing else, at least his demeanor is quite similar to Boscail's. Looking at sitting in the conference hall, under the watchful eyes of the 24 lords of Tarot Gate, Willow Leaf went from being nervous at the beginning to being calm and solemn now, and even bursting out with her own aura to confront the powerful lords below. Although he is still too young, he still makes the Red Painted Door and the Measurement Engineer in the audience secretly communicate in private messages and praise him endlessly. Of course, this praise is just a formality. They knew very well that courage alone could not overwhelm the lawless top lords of Tarot Gate. Ultimately, If Liu Yi wanted to truly secure the position of Tarot Gate's president, he would have to rely on their full support. And the means they support are also simple and crude. From now on, the element is the undisputed supreme leader of Taro men. I have transferred the highest authority of the 6 Taro men cities and the position of the commander of the Taro men legion to the elements. Now the elements have the right to control the garrisons of all cities and the right to manage the legion members. We are opening this meeting only to inform you of our decision and resolution, not to solicit your opinions. From now on, we hope that you will treat the Order of the Elements better than you treat us. Salute our new and only Taro men leader. God bless Taro Mon. Chapter 135, Province S Under the Undead Sky. Although the speech was passionate, it did not arouse enthusiastic response from the 24 Pillar Lords. Many lords even showed their dissatisfaction and doubt without any concealment. But all this was meaningless. Under the dictatorship of the Red Paint Gate and the Metrologist, the senior officials who had not really sidelined the Red Paint Gate and the Metrologist could not change the established fact that Liu Yi ascended to the position of Lord of Tarot Gate. Although this kind of forced promotion will cause huge consequences, for example, these lords are likely to disobey orders, pretend to obey, but actually disobey, and may even collude with others to launch a rebellion. But it doesn't matter. Whoever dares to rebel will be bloodily suppressed by the 2 of them. Even if the entire Taro Gate is destroyed, it doesn't matter. They only need to follow Liu Ji's orders, and Liu Ge will bear the consequences. They also don't need to worry about whether they can be a match for the lords below. In their opinion, Liu Ge has sent his own younger brother here, so would he not prepare a backup plan for his younger brother? The Metrologist has been to Province S. When he learned that the entire S province had fallen, and that Zhongzhou's strongest Shangjing Legion and the entire Northern Legion of Zhongzhou were frightened and dared not move, the Metrologist knew that Liu Ji's strength might have reached an incredible level. As long as they have Liu Ge supporting them from behind, they can act recklessly and fear nothing. The 2 confident people were unaware of the helplessness of Liu Yi, one of the protagonists. He did receive strong support from Liu Ge. A full 10 billion resources. This astronomical number of resources can almost allow Liu Yi to upgrade all the way to the 6th level main city while squandering it as it pleases without any resource constraints. Not to mention that after taking over the dual leadership of the Taromen Guild and the Taromen Legion, the city resources provided by the Taromen forces every day were divided into his hands, which was as high as hundreds of thousands every day. Even the rare resources, there are more than 30 points available for his personal use every day. It can be said that in terms of resources and wealth, Liu Ge has given him the ultimate in the world. Even the president of the coalition government or the commander of the Freedom Corps could never surpass Liu Yi in terms of resources. But it's just a resource. Besides that, Liu Ge didn't even leave a single soldier or hero for Liu Yi. In other words, the trump cards in the Red Painted Gate and the Metrologist's mind did not exist at all. Or in other words, the Red Painted Gate and the Metrologist were the biggest trump cards Liu Ge gave him. Not only were their own strength enough to be ranked among the 24 Pillars of the Devil, they also had a 10,000-strong Black Blade Knights and 5 top-level Ultimate Soldiers, the Grim Reaper. This strength allows the 2 of them to have the power to fight against 1/5 of the Taro men. As long as the Taro men do not rebel on a large scale, they can basically suppress it with the power of the Red Painted Gate, the Meter Master, and the City Defenders. However, once there are too many people opposing them, the 3 of them can basically only stretch their necks and wait for death. In order to avoid this situation, we must at least conquer some of the lords first. In addition, we must delay the outbreak of civil strife as much as possible to buy time for him to transform resources into strength. As long as he becomes stronger, there will be nothing to worry about. As for asking Liu Ge for help, Liu Yi had never even thought about it. The last time he asked Liu Ge for help, he had already reached the limit of what he could do. As a result, he was now a wanted criminal of the United Government. Without any room for opposition, he was forced to become the president of Taro men. This time, even if she dies, Liu Yi will never speak to Liu Ge again. S Province, Ice City. At this time, Ice City, or the entire S Province, was shrouded in the dark sky of the undead. This undead sky canopy did not come from the exchange of the woodcutter's fountain, but was obtained by Red Bean Biscuit from an internal auction among high-level players. The transaction price was 750,000 ordinary resources, which was indeed a serious premium for the level of the undead sky canopy. So after the auction ended, Red Bean Biscuits got rid of this black-hearted guy. The reason was not only that the other party asked for an exorbitant price, but also because when trading the undead canopy, the seller had been hinting at Red Bean Biscuits about the purpose of a human lord buying the undead canopy. This overly strong curiosity was undoubtedly a dead end for Red Bean Biscuits. If the seller is dealt with, no one in this world will know that it was Red Bean Biscuits that bought the undead sky curtain from him, nor will they connect the undead sky curtain that suddenly appeared in Province S with the dignified Grand Judge of the Holy Union. Under the cover of the undead sky, Province S has completely fallen into a precise and silent darkness. People outside can no longer know anything that is happening in Province S at the moment, let alone see the terrifying army of undead that is now all over the mountains and plains of Province S. People only know that Province S has completely become a forbidden zone for life. Anyone or creature who enters the darkness of Province S will be swallowed by it. No matter how powerful a person is, there is no possibility of survival as long as they enter. Even the altar heroes who enter will be sealed, and there will be no possibility of resurrection. Up to now, no one has dared to explore Province S. Even the United Government has only built a great wall around Province S, but has no confidence to go further. And now, with Liu Ji's return, this army of the dead, which had expanded beyond imagination, finally began to show its true face to Liu Gu, its only master. Sheep, Wujiu Temple 1, Circle Circle, Wu Temple Braised. Discuss important matters together. Chapter 136, Pseudo-Hero Unit. The bone dragon that blocks out the sun soars in the dark sky. At first glance, the bone dragons, the ultimate type of soldiers, are as numerous as the most common basic soldiers in the hands of ordinary lords. A rough estimate shows that in the Ice City alone, there are more than 100 bone dragons circling at this moment. Below it, hundreds of millions of high-level undead were densely packed in almost every corner of the Ice City. The low-level undead were not even qualified to enter the Ice City, but were directly killed by the skeleton warriors directly under Liu Gu and became nutrients for the promotion of their skeletons. The so-called high-level undead are undead creatures whose strength is above level 4 after transformation. Their forms vary, but except for a very small number of beast-like creatures, most of the creatures will be transformed into high-level zombies and high-level skeleton mages according to the power they are good at after being transformed into undead. A very small number of them will be transformed into liches and death knights. High-level zombies are typical warrior-type soldiers. They possess excellent physical attack power, movement speed, and defense. They can also use the warrior skills they had in their lifetime. In a normal undead army, high-level zombies generally exist as grassroots commanders. The high-level skeleton mages are different from the high-level necromancers recruited by the Lord's base. The latter are the unified products of the Lord's base and can only use specific undead magic. The high-level skeleton mages are merely transformed into skeletons and have growth potential that other system arms do not have. Not only can they release other types of magic besides undead magic based on their previous expertise, they can also learn new skills. This is also the biggest difference between the undead and the undead. The undead are undead creatures that have been transformed after birth, while the undead are born undead creatures. The latter serve the undead lord under the power of the system and in accordance with the instincts of their race, while the former are souls that have succumbed to the plague of undead and exist as slaves of the undead lord. As for the liches and death knights promoted from the undead plague, they are also very different from the troops recruited in the Lord's game. These acquired liches and death knights can only be transformed by high-level lords or heroes. Rather than being a type of soldier, they're more like heroic units. They have extremely high independent thinking ability and wisdom, a strong will to act, can learn skills and magic independently, and can improve their levels and attributes through practice. However, compared with direct promotion through the system, the improvement of self-cultivation is often measured in years and seems meaningless. However, according to Melthugad, truly powerful heroes are often born from these units with potential for promotion. If the altar heroes are all produced on an assembly line, then these heroes who grow up independently are exclusive customized versions. Both their combat proficiency and the use of skills are much stronger than the rigid altar heroes. In addition, they have the hidden ability to quickly stimulate their potential in desperate situations. Although the probability is shockingly low, if there are many of them, there will always be a few weird ones who can quickly grow to a considerable height. Just like her all-knowing lich Melthuzad, Although she can't be resurrected after death like the altar hero, her bottom line and logic are untraceable, making her a truly powerful hero. Although Lu Gu expressed doubts about this, he still gathered these Death Knights and Liches together. It's not that he coveted the exclusive customized hero mentioned by Melthuzad, but the current scale of the Scourge is too large. Lyoga and 6 altar heroes alone cannot control this huge army. Therefore, these pseudo-hero units with extremely intelligent minds have become Lyoga's best candidates for commanders. And the number of these commanders is 300,000. This number is a very shocking number, even in the Undead's base camp, or the Undead world. How difficult is it to create a hero unit? In the normal world, a hero is like an S-level lord in an elimination game. It is not certain that one can be born among millions of people. Even if the entire world is destroyed, there are probably only a few thousand people who can be called heroes. If an undead lord relies solely on his own creation in the undead world, he may not be able to find a Death Knight or Lich for decades. The reason why the Lich King was so famous in the millions of years of history of the undead realm was because he had a legion of tens of thousands of Death Knights under his command. This legion made him invincible, spreading death to countless worlds, and making the Lich King one of the most powerful death monarchs in history. But even for the Lich King, it took thousands of years to gather this invincible army. I don't know how much it cost to barely achieve it. But what about Lu Gu? Under the power of the will of the universe, large numbers of heroes were easily obtained under the rules of the elimination game. Any selected lord could be given a hero template. The first batch of returning lords alone numbered more than 45 million. These returning lords can recruit an altar hero every time they upgrade their main city. And according to the average main city level of 3.5 of the returning lords, the number of heroes belonging to the returning lords is nearly 200 million. In other words, there are more than 200 million leaks on the entire Earth waiting for Lu Gu to harvest. With the growth of the second batch of lords, there are at least billions of hero units that can be used as food for transforming Death Knights and Liches. This is an extremely crazy number, and also an extremely crazy idea. Theoretically, no matter how low the probability is with the support of a large enough number, as long as there is the potential to grow to that high level, an incredibly powerful life will be born. There are billions or even tens of billions of pseudo-hero units. Even if only one God-level hero is born among 100 million heroes, there will be hundreds of God-level heroes. Defeating the God realm is really not just an empty talk. If Lu Gu really plays this way, the gods can only kowtow in front of Lu Gu and bow down to him. Of course, this is extremely difficult to do. It's not just the strategic difficulty. The responsibility of cleansing the sins of a world is also a rather heavy topic. Chapter 137 Legion Size. Of course, things in the future are still too far away from the present. No matter what the future holds, at least for now, 300,000 high-level undead are enough to support the skeleton of Lyoga's huge Scourge army. Even if Sylvanas' new Legion system is implemented, 300,000 high-level undead are more than enough. The so-called new Legion system is a super-large Legion system consisting of 5 levels and a total of 70,000 undead legions, divided according to the current strength of the Scourge. In this system, the 6 heroes under Lu Gu and Lu Gu himself will each command a first-level legion. Each first-level army will have 10 second-level army divisions under it, and each second-level army division will have 10 third-level army divisions under it, and so on, until the 5th-level legion, which is the grassroots level. However, even the lowest-level 5th-level legion will be equipped with more than 20,000 high-level undead. In addition to assigning a Death Knight as the Legion commander, a Lich will also be assigned as the Legion's chief of staff to ensure that any level 5 Legion has enough force to destroy a low-level production city, while also having the ability to trigger a small-scale undead disaster. And so on. Each first-level Legion will have 10,000 5th-level Legions under its command, totaling an undead army of 200 million, requiring a total of more than 30,000 Death Knights or Liches to participate in the command between legions at all levels. 7 legions require 210,000 commanding officers alone. This number is impossible for any normal lord or even player legion to achieve, but it is more than enough in Lu Ji's hands. What does it mean to have 70,000 level 5 legions? If it is successfully constructed, it will be a full 1.4 billion army. At present, all forces have exhausted the strength of several legions and can only gather 50 million troops to attack Taromen. Once Lu Ji's 70,000 level 5 legions step out of the entire S province, the sheer number alone will be enough to destroy any local legion. It's a pity that Lu Ji's opponent is never just one force. Lu Ge was well aware that once he revealed his true strength, the whole world would join forces to suppress him. From the beginning to the end, his imaginary enemy was the whole world. Even though he had such a terrifying legion in his hands, Lu Ge still felt that it was far from enough. He found Sylvanus, who had been in charge of the development of the territory since the second round of Elimination Games, and asked about the manufacturing progress of the Ebon Knights and the 10,000-year Bone Dragons. The final answer was that after Warcry summoned skeletons day and night, and more importantly, occupied the entire province S, hundreds of millions of low-level undead who were not worthy of being included in the Scourge were sacrificed every day. Now, whether it is creating Ebony Knights or Bone Dragons, it has become an easy task. If working at full capacity, one can create a legion of 10,000 Ebony Knights or hundreds of 10,000-year-old Bone Dragons in one day. The two biggest factors that once limited the scale of the Black Blade Knights and the 10,000-year Bone Dragon, resources and population, have now been greatly alleviated with Lu Ji's occupation of Province S, although the limitations of scarce resources still exist. However, Lu Ji's basic rare resource income from occupying only 14 cities is as high as 840 points per day. In addition, the undead army is slaughtering the refreshed wild monsters in the entire S province. Even if the explosion rate of rare resources is very low, he can still earn thousands of extra rare resources every day. Adding the two together, Lu Ge can get nearly 15,000 points of rare resources every week. According to the maintenance cost of 10 points of rare resources per Bone Dragon and Death God per week, Lu Ge is now able to support 1,500 Bone Dragons, or the daily consumption of Death Gods under extreme circumstances. This is why Lu Ge can see so many Bone Dragons now. The number of 10,000-year Bone Dragons in the Scourge Legion has reached 1,200. Even the Death God has reserved 100 places, but the Death God needs too many sacrifices. Even with the current size of the Scourge Legion, it can only sacrifice 2 Death Gods every day at most. But if it continues like this, it is only a matter of time before the Death God Legion is established. As for population, it is even less of a problem. Lu Ge now lacks everything except ordinary resources. Even though the construction price of a level 6 psychic tower was sky high, Lu Ge built it without blinking an eye. In addition, with the help of Red Bean Biscuit, who is undercover in the player camp and the coalition government, Lu Ge purchased a large number of Death Cultist true cards. Now, Lu Ge has 2,000 Death Cultists under his command and can build 3,000 psychic towers on average in one day. According to the calculation that one psychic tower can provide 50 population points, 3,000 psychic towers represent 150,000 people. Coupled with subsequent upgrades, the actual population growth of Leoga can reach 400,000 per day. Lu Ge did not calculate the exact number in detail. He only knew that the maximum population on his panel had increased from less than 350,000 after the first round elimination to 2.1 million today. And the population limit was still increasing at a rate of more than 400,000 per day, which meant that every day, Lu Ge could unlock the equivalent of 10 Black Blade Knights population limits. Although for Lu Ge, who now occupies the entire S province and can take unlimited advantage of the system refresh mechanism to control billions of undead, a population of just over 2 million has long become insignificant. But when the tough battle comes, it will still require the Undead Legion directly under Leoga, which is enhanced by the skeleton technology, to win the battle, especially the Black Blade Knights and the Bone Dragons. The existence of these two war weapons is enough to exert a powerful effect of more than 100 times the size of the undead. This is something that cannot be replaced no matter how many undead transformed by the undead plague there are. With the increase in the size of the Death Cultists, Leoga's troop expansion speed can no longer keep up with the population growth rate, which means that Leoga can now increase the number of Black Blade Knights unscrupulously. In other words, almost every day, Leoga can have a brand new Black Blade Knights of 10,000 people. The tens of thousands of Ebon Knights that Melthagad mobilized in Qingshan City came from here. If this continues, Lu Ge will be able to obtain at least 200,000 Black Blade Knights before the first round of Beast Tide breaks out. Even though the strength of the players and the coalition government is also growing, it is absolutely impossible for them to grow faster than Lu Ji's strength. In Lu Ji's plan, when you have accumulated enough advantages, you can officially launch a natural disaster to the entire world. Chapter 138, Legendary Job Transfer Certificate Required. The rapid growth of the Legion's strength is certainly something to be happy about. However, Lu Ji's purpose of returning to Province S this time is not just to witness the development of the Legion. He first found the dread Lord Tichondrius and asked about Qin Feng's recent situation. The answer he got was that after being forced by Melthagad to sign the indenture, Qin Feng went to the neighboring Jie province to develop. Because Lu Ge did not give him any investment, Qin Feng's current situation is quite difficult, and he can only hang out in the low-level monster area. After all, the market situation is different. The reason why Bloodroar can stand out in the novice area with his command skills is that everyone is at a relatively high starting line, and the points given for monster sieges have invisibly shortened the gap in characteristics. In addition, Bloodhowl had good luck and got an epic command skill from a wild monster, which gave Bloodhowl the capital to gain a foothold in the top 10 in the novice area. And what about Qin Feng? As a new lord, he not only has no special features, but also no points from siege monsters, and he is not as lucky as Bloodroar, who got an epic command skill that is not inferior to the B-level special features in the early stage. He also has to face the oppression of returning lords and various forces who are far more powerful than new lords. In this situation, no matter how great Qin Feng's command talent is, he can't expect to turn things around in the short term. And this is exactly the effect Lu Ge wanted. He wanted Qin Feng to understand that without his help and the support of resources, talent alone would be meaningless. Only by letting Qin Feng realize how precious the help Lu Ge gave him can the kindness Lu Ge showed to Qin Feng have weight in Qin Feng's heart, so as to avoid raising an ungrateful person in the end. So facing Qin Feng's dilemma, Lu Ge did not express too much. He planned to train Qin Feng for a while, until all of Qin Feng's edges were smoothed out, so that this genius could be used by him sincerely. Of course, this training period cannot last too long. No one knows when the war will come, and Lu Ge cannot leave Qin Feng too much time. He must grow into a qualified commander before the war comes and help Lu Ge lead the entire Scourge Legion to fight the war. If Qin Feng still hasn't honed his skills when Lu Ge needs him, Lu Ge doesn't mind helping Qin Feng again. But the means are definitely much more cruel than when helping him cure his mental illness. After understanding Qin Feng's situation, Lu Ge quickly put Qin Feng's affairs behind him and called for the battle cry that had been stationed in S Province on his behalf. Although he was resentful of Lu Ge for locking himself up in S Province and having to face the undead all day long, while Lu Ge himself ran out and lived a carefree life. However, considering that his entire family had been picked up by Lu Ge to S Province, Zhanho still sent his message with all his heart and carefully asked Lu Ge if he had any new instructions. As for Warcry, Liu Ge's biggest use before was to use it as a soldier farming machine. However, as Liu Ge occupied the entire S Province and the undead plague began to exert its power, in the face of the hundreds of millions of undead transformations every day, the mere skeleton soldiers summoned by the undead lord's characteristics were no longer enough. Therefore, Warcry now no longer needs to perform the summoning of the undead day and night like before. He can devote some of his energy to do other things for Lu Ge, who is currently short of manpower. For example, help Lu Ge grab a legendary job transfer certificate or something. That's right, it's the legendary job change certificate. As Lu Ge summoned the old monster, he slashed the neck of Hong Mei, the deputy leader of the investigation team, but in the end only caused 12 points of damage. Lu Ge has already made up his mind that it is time to improve his strength. You know, today's epic heroes and epic professions are no longer up to par. Those who can continue to exert decisive power on the battlefield, whether they are lords or heroes, are at least legendary professions. If they are not legendary, on a battlefield of this scale, at most they are just passers-by and can't play any big role at all. Although Lu Ye's fundamental purpose of changing his job to a legendary class was not to go to the battlefield, his lack of personal strength was indeed a major weakness of Lu Ge, especially when Lu Ge had such a large army. Those who could not fight against Lu Ji's army would inevitably make the breakthrough fall on Lu Ji's head. In order to prevent himself from becoming the head in countless doomsday movies where the protagonist is beheaded and the situation is reversed, obtaining a legendary job transfer and further improving his ability to survive is even more important to Lu Ge than developing his legion. However, it is extremely difficult to obtain a legendary job transfer certificate. In the first round of elimination games, except for a few rare encounters, the only way to stably obtain a legendary job transfer certificate is to exchange it for siege points. By the second round of elimination, before the Beast Tide broke out, there was no longer any way to exchange for legendary items, including legendary job transfer certificates, and they could only be obtained from adventures refreshed by the system. The so-called adventures are some small Easter eggs of the system. There is a group of system merchants who will randomly appear in a certain place in the world. If you answer their questions or make the right choices, you can get rich rewards and open the adventure store to get the qualification to buy high-level or even legendary items. However, the probability of encountering a fortuitous encounter is not much higher than winning the lottery. Lu Gu, who never goes out, has never seen a system merchant before, and he is not interested in wasting time on such a needle-in-a-haystack thing. However, Lu Gu knew that there was a place where a legendary job transfer certificate was kept. That is in the guild warehouse of the Northwest Federation, far away in Yudu. It is said that the president of the Northwest Union will use this legendary job transfer certificate as a reward for the guild member who has made the greatest contribution to the guild in the second round of elimination games, in order to attract lords who want to obtain the legendary job transfer certificate to join the Northwest Union and compete for that tiny chance. For this reason, the Northwest Federation's particularly loudmouthed Vice President Chi Yu-Wui had more than once publicized the Northwest Federation's high benefits in front of the media. Originally, Lu Gu just watched it for fun, but he didn't expect that he would also be in urgent need of a legendary job transfer certificate. Just in the recent press conference, Chi Yu-Wui represented the 7 major player guilds to condemn Teremin's atrocities. In this case, let's take this opportunity to have Zhanho go to Yudu and grab the legendary job transfer certificate directly. We can also disguise it as a warning from Teromon. Chapter 139, the person given the important task. What? Asking me to raid the Northwest Union? When Zhanho heard the task given to him by Lyoga, Zhanho could hardly believe his ears. Then, after receiving Lu Ji's affirmative look, Zhanho's eyes instantly turned red. Finally, it's finally here. The war he longed for and expected. Instead of doing boring work like screwing screws in a factory every day like now, has Guile finally seen my extraordinary fighting talent? Such an exciting idea came to my mind. Fearing that Lu Gu would change his mind, Zhanho immediately stood up and said firmly, "Please rest assured, even if I die, I will definitely bring you the legendary job transfer certificate. Don't underestimate the Northwest Union." The current Northwest Union has grown into a large guild with 200,000 members. The strong men inside are complicated. If something unexpected happens, I will not be able to save you in time. So warn Warcry. Lu Gu added, "Also, you must hide your identity when carrying out this mission. I will ask the metrologist to give you the identity of a Taro Min non-staff member. You can only use the Black Blade Knights to achieve the mission objectives. Different from others. Zhanho is a person whose name is listed above the name of the S Province Legion. He is also the only member of the Scourge Legion besides Lu Gu in the Scourge Legion originally established by Lu Gu. This identity is too sensitive. Once the game name of Brother Zhanho is exposed, it will easily cause panic among the people and lead to some developments beyond Lu Ji's control. But Zhanho obviously didn't take Lyoga's warning seriously. In his opinion, all the lords in this world except for Area 4297 are a bunch of shit. Looking at all the members of the Balanced Society, as long as they are allowed to show their talents outside, there is no one who cannot create some achievements. The metrologist, the red painted gate, and the red bean biscuits are fine. Even the passing of one hand became a high-ranking municipal official in the coalition government. Zhanho believed that his talent was no less than Gua's, so he was allowed to come out. Even if he could not achieve the same achievements as the metrologists, wouldn't it be easy for him to destroy a small Northwest Federation? Although it is a bit difficult to disguise yourself as a Teromon to do this. However, Zhanho has enough confidence in his own strength. Wait, the legend of Warcry Brother is about to begin from now on. Let's not talk about Brother Zhanho for now, who is full of confidence and started his journey to Yudu. On the other hand, the coalition government quickly reached an agreement again after experiencing the turmoil of Teremin's replacement of its president. That is, no matter who the president of Taro Min is, the harm of Taro Min to the entire coalition government will not be reduced, and the established conquest strategy cannot be stopped. We must even take the most decisive attitude and use the fastest speed to completely remove the cancer of Taro men. So the coalition government did not hesitate too much. After just 2 days of preparation, with almost no warning, the coalition government's two top Zhongzhou legions of Bianjing and Shangjing, plus more than a dozen famous 6th-level legions, totaling millions of lords and an army of over hundreds of millions, simultaneously launched an attack on the 6 cities controlled by Taromon. At this time, Liu Yi, who had just inherited the position of president of Taromen and could not even be subdued by the lords within Taromen, did not show fear or retreat as imagined in the face of this sudden and massive war. On the contrary, with the help of the Red Paint Gate and the metrologist, Liu Yi quickly understood the life and death relationship between Taromon and the United Government, and also knew the purpose of Taromon's existence, which was to help his brother Liu Gu fight against the United Government. No one can go against Liu Ji's will. The obedience of the metrologist and the Red Painted Gate to Liu Gu is almost deeply ingrained in their bones. Even if Liu Yi wants to make peace with the United Government, the two will never agree. Liu Yi, who recognized the reality, first summoned all 24 demon gods of Taromen and expressed to everyone her determination to lead Taromen and the coalition government to fight to the end. Although this move could not secure Liu Ye's position as Taromen's president, it was even less likely for Liu Yi to subdue Taromen's unruly lords. But at least, Liu Ye's courage to declare war on the world was recognized by most of the lords. The position of the chairman can be debated later, but the fact that the remnants of the coalition government dared to invade is what makes them most excited at the moment. Looking at the excited crowd below, the Taromen demons were not only not afraid of the overwhelming force of the coalition government, but were ready to fight. Liu Yi once again confirmed that there were no normal people in the Taromon Guild. But fortunately, because of this reason, facing the siege of the coalition government, I have a chance to survive. He would not believe the naive words from the Red Painted Gate that he could just go and fight. And if he couldn't win, he could just go find Liu Gu. My brother is a typical egoist. Although he is usually generous and magnanimous, that is only true for people who are useful to him. Just like if you can help him with housework, cooking, washing clothes, etc., he will take on the responsibility of taking care of himself. If she were useless, Liu Yi had no doubt that Liu Gu, this cold-blooded and ruthless guy, would kick her out. Similarly, if he, the Red Painted Gate, and the measurement engineer cannot support Tarot Gate, their value in Liu Ji's eyes will be greatly reduced. Liu Yi cannot put his hope on the slim hope that Liu Gu will cover for them at that time. First of all, it's public opinion. The coalition government has been trying to portray us as a terrorist organization in order to isolate us on a global level, which is absolutely disadvantageous to us. Insurgents, resistance forces, free armies, etc. all have the potential to become new governments. Regardless of their nature, at least they are within the rules of the game. As long as they seize the corresponding political power, they may be able to replace them and become the new officials. The only thing that is different is the terrorist organization, which is an identity label that everyone wants to kill. Once Taromen is labeled as a terrorist organization, there is no possibility of clearing his name in his lifetime. The metrologist and the Red Painted Gate, the two insignificant people, don't care about this, but now he is the president of Taromen. If he wants Taromen to truly develop or even grow strong enough to compete with the United Government, Taromen cannot be a terrorist organization. Therefore, it is necessary to remove the label of a terrorist organization. He wants to make it clear to the world that they're also a regular organization that abides by the rules of the game and can develop the people's livelihood in a stable manner. Chapter 140, A Complete Terrorist Organization. With such a goal in mind, after stabilizing the morale of the people within Taromen, Liu Ye's next move was to refute the United Government's groundless accusations against Taromen one by one, especially the so-called orthodoxy of the coalition government. Why are Taromon criminals for not accepting the control of the coalition government? Why should they be eliminated by the coalition government as a matter of course? Is it necessary to be so overbearing in your conduct? Those who disobey, you will be eliminated. Is this what you call justice? From the beginning to the end, the Taromen only followed the rules of the elimination game and occupied the city of Nanshan. They did not kill or harm any innocent people. It was the United Government that first launched a crusade against the Taromen, and the Taromen were the victims of this conflict. Or is it just because of the slightly arrogant remarks made by the former president, Red Painted Gate? Are you kidding me? You could be convicted for just a few words? You are too overbearing. As for the Qingshan City massacre, please think carefully before you frame someone. Qingshan City is the heartland of your joint government's control center. It's incredible that Taro Mon can come and go freely in Qingshan City, and he can even destroy your entire city. Putting aside the question of whether you're just here to eat and work, let's not talk about whether you still have the power to protect the masses. What was the purpose of Teremin's move? To go to the hinterland controlled by the coalition government, risking the loss of a large number of senior members, to destroy a third-tier city with no strategic value, to massacre hundreds of thousands of innocent people? Listen to yourself and see if your logic holds water. Although Liu Yi also didn't understand why Lu Gu wanted to destroy Qingshan City. But it is precisely because of Liu Ji's way of thinking that cannot be understood by ordinary people that Liu Yi was given a righteous excuse to whitewash himself. And under the accusation of Liu Yi, although the coalition government's army did not stop at all, it continued to teleport large numbers of troops through the teleportation array to attack the 6 cities under Teremin's command. But at least at the player power level, people are more inclined to agree with Teremin's statement. It's not that people easily believe in Taro, but that the politicians in the government give people the impression that they are people who confuse right and wrong. But soon, they found out that they were totally wrong. Just as the army sent by the coalition government was fighting with the Taromon, with blood flowing like a river. Yudu, originally located in the northwest region of Zhongzhou, is the headquarters of the Northwest Federation. A figure covered in a burqa attracted the attention of patrolling soldiers as soon as he appeared in the city. But before the patrol soldiers could come forward to question him carefully, the figure shrouded in the robe had already performed the levitation technique and slowly flew into the air under the gaze of the patrol soldiers and countless passers-by on the busy streets in the center of Yudu. Seeing this, the patrol soldiers issued a loud warning. Get down. Article 17 of the Northwest Federation's urban security stipulates that flying is prohibited in the U metropolitan area. The other passers-by were also watching all this with curiosity. Although the elimination game had already started in full swing, until now, there were still only a few lords who could master the art of floating, which naturally attracted people's attention. However, the figure in the robe completely ignored the scolding of the patrolling soldiers. He stretched out his hands from his robe, facing the gazes of countless people, and took a deep breath as if he was somewhat excited. Suddenly, he said loudly, in view of the hostile remarks made by the Northwest Union's leader Wu Yi in the world a few days ago against Taromen, I, one of the Taromen lords, have come here to impose sanctions on the Northwest Union in the name of Taromen. As soon as the words fell, a huge portal suddenly rose from behind the robed figure. The low-level anti-teleportation magic circle set up by the Northwest Federation in Yudu only lit up a symbolic light before it was forcibly pierced by this portal of obviously too high a grade. And then the next moment, countless dark knights swarmed out of the portal. The patrolling soldier didn't even have time to react before he was cut in half by a sword from a Black Blade Knight who rushed out from the front. Then, without any obstruction, the Black Blade Knights rushed into the crowded crowd like a wolf into a flock of sheep and started killing indiscriminately. In an instant, the whole square was shrouded in screams of fear. People began to flee one after another. But how could human legs outrun the Ebon Knights riding on skeletal warhorses? Even those who were dozens of meters away from the portal were caught up by the swarming Ebon Knights in the blink of an eye, and then turned into minced meat on the ground with a scream. In less than 30 seconds, the central square of Yudu had been captured by the Ebon Knights. A civilian guild is a civilian guild. They are so stingy on the anti-teleportation array. But this also saves me a lot of effort. Otherwise, the Ebon Knights are not a type of soldier that is good at siege. A sneer. The hooded figure, or rather the battle cry that came to, took a deep breath of the bloody air. Although his whole body was shaking with physical fear of killing his own kind, Zhanho's heart was filled with perverted pleasure after the cruelty. Although he had the strongest characteristics of the balanced society, he was suppressed by Lu Gu on the assembly line for months, and finally experienced the privilege of the strong to deprive others of their lives at will. Although he knew that his mentality was twisted and immoral, he couldn't help but like this feeling. The quest for tricks will wait for a while. I finally came out and got so many Ebony Knights. If I don't have some fun, how can I justify my hard work for hundreds of days and nights? Besides, the trick also said that it was to pretend to be a warning from Taromon to the Northwest Union. How can it be considered a warning if it is just a raid on a headquarters? With such thoughts in mind, Zhanho glanced at the Northwest Federation headquarters, which was within reach, but he did not choose to directly capture the Northwest Federation headquarters before everyone could react. Instead, he commanded the army to disperse to the entire Yudu along the city streets that extended in all directions. Kill, and more kill. Leave no one alive. Amid the excited commands of war cry, the entire city of Yu fell into the horrific massacre. August 27th. In the Taromon headquarters, Liu Yi, who had finally managed to restore Taro's reputation, watched the news on TV with a grim face. Devil's behavior. The terrorist organization Taromon commits murder again. The high-ranking lords of Taromen have launched an inhumane massacre in Yudu, and the number of people killed has exceeded 1 million. The Northwest Federation has urgently mobilized troops and is fighting a fierce battle with the terrorist organization Taromen in the Yuzhong area. It is unimaginable that the terrorist organization Taromen, while resisting the United Army, actually had the spare energy to launch a massacre against the Northwest Union thousands of miles away. Taromen has seriously threatened the global peace situation. It is not just an anti-United organization, but also a complete terrorist organization. Chapter 141, Gentleman's War. You all know, don't you? Why do you want to do this? Do you know that after you do this, Taromon will never have a chance to become a force of order again? He glared angrily at the two elders in front of him who had their heads lowered. Louis only felt powerless in her heart. There is no way Taromen can be a match for the Central Plains United Government, which is risking everything. The United Government even mobilized the two top 10 legions in the world, Shangjing and Bianjing, which has proved the determination of the Zhongzhou United Government to destroy Taromen this time. Although Taromen was powerful, it had no chance of winning against the siege of more than a dozen legions, especially 2 of the top 10 legions in the world. Whitewashing Tarot Gate, making Tarot Gate accepted by the player forces, becoming a member of a normal player guild, and thus gaining the support of other player guilds is the only way that Liu Yi came up with for Tarot Gate to survive the attack of the Zhongzhou Legion. But now everything is ruined. No matter how greedy the player guild is, no matter how much it wants to use Tarot to check and balance the coalition government, faced with such a brutal force that has no bottom line and may attack anyone at any time, the only choice is to strangle it completely. However, facing Liu Ye's almost desperate accusations, the red-painted gate and the measurer could only respond with a flattering look and helplessly said something that made Liu Yi even more helpless. This is the order of the trick boss. If possible, they certainly hope to assist Liu Yi wholeheartedly and turn Tarot Gate into a real player force, rather than always being on the brink of explosion like it is now. During the past few days of getting along, they could see that Liu Yi really wanted to run Tarot Gate, and Liu Yi really lived up to his identity as Gue Ji's younger brother. In the few days since he took office as the president of Taromen, every order he issued has made Taromen better. Even though he did not have the strength to overpower many of Taromen's lords, he managed the guild in a way that no one could find an excuse to make trouble. Even now that the United Government has launched a full-scale crusade against Taromen, he has been able to gather the power of Taromen and fight against the United Legion. However, just as they said, there is nothing they can do about it. No one can disobey Liu Ji's orders, even if they're the ones in charge of Taromen now. The Tarot organization was just a tool from the beginning. They were able to create Taromen with the help of Lyoga, and it was also because of Lyoga's help that they were able to suppress the lords under Taromen. In the future, they still need Lyoga's power to secure their position in the leadership of Taromen. Even if Taromen is finally disbanded, they still need Lyoga to clean up the mess for them. Although the members of Taromen didn't even know about Liu Ji's existence, only the red-painted gate and the measurement engineer understood that Liu Gu was the one who could truly decide the life and death of Taromen. His power is like an invisible big hand, holding the entire Tarot Gate firmly in his palm. Destruction or prosperity. It was just a matter of Liu Ji's thoughts. The metrologist and the red-painted door could not resist, and Liu Yi too could not resist. They don't need to explain too much to Liu Yi. Just the 7 simple words, the order of the trickster boss, were enough to make Liu Yi understand their helplessness. Because Liu Yi herself had experienced the despair of being in Liu Ji's hands and not even being able to resist. And on the other side is Provincess. In the eyes of the Taromon trio, the irresistible demon King Liu Gu was watching the information on TV without saying a word. Beside him, The white-haired Lich Melthizad was munching on popcorn cautiously, with a reserved look on his face, fearing that he would be angered. But even so, as the only intelligent life around Lu Ge, she still couldn't escape Lu Ji's range. "What is that idiot Zhanho doing?" Lu Ge asked. "I remember I just asked him to go to the Northwest Union and bring me the legendary job transfer certificate, right? So what is he doing now? It's clear that he is engaging in a gentleman's war with the Northwest Union." Melthigad raised his hand. "What is a gentleman's war?" Lu Ge asked. "It is a war that is open and above board, with horses and chariots deployed, no sneak attacks, and the outcome is decided in an upright manner." Melthigad replied, "Ah, what a gentleman's war. I didn't expect that there would be such a gentlemanlike character in my balanced society." Lu Ge laughed angrily. He wished he could go to Yudu in person and strangle this arrogant guy to death in Yudu. Not to mention that he put the cart before the horse and turned such a simple task into such a complicated and tense situation. Just the commotion and attention that Warcry caused at this moment was enough to make Lu Ge extremely dissatisfied with Warcry. You know, Warcry's identity is extremely sensitive. His name is still hanging on the Undead Legion in Province S. Once Warcry is known as his game name, the connection between the Scourge and Taromon will be directly exposed. Although this possibility is very low, for Lu Ge, there is no difference between a 1 accident and a 100 accident. He will not use the word possible to measure his own risks, because in Lu Ji's view, the so-called possibility is a certainty. It would be fine if he was forced to fight because of the battle cry. However, judging from the current situation, it is obvious that Warcry is the guy who is actively seeking unnecessary wars. Should we call him back? Melthigad asked. "Ow! Do you really think that the Northwest Union is a place where he can come and go freely?" Glancing at Melthugad, Lu Ge didn't even need to look to know that Zhanho was doomed this time. Although the strength of the Northwest Federation is only second-rate at the world level, let alone compared with Tarot Gate, it is far from comparable even to those top official legions. But that is only compared with the top-level legions and guilds. In front of individuals, the Northwest Union is still a super-large guild with more than 200,000 Lord members, more than half of whom are returning players. There are too many Lords with special features, and there are not enough Lord features to offset them, or there is not enough army to crush the Northwest Federation. Do you want to defeat the Northwest Federation on the territory of a Northwest Federation with only the single type of soldiers, the Ebon Knights? If it were that simple, Lu Ge would have ruled the world long ago. But the problem now is not whether Warcry will win or lose, but whether Warcry will choose to use forces other than the Ebon Blade Knights after facing a desperate situation. Chapter 142, A Certain Judge. When people feel their lives are in danger, they will always uncontrollably use all their strength to save their lives. This thing called the desire to survive can make people do many unwise things. But no matter what, we must not let people notice the connection between the Scourge and Taromon now. No words. Lu Ge clicked his fingers, and soon, a chat screen appeared in Lu Ji's sight. On the screen is a confident and arrogant young figure. Particularly eye-catching is the dragon-shaped seal on his armor and the huge sword on his shoulder. All these symbols combined make up a super strong man who is still famous even in this turbulent world disturbed by the forces of various major lords. The Grand Judge of the Sacred Union, who claimed to be the strongest man in the world, had never been defeated. In actual combat, no matter who he faced, he would kill them with one strike. Red Bean Biscuit. Sure enough, I have to leave it to you. Liu Yi Sai hid. Haha, self-righteous newcomers are troublesome. But it just so happens that the Northwest Union has asked us for help. As an allied guild, it is only natural for me to help. Red Bean Biscuit laughed. Instead, he asked the question, "So, are you going to die or live?" If you want to die, it's easy. Although the Ebon Knight is powerful, he does not have any restrictive skills and abilities and lacks long-range attack means. In addition, Warcry's individual strength is weak. Even if Warcry has 1,000,000 troops to protect him, it is as easy for Red Bean Biscuit to kill him as eating or drinking water. But if you want to survive, it will be more difficult. He, Red Bean Biscuit, never leaves anyone alive. In addition, the Holy Union has a saint who is the vice president with a very high IQ, and he might be exposed as well. Of course, Red Bean Biscuit does not take the issue of whether he is exposed very seriously. His self-confidence comes from the power he personally possesses. As long as he has this power, he will be able to obtain other things sooner or later. Luga did not answer. After a moment of silence, he said as if talking to himself, I wonder if he got the legendary job transfer certificate? I understand. Upon hearing this, Red Bean Biscuit logged off at the speed of light. Zhongzhou, City of Light. After being captured by the Holy Union Guild, this city was renamed into a new name. Just like its name and the Holy Union, it is shrouded in golden holy light 24 hours a day. Not only is there no night in this city, but even shadows and darkness are rarely seen. A golden sun hangs on the top of the City of Light. The light it sheds is not only the source of light that keeps the city daytime, but it also has the powerful effect of resisting magical attacks, defending against detection skills, increasing the health recovery speed of all friendly forces in the city by one time, and limiting the casting of any teleportation magic below the legendary level. Of course, this is not worth paying attention to for the egocentric Red Bean Biscuits. After hanging up the video call with Lu Gu, Hongdo Biscuit, who hold a high position in the Holy Union, went directly to the President Guangyin Sisui. After seeing the saints who were almost inseparable from Guangyin Sisui, Red Bean Biscuit curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Fuck, I need to find another good excuse. What's the matter, Red Bean? Looking at the Red Bean Biscuits that broke in. Time flies so fast that I was a little surprised to see such a rare guest. It is no exaggeration to say that this great god is now the strategic nuclear weapon of the Holy Union and a well-deserved face of the Holy Union. Therefore, Red Bean Biscuit has a very high degree of freedom within the Holy Union. Most things can be decided on her behalf without consulting her. Normally, she hardly stays in the City of Light, but runs around the world to buy powerful equipment and skills to equip herself. Of course, few people are willing to give up truly powerful equipment and skills. As for why the things that Red Bean Biscuit coveted eventually fell into Red Bean Biscuit's hands, that is another story that is inconvenient to elaborate on. Red Bean Biscuit, which has such great autonomy, rarely seeks the opinion of Guangyin Sisui when taking action, let alone actively looking for her like now. But you came just in time. After a brief moment of shock, time flies, and he immediately thought of the bad things Red Bean Biscuits had done recently. Why did you kill Kigo Higashino of the New State Demon Code? Did you know that he was the envoy sent by the Demon Code to join the World Lord Alliance? There's no reason, it's just that my patriotism erupted for a moment. Red Bean Biscuit replied. Then why is his 8-foot jade hanging on your waist? The saint pointed at Red Bean Biscuit's left waist and ruthlessly exposed Red Bean Biscuit's lie. But Red Bean Biscuit just stuffed the leaked Yasukitsuma back into the armor, and then changed the subject without changing his expression regarding the purpose of my meeting with the president. First explain why you want to kill Kigo Higashino, you bastard. Do you know that we are in a diplomatic crisis now? The saint was furious. Forget it. Calm down, the saint whose mentality exploded. Time flies and turns to look at Red Bean Biscuits, chuckling. Then tell me your purpose of meeting me. I heard that the Northwest Union has sent us a request for help. Red Bean Biscuit tried his best to appear expressionless. It is true that we asked for help, but judging from the current situation, even if we don't send troops, the Northwest Federation can resolve this crisis on its own. After all, there is only one person on the other side. Guangyin Sisui shook his head. Then he looked at Red Bean Biscuit with a playful look and said, When did you start to care about other guilds' affairs? It's not that we care, but as allies, if we don't help them now, how can others help us when we face the same difficulties in the future? Red Bean Biscuit said seriously. As a major combatant of the Holy Union, I apply to Goyudu to help the allied guild fight against the evil Taro Gate. Tell me your real purpose. Guangyin Sisui rubbed his forehead helplessly. I have a good friend who is currently spending a large sum of money to purchase a legendary job transfer certificate. Red Bean Biscuit smiled awkwardly. I heard that there is a Chapter 143, Level 70 Monster. That day, Tongza, the president of the Northwest Union who was fighting fiercely with War Roar, received a notice from the diplomats of the Holy Union. The content of the notification was very simple. That is, our Holy Union has received the Northwest Union's request for help and is willing to abide by the mutual assistance agreement between allies and go to Yudu for support. This news made Tongza both surprised and shocked. What was surprising was that the Holy Union actually agreed to send troops to support. This was not as simple as complying with the mutual assistance agreement between allies. Instead, they had to participate in it for real, taking the risk of being retaliated by the Taro men. It has to be said that although War Roar, this superfluous guy, messed up the task assigned to him by Lu Gu. His unscrupulous and crazy behavior did scare a large number of people. The Northwest Union only said a boycott of Taromon on behalf of the 7 major guilds, but Taromon ignored the battlefield and sent such a large army to attack their base camp, killing people everywhere. If they really came into conflict with Taromon, or if Taromon escaped the attack of the joint forces, how terrible would the revenge of these lunatics be? Therefore, after receiving the Northwest Federation's request for help, many guilds adopted a wait-and-see attitude, neither offering to provide support nor rejecting the Northwest Federation's request for help. In their calculations, the Northwest Federation is capable of resisting this wave of attacks from Taromon. As long as the Northwest Federation is not destroyed by Taromon, they do not need to worry too much. Instead, they should be grateful for this wave of attacks from Taromon, which has severely reduced the strength of the Northwest Federation for them. Tongza does not blame others for this, because if it were him, he would make the same choice. And the same is true for surprises. The Holy Union was able to send reinforcements, which meant they would be able to defeat the Taromon invader without paying too heavy a price. But when the reinforcements of the Holy Union appeared through the temporary teleportation point they had established, looking at the red bean biscuit who was alone, followed by a dozen lords dressed as priests and heroes, Tongza, and dozens of high-ranking people of the Northwest Federation who came to welcome the reinforcements, all froze in place. Just a dozen of you? Tongza found it a little unbelievable. To be precise, it's just me. He responded to Tongza indifferently. Red Bean Biscuit walked out of the temporary teleportation array and looked in the direction of the fire in the city. It looks like it's there. As he said that, Red Bean Biscuit opened his arms, and the dozen or so fans who came with him immediately began to bless him with various states. Wait, the charge of the Ebon Blade Knights can only be resisted by the invincibility mechanism. Even if there are more buffs, it's still. Tong Zagong wants to give some advice about Red Bean Biscuits. But before he could say anything, a guild leader next to Tongza was already pulling at the corner of Tongza's clothes frantically, interrupting Tongza's words, constantly winking at Tongza, and roaring wildly in the private message to Tongza. This is a monster. His level index is 70. He is not a human. How is it possible for a human to reach level 70? The most powerful hero I've ever seen is only level 45. Level 70? What kind of concept is that? No matter whether they are heroes or lords, they are all following the curse that the further they advance, the harder it is to level up. The initial 10 levels may only take one day to reach in the hands of some extremely powerful people. However, after registering to break through to level 30, the experience required for each level upgrade will be an astronomical figure. Even for an S-level ability user, it will take several days to upgrade one level. Not to mention level 40 and beyond. Those level-boosting maniacs would spend all day in the wild, even clearing out an entire monster zone, to barely break through the limit of level 40. It was extremely difficult to raise the experience bar by even a tiny amount that would make ordinary players despair. But the man in front of me, looking at the man in front of him, with the dazzling golden number 70 on his head due to his advanced identification characteristics. It is hard to imagine how many monsters this horrible guy must have slaughtered to reach this level. 1 billion? Or 10 billion? It is impossible to estimate. But what is certain is that this guy must have a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood on his back. It is absolutely true, a monster beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. And Red Bean Biscuit's subsequent performance will completely refresh the cognition of everyone in the Northwest Federation and let them know that when personal strength is pushed to the extreme, it can be so powerful. There are countless, at least epic-level, skills to fill up your status bar. Looking at his rapidly increasing attribute panel, Red Bean Biscuit slowly drew out the dragon, slaying sword behind him, and an inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes. Although the dragon slaying sword is only an epic weapon, it has long been unable to keep up with his pace. However, the length of the dragon slaying sword and the feel of its use really suited Red Bean Biscuit's taste. For a master of his level, the difference in attributes can be made up for by skills and gains. Compared to some insignificant attributes, a handy weapon can better increase Red Bean Biscuit's upper limit. Therefore, even though he was fully capable of obtaining a legendary weapon, he had no intention of replacing the dragon-slaying sword. This sword had accompanied him in killing countless powerful enemies, and the blood it had drunk was enough to fill the entire sea. It had long surpassed the limitations of quality. And now, slowly raise the dragon, slaying, sword to your forehead. Red Bean Biscuit grinned, and then stepped on the ground with a bang. Boom! It was a loud bang. Everyone felt as if the whole world was shaking. A strong energy shock wave surged out from the Red Bean Biscuit, and the entire city of you was shaking violently. When everyone managed to control their bodies from the sudden earthquake, the Red Bean Biscuits were no longer there. Until less than a second later, amid the stunned and horrified gazes of the crowd, a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose from the center of Yudu. A circle of energy light that was almost solid flashed wildly from the middle of the mushroom cloud, and in the next moment, "Get down quickly!" Tongza, who saw this scene, shouted at the top of his lungs. This seemed to have triggered some signal, and the energy halo surrounding the mushroom cloud suddenly collapsed at this moment. An irresistible shock wave of terror that almost enveloped the entire world exploded towards the entire Yudu, and the whole world was shrouded in dazzling light in the daytime. Tongza tried his best to open his eyes wide. However, they could only watch as the defenses arranged by their own guild disappeared like ashes under this horrific impact. The entire Northwest Federation's guild buildings, defense facilities, and the army that had no time to lie down were all directly annihilated in this light and turned into ashes in an instant. Then, boom boom, the explosion that almost broke the eardrums was rumbling in everyone's ears. Everyone fell to the ground with their heads in their hands, feeling wave after wave of horrifying energy rushing past their backs, feeling as if they were in hell. Attached, Red Bean Biscuit Property Diagram. Lord, Red Bean Cookies. No, 4297016. Level, 70. Experience, 254.9 million/700 million. Race, human. Occupation, Dragon Slayer, Legend. HP, 18830/18830, 27250/27250 after equipping. Mana, 5130/5130. Defense, 1883 to 1883, 2883 to 3073 after equipment. Physical strength, 6913 to 6913, 7528 to 9528 after equipping. Spell power, 513 to 513, 553 to 553 after equipping. Leadership value, 0/1000. Strength, 6913, affects physical strength and speed. Mana, 513, affects spell power and mana. Constitution, 1883, affects physical defense, spell defense and health. Leadership, 223, affects command skill effects and leadership value. Remaining attribute points, 0. Lord features, Warrior of War, resist 50 of damage from ranged attacks, and reduce 50 of attacks from non-hero units. Occupational features, Dragon Slayer, each time a dragon creature is killed, an additional 2 basic attribute and 0.2 damage reduction are obtained, which can be stacked up to 100 layers, already fully stacked. Dragon Slayer, immune to magic damage below rare level, and converts 50 of melee attack damage into its own shield. Ultimate Hunter, cause an additional 75 damage to ultimate soldiers and hero units, and when the target is hit for the first time, permanently eliminate one soldier or. Occupational feature of the target, Legendary Warrior, gain 20 times the strength attribute growth. Curse of Dragon God Ham. This profession does not have occupational skills, but is not affected by targeted skills. Active type own skills, Doomsday Legend, Earthquake, Epic, Comet Impact, Epic, Superposition Madness, Epic, Reset, Epic, Shocking Blow, Epic. 18 rare skills omitted. Passive skills, Bathing in God's Blood, Legendary, Transcription Resurrection, Epic, Blessing of the Goddess of Luck, Epic, Demon Break and Armor Break, Epic, Endless Fury, Epic, Immunity Privilege, Epic, Blessing of the Wind, Epic. 6 rare skills omitted. Treasures held, Ash Dragon Knight Armor, Legendary, Yasukitsuma, Legendary, Heavenly Pendant, Epic, Apostles Ring Left, Epic, Apostles Ring Right, Epic, Dragon Slayer Angles, Epic, Hermes Flying Boots, Epic. Slightly rare equipment and accessories 7. The skills used by Red Bean Biscuit this time are Earthquake, stomp the ground, causing vibrations to the terrain within a range of force 10 meters, then add a charging state to itself. Within 5 seconds, the attack range of the next skill is 3. Consumption, 500 mana, cooldown time, 1 hour. Doomsday, after 7 seconds, Inflict 7 rounds of mixed damage of attack power 1 to the area around itself. Main attribute multiplied by 1 meter. In diameter within 7 seconds, 1 round per second, and inflict an additional 10 times damage to buildings and barriers. Consumption: 2,000 mana, cooldown, 7 days. New settings: a maximum of 24 common or rare skills, 12 epic skills, 3 legendary skills, and 1 god-level skill can be equipped at the same time. Profession-specific skills are not included. Chapter 144. How do you deserve it? The world is silent. Even though the terrifying impact that enveloped the entire world in Polar Day had long ended, the entire city of you was still so silent that you could hear a pin drop. The world seemed to be filled with only the whistling sound of the wind, and the sky was torn in a flock like white clouds dotted under the blue sky, allowing people to feel for the first time that the sky of the blue planet could be so magnificent. However, the price of viewing such a magnificent sight is the complete disappearance of the Lord buildings and high-rise buildings that block people from viewing the sky. The violent energy after the skill was released still filled the seemingly calm air. This power, as if a god descended to the earth, reminded everyone that what had just happened was not a nightmare. It is the real power exerted by human beings. That guy. Who on earth is this person? This is the only thought that came to Tong's mind. Chongqing City Heart. Also collapsed on the ground was the other protagonist who initiated this avoidable catastrophe. War Cry. Looking at the man in front of him, who suddenly fell from the sky, with just one big move, he shattered all his defenses and even forced the Ebon Knight's charge to be interrupted. Zhanhe was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Hongdo, why are you here? Haha. You're here just in time. I didn't expect the Northwest Union to put up such a fierce resistance, especially those defensive buildings. They're simply disgusting. Otherwise, with the power of the Ebon Knights, they would have razed this place to the ground long ago. But now that you are here, there won't be any problem. If we join forces, no matter how powerful the Northwest Union is, they will be defeated by us too. Oh, Inga, shut up. Who allowed you to mention that name without any protection? He interrupted the chatter of Zhanhe, who had not been able to see the situation clearly until now. Red Bean Biscuit glanced coldly at Zhanhe, who was trying to shirk responsibility, and bluntly said a reality that hit the other person's heart. You are no match for the Northwest Union, right? The battle cry paused for a moment. He wanted to remain silent, but when he looked up and noticed the condescending look on Red Bean Biscuit's face, he immediately felt indignant. Who said I'm not a match for the Northwest Union? I just followed that person's orders and could not use other powers. If you use my power, what does the Northwest Union count for? It's really nothing. Red Bean Biscuit sneered. Using those useless skeleton soldiers of yours to attack day and night for decades. No matter how powerful the army is, it will be exhausted to death sooner or later. My skeleton soldiers are not useless. Zhanhe, who was stunned by the pain, shouted angrily. What he can do, I can do as well. I just don't have good luck. Yes, his luck was just not good enough. If there were no undead among the initial race he awakened. If it weren't for the trick that squeezed his precious development period in the novice area. With the characteristics of the undead lord, he believed that he could do the same as Guile could, and even do it better than Guile. Why are they both undead lords, but one is high above them, controlling the two major organizations, Tarot Gate and the Society of Balance, and can stir up the whole world at will? And he can only become a production machine, doing those insignificant and unknown things? But Zhanhe's unwillingness and roar only earned him a look of pity from Red Bean Biscuit. Once upon a time, he was so ignorant and fearless. Dissatisfied with Liu Ji's treatment of him, he chose to leave the Balance Society with Romeo and challenge the 3 major guilds alone. The result was that he was completely beaten to a pulp. Even the Prophet, a strategist who he always regarded as weak as a chicken, could beat him to the ground in a duel. It was not until that moment that Red Bean Biscuit understood a truth. It's not that some people are not as capable as you. It's just that they are cautious and low-key and don't like to take action. If you think you are invincible and can do whatever you want just because you cannot see your opponent, then it proves that you are not far from your destruction. A truly strong person will never put himself in the spotlight, expose his cards, or let others know his power. Just like a trick and a prophet, these 2 old silver coins have been hiding their power from each other from beginning to end. Whoever hides, more will win in the end. A guy like you, War Cry, who is at the same level as Trickery, just has one characteristic common with Trickery, but you dare to be compared with trickery with such brazenness? Have you taken too much medicine? How can trickery be so high up and control the tarot gate and the balanced society? That's because trickery is the founder of tarot and the balance. And you, Warcry, you are a fool who can only use characteristics. Do you have the mind and ability to create the balance and tarot? Let's take a step back and say that even if you created the original Balance Association, could you sit firmly on the position of its president? Red Bean Biscuit had a face full of mockery. He didn't even need to think about whether Warcry had the courage to fight against the S-level God's messenger. In Red Bean Biscuit's eyes at this time, Warcry had basically been sentenced to death. So, did you get the legendary job transfer certificate? Red Bean Biscuit asked a question that revealed his murderous intent. But Jean-Ho still didn't hear the danger in Red Bean Biscuit's words, and once again tried to shirk his responsibility for the failure. I almost got it, but because you wanted to vent your desire for killing, you missed the best opportunity and the Northwest Union came back to help. Right? Red Bean Biscuits automatically added the following words to the battle cry. With Jean-Ho's face flushed, Red Bean Biscuit ended the video recording. He then grasped the dragon's slaying sword and slashed with his backhand. There was a sound of puff. Blood gushed out. Jean-Ho's stunned head spun and rolled to the ground. It's true that District 4297 is too small. Otherwise, how could a loser like you be worthy of being in the same organization as me? Use the iron boots, covered with steel armor, to step on War Roar's head. Red Bean Biscuit half squatted down, looked into Jean-Ho's eyes that were still open, and said so. Chapter 145 Useful Features. Holding Warcry's head in one hand, Red Bean Biscuit watched the remaining Black Blade Knights gradually disappear from his sight, and then came to Tongza, the president of the Northwest Union. As expected, Tongza's face looked very ugly. Although Red Bean Biscuit did kill the attacker, on the other hand, the damage caused by Red Bean Biscuit to the Northwest Federation was also extremely terrifying, even greater than that of the enemy War Roar. The civilian guild was originally composed of a group of poor lords who were reluctant to deploy even advanced anti-teleportation defenses. Now, almost all the defenses and guild buildings in the core area have been destroyed in one go by Red Bean Biscuits. Just think about what a terrible blow this will bring to the Northwest Federation. However, facing the incredible military force of Red Bean Biscuit and the equally powerful Holy Alliance behind Red Bean Biscuit, although Tongza was very angry about the losses caused by the Red Bean Biscuits, he still had to force a smile and greet them. I am really grateful for the help of Grand Judge Hongdo. We, the Northwest Union, will definitely remember the kindness of the Holy Union. If there is any need for us in the future, we will definitely not shirk our responsibility. Haha, are you serious? Red Bean Biscuit laughed. Of course it's true. For some reason, Tongza suddenly felt a little regretful. Then, the moment he finished speaking, the smile on Red Bean Biscuit's face immediately disappeared, and he said very seriously, I heard that there is a legendary job transfer certificate in your guild warehouse. That's absolutely not allowed. Before Red Bean Biscuit could finish his words, Tongza jumped up anxiously. This is the only valuable treasure of our guild. We will repay your kindness separately, but the only thing is the legendary job transfer certificate. President Tongza. He interrupted Tongza directly. Red Bean Biscuit narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now you said that you would not shirk responsibility. The Holy Union and the Northwest Union are both members of the 7 Major Guilds Alliance in Zhongzhou. I don't want to destroy the harmony between us because of such a small thing. You, Tongza, almost suffocated. That's it. S Province, I City. Thanks for your hard work. Receive the legendary job transfer certificate from Red Bean Biscuits. There was no sign of emotion on Lu Ji's face. I just didn't expect that we lost another comrade. Red Bean Biscuit said nothing, but the silence on his face revealed his accusation against hypocritical people like Lu Gu. What are the losses of the Northwest Federation? Lu Gu, who did not think he was hypocritical, asked. It can only be described as huge. Red Bean Biscuit grinned. I'm going full throttle this time. With the background of the Northwest Federation, I'm afraid it will be impossible to recover before the first round of Beast Tide arrives. The president of the Northwest Federation, I remember, was a man called Tongza, right? Lu Gu recalled what he had read online. His trait is quite interesting. Although it is only an A-level trait, his ability is very useful. I haven't paid much attention to this. Red Bean Biscuit scratched his head. However, the characteristics that Lu Gu valued must be extraordinary, So Red Bean Biscuit asked casually, "So, what are his characteristics?" "Divine Furnace," Melthuzid answered. "This ability can consume ordinary resources to strengthen equipment, giving it additional basic attributes and values. Although the higher the level of strengthening, the greater the probability of failure. As long as the level of strengthening is high enough, even ordinary quality weapons can be strengthened to be comparable to artifacts." You know, Lu Gu took over the conversation. "I occupy the entire S province. Almost every day when I wake up, I have to face astronomical resource income. Rare resources are fine, but those ordinary resources, even if I've tried my best to squander them, they are still increasing. Right now, the construction of the Scourge is going smoothly, and the Taro Men is basically mature. Only our balanced society has not absorbed any new members in such a long time, and even lost a backbone today. And it just so happens that I have discovered a new person with special abilities that can be used by the Society of Balance." Upon hearing this, Red Bean Biscuit was stunned. Then he was surprised. "Are you going to recruit Tongza as a member of the Balance Society?" But I just offended him badly. Red Bean Biscuit didn't say the following sentence, but at the same time he regretted it very much. Damn, it can enhance the characteristics of equipment? For a battle fanatic like me, this is simply a great helper. If I had known that he had this trait, I would not have given him such a hard time. Now Tongza must hate me to death, right? How can I ask him to strengthen me in the future? I thought so in my heart. The facial expression of Red Bean Biscuit, who couldn't hide his thoughts, was also very colorful, and the look he gave Lu Gu became extremely resentful. Certainly, ignoring the resentful look of Red Bean Biscuit, Lu Gu nodded and continued, "But what I need is an auxiliary member who will wholeheartedly strengthen my equipment for me, not a guild leader. For a guild, Taro Gate is enough. What should I do?" Red Bean Biscuit, knowing that it was time to do it himself again, asked in a muffled voice. "Don't always think of using dark means to solve things." Lu Gu shook his head helplessly. "From what you said, his Northwest Union has been basically crippled by you. So I believe that he must be at the lowest point of his career ambition, and it is also the moment when his confidence is the most frustrated and his spirit is the most exhausted. You just need to find him, have a frank talk with him, and explain to him how powerful we are. I believe he will not refuse to join us." Of course, Lu Gu always likes to make preparations for both scenarios. So he glanced at the white-haired lich beside him, who immediately stepped forward, walked directly to the side of Red Bean Biscuit, and patted Red Bean Biscuit's thigh. "Don't worry, Red Bean. I know you're not good at speaking and are not very good at explaining things. So this time, I will act with you. I believe that after I persuade him with reason and emotion, that kid named Tongza will definitely repent. Idiot, you've come to your senses. Don't use idioms carelessly. Liu Ye School did." Only the Red Bean Biscuit stood there stiffly. "I really want to say that your rhetorical skills are about the same, so don't bother with such trivial matters." So, that night, after a day of dealing with post-war matters, compensation, and resettlement of members, Tongza dragged his exhausted body back to the bedroom. He looked in shock at the two people, one big and one small, sitting in front of him in his bedroom with their legs crossed. Red Bean Biscuit and Melthagad. He took another look at the ridiculously large dragon-slaying sword standing behind Red Bean Biscuit. After learning the whole story of the other parties coming here, he immediately swallowed hard, then knelt down on the ground with great sincerity and said loudly, "I have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. I am honored to be valued by Master Giji today. I will take off my clothes and serve you as the master of the lake." Chapter 146 City of Death. What a joke. In the dead of night, a being who is strong enough to kill you 100 times in a minute suddenly appears in your bedroom and tells you that he is from a mysterious organization. Now the boss of this mysterious organization admires you very much and invites you to join his organization. Who dares to say no? If we talk about the time when the Northwest Union was at its peak, Tongza might still have some arrogance of the president of a large guild and say something like a real man will never be willing to be inferior to others. But after witnessing with his own eyes Jeanho's surprise attack on the Northwest Union and Red Bean Biscuit's ultimate move clearing the screen, Tongza was immediately beaten back into reality. It's so fucking scary. How could this world be so dangerous? He is just a small A-level special ability user, and he feels unfamiliar with such a dangerous world. And it is in such a dangerous world. Suddenly a thigh appears in front of you, asking you to hug it. Tongza is stupid enough not to hug it. Do you know the Balance Society? Did you join so quickly? Melthagad was unhappy with how easily Tongza had surrendered. She had finally managed to break free from the constraints of the Lord and come out, thinking of having a good time. But if the goal was so heartfelt, what reason did she have to play? This person is suspicious. I'm not suspicious at all, Tongza shouted. I am sincere and eager to join your organization. Really? That sounds very high-sounding. Melthagad sneered and took out a contract. But words are useless. Come, sign the contract. Contract. Excitedly took the so-called contract from Melthagad. However, when Tongza saw the contents of the contract, he was completely numb and cursed subconsciously. Fuck, isn't this a contract to sell your body? All I saw was a thin contract. The following familiar fields are written. I voluntarily offer my infinite loyalty and soul to the great trickster. Under the witness of the gods, you must unconditionally obey any orders of Lord Trickery for the rest of your life. You must not betray in your eternal life, otherwise you will be rejected by all gods, reduced to ashes, and never be reborn. The pledger. So are you going to sign it or not? Melthagad narrowed his eyes. Red Bean Biscuit also held the hilt of the dragon slaying sword with his backhand. Such a harsh contract would definitely be hard to accept for a while, if it forced the other party to fight for his life. However, before Red Bean Biscuit could anticipate the worst consequences, Tongza cursed loudly, but quickly took out the pen from his arms and filled in his name without saying a word. Sign, of course I have to sign. In this case, I am now a member of the Balanced Society, right? Silent Melthagad and Red Bean Cookies. So, as Province, Ice City. I stared in stunned silence at the hundreds of giant bone dragons soaring in the sky before me. And under the city walls, there's an endless army of undead that covers everything in sight like a sea. Under the leadership of Melthagad, the vast undead army, like a wave, retreated to both sides as the two men advanced. Then, what was exposed in front of Tongza were tens of thousands of sixth-level spirit towers and the pitch-black bone walls that towered into the clouds and had no top in sight. In the eyes of Tongza at this moment, everything in front of them was like a kingdom of the dead. Even the Shangjing Fortress, which was built by the strongest Shangjing Corps in Zhongzhou and was said to never fall, was not even 1/10 as magnificent as the City of Death before them. Originally, this city had no walls. Melthagad explained, a sufficiently dense psychic tower is the most impeccable defensive wall in this world. But the Lord has too many resources recently, so he added 8 50-kilometer-long level 6 walls to the Ice City. Each wall you see is the height of 2 walls stacked together, so it is a full 150 meters high. Of course, this height is nothing in front of the ancient bone dragon. As soon as the words fell, an ancient bone dragon swooped down from the sky with a roar. Then there was a loud bang, and with the ho-ho sound that Tongza tried his best to control, it didn't seem like anything from a distance, but when he got closer, the huge monster, which was almost as tall as half of the city wall, lowered its head and looked at him with its head that was as big as half a basketball court. Tongza's brain is already blank. Is this a bone dragon? Yes, this is indeed a bone dragon. From the appearance, this giant creature is exactly the same as the bone dragon, the ultimate undead soldier, which is known as the shame of the ultimate soldiers. But, the bone dragon that Tongza knew was as small as a baby in front of this bone dragon. In terms of size, it was probably less than 1/3 of the behemoth in front of it. Melthagard, who is he? Just when Tongza was numb, a hoarse voice came from above the giant bone dragon. Tongza looked in the direction of the voice. To his shock, he saw a particularly sturdy figure holding a lance, riding on the back of a bone dragon, looking down at him and the white-haired lich in front of him. This is Lord Trickery's new subordinate, a capable god-chosen lord. Melthagad said, "Get out of the way quickly. If you waste time, I will make things difficult for you in front of the Lord." The skeleton dragon knight paused slightly when he heard this. Then he quickly rode the bone dragon into the sky, running very quickly and flexibly. That guy just now was ORM. Don't be fooled by his tall and strong figure and fierce appearance. He is actually the youngest hero under Lord Trickery. But don't underestimate him. Among Lord Trickery's many heroes, he is the strongest except for Sylvanas. In addition, he is also the commander of the Bone Dragon Legion, commanding the most powerful army of Lord Trickery. Compared to the Bone Dragon Legion, the Ebon Blade Knight Legion and the high-level Undead Legion you have seen are all small-time riots that are not worthy of being on the stage. Tongza only felt that his cognition was being refreshed again and again. Even the Ebon Blade Knights are just small-time fighters. So how strong is the so-called Bone Dragon Legion? Wait, the Bone Dragon Legion? Since when can the Ultimate Arms form a legion? It seemed that he could see Tongza's shock and disbelief. Melthagad, whose vanity was greatly satisfied, chuckled and said, "There are only 800 of them now. But just wait, it won't be long before this number becomes 1,000, 2,000, or even 3,000. The ancient bone dragons will lead the endless dead to sweep across the world of the living, break through the walls and defenses that the living are proud of, destroy their homes, and then turn the entire blue star into a desolate country." Chapter 147, I'm Richer Than I Thought. When walking through the long street guarded by neatly arranged high-level undead, passing through the endless square formations that looked like statues, the Ebon Blade Knights stood quietly in place. A main city of the undead clan, so magnificent that it almost caused Tongza's cerebellum to atrophy, suddenly appeared in Tongza's sight. This is... He took a look at the light of promotion surrounding the main city. Tongza felt like goosebumps were about to appear all over his body. Level 7. Main city. Although I have just started to be promoted. But it is not wrong. Right now, this main city of the undead is being upgraded to a level 7 main city. Yet this seems to be taken for granted. For other lords, it would be a dream to upgrade to a level 7 main city. The huge upgrade cost of hundreds of millions of common resources plus 10,000 rare resources is enough to deter more than 99 of the lords in this world. But for those who occupy the entire province, 10,000 points of rare resources might only be produced in a few days. What kind of existence is the balanced society, possessing such a huge army and such terrifying military force? Even a powerful being like Red Bean Biscuit is one of them. Even in the mouth of the white-haired lich in front of him, even that crazy tarot gate must obey the orders of the balanced society. And he was about to meet this legendary being, the president of the balanced society. Welcome to the balanced society. When Lu Ji's voice sounded in Tongza's ears, the former president of the Northwest Union, who had just joined the Balanced Society or was recognized as a member of the Balanced Society until this moment, immediately prostrated himself on the ground with a look of submission. But it was different from what he had expected. The devil president who controlled the entire Balanced Society with the power of life and death. Lu Gu, who possesses power beyond the limits of human imagination, was quite gentle in his attitude towards him. It's an honor to be a part of the Balanced Society. Some of the flattered fellows spoke quickly. Seeing this, Lu Gu just smiled and didn't care about Tongza's restraint. He just glanced at the white-haired lich next to him, and the latter immediately understood and took out his staff and placed it in front of Tongza. Your ability, the Divine Furnace, is a very promising ability. Lu Gu said, ordinary forces cannot support your strengthening consumption. But here in the Balanced Society, your characteristics will be maximized and even have a value far exceeding that of S-level characteristics. The ability of the Divine Furnace is to strengthen any equipment item. Each time you strengthen the equipment, you can increase all of its attributes by 10 based on the previous ones. And each time you strengthen it successfully, there is a chance that the equipment's additional skills will change or be enhanced. But this ability is not one that can be used recklessly. In addition to the high cost of up to 10,000 ordinary resources for each enhancement. The most important thing is that as the equipment enhancement level increases, the success rate of its enhancement will drop at an alarming rate. At enhancement levels 1 to 3, the success rate of enhancement is as high as 75. When the enhancement level is between 4 and 6, the success rate of enhancement is only 50. When it reaches level 710, the success rate of enhancement will drop to 25. After level 10, not only will the success rate of enhancement drop to 3, but the cost of enhancement will also increase further, reaching 20,000 resources for one enhancement. The most powerful enhanced equipment in Tongza's hand is a plus 13 ring. If it continues to be strengthened, the strengthening cost has soared to 50,000 resources per time, and the success rate has dropped to only 1. As for higher levels of enhancement, even Tongza didn't know the cost and probability because he had never thought about the possibility of a higher level of enhancement. But the omniscient Lich learned the limits of enhancement from the treasure house. The limit of safety enhancement is 27 levels. After level 20, the cost of enhancement is fixed at 500,000 resources per time, and the success rate is 0.03. No matter what the enhancement level of the equipment is, the cost will not continue to increase and the probability will not become lower. However, after reaching level 27, failure to enhance will cause the equipment level to drop, or even damage the equipment. All those who attempt to obtain higher level enhancements will eventually be ruined by this effect and lose all their money. In addition, the luck value can increase the probability of successful enhancement to a certain extent, but it will not exceed twice the basic enhancement rate. This strengthening cost is an astronomical figure for an ordinary lord. Even if it is just the most basic 10,000 resource enhancement, it is enough to daunt 90 of the lords in this world. You must know that even if you are a returning lord, after deducting the cost of maintaining the army, the average remaining resources per person per day are no more than 1,000 points, and you still need to save them to upgrade the main city building level, trade equipment with others, exchange rare resources, etc. This is why, in Lu Ji's eyes, the development speed of other players is almost stagnant. What can you do with less than 1,000 points of ordinary resources every day? Once a battle breaks out, it is very likely that for ordinary players, several days of income will be wasted. That is the balance. Apart from a few people who divided up the balance of resources in the novice area, even S-level lords had to carefully calculate the consumption of resources and could not squander them as recklessly as Lu Ge. You know, the selling price of a third-level soldier is only 100 or so resources. 10,000 resources are enough for them to recruit nearly 100 third-level soldiers. You can imagine how expensive it is for ordinary players to strengthen a soldier with 10,000 resources. Therefore, even though Tongza possesses such powerful characteristics in Lu Ji's eyes, his actual development is not that outstanding. Strengthening is the privilege of Krypton Gold players. Even Tongza, who has this feature, can't afford to use his own feature, let alone develop outwards. So until Lu Ge said that only he could support and exert his abilities, Tongza's mind couldn't help but be in a trance for a moment. But what really made Tongza almost have a myocardial infarction was the subsequent conversation between Liu Ge and Melchigard. Melthagad, I am here. How much are daily income from ordinary resources? Excluding the income from Taramon, the income from our direct legion alone is about 1.45 billion per day, of which 25.2 million is the basic output from occupying cities, and the remaining 1.4 billion is the output from clearing wild monsters. Melthagad counted on his fingers and calculated carefully. If we add the income from Taramon, we can probably get an extra 50 million per day. As a separatist force, the reason why Taramon's resource income is so small is that Taramon has a large number of members, and a huge amount of resource income needs to be distributed layer by layer. By the time it reaches the hands of the Red Paint Gate and the measurement engineer, at most less than 1/10 is left. Naturally, it is far from being comparable to the Scourge Legion that has taken over an entire province and can kill all wild monsters in every angle 24 hours a day. It's a little more than I expected. It seems I'm richer than I thought. Lu Ge nodded slightly. Just give 1 billion of them to Tongza and upgrade all my equipment to level 27 as soon as possible. Tongza, Chapter 148, Legendary Job Change Mission. 1 billion a day? Melthagad raised his paw. I'm afraid it won't take that much. The cost of strengthening a piece of equipment is only 100 million or 200 million, even if you are unlucky. Not just my equipment. Liu Ge glanced at Melthuzad. The equipment of all heroes in the entire Scourge, as well as the equipment of all members of the Balance, must be upgraded to the maximum level. The cost of upgrading the heroes of the Scourge will be borne by me, and the cost of upgrading the members of the Balance can be replaced by contributions. But even so, the total cost will not exceed 10 billion. Aren't there quite a lot of pseudo-heroes born among the undead? Lu Ge thought for a moment and continued. I gave him instructions to find a way to purchase 5,000 sets of rare-grade standard equipment and 5,000 rare-grade job transfer certificates, and then select 5,000 of the strongest pseudo-heroes to form a heroic army. Next, I will give you 2 more tasks. The first is to appoint you as the commander of this heroic army. You will work with Tongza to upgrade and arm these 5,000 sets of rare-grade standard equipment. Second, after the Legion is formed, lead all pseudo-heroes in the Legion to complete rare-level job transfers. All expenses will be drawn from the remaining 400 million resources every day. If possible, Lu Ge wanted to form an epic army of heroes. However, firstly, no one can produce epic equipment in batches, and secondly, epic job transfer certificates are too rare, and it is impossible to obtain enough job transfer certificates in a short period of time. After witnessing the power of the Ebon Blade Knights, Lu Gu already understood the strength of the Standard Legion. Although the Ebon Blade Knight's strength is due to their unique death-defying charge skills, the Ebon Blade Knight's coordination and neat organization are also one of the keys to maximizing the Ebon Blade Knight's Legion strength. There are many soldiers of the same level that are stronger than the Ebon Knights. However, individual soldiers of the same level are like martial arts masters. They can fight alone, but on the battlefield, they are no match for the well-organized Ebony Knights, even without a desperate charge. Therefore, between equipping the future heroic army with a bunch of epic parts and equipping them with a neat rare grade set, Lyoga chose the latter without hesitation. Not only is it cheaper and easier to form, it is also easier to replace and maintain in the future. Plus, there is the reinforcement of Tongza. Even if it is only enhanced to level 20, the attributes of rare equipment may reach the legendary level. At that time, a group of heroes wearing legendary suits set foot on the battlefield in a tight formation, and even the same number of ultimate soldiers will be inferior. What's even more outrageous is that these heroic legions still have the potential to grow. Although pseudo-heroes don't have attribute panels, they can break through their own limits through practice and fighting, just like real flesh and blood creatures on the practice side. In other words, they will become stronger as the war goes on, and will not be restricted by the system's upper limit like ordinary soldiers. Even if Lu Gu does not continue to invest resources, they can still continue to gain strength from the war. Although calculated in this way, the cost of each hero is more than hundreds of millions of resources. For an ordinary lord, it is enough to recruit 10 ultimate soldiers. But the potential of these heroes is far beyond the reach of the ultimate arms. If a being with god-level potential is created, Lu Gu can directly earn back all his investment tenfold or 100-fold. It doesn't matter even if no god-level hero is born, even if the cost is 10 times higher. But for Lu Gu, the expensive part of the ultimate army is never the recruitment cost, but maintenance. If the ultimate troops could be maintained with ordinary resources, Lu Gu would not even blink even if the cost was 10 times more expensive, let alone 100 times more expensive. In this regard, Tongza, who had heard Lu Ji's crazy moves throughout the whole process, could only look at the rich man in amazement. To single-handedly build a heroic army of 5,000 people and equip all members with a full set of equipment whose basic attributes are comparable to legendary equipment, with this move, even a coalition government will go bankrupt. But Lu Gu happened to have so many spare resources to do this. September 1st, the day after Tongza was abducted to the Balance Society, officially became a member of the Balance Society and began to formally devote himself to the endless strengthening work. The United Government made a broadcast on the radio, claiming that it had officially defeated Tehran's first line of defense, that the 3 cities under Tehran's control had returned to the management of the United Government, and that it had successfully killed more than 4,000 Taromon members. Among them, there are even 2 core members of Taromon, the so-called demon gods. The newspaper also reported that the captured Taroman lord cried bitterly and expressed his deep regret for joining the Taroman. He advised the remaining Taroman members to leave the evil organization as soon as possible, surrender to the United Government, and seek leniency. It seems that the situation at Taromon is indeed not optimistic. Lu Gu, who was about to undergo a legendary job change, took a look at the content of the news. His expression was a little strange, but the metrologist and the red-painted gate didn't ask me for help. It seems that they are confident that they can solve the problem themselves. Although there is nothing I can do to ask for help. He doesn't have much manpower left now, and the only way to save the situation in Taromin is to mobilize the Scourge. However, there is no problem in saving the lives of the red-painted gate and the meteorologist. After all, he now has many death gods. Even if the teleportation skill is locked, with the speed and strength of the death gods, it is not difficult to escort a few people to escape. However, since there is no request for help, then forget it. The main thing is that Lyoga's legendary job transfer task is possible, just like Sylvanas' epic job transfer. Through super high task completion rate, he can directly obtain a higher level job transfer certificate. Next, Lu Gu is ready to gather all his strength to ensure that this legendary job transfer is flawless. Legendary job transfer mission, Strange Road of the Undead. Location, Tiny Continent. Mission description, the lackeys of the God of Light are killing believers everywhere in the name of judging heresy and evil. The last few necromancers in the continent of Tiny are being hunted down by the Church of Light and are about to reach their end. Mission objective: help the last necromancer escape the persecution of the Church of Light, until the legendary necromancer Tamir completes the Lich ritual, becomes a Lich, and opens the Gate of the Dead. Mission Wa, Legendary Undead Occupation. Chapter 149 at your dispatch. Finally, a combat mission came. Although for most lords, encountering combat missions during job transfers is bad news. It not only means that they will encounter great dangers during the mission, but more importantly, they may need to pay a heavier price than simply asking for props to complete the mission. However, Lu Gu, who had successfully completed a job transfer mission, knew that although combat-type job transfer missions were more difficult to complete, as long as they were completed well enough, it was possible to obtain a more advanced job transfer certificate. Job transfer tasks that require quest items are easier to complete, but there is no room for further development. However, combat-type job transfer quests are extremely rare. For example, among the 6 heroes under Lyoga who have undergone job transfers, only Sylvanas encountered a combat quest during her epic job transfer, and the rest basically required items to complete their job transfers. I didn't expect that when I was changing my job to Legendary, I would get a combat-type job change mission. Faced with such a hard-won opportunity, Lu Gu must of course complete it seriously. I thought so in my heart. While Lu Gu was mobilizing his army to gather towards the Ice City, he took Sylvanas and ORM and passed through the mission space portal first, entering the tiny continent where the mission was located. On the other side, in Nanshan City, where the Taro Men Guild is located. President, the red-painted door's face almost turned green. Hurry up and ask the boss for help. We really can't hold on any longer. The number of legions attacking Province G has expanded to 17. Except for Nanshan City, all other guild cities have declared a state of emergency. The metrologist still maintained basic calm, but his face was also in a state of panic. I have sent Andre to support the front line, but 4 demon gods have been defeated by the United Army, and more than half of the remaining 20 have shown obvious cowardice. If this continues, our combat effectiveness will decline progressively. According to the intercepted intelligence, the reason why the Chief Marshal of the United Army did not launch an attack on Nanshan City this time was to first break the morale of our Taro Men army and reduce the difficulty of attacking Nanshan City. But that's not even the worst of it. There's no need to say what comes next. Both Willow Leaf and the Red-Painted Gate knew that Taro Gate was essentially a riot guild that was put together at short notice. When the battle was going their way, they were naturally more courageous than each other. But when they really encountered a tough battle, especially a tough battle like the one now, where the chances of winning were slim, the first thought of many old thieves was to flee when disaster struck. To be honest, it is incredible that the Lords of Taro Men have been able to fight the United Legion until now. Who among those who can become a wanted lord and join Taro Gate is not an extremely selfish villain? This kind of villain has no bottom line at all. Not turning against them on the spot is already a big concession, not to mention risking his life for a guild he has just joined not long ago. In the future, if they still cannot muster enough strength to fight against the United Legion and give the Taro Men lords hope of victory, then the collapse of the entire Taro Men will only be a matter of a moment. Once the Taro Gate collapses, to be honest, with the strength of Red-Painted Gate, Metrologist, and Willow Leaf, they didn't even have a chance to escape in front of the United Army. But faced with the Red-Painted Gate and the meter technicians' panic, although Lu Ye's face was full of solemnity, there was not much sign of panic. He glanced at the Red-Painted Gate and the Metrologist and said calmly, "It is too late to ask Lu Gu for help now. What's more, we are not at the point where we are doomed to fail. The power of a coalition government is far beyond the reach of any single force. Even if Lu Ji's help was called upon, the most they could do was to repel this round of joint army. If they could not fundamentally shake the position of the joint government in ruling Blue Star, it would only be a matter of time before they could reassemble a joint army, or even a joint army that was several or dozens of times larger than the current size, with a vast area, population, and resources occupied by the joint government. Just like the Yinxia dynasty's fight against nomadic peoples, the Yinxia dynasty, which possessed abundant resources, suffered countless defeats in foreign wars. However, these failures at most made the Yinxia dynasty lose the ability to continue attacking. As long as the monarch was not stupid, he only needed to recuperate for a few years before he could raise a large army and make a comeback. On the other hand, nomadic people can only survive by continuous victory. Once they are defeated, they will decline rapidly and will never have another chance to start over. The current relationship between the United Legion and Taro Men is very similar to that between the Yinxia dynasty and the nomadic peoples. But like Gui Xiang, Liu Yi would never let Taromon become one of the nomadic peoples, let alone be so foolish as to passively accept the endless challenges of the United Legion in such an unforgiving way. What he needed was not just to prolong the war, but to knock the authority of the coalition government down to the ground, to make the coalition government fall apart, and to solve this huge mountain that has always weighed on Taromon once and for all. And this definitely requires more than just Taro Gate or Liu Ji's power. From the beginning, I didn't hold out any hope that Taromon could defeat the United Army on the front battlefield. So, I want to whitewash Taromon and make clear Taromon's position, so as to unite many player guilds to put pressure on the coalition government in exchange for Taromon's living space. Saying this in his mouth, under the red-painted gate and the metrologist's embarrassed look, there was no expression on Liu Ye's face. But Liu Ge destroyed everything. I don't want to find out who the Taromon member who acted on his own is. I don't have the time to complain about the facts that cannot be changed. But the reality of the war still requires me to solve it. Speaking of this, Willow closed her eyes. After a long time, Liu Yi finally opened her eyes and suddenly said, "You should have arrived, right? Qingwei, immeasurable, heavenly, venerable." A relieved voice rang out in the hall as Liu Yi finished speaking, under the red-painted gate and the astonished gaze of the meteorologist. A gust of wind suddenly blew open the heavy door of Taro Gate's meeting hall, and then a gray afterimage flashed by and instantly transformed into a figure dressed as a young Taoist priest in a gray robe and a bun on his head. I didn't expect that the president of Taromon would really be a child of 11 or 12 years old. The Taoist smiled slightly. He casually made a salute. As long as the president can fulfill his promise, the Bianjing army will be at your disposal. Chapter 150, Big Gamble, Powering for Love. Among the top 10 legions in the world, only 5 legions captured level 8 cities in the first round of legion rankings. They're the Freedom Legion that occupied the 8th level city of Boston and ranked first in the Free State. The Shangjing Legion occupied the 8th level city of Shangjing and ranked first in Zhongzhou. The Kyoto Legion occupied the 8th level city of Sakaki and ranked first in the new state. The Catholic Legion, which occupies the 8th level city of Milan and ranks first in Europe. And the Bianjing Legion, which also occupies the 8th level city of Nandu City, ranks 4th in the world, is above the Catholic Legion, but ranks below the Shangjing Legion in Zhongzhou. Although the Bianjing Legion is very famous in Zhongzhou, and even in the world. As the second largest legion in Zhongzhou, after the Shangjing Legion, no one could have imagined that the Bianjing Legion would have the possibility of betraying the coalition government. But Liu Yi knew that the Bianjing Legion was extremely dissatisfied with the coalition government. It was not just the intelligence about the Bianjing Legion and the united government that was intercepted by the metrologists. More importantly, the entire coalition government, or the entire Zhongzhou, has a clear vision and plan for the Bianjing army. It is within the plan of the Central Plains United Government. As the Shangjing Legion, directly controlled by the Zhongzhou governor's office, is undoubtedly the darling of the entire Zhongzhou. All the resources and policies in Zhongzhou will be tilted towards the Shangjing army, including but not limited to state taxation, resource allocation, talent transfer, division of monster areas, and future division of urban territories, etc. Almost all the high-quality energy in Zhongzhou is being channeled to the Shangjing army. On the other hand, the Bianjing Legion, also an 8th level legion in Zhongzhou, not only did not receive the resource support Zhongzhou, but also had to give up part of its own resources to support the development of the Shangjing Legion under the planning of the united government. If it were in peacetime, the appointment of the legion commander would be directly transferred by Zhongzhou, and he would be transferred after a few years in office. Who would care about the life and development of the people of Bianliang? But now, the Bianjing army is a legion formed by the people of Bianjing themselves. Even the Taoist Qingwei is a native of Bianjing. Now, more than 90 of the Bianjing army are local lords of Bianjing. It would have been fine if Bianjing was not valued in the past, because its development was indeed not as good as many cities, and its geographical location inland was not conducive to the development of the maritime economy. The government was unwilling to invest too many resources in Bianjing, and people could also give a certain understanding. But now, one of the strongest legions in the world was born in Bianjing. The lords of Bianjing created the famous Bianjing Legion. They captured an 8th level city and suppressed all the illegal lords and guilds in the province. Even the Catholic Legion in Europe was trampled under their feet. The great ancient capital of 9 dynasties is about to regain its former glory in the hands of the Bianjing Legion. But in the end, you let them be content to serve as a foil and continue to make contributions? Louis didn't know whether the people below were satisfied or not, but the Bianjing senior officials who controlled the Bianjing Legion were definitely not satisfied. And it turned out to be true. When Louis tried to apply for a friend request to Taoist Qingwei chose to accept it without hesitation. Louis understood that the turning point of this war had appeared. September 2nd, under the powerful offensive of the 17 Corps of the United Government. Meicheng, Dongguan City, Yuannai, Qingshui, and Shaoqing controlled by the Taro men were successively destroyed. More than half of the Taro men members were killed on the spot by countless troops without even a chance to escape. The Taro men were defeated like a mountain. A large number of surviving Taro men lords started to move the city. The few remaining resistance forces also collapsed under the absolute disadvantage. The united army that occupied the 5 cities of Taroman was not in a hurry to launch an attack on Taroman's last capital. 17 legions, with hundreds of millions of troops, surrounded the entire Nanshan city. Hundreds of ultimate troops blocked Nanshan city tightly from the sky to the ground. The siege weapons were lined up for dozens of miles with no end in sight, which continuously gave Taroman's last stubborn resistance a huge psychological shock. This is the arrogant tactic of the commander-in-chief of the United Legion and the commander of the Shangjing Legion. At this point in the battle, Taroman no longer had any power to resist. Although this war was a tragic victory for the United Army, the combined strength of Taroman's 24 demons far exceeded the coalition government's expectations. 7 of the 12 legions that initially participated in the war were forced to withdraw from the battlefield, forcing the coalition government to mobilize other legions and even increase the number of coalition legions to 17 before they could barely suppress Taroman. But victory is victory. No matter whether it is a tragic victory or a great victory, at least the loser has no chance of survival. If so, then all the costs and consequences are bearable. Of course, victory is now in their grasp. Taroman, which has lost its ability to resist, only has one isolated city left. In order to guard against the restless moves of other unofficial forces, Pride does not intend to waste too much manpower on Taroman, this doomed grasshopper. The army is approaching, blocking the transmission, cutting off resources, long-distance consumption, and destroying morale. In the end, taking Taroman, the last and most difficult city, without bloodshed was the plan unanimously agreed upon by Pride and all the advisors of the United Legion. However, just like the name of arrogance, the arrogance of the Zhongzhou United Army made them forget another term that has existed since ancient times. That is, the longer the night, the more dreams you have. Nanshan City, Taroman Conference Hall. Looking at the Taroman leaders and lords who were in such a state of disgrace and looked like losers, recalling how high-spirited and rebellious they used to be, it seems as if they were 2 completely different people from now on. Some people were cursing in anger. Some people, with red eyes, tried to teleport again and again, tried to escape from this city that had been completely blocked by the United Army. But everything was in vain. The United Legion paid such a huge price to defeat the Taromen. So how could they let these evil guys go? The entire Nanshan city has now become a besieged city. Not to mention humans. Even a fly or a mosquito can't escape from here. If you don't want to die, there's only one way left. In ancient times, people burned their boats and burned their cauldrons. What do we have today? Looking at everything below with a sneer. Although the price was indeed a bit heavy, Liu Yi was not even sure that Taoist Qingwei could fulfill the alliance. But this is the gamble that must be taken in order for the weak to defeat the strong. Once the bet is won, not only can a disaster be turned into a blessing, but the ambitions of the unruly lords of Taro can also be wiped out in one fell swoop. From today on, Taro Gate is his Taro Gate. Chapter 151, Legendary Necromancer. A huge event that shocked Zhongzhou and could even be said to have directly led to the disintegration of the coalition government broke out. When Zhongzhou united 17 legions and a force of hundreds of millions surrounded Nanshan City, the last few thousand remaining members of Taromen had already made desperate plans to perish together with them. Even many off-site forces that were paying attention to this war had already decided on the death penalty for Taromen in their hearts. Boom! It was a loud bang. The Bianjing Legion, which occupied almost one-fifth of the entire Zhongzhou United Legion, brazenly broke off the alliance and dealt a heavy blow to the Shangjing Legion, which was nearby and unprepared. The forbidden spells danced wildly. The legion roared. The defenseless Shangjing army was destroyed by nearly half of its troops in an instant. Until the Taromen army rushed out of the city with the determination to die, the entire Zhongzhou Joint Army was unable to recover from the sudden change. Qingwei, until I saw a large number of hostile red dots suddenly appear on the battlefield map. The entire Shangjing army's formation had been completely destroyed by the Bianjing army. The commanders of the Zhongzhou United Army finally came to their senses and looked with anger at the expressionless Taoist Qingwei, who was floating high above the Bianjing army. It is hard to believe that he, who commands the second largest army in Zhongzhou, would actually lead the Bianjing army to betray the alliance. But now, no amount of anger can help. The strongest Shangjing Legion was directly destroyed by half by the attack of the Bianjing Legion, and the remaining 15 legions almost lost their formation due to the obstruction of the Bianjing Legion. At this moment, the Taromen lords, who were determined to fight to the death and were ready to fight to the death, rushed into the battlefield, under attack from all sides. Even if the military strength of the entire Zhongzhou alliance was still several times that of the Taromen and Bianjing legions, it was already meaningless. What was even more terrifying was that the Bianjing legion's backstab had left the Zhongzhou United Army's impeccable encirclement wide open. Suppressed by the terrain, the Taromen legion's strongest weapon, the Black Blade Knights, were able to charge at will, and all the army formations that blocked their way were instantly thrown into a mess. The morale collapse that followed immediately spread throughout the army like a plague. The huge number of legions became the best fuel for this chaos. It's just like the fire at Red Cliff, where the ships were tied down with iron chains. Almost in just one encounter, the entire Zhongzhou United Army collapsed. The scene that happened in Province G happened again to the Zhongzhou United Army. The commander-in-chief looked at this scene with arrogance and disbelief. It is impossible to accept the cruel reality that 1 second you were winning and the next you were defeated. However, when the Taromen demons were about to rush to his face, no matter how unbelievable this fact was, Pride could only have red eyes and desperately organize elite forces to evacuate. Fight back? What kind of fight back are you talking about? If the Bianjing Legion and the Taro Gate join forces, even in a head-on confrontation, the Zhongzhou United Legion's chances of winning will not exceed 70. But now, the Shangjing Legion, the strongest of the United Army, suffered heavy losses, and the United Army was in chaos. Even if the gods came down to earth, they would be helpless in facing such a situation. What we need to think about now is not how to fight back, but how to retain more strength from this war. As for what happens next, arrogance has made me no longer capable of daydreaming, let alone thinking. Although he knew very well how devastating the consequences of this failure would be. Just when the whole world was shocked by the Bianjing Legion's betrayal and the Taromen Legion's miraculous comeback, the situation in the whole world became turbulent and unstable. Tiny continent, forest of the dead. The legendary undead wizard Tamil, who was skinny, dressed in a black robe, and looked extremely embarrassed, stared blankly at the 3 figures from the other world who responded to his call. A brain that is considered to be knowledgeable is now full of chaos. What's going on? Shouldn't he be summoning a powerful army of undead from another world? To do this, he consumed countless magical powers, used countless precious spell media, and even delayed the progress of opening the Death Gate leading to the world of the dead before he finally opened this summoning channel. The purpose is to summon enough troops to help him fight against the Continental Coalition forces that responded to the Light's lackeys, so as to open the door of death for him and by time. But now, why are there only 3 people? The doubts in my mind did not last long. The undead summoned from another world are not slaves controlled by the necromancer. They have no power to resist the necromancer. The relationship between the undead creatures summoned from other worlds is more like a cooperation. Often, the necromancer is even weaker than the other party in status, because he needs help from the other party. The most important thing is, although there were only 3 of them, the soul fires of these 3 people were burning extremely vigorously. Except for the tallest one, who was a little weaker, the other 2 were almost as strong as legends. This is also the reason why Tamil did not doubt the failure of his spell. On the other hand, a summoning channel can summon 2 legendary undead and 1 master-level undead, which is already an extremely successful summoning. But what he needs now is not this kind of success, but a legion. A legion that can fight against a million-strong army, and at least hold off a million-strong army for a week. Tamil here has mixed feelings. On the other side, Lugu had already begun to look at the surrounding environment in a very familiar manner. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the habitat of the undead. It is as gloomy, desolate, and withered as ever. However, compared with the System Lord, there is no desolate aura that is fatal to living beings. If, as Melthagad said, the copy space for job transfer is a fragment taken from a real world, then are the undead life outside the system so amateurish? No wonder they were beaten so badly by the Church of Light. Tamil, who was unaware of the contempt that arose in Lyoga's heart, had just sorted out his thoughts. Seeing Luga looking around, his face showed a strong curiosity. The undead mage, who had no other choice, quickly said, "You who have come from another world to answer my call. I am your summoner, the legendary necromancer, Tamil Singh. You can also call me Tamil. I summoned you here this time because I want to resist the powerful enemy and build the gate of death. You only need to resist the enemy for a week, and the summoning contract will be completed." Chapter 152, demonstrating the traditional arts of the undead. Can you hold out for a week? Although he disagrees with the so-called legendary necromancer. But when he heard the NPC speak, Lugu was very excited and smiled kindly to the sponsor. "No problem, just leave it to us." He said so. But in actual action, Lyoga did not pay any attention to Tamir's intention, but directly said to Sylvanus behind him, "Sylvanus, look at the lineup of the enemy army of Archmage Tamir. How dare they bully our undead compatriots like this?" "Yes." Sylvanus nodded in agreement. Then the next moment, it turned into a residual image and disappeared on the spot. That! Tamil opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But Luga had no interest in listening to the NPC reading the lines. He looked straight past Tamil and took in the surroundings. There were trees with pitch-black leaves everywhere. Although it was an ideal place from a hiding point of view, these trees would become an obstacle if one wanted to summon a legion in such a place. Not to mention summoning the 7 legions under Lugu. Even 1 legion was far beyond what this forest could accommodate. I don't know what the opponent's lineup is, but after all, it is just a job transfer task. No matter how high the difficulty is, there should be a limit. The current caution is just a habitual preparation for failure. After Sylvanus finds out the opponent's information, we can directly push forward. And Sylvanus did not disappoint Lyoga's expectations. In less than a moment, Sylvanus came back, just when she was about to report to Lugu. "Let me tell you," Tamil, who was so polite just now, sighed and spoke first. "The enemy has 1,000,000 troops, all led by famous heroes from all ethnic groups on the continent. Among them, there are 300,000 elite troops above the 3rd level. They're the strongest coalition forces in the history of this continent. In addition, the Holy Sea of Light is the core force leading the coalition. The 2,000 well-equipped Holy Light Knights are almost unstoppable. In addition, even Cloud City has set its sights on them. More than 10 angels are assisting the Holy Sea of Light in this war. The bone dragons that we have accumulated with great difficulty were destroyed by them. The only chance of survival now is to open the gate of death and summon the army of the undead. If there is no way to open the gate of death and summon the army of the undead Lord of the Undead, it can be said that there is no chance of winning with only the 4 of us. You have obeyed my summons and come here. You do not have to fulfill the death contract. If you want to retreat, I will not force you. Perhaps the persistence of us necromancers of the tiny continent has been an illusion from the beginning to the end." At this point, a look of despair appeared on Tamil's face. However, he did not notice that Lyoga ignored him at all. It just looked at Sylvanus. In response, Sylvanus simply nodded slightly, indicating that the other party's words were basically true. This time, it was Lugu who remained silent. Although it was expected that the job transfer task would not be too difficult. But 1,000,000 troops? Well, if there are more than 10 angels, it is indeed not something that an ordinary lord can accomplish. In other words, more than 99 of S-level lords cannot complete the task through direct warfare. But in front of Lugu, an outlier, a mere war of millions of legions seemed a bit boring to him. This small army is not enough to fill the gap in our teeth. The enemy's strength is so limited. How can we get the advanced rewards? Is total destruction enough? But what if it's not enough? Lugu had no choice but to be cautious about this. Legendary job transfer certificates can also be obtained by stealing others. But if it was a god-level job transfer certificate, Lu Ge could only get it from the thief god by spending precious thief god coins. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is better to get something for free. Think of this. Lu Ge glanced at Tamil. Under the latter's suddenly horrified expression, Lu Ge said calmly, "Illusion? Death is the ultimate mystery of all living things in the world. Pursuing death and embracing death is the ultimate correctness of pursuing the only truth. How could it be an illusion? The holy sea of light, serving a false god of light, dares to fight against the ultimate death. It is simply overestimating its own capabilities. Don't worry, Tamil. I will make all the ignorant people in this world embrace death." Saying this in his mouth, under Tamil's astonished gaze, Lu Ge said to Sylvanus and ORM, "Move in your second legion and Bone Dragon Legion." In the latter's command, Lu Ge turned to look at Tamil. "Now, I will show you the traditional art of us undead. The disaster that surpasses all the disasters in the world. I call it the Scourge of the Undead." That's it. Under the banner of light, almost all darkness was suppressed in the shadows. Even now, the people of the tiny continent, where evil creatures such as the undead are being completely driven out of this world, have finally ushered in the most horrific disaster in tiny continent's thousands of years of civilization. When 1,000,000 troops approached the Forest of Death, the Fire Mage chanted a spell, ready to burn the evil undead hiding in the Forest of Death to death along with the forest. Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded from the Forest of Death. The next moment, the commanders of the Continental Coalition all changed their expressions. A terrifying bone dragon, whose size was so huge that it was beyond people's imagination, suddenly flew out from the forest. "It's a bone dragon. What a huge bone dragon! Arm your troops in formation. Be careful, rush." The loud voice of command came to an abrupt halt. The leaders of the coalition forces stared in amazement at the sky. Countless undead bone dragons rose into the sky one after another, covering the entire sky in the blink of an eye, before they could recover from the despair brought by so many bone dragons. The next moment, the entire earth began to tremble, under the dull, numb, and extremely terrified gazes of millions of coalition troops. Dense trees collapsed in large numbers, and rows of broken trees. Suddenly, a roaring skeleton warrior rushed out of the dense forest first. Then, a dense army of undead, as endless as ants, rushed out of the forest frantically, led by the bone dragon in the sky. They roared and swept towards the Continental Coalition like a wave. Chapter 153 God is powerless. It was a completely one-sided massacre. The attacks launched by the Continental Coalition forces were not able to knock down even the lowest-level skeleton warriors. The spells and divine arts of those great wizards and great priests who were famous throughout the continent and had always been invincible, when they hit this group of undead, could only make a series of clanging sounds and could not cause any visible damage at all. The Continental Coalition forces could only watch helplessly as the undead surged in like a tsunami and drowned them. Then, not even a wave could be raised, and it completely disappeared in the tide of the dead. Tamil, who witnessed it all from beginning to end, remained silent. Even until the Continental Coalition army was destroyed, it still spread to the entire continent without stopping. The legendary necromancer from the continent of Tiny just looked at Lu Ge as if he had just woken up from a dream. "What are you going to do?" "What? Didn't I tell you?" Lu Ge grinned. "Of course I want to show you the traditional skills of our undead clan." As Lu Ji's voice fell, the broken corpses that had just been destroyed by Lu Ji's undead army and almost trampled into meat paste all crawled up from the ground again in a strange way. Then they who had transformed into brand new undead followed the footsteps of the undead army without any reason under Lu Ji's instigation and rushed towards the world that had not yet been infected by the undead. Although the undead transformed from the natives of the tiny continent are a little weak, they cannot be compared with the level of the monsters directly refreshed by the system. But if used as temporary cannon fodder, it is completely sufficient. I just don't know how big this continent is. If it's bigger than Blue Star, then I'll have to send in 2 more legions to destroy this world within a week. He muttered to himself words that made Tamil sweat. Lu Ji's hands did not stop moving at all. As he spoke, the dark summoning passage was suddenly stretched open by some force. More high-level undead and immortal beings with terrifying auras swarmed out in unison. 1,000,000, 100. Absolutely. Until all over the mountains and plains, the entire world as far as the eye can see, there are figures of high-level undead everywhere. Tamil can no longer count how many undead have poured out from this small summoning channel. In his mind, only Lu Ji's words echoed. That is, he can transfer 2 more legions of this level. Have I summoned a Death Lord? No. Even if he is a true Lord of Death, he can't have such a large army, right? What kind of world is on the other side of the tunnel? With such a nearly collapsed thought, the expression on Tamil's face changed from shock to horror to numbness and finally to complete calmness. However, Lu Gu, who was wholeheartedly focused on obtaining the hidden achievement, did not take the strange reaction of NPC Tamil seriously. As Sylvanas' Second Legion's 200 million undead troops completely entered the tiny continent, the secondary legions under the Second Legion quickly split into 10 routes, with the Forest of Death as the center, and swept towards the entire tiny continent. These 10 second-level legions will quickly split into 100 third-level legions, 1,000 fourth-level legions, and finally 10,000 fifth-level legions. The huge legions are like a comb, combing through every corner of the teeny continent and scrupulously, releasing the undead plague and scrupulously. Countless lives were transformed into undead to be driven by the legion, often in just the blink of an eye. A level 5 legion that originally had only 10,000 people could produce several times the number of undead. The speed at which the undead swept across the continent far exceeded Lu Ji's expectations. The people of Tiny Continent didn't even know about the destruction of the coalition forces before the city was captured by the sudden undead army. Before the news of the fall of the entire city could be announced, the creatures in the entire city had already been transformed into undead and rushed towards the neighboring cities. 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8. There was no need for Lu Gu to dispatch new legions. On the system map, the entire continent was quickly transformed into the black and gray color that symbolized the desolate land, and the speed at which the black and gray spread was getting faster and faster. Final. Holy Mountain of Light. His eyes were fixed on the final map of the tiny continent explored by the undead army. Watching that all the undead who entered the vicinity of the Holy Mountain of Light were constantly wiped out by some mysterious force, they were unable to take a single step into the final Holy Mountain. Lu Gu curled his lips and directly issued an order that completely destroyed all life on the Holy Mountain of Light at that moment. Capture him. Just 3 simple words. However, at this moment, on the continent of Tini, tens of billions of endless undead souls are madly rushing towards the Holy Mountain of Light. The light, symbolizing the angels' coming, continues to illuminate the Holy Mountain of Light. In the end, even though he was thousands of miles away, Lu Gu could see a ray of burning holy light piercing through heaven and earth. The magnificent and sacred sound of praise spread throughout the entire continent, and the vast land of thousands of miles around the Holy Mountain of Light was almost instantly turned into scorched earth. In this power, Lu Gu even smelled the power of the god-level item he had used before, the law of causality. There was no doubt that this power had far exceeded the legendary level. It was a true god using his own power to try to turn the tide. If it were in the real world, facing the wrath of a true god, Lu Gu would definitely turn around and run without saying a word. But this is a mission world for job transfer missions. His home base is not in the teeny continent. So even if gods come to the world, they will not be able to do anything to him. On the contrary, Lu Gu was very interested in this true god. Then let me see if God is invincible. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Under Lu Ji's will, countless undead spirits quickly filled the gaps left by the divine power and once again launched an attack on the Holy Mountain of Light. After that terrifying divine power descended several times one after another, and each time it launched a terrorist attack capable of destroying an entire country. Unfortunately, the undead army that swept across the entire tiny continent was so powerful that the cannon fodder alone could cover 10 countries. No matter how many undead souls are destroyed by the terrifying divine power, there will always be more undead souls to fill the gaps left by the former. Even gods can only feel a deep sense of powerlessness under this endless natural disaster, when the divine power is exhausted and can no longer bring down the power of destruction. Even though an entire army of angels had descended densely on the Holy Mountain of Light at this moment, they could only be pulled down from the temple by the lowly undead. Chapter 154, Legendary Occupations and Godhead. Ding, congratulations on completing the legendary job transfer quest, Strange Road of the Undead. Your legion makes the great wizard Tamir tremble. The tiny continent will praise your fame forever. Even the undead world is spreading your name. Now, you can choose one of the powers bestowed by the world. 1. A mighty and powerful warrior class. You will have a strong physique and unparalleled close combat ability. 2. The wise and elegant mage class. You will have all-knowing wisdom and powerful magic. 3. A mysterious class that is strange and unspeakable. It will grant you unique talents based on your inner desires. Until the holy mountain of light was trampled by endless undead souls, and the statue of the god of light was pushed off the cliff. Even Lu Gu himself was forced to be teleported out of the mission space, and a reminder sounded indicating that the mission was completed. Only then did Lu Gu come back to his senses from the pleasure of stepping on the army of angels. It's such a pity. It would be great if Blue Star was as weak as Tiny Continent. Unfortunately, there is no if. Under the power of the elimination game, although Blue Star has also experienced unprecedented turmoil, it has also endowed Blue Star with a terrible war potential that is far more terrifying than the normal world. Lyoga's army could easily overthrow the entire teeny continent, and even the god of light himself could only return in defeat, but he had no way to deal with billions of lords like himself. But the power of gods is indeed terrifying enough, if there is a god in your army. Thinking of this, Lu Gu immediately looked at the prompt message that appeared in the system. If all goes well, I should be able to obtain a god-level job transfer certificate, just like Sylvanas obtained a legendary badge through an epic job transfer. As long as he could transfer his job to become a god, even if he couldn't compete with the god of light, he would still have the power to change the situation. Success or failure depends on this one. I thought so in my heart. Lu Gu chose the third option without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the legendary profession, the 9th Monarch. Ding! Due to your outstanding performance in the job transfer mission and your level has met the minimum prerequisite, you have received a new gift, Godhead, accompanied by the emergence of system information. The next moment, a familiar and huge force, this time not only the terrifying force of increased vitality, suddenly surged into Lu Ji's body. At the same time, Lu Ji's attribute panel was also rapidly disrupted and reorganized until the seemingly endless power finally reached saturation and the distorted text on the panel calmed down again and turned into a new attribute panel. Lord, Trick, No, 429799252. Level, 70. Occupation, 9th Monarch, Legendary. Experience, 0/700 million. Race, Undead. Health, 8500 to 8500. Mana, 8500 to 8500. Defense, 850. Physical strength, 170 to 170. Spell power, 850 to 850. Command value, 17,000. Strength, 170 to 170. Mana, 850 to 850. Physical fitness, 850 to 850. Leadership, 170 to 170. Attribute points, 3,260, 2,910 points from Death Promotion. Features, Eye of the God Stealer, Special, Time Rewind, S, Lord of the Dead, Death Ascension, C. Treasures held, none, all sent for strengthening. Class features, 1. Legendary Mysterious Profession. Gain 15 times the physical attribute and 15 times the magic attribute growth at each level. 2. 9th Monarch. Congratulations on becoming the 9th Monarch of the Undead World. This effect will take effect in the 3rd round of elimination. 3. Code of the Dead. You are the final point of the infinite dead, the ruler recognized by the dead world, and you have the right to fight for the Code of the Dead. This effect will take effect in the 3rd round of elimination games. 4. Eternal Will. You could be resurrected through the body of any undead creature that is loyal to you and recover all your strength within 30 natural months. This effect has a cooldown of 30 natural months. 5. Soul Parasite. You can hide your soul in the soul of any life with lower magic power and physique than yours, and the host cannot detect it by any means, nor can it be resisted by soul defense magic below the god level. 6. Supreme Majesty. All the undead under your rule will continuously enhance your majesty. The more undead you rule, the greater your majesty. The morale of enemy soldiers will be reduced by 1 to 10 points under your supreme majesty. It can also have a deterrent effect on hero units and undead units, making them unable to act for a short period of time. 7. Authority. The souls of units killed by you or your hero/ultimate units will belong to you. Professional skills. 1. Resurrection of the dead. Resurrection of magic power plus physical attributes 1 meter. All the dead are under your control. Cost 2,000 mana. Cooldown 12 hours. 2. Curse of Desolation. Deprive all enemy targets within the range of resurrection of the dead of 1 to 3 buffs. Cost 2,000 mana points. Cooldown 12 hours. 3. Monarch Power. Bind up to 0.1 units of your physical strength. All damage you take will be evenly distributed. When a bound unit dies due to damage from you, you will recover 50 of the unit's maximum health. Cost 100 mana/unit. 4. Death Blossom. Summons a large amount of death energy to cover the target area, causing 2.5 of the maximum health of the target per second to true damage, lasting for 60 minutes. This effect does not distinguish between friend and foe. Cost 1,000 mana. Cooldown 10 minutes. Special. Godhead not activated. Activation progress 0. Basic attributes. Divine creatures. Immune to 90 damage from non-ultimate creatures and non-hero units. Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100, Magic plus 100, Domination plus 100. Activation/growth method. 1. Sacrifice of Faith. Collecting faith can activate the godhood. 2. Soul Sacrifice. Absorbing souls can activate the godhead. His eyes scanned his attribute panel back and forth. When he saw his health points plummet to 8,500 points, Lugo added all his free attribute points to his physique without hesitation. Watching the physical attribute soar to 4,110 points again, the health and defense also broke through 41,100 and 4,110 points respectively. Lugo was very satisfied with his nude attribute. This was the most eye-catching thing when he looked at the panel. Godhead. Chapter 155, The Function of Godhead. It turns out that there will be no higher-level job transfers above the legendary level, but instead, characters will be given an exclusive item called Godhead. Regarding the Godhead, which was a brand new thing that appeared in his concept for the first time, and perhaps also in the concept of players for the first time, Luga did not try to guess the purpose of the Godhead with his own brain. Instead, he went directly to Melthagad and asked him directly about the purpose of the Godhead. Godhead, the so-called Godhead, is an extremely rare magical stone that is said to come from the Origin Realm. Only extremely powerful legendary heroes can be recognized by the Godhead, merge with the Godhead, and then begin the path to becoming a god. This is what the omniscient treasury records. Melthagad of the Armed Hero Legion, who was busy purchasing equipment, replied after receiving Lyoga's communication. Integrated, he glanced at the divine attributes on the panel in silence. Lugo asked again, is activating the godhood equivalent to becoming a god? Yes, and there are 2 ways to start the path to becoming a god. One is to be worshipped and loved by all living beings, and to gain divine power from the faith of living beings. The benefit of this kind of divine power is that it is continuous and long-lasting. Theoretically, as long as the believers are not extinct, even if you do nothing, you can still earn a large amount of divine power every day. The other method is what dark gods prefer to use. They kill lives and absorb the souls of all living things to gain divine power. The advantage is that you don't have to work so hard to maintain your image of being worshipped, and the speed of gaining divine power through killing is much faster than gaining divine power through faith. The disadvantage is that it won't last long, just like drinking poison to quench thirst. Once there are no more living beings or souls to kill, the gods who become gods through the second method will lose the source of their divine power. This is also the main reason why the Dark Camp's gods are often able to suppress the Light Camp in the early stages of the War of Gods, but always lose in the end. By the way, why are you asking about Godhead? Have you obtained Godhead? Impossible. This is only the second round of elimination games. God is only a short distance away from you. The confident voice grew fainter. The white-haired lich looked at Lu Ji's expressionless face in shock and couldn't believe it. You can't really become a god, right? No, I just got the divine power. Luga looked calm. The white-haired lich was silent for a while. Then he suddenly teleported to Lu Ji's side and punched Lu Ji's calf without saying a word. Although the white-haired lich soon paid the price for his impulsiveness. However, Lyoga still successfully learned the function of the Godhead from Melthagad. Whether through faith or through sacrifice, the ultimate goal is the same. That is to collect enough divine power, activate the Godhead, and produce divinity, thereby igniting the divine fire and obtaining power far beyond mundane things. According to Melthagad, for the chosen lords, godhood is their chance to gain a second characteristic. And unlike the characteristics given by the gods, it has various defects. The divine nature will derive super characteristics that perfectly match the owner based on the owner's occupation, personality, energy properties, inner desires, and impressions of living beings. No, at this point, it should no longer be described as characteristics, but divinity. How outrageous is divinity? It is recorded in the treasury of omniscience. The power of divinity consists of two parts. One part is like the characteristics of the chosen Lord, which gains powerful special talents and effects according to the type of divinity generated. For example, the god of light who was beaten by Lugu. His divine light is the privilege to grant himself and all his followers the power of holy light. The effect in the elimination game is that the quality of the dependent's troops is all upgraded by 1 to 2 levels. While their own skill effects are greatly enhanced, they can also create unique holy light troops and temple buildings. The other part is the fundamental reason why the power of individual gods far exceeds that of legends. Similarly, it is also the most simple and unpretentious effect. That is, attribute blessing. Everyone knows, before becoming a god, no matter whether it is a god-chosen lord or a hero, each level up can only gain 5 free attribute points. Under this rule, even if one changes his job to a legendary job, he can only gain an additional 20 points of passive growth in his main attribute. Adding the two together, the total attribute is only 25 points. In the face of powerful skills and abilities, a mere 20 or so attributes can no longer bring any improvement to one's strength. But once the godhood is activated, everything will undergo earth-shaking changes. When the divine nature is fused, it can bring an exaggerated blessing of 100 points for each of the 4-dimensional attributes to the owner. After the godhead is successfully activated, the blessing of this attribute will increase exponentially depending on the type of divinity awakened. It is said that some powerful gods can increase the attribute of their divinity by more than hundreds of thousands of points. With such terrifying attribute blessing, even ordinary range magic can achieve the effect of destroying the world in their hands. What's even more outrageous is that both effects of divinity are capable of growth. As long as enough divine power is obtained, the level of divinity will continue to rise, and the divine effects and attribute increases that follow will become more terrifying. Of course, divinity is not perfect. First of all, just like the ultimate soldiers require scarce resources to maintain, divinity will also continuously consume the god's stored divine power. The higher the level of divinity, the greater the consumption of divine power. If it is just the passive effect of divinity that is exerted passively, this consumption is not a burden for the gods of the corresponding level. But once the gods draw on the attributes of their divinity to fight, the consumption of their divine power will be so horrific that it will make any god despair. This is also the reason why Lyoga was able to defeat the god of light. Every time the god of light mobilized his divinity to launch a nation-destroying attack, a large portion of his stored divine power would be consumed. If too much divine power was consumed, even the level of his divinity would drop. Therefore, the gods will never take action themselves unless it is absolutely necessary, and they rely more on their legions and followers to fight. Even when it really came to the point where they had to take action, the gods could only launch a few god-level attacks, and most of the time they still had to rely on their own professional strength to fight. Of course, for gods, even just one god-level attack is enough for them to crush all non-god-level opponents. The god of light just had the bad luck to meet this freak Lugu. If it were any other person, or even any other legion, with the exaggerated destructive power of the god of light's attack that could leave 1,000 miles of barren land, they would have no choice but to close their eyes and wait for death. Chapter 156, Divine Power Consumption. In theory, players have no way of coming into contact with the power of God from the second round of elimination games. The realm of gods is an area that players will only come into contact with in the later stages of the third round of elimination games. Even if someone can reach a very small part of the realm of gods through the power of characteristics like the Taramon Lord Gaia, is still insignificant compared to the real power of gods. What's more, someone like Lu Gu directly obtained the godhood. Fortunately, there is the omniscient Lich Melthuzad. Otherwise, even if the godhood is obtained, it will be difficult to figure out how to use it at this stage. So, should I choose to believe in the Godhead or to sacrifice to the Godhead? Shaked his head. If I think about it carefully, this multiple choice question probably does not exist for me. After all, whether it is the long time to accumulate faith or the lack of follow-up efforts to harvest lives, these are flaws that Lu Gu cannot tolerate. But if you harvest lives and turn them into undead to believe in yourself, all the drawbacks will naturally be solved. You are so clever. The white-haired Lich noticed Lu Ji's thoughts and gave sincere praise. But don't forget, the strength of the soul is the key to the amount of faith power generated. Although the undead, transformed by the Undead Legion, will gain considerable power based on the strength of the corpse before death, it is just a newborn at the soul level. Therefore, the faith power they can generate is quite weak. It doesn't matter. Lu Gu shook his head. As long as there are enough of them, it will be fine. Moreover, the strength of the soul will slowly increase over time, and the lifespan of the undead is eternal. Sooner or later, even the lowest level of undead will be able to give birth to a faith comparable to that of a hero. Oh, speaking of heroes, there is no shortage of them among my legion. Melthagad was speechless. That's it. After obtaining the divine power, Lu Gu immediately built churches with the function of collecting the power of faith in every village and town and provinces. However, the god worshipped in the church is no longer a certain god, but the great god of the dead, trickery. At this moment, the Scourge, which has gathered billions of undead, all offered their faith to Lu Gu under his command. The mighty power of faith poured into Lu Ji's godhead like a flood. Even though most of these undead transformed from system monsters could only generate very weak power of faith, when a number of these weak powers of faith increased to billions. Even if it's just a drop of water, it's enough to wear through iron and stone. What's more, Lu Gu has more than 300,000 fake heroes. It was just one day. Lu Ji's divinity underwent a transformation. Godhood, god of the dead, weak divine power, low divine power, medium divine power, high divine power, great divine power, supreme divine power, original divine power. Level 8. Upgrade requirements. 900,000 divine powers. Property. Strength plus 100, magic plus 400, constitution plus 800, command plus 800. God of the dead. All soldiers or heroes who believe in you can obtain your protection and have a 12 chance of being immune to this damage after being fatally attacked. After your followers kill other lives or followers of other gods, you can ignore the ownership of the other party's soul and seize the other party's soul. When your main city is upgraded to level 7, you can build an exclusive building, the Kingdom of the Dead. In the Kingdom of the Dead, you can consume divine power to create your own unique arms and building system. Your old arms can also be evolved into your exclusive arms through the Kingdom of the Dead. Weak power consumption, 1 power per second. Total divine power, 845,000. Divine power reserve, 765,000. Faith, 845 million/day. Faith conversion ratio, 1,000 to 1. That's right. With the current size of Lu Ji's army, the amount of faith that can be brought to Lu Gu every day is as high as 800 million. According to the conversion rate of faith to divine power of about 1,000 to 1, that is to say, Lu Gu can now obtain 800,000 points of divine power every day. In addition, the upgrade of godhood does not require the consumption of experience like the level upgrade. Instead, it is a relatively loose calculation of the accumulated amount of divine power. Even if the divine power is consumed during this period, as long as the accumulated divine power exceeds a certain threshold, the level of the godhood will increase accordingly. But even so, the level-up costs of tens of thousands still keep many gods stuck in the realm of low-level divine power, and they are exhausted from running around to gain faith. Many gods do not dare to raise their own godhood level, even if their accumulated divine power reaches the requirement for raising their godhood level. Because once the level of divinity is raised, it also means that its daily maintenance costs will increase. To maintain a weak divine power, more than 86,000 points of divine power are required every day. Even if one believer can provide a little power of faith, it would take 1,000 believers to bring a little increase in the power of the gods. With more than 86,000 points of divine power, he would need more than 80 million believers to maintain his status as a weak god. How much divine power would it take to maintain the higher level and mid-level divine powers? This was something that the weak gods dare not even think about. Once a god is unable to pay the maintenance costs of his own divine power level, his godhood level will drop, and as the level drops, the accumulated divine power value will also decrease. If it cannot even support the maintenance costs of its weak divine power, then the divine fire will be extinguished again, and it will take countless years to ignite it again. Facing such terrible pressure, no wonder gods often spread their beliefs to countless dimensions. This is because it is difficult for creatures in a single plane to support the divine power needs of a god, whether it is to maintain their own divinity or to improve their own divinity level. Gods need to spread their faith to more planes. In addition, it is also logical to understand why those evil gods always try to destroy the world. The pressure of divine power is so great that the divine power gained from destroying one or two worlds cannot last for too long. If one wants to continue to possess the power of God, or to become a stronger god, one can only keep setting sights on new worlds. To be honest, for a game like Lyoga's, with billions of troops worshipping his newborn god, it's already a great start. For example, the indigenous people who want to ignite their own sacred fire and maintain their own divine position, the time and cost they need to pay are simply unimaginable to ordinary people. To become a god through belief, one must become a super legend of a mainstream race with a population of over 100 million, and his or her contributions and image must be deeply rooted in people's hearts through a long period of time and through various means, before there is a possibility of igniting the divine fire. Not to mention the one who becomes a god through destruction. Even if 10 by chi were tied together, the number of lives they would have slaughtered would only be barely enough to ignite the divine fire. For players who have an elimination system and have access to the Lord panel, it is relatively easy to become a god because they can recruit lords. But it is only relative. If you want to build a territory that is strong enough for people to believe in you and become a god, you can't even think about it without hundreds of years. Chapter 157 Meeting of the Seven Kings. Without a doubt, the realm of God is a realm that only a handful of powerful people can set foot in, even among the God-chosen lords selected in the elimination game. Only the strongest handful of people have the capital to obtain divine power. But even for that small group of people, it is not possible to reach the realm of God or even ignite the divine fire in a short period of time. And Lu Gu was undoubtedly lucky enough to get ahead of others. It's a pity that the divine effect I need most requires a level 7 main city to fully exert its power. He took a look at the thousands of attribute points that the godhood had increased. For a profession like Lu Gu, who has almost no combat power, the increase in the attributes of divinity can only be said to be icing on the cake. What really makes Lu Gu covetous is the effect of divinity. The divine effect brought about by weak divine power is already so amazing. What if the level of godhood is raised to low divine power, medium divine power, or even great divine power, supreme divine power? I'm afraid even a skeleton soldier can fight against the 7th level soldiers with the added power of divine power. There are also exclusive arms and exclusive buildings. The new terms made Lu Gu full of expectation for the power of the godhead, but all this would only take effect after the main city was upgraded to level 7 and the kingdom of the dead was established. Although he felt a little helpless, Lu Gu could only wait. After all, the 7th level main city is different from the past, as the final main city form among the 7 major races. Not only is the upgrade cost of a level 7 main city incredibly high, but the upgrade time is also quite long. Even if Lu Gu had already started upgrading the main city before the job transformation, it would still take more than 20 days to complete the upgrade. However, Lu Gu was not very anxious about this. The power of the Godhead can be obtained sooner or later. Since there is no way to fully exert the power of the Godhead now, we should obtain as much power as possible and improve the level of the Godhead before we can exert the power of the Godhead. After being quiet for so long, it's time to try to expand outwards. Although my original plan was to stay in Province S until the end of time, now that I have the ability to go back in time, I can take a little more risk. I thought so in my heart. Lu Gu opened the friend panel and was surprised to see that his friend list was filled with hundreds of unread messages. There are red-painted doors, measurement technicians, and those who have made red bean biscuits. Didn't say much. Lu Gu opened the unread messages one by one and read them one by one. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched. September 3rd. At the same time, it was also the second day of Liu Ji's legendary job transfer mission. As a result of Liu Ye's gamble, the Bianjing Legion, one of the two strongest legions in Zhongzhou, turned against the Allied Legion at the critical moment of the battle between the Allied Legion and Taromin. The entire coalition suffered heavy losses under the sudden attack of the Bianjing Legion. The remaining lords of Taromin took advantage of this opportunity to charge out. The coalition, which had gathered almost all the combat-capable legions of the Zhongzhou United Government, suffered a crushing defeat. Of the 16 legions that participated in the final decisive battle, 3 were completely wiped out, and the remaining 13 legions also suffered heavy casualties, with almost only 1/10 of their military strength remaining. However, the defeat of the Zhongzhou United Army did not bring an end to the Zhongzhou United Army's war of conquest. Taromin and the Bianjing Legion, which had defeated the United Army, joined forces to march northward, conquering the 4 provinces of F, P, H, and J along the way. Countless local legions surrendered, and even the surrounding player guilds rose up at this moment and began to stir up trouble under the banner of overthrowing the corrupt government. Governor Li Xinlong hastily mobilized the Western and Eastern Corps, which still had some fighting power, to resist, but by the time the 2 corps arrived, the power controlled by the Bianjing Corps was no longer something that could be resisted by just 2 marginal corps. The 2 sides fought a fierce battle on the border between Province C and Province J, and eventually the last 2 legions of the Zhongzhou United Government were badly defeated. As soon as the battle ended, the entire Zhongzhou was in flames. Knowing that the Zhongzhou United Government had completely lost the power to control the situation, all major forces began to bite at the fat piece of meat of Zhongzhou. Even the former official legions began to secede and no longer obeyed the governor's orders. September 6th. In just 3 days, the unstoppable Bianjing army fought its way into the Shangjing city. Governor Li Xinlong fought desperately, but was still defeated and killed at 21:42 that evening. The chief of the Shangjing Legion, A.O. Wang, and a few of his trusted followers fled to the South Island through the teleportation array. Since then, Zhongzhou has completely entered an era of hegemony among heroes. Countless ambitious people hiding in the dark have appeared one after another, wantonly occupying cities, dividing up lands, recruiting soldiers, and some quite cruel hegemonic forces have even adjusted the city's tax rate to a staggering 75. To put it bluntly, Zhongzhou at this moment is in complete chaos. Taoist Qingwei wanted to replace the united government and unify Zhongzhou, but the many forces in Zhongzhou did not give him this face at all. A new force called the Seven Kings Alliance became the biggest obstacle for Qingwei to dominate Zhongzhou. What was even more outrageous was that Taoist Qingwei, who had defeated the united government of Zhongzhou, was repeatedly defeated in front of the Seven Kings Alliance and could not gain any advantage. The so-called Seven Kings Alliance is an upgraded version of the former alliance of the 7 major guilds in Zhongzhou. Because they lost the suppression of the united government, the player forces around the world began to grow wildly. They annexed the local legions left over by the coalition government and captured the cities of the coalition government without bloodshed, thereby dramatically increasing their own strength and scale. The influence of the strongest Fanyan society even spanned 3 provinces, with more than 2 million formal members alone. Its power was even greater than that of the Shangjing Legion, which was once Zhongzhou's ace legion. Because their power is so huge, even the 7 major player guild in the past are not even 1/10 of theirs. Coupled with the current situation of warlords fighting for power, it is unknown when these 7 formed an alliance, which are also the 7 most powerful player guilds in Zhongzhou, and were given a resounding name. 7 Kings, or maybe it is the 7 Kings Guild. 7 Kings. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lu Ge continued to scroll down the long message bar, and finally saw the list of the so-called 7 Kings Guild in a message sent by the metrologist. 1. Fanyan Club. 2. Holy Union. 3. Tianjinghui. 4. Undred District Alliance. 5. Total Gotha. 6. Flower Show. 7. Divine Fire Cult. Wait, how come Taromin is also one of the 7 kings? Lu Ge suddenly saw the strange words. Chapter 158, The Origin of the 7 Kings Society. It would be fine if it became one of the 7 Kings Guilds. And it was shamefully ranked 5th? Even Tarot-Gate can only rank 5th among the 7 Kings Guild. So how strong are the guilds that are ranked before Tarot-Gate? I took a look at the system time. Lu Ge was very sure that he had only stayed in the job transfer space for 7 days. But the changes that have taken place in these 7 days are almost as much as those in 7 months. Although the greatest value of Teremin's establishment is to attract firepower when he seeks as province. In a fundamental sense, Teremin's mission has been accomplished. But this does not mean that Taro has no value. In fact, the numerous high-level attribute lords in Taro Gate are an extremely powerful force no matter where they are used, and can bring great help to Lu Ge. But the premise of all this is that Taromin is still the Taromin who can involve nearly half of the Zhongzhou Legion with his own strength, and is the undisputed strongest player force. If it was just a lower-ranked guild among the 7 Kings guilds, it wouldn't be of much value to Lu Ge. Think of this. Lu Ge closed his eyes and quickly located the metrologist through the Grim Reaper who was protecting the metrologist in secret. Then, with a thought, he instantly disappeared into the teleportation array. Nanshan City, Province G. Taromon headquarters. Still no reply from the trickster boss? Okay, I know what our president wants to do, but you must stop him from doing it, especially the identity of red bean biscuits. You must not reveal it to President Liu Ye. Of course I believe you, but you have to know that Bosguile hates risks and accidents the most. In this regard, President Liu Ye and Bosguile are two extremes. In comparison, I still trust Bosguile more. Okay, I understand. Keep in touch anytime. Didi, followed by the beeping sound of the voice call, being hung up. The metrologist, dressed in a suit and tie, who didn't look like a powerful lord at all, pushed the door open heavily with a groggy head. Nearly 2 weeks have passed since Lu Ge issued the order appointing Lu Yi as the new president of Taromin. During these 2 weeks, Lu Ge no longer issued any orders to the metrologist and a red-painted gate, and the messages they sent to Lu Ge fell on deaf ears and received no response. If a new member named Tongza had not recently joined the Balance Society, and if Melthagad had not told them that they could spend guild contributions to have Tongza strengthen their equipment, the metrologist and the red-painted gate would have really suspected that something had happened to Liu Ge. Of course, given the current situation, Lu Ge is no different from someone who has encountered an accident. I was speculating maliciously in my heart. The metrologist pressed his temples, habitually picked up the cup on the table, and prepared to get a glass of ice water. When, scheming boss, suddenly, I saw a familiar figure of a metrologist sitting on the sofa opposite the ice machine. I felt as if a basin of cold water was poured on me, and I shuddered. Any tiredness or exhaustion disappeared without a trace the moment Lu Ji's figure appeared, leaving only deep shock and disbelief. You seem surprised that I'm here. Lie on the sofa. Lu Ge glanced at the stunned metrologist and pointed at the sofa opposite him. Sit down. I came to you today because I want to hear from you what happened in the world recently, especially the so-called 7 Kings Guild and Qingwei Taoist. How come all these names popped up in just a few days? Any cat or dog? The metrologist opened his mouth, wanted to say that even during the time of the coalition government, Taoist Qingwei and the 7 Kings Guild were not just any random characters. But on second thought, with Lu Ji's status, the 7 Kings Guild and Qingwei Taoist before their eyes were indeed not worthy of being remembered by him. Those that Lu Ge can take seriously are usually super large alliances. The Zhongzhou United Government before its collapse is one, and the 7 Guild Alliance is the second. Apart from them, any single legion, person or force is not worthy of being Lu Ji's enemy. This, of course, also includes the vast majority of the 7 Kings Guilds at this time, as well as Qingwei Taoist, the eternal second-in-command. But now, things are very different. A bitter smile. In response to Lu Ji's inquiry, the metrologist, who had been holding back a lot of information, immediately told him everything that had happened in Zhongzhou recently and the rise of the 7 Kings Guild. The starting point of everything is the transaction between Lu Yi and Taoist Qingwei. In order to survive the encirclement of the Zhongzhou United Army, or even reverse the defeat, Lu Yi promised Taoist Qingwei that as long as Taoist Qingwei helped Taromin defeat the United Legion, Taromin would need to help Taoist Qingwei and the Bianjing Legion defeat the Shanjing Legion and help the Bianjing Legion capture Shanjing. Afterwards, Taoist Qingwei fulfilled his promise and stabbed the United Army in the back at the critical moment of the decisive battle, resulting in a great defeat for the United Army. After the defeat of the United Army, the Zhongzhou United Government actually still maintained its superficial rule. Although the Shanjing army suffered heavy losses, not many lords were killed. As long as they recuperated for a period of time, they would soon be able to recover to their peak state. But Qingwei Taoists did not give the coalition government a chance to breathe. Restricted by the contract and at the request of Taoist Qingwei, the Taro Gate, which had also suffered heavy damage, had no time to recover its strength and followed Taoist Qingwei's Bianjing Legion to attack multiple provinces of the United Government. Eventually, at the border between Province J and Province C, it completely defeated the last manpower of the Zhongzhou United Government and marched all the way into Shangjing City, thus completely extinguishing the last breath of the Zhongzhou United Government. Without the leadership of the Zhongzhou United Government, the local legions immediately became like headless flies. Taking advantage of this opportunity, many powerful player guilds, led by Fan Yanhui, used various interests and means to massively incorporate local legions and cities left over from the United Government. In just 2 days, they transformed from unknown second-rate local guilds into extremely powerful, super-large guilds. The Bianjing Legion, which thought it was invincible after sweeping across the Shangjing Legion, did not take the civilian guilds composed of these players seriously. Taoist Qingwei even called them a rabble of people who were put together from here and there. After defeating the Shangjing Legion, Taoist Qingwei only had one opponent in his eyes. That was the comrade from the previous moment, Taromon. Although the cooperation between Taromin and the Bianjing Legion was very pleasant, the two sides work together and possess a terrifying force that is almost invincible. But as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. No matter how good a collaboration is, it will eventually come to an end. Especially after the Bianjing Legion took control of Shangjing and the Zhongzhou United Government announced its dissolution, Taromin had fulfilled the terms of his contract. In the eyes of Qingwei Taoist and the Bianjing Legion, Taromon has become their most powerful competitor. As a result, an unknown fierce battle broke out between the Bianjing Legion and Taromin, but it was not this war that led to the decline of Taromin. Instead, after the war, Taoist Qingwei realized that he could not defeat the Taromin head-on. So he used the method of poaching and poached nearly half of the Taromin lords. After experiencing several wars in succession and having its men poached, Taromin lost the opportunity to compete with the Bianjing Legion for hegemony and had to retreat to Nanshan City. But the Taoist Qingwei, who defeated Taromin, did not become the new official as he had expected. The growing super guild gave Taoist Qingwei a wake-up call when he was planning to unify Zhongzhou. The 6 super guilds, with the occasional help of Tarot Gate, managed to block the Bianjing army, which had occupied 4 provinces in the Central Plains. The Bianjing army organized several attacks, but was defeated every time. It seemed that the Bianjing Legion's hope of unifying the world was completely cut off. These 6 super guilds that are at least the overlords of a province, plus Tarot Gate, which is now standing in the super guild camp, are known as the 7 Kings Guild. Chapter 159, I have nothing to fear now. So, the Zhongzhou United Government really no longer exists. His face showed no sadness or joy. Lu Guqiang suppressed the ecstasy in his heart that was about to burst out and asked the metrologist again. It's more than just the Central Plains coalition government. The metrologist smiled bitterly. We seem to have set a bad example. Now all the coalition governments on the entire Blue Star are in name only. Some claim to be descendants of the royal family and want to enrich the country. Some claim to be autonomous, and even religious organizations are trying to encircle their own territory, except for the Free State at the headquarters of the coalition, which still maintains a certain degree of official power. The rest of the New State, Shisha State, Antarctica, Arctic Week, and even the European State are now torn apart. Especially in Xinzhou, the sacred tree of the Kyoto Legion was attacked by the Devil's Code. The entire Kyoto Legion has fallen into a situation of being leaderless. Even the second largest legion in Xinzhou, the Seoul Legion, was stolen by the local chaebols. Now the Xinzhou government has long existed in name only. It is estimated that in a few days, the news of Xinzhou's liberation will spread around the world. The ability to steal intelligence is both a blessing and a torture. Because he knows so much, the metrologist understands better than anyone how bad the world situation has become. The chaos in Zhongzhou is just an appetizer. At this moment on the entire Blue Star, almost all the ambitious people are fighting for their own rights. The collapse of the coalition government is only a matter of time. Then fierce wars will break out in the major states and even in the regions. The winner will swallow up everything and become the new ruler, while the loser will either be wiped out or become a prisoner of others. Zhongzhou played a leading role in this transformation, but the metrologist could not see the possibility that Zhongzhou would be the first to end the chaos. The newly rising 7 Kings Guild and the Bianjing Legion, which has attracted nearly half of Taromin's combat power, are competing with each other and there are many disputes within the Seven Kings Guild. Under the Seven Kings Guild, there are thousands of small guilds and individual groups of all sizes trying to take advantage of the situation. The major forces check and balance each other and attack each other, leaving no hope of an end to the disputes. What the metrologist is most worried about is that if things continue like this, when the other major states have decided the outcome and completed the power transition, Zhongzhou will still be in a chaotic era of division among warlords. At that time, if any forces outside Zhongzhou invade Zhongzhou, the entire Zhongzhou will fall into an irretrievable situation. Even more exaggeratedly, it is not impossible to reproduce the shame of the feudal era. But if Giji is willing to come out and settle all this, a sense of anticipation arises in my heart. Before the metrologist could prepare his words, he was thinking about how to convince Lu Gu to integrate Zhongzhou. However, Lu Gu, who got the exact answer from the metrologist, which was even more ecstatic than expected, could no longer control his smile and laughed out loud. Very good. I understand. Under the metrologist's creepy gaze, Lu Gu, who had been laughing for a long time, rubbed his cheeks hard, which had become a little stiff from laughing. Then he said to the metrologist nonchalantly, "In this case, there is no need for you and the red-painted gate to stay in Taro Gate any longer." What do you mean? The metrologist was stunned. "It means the mission is accomplished," he said. Lu Gu stood up from the sofa and glanced at the metrologist with a smile. "Do you still remember why I asked you to establish Taro Gate?" "Of course I remember. You said that we needed a force that was visible to cover up the traces of the balanced society." "Yes, but that's because there are giants like the United Government in this world. Now, the Zhongzhou United Government has collapsed, and what replaced it is just a group of maggots that have eaten the remains of the United Government." Lu Gu laughed and said, "I am afraid of the United Government that is as ferocious as a shark and comes in groups, but I am not afraid of a group of small fish that eat the shark's corpse. They will never think that they have torn apart the only thing that can intimidate me with their own hands." Hear this. How could the metrologist not understand what Lu Gu meant? "Are you going to make a move?" The metrologist was excited and shocked. But the second round of elimination games hasn't started for a month yet, and the players are still very powerful. "It's just a pile of loose sand," Lu Gu said. "Before the first round of Beast Tide comes, I will annex the entire northern border of Zhongzhou, and then turn the entire north into a barren restricted area." "What?" The metrologist widened his eyes in disbelief. "Didn't you say that you would only turn S province into a barren restricted area? How can a mere S province be enough?" Lu Gu laughed and said, "Metrologist, you are still too weak now. You don't know how long the realm after the legend is and how much resources are needed. The blue planet is too small to support too many gods. People without value can just become the undead who cannot resist. Even if they live in this world, it is a waste of resources." Speaking of this, Lu Gu patted the stunned metrologist on the shoulder and said, "Of course, I won't kill them all. Just like in Area 4297, those who are close to you and have a good relationship with you can get the qualification to live. But you have to act as soon as possible, preferably within 2 days, to properly place them." After saying, Lu Gu ignored the metrologist's stunned expression and directly used the teleportation skill to disappear in front of the metrologist. Only the metrologist was left standing there in a daze for a long time. It was not until the clock on the wall rang the hour that the metrologist woke up as if from a dream and hurried to the red-painted door. At this moment, the metrologist felt as if he had brought great disaster to Blue Star. The main reason was that he underestimated Lu Ji's cruelty. Although in Area 4297, Lu Gu had already shown them his cold-blooded methods of killing people without blinking an eye. But this is the entire blue planet. A blue planet with nearly 10 billion people. No matter how vicious a person is, how dare he have such a horrible thought? But the metrologist knew very well that he had not heard wrong. What's even more terrifying is that there wasn't even a hint of joking in what he said to Lu Gu. Chapter 160 Turning Gray. When a metrologist found the red-painted gate, the red-painted door was communicating furiously. "You are nothing but a dog, and you think you are worthy enough to negotiate with us Taro men? Who does he think he is? He's just a dog that has clung to the power of the Bianjing army. How dare he bark at me? Huh? Threatening to attack? Don't laugh at me. He knows nothing about the power of Taro men. Telling him is also telling you that the real power of Taro men has never been used. It really pissed me off. Humph, let's do this for now. Tell those fence-sitters of Gaia's power that sooner or later, I will make them kneel down and beg me, and regret that they dared to go against the decision of Taro Men for a little bit of profit. Saying this in his mouth, seeing the metrologist coming through the red-painted gate, he didn't say anything and hung up the phone angrily. Then, under the complicated gaze of the metrologist, he yelled in anger, "Fuck, I'm so angry. If the trickster was here, how could he tolerate these traitors shouting here? Brother G, you haven't contacted the trick boss yet?" The next sentence was directed at the metrologist. The current situation is already quite bad. If Boss Guile doesn't take action, we, the Taro Gate, will really have no chance of survival in Zhongzhou. Although Taro is one of the 7 Kings Guilds, it dominates the entire province G. Even though they had experienced the encirclement and suppression by the United Army, the decisive battle with the Shanjing Army, and the dismemberment of the Bianjing Army, the overall combat power of Taro Men was no longer 1/3 of what it was at its peak and when it challenged the Zhongzhou United Government. But even so, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Although Taromon ranks 5th among the 7 kings, its actual military strength ranks among the top 3. But just as Taromon, who possesses such a powerful military force, was ranked 5th in the Council of 7 Kings. Because of Taro's past bad deeds, Taro Men are actually not very popular in the circle of the Order Camp. Needless to say, the Bianjing Legion had long been at odds with the Taromon. As a nominal alliance, the other 6 king guilds also implicitly excluded the Taromon from the core group. Except for fighting against the Bianjing Legion, the Taromon would not be invited to participate in almost any meeting. This is also the important reason why the 6 king guilds are getting bigger and bigger, but Taro Gate can only be restricted to one province, Province G. As a result, both in reputation and actual territory, it has gradually begun to decline, and even ranked 5th among the 7 kings, which is an embarrassing ranking. If the situation continues like this, the 6 king guilds will soon be able to gain more territories and more resources, and even without the power of Taromon, they will be able to overwhelm the Bianjing Legion. By then, Taromon will be completely reduced to a bystander. The ownership of the entire Central Plains will no longer have the right to speak for Taromon. It is even very likely that they will be eliminated by the other 6 king guilds. It was precisely because of this that the Bianjing Legion sent people to persuade Taromon to surrender, regardless of the hatred between the two sides. In the face of interests in life and death, the grudges between the two sides are not worth mentioning at all. But Taoist Qingwei missed one thing. That is, the ownership of Taro Gate belongs to someone else. Although the Taro Card Group seems to have few options in the eyes of outsiders, it is actually far from reaching the point of no return. In fact, the red-painted door is now even in a dilemma of choice. Surrender to the Bianjing Legion? Follow Liu Yi all the way to the end? Call for help from the balance? Or seek help from Melthurg? Or just run away to Province S? Well, just now, the red-painted gate personally killed the option of surrendering to the Bianjing Legion. The main reason was that the Bianjing army was too bullying and actually found a traitor to persuade them to surrender. Not only did they not say how much benefit they would give up, they even dared to threaten them. If I didn't have a backer, I would have been scared by the red-painted door. I don't care. I've already said my harsh words. He ignored the metrologist's strange look. The red-painted door was still not satisfied and shouted loudly, "If the trick boss doesn't reply to the message, I will go to the lich boss. The lich boss will not ignore me. I have a good relationship with her." The relationship between the two is indeed extremely harmonious. The main reason is that only the red-painted gate knows how to flatter the white-haired lich, and the white-haired lich enjoys it very much. He glanced speechlessly at the broken red-painted door. The metrologist hesitated for a while, but still said slowly, "No need, the trickster boss has already appeared." "Ah, when?" He turned around in surprise. The red-painted door asked excitedly, "Does the trick boss have any instructions?" "He asked us to go back to Province S." The metrologist said, "Next, he will mobilize the army to launch a war against the entire northern border of Zhongzhou. The war mode is exactly the same as that of Province S, and no one will be left alive. The trick gave us 2 days, and we must settle all our relatives in the north within these 2 days." His tilde, the red-painted door that made you gasp. Province S. After returning to Province S, Lugu immediately called Melthagad. The moment he saw Melthagad, Lyoga got straight to the point and even asked impatiently, "How is the formation of the Hero Legion going?" "It's almost done, but due to insufficient resources, the equipment enhancement level of the Hero Legion is currently only level 15. If you want to upgrade it to level 20 or above, it will probably take another week of resources." Melthagad calculated, counting on his fingers. In other words, except for the equipment enhancement level, everything else has met my requirements? You can say that. Melthuzid nodded confidently. Although it is a little short of the level of enhancement, it is still a long way from the expected perfect legion. But even so, the power of this legion with 3,000 heroes is no less than that of the Bone Dragon Legion. 3,000 heroes? Luga frowned. Didn't I ask you to form a 5,000-man heroic army? But you clearly said 3,000 people. Melthagad cried out in injustice. Seeing this, Luga was too lazy to search his memory anymore and nodded. 3,000 is enough to deal with a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps. Saying so, Luga waved his hand, and a virtual map immediately appeared in front of Luga. This virtual map, showing all the provinces and cities in Zhongzhou, has been divided into 10 areas with various colors. The largest one is marked with a blue pattern symbolizing the Bianjing Legion. The next 7 pieces were cut in order according to the 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, white, and purple, which symbolize the 7 Kings Guild. And the last 2 pieces left. One part is Province S occupied by Yoga. The other part is the scattered small forces mixed in the 7 Kings Guild, as well as the overseas South Island where the remnants of the Zhongzhou United Government are located. This is the latest map of Zhongzhou. Pointing to the projected virtual map, Lugu said to Melthagad, who looked confused behind him, and the force closest to us, blocking our way to the south. He pointed to the blue area that covered almost half of Province S. Lugu said, "In 2 days, I will make him turn gray."